Chapter 1. The golden finger has finally arrived. Oh my thus. The first day of Alan's adventure in this foreign realm came to a close on the following day. As the sun began to rise, Alan leisurely stirred from his slumber, blinking his drowsy eyes to survey his surroundings. Ah, it seems I have truly traversed into another world. Gazing at the interior of the barrel, Alan let out a resigned sigh, silently lifting the lid and gradually hoisting himself out of the vessel. Ah! Stretching his limbs, he emitted a substantial yawn. The barrel certainly did not offer the same comfort as his own bed. His entire body still felt somewhat unrefreshed. Rubbing his eyes and clearing the remnants of sleep from their corners, Alan picked up a stone from the ground and settled down to prepare his breakfast. Though he referred to it as breakfast, it was merely the leftover coconut from the previous afternoon. Fortunately, being by the seaside meant there were no thieves lurking to pilfer his meal. Before long, Alan had consumed the remaining coconut. He was bemused by the voracious appetite of this body. Even 2 large coconuts only left him feeling somewhat satisfied. Casting his gaze towards the coconuts hanging from the trees, he realized they would not last him for long. It seemed he would need to venture into the forest. The thought of that eerie, silent woodland sent a shiver down his spine. After lying on the ground for a while to settle his stomach, Alan rose again, brushing the sand from his backside. Suddenly, he froze, recalling that he had used his trousers as a makeshift rope yesterday. At that moment, he was nearly bare. Why should I feel embarrassed being alone on a deserted island? I sometimes don't wear anything after bathing at home. When I'm by myself, there's no one here to fear. Privately scolding himself, he concluded that there was nothing to worry about since no one was watching. Once more, he glanced towards the forest, his heart still tinged with trepidation, uncertain of what might leap forth from its depths. Coconuts are delightful, pure, natural coconuts. I've never tasted anything like them before. Ultimately, Alan resolved to continue his search along the shoreline for other coconut trees. After walking for half an hour, he discovered that aside from the few coconut trees he had already seen, the beach was remarkably barren, save for a few large stones. Alas, there is no choice but to explore the forest and see what it holds. I've already exhausted a year's worth of sighs in just one day. With a heavy sigh, Alan decided to brave the forest that filled him with dread. As he ambled around the periphery of the woods, he caught sight of red berries peeking out from the nearby thicket. Instinctively swallowing, he realized he hadn't eaten enough that morning, and after walking a considerable distance, felt a pang of hunger. Eagerly, he made his way toward the bushes. Wow, this is delicious. Hee, so sweet. Alan plucked a generous handful of the berries, popping one into his mouth, his eyes lighting up with delight. The flavor reminded him of a sweet and tangy treat from his childhood, something he had adored frequently. He would venture into the mountains with his companions to gather fruits. The sweetness of these fruits surpassed that of his childhood, bringing immense joy to his sweet-toothed friend, who instinctively squinted his eyes in delight. After consuming several handfuls, Alan satisfiedly belched, patted his belly, and gathered more to save for later, anticipating his impending hunger. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Alan sprang up from the ground, his body tense, fixating his gaze on the underbrush. No way. I have no idea what might leap out at me with my petite frame. I cannot withstand whatever lurks in those grasses. Reflecting on his lack of combat prowess as a 21st century recluse, he wasted no time and turned to flee with a loud rustle. A creature resembling a husky bounded from the thicket. Hearing the commotion, Alan glanced back, astonished by its striking resemblance to a husky. However, upon noticing its razor-sharp teeth, akin to gleaming steel blades, and its considerable size, he realized it bore no resemblance to the playful huskies seen online. He felt that his small stature would hardly suffice as a meal for such a beast, and continued to run without looking back. Yet, with his short legs, outrunning such a colossal creature seemed impossible. After only a few dozen meters, he felt the beast closing in. Alan could almost hear the malevolent wind behind him. Every hair on his body stood on end as an instinctual urge to survive propelled him forward. However, he was a moment too slow and felt a sharp scratch from the husky. His had hurt immensely. Alan bared his teeth, knowing without looking that a deep gash had been inflicted on his back, the sensation of warm blood trickling down confirming his fears. Without a second thought, he sprang to his feet, realizing he could not outrun the creature, and prepared to confront it. The monstrous entity, resembling a husky, bared its teeth, its long tongue lolling out, drool dripping ominously. Before Alan could react, the husky lunged at him. Rip! Without much deliberation, Alan rolled to the right, but its claws grazed his chest, causing bright red blood to flow from the wound. The pain brought tears to his eyes. The sight of his blood seemed to awaken the creature's ferocity. Alan could sense the greed and mockery in its eyes as it viewed him as its next meal. Frantically scanning his surroundings, he picked up a stick from the ground. Motive Alan felt an overwhelming impulse to weep. as if he had grasped a profound skill. In this moment, the life of the sword's spirit flashed through his mind, concluding in an instant. Gazing at the wooden stick in his hand, he sensed a surge of power coursing through him, as the newly acquired skill settled into his muscle memory. The husky could no longer contain itself, its maw agape, revealing a mouthful of teeth as Alan beheld the grotesque creature before him. A foul stench assaulted his senses. He swung the wooden stick instinctively, and the tip seemed to emit a glimmering white light, slicing through the husky's belly and up to its throat. A torrent of hot blood splattering across Alan's face with a thud. The husky soared over Alan's head. It let out a pained howl and struggled to rise, its wound and the copious blood flowing from it causing its four legs to tremble. "Go slash!" Alan bellowed, raising the stick and swinging it forward. A dark, ominous aura emanated from the weapon struck by this powerful blow. The husky swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. Alan exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had managed to survive against the odds after unleashing his strike. His arms ached, and he fell to the ground, gasping for air, utterly drained of strength. After a brief respite, he felt a modicum of vigor return and rose to his feet, only to discover that his back felt smooth to the touch. "Where's the wound?" he mused, feeling no trace of the horrific injury on his chest, save for the tattered remnants of his clothing, a mere reminder of his recent ordeal. Could it be due to the system's manifestation? Alan pondered, unable to deduce the reason, ultimately attributing it all to the system. Who would have thought that in the most perilous moment of my life, the system would still come to my aid? It seems fate is still smiling upon me. But how should I activate it? Is the system present? Alan silently inquired, waiting for a response that never came. Am I perhaps attempting to activate it incorrectly? He scratched his head, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Sword spirit manifestation? The memory of the two skills he had employed against the husky began to crystallize in his mind. Could it be the sword spirit from the city of disconnection? I just use the upward thrust and go slash. It should be sufficient. Much like pressing him to display my personal panel. Alan silently gestured towards the air. Open personal panel. Chapter 2. The untransformed sword spirit. Open personal panel. Player Gaia Alan. Class Sword spirit untransformed. Level 250 experience points. Weapon damaged wooden stick. Skills upward thrust go slash. Upon viewing the personal panel that materialized before him, Alan began to comprehend his situation. It is no wonder that I ended up in the pirate world after smashing my newly purchased mouse that day. I had thought it was because I had cursed old Ma, and in his wrath he had sent me here. Alan tapped the air once more. Closed personal panel. Suddenly, Alan pondered whether it was rather foolish to open the panel this way. In the future, reflecting upon the novels he had previously read, he quietly recited, "Open panel immediately." Information appeared in his mind. Indeed, merely reciting it suffices. It seems that the novels I read were not in vain. This is a valuable insight to remember, to avoid embarrassment before the denizens of this alternate world. That would be a disgrace to the esteemed transmigrators. He noted the experience section displaying level 2 with 50 experience points. It appeared that the dog had granted him 1 level and 50 experience, akin to the novice monsters provided to new players in a game. It seems that leveling up and gaining experience requires defeating monsters. Just like in the game lineage, I wonder if equipment and weapons will also drop from these creatures. After contemplating for a moment, Alan realized that to level up, he needed to venture into the forest to hunt monsters. I wonder how much experience I will gain from completing the quest on this deserted island. It should be considerable. Well, I shall find out soon enough. With that thought, Alan set aside the system information and picked up the wooden stick, approaching the corpse of the husky. Goodness, I dealt quite a blow, but this truly resembles a husky. I wonder how it tastes. I have never eaten dog meat in my life. Observing the blood surrounding the husky, still warm and steaming, Alan realized that he was still in the forest. His victory over the husky had been unexpected. Should the scent of blood attract fiercer creatures, he might become a meal himself. Without hesitation, he grasped one of the dog's legs and attempted to drag it off. I can actually move it. It seems the system has bestowed upon me strength. Despite being only level 2, after dragging the husky a distance away, Alan took the wooden stick and dug some earth to cover the bloodstains, then stepped on it firmly. This will help conceal it slightly. Reading more novels does have its benefits. Once he finished, Alan dragged the husky to the seaside, placing the body on the sand before turning back toward the forest. After a while, Alan emerged from the woods, hurriedly carrying some wood and dry grass, which he dropped to the ground before racing back into the forest. He soon returned with an armful of red fruits. He picked up a stone from the ground and began to process the carcass. With only seawater nearby, he hesitated to venture deeper into the forest for fresh water, settling for the ocean instead. Before long, he had completed his task, and as he gazed at the 70 to 80 pounds of meat, he swallowed hard. He finally had meat to eat. Then Alan picked up a stone to dismember the corpse and used a stick to skewer the meat. Having completed these tasks, he dug a pit in the sand to facilitate the subsequent steps. Recalling the wilderness survival videos he had previously watched, Alan began to ignite a fire. In no time, flames flickered to life, prompting him to hurriedly place hay and wood atop it. As the fire grew more robust, Alan set the skewered meat over the flames, and soon the meat began to sizzle, releasing savory juices. After approximately half an hour, observing the meat gradually cooking, Alan eagerly seized a piece and began to feast. Hot. The freshly roasted meat was certainly not meant to be consumed immediately, as Alan vividly demonstrated, exclaiming about the heat while devouring the meat with great enthusiasm. Although lacking in seasoning, offering only a faint salty flavor and a slight gamey taste, Alan paid little heed to these details and relished his meal with delight. Despite not having battled the husky for long, he had narrowly escaped death, compounded by the fact that he had not eaten sufficiently that morning, leaving him ravenous. Before long, Alan had devoured the majority of the meat, leaving only 2 legs for dinner. He then leaned against a barrel and popped the fruits he had gathered earlier into his mouth, letting out a contented burp. Oh dear, in full. After resting for a moment, Alan stood and stretched, beginning to contemplate his next objectives. Now that I have a system and have inherited the sword spirit, it seems I must venture into the forest to level up swiftly. There are no restrictions like in the game, but I also lack resurrection coins, so I must be cautious, otherwise I will not have a coin to revive myself should I perish. With this thought in mind, he silently activated the interface player. Gaia, Alan. Class, Sword Spirit Untransformed. Level, 250 experience points. Weapon, damaged wooden stick. Skills, upward slash, phantom slash. Why is there no health and mana like in the game? Alan pondered, puzzled by the absence of mana for utilizing the sword spirit's skills. After executing the upward slash and phantom slash, he felt as if he had fought for 300 rounds, utterly drained of energy. It appears that the transition to the world of pirates has prompted adjustments in the system. The skills I employ do not require mana, but instead demand stamina. Without stamina, I can only perform basic attacks. Unable to use skills, Alan began to comprehend this, establishing a clear goal for his future training. He realized he must not only engage in monster grinding for experience, but also double his physical training to enhance his stamina. Feeling he had unraveled the mysteries of the system's attributes, Alan yawned and resolved to set aside thoughts of the system for the time being. While I now understand my training direction, I was a homebody in my previous life, becoming somewhat out of shape and never having set foot in a gym. Desiring to train, yet uncertain of how to proceed, Alan felt somewhat disheartened, sitting there and sighing in frustration. Why ponder so much? This is the world of pirates. One should simply engage in some rudimentary exercises to push the limits of their body. Aaron patted his head as he recalled an anime he had watched previously, where Zoro performed push-ups and Luffy was tossed into an abyss by his grandfather. Both were forms of training, were they not? Although he lacked their innate talent, he possessed a system. Suddenly enlightened, Aaron realized he was the protagonist endowed with a system. He puffed out his chest, spirits soaring, as he envisioned his future self, reaching the pinnacle of power and bravely traversing the new world, breaking into a silly grin. After indulging in his fantasies for a while, Aaron began to run along the shoreline. The sandy terrain was not as forgiving as solid ground, making his run somewhat strenuous. However, he persevered, jogging back and forth with unwavering determination. He understood that he had yet to explore this deserted island and, in a fit of enthusiasm, did not venture too far, using the coconut trees as his focal point to establish a running circuit. Uncertain of how long he had been running, Alan began to feel as though his legs were laden with lead. The resistance of the sand made each step laborious, and he found himself gasping for breath after every stride. Sensing that he was nearing his limits, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Perhaps he was indeed a genius. After a chuckle, he felt as if his body had been revitalized with newfound strength, prompting him to run even harder. Thus, Alan spent the afternoon running tirelessly, slowing to a walk whenever fatigue set in, only to resume his sprint once his energy was partially restored. This cycle continued, back and forth, time and again. As the sun began to set, he finally came to a halt, utterly spent, collapsing onto the ground in a most ungraceful manner to rest. After a brief respite, feeling a bit rejuvenated, Alan rose to his feet and began to devour the 2 legs of meat he had saved from lunch. Once satiated, he fetched several coconuts. After feeling sufficiently full, he secured the barrel and climbed inside to lie down. Reclining comfortably, Alan reflected on the effectiveness of his afternoon exertions, reinforcing his resolve for the goals that lay ahead. With a silly grin and wiping away drool, he gradually drifted off to sleep in the barrel. Chapter 3. The leopard. There was silence throughout the night. After a restorative slumber, Alan sluggishly emerged from the barrel, stretching his limbs with a grand yawn. The events of the previous day still felt somewhat dreamlike. He was indeed a person of remarkable capability. Patting his belly, he approached the coconuts from the night before, using a stone to crack one open for his first meal of the day. In no time, the remaining coconuts found their way into Alan's stomach. Indeed, nothing could compare to the satisfaction of meat. Alan smacked his lips, realizing that indulging in coconuts had lost its initial novelty. It was the meat that truly invigorated him. After a brief stretch of his limbs, he picked up a stick from the ground, weighed it in his hand, then shook his head and discarded it. Although it had been quite useful the previous day, he needed a more reliable weapon for his expedition into the forest today. He then approached the site of yesterday's barbecue and noticed the bones he had left behind. Picking up what appeared to be a vertebra, he examined it closely. Deeming it satisfactory, he silently recited a phrase and opened his interface. Player, Gaia Alan class, Sword Soul, Untranscended. Level 2, 50 experience points. Weapon, bone with tooth mark skills, upper slash. Demon slash. Upon seeing the weapon section of his interface transformed into bone with imprints, Alan felt a trickle of sweat as he ruffled his hair. Recalling how he had lost control the previous day, thankfully, no one had witnessed it. Gripping the bone firmly once more, he felt a surge of confidence. He believed he could stand his ground against the husky he had encountered yesterday. With a few practiced swings of the bone, Alan strode purposefully towards the forest. Although he had contemplated warming up first, the lack of food compelled him to press on. Thus, his resolve strengthened. He approached the entrance to the forest, this time with more caution. Holding the bone like a sword soul from the game, he took a deep breath and embarked on his day's quest for sustenance. Alan treaded cautiously through the forest, constantly surveying his surroundings, resembling a wary intruder. At that moment, he detected a faint sound emanating from his right, prompting him to tense his body immediately. He advanced slowly and deliberately towards the source of the noise. After a few minutes, he stumbled upon a small pond, which provided a sense of clarity and broadened his perspective. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, for the presence of water implied the likelihood of nearby wildlife. Alan crouched low, scanning his surroundings with unwavering focus. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted a plump rabbit on a nearby hillside. The creature alternated between munching on the lush grass and glancing around with vigilance, ready to bolt at the slightest hint of danger. Observing the rabbit from a distance, Alan marveled at its size, having never encountered such a robust specimen before. His mind wandered to delectable thoughts of braised rabbit, charcoal-grilled rabbit legs, and spicy rabbit head. With a salivating mouth, he carefully made his way around to the back of the rabbit. Before long, Alan reached the rear of the small slope, pressing himself flat against the ground while holding his breath. His gaze remained fixed on the rabbit, which was indulging in its feast, blissfully unaware of the potential threat behind it. Though perpetually alert, the hill concealed its line of sight, and with no immediate danger present, it continued to feast without a care. Alan stealthily approached, the very atmosphere holding its breath in anticipation. Silently, he crept to a position not far behind the unsuspecting rabbit. Gradually, he tightened his grip around his weapon, his legs coiling with tension. Drawing a deep breath, he raised the bone high and leaped from the ground, unleashing a thunderous cry, ghost slash. A chilling, ominous black mist enveloped the rabbit, startling it into a reflexive leap, but alas, it was too late. As the dark aura dissipated, one could behold a plump rabbit, its eyes wide with disbelief, mouth agape, and legs bent in shock. Unable to comprehend how this human had emerged from behind to deliver such a fatal blow. Memories of its lost youth, its mate, and its offspring lingered in its mind. Yet all of it faded into oblivion with its demise. Although this rabbit had a touch of the poetic, Alan remained unperturbed. Had he known of its family, he would have undoubtedly struck again, envisioning a delightful rabbit hot pot as the perfect culinary reward. With a beaming smile, Alan picked up the rabbit from the ground, scrutinizing it while nodding in appraisal. Its plush fur felt quite delightful to the touch, suitable for crafting garments, entirely natural. Alas, given the circumstances, it could only be transformed into roasted meat. What a pity! As Alan carried the rabbit, a sense of regret washed over him. In his previous life, such a sizable rabbit could have been the centerpiece of a grand feast. Shaking his head, he approached the pond's edge, humming a cheerful tune while preparing the rabbit. Alan appeared quite content, yet danger stealthily loomed nearby. Suddenly, a tightening sensation gripped his heart, and every hair on his body stood on end. He hastily discarded the rabbit and seized his weapon, nervously scanning his surroundings. To his dismay, a formidable leopard emerged from the location where he had ambushed the rabbit. A creature larger than the husky from yesterday. Instinctively swallowing hard, Alan tightened his grip on his weapon. There was no escape. He could only prepare for a desperate fight. The leopard, eyeing the human wielding a bone and the lifeless rabbit on the ground, licked its lips, anticipating a hearty meal. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it leapt forward, mouth agape, ready to strike. In that critical moment, with no means of evasion, Alan raised his weapon and shouted, "Upward strike." The bone swung upwards with fervor. The leopard, sensing imminent danger as the weapon approached, instinctively twisted its body to evade the blow. However, this maneuver rendered its previous pounce ineffective, its razor-sharp claws narrowly missing the human's head. Alan glanced at the chilling glimmer that swept by the corner of his eye, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Fortunately, he managed to react in time. Otherwise, his idyllic life would have come to an abrupt end. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan swiftly turned around to confront the leopard that had nearly claimed his life. The leopard, having missed its initial strike, landed gracefully and prepared for another assault. Observing the ferocity of the oncoming attack, Alan executed an upward thrust, resulting in a collision between his weapon and the leopard's claws. The resounding clash echoed, as bone met claw with tremendous force, causing Alan to be propelled backward, nearly losing his balance in a precarious stumble. At that moment, he sensed a tremor in his hands. The previous encounter had nearly caused him to relinquish his weapon. Upon closer inspection, he noticed cracks forming at the tip of his weapon. The leopard's pounce bore immense strength, nearly bringing him to his demise. With only an upward thrust and a ghostly slash at his disposal, he realized that his own power paled in comparison, and the body he had traversed into was still too diminutive. Alan felt a surge of fear and panic. In his previous life, he had never harmed even a single chicken. Though he had inadvertently killed a husky the day before and captured a rabbit today, both instances had been unexpected. Now, confronted by a leopard, a master of the hunt, he found himself at a loss. The leopard, however, was not inclined to contemplate. Having failed in its 2 previous attempts to strike, it grew visibly irate at the trembling human before it. With a fierce roar, the leopard propelled itself forward with increased vigor, eager to capitalize on its speed and swiftly eliminate this prey before indulging in a hearty meal. In an instant, the leopard surged forward like a flash of lightning, reaching Alan in the blink of an eye, and raised its powerful paw to strike. Faced with the imminent threat of the leopard, Alan had no time for deliberation. Invoking a skill was out of the question. Instinctively, he raised the bone to shield his chest. The force of the leopard's strike sent him crashing to the ground, and as it lunged forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow, Alan swiftly rolled over and darted ahead, evading the leopard's attack once more. As he regained his footing, pain coursed through Alan's body. The previous blow had nearly knocked the breath out of him, and the bone in his hand bore numerous cracks. He wondered if his ribs were fractured, and he spat in frustration. Alan rubbed his chest, feeling a slight dryness in his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm, which inflicted further internal injury upon him. In that moment, a spark of ferocity ignited within the wounded Alan. Disregarding everything else, he gripped his weapon tightly, his legs bending slightly. Demon slash. Once again, Alan unleashed the skill Ghost Slash, shouting fervently as a bone hurtled towards the flower leopard. With a resounding thud, the bone struck the leopard's body, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. It had not anticipated a counterattack from its prey, momentarily stunned. It could have easily evaded the blow had it not been caught off guard. Rather than retreating, this assault incited the leopard's ferocity, as it lunged forward to bite at the audacious challenger that dared to strike it. Thus unfolded a fierce encounter, a clash between man and beast, where it was evident that humanity was at a disadvantage. After a brief struggle, they separated to catch their breath. Once apart, Alan knelt on one knee, gasping for air, his stamina depleted from the repeated use of his abilities. The recent battle had left him battered. His already tattered shirt was now in shreds, revealing several deep claw marks on his chest and back. Sweat and blood mingled, cascading down his form. Moreover, his weapon was reduced to a mere third of its original state, clearly damaged from the fierce confrontation, with the remaining piece riddled with cracks, on the verge of total destruction. In contrast, the flower leopard appeared relatively unscathed, save for its bleeding eyes, which seemed to indicate a slight increase in size since their skirmish. The ferocity it once exhibited had waned. The previous encounter had left it somewhat breathless. Though it had not lost much blood, The pain from the relentless assault by that infernal prey was considerable, marking one of the gravest injuries it had ever sustained in its hunting endeavors. What it had thought would be an effortless victory had turned into an unexpected and fierce resistance, causing it to hesitate and refrain from further attacks. Watching the leopard remain motionless, Alan felt a surge of relief. He breathed heavily, his gaze fixed fiercely upon the creature, silently recuperating his strength in preparation for the impending battle. He was unwilling to become mere fodder for the flower leopard so soon after his arrival in this world, a realm he had only encountered in anime. He had yet to evolve into a formidable force within this new reality, and he did not wish to meet his end just after acquiring the system. Thus, he chose to silently recover, bracing himself for the final confrontation, even in death. He intended to take something down with him. The flower leopard, however, was not contemplating such matters. It felt a twinge of uncertainty. Having failed to secure its prey with such an attack, it was disinclined to press on. The fear of encountering other predators loomed large. This forest harbored many creatures larger and more fearsome than itself. Its gaze shifted towards a recently deceased rabbit just beyond the human, which stirred its appetite. The rabbit was substantial, and even if it could not overpower the human, it would suffice for a hearty meal. With a primal instinct, the leopard sprang towards the rabbit, abandoning its pursuit of Alan. Observing the leopard's change of direction, Alan broke his silence, springing to his feet and gripping his weapon. Now reduced to a third of its original form, ready for whatever might come next. Images of his computer, his parents, and his fiancée flashed through his mind, igniting a fierce resolve within him. Yet, he realized with a start, wait, it was not coming for me. Gazing in the direction of the leaping leopard, Alan suddenly came to a realization. He turned to the side and beheld a plump rabbit peacefully resting there. Goodness gracious, is that not my rabbit? So, it intended to satiate itself before turning its attention to me? Alan was struck by a terrifying thought. If you are well fed, then I would be utterly defenseless. With a fierce roar, Alan dashed towards the direction of the rabbit. However, he was a moment too late. The leopard had already seized the rabbit in its jaws. Alan's eyes flared with rage, and he summoned every ounce of his remaining strength to sprint forward. As he neared the leopard, he propelled himself upward, landing squarely on its back. You wish to devour my prey before turning on me? It shall not be so simple. Upon alighting on the leopard's back, Alan plunged the bone he clutched deep into its flesh, causing a torrent of warm blood to spatter over him. The leopard, taken aback by the sudden weight on its back, was instantly seized by a bone-deep agony that compelled it to leap and howl in distress. Feeling the leopard's frantic movements beneath him, Alan gripped its neck tightly, determined to remain steadfast. The sight of blood gushing forth like a fountain only intensified his fury. You desire to feast upon me? Then come forth. Alan let out a frenzied scream, clutching the leopard's neck with one arm while attempting to draw his weapon with the other. However, the leopard's violent thrashing caused the weapon to slip from his grasp, prompting him to tighten his hold once more. As the bone was extracted from the wound, the leopard experienced an even greater surge of agony, blood streaming profusely from its body, which quivered more intensely in an effort to dislodge its human rider. Sensing the leopard's frantic movements beneath him, Alan was compelled to exert more strength, yet the vigorous struggle drained his energy considerably as he gazed at the neck so tantalizingly close. Having lost his weapon, he resolved that he would resort to biting to ensure the creature's demise. As Alan contemplated the dire consequence of his imminent collapse, he opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the leopard's neck. The warm blood swiftly filled his mouth, and without a moment's hesitation, he drank deeply, replenishing the vital fluids he had lost in battle. As time passed, the leopard, having bled excessively, began to falter, its movements grew feeble, and its eyelids fluttered before it fell to the ground with a thud, trembling slightly. Alan collapsed onto the ground, yet his mouth remained clenched. It was only when he no longer sensed the movements of the leopard that he finally relaxed his jaw and laboriously rose to his feet. He kicked the leopard to confirm its demise, and upon realizing it was indeed lifeless, he let out a sigh of relief and slumped back to the ground. Huh, you thought you could devour me? Huh, who would have thought I would emerge victorious? He exclaimed, his emotions oscillating between laughter and tears. Just moments ago, he had nearly believed his end was nigh. Little did he know that the leopard's intent was to flee, providing him with a fleeting opportunity. Now, with life still coursing through his veins and the leopard vanquished, Alan was engulfed by the profound intensity of life and death, alternating between weeping and laughing. After this emotional tumult, Alan became acutely aware of the pain coursing through his battered body, the remnants of his battle with the leopard leaving him bruised and sore. grimacing at the sharp pangs. After a brief respite, disregarding his injuries, Alan hastily dragged the carcasses of the leopard and the rabbit away, fearful that a wolf or some other predator might soon arrive, sealing his fate. In a flurry of apprehension, he swiftly transported the two bodies to the shore, where he filled a barrel with water to cleanse his wounds. Following a series of anguished cries, he bound his injuries with the remaining strips of cloth and set about preparing a meal. In a ravenous frenzy, Alan devoured the entire rabbit in no time. Once satiated and refreshed, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he leaned against the barrel, quickly succumbing to slumber. After several hours of rest, Alan awoke and unwrapped the cloth around his wounds. To his relief, some of the shallower cuts had begun to scab over, and an itchiness accompanied their healing. Rousing from his slumber, Alan placed a hand on his chest, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully, my ribs are intact. A stroke of good fortune amidst the misfortune. Yet, he soon felt the pangs of hunger once more. Alan smacked his lips, savoring the succulent flavor of the previously roasted leopard, having consumed 2 of its legs. He proceeded to prepare the remaining meat, setting it aside for tomorrow's nourishment. With a sigh, he acknowledged that his wounds had yet to heal, deeming it impractical to engage in physical training today. After a yawn, he gently touched his injury, realizing that further exertion would be unwise until his condition improved. Subsequently, Alan spread out the leopard skin and covered himself with the rabbit fur, succumbing to a deep slumber. The night swiftly passed. Upon awakening in the morning, Alan felt invigorated, his body brimming with energy. He inspected his wounds, noting that most had healed remarkably well. It appeared that his journey into this pirate world had bestowed upon him certain enhancements, allowing for a surprisingly rapid recovery, alleviating his concerns regarding future injuries. Alan gazed with a sense of excitement at the majority of his wounds that had healed, feeling increasingly invigorated about the future. It was uncertain how much experience he had gained from the leopard and the rabbit he encountered yesterday. Alan recalled the 2 monsters he had encountered yesterday, feeling a tinge of curiosity about his level. He silently contemplated and opened his interface. Chapter 5, The Damaged Vessel. Alan murmured to himself as he opened his personal panel. Player, Gaia Alan. Profession, Sword Soul, Untransformed. Level, 4, 23 experience points. Weapon, None. Skills, / Phantom Cut. He had indeed leveled up, nearing the 5th level. The experience from this leopard was truly abundant. He needed to exert himself further to ascend. Upon reaching level 5, he would have the opportunity to learn new skills. Glancing at the panel displaying his current level and experience points, Alan felt that the hardships endured yesterday were worthwhile. Although he had narrowly escaped death, the experiences of the previous day had imparted invaluable lessons. Today, the common folk were genuinely rejoicing. Alan hummed a tune as he began to prepare a meal, and soon he was satisfied. Alan patted his belly, grinning widely as he ambled along with a swagger reminiscent of a wealthy landlord, radiating sheer delight. Stranded on this desolate island, he found himself inexplicably thrust into a formidable world of pirates, where the possession of a system equated to a means of enhancing his combat prowess. However, this system did not function like a typical game, where one could defeat monsters to acquire equipment. His bones were already weary and damaged. How wonderful it would be if he could obtain weaponry that would allow for personal upgrades, he mused with a sigh. Alan's system possesses no additional functions. It merely displays attributes, levels, and skills, lacking any quests or similar features, leaving him to rely solely on his own exploration. After scrutinizing the system for an extended period, he found no quest prompts or notifications, staring blankly for what seemed like an eternity without receiving any explanations. Alas, he must depend on himself and implement his own training regimen. Alan shook his head, dismissing any further thoughts of the declaration system, and began to run along the coastline, adhering to his exercise regimen. Thus, Alan engaged in running, push-ups, and frog leaps in the morning, ventured into the forest in the afternoon to level up and forage for food, and rested in the evening, maintaining a disciplined routine aimed at enhancing his combat prowess. Time flowed like a golden river, slipping gently through his fingertips. In this manner, Alan had resided in this world for over a year. After more than a year of rigorous training and leveling up, Alan's physique had become significantly more robust compared to when he first arrived, brimming with strength and exuding an aura of ferocity in his gaze. His appearance had also transformed, maturing slightly. He had grown taller during this period and bore numerous scars from his battles with beasts, clearly marking him as anything but ordinary. It was uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps nearly a year, but he remained oblivious to the circumstances back home. Alan remained in the humble abode he had constructed, gazing into the bubbling pot of meat soup, lost in his daily lamentations. He pondered the well-being of his parents, wondering how they were faring. Having been inexplicably transported to this unfamiliar realm, he could only imagine their distress upon discovering his sudden disappearance. Sighing, he stirred the contents of the pot and added a pinch of the sea salt he had painstakingly dried, for he possessed no other seasonings. His familiarity extended only to pre-packaged condiments, leaving him with little choice but to rely on his meager supply of salt to replenish his body's sodium levels. Alas, thoughts of his betrothed lingered in his mind. They had yet to share even a simple hand-holding, and he could only speculate about which fortunate suitor might now occupy her affections. Alan seized a piece of meat from the pot and savagely took a bite. As if it were that detestable pretty boy, he devoured the meat and drank the soup with abandon, resembling a bandit, his grimacing visage exuding ferocity. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Alan let out a contented belch and silently recited a phrase. He opened the system panel. Player, Gaia Alan profession, sword soul, untransformed. Level, 18, 12 experience points. Weapon, none skills. Upward/mastered, demon/mastered, silver light falling blade, // mountain crushing strike. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, he noted that his profession still indicated untransformed. Alan was perplexed as to how one might undergo a transformation. In the game, a quest for transformation appeared at level 15, yet he remained uncertain about what was required to transition into a true sword soul. There were no system prompts or quests, only the panel's display. Over the course of a year spent grinding monsters, training, and leveling up, he had reached level 18, surpassing the 15-level threshold for transformation. After pondering for a year, Alan had yet to comprehend the means of transformation and could only await the opportunity to unravel the mystery once he left the island. Alan was reluctant to dwell on the matter of the system's job transition any longer. After all, it was beyond his comprehension. This was one of Alan's admirable traits. When faced with the inscrutable, he simply chose to let it go, trusting that if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to bear the burden. He tidied up his belongings and stepped into his humble abode. This makeshift shelter was merely a structure he had constructed by imitating what he had seen on television. It offered only basic protection from the elements, allowing him a place to reside. Inside, a chaotic array of animal pelts lay strewn about, which he had collected to serve as bedding and coverings, draping them over himself. The garments from his previous life had long since vanished, leaving Alan clad in furs like a primitive man. After a brief organization of his dwelling, he took the partially dried meat outside to continue sun-drying. This was his homemade jerky, which he nibbled on during his leisure time. As his strength had grown, so had his appetite. He found himself increasingly fond of meat, seeking to prepare some as a sustenance supplement. At that moment, Alan found himself without a suitable weapon. During battles, he resorted to wielding a wooden stick or the bones of beasts as his armament. Sighing, he wondered when this life would come to an end. It had been so long. Did this desolate island truly remain so unwelcoming? There were no ships in sight, and should any castaways arrive, he yearned to explore other lands. Surely he could not be destined to remain on this forsaken island for the rest of his days. Alan shook his head, donned his attire, and commenced his daily exercise routine. After several hours of invigorating exertion, he sat by the seaside, panting, and as was his custom, kindled a bonfire along the shore, striving to produce a larger plume of smoke in hopes that passing vessels might notice and come to offer him a lift. Having rested sufficiently, Alan now felt the pangs of hunger. As was customary, there were neither vessels in sight nor encounters with formidable individuals. Shaking his head, Alan harbored little hope and returned to his dwelling to indulge in a hearty meal before embarking on a hunting expedition. It wasn't long before he returned with a wild boar, which he skillfully prepared and seasoned with salt, setting it aside for later. His hunting endeavors had become increasingly effortless. The island no longer posed any significant threats from wild beasts, allowing him to procure his quarry with ease. Alan plopped down onto the ground, murmuring softly to himself as he opened the system panel. Player, Gaia Alan class, sword soul, untransformed, level, 18, 15 experience points, weapon, none skills, upward/mastery, demon/mastery, silver light falling blade, // mountain crushing strike. Alas, the beasts on this island no longer yield experience points for me. I wonder when this ordeal will come to an end. Oh heavens, who will come to my rescue? Alan gazed at his meager experience points, feeling a profound sense of resignation. His progress on the desolate island had become stagnant. He no longer possessed the fervor he had a year ago to venture deep into the forest for leveling up. Each day, his hunts were solely motivated by the need for sustenance. After skinning, roasting, and preparing the wild boar, he quickly devoured the entire creature, yet still found himself unsated, his appetite growing ever larger. With little inclination to hunt further, Alan opted instead to retrieve some cured meat and made his way to the seaside, where he settled in to await the tide. As Alan savored his cured meat, he hummed a tune, occasionally quenching his thirst with water, neglecting any inclination for exercise, merely fixating his gaze upon the coastline in a daze. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the horizon, resembling a ship. Overwhelmed with excitement, Alan discarded the meat in his hand and began to shout fervently towards that direction. "In the world of pirates, your king has returned." Alan shouted fervently as he tossed the remaining wood and debris into the bonfire, causing the smoke to billow higher, hoping that the distant ship would catch sight of him and come to his rescue. Soon, a shadow drew nearer to the shore, and Alan's smile widened with anticipation as he finally discerned the shape of the vessel. It was a sailless ship, somewhat dilapidated in appearance, yet still substantial in size. "Hey, there is someone here. Over here," Alan shouted at the approaching vessel, fervently waving his arms in an attempt to catch the attention of those aboard. Oblivious to the fact that the ship lacked sails, his mind was consumed with the thought of imminent rescue and the prospect of leaving the island behind. Chapter 6. The blurred silhouette. As the ship drew closer, Alan's excitement was palpable. Yet, a peculiar thought struck him. Despite his incessant cries and the billowing smoke from the fire, why was there no response? Soon, the vessel, carried by the currents, reached the shore. And disregarding the lack of acknowledgement, Alan leaped from the cliff and sprinted towards it. Upon closer inspection, he realized that not only did the ship lack sails, but its hull was also in disrepair, the deck severely damaged. It was unmistakably a wreck. The sight before him dampened his spirits, leaving him feeling as though his hopes had been in vain. After such a long wait for a ship, it turns out to be a wreck. Perhaps I should search for survivors. Overwhelmed by disappointment, Alan did not turn away, but instead began his search, hoping to find someone still alive. However, just as he placed one foot forward, he suddenly halted. What if they were pirates? Alan recalled that this was not the previous world he knew. This was the world of One Piece. What if a pirate were to rescue him only to later turn on him? He had yet to interact with the inhabitants of this realm and remained uncertain about how his own strength would measure against theirs. Alan stared blankly at the ships, momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to intervene or not, caught in a moment of hesitation. What was there to fear? After all, even pirates were victims in this calamity, and those who survived would likely be gravely injured. Alan silently encouraged himself, having already resolved to explore the ill-fated vessel. He could not simply turn a blind eye to the harsh realities of this world. Nevertheless, he understood that this was a genuine world. Unlike the fervent realms depicted in anime, he recognized that pirates in this world were predominantly ruthless, with few adventurers like Luffy, who embodied that spirited enthusiasm. The ship was severely damaged, with little of its structure remaining intact. The deck was also extensively compromised. However, there was a silver lining. It did not leak. The entire vessel lay in eerie silence. Alan surveyed his surroundings, noting the scattered debris of wooden planks from the damaged areas. It was evident that the situation had been perilously dire. Alan meticulously searched the entire vessel, yet he encountered not a single soul. His prior anxieties seemed futile, and the absence of any presence left him profoundly disheartened. Human nature is indeed peculiar. Moments ago, he had been apprehensive of potential pirates inflicting harm upon him, and now, in the stark solitude, he found himself plagued by a sense of loss, embodying the notion that what one cannot attain will forever stir within. After several exhaustive searches, Alan ultimately resigned to the reality of his solitude. He had initially hoped to catch a fortuitous departure from this vessel, yet, much like his previous incarnation, he found himself ensnared in adversity. Disappointment weighed heavily upon him. Lacking the skills to repair the ship or navigate the seas, he realized his inability to depart alone. Nevertheless, despite the absence of survivors, he did stumble upon some valuable items, which somewhat alleviated his sorrow. Alan tirelessly transported possessions from the ship to the shore, painstakingly moving them piece by piece until the remnants of the vessel were entirely relocated. Alan secured the boat, deciding to keep it for the future. Even though he had no immediate use for it, he reasoned that should he later wish to utilize it, the absence of a suitable vessel would be a regrettable oversight. Rubbing his hands together, he began to inventory the spoils he had retrieved. The collection was modest, comprising a few barrels of wine, several articles of clothing, and some food that had unfortunately spoiled beyond consumption. Upon discovering the barrels, Alan examined them closely and was pleased to find some wine still remaining within. A welcome source of amusement during these tedious days. What brought him even greater joy was the discovery of a few knives aboard the ship. Having been without weapons for so long, he took the opportunity to practice with the knives, finally appreciating the tangible difference between wielding a proper blade and a mere wooden stick. He felt as though he had finally transitioned from the Stone Age into the Iron Age. After more than a year of skinning and butchering with stones, the arrival of these knives promised to significantly ease his future hunting and dining endeavors. Alan, while caressing his blade, murmured to himself like a simpleton, reveling in his amusement for quite some time. Although he had not sought out anyone, the presence of these few weapons coupled with several barrels of liquor was indeed valuable. One opportunity often begets another, and he found himself filled with a sense of hope. With his body tilted at a 45-degree angle, Alan gazed at the sky, feeling that his wait had not been in vain. Although it was merely a deserted ship that had drifted to him, it was a sign of hope. He needed to prepare quickly. The absence of a campfire was glaringly evident, and he resolved to establish several in the future. Despite the ship's arrival, he worried that passing vessels from other directions might not see him. Thus, he planned to create more smoke and fire in the days to come, enhancing his chances of rescue. Once he had organized the spoils he had acquired, Alan swiftly transported them to his dwelling. As the daylight faded, he estimated that darkness would soon envelop the land. Grasping the newly acquired knife, he ventured into the forest to prepare his evening meal. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he poured himself a modest amount of wine from a barrel and began to sip. The taste was somewhat bland and slightly astringent, far inferior to the spirits he had known. After a few sips, Alan smacked his lips, reminiscing about the fine liquor he had enjoyed back in Hawashia. As he continued to drink, he felt a wave of lethargy wash over him, prompting him to recall the system. With a silent incantation, he opened the system panel. Player, Gaia Alan class, Sword Soul, untransformed. Level, 18, 21 experience points. Weapon, inferior katana skills, rising/mastery, demon/mastery, silver light blade, triple/cross/. Mountain Breaker. Seeing the weapon category labeled as an inferior katana, Alan recognized the name. It reminded him of the katana he had acquired while gaming. He shook his head in disappointment. The lack of a class transformation display indicated that he had been overly optimistic. Obtaining a weapon was not the key to his advancement. With the class still marked as untransformed, Alan realized his hopes were in vain. The weapon was not pivotal, and his yearning for rescue grew stronger, leading him to believe that he would soon undergo a transformation in the broader world that awaited him. He cast the knife aside, choosing not to dwell on the class transformation any longer. After downing a few hearty gulps of wine, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Alan slowly roused from his sleep, shaking his head in a bid to clear the lingering fog. His physical strength had indeed improved, and his body felt more robust than before. However, his tolerance for alcohol still required refinement, as this ordinary wine left him with a sense of lingering intoxication. Alan chuckled to himself in a self-deprecating manner, reflecting on his previously poor tolerance for alcohol. He typically indulged in a modest drink only when boredom struck him in solitude. Yesterday's libation, possessing a lower alcohol content than his usual fare, led him to unconsciously consume a bit more than intended, resulting in a foggy head upon waking. For the first time, he found himself unable to rise early for his customary exercise. Unsteadily, he got up to freshen up, prepared a light meal, but due to his unclear mind, he could barely eat, feeling incapable of consuming much. He then proceeded with his routine, taking a knife and some provisions to the seaside. The cycle of forest, home, and shoreline resumed as Alan fell back into his monotonous existence, which had persisted for over a month, nearly 40 days. On this particular day, he continued his usual activities, tending to the campfire within his line of sight, then sat by the shore, lost in thought. Determined, he resolved to tend to the other side of the island as well. After such a long wait without any sign of boats, Alan felt a growing impatience. Recently, he had finally spotted a vessel, albeit a wrecked one, and had hoped that his days of hardship were coming to an end. However, the prolonged lack of success had left him anxious, especially with the numerous campfires yielding no results. Thus, he decided to ignite the surrounding area of the island. And without hesitation, he set to work. Alan began to gather wood and hay, setting up a fire pit every few hundred meters. Before long, He reached the opposite side of the island. As he completed the current fire pit, he intended to set up another when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a shadow, causing him to immediately feel a surge of alertness. What could that be? Surely it was a person, was it? Alan widened his eyes and scrutinized the figure. The more he observed, the more it resembled a human silhouette. Without hesitation, he cast aside what he was holding and hurriedly dashed towards that direction. You must survive. As Alan ran, he fervently prayed, and soon he discerned the identities of the two figures from earlier. Chapter 7. A Fateful Encounter. Alan swiftly approached the two figures, and upon closer inspection, he discovered a large and a small person lying there, resembling corpses. Were it not for the rise and fall of their chests, he might have assumed they were lifeless. Fortunately, they were alive. Otherwise, it would have been a fleeting moment of false hope. Alan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. He cast a cursory glance around his surroundings, not far from where the two stood. A small boat rested on the shore, presumably the vessel that had brought them to this place. The older man was missing a leg, and upon observing the ragged cloth at the wound, stained and darkened with dried blood, it was evident that he had been injured for some time. His hair was disheveled, though his beard was well kept, styled into two braids that had become somewhat unraveled. Turning his attention to the child, Alan noted the closed eyes and pale complexion. Yet the curls adorning the child's brow held a distinctive charm. Amused, he playfully tousled the child's curly bangs. How unique, he thought, unable to straighten them. Nevertheless, the appearance of these two seemed vaguely familiar. He felt certain he had encountered them before, but their identities eluded him at that moment. Alan stroked his chin, a persistent feeling gnawing at him that he must have encountered these two individuals before. Suddenly, he found himself pondering the matter. Yet he could not recall where their paths might have crossed. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he ultimately surrendered to the mystery. Why dwell on it so much? Once they awaken, all shall be revealed. How trivial. Alan ceased to ponder the identities of the individuals before him, instinctively sensing that saving them would yield benefits for himself. Subsequently, he gently patted the face of the bearded man with the braided hair, exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey, wake up, wake up. You are saved." After a brief interval of fruitless attempts to rouse them, Alan deduced that they would not awaken immediately. Thus, he resolved to carry each one back to his abode. Indeed, the two individuals were none other than the shipwrecked Redfoot Zeph and the young Sanji. Alan's inability to recognize them stemmed from the fact that Zeph's storyline had unfolded quite early. Though he had witnessed it, the passage of time had dulled his recollection. Furthermore, Sanji, at this juncture, was still a child, devoid of the lecherous demeanor he would later adopt. Combined with their current state of misfortune, it was unsurprising that Alan could not immediately make the connection. One might say this was a twist of fate, as Alan was destined to forge an unexpected bond with them, for the future would undoubtedly see his presence intertwined with theirs. Soon enough, Alan had successfully carried both individuals back to his residence, remembering not to neglect the small boat, which he brought along with them. Alan also examined the two individuals. Aside from the older man's fractured leg, which bore an injury, the rest of his body remained intact. The younger one exhibited no signs of injury either. Thus, he surmised that the two were likely in such a state due to starvation. Alan was aware that one cannot suddenly consume a large quantity of food after enduring prolonged hunger. This piece of common knowledge he possessed. However, considering the pirate's world he inhabited, he still prepared a substantial pot of meat soup and began to feed the two individuals one by one. After a considerable amount of time, Alan finally distributed the entire pot of soup between them, and he plopped down onto the ground, releasing a deep sigh of relief. At last, they have been nourished. This task truly tested one's endurance, proving to be more exhausting than his morning workout. Alan fanned himself with his hand, sitting on the ground and waiting for the two to awaken. As time passed, he eventually drifted off to sleep. Whether it was due to the pot of meat soup, the older man, known as Jifu, slowly opened his eyes shortly after Alan dozed off. "I'm not dead yet. Phew, what a stroke of luck. Where is that little brat?" Realizing he was still alive, Jifu let out a sigh of relief, his thoughts immediately turning to the curly-haired boy who had been with him. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and, upon seeing the slumbering figure beside him, he relaxed. The drooling boy was indeed the intern from his ship. What a fortunate little rascal he is. Knowing that he and Sanji had survived, Jifu began to assess the area. A tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing him to instinctively swallow, for he had been hungry for quite some time. The meager portion of soup earlier had hardly sufficed. He also noticed a young lad nearby. dozing on the ground beside an empty stone pot, and understood that it must have been he who had saved him. Feeling a slight resurgence of strength, Zhifu attempted to rise, but stumbled as he stood, a frown crossing his face as he glanced at his injured leg. Clearly, he was still somewhat affected by his injuries. Zhifu reflected on his situation and turned to glance at Sanji, who opened his mouth but said nothing. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he bore no regrets. However, the way the meat soup had been prepared felt like a grievous waste of ingredients. The culinary skills displayed were utterly subpar. Once more, the lingering scent in the air reignited Zhifu's professional instincts, prompting him to critique the dish. At that moment, Alan, startled by the noise, awoke suddenly. After more than a year of combat, his senses were heightened. He sprang to his feet, assuming a defensive stance. Upon recognizing the individuals before him, he exhaled in relief and sat back down, nodding as he continued to observe Zhifu. "Hey, young man, were you the one who saved us?" Zhifu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he met the gaze of the now-awake boy. "Ah, it was I," Alan replied. Alan instinctively nodded in response, speaking in Japanese. "Huh, is this Japanese?" He was surprised to find that he not only understood it but could also speak it, a skill likely inherited from his previous incarnation. Alan was momentarily taken aback, fearing that he might not comprehend Japanese. What if the person awakened? Initially, he had considered feigning muteness. But upon hearing words emerge from his own lips, he felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, his former self had not left him entirely bereft of knowledge. "Thank you immensely for your assistance. Without you, we might have succumbed to starvation," he expressed gratefully. Upon receiving a reassuring response, Zhifu bowed slightly towards Alan in gratitude. "It is but a trifling matter. I too found myself cast away on this island. I merely happened to spot you all while kindling a fire by the shore. There is no need for such formality." Alan waved his hand, having been instilled with the ideals of altruism since childhood. Once again, he managed to save 2 lives. And the gratitude expressed by others brought him genuine joy, though he feigned nonchalance. "You are a good person." Having witnessed the brutalities of this world, Zhifu couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection at the sight of the young boy's demeanor. "Thank you once more for saving us. My name is Zhifu. And this child is Sanji." Zhifu bowed his head again in gratitude towards Alan, introducing himself and Sanji. "Zhifu? Sanji? Is this a joke?" Upon hearing the names Zhifu and Sanji, Alan abruptly rose to his feet. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity earlier. It was indeed them. He pondered why they seemed so recognizable, and it dawned on him that it was during their harrowing period of hunger. It appears that the narrative has yet to commence. Alan suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder Sanji displayed such behavior in the narrative. It appeared to stem from their shared experiences. Observing Alan rise abruptly, lost in contemplation, Zhifu felt a hint of perplexity. Could it be that he recognized someone? Yet, I have never encountered him before. Have we met previously? Zhifu stammered, struggling to recall any prior acquaintance. Oh, my name is Alan. Gaia Alan. How could we have possibly crossed paths? Alan immediately realized that he could not reveal that he had traversed through time. To say that you and Sanji were characters from an anime I once watched would be utterly foolish. I am merely curious about what happened to you and why you collapsed by the seaside. Alan explained to Zeph. Zeph let out a sigh and then sat down on the ground, speaking to Alan. Chapter 8, Reminiscence. Zeph sighed once more, then seated himself on the ground before Alan and recounted, "At that time, my crew and I, having endured the harsh realities of the Grand Line, had lost all desire to continue our voyage. Disheartened, we returned from the Grand Line. On our way back, I disbanded the crew. Sanji was reluctant to leave. So we decided to board a merchant ship together, intending to return to our homeland. However, we encountered a shipwreck, leaving only Sanji and me as survivors." After finishing his tale, Zeph glanced at Sanji, recalling the moment when Sanji first arrived, pausing to reflect on that situation. Aboard a pirate ship, Captain Zeph of the Cook Pirates was returning from the Grand Line with his crew. Due to a shortage of provisions and fresh water, they anchored at an island to resupply. As the crew busily transferred supplies onto the ship, Zeph noticed a figure motionless on the shore. Realizing it was a castaway, he immediately set down what he was carrying and ran towards the shore. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a child. Checking for signs of life, he quickly picked the child up and hurried back to the ship, calling out, Doctor, there is someone injured here." The ship's doctor rushed out from the cabin. Alarmed, "What is the matter? Who is injured?" he asked, scanning the crew, who all appeared unharmed. "It's not them. It's this child. Please, see what is wrong," Zeph urged, indicating the child in his arms. "Understood," "Captain," the doctor replied, taking the child from Zeph and carefully examining him in the cabin. Moments later, he emerged, dusting off his hands, and addressed Zeph. "The child is mostly fine. He was just submerged in the sea for too long and is quite weak. He merely needs nourishment." Relieved that the child was safe, Zeph turned his attention back to managing the ship's supplies. Thus, as time passed, Sanji's health gradually improved, and he became an apprentice aboard the cook pirates. Days turned into weeks, and Sanji's culinary talent soon became evident to all, endearing him to Zeph, who took great care in imparting his culinary skills to the boy. Despite Sanji's youth, his cooking displayed considerable promise, though there remained room for improvement in flavor and technique. However, Zeph was patient, recognizing the boy's potential. One day, after a banquet held by the cook pirates, a slightly inebriated Zeph engaged in conversation with his navigator, who expressed reluctance at the prospect of Zeph disbanding the crew. "Captain, are you truly planning to dissolve our pirate crew? Wasn't your dream to achieve all blue? Are you really going to abandon it?" Zeph took a sip of his drink and sighed. "We have only traversed a short distance on the Grand Line, yet we have already faced significant losses. It would be unjust for me to pursue my singular dream at the expense of my crew. The initial segment of the Grand Line is fraught with peril, and how many of us will remain by the time we reach the latter half?" The navigator, upon hearing this, grew animated, grasping Zhefu's hand and exclaiming loudly, "It is not so. We fear not, for with you as our captain, we have realized our own dreams. We fear no danger." The navigator spoke earnestly to Zhefu. "Captain, we will strive to better ourselves and will not hinder your progress. We believe you can lead us through the Grand Line to the fabled seas." Zhefu, however, had evidently made up his mind and disregarded the navigator's fervor. "Very well then, novice. When we reach the town, we shall part ways." With that, Zhefu turned away, clutching his cup, indifferent to novice's desperate calls from behind. Sanji, resting in the cabin, witnessed the entire exchange. He propped up his small head, his curly brows trembling in contemplation. Soon, the chef pirate crew arrived at the next town, and Zhefu bid farewell to each crew member, bestowing the pirate ship upon the navigator, novice. As everyone exchanged heartfelt farewells, a commotion erupted by the seaside. They all paused to gaze toward the source of the ruckus, where they beheld a curious scene: a large figure and a small one, locked in an intense stare. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances and approached the scene. There, they found Sanji glaring defiantly at Zhefu, full of indignation. "You old man, I am sticking with you for life. You can't leave me behind." Zhefu looked at the irate Sanji with a sense of helplessness. He had attempted to persuade him for quite some time, but Sanji was adamant about not leaving his side. Zhefu could not fathom why Sanji wished to remain with someone he deemed a failure. novice approached his captain. "Captain, since Sanji is willing to accompany you, you should take him along. Did you not mention your intention to open a restaurant? It would be perfect to have Sanji by your side to assist." Upon hearing novice's words, Zhefu, who had a fondness for Sanji, was reminded of his own childhood. At that moment, he resolved to impart all his skills to Sanji, envisioning that one day Sanji would fulfill the dreams he himself could not achieve. Thus, he said to Sanji, "Since you wish to follow me, then you may do so. After all, you will merely be a deckhand, you little rascal." Upon hearing that Zhefu was willing to take him along, Sanji's mood lifted instantly. Though upon noticing Zhefu's teasing expression, he quickly adopted a mock-serious demeanor, raising his chin defiantly. "You old man." With a joyful skip in their step, they set off to explore. After bidding farewell to the crew, Zeph took Sanji aboard a merchant ship, intending to find a place to establish a restaurant. While sailing on the open sea, the ship encountered treacherous weather, leaving only the two of them alive in a small boat. Drifting aimlessly, they faced prolonged hunger due to their inability to carry sufficient provisions during their escape. Observing Sanji on the brink of fainting from starvation, Zeph felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. They had been adrift for days, with neither land nor passing vessels in sight. If they continued to starve, Sanji would soon perish. Zeph gazed at Sanji for a long time, contemplating how his culinary skills relied solely on his hands, while his battles were fought with his legs. After much hesitation, he resolutely severed his left calf, enduring the pain to bandage it simply and provide sustenance for Sanji. When Sanji awoke and beheld Zeph's severed limb, he suddenly comprehended the source of their nourishment, bursting into tears as he embraced Zeph. His resolve only strengthened. Thus, with the sacrifice of that leg, they continued to drift at sea, until, just as they were on the verge of starvation, they spotted an island, which filled them with elation. Gathering the remnants of their strength, they paddled toward the shore, only to collapse from exhaustion upon arrival, ultimately being rescued by Alan, who had kindled a fire nearby. Alan observed Jafu, who appeared lost in thought, and found it peculiar that the elderly man had become so contemplative mid-conversation. Unable to comprehend his state, Alan stood up and approached Jafu, waving his hand before his eyes. "Hey, what's wrong?" The sound of Alan's voice jolted Jafu back to the present. Upon recognizing Alan before him, he expressed his apologies. "I sincerely apologize. I was reminiscing about past events and momentarily lost myself. I am truly grateful for your assistance." Upon hearing Jafu's gratitude, Alan felt a twinge of discomfort. "You've expressed your thanks numerous times. It's nothing, really. It was merely a matter of convenience." Jafu, slightly embarrassed, began to engage in conversation with Alan. Through their dialogue, he learned about Alan's background and the circumstances that led him to this island. He was genuinely impressed by Alan's ability to survive alone on this desolate isle for such an extended period and admired his formidable combat prowess at such a young age. Thus, the two conversed about various topics until the nearby Sanji awoke, bringing their exchange to a close. Note: the following are the author's personal thoughts, and suggestions are welcomed. I am unsure if anyone is reading this, but I wanted to share it to gather feedback. Dear brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, and esteemed elders, I hope you can provide some opinions on what kind of weapon would suit the protagonist best. The known legendary swords available to the protagonist include Snow Walk, the third-generation Ghost Cut, and Little Rain. Other known legendary swords are currently beyond the protagonist's reach due to his existing capabilities. Moreover, many famous swords in the realm of pirates have yet to be illustrated. I am inclined to create something that does not exist in the anime, yet I am at a loss for a suitable name. I sincerely hope for your invaluable suggestions. I am uncertain how many readers are engaging with this book. I fear that many may overlook my comments, so I am posting them within the chapter. I hope you do not find me overly verbose. This is my first attempt at writing, and I feel quite anxious. I am aware that my writing may not be of the highest caliber, yet I earnestly hope the plot will satisfy everyone. I genuinely seek your advice, and I thank you all in advance. Chapter 9. An encounter. While the two were engrossed in conversation, Sanji heard a faint murmuring beside him. His eyelids fluttered, and he gradually opened his eyes, stirring from his slumber and preparing to rise. The sound prompted both Alan and Jafu to cease their discussion and turn towards the source. Upon noticing that Sanji had awakened, Jafu immediately rushed over, crouching down to assist him. "Sanji, you're finally awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" Jafu inquired, his hands moving over Sanji in a concerned manner. Feeling the wandering hands on his body, Sanji furrowed his brow slightly, finding it rather awkward. He had seldom experienced such care in the past, making it somewhat difficult for him to adjust. Just as he was about to swat the hands away, he caught a glimpse of Jafu's severed leg from the corner of his eye. Slowly, he lowered his right hand, his mouth opening slightly as he suddenly realized he was feeling choked up. I'm fine, fit as a fiddle. Where are we?" Straining to divert his gaze, Sanji refrained from mentioning Zeph's painful memories. He was acutely aware of the old man's remarkable leg strength and wished to spare him further distress. Silently committing everything to memory, aspiring to repay him bit by bit in the days to come. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation. Yes, how could I forget? We are in the home of our benefactor." Zeph, lacking medical knowledge, felt relieved upon hearing Sanji's assurance that all was well. He turned to introduce Alan. "It was this gentleman, Gaia Alan, who rescued us when we fainted, bringing us to his home and providing us with sustenance. Hurry, Sanji, express our gratitude." Upon hearing Zeph's words, Sanji finally beheld Alan, bowing respectfully as he expressed his thanks. "I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Gaia Alan." Hearing the two address him with such formality made Alan feel somewhat awkward. He waved his hand dismissively. "Must you be so tedious? Zeph has thanked me numerous times already. I merely acted out of convenience. It was no great matter. And please, just call me Alan. The formality is bothersome." At Alan's remarks, Zeph nodded somewhat sheepishly, while Sanji huffed in a haughty manner. Alan said nothing, showing no concern for Sanji's aloofness, and instead inquired about the two of them. "Are you both hungry? I shall venture into the forest to procure some food," initially intending to decline his offer. The two felt a slight embarrassment as their stomachs grumbled upon hearing the mention of food. "No need to trouble yourself." Then, they replied, somewhat awkwardly, "Forget it, Alan." With a sharp exhale, Alan grasped his knife and ventured into the forest. Once Alan had distanced himself, Sanji settled down. his gaze fleetingly resting on Zeph's leg before he quickly averted his eyes, silently sitting on the ground without uttering a word. Zeph noticed Sanji's gaze and comprehended the thoughts weighing on Sanji's mind. In an effort to alleviate his concern, he reassured him, "Sanji, it's merely a little leg. There's no need to fret. My culinary skills remain intact." He then affectionately ruffled Sanji's hair. "Who's worried? You old fool." Sanji swatted away the hand from his head, feeling a surge of irritation at Zeph's nonchalance. "But your leg," before Sanji could finish his thought, Zeph interrupted, unwilling for Sanji to dwell on his predicament. They had fought hard to survive, and it was time to look ahead. "Rest assured, it's just a leg. Once I receive my prosthetic, my skills will still be formidable. What is there to worry about?" Sanji, taken aback by Zeph's words, found himself at a loss for words. His eyes widening as he turned away to wipe away tears, crossing his arms and presenting Zeph with his back. Observing Sanji's dejection, Zeph chose not to speak further, and the two remained in their respective positions, the dwelling enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, Alan, having entered the forest, swiftly caught a single prey. Realizing that with 3 of them, one would not suffice, he resumed his search, dragging his catch along. As the two in the dwelling contemplated their lives, Alan returned, triumphantly bearing 3 pieces of game. Thud, thud, thud. Alan casually tossed the prey he held onto the ground and brushed his hands together. Observing the 2 individuals, who stood speechless before him, he was taken aback, pondering what could have transpired during his brief absence. Upon hearing the noise, both turned to look, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of 3 large beasts sprawled on the ground. What on earth? In light of Alan's modest stature, Zhifu was aware of his prowess, yet he was still taken aback by such strength. Sanji, on the other hand, gaped in disbelief, his mouth agape. "Oh dear. Just a moment. Please wait. I shall prepare a meal for you." Satisfied by their astonished expressions, Alan waved his hand grandly and began to prepare dinner. "Thank you very much." Zhifu and Sanji expressed their gratitude once more, eagerly anticipating the meal. Alan remained silent, waving his hand without turning back as he focused intently on his prey. Before long, he had set up a barbecue stall, ignited a fire, and soon the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat began to waft through the air. The 3 of them, enticed by the delectable scent, eagerly awaited the meat's readiness, their mouths watering in anticipation. Their wait was not prolonged, as the meat was soon perfectly cooked. Alan distributed portions of the grilled delicacies to Zhifu and Sanji, and the trio indulged in their feast with unrestrained enthusiasm. They devoured the succulent meat as if they had just emerged from starvation, with Zhifu and Sanji naturally consuming more due to their prolonged hunger. However, Alan surpassed them in his voracity, consuming half of the grilled bounty alone. "Oh, I'm full. How about you too?" he inquired, stuffing the last piece into his mouth and then burping contentedly. "We're full," the 2 replied instinctively with nods. "That's good to hear. It's getting late. Let us rest," Alan said, satisfied with their responses. He turned and returned to their dwelling, flopping down with a thud, pulling the blanket over himself, and promptly falling asleep. Zhifu and Sanji exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback by Alan's actions. It was no wonder that Alan was so formidable. It seemed to stem from his hearty appetite. This thought simultaneously crossed their minds, and they shared a knowing nod. "Old man, you go ahead and sleep. I'll tidy up a bit," Sanji said, standing up and addressing Zhifu. "Oh, all right. You should rest early too," Zhifu replied, saying little more as he settled back down after Sanji cleaned up the remnants of their meal. Soon, Sanji finished his tasks and returned to their dwelling. Seeing that both Zhifu and Alan were fast asleep, he took a seat at the entrance, gazing at the sky, lost in thought, and gradually leaned against the wall, eventually succumbing to slumber himself. Time flowed like water, and thus a night passed quietly. The next day dawned. The biological clock of Eren roused him punctually, and he arose from the ground, still burdened by the remnants of morning irritability. With a deep yawn, he cast a glance at the slumbering Zeph and Sanji, who was dozing at the doorway. Treading lightly, he stepped outside and commenced his morning exercises. Aware of the 2 injured individuals at home, Eren warmed up and soon returned. Upon his arrival, both Zeph and Sanji had awakened, and they looked at him with curiosity, noting his disheveled appearance. "Eren-san, do you engage in such training every day?" they inquired. "Indeed," he replied, "ever since I found myself stranded on this desolate island, I have maintained this routine daily, provided I remain uninjured. Otherwise, how do you think I have survived? Besides, if I were to forego my training, Being the sole inhabitant of this island would surely lead to unbearable monotony. Alan replied. Upon hearing Alan's nonchalant response, and recalling the 3 ferocious beasts from the previous night, a vivid image of Alan bravely battling such formidable creatures alone emerged in their minds, deepening their admiration for him. Observing the two in their evident awe, Alan smirked slightly, feeling a tinge of disdain, yet pride swelled within him. He did not deter their sentiments. Despite his own struggles, the system's assistance allowed him to navigate the forest with ease, slaying numerous foes unscathed. The sensation of being revered elevated Alan's spirits, making his solitary existence feel remarkably triumphant. Alan did not gloat for long. He began to slice the meat he had laid out to prepare a broth for breakfast. No need to trouble yourself, Alan-san. Allow me to take care of it, Sanji said, admiring Alan's actions and instinctively taking over the task at hand, eager to craft a sumptuous breakfast for his benefactor. Chapter 10. Finally. I've been waiting for you. Upon hearing Sanji's words and recalling the culinary prowess depicted in the anime, Alan instinctively swallowed hard and quickly replied, Very well, very well. You take charge. Alan immediately abandoned his breakfast preparations and began to anticipate the culinary creations of Sanji. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air, and upon inhaling the delightful scent, Alan mused to himself, Remarkable. I never expected such fragrant dishes from someone so young like Sanji. What did I do wrong in my own cooking? It seems I am in for a treat. Sanji, adept in his craft, swiftly prepared the soup. After tasting it himself, though not entirely satisfied, he deemed it palatable enough to serve. He called for Alan to join him in enjoying the soup and personally ladled a bowl for Zeph, declaring, Here you go, you old codger, drink up. Zeph, unfazed by Sanji's tone, accepted the bowl and drank heartily. In no time, the large pot of meat soup was emptied, and Alan savored each mouthful, feeling that rescuing the two of them was indeed worthwhile, showering Sanji with praise. The flavor is exquisite. I never anticipated that young Sanji would possess such remarkable culinary skills at this age. However, rather than feeling elated, Sanji grew displeased, fixating on the word young in Alan's compliment. Who are you calling young? You're the one who's small, humph. If you want a drink, then do so. Despite this retort, Alan remained unperturbed and shrugged. Oh, come now, don't take it to heart. You'll grow taller one day, even if you are a bit small right now. With that, he disregarded Sanji's outburst and approached Zeph, inquiring, Hey, Zeph, have you ever considered how we might leave this island? At Alan's question, Zeph shook his head and replied, I have thought about it, but among the 3 of us, none possess the skills to build a ship or navigate the seas. Alan felt somewhat disheartened by Zeph's words, but remained undeterred in his curiosity. Come on, aren't you the captain of a pirate crew? Haven't you learned anything about sailing during all this time? Zeph felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering that it was hardly his fault, after all. There was no rule stating that a captain must necessarily know how to navigate. Well, to be honest, I really don't know how to sail. Becoming a navigator requires talent. And understanding navigation at sea involves a wealth of knowledge. It's not something one can easily master. Alan sighed, disregarding Zeph, and took his knife to the seaside to commence his training while continuing with his previous endeavors. As he watched Alan depart, Sanji's anger dissipated. He glanced at Zeph's injured leg and hesitantly remarked, Hey, old man, what will you do about your leg? Upon hearing Sanji's words, Zeph felt a flicker of comfort. Despite the boy's indifferent demeanor, he still cared for him. Don't worry, it's just a leg. In a couple of days, I'll get a prosthetic. Rest assured, I will train you just like before. Don't think for a second that my injury will allow you to slack off. Humph, I could master your skills in no time. Do you truly believe I would concern myself with your trivialities? As Sanji recognized that Zeph had emerged, he relaxed internally, though his tongue remained sharp. He did not wish for Zeph to know of his concern, nor did he seek any reward. Upon learning of Zeph's dreams, he dedicated himself to his studies, aspiring to grow alongside Zeph's ambitions. Zeph contemplated his situation. Lacking the tools to teach culinary skills and being physically compromised, he abandoned the idea of instruction. He decided to let Sanji practice his leg techniques independently, intending to resume teaching once he acquired a prosthetic and regained mobility. Zeph recognized Sanji's innate culinary talent and, with his thoughts of retiring from piracy, he began to nurture the young chef, resolved to invest all his knowledge in Sanji's training. Time passed imperceptibly, and 3 days later, Zeph remarked, Well, this prosthetic leg of yours is quite impressive. Come on, there's no harm in taking a few more steps to test it out. Alan gazed at the prosthetic leg adorning Zeph's new attire, offering commentary while playfully teasing him. Although he felt a sense of joy at Zeph's acquisition of the artificial limb, his greater interest lay in savoring Zeph's culinary creations, the delectable dishes from the anime, causing his mouth to water in anticipation. Zeph, equally pleased with his prosthesis, obediently took a couple of steps. Witnessing Zeph's demeanor, Alan's laughter grew more exuberant as he jested. Yes, just like that. Whenever you have a moment, take a few steps to acclimatize to your new leg. Hiki. As Alan spoke, he let out a peculiar chuckle. Observing Alan's teasing demeanor, Jifu found it somewhat odd, however. Seeing Alan so delighted with his prosthetic leg brought him joy as well. After all, it was merely a prosthetic limb. How extraordinary could it truly be? Sanji maintained his usual haughty demeanor, despite feeling pleased that Jifu could move with ease. He mused that the only way to truly transform Jifu's somber disposition would likely be through the presence of a beautiful woman. Hey, curly brow. Are you dissatisfied with Jifu's leg? Are you unhappy? Why do you wear such a morose expression? Alan observed Sanji's lifeless appearance, his curled eyebrows quivering amusingly, prompting an uncontrollable urge to tease him. Bah, you little rascal, you needn't concern yourself with me, Sanji retorted, turning away and presenting the back of his head. Upon witnessing Sanji's demeanor, Alan lost the amusement of teasing him and resumed his conversation with Zeph. Elegant divider, with his prosthetic leg, Zeph commenced training Sanji, rising each morning to forage for ingredients and spices alongside Alan in the forest. In the mornings, he would guide Sanji and Alan in physical training while imparting leg techniques to both, and in the afternoons, he dedicated himself to nurturing Sanji's culinary skills. Sanji exhibited remarkable aptitude in leg techniques, whereas Alan, though adept in Zeph's physical training regimen, struggled with leg techniques, mastering only 1 out of 6, leading him to abandon further practice. Thus, a familiar scene unfolded daily by the seaside, one honing his swordsmanship while the other practiced leg techniques, inevitably escalating into quarrels. Curly brow, little brat, curly brow, little brat. Zeph, having observed their bickering, initially attempted to mediate, but to no avail. Eventually, he chose to ignore their disputes and immersed himself in the exploration of new culinary creations. 2 months passed amidst Zeph's mentorship and the duo's relentless training. After their sessions, Alan found himself sitting alone by the shore, while Zeph was occupied training Sanji. Seizing a moment of leisure, Alan reopened the system he hadn't accessed in quite some time. Player, Gaia Alan Profession, Sword Soul, Untransformed. Level, 19. 3 experience points. Weapon, Inferior Samurai Sword Skills. / Proficient. Demon / Proficient. Silverlight Descending Blade. / Cross / Skilled. Mountain Crash. Alan observed that his level had risen to 19 during this period, and there were noticeable changes in his skill bar. The cross /, which he had employed most frequently while hunting and training, had contributed significantly to this development. With a deeper understanding of the system, he realized that skills required practice to enhance. This revelation instilled in him a renewed dedication to his training. After thoroughly examining the system, Alan decided to return and prepare for lunch. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly noticed what appeared to be a dark figure in the distance. Alan's eyes widened as he gazed intently at the ever-growing shadow, which increasingly resembled a vessel. In an instant, his face illuminated with joy, and he leapt up, laughing exuberantly as he rushed back to share the delightful news. Jifu, raise your eyebrows. There is a ship. A ship. We can finally leave. Eagerly, Alan rushed towards Zeph and Sanji, his face alight with excitement as he shared the joyous news. Upon hearing his words, Zeph and Sanji tossed aside their belongings, equally exhilarated, and together they sprinted to the seaside to await the arrival. Chapter 11. The Cutlass Pirates. The trio gazed at the approaching vessel, their faces brimming with anticipation. The ship moved swiftly, and it was not long before it docked at the shore, fulfilling the trio's eager expectations. Alan and Sanji, without much thought, rushed towards the shore as they spotted a ship docking. However, Zeph, upon discerning the flag on the sails, changed his expression and halted the two. Wait. Do not approach just yet. This is a pirate ship, and we have yet to ascertain the situation. Alan and Sanji also came to their senses, casting grave looks towards the pirate ship in the distance. The trio exchanged glances, deciding it prudent to refrain from approaching the vessel for the time being, opting instead to observe the situation from afar. Their gaze fell upon the pirate ship, which appeared severely damaged, and its crew bore the unmistakable look of survivors from a harrowing ordeal. Once assured of their safety, the crew disembarked in a rather undignified manner, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. At that moment, one of the crew members addressed a figure resembling their leader. "Captain, we should have escaped the Navy by now. It has been quite a while since we last saw them pursue us. The lads are exhausted, and with this island nearby, we can take the opportunity to recuperate." The leader, still haunted by the close call with their pursuers, exhaled a sigh of relief upon realizing there were no enemies in sight, and he concurred with the crew member's suggestion. "Let the crew rest well. Later, we shall raid this island to replenish our previous losses." This band of pirates, clearly resembling those who had recently evaded a predator, had indeed escaped the Navy's clutches just 2 days prior. This pirate crew was known as the Cutlass Pirates, led by the towering figure who had just spoken. Standing at nearly 2.5 meters tall, with a face adorned by a thick beard and wielding a large cutlass, he was named Hayes, thus giving the crew their moniker. 7 days prior, under Captain Hayes' command, they had intended to plunder the next village along their route, indulging their desires, but fate had other plans as they encountered the Navy. In a frenzied flight from their relentless pursuers, Hayes and his crew had managed to shake off the Navy, arriving at the island where Alan and his companions found themselves, seeking a brief respite to replenish their supplies and recover lost crew members. The three observers felt a sense of relief, grateful they had not acted impulsively. Listening to the pirates' conversation, it was evident they were far from benign. Had they charged in recklessly, they would have been unaware of the pirates' combat prowess. Failure could have resulted in dire consequences, potentially costing them their lives and leaving them stranded on the island. Alan felt a sense of relief, realizing that this was not the world he once knew. In the realm of pirates, there were not so many virtuous souls. If one was displeased or in a foul mood, they would not hesitate to engage in conflict. Thus, the three decided to observe the situation, intending to assess their adversary's strength before devising a plan. Hayes noted that the crew had sufficiently recovered and were ready to resume their tasks, eager to procure supplies and commence their grand endeavors. He summoned the crew to venture onto the island in search of prey. "How peculiar," mused Hyrus. "We have been here for quite some time yet have seen no sign of human presence. Perhaps you should take some men to the island and ascertain the circumstances." Hayes found this odd. In their previous landings, the island's inhabitants would display palpable fear, shouting and panicking at their arrival, which had always filled him with an inexplicable thrill. However, this island exhibited none of those signs, resembling a deserted isle. Yet, previous reports from crew members indicated evidence of barbecues along the shore, prompting him to send his brother Hyrus to investigate further. Indeed, Hayes and Hyrus were siblings, co-founders of this pirate crew. The elder brother served as captain while the younger acted as first mate, and the two had roamed the East Sea for quite some time. The longer they embraced the pirate life, the more they felt validated in their choices. The simplicity of a fisherman's existence paled in comparison to the freedom of piracy, especially with a legion of subordinates at their command. However, this smooth sailing had bred a certain arrogance, causing them to regard the Navy with disdain and feel invincible. In this world, the legendary words of Pirate King Roger echoed, "Do you wish for my treasure? If so, I shall grant it all to you. Go and seek it. I have hidden all my riches there." This declaration spurred many pirates to vie for supremacy, igniting the great pirate era. Countless souls set sail, seeking the fabled treasure. Yet few were driven by dreams. Most were enticed by wealth and the burdens of their hearts, with many pirates being ruthless and malevolent. The Cutlass pirate crew was no exception. Initially motivated by the pursuit of one piece, they soon succumbed to the exhilaration of pillaging villages, embarking on a path of wickedness. Having dominated the East Sea for so long, they had never tasted defeat, cultivating a sense of being the undisputed rulers of the region. This was a characteristic of the pirate world. Until one encountered true formidable foes, they often held a belief in their own supremacy. Thus, Hayes harbored little fear regarding the island. With no one to challenge them, he instructed his brother Hyrus to lead a raid on the island. Complying with his captain's orders, Hyrus set forth with a dozen pirates in tow. As Alan and his companions observed a band of pirates disembarking from their ship, they stealthily followed this group along the shoreline, intending to gather information before determining their next course of action. Meanwhile, Hyrus and his crew conducted a search on the island, having approached from the opposite side, thus evading Alan's dwelling. Noticing the sparse presence of inhabitants, they returned to report to his brother. "Deputy Captain, do you think the captain's bounty will increase after this venture?" idly inquired one of the pirates during their return journey. "Indeed. Who is my brother?" "He is the captain of the Blade pirate crew, with a bounty of 5 million, and has caused considerable trouble for the Navy, having dispatched several of their men," Hyrus replied, his expression brimming with arrogance. exuding disdain for the navy that had previously pursued them. His demeanor suggested a triumphant victory over the naval forces, rather than a mere escape from defeat. Indeed, our captain is formidable. When he dealt with the navy, it was truly impressive, exclaimed the deputy captain. As Hyrus spoke, his fellow pirates chimed in, each boasting and exaggerating, which delighted Hyrus and set the crew into hearty laughter. Amid their revelry, the trio that had been trailing them chose not to pursue further, but instead returned to their lodgings to deliberate. 5 million. Is that bounty really so low? I recall a mountain bandit that Luffy encountered in his youth had a bounty of 8 million that was devoured by the Sea King. Luffy, upon setting sail, defeated that Sea King with a single blow. So, how formidable is this 5 million bounty really? Alan mused silently on their way back. Since his arrival in this world, he had remained on this island, engaging only in battles with beasts and never encountering any human adversaries. Uncertain of his own strength against the captain of the Blade pirate crew, he decided to inquire about Captain Hayes's prowess from Shifu. Upon returning to their lodgings, the three sat in a triangular formation. Alan was the first to voice his pressing curiosity. Shifu, what do you think of the strength of this pirate crew with a bounty of 5 million? What was your bounty previously? Could you defeat them? Before Shifu could respond, Sanji interjected, mockingly ridiculing Alan. What's the matter, you little brat? Are you frightened? Is a mere 5 million bounty enough to make you reconsider? Haha. Perhaps we should start calling you coward. Curly brow, what are you saying? You're the coward. Your whole family are cowards. Upon hearing Sanji's taunts, Alan immediately lost his temper, rising to engage in a heated argument. Do you wish to fight? Huh. If you have the guts, come at me, coward. Oh, you think I'm afraid of you? You cursed curly brow? Prepare to meet your demise. As their quarrel escalated, both were on the verge of physical confrontation. Shifu, observing the impending clash, sighed in exasperation and said, Sit down. Do you still wish to leave this island? At Shifu's words, both Alan and Sanji huffed but complied, taking their seats obediently. Note, as a novice author, I humbly seek your recommendations. Although my updates have been infrequent, with only 1 or 2 chapters released daily, I am dedicated to crafting each word painstakingly on my mobile device. I am aware that my writing skills require improvement. I have engaged in discussions with the esteemed reader, Bully Bear, and I sincerely appreciate the constructive feedback. I am also grateful for the comments and support from readers like FGO Enthusiast, 45 Degree Black Super Dance King, and others, which have helped me identify and rectify numerous errors within the chapters, for which I apologize if it has affected your reading experience. I am uncertain how many readers are perusing this work, but at the conclusion of this chapter, I shamelessly request a vote or 2. Every little bit helps. I have cleaned up my act. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to all the readers, and I welcome suggestions and guidance from everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 12. The initial confrontation with the pirates. Shifu regarded the seated duo and, reflecting on their previous conversation, addressed them. My pirate crew has disbanded, so I shall refrain from discussing it further. However, this Cutlass pirate crew was not known to me during my travels. They appear to be a relatively obscure group. Nonetheless, they claim to have fought against the Navy previously and managed to escape, indicating their strength must exceed 5 million. Shifu and his companions had only heard the latter part of the conversation and were unaware that this pirate crew had not actually engaged the Navy. They had fled upon merely sighting them. The notion of combat was merely a boastful fabrication by that Hylus. Regarding the bounty of this pirate crew, it is not attributed to their formidable capabilities but rather to the destruction of numerous villages and the loss of innocent lives. Their true strength is rather unimpressive. Captain Hayes, although wielding a formidable machete, lacks any remarkable swordsmanship, typically relying on basic slashing techniques during combat, unbeknownst to Zeph and his companions, who mistakenly believed they had successfully eluded the Navy while inflicting considerable casualties. They assumed a direct confrontation was not feasible. Consequently, Zeph remarked, While I am unfamiliar with their pirate crew, I surmise their strength is not to be underestimated. We should strike when they are separated, taking them down one by one, and then leave a few capable pirates to navigate the ship. Upon hearing Zeph's words, Alan wholeheartedly concurred. He was not one to possess the warrior's spirit typical among pirates and found the notion of isolated attacks to be an excellent strategy. After all, the true strength of the machete pirates remained uncertain, and he was reluctant to engage in a head-on clash akin to Luffy's approach, preferring to conserve energy wherever possible. However, Sanji was somewhat reluctant, asserting that a man's battle should not involve such cunning tactics. He ardently opposed the idea. insisting they should confront the machete pirates directly like men would. Yet, his opinion was summarily dismissed, leaving him to sulk silently in the background. Zeph, far from ignorant, understood that these pirates would not adhere to any notions of masculinity. If a one-on-one confrontation were desired, the pirates would undoubtedly swarm together, creating a precarious situation. Thus, Zeph and Alan, ignoring the brooding Sanji, began devising a plan to deal with the machete pirates. Before long, they established a strategy. First, any pirates who had previously scouted the area would report their findings, likely leading to a false sense of security upon discovering the island devoid of inhabitants. Second, Hayes would undoubtedly send men ashore to replenish supplies and fresh water, providing an opportunity to eliminate this contingent first. Third, should those men fail to return, their vigilance would wane, potentially leading them to believe they had fallen prey to beasts, prompting them to dispatch another group, further depleting their strength. Fourth, if two consecutive groups vanished without a trace, Hayes and his crew would certainly grow wary, yet their combat effectiveness would diminish significantly due to the reduced manpower, greatly enhancing their chances of victory. After solidifying their plan, Zeph and Alan paid little mind to Sanji's simmering frustration, with Zeph resuming the preparation of their earlier unfinished meal, opting not to light a fire, while Alan readied his weapons. Noticing their disregard, Sanji found it pointless to sulk alone and joined Zeph in food preparation. Observing Sanji's childish demeanor, Zeph and Alan exchanged knowing smiles without addressing it directly. With their simple meal consumed and washed down with cool water, Alan ventured into the forest with his weapons, while Zeph led Sanji back to their previous lookout point, awaiting the arrival of the machete pirates. Alan concealed himself among the branches of a tree, eagerly anticipating the imminent battle. For over a year, he had been engaged in combat with wild beasts, never fully exerting his strength due to an unexpressed sense of frustration that lingered within him. Thus, when he finally encountered a band of malevolent pirates, a thrill coursed through his body, although he had never harmed even a chicken in his previous life. The visceral conflict with beasts after his transmigration ignited a fervor within him, particularly after unleashing the skill of his sword soul. That sensation intensified, making him increasingly eager to determine if he could transcend to a higher class in the forthcoming skirmish. He silently recited a mantra and opened his system panel. Player, Gaia Allen class, Sword Soul, Untranscended, level, 19, 13 experience points, weapon, inferior katana skills, / mastery, demon / mastery, silver light descending blade, / cross / proficient. Mountain Breaker. The prospect of finally being able to transcend filled him with excitement, pondering the potential increase in his combat prowess. Just as he was lost in thought, grinning at the system panel, distant footsteps and voices suddenly reached his ears. Alan swiftly regained his composure, tensing his body and gripping his weapon tightly. The footsteps grew increasingly closer until a group of around 10 pirates appeared before the tree where Alan was perched, their complaints filling the air. Damn it, there's not a single soul on this island. I wanted to vent the frustration from being pursued by the Navy, grumbled a pirate wielding a katana. Indeed, I was hoping for a good haul, but it seems there's nothing here. We should hurry and find some beasts and fresh water to return, then we can seek out the next village, another pirate added, chuckling at the thought of their future exploits. Hearing this conversation, Alan found their chatter peculiar but dismissed it, confident that apart from the pirate captain, these individuals were no match for him. As the pirates drew nearer, he ceased pondering the discrepancies in their dialogue and leapt from the tree, executing the silver light descending blade. The pirates, caught off guard by his sudden descent, were momentarily stunned as Alan's attack sent them soaring into the air. Unlike the pirates, who often shouted before launching their attacks, Alan had no intention of announcing his moves, as that would merely grant his foes the chance to react. Once he landed, the pirates regrouped, casting furious glares at Alan and demanding answers. Who are you, kid? Do you dare to provoke the Cutlass pirate crew? Do you know our captain has a bounty of 5 million? Are you seeking death? Let us deal with him, brothers. Laughter erupted among them. We thought the island was deserted. Even if he is just a child, there must be others around. Seeing Alan's childlike demeanor, the pirates burst into laughter, convinced that such a youthful figure could not possibly survive alone on this island. Surely, there were others. The thought of venting their frustrations on him brought them amusement. Leaving no room for concern regarding Alan's fate, Alan observed the mocking demeanor of the pirates before him. He remained silent, too indifferent to retort. Their disregard was perfectly in line with his own desires, for he believed that feigning ignorance to outsmart the cunning was the true path to victory. As Alan gripped the knife, his hand began to tremble, a smile breaking across his face. He charged forward, delivering a swift upward slash that sent the nearby pirate soaring into the air, lifeless upon landing. Was he truly so feeble? Staring in astonishment at his effortless defeat of a pirate, Alan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated their fragility. Yet, soon exhilaration surged within him. It appeared his combat prowess was formidable. His gaze sharpened, fixated on the remaining pirates. Witnessing their comrade fall to a single strike, the remaining pirates were struck with panic, gripping their weapons tightly as they regarded the once dismissed child before them. The leader of the pirates bellowed, "Attack together! Eliminate him!" As his command echoed, they surged forward, and Alan shouted back, joining the fray. However, this ragtag group was no match for him. He dispatched them with ease. Observing the now vanquished pirates, he sheathed his knife and brushed off his fur before hastening towards Gifu and Sanji. Chapter 13. The triumph of the plan. Upon seeing Alan return with an air of ease, Gifu inquired with concern, "How did it go?" "All dealt with. You weren't injured, were you?" Hearing Gifu's caring words warmed Alan's heart. He replied, "With these pirates, it would take them 800 years to even think of injuring me. I dispatched them effortlessly. They were down before I even exerted myself." Gifu breathed a sigh of relief, glad to hear all was well. Yet he gained a deeper understanding of Alan's combat capabilities. Subsequently, Alan shared his perplexities with Gifu, analyzing the pirates' disjointed dialogue. Gifu pondered for a moment, then quickly grasped the situation. These pirates were clearly boasting. They didn't defeat the Navy but fled without a fight. It seems they are not as formidable as we imagined. A smile broke across his face as he realized their departure from this desolate island was imminent. It appears this cutlass pirate crew is not as powerful as we previously thought. The rumors we heard were likely mere bluster from that vice captain. He laughed heartily. The trio shared a light-hearted moment, their earlier tension dissipating. However, once the laughter subsided, Gifu's demeanor turned serious. "We cannot afford to be complacent. Our previous plan remains unchanged. Since these pirates are not so formidable, Alan, you should take Sanji with you to allow him to experience battle firsthand. Training without real combat is insufficient." "Very well. Those pirates are no match for my blade. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Sanji." Upon hearing these words, Alan found them to hold merit. A true man must confront bloodshed to truly mature, especially in the treacherous realm of pirates. Thus, he acquiesced to the notion. As Alan and Zeph engaged in their back-and-forth discourse, Sanji promptly interjected, asserting, "Why would I require the assistance of this coward? He is incapable of besting those pirates. I could effortlessly handle them without his aid." Alan paid no mind. After all, how could a man nearing 30 concern himself with the antics of a mere child? It baffled him how someone could possess such audacity. Previously, he was unaware of who frequently engaged in banter with Sanji, trading jibes and nicknames as if they were destined to clash daily. Now, his feigned indifference seemed rather theatrical. Gifu observed Alan's demeanor and understood the unspoken camaraderie between the two. He felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing their affectionate rapport. Choosing not to interrupt, he merely smiled subtly. However, noticing that the two appeared to be silently competing, Gifu could not help but express his irritation. "Aren't you both going to prepare?" Alan strode confidently away, while Sanji, filled with indignation, followed closely behind. Although he was aware that his strength paled in comparison to Alan's, he was unwilling to provide this insufferable Alan with another opportunity to mock him. The two arrived at their previously ambushed location, swiftly relocating the surrounding corpses to an unseen place before concealing themselves in the trees, patiently awaiting the arrival of their prey. After a considerable time without any sign of the pirates, Hayes grew somewhat perplexed and turned to his brother, who was indulging in a drink beside him. "Hailris, where have those rascals gone? Why haven't they returned?" Hailris, belching slightly, replied, I'm not sure. However, they've been gone quite a while. They must have encountered some troublesome beast that delayed them. Do you still doubt Bear's capabilities?" Despite his words, Hayes felt the time was dragging on too long. "You should send Bear and a few men to check on them," he instructed Hailris, anxious about the timing of their departure. His great sword was yearning for action, eager to unleash its prowess in a nearby village. Hailris nodded obediently and made the necessary arrangements. Soon, a group of pirates disembarked from the ship, heading into the depths of the forest. Everything unfolded according to the plans of Alan and his companions. Growing somewhat bored as he awaited, Alan glanced at the serious-faced Sanji beside him and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. With a playful glint in his eye, he teased, "Curly brow, are you scared?" "Hee hee. Don't worry, I'm here to protect you." He then patted Sanji on the shoulder, startled by the sudden voice in his ear. Sanji nearly lost his balance and fell from the tree. He quickly steadied himself, glaring furiously at Alan, his body radiating irritation. "Damn it, Alan. Are you out of your mind? Why did you shout all of a sudden? Did a door hit your brain? Do I need your protection? I can handle these little shrimp however I please. Just get lost." Thus, the two exchanged barbs with each other, particularly Sanji, whose clenched teeth suggested he would gladly devour Alan if given the chance. As their friendly banter continued, another group of pirates approached. "Curly Brow, quiet down, someone is coming." Alan, suddenly alert to the sound of footsteps, swiftly covered Sanji's mouth to prevent any noise from escaping. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, Sanji's face grew serious. He forcefully swatted Alan's hand away and focused intently in the direction Alan indicated. Before long, a group of yawning pirates, their faces flushed, came into view. Their complaints echoed into the trees. "Bear, where's your brother? We haven't seen anyone for so long, and the captain sent us to find them. At this rate, we'll run out of drink. Indeed, there is hardly any alcohol left. When we return, it will surely be gone." Hearing the incessant chatter of others, Xiong'er felt quite helpless. They had been enjoying their drinks and feasting on meat, reveling in merriment. Reluctant to comply, he knew he had no choice but to heed the captain's orders. He harbored some dissatisfaction towards his brother. After all, it was merely a matter of retrieving some food and fresh water, yet he had taken so long to return. "Hurry up and find him. What is with all the fuss?" Xiong'er said impatiently to the group, feeling a surge of annoyance within. Meanwhile, Alan was quite pleased at heart. Their strategy of division and conquest was proving to be remarkably effective. Repeating an old tactic, as the pirates approached the tree, Alan launched another swift strike from above, sending them tumbling down. Sanji, observing Alan's lead, feared that if he hesitated, Alan would dispatch all the pirates before he could intervene. Without a moment's delay, he leapt from the tree and delivered a powerful kick to one of the pirates sprawled on the ground. Alan observed Sanji charging forward. He frequently witnessed Zeph instructing Sanji in the art of leg techniques and was well aware of Sanji's considerable skill in this regard. Thus, he cautiously retreated, dagger in hand, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger to Sanji. "Pork shoulder, shoulder meat," Sanji shouted as he fought, demonstrating a remarkable proficiency despite his youth. The pirates lacked any formidable combat skills, and with Alan's unexpected strike, their firearms lay scattered across the ground, compounded by their inebriation. Sanji effortlessly defeated them all. Indeed, it was merely a defeat, akin to their usual approach. The Straw Hat Pirates seldom resorted to lethal force against their foes, primarily because the adversaries posed little threat. The ringleader had already been vanquished by Luffy, and they were in the midst of their journey, thus unconcerned about potential repercussions. However, Alan viewed the situation differently. If the roots of this threat were not eradicated, they might recover and retaliate during their battle against the Cutlass Pirates, leaving them vulnerable to attack from behind. Consequently, he instructed Sanji to accompany Zeph to explain their current predicament while he handled matters on his own. Once Sanji departed, Alan methodically dispatched the remaining pirates. This was invaluable experience, and he could not afford to let it slip away. It was sufficient for his advancement. Alan could hardly forget that these pirates would provide him with considerable experience, albeit not in abundance. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. When it came to these ruthless marauders, who indiscriminately slaughtered innocent civilians, he felt no psychological burden in confronting them. Once everything was in order, Alan recited a silent incantation and opened the system panel. Player, Gaia Alan class, Sword Soul, untransformed, level, 19, 65 experience points, weapon, inferior samurai sword skills, rising / mastery, demon / mastery, silverlight falling blade, triple / cross / proficient, mountain shatter strike. Noticing that his experience points had reached 65, he mused that these pirates indeed offered a significant amount of experience, stirring within him an increasing anticipation for the leader of the Cutlass pirate crew. Alan also realized that battling pirates could also enhance his experience. It turns out that the Sword Soul system allows for leveling up not only through defeating monsters but also through engaging with pirates, who are indeed considered foes within the game. It seems that he should engage in combat with the pirates. He initially thought that after leaving the deserted island, his only means to gain experience would be through fighting wild beasts, but it appears that is not the case. Alan had gained a certain clarity within himself. He realized that his formidable combat prowess was predominantly derived from the Sword Soul system. Without this system, he would remain as powerless as a defenseless chick. Moreover, During his encounters with the pirates, he sensed as though something within him had been unlocked, and he increasingly felt that his experience in battle was becoming more instinctive and effortless. Alan stood in place, contemplating for a moment, his confidence in his upcoming upgrades and battles burgeoning. He envisioned himself wielding a blade against the 4 emperors and delivering powerful punches to the 3 admirals, which made him chuckle foolishly. After indulging in his fantasies for a while, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Deciding not to dwell any longer in reverie, he rose and departed. However, the ensuing battle was beyond Alan's expectations. Although he broke through his limits during the fight, he narrowly escaped death, which deepened his awareness of the world's brutality. From that moment on, he understood that he needed to exert even greater effort. It was thereafter that a swordsman emerged, instilling fear throughout the East Sea pirate community. With trembling hands, Alan produced a battered bowl, marred with several chips, and spoke with a quivering voice. "Dear readers, please feel some sympathy for this newcomer in the pirate world. My journey here has been quite solitary. Thankfully, I have each of you by my side. Although we have yet to meet, your support serves as my greatest motivation in this foreign world." Chapter 14. Captured. Is the cover handsome? After concluding his tasks, Alan hurried to the designated meeting place, only to find that Jafu had no inquiries to make. Alan was aware that Sanji would undoubtedly return to boast to Jafu, for what significance would a child's achievements hold if not shared with their parents? Upon Alan's arrival, Sanji immediately ceased his braggadocio, casting a smug sidelong glance at Alan, clearly attributing all the credit for this accomplishment to himself. Observing Sanji's demeanor, both Alan and Jafu chose to disregard him, as a fierce battle awaited them. Although Jafu harbored considerable concern regarding the upcoming conflict, his prosthetic leg now allowed only a modicum of mobility, and the likelihood of regaining his former prowess seemed exceedingly slim. He called the 2 closer, offering them earnest counsel. Though you both triumphed over 2 groups of pirates, they were merely insignificant minions. The battles that lie ahead are of paramount importance. You must not let your guard down. Alan nodded, signaling his comprehension, while Sanji appeared utterly indifferent. What are you afraid of? If you're apprehensive, I can assist you in dealing with them. Watch as I effortlessly dispatch them in no time, he declared, simultaneously demonstrating his impressive leg techniques to the 2. Alan chose to ignore him, instead focusing on conserving his energy, while Chef gazed at Sanji with a look of indulgent satisfaction. In contrast, the Cutlass pirates found themselves in disarray. Having lost contact with 2 groups in quick succession, the other crew members remained blissfully unaware, merrily drinking and feasting, while Captain Hayes furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. It seemed this island was not as safe as it appeared. Where were Hyrus, Kuma the Elder, and Kuma the Younger? Had they not returned or sent word? Hyrus was equally perplexed. Logically, Kuma the Elder and Kuma the Younger should have returned by now. Brother, I too am at a loss as to their absence. I just inquired with several crew members, and they have not seen anyone return. It seemed they had encountered some peril. This island was far more complex than it seemed, and caution was imperative. What are your thoughts, Hyrus? Captain Hayes asked, now alert. You are correct. There is something fishy about this. We must prepare ourselves. I shall summon the crew at once. Understanding his brother's concerns, Hyrus set down his cup and began calling the crew to assemble. Soon, the raucous pirates gathered, confused but curious about what orders the captain had for them. Captain Hayes stepped forward to address the crew. Lads, Kuma the Elder and Kuma the Younger have not returned for quite some time, indicating they may have run into trouble on the island. During the previous investigation, the first mate did not encounter any formidable adversaries, suggesting this island harbors greater dangers than we realize. Prepare yourselves. We shall invade the island, eliminate all beasts residing here, and locate Kuma the Elder and Kuma the Younger. Yes, Captain. The crew responded in unison. Swiftly, they armed themselves and followed Hayes and Hyrus onto the island. Meanwhile, Chef observed from a distance that the Cutlass pirates had disembarked, immediately realizing that the previous 2 groups had drawn their attention. He turned to Alan and Sanji. Stop your bickering. The pirates are coming. Prepare yourselves. Upon hearing that the pirates were approaching, the 2 ceased their argument and rushed to Chef's side, gazing towards the shoreline. They saw the Cutlass pirates, led by Captain Hayes, advancing toward them, brandishing weapons and shouting. The 3 felt the weight of the impending confrontation. Alan believed he could contend with ordinary swords and knives, but the firearms in their possession were a different matter. He was not like Luffy, who could withstand bullets due to his rubber fruit abilities. Alan and his companions are mere mortals as well. Previously, they could effortlessly defeat the rabble through their swiftness and swordsmanship. However, Hayes carries a bounty of 5 million. Should they unexpectedly fall victim to a well-aimed shot targeting a vital point, they would be unable to withstand it. Jifu, Sanji, when the battle commences, I shall take charge of the captain leading the assault, while the rest shall be entrusted to you. I will swiftly conclude my engagement and then hasten to aid you. With a serious expression, Alan addressed Jifu and the others. Jifu nodded, acknowledging that despite his broken leg, he was still capable of dealing with the swarm of minions. Sanji did not dispute Alan's opinion and concurred with him. As the trio noticed the approaching Cutlass pirate crew, they promptly concealed themselves. Under the leadership of Hayes, the Cutlass pirate crew arrived at the location where the trio was hidden. Alan exchanged a subtle nod with his companions before unleashing a swift, silvery strike. Upon hearing the sound of slicing air, Hayes instinctively sensed the threat, grabbing his brother Halis and leaping away just in time. Surprised that Hayes had evaded his attack, Alan noted that no previous pirates or beasts had managed to dodge his silvery strike. It appeared that this bounty of 5 million was indeed a formidable captain. Although Hayes had narrowly escaped the assault, the pirates surrounding him were not so fortunate, as they were knocked to the ground by the force of the attack. Witnessing the defeat of so many comrades caused a ripple of panic among the other pirates. "What are you afraid of?" He asked, merely a child, catching us off guard. "Forward now?" Hayes, though astonished by Alan's youth, did not regard him as a threat. The previous strike had missed him entirely due to his momentary lapse in concentration, and he rallied his crew to charge forward. Meanwhile, Sanji and Jifu, who were still perched in the trees, leaped down to join the fray against the other pirates. Hayes, noticing more individuals descending from the trees, quickly raised his gaze towards the towering branches, searching intently for any additional threats. After scanning the area without spotting anyone else, he breathed a sigh of relief and raised his weapon to engage Alan. With a fierce shout, Hayes leaped from a short distance, bringing his cutlass down in a powerful arc. Unfazed by Hayes' aggressive approach, Alan swiftly countered with an upward thrust. The two blades collided with a resounding clash, the force reverberating through Alan's hands, leaving him momentarily stunned. This pirate possesses incredible strength. In Alan's mind, he pondered that the swordsmanship displayed by Hayes lacked any discernible technique. He recognized the necessity of skillfully utilizing the abilities granted by his sword spirit. When his initial strike proved ineffective, Hayes immediately swung his blade once more. Alan, in turn, engaged in a fierce exchange, their duel becoming increasingly intense as they countered each other's assaults. Alan executed a series of moves, a swift uppercut, a precise cross-slash, and a powerful mountain strike. Despite having never engaged in battle before, his proficiency in these skills grew remarkably. Indeed, as he immersed himself in combat, his abilities became increasingly adept. The skills of the sword spirit were primarily designed for vanquishing foes, and it became evident that confronting pirates would significantly enhance his capabilities. The essence of his class transition could only truly manifest through the experience gained in battle. Alan's combat excitement grew exponentially, as he felt he had discovered a pathway for his future development. His attacks became increasingly fierce, forcing Hayes into a defensive stance. Hayes was taken aback. Alan's fighting prowess exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed he could swiftly defeat Alan and subsequently torment him at leisure. However, he now found himself reconsidering, parrying Alan's relentless assaults while contemplating an escape. To conceal any signs of weakness from Alan, Hayes exerted greater strength to block Alan's cross-slash, managing to repel him with a decisive strike before turning to flee. As Hayes turned to make his escape, Alan, fueled by the thrill of combat, let out a fierce howl and pursued him. Meanwhile, the battlefield was far more intense elsewhere. Sanji, still youthful and lacking in strength, was nowhere near as formidable as he would later become within the Straw Hat crew. He bore numerous injuries but showed no sign of retreat. Zeph, having lost a leg, found himself battling with a sense of limitation, sustaining significant wounds, with his wooden leg bearing the marks of his struggles. Alan glanced back and noticed that Zeph and Sanji were struggling against their adversaries. Realizing that he had become overly exhilarated, he decided not to pursue Hayes any further and turned back to assist Zeph and the others. Hearing that silence had fallen behind him, Hayes turned around and, upon seeing that Alan was not in pursuit, he let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground, feeling immensely fortunate. During his respite, Hayes reflected on the unprecedented setback he had just encountered. Only days prior, the Navy had posed no significant threat to him. Yet he found himself outmatched by a mere child. Although he had managed to escape, he knew he could not navigate the seas alone without his crew, and his brother was still in peril. After grappling with these thoughts, Hayes returned to the site of the previous confrontation to observe his surroundings. Alan swiftly extricated himself from the fray alongside Sanji and Zeph. The three stood poised in confrontation against the pirates, while Sanji and Zeph, having distanced themselves from the battle, panted heavily. The blood seeping from their wounds and the prolonged engagement had rendered them somewhat fatigued. Alan felt a twinge of guilt in his fervor for battle. He had overlooked the two of them. He gestured slightly. Sanji, Zeph, you two should leave first. I will handle the rest. Their captain has already fled. Sanji attempted to rise and protest, but his weary body betrayed him, causing him to slump back down. Zeph, however, recognized that they were no longer in a position to fight and grasped Sanji's hand firmly. Sanji looked up at Zeph. The words he had intended to say swallowed back into silence. Surveying their surroundings, he understood that this was not the moment for disputes and decided to comply. Preparing to depart with Zeph. At that moment, Hayes also discerned the situation and realized what he must do next. Observing Sanji and Zeph's departure, he swiftly followed, intending to capture the two and use them as leverage against Alan. As he watched them leave, a smile crept across Alan's face, and he re-engaged in combat with the other pirates. Meanwhile, Hayes wasted little time in apprehending the two, dragging them before the ongoing battle and shouting loudly, "Everyone, cease your actions. Look at whom I hold in my grasp." Alan and the pirates halted, drawn by the shouts, and turned their gazes towards Hayes, Harus, and the others. Their faces alight with excitement, hurried to Hayes' side. Meanwhile, Alan was taken aback, his heart racing at the sight of Hayes capturing Sanji and Zeph. "Ha ha, young one. Relinquish your weapons and surrender, or my blade shall descend upon you," he declared. Chapter 15. A critical moment. As Alan listened to Hayes' threatening words, he felt a deep sense of frustration within. Although his time spent with Sanji had been brief, Alan, having watched the anime, was keenly aware of their personalities. The bond they had formed during this time left him in a state of inner turmoil. Sanji, upon hearing Hayes' threats, contemplated using himself as leverage against Alan. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with self-reproach for his previous lack of diligence during training. He did not wish to become a burden. Despite their short acquaintance, the rapport between him and Alan had blossomed significantly, and he would rather perish than endanger Alan due to his own shortcomings. He immediately shouted at Alan, "You coward. I don't need your concern. How long have we even known each other? Just get lost. I've always despised you." Alan seemed oblivious to Sanji's call, fully comprehending the intent behind his words. Obediently, he discarded the blood-stained knife from his grasp, his expression darkening as he addressed Hayes. "Release them. Your subordinates are the ones I have slain. Come seek vengeance upon me, like a true man." Witnessing Alan relinquish his weapon, Hayes could not help but exhale in relief, followed by a hearty laugh. "What are you saying? Who do you think I am? I am a notorious pirate, with a bounty of 5 million. Do you understand?" After mocking Alan, Hayes felt a surge of elation, then turned to the already injured Hylus and commanded, "Go, Hylus, retrieve his weapon, and then let us deliberate on how to deal with him." The remaining pirates erupted into raucous laughter at their captain's words. Hylus obediently picked up the weapon from the ground, and with a swift motion, struck Alan's head hard. The tremendous force sent Alan stumbling, yet he quickly regained his footing, shaking his slightly dizzy head. At that moment, his heart ached with the desire to rush forward and retaliate, but he gritted his teeth, unable to disregard Sanji and Zeph's lives, and could only glare fiercely at Hayes. Seeing Alan being struck without retaliation, Sanji let out a frustrated huff. "Damn it. Those wretched pirates." The pirates, in turn, laughed even more boisterously, relishing the opportunity to revel in the misfortune of the formidable swordsman who had previously inflicted considerable suffering upon them. The sight of Alan's humiliation brought a sense of satisfaction to Hayes. Indeed, he was the strongest. Just as Hayes prepared to further ridicule Alan, he caught sight of the ferocious gaze in Alan's eyes, a look so chilling it seemed capable of devouring him whole. Hayes froze momentarily, his body stiffening, the hand gripping his weapon trembling slightly. The sight of the imprisoned Alan evoked an unexpected fear within Hayes, igniting a fit of rage. He kicked Sanji aside and raised his gun, a twisted expression on his face. "You despicable bastard. What kind of look is that?" he sneered. "Ha, just die." With that, Hayes aimed his gun at Alan, his eyes wild with madness. As the gunshot echoed, Alan felt a tightening in his chest, a wave of dread washing over him. Instinctively, he rolled to the right, narrowly avoiding the bullet that struck the ground where he had just been, sending dust into the air. Observing the bullet hole, it was clear that the shot had been aimed at his head. Alan, drenched in sweat, realized how close he had come to an untimely end in this foreign realm. Seeing that Alan had evaded the bullet only fueled Hayes' fury. He lunged forward, swinging the butt of his gun toward Alan's head with force. Alan, caught off balance, was struck heavily to the ground. The impact left a gash by his left eye, and he felt a dizzying sensation from the blow. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he slowly rose to his feet, steadying himself. Inhaling deeply, he realized it had been a while since he had been injured. The sharp pain radiating from his wound caused him to frown slightly. Feeling the warmth trickling down his face, Alan instinctively licked his lips, narrowing his eyes at Hayes, yet remaining silent. Observing Alan's disheveled state, Hayes reveled in his triumph, laughing maniacally. "Ah, now you understand my prowess, don't you?" The crew of pirates joined in the laughter, relishing the sadistic pleasure of witnessing Alan's suffering, their mouths spewing a torrent of cruel taunts directed at him. Alan is a person who frequently scrolls through social media and navigates the vast expanse of the internet. He has encountered all manner of trolls, and such remarks strike him as rather juvenile. A subtle smirk graces his lips as he casts a sardonic glance at a group of foolishly grinning pirates. Hayes, taken aback by Alan's continued mockery, feels his earlier sense of accomplishment dissipate in an instant. In retaliation, he fires a shot into Alan's left leg, causing him to wince in pain and drop to one knee. A follow-up strike from the butt of the gun sends Alan sprawling to the ground. Dazed from the blows and hindered by his injury, he struggles briefly before managing to rise unsteadily, leaning on his uninjured leg for support. Delighted by his success in inflicting pain upon Alan, Hayes circles around him, reveling in his triumph. The other pirates, brimming with pride, gather around, lavishing compliments upon their captain, prompting Hayes to erupt into hearty laughter. Sanji, witnessing the torment Alan and Zeph endure on his behalf, feels a surge of anger and self-loathing. The intensity of his emotions threatens to boil over, and had it not been for Zeph's discreet restraint, he would have charged forward in a fit of rage. As the pirates' attention shifts from them to the injured Alan, they seize the opportunity to humiliate him further, leaving Sanji and Zeph momentarily forgotten. Realizing the shift, the two exchange a knowing glance, their thoughts synchronizing in silent understanding of their next course of action. Together, they assist each other in unbinding their restraints. Zeph quietly retrieves a firearm from the ground, while Sanji loosens his stiffened limbs, preparing for combat. With a mere nod from Zeph, Sanji is ready to launch himself at the despicable pirates with fierce determination. Alan, with his eyes slightly squinted, noticed the movements of Sanji and Zeph behind the pirate. A thought crossed his mind. In order to provide them with cover, he feigned a state of near collapse, his body trembling as if he were on the verge of falling. Hayes, observing Alan's demeanor, mistakenly believed that his attack had instilled fear in him, and a twisted sense of satisfaction filled his heart, rendering him increasingly arrogant. He boasted to the pirates around him, completely oblivious to the fact that the two behind him had already freed themselves from their bindings. Zeph, recognizing Alan's actions, subtly signaled to Sanji. This was their sole opportunity for escape, although he had kept his feelings concealed. He held a deep admiration for the young man he had known for only a few months, having already been saved by Alan twice. He felt a pang of guilt witnessing Alan willing to endure injury rather than abandon them. This solidified Zeph's resolve, despite the possibility of meeting his demise here. He could not allow Alan to perish alongside him and Sanji. Upon seeing Zeph's signal, Sanji tensed his body and surged forward, employing his most proficient leg techniques to deliver a kick to the nearest pirate. Meanwhile, Zeph raised his gun and began to fire. The sounds of gunfire and the thuds of pirates collapsing startled the group, causing them to turn in alarm. Before them lay two pirates lifeless on the ground, while the previously bound individuals now stood, one beside the fallen pirate and the other brandishing a gun, its barrel still exuding wisps of smoke. The bewildered pirates, unsure of when these two had managed to escape, were instantly consumed by rage at the sight of their fallen comrades. They raised their weapons and charged forward with fervor. Just moments before, Alan had appeared to be on the brink of death, yet he swiftly kicked a nearby pirate to the ground, seized a knife, and joined the fray. With pent-up frustration, Alan exerted all his strength, and alongside Sanji and Zeph, they swiftly dispatched the majority of the pirates. In a short span, the ground was strewn with the fallen, leaving only Captain Hayes and First Mate Hyrus, their faces etched with shock, as they watched their crew members succumb one by one. In that moment, the sight of the bloodied Alan and Sanji instilled fear within them. They could sense death approaching. Chapter 16. The comprehension of iron cutting. Although the fierce battle concluded swiftly, it left Alan feeling somewhat dizzy, his wounds bleeding profusely, rendering his complexion pale. Clearly a result of excessive blood loss. Alan tore a piece of fabric from his clothing, tightly binding his wound to staunch the flow of blood. With two formidable adversaries still unvanquished, he could not afford to succumb just yet. Sanji and Zeph, already gravely injured, had relied solely on their burning rage to fight. But now, as they paused, fatigue washed over them, causing them to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. The two frantic brothers observed the fallen Sanji and Zeph, then turned their gaze to the pallid Alan, and slowly their anxiety began to subside. The pitiful sight of the three ignited a sense of grim amusement within the brothers, prompting Hayes to resume his arrogant demeanor. Looks like you're out of strength. You really startled me there. Seeing the trio in a state of exhaustion, Hayes reverted to his haughty self, convinced that Alan and his companions were merely prey for his amusement, ripe for his whims. After staunching his wound, Alan steadied his trembling body, watching Hayes flaunt his bravado before him, silently regaining his strength. He gradually approached Sanji and Zeph, resolved not to repeat his earlier missteps until he had fully extricated himself from danger. Hayes observed Alan's movements, yet refrained from attacking. He did not believe Alan could best him. He gestured to Hylus, who understood his brother's intent and nodded in acknowledgement. With an air of arrogance, Hylus brandished his weapon and swung it toward Alan, intent on eliminating him. The pirates on the ground could not all perish, otherwise it would spell trouble for the brothers, a scenario they were keen to avoid. Alan still appeared utterly exhausted, which only served to heighten Hyrus's sense of triumph. It seemed as though he could already envision the moment when Alan would meet his demise at his hands. Hyrus's blade surged forth like a malevolent wind, sending chills across Alan's skin, raising goosebumps. Seizing a moment when others were distracted, Alan executed a swift upward thrust, bringing his weapon down with ferocity. The strike nearly cleaved Hyrus in two, and the blade glided off Alan's form before thudding to the ground, leaving Hyrus, still with a smirk on his face, lifeless. Pleased with his handiwork, Alan felt a rush of pride, though the exertion left him breathless. That one decisive blow had nearly caused him to lose his grip on his weapon, yet the outcome satisfied him immensely. Hayes, witnessing Alan's lethal maneuver, was gripped by terror. For the sake of his future happiness, he charged forward without hesitation. In an instant, his brother lay fallen before him, and with a furious cry, he lunged at Alan. Before Alan could revel in his victory, Hayes's roar reverberated behind him, prompting a reflexive evasion of any vital points. However, Hayes's blade found its mark, slicing into Alan's right chest, blood gushing forth. With relentless resolve, Hayes pressed his advantage, raising his weapon once more to strike at Alan's heart. Alan hastily raised his blade to parry, but the force sent him sprawling backward, the weapon slipping from his grasp, a catastrophic predicament for a swordsman. Hayes's fierce assault continued unabated. Alan, scrambling to his feet, could only roll away, but the delay cost him dearly as another strike found its way to his back. The fresh wounds drained Alan of the strength he had left, and the agony coupled with the blood loss rendered him nearly incapable of standing. Weaponless and once confident, he now felt panic rise within him, the peril he faced far more daunting than any encounter with a leopard. Hayes, emboldened by the effectiveness of his attack, pressed on, the death of his brother igniting a fierce desire for vengeance. He sought no longer the thrill of torment. He wished only for this young man to perish beneath his blade in retribution for his sibling. I cannot perish here. I have yet to realize my hope of escaping this desolate island. My class transition remains incomplete, and I have not yet become the preeminent swordsman of this world. I must face the world's greatest swordsman. I cannot die. I cannot die. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him. His aspirations remained unfulfilled, and the power of the system lay dormant within him. His mind raced, plunging him into a state of heightened awareness as Hayes's strike seemed to slow. Just as Hayes's blade was about to descend upon him, Alan retrieved the battered bone that had accompanied him in vanquishing the leopard, his first true weapon. At this moment, grasping the bone, he could distinctly sense that if he were to strike with the blade, Hayes would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. This feeling compelled Alan to unleash a cross slash. A swift cross strike emanated from Alan's hand, colliding instantly with Hayes's cleaver, resulting in a sharp crack as the weapon shattered into two pieces. The momentum of the cross slash remained unabated, and in the blink of an eye, it cleaved into Hayes's chest. The blow, capable of severing steel, left a cross-shaped wound on Hayes's torso, deep enough to reveal bone, with a torrent of blood gushing forth. As Hayes felt the searing pain in his chest, he gazed in disbelief at the broken cleaver in his hand, staring at Alan in utter incredulity. Strike, he uttered before collapsing to the ground with a thud, his mind swirling with questions as life slipped away. Upon witnessing Hayes's demise, Alan emerged from that overwhelming sensation, his heart seemingly enlightened to the truth of the sword's soul. Before he could ponder further, the impact of his previous strike caused his vision to blur, and he fainted. Thus, the notorious Cleaver pirate crew met its end. Sanji, astonished, beheld the scene before him, although he did not comprehend the nature of the strike. Witnessing Alan single-handedly vanquish an enemy he could not defeat left him utterly stunned. As he saw Alan collapse, he rushed to his side, cradling Alan's head and calling out to him, fearful of losing the friend he had only just come to know. Zef also approached the unconscious Alan, beginning to assess his condition. Alan's injuries were quite severe, yet fortunately, he was not in mortal danger. The fainting spell was likely due to exhaustion and significant blood loss. He immediately instructed Sanji, swiftly carry Alan to that pirate ship. I will follow closely behind. We must tend to his wounds without delay and see if there are any medical supplies aboard the ship. He requires urgent treatment. Sanji, realizing the urgency, summoned an unexpected strength and hurriedly lifted Alan, racing toward the shore. Gifu, trailing behind, was astonished. That last cross-slash was undeniably a strike that could only be executed by a swordsman of exceptional skill. He could not possibly have misjudged it. Though puzzled as to why Alan had only unleashed it at the final moment, he was even more taken aback by Alan's youth. To ascend to the rank of swordsman at such a tender age suggested that the young lad's future accomplishments would be boundless. He had never anticipated encountering a youth with such extraordinary talent in swordsmanship on a desolate island, particularly one who had become their savior. His heart swelled with gratitude. Before long, Sanji found bandages and medicine aboard the ship and began to dress Alan's wounds alongside Gifu. Although neither possessed medical expertise, Gifu, having spent considerable time as a pirate, was adept at basic first aid. Once Alan's injuries were attended to, the two men settled beside him, eventually succumbing to slumber. They were not made of iron. After enduring the tumultuous events, they relaxed and fell asleep, remaining alert enough to awaken at the slightest hint of danger. The trio, having battled throughout the day, slept soundly, and the night passed without incident. Upon the break of dawn, Alan awoke from a night of rest, attempting to rise, but was immediately met with pain from his wounds, compelling him to lie back down. It was then he noticed his body was wrapped in bandages, though the haphazard application was somewhat disconcerting. Yet, glancing at the two sleeping figures beside him filled him with warmth. He had finally forged his first friendship in this otherworldly realm, validating his desperate efforts to save them. The movement on the bed stirred Sanji and Gifu from their sleep. Upon seeing that Alan was awake, Sanji eagerly inquired, "Alan, how do you feel?" As Alan heard Sanji's inquiry, he was taken aback by the unusual concern displayed by Sanji, a demeanor he had never witnessed in the anime before. This unexpected display ignited a playful urge within him to tease Sanji. "Who do you think I am? What harm could those little rascals possibly inflict upon me? I could dispatch them with just a few strikes. Yet, I never anticipated you would be so concerned about me." Observing the half-smile on Alan's face, Sanji's cheeks flushed crimson, and he became somewhat flustered. "Who is worried about you? You narcissistic coward." With that, Sanji felt he could no longer remain in the same vicinity, fearing further ridicule from Alan, and promptly turned to flee outside. Although he felt a sense of relief that Alan was unharmed. "Alan, how is your recovery progressing?" Gifu watched the two engage in their usual banter, a smile gracing his face as he expressed concern for Alan. "I'm fine. As long as I have enough sustenance, I will recover swiftly. When I first arrived on this island, I sustained injuries far more severe than this, yet I was able to recuperate quickly after a good meal." As if in agreement, his stomach grumbled loudly. "Haha, that's great. I will go prepare some food right away." Upon hearing Alan's response, Gifu immediately stood up and exited the room, calling for Sanji to assist in the food preparations. Once Sanji and Gifu had departed, Alan began to reflect on the cross-slash he had executed in a moment of desperation. The tangible power of that strike had astonished him. It was a skill that one would expect a true sword soul to wield. Memories of the preceding events flooded back to him. Why was it that he could sever Hayes's blade with nothing but bone? After pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, Alan chose to abandon the thought and resumed his rest. P.S. I've been quite busy these past few days, so there will only be one update each day. When I have more free time, I will increase the frequency of updates and prepare additional content. Do leave some votes? Chapter 17. Finally departed, opening the system panel. Player, Gaia Alan class, Sword Soul, in transition. Level, 22, 26 experience points. Weapon, none skills. Rising slash, mastery. Silver light falling blade, proficient, triple slash, cross slash, mastery, mountain crushing strike, continuous thrust, block, mastery, swordsmanship. Li Gui sword technique, unlearned. Alan gazed at the clash transition screen, his heart brimming with excitement. He was on the cusp of becoming a true sword soul. The skill bar now displayed the mastery of the cross slash, alongside two additional skills, lunge and guard. The guard skill, which came with its own mastery, had not been revealed before. Furthermore, he had acquired a sword technique, inner demon swordsmanship, which was indeed one of the intrinsic skills of the four major roles available upon transitioning to a sword soul. However, there remained an unlearned aspect yet to be discovered. He pondered how he might successfully attain this inner demon swordsmanship. As the clash transition status still indicated it was in progress, it seemed he needed to contemplate this matter further. Alan gazed thoughtfully at the sections pertaining to vocation and swordsmanship, contemplating the moment signaling his potential career transition, but the nature of it remained elusive. Time gracefully passed over the course of 3 days, during which Alan and his companions recuperated. Following this period of rest, coupled with a substantial intake of nourishing meats, Alan's injuries healed remarkably swiftly. What an extraordinary constitution you possess, young one. Your wounds have mended at an astonishing rate, akin to that of a beast, Zeph remarked, his astonishment evident as he observed Alan bounding about the deck with vitality. Hehehe, do you not recognize who I am? Such trifling injuries cannot hold me back. Alan was aware that his rapid recovery was due to the unique constitution bestowed by the sword soul, complemented by an ample intake of meat. However, Zhefu and the others were oblivious to this fact, which made them rather smug. Sanji, observing Alan's self-satisfaction from the sidelines, felt an inexplicable urge to provoke him, and thus began a verbal sparring. Savage. Savage? Are you looking for a fight? Upon hearing Sanji coin yet another nickname for him, Alan's anger flared. Fists clenched as he glared at Sanji. Come on, am I really afraid of you, Savage? Sanji immediately lifted his leg, showcasing his signature kicking techniques as he confronted Alan, both of them locking eyes with fiery intensity, as if they intended to devour each other whole. After an intense exchange of glances, they soon resorted to throwing punches and kicks at one another. Watching the two descend into chaos, Zhefu wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, shook his head in exasperation, and decided to leave them to their own devices. After a bout of fighting, the two emerged with bruised faces, continuing to glare at each other. Once their quarrel had simmered down, Zhefu called them over to discuss their escape from the island. Did you not mention earlier that there were still 10 pirates alive? Is there anyone among them who knows how to navigate? For the past 3 days, Alan has been recuperating from his injuries, emerging from his room only during mealtimes. It was during one of these moments that he heard Zeph mention the survival of several pirates, expressing admiration for Alan's earlier decision to spare a few. Retaining some pirates was indeed essential. Otherwise, even if they triumphed over the Cutlass pirates, their escape would be impossible. Upon learning that there were still pirates alive, Alan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He recalled that he had not held back during the confrontation, yet perhaps his injuries had diminished his strength. Indeed, one must be grateful for the mercy shown then. Without it, they would have found themselves trapped. Zeph nodded in agreement, satisfied with Alan's restraint. The surviving pirates were primarily non-combatants, with only a handful possessing skills in navigation and ship repairs. Once they had restored the vessel and gathered the necessary provisions, they would finally be able to depart. The prospect of leaving this wretched island filled Alan with a bittersweet sentiment. He recalled his initial struggles upon arriving in this world, where he grappled with physical challenges. Yet now, he found himself effortlessly capable of defeating pirates with bounties of 5 million. The past 2 years had significantly contributed to his growth. Soon, the group reached a consensus. If the pirates repaired the ship at their current pace, they would be ready to set sail within days. After concluding their discussions, each member began their preparations. On the eve of their departure, Alan sat alone at the bow of the ship, contemplating how to successfully transition to a new role. He reflected on that striking blow he had delivered, which had astonishingly cleaved Hayes Cutlass. It felt as though something extraordinary had surged forth from within him. What could it possibly be? Alan picked up the bone that had accompanied him for a long time, examining it closely. The bone remained unchanged, its cracks still evident. Despite his repeated scrutiny, Alan could not discern its mysteries. However, it struck him as peculiar that, even after the blade had been severed, the bone had not fractured. It remained precisely as it had been before. Alan rose to his feet, grasping the bone as he began to reminisce about the sensations of that moment. Gradually, he sensed an extraordinary transformation within his body, although he held a mere bone in his hand. It seemed to resonate with a voice that instilled in him an illusion of being able to sever anything. Indeed, This was the very feeling. Could it be that this was the profound understanding of cutting through iron, akin to what one experiences when evolving into a master swordsman in anime? Suddenly, Alan recalled a scene from the past in One Piece, where Zoro defeated Mr. One, Des Bones, in Alabasta. In the final moment of their fierce battle, Zoro experienced an epiphany and mastered the technique of cutting steel, ultimately triumphing over Des Bones. At this moment, Alan comprehended that he had grasped the essence of the advanced swordsman skill, the iron cut. Indeed, it must be so. Am I to become a true swordsman? My talent is simply extraordinary, ha ha ha. Filled with joy at the realization of his mastery over the iron cut, Alan laughed heartily, feeling an immense pride in his innate talent for swordsmanship. He commenced practicing his sword techniques aboard the ship. After a vigorous session, Alan felt a profound sense of ease. Having gained insight into the spirit sword technique, realizing that with further practice, he would soon master it entirely. Resuming his seat at the ship's bow, he pondered whether his comprehension of the iron cut might allow him to change his class. He silently recited a thought and opened the system panel. Player, Gaia Alan class, Spirit Swordsman class changed, level, 23, 0 experience points, weapon, none skills, / mastery, silver light falling blade, proficient, / cross / mastery. Mountain breaker, continuous stab, block, mastery, swordsmanship, spirit sword technique, weapon mastery. Indeed, the class change was successful. He was now a genuine spirit swordsman. Observing the system panel confirming his class change and the addition of the weapon mastery skill under the spirit sword technique, he surmised that his combat prowess would experience a significant enhancement as a result of this transition. The entire night passed in a whirlwind of excitement for Alan. At dawn the following day, Zeph instructed the navigators among the pirates to unfurl the sails in preparation for departure. The three of them beamed with exhilaration as they watched the sails being raised. They were finally ready to set sail, especially Alan, who, filled with exuberance, exclaimed loudly, "Steer the helm, hoist the sails, we depart." Of course, this was merely the sound effects he conjured in his mind. In the world of pirates, ships were sails. Yet he felt it added to the ambience. Soon, the vessel departed from the shore, heading toward the uncharted sea. P.S. The protagonist has finally left the deserted island. The next chapter of his journey is about to commence. Yesterday, I received a message from the website indicating that I can now sign the contract once I finish my current tasks in the next few days. I will print it out and send it. As a novice author, receiving the contract offer filled me with immense joy. I was elated while reading the message, and I shall strive to update more diligently henceforth. Chapter 18. Loro Town. In the early morning, at the horizon's edge, a streak of crimson dawn gradually emerged, dispelling the thin mist. The sunlight burst forth like molten steel, illuminating the entire azure sky. A medium-sized pirate ship sailed across the sea, embraced by the gentle morning light. Silver-white waves cascaded over the ship's sides, creating ripples that converged at the stern, resembling a shimmering ribbon of water, glistening under the dawn's glow, stretching infinitely across the sea. Leaning against the ship's cabin, Alan sat alone, arms crossed, savoring the enchanting scene before him. This marked his inaugural voyage upon the sea, and he found great contentment in the breathtaking vistas that unfolded before his eyes, an indulgence he had never encountered in his previous life. However, in the days that followed, Alan's fondness for sailing waned considerably, for each journey on the open waters presented nothing but a monotonous tableau. The unvarying scenery, viewed repeatedly, dulled any sense of appreciation. The sea breeze caressed him, occasionally sending splashes of foam onto the deck, glistening like shards of silver upon his face. His dark hair became thoroughly drenched, cascading from his temples down to his neck. Yet, he remained motionless, silently gazing into the distant horizon where the mist gradually dissipated. Thud, thud, thud. After an indeterminate passage of time, a heavy footfall echoed from behind him, and soon after, a tall figure draped in a white cloak appeared on the deck, unceremoniously seating himself beside Alan. Alan did not need to glance back to discern the identity of his companion the moment the latter took his seat. A springy whisker poked him, compelling him to discreetly shift his posture to the right. The newcomer was none other than Zeph, who, upon noticing the situation, initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, but soon shrugged it off with a cough, chuckling as he remarked, "Hey, kid, just yesterday you seemed so exhilarated. What is this? Are you now hesitant to leave this deserted island?" "Ah, after spending such an extended period here, it is indeed hard to part ways." Alan did not deny it either. He turned to glance at Zep and, with a candid smile, remarked, "Oh, Is that truly the case? Ha ha ha, what an amusing little rascal. Zep laughed heartily, instinctively reaching out to ruffle Alan's hair. However, he suddenly realized that Alan was not Sanji. Their relationship resembled that of friends, and presently, Alan's combat prowess surpassed both his and Sanji's by a considerable margin. Seizing the moment while Alan remained oblivious, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Speaking of which, you find yourself somewhat of a solitary figure now. Have you contemplated what you shall do after departing from this island? Zep's unexpected inquiry caught Alan off guard, prompting him to scratch his head in confusion. I'm not quite sure. At first, I merely wish to leave this island, but I haven't really thought about what I should do afterward. Zep nodded in understanding. He had previously heard Alan speak of his circumstances. Now, left alone after losing his parents in a maritime disaster, Zep felt compelled to extend an invitation. Would you care to join us? I plan to establish a restaurant, and you could join Sanji there. Upon hearing Zep's invitation, Alan understood that they would soon establish a Baratai restaurant in the East Sea. He thought to himself that he had nowhere else to go and initially intended to stay at Zeph's restaurant. However, when he heard Zeph mention that Sanji would join him, he immediately retorted, who would want to be with that curly-browed fellow? Ha ha, I know you two share a strong bond, so I shall go prepare the dishes. Alas, who would have any fondness for that curly-browed rogue? Just a lecherous scoundrel, after all. Alan immediately felt a surge of frustration and shouted loudly. Zeph, listening to Alan's words, understood that Alan had acquiesced, and he paid no heed to his reaction as he turned and headed toward the kitchen. Observing Zeph's departure, despite his words, the slight upward curve of Alan's lips revealed his undeniable happiness. The pirate ship sailed across the sea for over 10 days. Watching the vessel glide through the water each day, Alan felt a growing restlessness within him. While he roamed freely on the deserted island, he had been eager to enhance his strength to ensure his survival. As his abilities improved, he spent his time chasing beasts through the forest, and when boredom struck, he would catch a few rabbits to ponder life and dreams. Now, adrift on the open sea, gazing at the vast expanse of water, he had become acquainted with the harsh realities of maritime weather. At first, he was captivated by the ocean's scenery, but as the days wore on, his mind was left with only a singular thought. The sea is merely water. The monotony of the ocean was overwhelming. He longed for his phone, his computer. Were it not for the occasional exercise and banter with Sanji, he felt as though he might be driven mad by the unending sameness of the sea. Each day, he would inquire of Zeph when they might glimpse land. Initially, Zeph would indulge him, recognizing the tedium of their nautical journey. However, as Alan's incessant questioning wore on, Zeph grew weary and ceased to respond. Today, Alan approached Zeph once more. Hey, old man Zeph, he began, only to be cut off abruptly. Stop. According to the course, we will reach the next island tomorrow. Now get lost. Upon hearing that they would arrive the following day, Alan joyfully shouted and dashed away, eager to share the news with Sanji. Sanji, we will reach land tomorrow, he exclaimed, shaking Sanji in excitement. Sanji, momentarily taken aback, nonetheless caught Alan's words about the imminent arrival and, disregarding the context, promptly shoved Alan away. Get lost, you savage. Sanji, unlike Eren, was not plagued by anxiety. He had grown accustomed to sailing the seas, and thus frequently took the opportunity to tease Eren. Consequently, the two resumed their usual playful brawls. Time passed swiftly, and the following day, as midday approached, Eren, standing atop the pirate ship, anxiously scanned the horizon and finally spotted the silhouette of land. Overcome with excitement, he began to dash about the deck, causing a delightful commotion. Had it not been for Zeph's timely intervention, the entire vessel might have capsized. The ship soon anchored at the shore. Having long discarded their pirate flag, the island's inhabitants mistook them for an ordinary merchant ship, resulting in little reaction from the locals. Once the ship was secured, Zeph addressed the crew of the Front Cutlass pirate band, saying, we have now arrived at Loketown. Although you were once pirates and we have had our disagreements, we owe our escape from that deserted island to your assistance. We shall not trouble you any further. You may depart at your leisure. Upon hearing Zeph's decision to let them go, the pirates, after seeking confirmation, joyously disembarked and hurried away. Oh, are we truly allowing those rascals to escape, old man Zeph? Alan found it somewhat peculiar. Zeph had been more ruthless on the island than he had, which was uncharacteristic of him. Well, they were not truly inclined to embrace the life of a pirate. I have already retired from piracy myself, and besides, they assisted us in departing from the deserted isle. It's not a matter of great significance. Alan was indifferent to the pirates, easily capable of vanquishing them. Thus, Upon hearing Zeph's remarks, he paid them no heed and excitedly leaped off the ship, making his way towards the island. Previously, he had only glimpsed these streets through the lens of animation on his computer. Now, he was exhilarated to explore them in person, oblivious to Sanji and Zeph as he dashed off on his own. Chapter 19. The free meal. Finally setting foot on the island, Alan resembled a wild stallion unleashed, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving the two behind utterly astonished. They exchanged glances, puzzled by Alan's exuberance, for they could not fathom why he was so animated. It was not as if he had never seen such sights before. They could never imagine that Alan had traversed worlds, having spent his days battling beasts since his arrival. The scenes before him were unfamiliar, and witnessing towns he had only known through anime was akin to a child experiencing a wonderland, bounding about in sheer delight. Watching Alan race off like a mad dog, Sanji and Zeph decided to disregard him. The defeated Cutlass pirate crew had never instigated trouble with other pirates or the Navy, nor did they have any friends to worry about. There was little to concern themselves with on the island. They turned back towards the ship, preparing to gather their belongings and venture onto the island. Upon entering the bustling town, Alan was filled with the same wonder as a child in a grand garden. His curiosity piqued by every aspect of the market. He flitted from one stall to another, his excitement palpable. However, the island's inhabitants regarded his antics with bemusement. While many ships frequently passed through for supplies, bringing both merchant and pirate vessels, they had never encountered anyone quite like him, darting about with such exuberance. Yet, they harbored no concerns about Alan being a pirate, for the island had a naval base and felt no apprehension about any pirate causing a ruckus. They were disinclined to concern themselves with this peculiar individual. Alan strolled about the island with great delight, a stark contrast to his previous aversion to shopping. Like many men, he had always been indifferent to the allure of retail therapy, failing to comprehend why so many women found such joy in it. The essence of shopping, he mused, involved meandering through countless stores, only to leave empty-handed after haggling over prices. During his inaugural shopping excursion with a woman, he was utterly astonished and filled with questions, which he posed to her. Her response was simple: why purchase items we do not desire? The notion of not buying bewildered Alan. He could not fathom the relentless pursuit of bargains without the intention of making a purchase. Nor could he understand the enthusiasm for traversing from one shop to another in search of discounts. Consequently, Alan began to accompany women on shopping trips less frequently, a decision that contributed to his lack of a romantic partner, though he would never admit it. From childhood to adulthood, Alan had but one reason for venturing into the marketplace: the desire to procure goods. Often, he would persuade his mother to accompany him on shopping trips, reluctant to go himself. Even when he did make the effort, his excursions typically lasted no more than 10 minutes, and he would seldom visit more than 3 shops. He could hardly endure the so-called joy of shopping. For him, shopping was a matter of efficiency, precision, and decisiveness. This is not meant to cast any aspersions on women. We all understand. It's merely a personal lament. The author harbors no disdain. After all, I once shared the same sentiment, until my girlfriend expressed her disappointment in my lack of companionship, which led to subsequent developments. However, the current Alan relishes his shopping experiences. In the world of pirates, entertainment is scarce. After being cooped up on an island for 2 years and enduring a tedious voyage across the sea for over a fortnight, he felt utterly stifled. Now, shopping has become his sole form of leisure. Truly delightful. As Alan meandered through the bustling marketplace, he was captivated by the myriad of sights, each more delightful than the last. His hands soon brimmed with an assortment of snacks, and he joyfully indulged while exploring. However, the funds he had scavenged from the ship quickly dwindled. The island was modest in size, and before long, he had traversed its entirety. Despite his plentiful snacking, a lingering hunger persisted. He eventually settled into a restaurant that caught his eye. "Hey, proprietor, please prepare my meal post-haste. I desire meat, plenty of it," he exclaimed eagerly. "Of course, esteemed guest. Please bear with me for a moment," replied a middle-aged man, warmly welcoming him. As Alan awaited his feast with anticipation, the table soon overflowed with an array of dishes, each a testament to the exquisite nature of authentic Japanese cuisine, something he had never before experienced in his previous life, where he lacked the means to savor sushi and similar delights. Although his fondness for meat was profound, 2 years of continuous consumption had dulled his enthusiasm. Even his beloved dishes had become mere sustenance, no longer a source of pleasure. In his past life, he relied solely on his phone for culinary guidance, and without it, he found himself at a loss in the kitchen, left with only his rudimentary barbecue skills. skills honed through 2 years of solitary island living, yet still lacking the finesse of true gastronomy. Faced with such a lavish spread, Alan soon began to devour the food voraciously, much to the astonishment of those around him, who paused their meals to gawk at this foreigner's unabashed appetite. Meanwhile, Sanji and Zeph had also arrived in town. They navigated the streets with keen eyes, searching for the ingredients and spices they sought, oblivious to Alan's culinary exploits. Despite their efforts, they found little of interest but understood that the island's limited offerings would soon lead them to seek a place to dine. On the other hand, Alan rapidly consumed the entirety of his meal, leaving only a mountain of empty plates before him. As he surveyed the remnants of his feast, a sense of satisfaction washed over him, and he let out a contented burp, only to realize he was unprepared to settle the bill. A wave of embarrassment washed over him as he sat there, contemplating his predicament. The restaurant owner, observing the barren table, was taken aback by Alan's prodigious appetite but wore a broad smile, recognizing the rarity of such a patron. He approached Alan, hands enthusiastically rubbing together. "Have you enjoyed your meal, dear guest?" Yes. It was delightful," Alan replied nervously, acutely aware of his empty pockets. "Were you satisfied with your meal? What do you think?" Upon hearing Alan's response, the boss rubbed his hands together, for this was indeed a significant order. "Ah, yes. Witnessing Alan's demeanor, the boss's expression shifted, losing its previous facade of cordiality. He straightened his posture, towering over the scene, and questioned with an air of authority. "Is the customer unwilling to settle the bill?" He gestured towards the bar, his voice rising in intensity. "Are they intending to dine and dash?" With that, he summoned several staff members, encircling Alan. Alan gazed at his boss, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, his composure utterly shattered as he stammered through his explanations. "How could I possibly dine and dash?" he protested, observing the forced smile on Alan's face. The boss grew increasingly resolute in his belief that the young man was indeed contemplating a free meal. With a heavy heart, the boss clutched his chest, sensing the substantial wealth slipping away from him, further fueling his anger towards Alan. "So, can the customer pay?" he inquired. "Ah, but I haven't finished my meal yet. Why the rush?" Alan fumbled with the empty plates on the table, a sense of urgency gnawing at him. Where had Sanji and Zeph gone? Why were they taking so long? It was utterly mortifying. Although the individuals before him were no match for Alan's prowess, they were merely ordinary people, and it was not in his character to resort to violence against them. Additionally, he had never encountered such a situation before. Accustomed to mobile payments in his previous life, he had never carried cash. Having recently arrived on the island, he had not fully adapted to his new circumstances. He had been so preoccupied upon his arrival that he hadn't paid attention and had brought only a meager amount of money with him, leaving him in quite a predicament. Meanwhile, as Alan engaged in negotiations with the owner, Sanji and Zeph were leisurely exploring the restaurant, preparing for what lay ahead. Alan gazed at his formidable boss, feeling a surge of anger that he was unable to express. It was all his fault, leading him to contemplate a hasty retreat, intending to later procure some funds from Zeph to cover his absence. The pressure from the boss and the surrounding diners was becoming unbearable. Just as Alan prepared to rise and flee, he caught sight of Sanji and Zeph entering the restaurant, instantly straightening his posture and addressing his boss, who said, "I intended to dine and dash. Look, my friends have arrived." Following the direction of Alan's finger, the boss noticed Sanji and Zeph, a boy of around 10, with peculiar yellow hair and oddly curled eyebrows, was accompanied by a man with a single leg and long braided facial hair. The two entered his restaurant in succession. "Them?" the boss inquired, turning his head. "Uh-huh." Alan nodded enthusiastically. "Hey, you over there, old man the bag." Upon hearing Alan's response, the boss shouted at Jafu. Jafu turned at the call, only to find a middle-aged man glaring at him with palpable anger, leaving him perplexed. Suddenly, he noticed Alan sitting there with a sheepish grin and a table strewn with empty plates. And the realization dawned upon him. Could it be that this young fellow was unable to settle the bill? Nevertheless, he approached the group. "Hey, Alan, what's going on?" "Oh, it's good that you two know each other," the boss remarked. Dismissing Jafu's attitude, he felt a slight easing of his expression upon recognizing their acquaintance. After all, it was preferable to avoid violence. As a businessman, he understood that resorting to brutality would do little to foster future commerce. Little did Alan know the intricate thoughts swirling within his boss's mind. Even if he were aware, he would undoubtedly scoff at the notion, as his demeanor revealed his true character. Upon the arrival of Zeph, Alan felt an immediate surge of confidence. standing upright to meet his boss's gaze. His behavior was reminiscent of a petty tyrant, oblivious to the earlier intent of dining and dashing. Alan cast a sidelong glance at his boss, triumphantly addressing Uncle Zeph. Zeph prolonged his syllables with a nauseating tone that sent a shiver down Alan's spine. It was utterly revolting. Unable to endure it any longer, Alan promptly pushed Zeph aside and began to engage in conversation with his superior. Upon noticing that the situation had been addressed by others, Alan paid it no further mind, humming a light tune as he approached Sanji to share his observations. Sanji, listening to Alan's incessant chatter, quickly grew impatient. Coupled with the disdain from Alan's previous act of dining and dashing, he derided him, calling him a barbarian and a bumpkin, urging him to go away. Aha! Has this curly brow lost its wits? Now he has even earned himself a bumpkin moniker, Sanji scoffed, though Alan felt a pang of embarrassment. He was reluctant to engage in a dispute given the awkwardness of his prior actions. He merely muttered, curly brow, before sitting aside to continue devouring the food that Sanji and the others had ordered. This infuriated Sanji even more. He had barely touched his meal, while Alan had already consumed a third of it. He shouted at Alan, "Hey, you wretched savage. How can you still eat after devouring so much? This is our food." Alan seemed oblivious to his surroundings, continuing to devour his meal with gusto. Sanji, observing Alan's relentless pace, contemplated addressing him later, fearing that the food would soon vanish. Choosing silence, he joined Alan, and together they engaged in a frenzied feast. In the midst of their chaotic consumption, before Zeph could arrive, they had cleared the table of all its offerings. Sanji, appearing unsatisfied, fixed a glare at Alan, his jaw clenched in frustration. "Hey, furrowed brow. Why are you staring at me like that?" Alan, feigning ignorance, addressed Sanji, saying, "Hey, do not pretend as if you're unaware of anything." Alan shrugged and rose to his feet. He had just engaged in a spirited debate with his boss, which had drained him somewhat, and he believed one ought to be allowed to satiate their hunger. With that thought, he left the restaurant, indifferent to the commotion caused by Sanji behind him, feeling quite pleased with the outcome. Upon exiting the establishment, Alan found no desire to continue wandering. Having satisfied his appetite, he yearned for slumber. Without waiting for Zeph and Sanji, he swayed his way to the dock, boarded the ship, and retreated to his cabin, swiftly succumbing to deep sleep. When Alan finally awakened, the sky had turned dark, signifying an extensive slumber. He lingered in bed for a moment, relishing the tranquility of his leisurely life, which had fostered a bit of morning grumpiness. He stretched luxuriously, reluctant to rise, cherishing this rare moment of respite. After a brief pause, Alan began contemplating his next course of action. In the world of pirates, where strength reigns supreme, whether one is a pirate, a navy officer, a bounty hunter, or part of the world government, it is clear that those with formidable power carve out their place. Figures such as the 4 emperors of the New World, the 3 admirals of the Navy, and the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, live quite contentedly in this realm, despite their differing affiliations. The mere mention of their names often sends the average person retreating in fear, illustrating the undeniable advantages of possessing great strength. Alan was acutely aware of his strengths. With the advent of the system, he had acquired the skills of the sword soul and had successfully transitioned into his new role. He yearned to establish himself in this world, to sail freely across the vast seas, and to witness the splendor of a realm that could only be imagined in anime. Alan silently contemplated as he accessed the system panel. Player, Gaia Alan class, Sword Soul, Transcended, level, 23, 1 experience point, weapon, none skills, / mastered. Silverlight Blade, proficient, / cross / mastered, mountain shatter, continuous stab. Block, mastered, swordsmanship, Reiki sword technique, weapon mastery, gazing at his level and the skills he had acquired. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his accomplishments over the past 2 years. However, he remained uncertain about the extent of his prowess, having only engaged in combat with the haze from the Cutlass pirate crew. Furthermore, the prospect of leveling up depended on defeating monsters, which implied that he would have to engage in constant battles in the future. Would he be destined to become a pirate? Despite his affection for the anime One Piece and the spirited adventures of Luffy, the thought of becoming a pirate troubled him. The very term pirate connoted thievery, while true adventurers seemed to be mere exceptions in that world, leaving Alan in a state of inner conflict. It had been 2 years since his arrival in this realm, and he wondered how his parents would react to his sudden disappearance. Sigh. Alan sighed and cast his gaze upon the ceiling of his bedroom, muttering to himself. The 2 years spent surviving on a deserted island had quickly tempered his spirit, and now the most pressing matter was his plans for the future. It was a perplexing twist of fate that had brought him here. He remained uncertain as to why he had arrived in this place. However, if he had crossed over, it stood to reason that he could also find his way back, though the method remained elusive. Nevertheless, he needed a goal to strive towards. The life of a pirate is fraught with peril, as it not only invites the relentless pursuit of the navy, but also the ambition of rivals seeking to usurp one another. Beyond a select few formidable pirates who manage to establish their dominance, the competition among the majority is exceedingly fierce. Suddenly, Alan thought of a uniquely unconventional individual, Dracula Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the world's greatest swordsman. He sailed the seas alone, exuding an air of carefree elegance. And aside from aspiring swordsmen who wished to challenge his renown, none dared to provoke him. With the advent of the system, Alan became a sword spirit, thus transforming into a swordsman himself. This could pave the way for him to become the next greatest swordsman in the world, allowing him to roam the seas with the same carefree spirit as Mihawk. Soon, clarity dawned upon Alan. Since he had no desire to become a pirate, he could instead pursue the role of a bounty hunter. This path would afford him the joy of unburdened advancement while evading the relentless pursuit of the Navy. Mihawk had only agreed to become a warlord due to his exasperation with the Navy's incessant pursuit, making the life of a bounty hunter the prime choice. With this newfound understanding, Alan sprang from his bed, exhilarated and throwing a few enthusiastic punches into the air. With a clear goal in sight, he felt invigorated, and he dashed out onto the deck, shouting incomprehensible phrases. Sanji and Zeph, who were in the midst of training, paused to exchange bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Alan's antics. They could only interpret this as yet another episode of Alan's daily eccentricities and return to their training. Chapter 21. Bounty Hunter. Having expended enough energy in his outburst, Alan noticed the peculiar behavior of the 2 individuals nearby. While he could understand Zeph's indifference, Sanji's lack of mockery was puzzling. Sanji sometimes had a tendency to be rather abrasive, and when he felt that Alan was being difficult, he would withdraw, leaving Alan feeling somewhat disheartened. Thus, in his current state of mind, Alan resolved to provoke Sanji instead. Approaching Sanji, Alan scrutinized his cooking technique, circling around him for a while without comprehending anything. However, that did not deter him from critiquing. "Sanji, this isn't up to par. I can smell that it's lacking," he commented. "This ingredient is all wrong." And other similar remarks began to fluster Sanji. Given Sanji's youth and relative inexperience in the culinary arts, he quickly found himself at a loss and ruined the dish. Zeph, observing Alan's interference, could only shake his head in resignation. Previously, when Alan first witnessed Sanji's practice on the island, he had offered unsolicited advice, leading Zeph to believe that Alan possessed considerable culinary knowledge. However, it soon became evident that Alan was merely pretending to be knowledgeable, prompting Zeph to disregard his input. Furthermore, Sanji was easily rattled by Alan's comments, leading to frequent clashes between the 2. To avoid becoming embroiled in their inevitable conflict, Zeph turned and walked away. As anticipated, Sanji erupted in frustration upon noticing Alan's continued disruptions. "You damn savage. You're driving me insane. You know nothing about cooking, so stop giving me nonsensical directions. You filthy wildling. I'm trying to help you, and yet you blame me." Alan was quite indignant at Sanji's actions, feeling that his heartfelt guidance had been so unjustly belittled, which filled him with anger. However, he failed to consider the inadequacies of his own culinary prowess. With a dismissive curl of his brow, he thought perhaps it was Sanji's skills that were lacking. After all, one cannot blame others for their own shortcomings. Upon hearing Alan's accusation, Sanji erupted in outrage, and the 2 soon found themselves embroiled in a fierce altercation. After a tumultuous scuffle, both emerged bruised and battered. Grumbling as they retreated to their respective quarters, the tender camaraderie they once shared dissipating into silence, leaving the entire ship tranquil once more. The night passed without any noteworthy events, and as dawn broke, Alan, resolute in his newfound goal, rose early for his morning training. He understood that only through enhancing his physical abilities could he wield his skills with greater finesse, which in turn would indirectly augment his energy reserves. Yet, he realized that his current regimen had begun to yield diminishing returns. The workouts required extensive duration before his body felt fatigued, rendering the effects rather meager. After a fruitless session, he shifted his focus to honing his skills instead. Zhifu and Sanji also awoke and emerged from their cabins. Sanji joined in the morning exercises, while Zhifu busied himself with preparing breakfast. Once their workout concluded and they had shared a meal, the 3 convened to deliberate on their next course of action. Jifu, having previously disbanded the pirate crew, had envisioned opening a restaurant, yet he had yet to settle on a location. He understood the critical importance of establishing a reputable site. And thus, he intended to consult Alan, who had traversed various places before their castaway ordeal. Alan felt a sense of helplessness. He had traversed into this world. Although he had watched the anime, it predominantly depicted the protagonist's continuous adventures, leaving many aspects unexplained. Moreover, his former self was merely a child who had set sail for the first time on his birthday. Nevertheless, he was familiar with the storyline, knowing that later, Zeph and Sanji would choose a ship to serve as their restaurant. Thus, he boldly suggested to Zeph, instead of selecting an island, why not directly convert a ship into a restaurant? Anchoring it at sea would allow both passing vessels and eager diners to be accommodated, ensuring a substantial flow of customers. Upon hearing Alan's proposal, Zeph's eyes sparkled with realization. How had he not considered that? Opting for a ship was far more convenient than an island. What an excellent idea. Thank you, young Alan. We shall head to the island shortly to scout for a suitable vessel, Zeph exclaimed, genuinely pleased with the suggestion. Furthermore, while designing the ship, one could envision it as a three-tiered structure, the top level for personal living quarters, the middle for the other restaurant staff, and the ground floor dedicated to the dining area and kitchen. Alan straightforwardly proposed to take the initiative in the construction of the ship. Consequently, Jifu and Sanji commenced a discussion on the optimal design for the vessel. After an extensive deliberation, they ultimately resolved to adhere to Alan's vision, with the specifics to be communicated to the shipwrights at a later time. Once they concluded the topic regarding the selection of the restaurant, Jifu expressed his curiosity about Alan's future plans and inquired, Alan, what do you intend to do moving forward? Have you considered it? Would you care to join us? Alan has entertained the notion of becoming a bounty hunter for pirates. However, lacking a temporary abode, he readily acquiesced to the suggestion. Considering the Baratai restaurant as a suitable residence, it would not only provide shelter but also delectable cuisine, a delightful arrangement indeed. Very well, no problem, he affirmed. Observing Alan's nod of agreement, Zeph was filled with joy, while Sanji wore an expression of disdain. Alan, disinterested in the conversation, sought to comprehend the path to becoming a pirate hunter and inquired, Hey, Zeph, do you know how one becomes a pirate hunter? Zeph was taken aback by Alan's question. He had presumed that Alan might aspire to be a formidable pirate in the future. Nevertheless, he responded, you should inquire at the naval base. Conveniently, on the other side of this island, there is a naval outpost. You can go there to register, leaving your information with the Navy should suffice. Alan nodded, intending to inquire about the location of the naval branch in town shortly. After their discussion, Sanji and Zeph departed together, eager to explore the island for any shipbuilding facilities, as they needed to hasten the preparation of a vessel. Watching them leave, Alan sought directions to the naval base and proceeded in that direction. Before long, he came across a branch emblazoned with the words Naval Base and, after questioning the sentry at the entrance, embarked on his registration journey. The branch's commanding officer, Navy Major Lester, quickly facilitated Alan's registration upon assessing his capabilities, all the while fervently inviting him to join the Navy and extolling its benefits. However, Alan was well aware of the Navy's policies, which often left individuals with little choice, making it impossible for someone who cherished freedom like him to acquiesce. Faced with Alan's resolute refusal to enlist, Lester ultimately conceded, but personally escorted him to the base's entrance, promising that should Alan ever reconsider, he could come to find him. Watching Alan depart, Lester sighed with regret. Ecstatic at becoming a bounty hunter, Alan felt he had finally taken the first step towards his goal, with even greater challenges awaiting him ahead. Back on the ship, he sat alone at the bow, lost in thought as he awaited Sanji and Zeph's return to prepare dinner. Suddenly, he recalled a crucial matter. He lacked weapons. A swordsman without a weapon was akin to a toothless tiger. He promptly leaped from the bow and raced towards town, intending to procure a sword for the time being, planning to find a more suitable weapon later. After a prolonged search in town, he was unable to locate a fine blade. Ultimately, with no other options, Alan spent 10,000 berries on a fairly decent sword, returning home with a heavy heart. Upon his return, he learned from Zeph that there was indeed a shipyard on the island, albeit a small one, and crafting a 3-deck ship would require a month. Faced with this delay, Alan had no choice but to wait, as he was uncertain of the location of the Baratai restaurant and how he would return later. Coincidentally, as he intended to pursue a career as a bounty hunter, he realized he would need to navigate the seas alone, making it prudent to learn about sailing during this month. Otherwise, he risked getting lost at sea and facing starvation, which would be quite the disgrace. Thus, during this month, Alan equipped himself with weighted training gear, exercising his physical stamina in the sea's embrace in the mornings and honing his skills in the afternoons. Later, upon learning that Alan would remain on the island for a month, Lester extended an invitation for Alan to visit the naval base, hoping to win him over with the might of the Navy. This eventually led to Alan training at the naval base, where he and Lester forged a strong friendship. Although Alan ultimately declined Lester's proposal. Thus, the month swiftly passed. On this day, Lester, Alan, Sanji, and Zeph gathered to witness the launching ceremony of the future maritime restaurant. Bartai. Chapter 22. Recruiting. With the concerted efforts of numerous shipwrights, the vessel was soon launched. Gazing at the three-tiered ship before him, Zeph felt a surge of excitement. With the ship's descent into the water, half of his dream had been realized. He warmly beckoned the trio to board and explore. However, the ship was merely an empty shell, akin to a newly constructed shell of a house, lacking any significant features, and the tour concluded rather swiftly. Ultimately, it was just an unadorned vessel, equipped only with the most rudimentary essentials. Alan was led around the ship against his will, finding little of interest, and grew impatient quickly. Lester, let us depart. We have yet to engage in our practice for the day. I must assess your swordsmanship, Alan stated. Lester, upon hearing this, was filled with enthusiasm. The month of training, combined with his duels with Alan, had significantly enhanced his skills. The two had become close friends. Yet Lester persistently repeated one thing each day, inviting Alan to join the Navy. When Alan had first registered as a bounty hunter, Lester had requested the naval headquarters to look into his background. He was found to be a clean individual with no pirate affiliations. His family had perished in a maritime disaster, while he had miraculously survived on a deserted island. 2 years later, he emerged from that solitude, ultimately becoming a bounty hunter. However, Alan consistently refused Lester's invitations, leaving Lester at a loss. Despite trying numerous methods, he could only mention the invitation during their daily sparring sessions, hoping that Alan might eventually change his mind. Though Lester's invitations were unsuccessful, he deeply admired Alan's prowess in swordsmanship. Achieving the status of a swordsman at such a young age, Alan's daily duels provided Lester with invaluable insights. This mutual respect led to a genuine friendship between them. Thus, when Lester heard Alan's proposal, he immediately agreed. The newly constructed ship held little allure compared to the motivation of practicing with Alan. During these days, Alan had taught him various sword techniques, and Lester had shared insights into his own style of swordsmanship. Eager to act on their newfound consensus, the two could hardly contain their excitement as they made their way to the naval base. Meanwhile, Zeph wandered the ship tirelessly, repeatedly tracing the railings on the deck as if they were his beloved. Finally, under the disapproving gaze of the shipbuilders, he ceased his contemplation of the new vessel. After settling the accounts, he began discussions with Sanji regarding what supplies to procure. Time passed swiftly after spending a day at the naval base. Alan once again declined Lester's invitation and returned after dinner. Upon arriving back on the ship, Alan was taken aback by the scene before him. What on earth? In just a day, everything had transformed so drastically. The new ship bore no resemblance to its former self. It had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Alan hurriedly inspected the third deck, astonished to find that the kitchenware, bedding, tables, and chairs had all been arranged in mere 24 hours. He was overwhelmed by the fervor exhibited by Zeph and Sanji. What remarkable speed! It seemed that their aspirations for this restaurant exceeded all expectations. Alan shook his head. Although he had not seen the two individuals aboard the ship, he could easily surmise that they were still in town selecting items for their restaurant. Disregarding thoughts of them, he noted that while the ship had been equipped with beds and other essentials, the belongings from the previous crew, the Cutlass pirates, had yet to be transferred, and the dock remained guarded. Thus, he returned to the former ship to rest, planning to converse with Sanji and Zeph the following day. Meanwhile, Sanji and Zeph were busy selecting the necessary items for their restaurant in town, continuing their endeavors until the shops closed. Reluctantly, they returned to the new ship, and after considerable effort, finally settled down, their enthusiasm palpable. The following morning, upon awakening, Alan instinctively sought to rouse Sanji for their morning workout. However, recalling the silence from the previous night, he quickly realized that the two had not returned, leading him to forego his exercise routine. Upon returning to the new ship, he was greeted by the sight of the two disheveled figures sprawled on the deck, soundly asleep. Alan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he wiped his forehead. Had they lost their minds? Observing Sanji and Zeph in their deep slumber, He recognized they would not awaken anytime soon. With no breakfast to be had, he decided to head to the naval base for a meal, knowing that Lester would not object. After lingering at the naval base for the morning and enjoying lunch, Alan returned to the ship. He found the two, though awake, engrossed in their tasks. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he remarked on their seemingly unchanging state. "Hey, Zeph, with your furrowed brow, what are you two doing? Didn't you finish everything?" Sanji, dismissive of Alan's inquiry, retorted, "What do you know, you savage? This is our restaurant." After experiencing hunger, Zeph's greatest dream is to have a restaurant, and that dream deserves respect. After a flurry of activity, the two concluded that they had accomplished enough for the moment. The foundation of the restaurant was taking shape, with common ingredients already prepared, while some rare and expensive items would be procured later. They had completed all necessary preparations for their grand opening, eagerly anticipating their first day at sea, which had been designated as the official opening day, just 3 days away. Alan observed the exuberance displayed by the two and, feeling rather disheartened, interrupted their animated chatter. "Hey, are you not getting ahead of yourselves?" His words elicited irritation from Sanji, who found Alan's lack of perception quite vexing. "Alan, you uncouth savage. Just go back to your barbaric ways of eating." Raising an eyebrow, he continued, "It's not that I wish to dampen your spirits. But don't you feel something is amiss?" Alan appeared quite confident, raising an eyebrow as he responded. Zhifu and Sanji exchanged glances, surveying their surroundings. Nothing seemed amiss. Zhifu restrained the words that were on the tip of Sanji's tongue and, with curiosity, inquired, "Young Alan, take a closer look. We are indeed prepared. Though time has been somewhat limited, we possess all that is necessary." Alan knew that these two were certainly unaware of what they were missing. Rising to his feet with an air of sage-like authority, he clasped his hands behind his back. Finally, when their impatience reached a peak, he decided he had feigned enough curiosity and asked, "So, are you both planning to open a restaurant together?" "Of course. Do you think we need you for that?" Sanji replied, fully aware that Alan was utterly clueless about culinary arts. The success of the restaurant would rely solely on their skills. Is a restaurant merely a matter of having chefs? While your culinary talents are commendable, managing a restaurant requires more than just the two of you. Without sufficient manpower, how do you intend to expand and thrive on such a grand vessel? Upon hearing Alan's words, Zeph paused momentarily before realization struck. If business flourished, they would indeed lack adequate staff. Promptly, Sanji set about creating a recruitment notice to hang along the town's main thoroughfare, hoping to attract talent. 3 days later, Zeph and Sanji found themselves aboard the ship, sighing in despair. It had been 3 days without a suitable candidate. The townspeople, initially eager at the prospect of working on a seafaring restaurant, quickly returned disheartened. They were reluctant to leave their homes, as they were but ordinary folk. On the island, they enjoyed the protection of the Navy, but once at sea, they would be left to fend for themselves. The threat of pirates loomed large, and thus, not a single soul had agreed to apply. After spending a day at the Navy base, Alan eagerly returned to the ship, laughing mockingly at the sight of the two dejected figures. In the anime, the Baratai restaurant employed pirates as both chefs and servers, which allowed them to establish their presence in the East Blue. Coupled with the notorious reputation of Red Leg Zeph, the seafaring restaurant had garnered fame, and no one dared to challenge them. After indulging in enough mockery, Alan finally spoke. "Hey, you two, tomorrow marks the day we set sail. I suggest we head out to sea and figure things out as we go. We can advertise for staff in the newspapers. Ordinary people fear pirates, but pirates have no such fears. We can simply seek out chefs and servers who have no desire to become pirates." Zeph's eyes brightened at this notion. It was indeed a brilliant idea. He had underestimated Alan's cleverness all along. Swiftly, Zeph drafted the recruitment advertisement, ready to submit it to the newspaper at dawn. Convinced that his dream was finally within reach. The next morning, after handing the advertisement to the newspaper, Zeph shouted from the ship, "We set sail." The vessel, named Baratai, departed the harbor, charting a course for the horizon. P.S. This chapter has undergone several revisions, with many sentences altered repeatedly. I remain dissatisfied with my writing. It feels overly verbose, and the narrative is lacking in certain areas. I have wrestled with whether to publish it, yet I recognize that this is a necessary journey. Establishing the restaurant requires such a process, but I find myself continually dissatisfied with how to convey it. As a reader myself, I can sense that some parts still lack finesse. I am able to accept some criticisms from esteemed readers. Indeed, this chapter has been written rather poorly, and despite my efforts, I find it difficult to amend. I sincerely hope that discerning readers will identify the shortcomings, and I welcome both criticism and suggestions. As a novice, I do not expect extraordinary achievements from this book. My earnest desire is to craft a novel that provides a pleasurable reading experience, at the very least ensuring a smooth narrative flow that brings joy to its readers. Many chapters have been hastily composed on my mobile device, and should any readers point out errors within these chapters, I will promptly make the necessary corrections upon noticing them. Once again, I encourage all readers to express their thoughts freely. I am profoundly grateful to the reader 201807201938841 for their generous donation of 100 Chidrin coins. This marks the first time I have received such support, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to them. I also wish to express my appreciation to the supporters Evil Bear, Reader 2017031800036311067, Dance of the Empty Technique, Swallow of the Zhao family, Xiao Dai, Madman of the Jing clan, One Path, and Godless Moonlight for their recommendations. Thank you immensely. I apologize for my lengthy discourse, but I am truly thankful for the support of these friends and for their generosity. Chapter 23. The Rogue Duo, 2 updates provided. I kindly request your votes. Special thanks to Free as the Wind, Li Qinghe, and Slowly Floating By from QQ Reading for their recommendations. I am also grateful for the recommendations from Evil Bear and Little Shrimp 73. Thank you to everyone. Alan sat at the bow of the ship, gazing into the horizon, recalling Lester's instructions from the moment he departed. Prior to boarding, Lester had refrained from uttering any further invitations, instead providing him with nautical charts of the surrounding area, a compass, and information regarding the pirate crews of the East Sea. The charts were exceedingly detailed, undoubtedly exclusive to the Navy, clearly depicting various islands and routes. It is essential to understand that such nautical charts are a rare commodity in these waters. A pirate vessel adrift without one would be utterly lost in navigation. Here in the East Sea, possessing such tools would greatly ease his quest to locate pirates in the future. Although the number of formidable pirates in the East Sea is limited, their sheer volume is significant. With Lester's comprehensive data from headquarters, Alan now possessed a clear objective, which would greatly assist him in his future advancements and training. Additionally, Lester gifted him a transponder snail to facilitate future communications. As long as he captures a pirate, he can return to Lester to claim his bounty, ensuring a more efficient exchange without the concern of corruption siphoning off his rewards. Lester, your assistance is invaluable, and this has proven tremendously beneficial to me. Alan expressed his gratitude with a heartfelt embrace of Lester. Hey, I'm not into that, keep your distance. Lester retorted with evident disdain as he pushed Alan away. The term Alan had unwittingly used lingered in Lester's mind after understanding its implications. He felt hesitant to draw too close to Alan, harboring the misconception that Alan was of that inclination. Damn it, I am attracted to women, women only. I'm not into that nonsense, he exclaimed. Following this exchange, both erupted into laughter. Though their time together was brief, Alan's unique charm and selfless guidance had already forged a bond between them akin to that of sworn brothers. Once their laughter subsided, Lester clapped Alan on the shoulder and inquired, "Are you truly not considering becoming a sailor?" Observing Alan's persistent shake of the head, Lester sighed, for he had approached this conversation with hope, only to be met with disappointment once more. "Well, take care on your journey. I will surely catch up to you. And the next time we meet, I shall best you," he declared. With Zephyr already urging them aboard the ship, Lester resolved not to linger any longer with Alan. "Ha. Rest assured, when we meet again, I will leave you searching for your teeth. You will never surpass me." Alan let out a hearty laugh as he leapt onto the vessel, waving farewell to Lester. During his time at the naval base, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge and forged a cherished friendship. Lester, equally smiling, waved back, watching as the boat gradually sailed away from the harbor, fading from view until it vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Alan's lips curled into a satisfied arc as he recalled the past month's achievements. He carefully examined the items bestowed upon him by Lester. Although he could not claim mastery over navigation, his studies had enabled him to comprehend nautical charts, making maritime travel a feasible endeavor. Most of the pirates in the East Sea were unfamiliar to him. The infamous figures from the anime of his previous life had yet to gain prominence. It was now the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar, a full 8 years before Luffy would set sail, and 6 years prior to Ace's journey, leaving ample time for Alan to enhance his prowess. Having crossed into this realm, he was determined to carve out his own legacy upon its stage. While he held no particular fascination for the title of Pirate King, the ambition to become the strongest man in the world ignited a fervent interest within him. eager and full of ambition. Alan envisioned a future filled with grand events in which he would undoubtedly partake. Standing at the bow of the ship, he felt invigorated as he perused the information on the pirate crew, recognizing this as his inaugural step towards greatness. The Baratai swiftly navigated to its designated destination, anchoring in place as it awaited prospective applicants. After an anxious 2-day wait, Zhifu and Sanji, having finished their midday meal, languidly waited in the cabin for a fortunate visitor. Suddenly, two individuals appeared at the entrance, one notably rotund and the other sporting a fierce beard, exuding a menacing demeanor. The plump man inquired, "Are you hiring a chef? Doesn't he seem too impressive, does it?" These newcomers were none other than Patty and Call, the notorious duo known as the Ruffian Pair, who would later navigate the Bluefin Tuna No. 1. Seeing someone finally arrive, Zhifu felt a surge of joy, yet maintained the dignity befitting a restaurant manager as he rose to respond. "Indeed, are you here to apply?" Patty arrogantly surveyed the surroundings, casting a scrutinizing glance at Zhifu. Noting the manager's missing leg, with a thump on the table, he exclaimed, "You're the owner? You don't look too impressive either. The newspaper claims you accept anyone, but do you realize we are pirates? Are you daring enough to hire us?" Zhifu erupted into laughter. "Pirates? As long as your culinary skills earn my approval, what does it matter if you're pirates?" Call stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Then let us demonstrate our prowess." Under Zhifu's guidance, the two entered the kitchen to prepare their signature dishes, while Zhifu, imposing as ever, also began to cook. Before long, the trio had completed their creations. Zhifu tasted their offerings. Though they did not rival his own, they were commendable nonetheless. Patty and Call, after sampling Zhifu's cuisine, were taken aback, genuinely impressed by his culinary artistry. Previously, while working as chefs in other establishments, their pirate status often marginalized them. Now, in this welcoming environment, they agreed to join the Baratai. The three exchanged introductions, revealing that Patty and Call were indeed fearsome pirates. Although Patty professed a customer-first philosophy, he remained true to his violent nature, often resorting to force when dealing with patrons. Carl is an adept knife wielder with a fiery temperament, having previously caused disturbances in numerous restaurants, leading to his rejection by many establishments. Upon discovering a job advertisement for the Baratai restaurant in the newspaper, which stated they welcomed all, including pirates, he decided to give it a try. When he realized that the owner before him, with a severed leg, was none other than the renowned chef and captain of the pirate crew, Redleg Zeph, he suppressed any inappropriate thoughts and grew increasingly respectful towards Zeph. Under the atmosphere cultivated by Alan, Carl quickly integrated into this small community. A week later, the Baratai restaurant finally assembled its complete staff, with many ingredients procured by the mischievous duo and Alan at sea. The restaurant opened its doors and soon welcomed its first guests, the Navy Major Lester from Roguetown. A month later, the Baratai restaurant gained considerable fame across the East Sea, with a steady stream of patrons daily. Noticing that the restaurant had established itself, Alan felt that his career as a bounty hunter was about to formally commence. In the waters near Roguetown, a pirate crew known as the Silver Shark Pirates emerged, led by Chris Fit, who had previously escaped from Leicester. The current captain was a former trainee of the Silver Shark Pirates. Their longtime rival, the Tato Pirates, was also in the vicinity, and the two crews had been bitter enemies for years. Lester had contacted Alan the previous day to inform him of this situation, explaining that the Roguetown Navy was unable to confront both pirate crews simultaneously, as intervening could provoke attacks from both. Therefore, he sought to collaborate with Alan to eliminate the two pirate crews. The following day, after bidding farewell to Zeph and Sanji, Alan set off on his journey to locate the Silver Shark Pirates, marking his first battle as a bounty hunter. This was a crucial fight that would determine his path to becoming the strongest man. Understanding the importance of preparation for his inaugural battle, he met with Lester to ascertain the exact location of the Silver Shark Pirates before embarking alone. Chapter 24. The Silver Shark Pirates and the Tato Pirates. With Alan sailing at full speed, he arrived at Enric Island, the stronghold of the Silver Shark Pirates. The following day, he disembarked at an uninhabited area and, upon sprinting towards the port, he encountered a throng of over 100 people divided into two opposing factions. Observing the two leaders, Alan retrieved a bounty poster from his pocket and confirmed that they were indeed the captains of the Silver Shark Pirates and the Tato Pirates. Alan contacted Lester to inform him of the discovery of the Sea Shark pirate crew and the Tato pirate crew, urging him to await further news. After conveying this information, Alan scanned his surroundings and found a concealed spot to hide and observe the ensuing developments. Under the leadership of the two captains, The armed bands of pirates exuded a restless energy, poised to pounce at their captain's command and tear apart anyone in their path. One of the captains, a middle-aged man with a rugged appearance, bore a scar that stretched from the corner of his left eye down to his neck. His unkempt beard and robust physique made it evident that he was a formidable adversary. This man was Butcher Tato, the captain of the Tato pirate crew. Speaking of your captain, Silver Shark Chris, if he were not present, I doubt you lot would have the audacity to block our path, Tato remarked, seemingly ignoring the individual before him and casting a taunting glance elsewhere. If the Chris you speak of is that decrepit old man in his 50s or 60s, I regret to inform you that he is no longer with us. After your defeat of him a year ago, he succumbed to scurvy shortly thereafter. That old fool truly brought disgrace to us pirates, came a cold voice from beneath a black trench coat. The man then slowly raised his head, revealing a countenance obscured by a black top hat. Young, handsome, with a delicate demeanor, his meticulously styled golden hair framed a confident gaze behind golden-rimmed glasses, laced with a hint of mockery. I am Chris Witt, the former apprentice of the Silver Shark pirate crew, now its captain. As he spoke, the young man removed his hat and bowed slightly to the crew on deck, offering a faint smile. Oh, you share the surname, Chris? Kaler exhaled a ring of smoke, eyeing him with curiosity. Since you've risen to the captaincy, you must be the son of the old Chris, eh? You certainly speak rather disrespectfully of your father. Well, if anything, it would be more appropriate to call myself a bastard rather than a son, the young man with golden-rimmed glasses replied, displaying no sign of anger. Instead, he seemed intrigued as he surveyed the crew on deck, lightly chuckling. Nevertheless, that old rogue is still my nominal father, though I feel somewhat embarrassed. Since we have crossed paths, I cannot let you all off the hook. This exchange, coupled with Witt's striking appearance and poised demeanor, was nearly impeccable. Were there outsiders present, particularly young ladies, they would likely perceive Witt as a cultured noble rather than a fearsome pirate. Unfortunately, aboard Tato's ship, only a band of scruffy men was present. They gazed at Witt in silence. After a moment, whispers began to circulate. Such pretentiousness, it's rather nauseating. Indeed, it seems so. Bang. As the crowd continued to chatter, the sudden crack of a gunshot pierced the air. Amidst the dissipating smoke from the barrel, a one-eyed giant coldly regarded the departing bullet, a glint of cruelty flickering in his eyes. The bullet sped towards its target, yet Tato appeared oblivious to the gunfire, maintaining his mocking demeanor. Just as the bullet was about to strike, a man beside Tato raised his blade to deflect the projectile with ease, sheathing it as if it were a trivial matter. He calmly shook his head, brushed off the ash, and said nothing further, turning to survey the pirates before him, his gaze settling on the one-eyed giant. With a languid drawl, he remarked, "Long time no see, One Eye. I can't believe a year has passed, and your marksmanship remains as abysmal as ever. It seems that losing One Eye hasn't taught you how to aim." At this, the surrounding members of Tato's pirate crew exhaled in relief, erupting into laughter. One particularly boisterous pirate mimicked the one-eyed giant's astonished expression after a missed shot, gesturing with two fingers as if firing into the air with a ridiculous sound, exclaiming, "Ah la la, another miss." The one-eyed giant's eyes flashed with malice, yet he first raised his thumb to cock the hammer and loaded a peculiar, dark red round before leveling the gun at him, coldly stating, "You insolent brat, how dare you mock me?" However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, the man named Wood intervened, calmly halting his action. "That's enough, One Eye. Let us cease the probing." The taunting giant, witnessing One Eye relent, wore a look of disappointment. He lowered his massive naginata, his towering figure seemingly toying with a mere trinket. "Wit, your swordsmanship remains as exquisite as ever," he complimented, entirely unfazed by the earlier jest. "Ah, indeed. I take great pride in my skills," Wit replied, accepting the praise while his right hand tightened around his weapon, an unmistakable tension hanging in the air, signaling that war was imminent. Meanwhile, Alan, having observed the exchange for some time, grew increasingly impatient. These pirates were far too slow. In the anime, confrontations erupted at the slightest provocation. He wondered how it was that these two pirate crews were engaged in idle banter. If not for the earlier gunshot, he might have doubted the authenticity of the intel he had received. As Alan's mind raced, the atmosphere between the two pirate crews grew ever more charged, with Wit maintaining his smile while his movements remained resolute. Upon observing the actions of Wit, the one-eyed pirate promptly loaded his prepared ammunition and fired a shot towards Callel. With the sound of the gunshot, the two pirate crews immediately plunged into chaos. Following the onset of hostilities between the Tato pirate crew and the Silver Shark pirate crew, The clashing of blades and the echo of gunfire filled the air, creating a lively scene along the shoreline. Chapter 25. I am Gaia Allen Clang. As swords collided, a pirate with a scarred face felt a jolt in his hands, resulting in his weapon slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. He could not withstand the shockwave, stumbling awkwardly and nearly falling. Ah, is that all the Silver Shark pirate crew is capable of? Before him stood Beachy, wielding a massive cleaver. With a sidelong glance at his disheveled opponent, he scoffed, nonchalantly sheathing his sword and surveying the surroundings. At this juncture, the battle had raged for over 10 minutes, marked by scenes drenched in blood. Both sides had sustained injuries, and among the fallen pirates, a significant number had already breathed their last. Nevertheless, overall, the Tato pirate crew maintained a distinct advantage, as the majority of the severely wounded or deceased were members of the Silver Shark pirate crew. In contrast, the Tato crew seemed emboldened by the fight. For instance, Beachy had already bested 2 officers, while their captain, Tato, exhibited remarkable prowess, engaging both wit and the one-eyed sniper with apparent ease. It must be said, the lad's swordsmanship is indeed commendable, far surpassing that of his inept father. Beachy cast a glance at Wit, the new captain of the Silver Shark pirate crew, who astonishingly employed a dual-wielding technique with commendable skill. During his confrontation with Tato, Wit had taken on a leading role, while the one-eyed sniper struggled to assist with a long knife due to the proximity of the combat. Ah, this battle seems less arduous than the captain suggested, Beachy muttered, somewhat bored, as he scanned the battlefield for the remaining officers, intent on dispatching them swiftly to focus on Wit and conclude the skirmish. The battlefield was intensely contested, and as the top-tier combatants were considered, the Silver Shark pirate crew found themselves outmatched by the Tato crew, suffering greater losses. Gradually, they began to falter, and the tide of battle was turning in favor of the Tato pirate crew, signaling that the confrontation would soon reach its end. Wit pushed Tato back with a determined strike, gasping for breath, his injuries taking a toll on his stamina. The remaining pirates ceased their clashes and gathered around their captains. Wit took a deep breath, observing his crew, each bearing wounds of varying severity, and he could no longer maintain the calm demeanor he once had. The situation had vastly exceeded his expectations. He initially believed that his mastery of the dual-wielding sword technique would grant him the strength to contend with Tato. It seems he had overestimated his own abilities. Just as he prepared to speak, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a figure, an unfamiliar presence that had abruptly appeared on the battlefield. This figure was Alan, having been an observer from the sidelines. Alan watched as the pirates fell one by one, feeling a pang of envy. Each defeat represented a lost opportunity for him to gain experience. However, he was aware that the moment he revealed himself on the battlefield, he would become the target of the pirates' collective aggression. Despite his anxiousness, he managed to suppress his impatience, stretching his body slightly and reciting a few incantations to steady himself. He opened his system panel. Player, Gaia Allen class, Sword Soul, Advanced, Level, 23, 10 experience points, Weapon, None skills, Upward Strike, Mastered, Silver Light / Proficient, Triple / Cross / Mastered, Mountain Breaker. Continuous Thrust, Block, Mastered, One Sword Flow Iato Sword Technique, Inside Demon Sword Technique, Weapon Mastery. The increase in experience was a result of his sparring sessions with Lester, from whom he also learned the One Sword Flow Iato, broadening his understanding of swordsmanship in this world. He had only mastered this single technique among many, hoping to glean more about the unique sword arts of this realm through it. The pirates embroiled in battle could offer him substantial experience, so he stealthily slipped away from the fray, initially intending to reap the rewards of their conflict. However, to his surprise, they ceased their fighting, leaving him momentarily stunned and vulnerable, which did not escape the keen eyes of Vito. Noticing Vito's gaze, Tato turned his head curiously to discover a young boy nearby, prompting the collective attention of the pirates to focus on this sudden interloper. Realizing his ambush plan had failed, Alan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he faced them. Tato, observing the frozen Alan, inquired, "Hey, kid, who are you? Do you not realize there is a battle taking place? We are pirates. What brings you here?" Responding to Tato's question, Alan shook off his stupor, straightening his demeanor and asserting himself. "I am Gaia Allen, and I am well aware of your piratical nature. Ah, little one, knowing we are pirates, you still dare to approach? Do you seek death?" Bicky brandished his massive scythe, towering over Alan as he spoke. "Ha, I fear not your kind of pirates. I am a hunter of pirates, and all of you shall become my quarry. This place will be your grave." Alan gazed enviously at the imposing figure before him, promptly revealing his identity. Since he had already been discovered, there was no need for further concealment. A pirate hunter? Are you here to claim our heads? It appeared he was oblivious to our true strength, willingly walking into his demise. Indeed, a naive youth unaware of the vastness of the world. Meanwhile, Beat resumed his previous demeanor, adjusting his glasses and shaking his head dismissively. He regarded the self-proclaimed pirate hunter with indifference, confident that any one of those present could easily subdue him. Alan gazed at the crowd before him, all wearing expressions of disdain. He remained unfazed. This provided an excellent opportunity for him to play the role of the underdog. When the time for confrontation arrived, they would soon come to realize his formidable prowess. Alan slowly extracted several bounty notices from his pocket, directing his gaze towards Tato, the captain of the Tato pirate crew, known as the Butcher Tato, for a staggering bounty of 11 million. How remarkable. He then proceeded to name the individuals present, revealing the bounties: 9 million for the Sea Shark, Vito, 4 million for the One-Eyed, 7 million for Kyle, and 600,000 for Beachy. What a remarkable assembly of talent. Each of you is a renowned pirate of the East Sea. Haha. Having finished, Ellen tucked the bounty notices back into his pocket. As the young boy recited their bounties, Tato narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering that this brat had come well prepared, evidently well informed about them. However, he remained unfazed. With so many individuals present, he doubted Ellen could prevail against them. He believed that the moment Ellen made a move, he would not survive. Little brat, since you are aware of our prowess, do you still dare to come here seeking your demise? It seems you truly are a naive calf unafraid of the tiger. Are you not concerned that we might end your life? Ha ha ha. Ultimately, the outcome will be my survival, and I shall gain renown across these seas, while you will fall here. Alan extended his finger and waved it dismissively. Do you think I am the only one? You underestimate me far too much. Look at you all. Alan pointed towards the distant sea, where a vessel adorned with the naval flag was steadily approaching them. Indeed, pirate hunters are a despicable lot. However, little one, do you truly believe that these Navy men will pose a challenge for us? Beachy glared at Alan, eyeing the imminent arrival of the Navy with contempt. Hey, big guy, this is hardly despicable. Alan observed the flustered Beachy and mockingly pointed to his own head. Chapter 26, Alan versus Tato. Amidst the conversations, the Navy had already reached the shore and commenced their landing, while the two pirate crews set aside their past grievances and gathered together. Unbeknownst to them, the Navy was their sworn enemy. They resolved to deal with the immediate threat of the Navy before delving into their own entanglements. As Alan watched the two pirate crews united in their animosity, he paid little heed, turning his gaze towards the Navy officer who approached him. Striding forward, he embraced the officer. Ah, Lester, your speed is quite impressive. Now you have 2 significant accomplishments to your name. Indeed, as soon as you contacted me via the transponder snail, I had already positioned the ship nearby. Upon receiving your notification, I promptly dispatched the vessel. I must express my gratitude. Otherwise, we would have had to alert other branches regarding these 2 pirate crews, Lester replied, appreciative of Alan's support. Although aware of Alan's commendable prowess, he also recognized that Tato and his crew were formidable opponents. Alan's willingness to brave danger for his aid was a debt he would remember. Now was the perfect opportunity to apprehend them. Previously, due to the Navy's broad targets, they had managed to evade capture multiple times. With Alan paving the way, the task became significantly easier. After a brief exchange with Lester, Alan and the Navy he led confronted the pirates. Inherent enemies, the pirates, sensing the Navy's trap, refrained from unnecessary chatter and immediately plunged into yet another chaotic melee with the Navy. In an instant, the shoreline erupted once more with shouts, gunfire, and the fierce clash of soldiers as Navy and pirates engaged in a battle of arms and wills. Upon witnessing this, Alan approached Cale directly. This was a battle between swordsmen. The previous sparring sessions had not allowed them to fully unleash their true prowess. He sought to gauge the strength of the swordsman in this world through a life-and-death confrontation. With a swift 3-part slash, Alan closed the distance to Chiral, followed by an upward thrust, a strike that surged from below and lunged toward Chiral. Taken aback by Alan's youthful mastery of the iron-slash technique, Chiral found himself caught off guard. A deep gash sliced across his abdomen, soon spilling crimson blood, instantly shedding his previous underestimation. Chiral assumed a dual-wielding stance and engaged Alan in fierce combat. The two exchanged blows, their swords weaving a dazzling dance of light. Alan skillfully parried Chiral's strikes, retreating to reassess his stance. This initial encounter with dual-wielding had cost him. A few slashes marred his clothing. However, within this brief skirmish, He gleaned insights into the nature of dual wielding, its reliance on agility and deceptive techniques, which, though taxing, were insufficient to inflict serious harm upon him. Moreover, Chiral had yet to ascend to the rank of swordsman, presenting a manageable threat, although Alan could not unleash his slashes freely due to their substantial energy drain. The occasional thrust still proved troublesome for Chiral. With this in mind, Alan launched a series of rapid thrusts toward Chiral, the tip of his blade sharp and menacing. Chiral, frantic to evade the onslaught, retreated hastily, but was ultimately forced to block with his sword. The clash resonated with a sharp ping as their blades met. The force of Alan's strikes overwhelming Chiral's hasty defenses, sending him tumbling to the ground. As Chiral struggled to rise, he bore internal injuries, his earlier ferocity diminished. His swordplay had noticeably slowed, and he could no longer withstand Alan's relentless assault. Seizing the advantage, Alan stepped back and shouted, "One sword style, Iato." His blade struck Chiral with a fierce blow, propelling him backward to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Witnessing this from a distance, Tardo felt his eyes redden. Chiral had been his companion for a long time, a bond forged through both hierarchy and camaraderie. Realizing Chiral's life hung in the balance, Tardo summoned all his strength to repel the encroaching navy and charge forward, his weapon raised. Faced with Tardo's fierce approach, Alan, reluctantly retreating to avoid being struck himself, recognized that a blow from Tardo would render him defenseless. Tardo reached Chiral's side and helped him up. "Hey, Chiral, how are you holding up?" "Captain, I fear I can no longer sail with you. I underestimated this pirate hunter. He has become a swordsman. I am no match for him. To perish at the hands of a stronger swordsman is the best outcome I could hope for." Just, Kaler weakly spoke to Tardo. But the previous blow had inflicted a grievous wound, nearly cleaving him in two. At this moment, he was drawing more breaths of despair than of life. And before he could utter another word, he slumped into Tardo's embrace. Tardo gazed at Kaler, whose eyes had closed, frantically shaking his body and shouting, "Hey, Kaler, hey, weren't you aiming to become the world's greatest swordsman? How can you succumb at this moment?" "Hey, Kaler." However, his cries were in vain. Kaler had already departed from this world. Tardo slowly laid Kaler down, his eyes reddened and his body trembling with rage as he glared at Alan, yearning to rend the boy before him to avenge Kaler. To witness his longtime companion perish right before his eyes was a torment too great to bear. With a roar of anguish, Tardo charged at Alan, summoning all his strength to swing his blade downward. The earlier clash with Kaler had left Alan unfulfilled. And upon seeing Tardo's assault, he too was invigorated, letting out a fierce shout as he rushed forward, intercepting Tardo's mighty strike with a deft upward thrust. Alan took advantage of the advanced swordsman. In the beginning, the battle between the two was nearly evenly matched, forcing the surrounding pirates and navy to retreat repeatedly under their relentless assault. Eventually, all combat ceased as they fixated on the clash between the two. Tardo and Alan represented the pinnacle of strength for both pirates and navy, and the outcome of their duel would tip the scales of this war. The onlookers were tense, their eyes locked on the battlefield. As the combat progressed, Tardo's experience and formidable prowess gradually gained the upper hand. Years of battle, coupled with his age, meant that Alan's defensive maneuvers began to outnumber his offensive attempts. With a resounding clang, the two collided once more, veins bulging in their arms as they roared, each unwilling to yield an inch. Tardo steadily pushed Alan back, who, gritting his teeth, fought desperately to withstand the onslaught. Observing Alan's faltering resistance, Tardo intensified his grip and suddenly lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick towards Alan. Caught off guard and unable to evade, Alan was struck solidly and crashed heavily to the ground. Alan, having endured a grueling battle, pushed himself up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The confrontation with Tardo had left him with considerable injuries. In contrast, Tardo bore only a few superficial cuts, yet he was slightly out of breath. Although he had the upper hand in the skirmish, it had still proven to be quite a challenge. The captain, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million, was indeed formidable. This despicable little wretch was destined to be defeated. Ha, it is evident that this boy stands no chance against the captain. Naturally, how could a mere pirate hunter, who appeared from nowhere, hope to contend with the captain? Long live the captain! Long live the captain! As Tardo's crew witnessed their leader gaining the advantage, they began to chant in unison. Beside them, Beachy cradled Kaler's lifeless body. "White-haired one, the captain will soon vanquish that little brat and avenge you. Just wait." Though he yearned to rush into the fray himself, he understood that this was the captain's battle, and he could not interfere. Chapter 27. Dying. Alan propped himself up, panting heavily. This battle was truly his first in every sense, far more arduous than the previous one. The victory over the captain of the Cutlass pirates on the deserted island was entirely due to Hayes' overconfidence. He believed Allen to be a mere fish in a barrel, severely injured and incapable of posing a threat. However, with Allen's unexpected breakthrough, Hayes met his demise. Now, he faced Tato, a foe significantly stronger than Hayes, whose bounty had escalated to 10 million due to multiple escapes from naval pursuits and numerous battles, while Hayes, infamous for the massacre of innocents, were a bounty of only 5 million. Although Allen was injured, the absence of immediate threats allowed him to fight with full force. This old adversary was indeed formidable. He realized he had neglected physical training. Should he emerge victorious, he would seek to hone his physical skills, as speed and strength are indispensable to a swordsman. The system merely provided him with skills and sword intent. The true enhancement rested upon his own efforts. Yet, such battles ignited his fighting spirit. Resolute, Allen set aside his wounds, regained his stance, and laughed heartily. "Ah-ha-ha-ha, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million? Hardly impressive." With a mocking taunt directed at Tato, Allen executed a 3-part slash, closing the distance between them. He leaped into the air, delivering a silvery blade strike, followed by a devastating mountain-crushing blow. The relentless assault forced Tato to retreat, leaving deep imprints in the ground beneath him. Observing Allen's renewed vigor, Tato exhaled heavily, alleviating the discomfort brought on by the previous exchange, and deepened his understanding of Allen's swordsmanship. Despite his anger towards Allen, he calmed himself and prepared to engage once more. This time, Allen unleashed his full potential, disregarding his injuries as he fought fiercely, matching Tato blow for blow with a reckless disregard for his own safety. Tato grew increasingly alarmed at Allen's ferocity, feeling the urge to retreat. Though a pirate, he had not engaged in many fights in recent years, primarily relying on his crew's enhanced combat abilities while he orchestrated from the rear. Despite inflicting considerable damage on Allen, he too was wounded by Allen's sharp strikes. After another fierce exchange, Tato's movements slowed momentarily, and Allen seized the opportunity, retreating slightly before launching a series of thrusts aimed at Tato's chest. Taken by surprise, Tato attempted a hasty defense, but the blade's fierce energy pierced his chest. The pain from the wound momentarily halted Tato's actions, and Allen, relentless, drew his blade for a decisive upward strike that sent Tato flying. "Captain, how could this happen?" "Ah, Captain." Upon being struck and sent flying, the pirates were taken aback, particularly Biggie, who grasped his massive scythe, preparing to cleave toward Allen. However, he was thwarted by the Navy, igniting yet another chaotic skirmish between the two factions, with the shores reverberating with cries of battle once more. Tato lay on the ground, spitting blood, and wiped the crimson from the corner of his mouth before rising again. Observing the tumultuous clash around him, Tato composed his expression and suddenly broke into laughter, throwing his head back with a hearty guffaw. "Ah, my dear boy, you are quite impressive. It has been ages since I felt the thrill of such a fight. I shall unleash my full strength henceforth." After uttering these words, he coughed violently, blood once again trickling from his lips, which he did not bother to wipe away, instead savoring the metallic taste. Having been severely wounded by Allen, Tato no longer hesitated. The taste of blood ignited his fervor for battle, dispelling any thoughts of retreat. He was driven not only by a desire for vengeance for Kaler, but even more so by the dignity of a pirate. As Allen listened to Tato's words, he could distinctly sense the surge of Tato's fighting spirit, which rendered his expression grave. In the midst of such an intense battle, the opponent's unwavering resolve left no room for complacency. Once on a desolate island, a moment of carelessness had nearly cost him his life at the hands of a monstrous python, which only relented when it had exhausted its strength. Had it not been for that, he would have met his demise on that forsaken isle. Therefore, in any confrontation, he vowed to maintain unwavering focus. History is replete with formidable figures who faltered in critical moments. Both warriors fixed their gazes upon one another, seeking any hint of vulnerability. Yet, the cacophony of battle cries and their own grievous injuries brooked no further delay, and they clashed once more. The once pristine beach had become a landscape of craters and scars, marred by their fierce combat, with numerous sword marks etched into the ground. This encounter was fraught with greater peril, as both sought to vanquish the other. As the battle raged on, their stamina dwindled severely. The severity of their wounds led to a significant depletion of strength. Tato and Allen now fought on sheer willpower alone. Whoever succumbed first would be the one to fall. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the conflict had reached its conclusion. The shores bore witness to grave casualties, with numerous pirates and naval officers forever lost upon this island. Vet had perished, while his lieutenants, Beachy and the one-eyed commander, had been captured. After concluding the skirmish on his side, Lester commanded the remaining naval officers to detain the surviving pirates and tend to the wounded sailors, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the duel between Tato and Allen. Surrounded by an assembly of naval forces, Tato felt no tremor of emotion. He had wagered everything on this battle and was singularly focused on defeating Allen, dismissing all other outcomes from his mind. After Allen deflected another strike from Tato, he sought to launch an upward thrust to create a momentary respite. However, Tato's relentless assault left him gasping for breath. It was evident that Tato had discerned Allen's intentions, as he swiftly executed a diagonal slash that interrupted Allen's maneuver and immediately shifted his offensive. With a direct thrust, he pierced through Allen's chest. The excruciating pain elicited a cry from Allen, who, in a desperate attempt, managed to force Tato back with a strike. Yet, as the blade was withdrawn, a torrent of blood surged forth from the gaping wound, draining the color from Allen's face. The loss of blood rendered him unsteady, his posture slightly hunched, and his right hand, gripping the sword, trembled uncontrollably. Upon witnessing Allen's grievous injury, Lester shouted in alarm, rushing towards his side. "Lester, stop. Do not approach. This is my battle, and I insist you do not interfere." Allen's urgent plea halted Lester in his tracks. If he required assistance in such a confrontation, how could he ever aspire to become the strongest man in the world? While he might employ strategies to outwit others prior to combat, he wished for no intervention during the fray, fearing that reliance on external aid would erode his ambition to dominate. Although Lester yearned to assist, he understood that this was a trial meant for men alone. Should he disregard Allen's admonition and intervene, it would undermine Allen's standing and tarnish his own honor in this world. Allen briefly stemmed the bleeding, yet he was unable to completely staunch it. He straightened his posture. Having chosen this path, retreat was not an option. He could not allow himself to falter without having witnessed the form of the world's strongest. Allen tightened his grip on the knife, refraining from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he lifted his foot and gradually approached Tato, an overwhelming aura of swordsmanship emanating from him. He had already laid the foundation to become a formidable warrior. Observing the potent sword intent radiating from Allen, Tato was taken aback. This young lad possesses such a formidable sword spirit. He is destined to become a great swordsman in the future. However, it would indeed be an honor for me to claim the life of such a promising swordsman. Allen quickened his pace, swiftly executing a series of 3 strikes. Leveraging the momentum to leap into the air, the silver blade descended with a burst of brilliance beside Tato. Aware of Allen's technique, Tato leapt back, then advanced swiftly. Utilizing the silver blade to repel Tato's approach, Allen appeared oblivious to Tato's impending attack. The collapsing mountain strike and cross slash followed in rapid succession, and without hesitation. He launched another series of thrusts, catching Tato off guard, expecting that Allen would block his retaliation after the collapsing mountain strike. Tato was taken aback as Allen disregarded the fact that his blade had struck Tato, clearly engaging in a mutually destructive assault. His brief moment of hesitation prevented him from parrying Allen's consecutive thrusts. The samurai sword pierced through Tato's heart, and as he beheld his own blade lodged in Allen, disbelief washed over him as he collapsed, eyes wide, drawing his final breath. Watching Tato fall lifelessly to the ground, Allen lifted his gaze to the heavens, a smile gracing his face. "I have won." With those 3 words uttered, he closed his eyes and collapsed, oblivious to his fate. Chapter 28. Direction, gratitude to the breeze of freedom, and the kind recommendations of a passing smile. When Allen opened his eyes again, a week had elapsed. The previous battle was the most perilous of his life. Though he had ultimately defeated Tato, the considerable loss of blood and the wound to his chest nearly claimed his life. Had it not been for the skilled naval doctor brought by Lester, he would have perished. His body was wrapped in bandages, rendering him immobile, lying in bed as he contemplated his injuries. A smile broke across Allen's face. Despite his grave wounds, he had emerged victorious, strengthening his resolve to become the strongest. The final, lethal strike had nearly cost him his life. Yet his swordsmanship had advanced further, a benefit of the life-and-death struggle. In that moment, he felt as though he were the mightiest in the world. Upon receiving word from the nurse, Lester rushed to Allen's window, his face alight with joy. Overwhelmed, he embraced Allen, exclaiming, "Allen, you have finally awakened. You were unconscious for a whole week. When I saw the extent of your injuries, I thought you had perished. I am so relieved you are all right. Please, let go." Allen's expression twisted in an instant, the embrace from Lester aggravating his wounds, causing his face to flush crimson as he gritted his teeth and spoke to Lester. Lester, Upon hearing Alan's words, momentarily stared at him, observing his contorted visage, and quickly realized that Alan was still in a state of severe injury. He promptly released his hold and awkwardly averted his gaze. Ah, ha ha. I was merely overjoyed to see you awake, and in my excitement, I momentarily forgot about your injuries. Ah, ha ha. Alan rolled his eyes, finally escaping the clutches of the troublesome Lester, and exhaled deeply, wishing to disregard the fellow. After a bout of excitement, Lester settled beside Alan and began to chastise him. You are excessively impulsive. Had it not been for your timely strike that week in Tardo, you might have met your demise, he remarked, casting a sorrowful glance at Alan. Recalling the battle, Lester was frightened by Alan's condition. When he saw Alan collapse, tears nearly welled in his eyes. In a desperate gamble, Alan had exchanged his life for Tardo's, and the watching Navy personnel were exhilarated. I knew Alan could do it. He won. He truly is remarkable. Alan has triumphed. How splendid. Amidst the crowd's accolades, Alan subsequently fell, sending Lester and the others into a panic as they rushed to his side. Lester approached Alan, lifted him, and checked for breath, feeling a faint pulse with trembling hands. He immediately turned to the Navy personnel and shouted, Doctor! Doctor! Hurry, Alan is still alive. The attending medic quickly performed a rudimentary bandaging on Alan before transporting him aboard for further treatment. After some time had passed, the medic emerged from the cabin, and Lester hurried forward to inquire about the outcome. Upon receiving the doctor's affirmative response, he sighed deeply with relief and plopped down onto the ground. He had been the one to relay the news to Alan and had urged him to lead the charge. Had Alan fallen here, he would have carried that guilt for a lifetime. Listening to Lester's emotionally charged recounting of subsequent events, Alan felt a surge of happiness. Lester was a friend worth cherishing, and he was grateful to have such a brother. Lester rambled on for quite some time, yet Alan remained silent, prompting Lester to struggle for words. Unable to elicit a response from Alan, he found himself at a loss for conversation. Such is the plight of a chatterbox, devoid of a topic to continue. Hey, Lester. After a moment of silence, Alan suddenly turned to him. Ah, Alan, what is it? Lester inquired with a hint of confusion. Thank you for your assistance, Alan solemnly remarked. Ah, that is but a trifling matter. We are friends, are we not? Lester replied with a hearty laugh. Alan chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. True friends understand each other's thoughts with a mere glance, and Alan cherished this sentiment. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Lester, reluctant to disturb Alan's rest, bid farewell and stepped out of the hospital room, leaving Alan to recuperate in peace. After a month of convalescence, Alan was finally able to move about freely. His remarkable physical resilience allowed him to regain his mobility in such a short span, which had initially caused Lester some concern. However, seeing Alan in good health eased Lester's anxious heart. On this day, after resuming his physical activities, Alan made his way to the seaside. He sat on the dock, gazing quietly into the distance, reflecting on the gains from his last battle, a familiar scene unfolding before his eyes. Player, Gaia Alan class, Sword Soul, Advanced, Level, 27, 5 experience points, Weapon, None skills, Upward / Mastery, Silver Light Descending Blade, Proficient, Triple / Proficient, Cross / Mastery. Mountain Breaker Strike, Continuous Thrust, Proficient, Block, Mastery, One Sword Style Iato, Proficient. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike Swordsmanship, Interior Demon Sword Technique, Weapon Mastery. How remarkable it is to have risen so many levels and acquired an additional skill. Although the last encounter was perilous, the rewards were substantial. Alan reflected on the leveling up to 27 and the newfound skill, feeling a mix of gratitude and wonder. Despite the arduous nature of the battle, where he had danced on the brink of death, he felt it was not in vain. The journey of mastering swordsmanship must continue. Yet relying solely on sword techniques would not suffice. Alan reminisced about the battle he had fought a month ago with Tato. Tato's experience and strength in combat surpassed his own, and Kaler's speed was unmatched. Had he not advanced to the rank of swordsman, he would undoubtedly have been no match for either of them. The cultivation of a swordsman transcends mere mastery of techniques. It necessitates strength and speed. With strength, strikes become more formidable, and the concept of overpowering foes through sheer force is exemplified by the adage that strength can overcome 10 skills. Zoro's mentor, Gungshiro, placed significant emphasis on the importance of strength in his swordsmanship. Had he not prioritized this aspect so fervently, his daughter would not have felt compelled to hasten her own development. Ever since boarding the ship, Zoro had been relentlessly training to augment his strength. In the pirate world, Many renowned swordsmen such as the world's greatest, Hawkeye, the Marine's Vice Admiral Spider, and the Whitebeard Pirate's Flower Sword Vista, are known for their ability to cleave mountains and part seas during battle, underscoring that strength is a focal point revered by all in this realm. Speed, too, is of paramount importance. When two combatants are evenly matched, the one who strikes faster can seize the initiative, landing 2, 3, or even more blows while the opponent has only managed 1. Alan also comprehended the direction of his forthcoming training. While emphasizing the mastery of swordsmanship, he recognized the necessity to intensify his efforts in physical techniques, strength, and speed. With a systematic approach to skill acquisition, he understood that as long as he gained experience and progressed, the array of skills available for him to learn would expand significantly. With clarity regarding his training path, Alan approached his exercises with a sense of ease. Chapter 29, The 6 Styles on This Splendid Day. With the sun shining brightly, Alan and Lester concluded their training. The two were leisurely basking in the afternoon sunlight. Alan, your strength is remarkable, and yet you work so diligently. Alan's remarkable growth and strength has left Lester both astonished and envious. He is no longer a match for Alan and spares no effort in his admiration. Alan, with your incredible prowess, have you truly given no thought to joining the Navy? I am certain that if you enlist, you would undoubtedly secure a position at the Navy headquarters, where your talents would surely be recognized by the admirals. Lester has often expressed his regret over Alan's reluctance to join the Navy, consistently broaching the subject in hopes of persuading him. He firmly believes that with Alan's capabilities, he would inevitably rise to the rank of a naval commander if he were to join. Lester, you have repeated these sentiments numerous times. Perhaps we should defer the discussion about joining the Navy for another time? After all, I am already apprehending pirates. So whether I join the Navy or not makes little difference. Alan felt a sense of helplessness. He had repeatedly spoken to Lester. Yet this fellow insisted on inviting him to join the Navy, vowing not to cease his efforts until Alan acquiesced. This relentless pursuit was becoming rather burdensome for him. Alas, what a pity. Lester wore an expression of wistfulness. Yet he firmly believed that as long as he persistently instilled in Alan the might of the Navy, there would come a day when Alan would ultimately enlist. By the way, Alan, I must express my gratitude for something. What is it? Well, it is this. Last time, you assisted me in capturing the captains and officers of the Sea Shark pirate crew and the Tato pirate crew. They have now been apprehended and sent to Impel Down, and the headquarters intends to reward me for it. Upon hearing this, Alan was filled with curiosity about the nature of the reward and inquired, "Congratulations, Lester. What kind of reward has brought you such joy?" Lester chuckled softly. "Indeed. My rank has been elevated. You shall now address me as Lieutenant Colonel Lester. Additionally, the bounties from 2 pirate crews have been dispatched, and shortly, you will be able to claim them." Upon hearing this, Alan exhibited little reaction, responding in a tone of indifference. "Lester, I merely eliminated one of Tardo's men. You need only grant me the bounty for him alone." Lester, upon hearing this, became quite animated. "How can that be? If it weren't for your ability to ultimately vanquish Tardo, we would not have captured them so effortlessly." Alan ignored Lester's incessant ramblings, rising to his feet and departing, leaving Lester shouting in vain behind him. He exited the naval base, returned to the accommodation that Lester had arranged for him, and then reclined upon the bed. Alan was well aware of the nature of Lester. However, during their last engagement, he found himself in combat solely alongside Tardo. While Bailey was indeed a valuable asset, essential in this world, had it not been for Lester's timely intervention, Alan would have faced dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to bestow the bounty from the pirates upon Lester as a gesture of gratitude for saving his life. Directly offering it would undoubtedly be met with refusal from Lester, so he deemed this indirect approach more suitable, laying the groundwork for future collaboration. With Lester in the Navy, operations in the East Sea would undoubtedly become far more manageable, though Lester's current rank was modest. His remarkable talents suggested that he was destined to rise as a formidable leader in the future. What, then, are the benefits of this physical training? Although Alan is aware of who possesses exceptional physical skills in this world, Carp stands as a paragon of martial prowess. With the mastery of the Navy's 6 styles and formidable hockey, he has secured his place at the pinnacle of this realm, alongside the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku. Previously, Alan had inquired with Lester, yet Lester himself lacked any remarkable martial abilities. Being merely a major in a branch, he was far from acquiring such impressive skills, leading to a dead end in that regard. He also contemplated learning physical techniques from Zeph, who was more than willing to impart his knowledge. However, Zeph's leg techniques were intricately linked to his culinary artistry, requiring Alan to delve deeper into the culinary arts should he wish to learn. Thus, he ultimately relinquished that pursuit. Alas, Alan sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. The sixth style of the Navy. Alan lay on the bed, murmuring to himself, his eyes tightly shut. His mind a blank slate. Navy sixth style, Navy sixth style, Navy. Alan suddenly opened his eyes and sprang up from the bed. Indeed, the Navy sixth style. I possess the method of cultivation. How could I have forgotten it? With a sudden thump to his forehead, Alan felt a pang of frustration. How could he have been so foolish? The six styles of the Navy had appeared in numerous novels, yet he had completely forgotten about them. Many tales concerning pirates had elaborated on the training methods of the six styles, and after perusing them extensively, he had memorized the details, even indulging in whimsical thoughts of mastering them himself. The six styles comprise six techniques: Shirgan, Sara, Tekai, Jeppo, Rankyaku, and the like. He recalled vividly the storyline from the anime set on Eni's Lobby, where the CP9 agents exhibited remarkable proficiency in these techniques, particularly Rob Lucci. Had it not been for Luffy's protagonist aura, he would have surely met his demise at Lucci's hands long ago. Alan paced excitedly by the bed, recalling the methods of the six styles, and soon found inspiration. The moonwalk, one of the six styles, involves the application of the technique known as slicing. It is akin to the lightness of Wudong's cloud-leaping agility. By executing a kick in midair while leaping, one can alter their trajectory before descending. This aerial mobility allows for attacks from all angles, leaving no blind spots. The slicing technique, also one of the six styles, enables rapid foot strikes against the ground in a mere 0.36 seconds, generating explosive reactive force for swift movement, making one appear to vanish from the enemy's sight. The finger gun, another technique within the six styles, is reputed to possess the power of a bullet fired from a gun. It concentrates the body's strength into the index finger, delivering a strike with hardened precision that can easily penetrate the human body. The raging foot. A foot technique from the six styles does not inflict damage by kicking the enemy but instead employs high-speed kicks that create a vacuum to deliver slicing attacks, capable of cleaving targets in half. The paper drawing, a defensive technique of the six styles, involves the release of all body strength to fluidly maneuver in response to the opponent's movements, akin to painting on paper. It allows one to narrowly evade attacks directed at them. The iron block, another defensive technique from the six styles, involves honing the body to attain the hardness of iron. Even bullets and blades cannot breach this defense. However, a drawback is the inability to move freely while in the iron block stance, except in the case of Gabra, which accelerates blood flow and muscle movement. Nonetheless, mastering all six styles is not necessary. What suits oneself is paramount. My focus remains on the cultivation of swordsmanship. As a swordsman, I can forego the raging foot and finger gun, which are offensive techniques. Similarly, the paper drawing and iron block, being defensive techniques, are not essential. A true swordsman must embody a fearless resolve, embracing life through the face of death. Thus, the slicing and moonwalk are the techniques I truly require. Alan has come to a profound realization regarding the six techniques he requires. The shave technique will enhance his speed, while the moonwalk is essential for aerial combat. Both will significantly elevate his combat prowess. With this clarity in mind, Alan swiftly fell into slumber after his meal, eagerly anticipating the training of these two techniques. Upon awakening the following day, he promptly made his way to the naval base and confided in Lester about his desire to embark on solitary training. After all, this is a unique training method exclusive to the Navy, and he could not openly practice at the naval base without facing the challenge of explaining how he acquired the six powers. To avoid any complications, he sought this excuse to pursue his training independently. Moreover, his injuries had fully healed, and remaining at the naval base would hinder his progress. Combat was the most immediate means of advancement he sought. Thus, after bidding farewell to Lester, Alan set forth on his solitary journey, recommencing his training. Chapter 30. The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. 6 months later, within the Bartai restaurant, alone at the dining table, Alan savored the exquisite dishes freshly prepared by Sanji, while indulging in a glass of wine. After spending 6 months on the island, Alan had nearly devoted all his time to this secluded haven. Occasionally, he would pursue the pirates lurking in the surrounding waters or visit Zeph to replenish his stock of liquor. But the majority of his days were consumed by rigorous training in the six styles. Initially, he approached his training methodically, beginning with the technique known as shave. However, After a few days, he abandoned this approach, realizing that when combined with the skills of Sword Soul, the application of Shave became somewhat redundant. It was only after employing Shave during several pursuits of pirates that he discerned its limitations. The technique involves executing rapid, explosive footfalls against the ground within a mere 0.36 seconds to achieve high-speed movement. Although Alan could traverse a distance with this method, the subsequent application of Sword Soul skills led to discrepancies, rendering the execution rather disjointed. After several attempts, Alan relinquished the practice of Shave, lacking any formal guidance and relying solely on the swordsmanship training provided by the system. He remained uncertain whether his approach was indeed correct. Yet, during a later training session, a revelation struck him. There were indeed high-speed movement techniques inherent to Sword Soul. And with every 5-level ascent in the system, new skills emerged, such as the formidable dragon breaks the void slash, which offered exceptional mobility. Realizing the folly of his oversight, Alan felt somewhat foolish for having forgotten the distinctive features of Sword Soul after years of engagement with it, while contemplating the cumbersome 6 styles. Consequently, he abandoned the practice of Shave, choosing instead to focus on mastering the new skills of Sword Soul and the Moonwalk. Although he set aside Shave, he could not forsake the Moonwalk, for it symbolized true flight, an exhilarating experience of soaring through the skies. Thus, during those 6 months, aside from honing his swordsmanship, he devoted the remaining time to perfecting the Moonwalk. Once he had grasped the fundamentals, he departed from the island. Even though his current ability to fly lasted only for a fleeting moment, it still represented a significant advantage for escape. The thought of being able to fly filled Alan with joy as he finished his drink, leaning back contentedly in his chair, exhaling a satisfied sigh. Flying, he mused silently to himself, beckoning the waiter to settle the bill. After all, having been a pirate hunter for quite some time, it was only fitting to indulge in a bit of ostentation. He playfully teased one of the rogue duo, Paddy, who returned in a state of exasperation, unable to do anything but retreat to rest. The following day unfolded. Alan confided his intentions to Zeph, who, aware of Alan's wishes, did not offer the same patient admonitions he had for Sanji, having already regarded both Alan and Sanji as his own children. Under Zeph's earnest discourse, Alan found himself momentarily taken aback. Before departing from the Baratai restaurant under Zeph's watchful gaze, a man should indeed yearn for the sea. Zeph mused as he watched Alan's figure fade into the distance. After leaving Baratai, Alan set sail towards Lobetown. The waters surrounding Lobetown, due to Alan's relentless pursuit as a pirate hunter, had become a territory many pirates chose to avoid, leaving only a few scattered minnows in their wake. After a day of tedium, Alan finally arrived at Lobetown. "Alan-san, what brings you here?" Lester exclaimed, surprised to see Alan enter the naval base, having not seen him for nearly 6 months. Throughout that time, Alan had been training on the island, and capturing pirates had proven challenging, making a reunion difficult. "Oh, Lester, what are you up to?" Alan inquired. "Oh, nothing much. I just finished training. We haven't been capturing pirates lately, and everyone has grown a bit complacent." "As I was just mentioning," Lester replied. "But I must thank you, Alan-san. Without your efforts, I wouldn't have been promoted to lieutenant." Lester eagerly led Alan to his office, extending a warm welcome. "Lester, you've said this numerous times. Capturing pirates is merely a personal interest of mine, and I relish such battles. The bounties you award for capturing pirates are merely a bonus. There's no need for excessive gratitude." Lester was commendable in many respects, yet his tendency to ramble was unbecoming of a proper naval officer. He always seemed to chatter endlessly. After finally curbing Lester's lengthy monologue, Alan took him to the training grounds to showcase the results of his recent training. Following a display of his prowess, the two friends found a tavern where they indulged in drinks. "Lester, I plan to leave Lobetown," Alan stated after several hearty cups. Alan-san, you're leaving?" Lester asked, momentarily taken aback, before pressing for further clarification. "Indeed," Alan affirmed. Alan gazed at Lester in his current state and promptly clinked his glass with him, continuing. "Having lingered in Roguetown for quite a while, and with no formidable pirates in sight, I trust you can manage. Moreover, since emerging from the deserted island, I have yet to truly explore this vast ocean. The East Sea is so expansive, and there are numerous places I have yet to visit. Therefore, I wish to depart from Roguetown and journey into the East Sea to seek out skilled swordsmen to enhance my swordsmanship." Alan elucidated his thoughts to Lester. In the town of Rogu, there were no formidable pirates to aid him in leveling up. Much like the experience points garnered from battling low-level monsters in a game were meager. Only by pursuing the main storyline could one accrue substantial experience. Furthermore, ever since mastering the Moonwalk, Alan's focus had shifted away from this place. The restaurant's business was thriving, prompting Alan to embark on a genuine journey of self-improvement. Why not consider joining the Navy? With your capabilities, I am certain you would earn recognition from the headquarters, and subsequently, you could venture onto the Grand Line. As Lester observed Alan's resolute determination, he felt an even stronger inclination to invite him into the Navy. Alan yearns to explore the vastness of the ocean. Joining the Navy would grant him that opportunity. Moreover, the Navy is home to many formidable swordsmen, and by enlisting, Alan could also enhance his swordsmanship. Alan felt a profound sense of exasperation. Lester was indeed exceedingly verbose. His persistent desire to invite Alan to join the Navy seemed unrelenting. With a brusque interruption, Alan forcefully poured him another drink, urging him to consume it, in hopes of silencing his incessant chatter. Goodness, this individual was truly bothersome. The decision to depart was undeniably sagacious. It was imperative to leave this place swiftly, for the world beyond held far greater promise. Alan noticed that Lester had finally ceased his incessant chatter. With renewed determination, he endeavored to intoxicate Lester further, planning to discreetly depart while Lester remained oblivious, thereby avoiding any further annoyance. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Alan departed from Luogwa town aboard his small boat. Despite his attachment to everything here, he felt a deep sense of reluctance as he set sail. Alan has truly embarked on the path of the mightiest man, and soon the world shall hear his voice. Chapter 31. The Black Cat Pirates. 2 updates. After his departure, Alan began to roam the seas, catching fish whenever hunger struck, living the life of a wanderer while seeking traces of pirates. 2 months later, on this day, Alan sat listlessly at the bow of the ship, watching the waves disperse and converge around him. Bored to death, he found himself lacking even a simple distraction. It had been 2 months without sighting a single pirate, and he was unaccustomed to the absence of information since leaving Lester. Alan once again examined the bounty notice. While pirates were indeed present, their whereabouts remained a mystery. The newspapers offered little of substance, filled instead with trivial gossip and sensationalized stories. At that moment, a ship appeared not far from Alan, though he was too immersed in his thoughts to notice. Conversely, the crew aboard that vessel had spotted him. "Captain, a small boat has been sighted ahead on our course," reported the lookout. The pirate responsible for watching the horizon promptly informed his captain of the unmarked craft before them. "An unmarked ship? How many individuals are aboard?" inquired a tall man with spectacles, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "Currently, we have only identified one person. There should be no others," came the reply. "Just one?" The man, interpreting this as a sign of misfortune, ordered, "Fire upon him and sink the vessel." "As you command, Captain." The sailors, upon receiving the order, swiftly adjusted the cannons and unleashed a shot. The cannonball exploded beside Alan's boat, startling him from his reverie. He immediately sought the source of the audacious attack. Scanning the horizon, he spotted a large ship approaching from the southeast, the only vessel in sight. It was indeed these ruffians who had fired upon him. Alan was incensed. What manner of individuals were these? Without comprehending the situation, they had begun to unleash their fury. It appeared that the pirates were indeed upon him. Alan swiftly drew his sword, a thrill coursing through him as he observed the approaching vessel. At last, he thought, "I have encountered them. It is time for me to showcase my prowess, for I am weary of this monotony." The ship soon came into his line of sight, and he discerned the flag fluttering above it, a pirate banner emblazoned with the image of a black cat. The Black Cat Pirates? The notorious crew led by Captain Buggy Kuro? This posed a formidable challenge. He rapidly recalled the bounty poster he had previously seen. The Black Cat Pirates were a renowned band of marauders in the East Blue, boasting a membership of over 100, with their captain carrying a staggering bounty of 16 million berries. Moreover, the first mate, Zango, and the feline brothers, Sam and Butch, were no ordinary adversaries. These two had previously bested Zorro in a fierce encounter. There was not a single member of the Black Cat Pirates who was to be trifled with. Contemplating this, Alan's expression shifted from excitement to gravitas. Though these pirates were seasoned, given his current strength, he might manage to contend with one of them. However, should they all be present, he would find himself cast into the depths, a meal for the fish. Alan's mind raced with strategies. Meanwhile, the situation was quite different on the other side. The sailor, undeterred by a missed shot, continued to fire relentlessly. Several cannonballs swiftly approached Alan, leaving him no time for contemplation. He leaped from the ship, executing a series of decisive slashes that cleaved the cannonballs in half, their diminished force causing them to plummet into the sea. Witnessing this spectacle, the bespectacled man, Chloe, felt a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. How fascinating. It seems there is a formidable warrior aboard this vessel. His interest in the swordsman before him piqued. He commanded, "Cease firing and draw closer." "Aye, Captain," the pirates responded promptly, halting their bombardment and accelerating towards their target. Shortly, the black-capped pirate ship approached. As Allen descended from the air, he was perplexed by the sudden cessation of cannon fire. Observing the approaching pirate ship, he wore a mask of vigilance. Upon docking, Close stepped to the bow, regarding the young Allen. He appeared to be around 16 or 17, tall and possessing a strikingly handsome face, yet it was marred by an expression of wariness. Chloe was taken aback. The earlier slash was clearly the mark of a master swordsman. Could it be that this young lad has already attained such prowess? Chloe's mind began to churn. If I were to recruit him, might he aid in my forthcoming plans? Allen spotted a figure on the deck, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, adorned with spectacles, and dressed in a suit. As he adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist, an image of a wanted poster surfaced in Allen's mind. This man was undoubtedly Captain Kuro. In the realm of anime, this individual had spent 3 years masquerading as the butler Clavitter, earning the trust of the wealthy heiress Kaya in Usopp's hometown, Syrup Village. All for the sake of her family's fortune. His intellect was remarkably high, second only to Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, as noted by Oda. Kuro was a formidable foe, having inflicted considerable hardship upon Luffy and his crew with his 2 signature techniques. The first, Silent Step, was an assassination technique allowing for rapid movement akin to that of a cat, making it nearly impossible to evade. The second was Spoon, Kuro's most potent attack, an indiscriminate strike executed while utilizing Silent Step. This technique combined swift mobility with the lethal claws of his hands, capable of decimating numerous adversaries at once, so swiftly that even the assailant could not predict the outcome of his strikes. The Cat brothers fell victim to this very technique, and subsequently, Kuro eradicated his own crew using it, allowing Monka to carry away his lifeless body while he successfully vanished from the Navy's sight. He was a cold-blooded individual who regarded his subordinates as mere tools, exhibiting a complete lack of sentiment towards anyone. Reflecting on this, Allen instinctively swallowed hard, uncertain of whether he could contend with such a man. At that moment, Kuro spoke up. "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" Allen gazed at Kuro for a moment before responding. "I am a bounty hunter, and you are the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Baroque Kuro, are you not?" "A bounty hunter? Aha. So, you are here to claim my head?" Kuro adjusted his spectacles, the claws on his hands emanating an unsettling gleam, as if poised to strike at any moment. Chapter 32. Kuro Spoon. Kuro, a master of cunning strategy, seldom lowered his claws, known as cat claws, his formidable weapon. Over time, he developed the habit of pushing up his glasses with his wrist whenever something amiss arose. His claws would be at his opponent's heart in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing Chloe's words, Allen felt an increased sense of vigilance. The glimmering claws of the cat instilled in him a profound sense of pressure, leaving him uncertain as to when Chloe might suddenly strike. Noticing Allen's silence, Chloe, behind his rimless glasses, regarded him with a hint of languor and nonchalance, casually remarking, "Hey, bounty hunter, why haven't you come to claim my head yet?" Allen, with a tinge of caution in his heart, pressed the blade against his back and responded with a flippant tone, You must be the infamous pirate, Captain Kuro, from the East Sea, whose bounty is a staggering 16 million. I am certain that any bounty hunter would find you quite intriguing." Upon hearing Allen's words, Kuro adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly. "Oh, then it seems you are also interested in my bounty?" he mused. "What does Captain Kuro think of that?" Beside them, Zango, donning heart-shaped sunglasses, a black hat, and a tailored black suit, brandished a circular saw, lightly tugging at the thin string tied to it, causing it to sway in the air. "What do you intend to do, bounty hunter?" he inquired. Allen gazed intently at the circular saw wielded by Zhang. A chill running down his spine. This was indeed Zhang's weapon, the instrument he employed to induce slumber. The bounty placed by Captain Krollo was undeniably tempting, and I too yearned for it. Krollo observed Allen, this pirate hunter he had never encountered before, uncertain of his true capabilities. Yet he was undoubtedly a swordsman of some repute. Inviting him to join the Black Cat pirate crew would surely enable his faction to dominate the East Sea. Being relentlessly pursued by both the Navy and bounty hunters had become quite tiresome. He was weary of such a life. Aside from himself and Zhang, the remaining pirates lacked considerable strength, which fueled his urgent desire for a more formidable ally to assist him. "Hey, kid, judging by your prowess, you seem quite capable. How about joining us to conquer these vast seas together?" Krollo's invitation caught Allen off guard. He was uncertain of the sincerity behind it, suspecting it might be a ruse. In the anime, Crollo had clearly grown disillusioned with the pirate's life, which prompted him to scheme for Koya's fortune. Alan replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I am quite astonished that the illustrious Captain Clo would extend an invitation to a relatively obscure bounty hunter such as myself. Hee. I hold great admiration for capable young individuals. The EC is rather limited, and I trust that your ambitions extend beyond its confines, do they not?" Clo exhibited remarkable patience. Should Alan acquiesce, he could have Zango hypnotize him, thus gaining a valuable ally far superior to those inept pirates. In that case, I must express my gratitude for Captain Clo's recognition. I wonder how you intend to extend this invitation to me. Alan was left pondering the thoughts of Clo, compelled to follow his line of reasoning. As long as you join my pirate crew, the position of First Division Captain shall be yours, he declared. Clo, acutely aware of Alan's tone, adjusted his glasses once more, his mind already teeming with ideas. He cast a glance at Zhang, subtly signaling him. Zhang understood Clo's intent and lowered the brim of his hat. The captain of the First Division, you say? Captain Clo certainly has grand ambitions, which intrigues me greatly. Alan observed the subtle gestures of CLO and Zango, a sense of vigilance surging within him, for Zango was a remarkably skilled hypnotist. "Ah, the performance is about to commence," Zango murmured to himself, gently lifting the fine thread attached to the circular saw in his hand, causing it to sway in midair. "Now, brothers of the Black Cat Pirates, gather your attention." Pausing momentarily, Zango awaited the fixation of his subordinates' gazes before resuming with his commanding voice. Upon hearing 1, 2, Zango, your strength will surge exponentially, and your courage will multiply, rendering you impervious to pain. Subsequently, you shall swiftly annihilate the adversaries before you. 1, 2 as he counted. Zango lowered the brim of his hat to obscure his heart-shaped sunglasses. Zango. In the next instant, all members of the Black Cat Pirates, momentarily stunned, erupted into a frenzied uproar, their voices resonating ominously as they brandished their weapons, charging towards Alan as the ship drew nearer. In that moment, Alan comprehended the ruthlessness of Clo. The raucous pirates before him heightened his vigilance towards Zango's hypnotic techniques. Without further contemplation, he charged into the advancing horde of pirates with a fierce dragon-slaying strike. Leaping into the air, he executed a shimmering blade descent, causing a significant number of pirates to collapse around him. However, the fallen pirates, regardless of their injuries, continued to roar and launched yet another assault against Alan. Alan furrowed his brow. These pirates not only exhibited enhanced combat capabilities, but also demonstrated significantly improved endurance. Many who should have collapsed were still attacking him. Even after being entranced, Alan unleashed a deadly strike, delivering a cross slash that cleaved the pirate before him in twain. With a swift upward thrust, he executed another cut that dispatched the pirate, propelling him towards the ship of the Black Cat pirate crew. The Catman brothers sprang into action, intercepting the lethal blow. Claw adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, and his form vanished like a specter. Out of the corner of his eye, Alan noticed the sudden disappearance of Clo, instantly heightening his vigilance. In a swift motion, he executed a 3-part slash, creating distance between himself and the pirates, while searching for Clo's elusive form. In an instant, Clo flickered and reappeared silently behind Alan, as if summoned by the very lightning itself. The moment Alan sensed something amiss and turned to look, a chill coursed through his neck, accompanied by sharp pangs of pain radiating from either side. Realizing the danger, Alan promptly performed another 3-part slash and darted away. From his peripheral vision, he caught a fleeting glimpse of 10 slender, sharp blades glinting with a faint, cold light upon his shoulder. Clo, having missed his initial strike, grinned with newfound respect for Alan's combat prowess and unleashed his ultimate move, the spoon. Unable to control the direction of his attack, Clo pierced Alan's chest with a decisive thrust. Following the successful strike, Clo swiftly retreated. As the pain from the wound surged, Alan retaliated with an upward slash, but Clo deftly evaded the counterattack. Alan glanced down to find 5 deep claw marks etched into his chest, blood beginning to seep from the wounds. Despite his vigilance towards Clo, he still found himself injured. Alan's gaze was fixed intently on Clo. Chapter 33, No Way Out. One more chapter is under revision. A trace of crimson blood oozed from the corner of Alan's mouth, his brow slightly furrowed. Despite his utmost vigilance, he had still fallen victim to this fiend's spoon. Crow's actions were remarkably decisive, and his silent movements rendered him nearly imperceptible. Although Alan was aware that Crow's spoon inflicted indiscriminate harm, The enthrallment of the onlookers made it evident that Crow held their lives in utter disregard. Using these pirates as mere shields proved futile. Alan's mind raced with strategies. One Clo was already proving to be a formidable challenge. And now there were the Catman brothers and the hypnotist Zhang Ao to contend with. For a moment, Alan found himself at a loss. Clo, with bloodied claws, adjusted his rimless glasses, then turned and strode back towards the pirate ship. Observing Alan encircled by the pirates, he continued, "Mr. Pirate Hunter, do you have any interest in joining us at this moment?" Alan coughed a few times, cleared his throat, and mockingly pointed at his wound, saying, "Heh. Is this the sincerity of Captain Clo? It seems this gift is quite substantial." Clo narrowed his eyes. It appeared that this fellow had no intention of joining them. Since he had promised you the position of team captain, it was only fitting that the brothers witness your strength, so they could be convinced. Alan surmised that Clo had likely grasped his thoughts. With his intelligence, it would be exceedingly difficult to conceal such trivial notions from him. The impending fate now seemed rather uncertain. At this moment, Alan felt an unexpected thrill, since the outcome remained uncertain between life and death. He resolved to take a bold leap of faith. With a thunderous roar, Alan unleashed a cross slash, unhesitatingly engaging in a fierce battle against the pirates surrounding him. Driven by a relentless will to confront death, Alan sent the nearby pirates fleeing in terror, soon amassing a heap of fallen foes around him. Observing the remaining standing pirates, Crow looked on with increasing urgency. After all, these individuals were crucial to his foothold in the East China Sea. Gesturing to Zhang Ao and the Catman brothers, he understood he could not allow all of them to perish here without their support. They would stand no chance against the Navy and other pirates in the East China Sea. Receiving the command, the three swiftly surrounded Alan, dressed in oversized clothing. Sam spoke up. "Hey, little brother, I really think you should accept the captain's invitation. You're just too powerful. I must admit I'm terrified of facing you." As he spoke, he edged closer to Alan, adopting an innocuous demeanor, and with a feigned helplessness, he continued, "If you join us, you would become the captain of the 1st Division, and I'd be serving under you." At this moment, he had reached the railing, brushing past Alan. Just as he turned away, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. His fingers slightly splayed to reveal hidden claws. His voice took on a chilling tone. "If you were to become the captain of the 1st Division, my days would surely become quite difficult. I certainly don't wish to meet an untimely demise." Suddenly, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed through the air, followed by a spray of blood that erupted like an arrow, staining the nearby deck crimson in an instant. Sam's boisterous laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha. So we have blood already? What a bizarre way to die. It seems my claws have sharpened to the point where I can hardly control them after a period of inactivity." However, in the next moment, his laughter abruptly ceased, as if he had just realized something. Trembling slightly, he lowered his gaze in disbelief to his chest. There, a katana was quietly embedded in his torso, blood oozing from the wound and pooling on the ground below. At the hilt of the blade stood Alan, who sheepishly released his grip, scratching his head as he remarked, "Well, you are quite right. It truly is a mysterious way to die. What? How could this be?" Sam stuttered, feeling the life force within him ebb away. His mouth opened as if to speak, but he barely managed to begin before his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. "Huh? Comparing acting skills with me? Do you think I'm unaware of the sort of person you are, attempting to ambush me?" Alan let out a grunt, glancing at the lifeless head of the corpse, fully aware that this character, initially presenting as weak in the anime, would later reveal formidable power, catching Zoro completely off guard. Had it not been for Zoro's ultimate retrieval of his 3 swords and his subsequent divine counterattack, he would have certainly met his demise. Thus, as Sam began to stir, Alan heightened his vigilance. When Sam approached him, without waiting for a reaction, Alan swiftly dispatched him with a single strike, thereby diminishing the strength of the Catman brothers. Watching Sam collapse before him, Butch let out a furious roar, clenching his fists as he charged forward. Despite his hefty physique, Butch possessed remarkable agility and speed. Under the influence of Zango's hypnosis, he unleashed his full potential, capable of breaking boulders off a slope with ease. Zango lightly flicked the circular saw, which was suspended by a fine thread, causing it to sway ominously in the air as he attempted to hypnotize the crowd once more. Butch's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and the muscles in his arms swelled visibly. With a powerful punch aimed directly at Alan, he swung with all his might. Alan raised his blade in defense, feeling an overwhelming force transmit through the weapon, forcing him to stumble back several steps. Goodness, what immense strength! His hand was almost numbed from the impact. It was astonishing how Zango's hypnosis could empower an individual of lesser strength to unleash such formidable force in an instant. With a devilish smile, Alan lunged forward, delivering a swift thrust towards Buji, eager to determine whether the strength of this fellow's fists surpassed the sharpness of his blade. Although he had received a boost from the Zhangao hypnosis, it merely amplified his power. Alas, his martial skills were woefully inadequate. And with a bounty of only a few million, he found himself utterly lost under Alan's relentless assault. Chloe adjusted his frameless glasses once more, his figure vanishing again. And in the next instant, his claws pierced through Alan's chest from behind. Alan's previously exuberant countenance was now marred by astonishment, as he became so engrossed in the battle that he momentarily overlooked the more formidable threat posed by Crow. This lapse nearly incapacitated him, diminishing his combat prowess significantly. After delivering another strike, Crow deftly withdrew, denying Alan the opportunity to retaliate. Meanwhile, Bucci let out a piercing cry before collapsing. Having sustained an accidental injury to his chest that abruptly roused him from his stupor, his numerous wounds causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. The injuries he bore prompted Alan to cough violently. The sudden onslaught from Crow's feline claws inflicted deep gashes, and it felt as though several of his ribs had fractured under the force, making his breathing increasingly labored. In stark contrast, both Crow and Zango remained unscathed, and this juxtaposition left Alan with little recourse for retreat. Chapter 34. A direct confrontation. The remaining pirates hurriedly dragged Bucci back, retreating behind Crow as they awaited their next move. Their captain's indiscriminate spoon was a cause for concern among the wary pirates, who understood the gravity of the situation. Zango returned the circular saw to his pocket, recognizing that Alan was now a mere shadow of his former self, having sustained critical injuries from their captain's strikes. He posed little threat. The hypnosis was lifted, and they awaited Crow's next directive. Cough, cough. Captain Crow is truly formidable. Alan gazed at the pirates who had regrouped, a hint of mockery evident in his eyes as he looked at their leader, Kuro. Of course. Our captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 16 million. Ha ha ha. When the captain takes action, it is merely a matter of ease. He is the greatest pirate of the East Sea. Listening to the praises of his subordinates, Kuro remained unfazed. He would not allow flattery to cloud his judgment. He turned to Alan and spoke languidly. My dear sir, would you have any interest in sailing the vast seas alongside the Black Cat pirates? Alan burst into laughter. How could Captain Clo possibly regard someone as insignificant as myself? He mused that with Captain Clo's sagacity, matters were likely not as straightforward as they appeared. Presently, he found himself surrounded solely by Clo and the two vessels of the Black Cat pirates. Escaping this maritime expanse proved to be an arduous task. Compounded by the drastic decline in his combat prowess, his ribs were fractured, and both his chest and back bore the marks of piercing wounds, leaving him with barely half the strength in his hands. Alan gazed skyward, his eyes sweeping across the vast expanse surrounding him. The ocean, an endless stretch of water, left him pondering the sheer magnitude of this pirate world. Encircled by the sea, he faced Captain CLO and his crew, the very men who had wounded him twice. In this moment, Alan was at a loss for how he might survive, yearning for a miraculous intervention that would whisk him away to safety. Alas, despite the protracted struggle, no vessels had appeared on the horizon. It seemed he was destined to meet his end here. It appeared that his aspirations of claiming the title of the world's strongest man were slipping away. After more than 3 years, perhaps death would grant him passage back to his former life. With this thought firm in his mind, Alan resolved to fight to the bitter end. Determined to inflict as much damage as possible upon the Black Cat pirates, ensuring that the detestable CLO would lose his standing in the East Blue. Captain CLO, he declared. I am Gaia Allen, a novice bounty hunter. Though I remain uncertain as to why you hold me in such regard, I am nonetheless grateful for your acknowledgement. Having solidified his resolve, Alan stripped off his clothing and meticulously bandaged his wounds. The sharp pain radiating from his injuries caused him to grit his teeth, each pang a reminder of his plight. It was time for CLO and his crew to settle the score. CLO observed Alan's every move in silence, initially intending to incapacitate him before employing hypnosis to turn him into a scapegoat for his pirate crew. Alan tightened his grip on the sword. Alas, the katana's might could not fully unleash the power of the sword spirit. Yet, there was no alternative. Where in the pirate world could one procure a lightsaber? He recalled a version of the katana that possessed far greater strength than a lightsaber, though he was uncertain of the system's version. CLO adjusted his glasses, realizing that the plan had faltered. The individual before him, known as Gaia Allen, was not one to capitulate. His demeanor suggested a willingness to fight to the bitter end. A sigh escaped his lips. This was indeed a promising talent, but what a pity. CLO toyed with his claws, acknowledging that if he could not obtain the boy, he could not afford to leave a potential threat alive. Such swordsmanship at such a tender age could lead to significant trouble if left unchecked. Observing their captain's movements, the crew of pirates hastily retreated to their ship, aware that their leader intended to strike with lethal force. They needed to vacate the area swiftly to avoid collateral damage. Spoon, CLO muttered, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from Alan's sight. Another spoon? Alan silently cursed, uncertain of where this spoon would appear. He could only execute a series of swift slashes, his movements resembling a frenzied dragon. Once he halted, his eyes darted around in search of Chloe's figure. Suddenly, an instinctual prickle ran down his spine, prompting him to thrust upward. The clash of blade against claw resonated sharply. He had finally managed to block Chloe's strike, and instinctively exhaled, reassuring himself that if he could deflect this blow, he could certainly do so again. Chloe, taken aback that his spoon had been thwarted, felt a flicker of realization. He had underestimated this young man. Just at that moment of distraction, a crisp slap echoed through the air as Alan swiftly retracted his blade, leaving a fresh crimson mark upon Chloe's right cheek. Alan, with deliberate slowness, gestured with his knife toward Chloe, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Indeed. It was I who made the move. Captain Chloe, what are your thoughts on this? You. Chloe's gaze turned icy, and with a sudden jerk of his arm, he sent splinters flying, attempting to strike Alan with his claw. You little brat. Don't think that just because I have some appreciation for you, you can flaunt yourself in front of me. Slap. Another resounding blow rang out as Alan silently withdrew his sword, observing Chloe's swollen right cheek. He scratched his head, feigning a hint of remorse. Captain Chloe, did I strike a bit too hard? Perhaps I should go easier next time? However, it seemed that the force of the blade had struck Chloe more severely than anticipated. He slightly lowered his head, disheveled hair cascading over his forehead, obscuring half of his face. Silence enveloped the scene, a profound and suffocating stillness. Alan gazed at Kuro, momentarily furrowing his brow as he adjusted his katana, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. There was something amiss about this fellow. After a prolonged silence, Kuro finally stirred, slowly raising his head. Beneath his rimless glasses, an emotionless gaze met Alan's, and after a subtle movement of his lower lip, he uttered, Well, it seems there are quite a few oblivious souls in this world. His voice, seemingly calm, bore the chilling undertone of a venomous serpent, instilling a sense of dread that crept up Alan's spine. The members of the Black Cat Pirates, witnessing this exchange, were rendered speechless by fear, for they understood that at this moment, Captain Kuro was seething with rage, though he concealed it beneath a veneer of composure. After all, when Kuro truly lost his sanity, he would not hesitate to eliminate even his own crew without a second thought. Alan immediately sensed something was amiss and swiftly drew his blade. The technique was known as Eye of the One Sword style. However, just as the sword was about to slice through, Chloe, who had been observing with an impassive and cold demeanor, suddenly narrowed his eyes, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing his lips. In the next instant, a sharp sound of wind erupted upon the deck, and Chloe's figure flickered momentarily before transforming into a fleeting shadow, eerily vanishing from sight. The strike that arrived a moment too late was destined to meet only emptiness. The silent step? Alan furrowed his brow, persistently searching for the figure of Chloe. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the silence of the deck, inquiring, What is it that you seek? Startled, he turned towards the source of the voice, only to find Chloe, having mysteriously appeared atop the cabin, coldly gazing down at him from the base of the lookout tower. Simultaneously, his feline claws hung before him, and his upper body swayed slightly in an eerie manner. A gentle breeze swept through the air around him, causing his hair to flutter, endowing Chloe with an inexplicable air of foreboding danger. Was this ominous presence a precursor to the use of the spoon, once more? Chapter 35, Into the Sea. Alan immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere. Narrowing his eyes, he shouted, Cross/. In an instant, a colossal cross-shaped strike surged towards Chloe. However, within the cabin's confines, Chloe remained unperturbed, a cold smirk playing on his lips, his body swaying to an odd rhythm. What a formidable pirate hunter he is! Alas, behind his rimless glasses, a glint of cold light flickered. Just as the strike was about to reach Chloe, a surge of deep violet smoke erupted around him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace, leaving only an eerie echo on the deck. Spoon. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind swept across the deck, at times from the left and at times from the right. The sound relentless yet elusive. Only intermittently did the scratches left on the ship hint at Chloe's presence, a ghostly figure moving too swiftly to be seen. Alan realized that Chloe was indeed serious. His mastery of the spoon was remarkable, executed with an even greater swiftness than before. Truly, he possessed some skill. Shadows began to multiply around him, and numerous claw marks were left upon the railing. Alan felt overwhelmed, unable to anticipate Chloe's next move. Observing Chloe as he darted across the ship, it was evident that his silent steps were a remarkable technique. The sound of his footsteps was barely perceptible, causing a growing urgency within Alan. Suddenly, he sensed an increase in the sounds around him. Gradually, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the subtle movements in his surroundings. A gentle breeze caressed him, causing his bangs to flutter, while simultaneously, the delicate tips of his ears twitched in response to the direction of the wind. This sensation was peculiar, intricately difficult to articulate. It felt as though he were using his ears to quietly listen to the whispers of the wind, discerning Chloe's movements. There. With a thunderous roar, Alan suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a dazzling radiance. His blade, poised in hand, surged forth with a resounding step, cleaving towards a specific direction. One sword style. /It. As his low growl resonated, the blade traced ephemeral shadows through the air, reminiscent of frost-laden brilliance, vanishing in an instant. Concurrently, the gust of energy ignited by the sword's tip grew increasingly formidable, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion as the sword descended fully. The slash, akin to a tempest, swept through, carving a substantial gash into the deck. In the wake of the strike, from the previously vacant air, a pained grunt emerged, and shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a suit staggered into view. A thin stream of crimson flowed down from his right side, and with his left hand pressed against his chest, Crow struggled to rise, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon Alan. How is this possible? Noticing Crow's unwavering stare, Alan's body began to tremble, and with a tinge of regret, he murmured, "What a pity." He evaded and did not strike a fatal blow. Coughing, Alan nearly expended all his strength. Blood seeped anew from his wound, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his grip on the sword. The sensation he experienced moments ago baffled him, as if he had discerned Crow's impending move. It was this awareness of Crow's next step that had compelled him to unleash his most potent strike. Yet, due to his physical condition, he had allowed this adversary to evade a critical hit, leaving him unable to execute further sword techniques. Was this the manifestation of observation hockey? For the first time, Alan experienced such a sensation. He was uncertain if he would survive this ordeal. Alas, it seemed he had just begun to grasp the essence of observation hockey. If only he had realized it sooner. Suddenly, Chloe broke into a grin, his palm brushing against the bloodstains on his chest, which he then licked clean. "Alan, is it? It appears I have underestimated you. It has been quite some time since I savored the taste of blood. Truly a long-awaited experience." Chloe adjusted his glasses and erupted into hearty laughter. Once his amusement subsided, he flicked his clawed hand and vanished, only to reappear beside Alan in the next instant. As Alan caught sight of Crow's silhouette, he instinctively sought to evade. Yet as soon as he moved, he stumbled, and once more, the feline claws grazed his arm. One claw inflicted a wound upon him, prompting Crow to spring into action again. With a series of hisses, Alan found himself adorned with several fresh lacerations, collapsing helplessly onto the deck. From atop the lookout tower, Crow gazed down upon him with a condescending air. "Well, esteemed pirate hunter, are you satisfied this time?" Alan made several attempts, yet he found himself unable to rise. Observing the somewhat smug expression on Captain Chloe's face, he decided to settle down by the railing and remarked coolly, "Indeed, Captain Chloe's spoon is truly extraordinary. It has certainly broadened my horizons as a mere bounty hunter. I wonder what Captain Chloe intends to do. Will you not take my life?" Chloe descended slowly from the lookout tower and approached Alan. Noticing Alan's resigned demeanor, he felt a twinge of regret. "It is a pity that you have consistently refused to join us and sail the seas together, making a name alongside the Black Cat pirates. Otherwise, perhaps you would not find yourself in this predicament." Alan settled into a comfortable position, listening to Croco's lamenting tone, feeling a hint of amusement in his heart. This fellow was once again putting on a show. I have been blind and have squandered Captain Croco's kindness. Reflecting on it now, I find myself filled with a tinge of regret." Alan chuckled to himself in self-mockery. "Had I known I would become the person I am today, I should have accepted Captain Crow's invitation when it first came." Crow paced back and forth on the deck, admiring his own masterpiece, and remarked to Alan, gesturing to the scar on his chest, "However, you certainly surprised me. I did not expect such prowess from a young hunter. It would be a pity to see you perish here." The thought of losing such a remarkably talented swordsman at my hands brings a twinge of regret to my heart. As Alan listened to Chloe's words, he understood that this individual was unlikely to eliminate him immediately. Rather, he sought to revel in the satisfaction of showcasing his masterpiece of annihilating the dissenters. Initially, Alan had resigned himself to defeat, believing that Chloe would soon end his life. However, the current actions of Chloe rekindled a flicker of hope within him. Alan attempted to rise, yet the wounds upon his body rendered the endeavor arduous. After several attempts, he resolved to first regain his strength. Although the surroundings were devoid of any vessels, presenting only an endless expanse of ocean, one could hardly ascertain the prospect of survival without making a bid for escape. Thus, he chose to entrust his fate to the heavens, believing it preferable to risk the uncertainties of the sea rather than succumb to the treachery of the pirate before him. Alan chuckled softly. Haha, I am nowhere near as formidable as Captain Chloe. Just look at my current state. Captain Chloe truly deserves the title of the greatest pirate of the East Sea. His reputation is indeed well-founded. Although Chloe had heard countless flattery, this particular compliment brought him great pleasure. He strolled over to Alan and helped him to his feet. Haha, if only you had this kind of realization sooner, we would be brothers by now. Alan withdrew his arm from Chloe's grasp, gripping the railing tightly as he inhaled deeply. The moment of opportunity was at hand. Observing Alan's struggle, Chloe wore a satisfied expression. For this masterpiece not only gratified him but also showcased the prowess of their captain to his subordinates. Aware that Alan was devoid of any means to resist, Chloe felt a sense of relief. There was no need for him to sully his hands, for the task of killing could be entrusted to his crew. Chloe returned to his ship and exchanged a knowing glance with Zango, who nodded and retrieved his circular saw from his pocket, adjusting the brim of his hat. As Zango descended from the vessel, Alan, sensing a flicker of strength returning to his body, realized that this was his sole opportunity. Soon, under Alan's watchful gaze, Zango approached, placing the circular saw before him, preparing to execute his grim task. Witnessing Zango's movements, Alan channeled every remaining ounce of energy into his legs, narrowing his eyes before delivering a swift kick towards Zango. Startled, Zango instinctively recoiled. Yet, Alan was not aiming for a surprise attack. As Zango stepped back, Alan propelled himself off the deck, leaping into the air. In the astonished sunlight of the Black Cat pirates, he employed his unrefined moonwalk to escape the ship. Crow, watching Alan soar into the sky, radiated a sinister gleam in his eyes and immediately ordered his men to fire upon him. The sound of gunfire erupted. The pirates' aim was poor, their shots merely grazing Alan's form, and not a single bullet found its mark. In the blink of an eye, Alan vanished from the horizon, leaving his pursuers in stunned silence. As Alan glanced back, the silhouette of the Black Cat pirates had vanished from sight. Exhausted, he closed his eyes and plummeted into the sea. Chapter 36, Aftermath. The pirates of the Black Cat crew exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to utter a word, their eyes wide as they witnessed their adversary slip through their fingers. The uncertainty of how their captain would respond weighed heavily upon them. The crew turned their gazes towards their leader, some trembling in fear, the memories of Crow's previous actions rendering them too frightened to plead for mercy. Crow, with a grim expression, fixated his gaze on the direction where Alan had disappeared, remaining silent. Even his companion Zhang found it difficult to decipher Crow's current state of mind. A mere bounty hunter had managed to elude their grasp, resulting in considerable casualties among their ranks, including the loss of one of the catfolk brothers, Sam, at his hands. The vessel of Alan has sustained severe damage, and the ship of the Black Cat pirates has also been affected by Alan's slashing attack, resulting in a double loss for the proud Kuro, who was now filled with indignation. After gazing into the distance for a protracted period, Kuro turned his body, pushing his glasses back with the back of his hand, and regarded the crew of frightened pirates before him. In this moment, Kuro was tempted to eliminate them. He had already severely wounded the pirate hunter named Alan. Yet they had allowed such a formidable opponent to escape. It was one thing to falter in battle, but failing to keep watch over an injured foe was beyond comprehension. Casting a sidelong glance at Zango, the first to follow him, Kuro contemplated the necessity of relying on him for the execution of his plans for retirement. Meanwhile, another feline brother, Buji, had lost Sam and now exhibited a diminished combat capability, looking battered and undergoing treatment in the ship's cabin. These individuals had been with him since the beginning, accompanying him through a decade of exploits in the East Blue. It was not yet time to abandon these crucial pawns. Having navigated the East Blue for so long, Kuro was acutely aware of the persistent troubles posed by the Navy and pirate hunters. as well as the ambitions of other pirate crews seeking to elevate their own notoriety at his expense. He understood his own abilities, as well as the mediocre strength of his subordinates. Throughout his years as a pirate, victories were often achieved through cunning strategies rather than sheer strength, bolstered by his stealthy silent steps and spoon. Thus, he had managed to evade demise, and his bounty had swelled to 16 million. This prolonged career had fostered a sense of weariness within him. He yearned for the opportunity to vanish from this world entirely, to retreat into obscurity and live as a prosperous gentleman. Hence, he resolved to accumulate wealth over the coming years, intending for Zango to hypnotize the Navy or the pirate hunters, allowing him to live in peace. The unexpected encounter with the pirate hunter Gaia Allen, a formidable combatant, had initially prompted Kuro to capture him and invite him to join the Black Cat pirates, subsequently having Zango hypnotize him. With a swordsman of Allen's caliber in his crew, Kuro envisioned a gradual rise to prominence for Allen, ultimately appointing him as the first mate. In time, the reputation of the Black Cat pirates would be synonymous with Allen, facilitating the execution of his plans. Now, having neither captured nor killed him, Kuro recognized that such a talented swordsman would undoubtedly become a significant adversary for their crew in the future. Already a formidable swordsman, Allen would only grow stronger, and Kuro soon realized that he would be unable to contend with him. The unexpected outcome had led to much contemplation, yet it solidified his resolve to retreat. With a gentle sigh, Kuro extended his right hand, fingers splayed upwards, and delicately adjusted his glasses with the palm of his hand. "Useless lot," he barked. "What are you still doing here? Go repair the ship and tend to the wounded. We sail at once." After speaking, he entered his cabin. Not wishing to see his incompetent subordinates, he feared that he might succumb to the temptation of eliminating them in that very moment. For now, he still required their services. But once the plan was executed, he could dispose of them all. Before long, the Black Cat pirate ship set sail, departing from the site, leaving behind only a battered vessel and fish feasting on the remains, a testament to the fierce battle that had transpired. After tending to his wounds, Crocodile lay on his bed, deeply contemplating Allen. A genius like him could not be allowed to flourish. The potential repercussions for his future plans were too perilous. So he was unwilling to leave behind a future threat. His immediate priority was that accursed bounty hunter. A massive ship, predominantly azure, featured prow shapes resembling fish at either end. The sides of the vessel were adorned with expansive, circular wooden planks, giving the appearance of a mobile platform. Two figures stood at the bow. Zeph gazed longingly at the enormous sail atop the Baratai restaurant, his eyes sparkling with pride, akin to a child reveling in the fulfillment of a dream, eager to showcase it to his companions. For instance, Sanji. What? Sanji turned back, puzzled. Zeph's gaze was profound and distant, as if he were reminiscing. Regardless of the villain or escaped convict, as long as someone arrived at this establishment with an empty stomach, there was purpose in their struggle here, was there not? Sanji was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile gradually spread across his face, culminating in an enthusiastic nod, his countenance radiating joy. "Yes, it's certainly possible now." "Of course, with me around," Zeph replied. Sanji chuckled, then suddenly appeared to recall something, looking at Zeph with excitement as he raised his fist. If that wild man Allen saw all of this, he would surely be astonished. Hearing Sanji's words, Zeph's face lit up with a smile as he gazed into the distance, softly murmuring, "Indeed. I believe young Allen would also be delighted to witness this. I wonder how he is faring now. With his abilities, he is bound to realize his dreams." Sanji smiled upon hearing this, and the two fell into a contemplative silence, gazing into the distance, lost in their own thoughts. A month later, as twilight descended, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the sea in a golden sheen, rendering the coastal scenery dreamlike. At this hour, the inhabitants of the small island concluded their busy day, returning home one by one. This modest town housed merely 100 families. Although minor incidents occasionally occurred, tranquility and harmony prevailed most of the time, and life meandered along in these unremarkable days. Anaric Island is characterized by its northern elevation and southern descent, with a pristine crescent-shaped lake nestled at its northernmost point, encircled by dense forests that offer a serene refuge. A gentle stream meanders through the woods, traversing the island from north to south, ultimately cascading into the sea. At the southern end of the stream, the banks are adorned with picturesque scenery as the water flows melodiously. A few small figures gather by the water's edge, children of 7 or 8 years old. Their curiosity piqued as they lean over to observe the surface of the water. Among them, a freckled boy, after sniffling, finally spoke up. "Hey, why has Tiki come out yet? Do you think he drowned?" "Roga, what nonsense are you spouting?" retorted a chubby boy, who was the leader of the group, Andre, the mayor's son, who had been leading these children in their playful escapades around the town. Exactly. Rogu, what are you talking about? Brother Alan is far too skilled to get into trouble, chimed in another tall, slender boy, nodding vigorously in agreement. However, Brother Alan's swordsmanship is truly remarkable. He slayed that massive beast with a single stroke. I wish I could learn swordplay from him. The freckled boy, Rogu, recalled how Alan had managed to defeat such a ferocious creature even while injured, filled with admiration and aspirations to master such formidable skills. He dreamt of becoming the king of children on this island. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the stream, revealing Alan, who had been absent for a month. Chapter 37. In Eric Island, with a powerful leap, Alan sprang onto the shore, shaking off the droplets of water from his body. He chuckled playfully at Rogu, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. You little rascal, do you truly wish to learn my swordsmanship? And here you are, worrying whether I might drown. With your current state, the prospect of mastering my techniques is still a distant dream." Rogu, with a face full of alarm, appeared quite endearing. Brother Alan, you heard that?" he stammered. "Ah, you cheeky little brat. Your voice was so loud that I could hear every word clearly from the water. However, if you aspire to learn my swordsmanship, you must cultivate a bolder spirit." With a mischievous smile, Alan gave a gentle push, sending Rogu tumbling into the brook. The sound of splashing water erupted, silver droplets scattering across the surface, soaring high into the air. Moments later, under the curious gaze of several young boys, the freckled lad struggled momentarily before awkwardly clambering back onto the bank. What on earth is happening? Rogu stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to contain his runny nose, which began to drip. "Ah, little Rogu, your swimming skills are quite commendable. You must practice more. I am eagerly awaiting the day you join me in mastering the art of swordsmanship." Alan approached Rogu and gently patted the droplets of water off his shoulder. After escaping from the Black Cat pirates, he had plunged into the sea due to severe injuries, drifting for an entire day and night until he reached this island. It was Rogu, playing by the shore, who spotted him and promptly alerted the villagers, enabling his rescue. This act of kindness instilled in Alan a desire to teach the children. Thanks to Zango's actions, Alan glimpsed a glimmer of hope for escape. As Zango drew near, Alan channeled the last vestiges of his strength into his legs, feigning a kick towards Zango. Startled, Zango instinctively recoiled, believing he might be struck. Yet, Alan's maneuver was merely a ruse to drive Zango back. Seizing the moment, Alan propelled himself off the deck and, in a final desperate bid, executed an unrefined moonwalk to flee the ship. The moonwalk not only demanded immense physical exertion, but also required skill he had yet to master. Once he eluded the Black Cat pirates' line of sight, he exhaled, only to succumb to exhaustion from prolonged combat, blood loss, and his grievous wounds. Plunging into the sea and losing consciousness. Drifting for a day and night, the prolonged exposure to seawater exacerbated his wounds, which had begun to fester. After what felt like an eternity without sustenance, he finally washed ashore on Eric Island. At that moment, Rogu was gathering shells by the water's edge and was startled to discover the unconscious Alan. In a frenzy, he rushed back to the village, calling upon the adults to retrieve Alan from the shore. The village doctor worked tirelessly for an entire day and night to stabilize Alan's condition. Village chief, this young man's vitality is remarkable. In my years as a doctor, I have never encountered anyone quite like him. His wounds are now bandaged, and with proper medication and nutrition, I believe he will recover soon, the weary doctor remarked, exhaustion etched on his face as he looked at the village chief. Having successfully saved the stranger, the chief, filled with excitement at having saved another life, grasped the doctor's hands tightly. "Thank you immensely, truly. Please, later on, visit my home to collect your fee." The doctor, insisting it was unnecessary, hurried home to rest, bidding farewell to the chief. The chief approached Alan's bedside, observing him in slumber, and felt a surge of emotion. He delicately placed the knife he had retrieved from the shore beside Alan and sat quietly, gazing at him. "I wonder what led you to faint in our village. Given your injuries, it is evident you have endured a fierce battle. When I first saw you, you were still gripping your weapon tightly. You must be a formidable swordsman. I cannot help but wonder if you are a pirate. Was it right to save you?" The village chief gazed at Alan, his face a tapestry of tightly knitted wrinkles. He was torn, uncertain whether his act of saving this individual was justified. If he had spared a notorious pirate, he would bear the weight of guilt. Yet, the sight of Alan evoked memories of his dearly departed son, who, during his service in the Navy, had succumbed to grievous injuries while pursuing pirates, eventually drifting to this island without aid. leading to his untimely demise, an enduring torment lodged deep within the chief's heart. In the years that followed, he made it his solemn duty to rescue any distressed souls that washed ashore on Andric Island, whether they be pirates, Navy personnel, or ordinary folk. Regrettably, one of the pirates he had once saved had awakened to wreak havoc upon the village, and had it not been for a passing bounty hunter, the village might have been obliterated. However, given Alan's youthful visage, the chief hoped he would not be a pirate. He wished fervently that this time no harm would befall the village, lest he betray the trust of his community. For over an hour, the chief lingered beside Alan, muttering to himself, before instructing his grandson and others to keep a vigilant watch over the young man. With a heavy sigh, he retreated to his room. 3 days later, Alan finally regained consciousness, eliciting great excitement from the chief's family. However, after 3 days of recuperation and a day and night adrift, Alan was too famished to articulate his needs, his voice a mere whisper of hungry, hungry, hungry. Understanding his plight, the others hastily prepared sustenance, placing it on the nightstand beside Alan's bed. Upon seeing the food, Alan devoured it voraciously, consuming in an instant enough to satisfy 2 people. Yet, even after finishing, he continued to express his hunger, prompting the others to prepare more. It was not until he had polished off an entire month's worth of provisions from the chief's household that he finally belched contentedly and collapsed onto the bed, slipping into a deep slumber. The chief and his family stared at the sleeping Alan, bewildered, exchanging glances of astonishment. They had never witnessed a human with such an insatiable appetite, leaving them utterly astonished. After a prolonged moment of shock, the chief cautiously approached Alan's bedside, gently checking for signs of breath. Upon feeling the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, he exhaled with relief, murmuring softly, "It's all right. It's all right." Alan's sudden consumption of such a vast quantity of food startled everyone, who feared it might lead to his demise. However, witnessing his continued vitality alleviated their anxieties. Like a great weight lifted from their hearts. This young man truly is extraordinary. With his well-being assured, the villagers need not worry any longer. They were encouraged to retire for the night, having been thoroughly exhausted by the earlier frenzy. Upon hearing the village chief's reassurances, the others felt a sense of relief and returned to their chambers to rest, still weary from the earlier chaos of transporting food in their astonishment. After a day of slumber, Alan awoke feeling rejuvenated, yet a wave of trepidation washed over him as he reflected on his previous actions. Had it not been for Chloe's eventual relaxation, his escape and subsequent rescue would have been impossible. Alan sat up and began to survey his surroundings. The modest room contained little more than a simple bed, a table, and a few chairs, along with a teapot and several cups. The furnishings appeared to be made from rather ordinary materials, suggesting that the family's circumstances were far from affluent. Yet, despite their limited means, they had saved him. He recalled consuming a significant amount of food the previous day, though his mind had been rather foggy at the time. For this family, such provisions must have been a considerable reserve. Once he recovered, he intended to express his heartfelt gratitude to them. As he assessed his injuries, Alan furrowed his brow. The wounds were indeed severe. Although they had been bandaged and the bones set, a complete recovery would require ample time. He attempted to rise, feeling a twinge of pain at the sight of his injuries, yet it was bearable. Summoning his strength, he swung his legs over the side of the bed, eager to meet his rescuers. "Ah, you are awake. What are you doing up? Your injuries are quite serious. Please lie down," exclaimed the village chief, his face a mask of shock as he rushed over to prevent Alan from standing. His voice trembled with urgency. Just as Alan attempted to rise, a figure suddenly burst through the door, firmly pushing him back down onto the bed. Before him stood a tall, elderly man with a shock of silver hair and a slightly stooped posture. Despite his advanced age, he radiated vitality. Upon seeing that Alan had awakened, a broad smile illuminated his face, revealing a deep concern for the young man's well-being. Yet, witnessing Alan's attempt to get up, he hurried to the bedside, his wrinkled face etched with worry. Alan gazed at the elderly man, who had helped him recline once more, and realized that it was indeed this venerable figure who had rescued him. The bandages adorning his own body were likely the handiwork of this compassionate soul. Fortune has not been unkind to me. There are still good-hearted individuals in this world. Otherwise, I might have been the first to traverse into this realm, only to meet my demise at the hands of lesser foes before becoming a fearsome entity. Alan felt an immense sense of gratitude, realizing he truly possessed the fortune of a protagonist. After reflecting on his good luck, he promptly grasped the hand of the elder beside him and expressed his heartfelt appreciation. "Kind sir, it was you who saved me, was it not? I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance. Otherwise, I would have perished upon this sea." As Alan finally lay down, the village chief's face instantly radiated with a satisfied smile upon hearing Alan's words of thanks. "Oh, there is no need for such gratitude. It was merely a trifling act on my part, and it was not I who rescued you. It was a young child from our village who discovered you lying by the shore. I merely sought a doctor for you." Despite the elderly man's firm grip on his hand, Alan exerted himself to lie on his side, clasping the old man's hand while continuously expressing his gratitude. "It is you who saved my life. Without your intervention, I would surely be feeding the fish by now. Please, do not hesitate to tell me if there is anything you require." Seeing that he could not restrain Alan's body, the village chief resigned himself to sitting down and said, "Let us not dwell on that. How are you feeling now? How is your wound healing? You frightened us all with how much you ate yesterday." Upon hearing the old man's mention of food, Alan's stomach rumbled audibly, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head, suddenly recalling that he had indeed consumed quite a bit the previous day. Well, haha. Alan recalled the food he had consumed the previous day, and his stomach began to grumble once more, prompting an awkward chuckle. "Haha, it seems you are quite all right. Feeling hungry is entirely natural. There is no need for embarrassment. I shall prepare something for you at once." The village chief, observing Alan's bashful demeanor, rose from his chair, laughed heartily, and promptly turned to exit the room. As Alan was about to call out to the village chief, the chief had already turned and exited the room. Alan opened his mouth, but refrained from shouting, instead propping himself up to sit. Before long, the village chief returned, carrying an abundance of food, enough to serve approximately 6 people. It seemed that the chief had anticipated Alan's appetite from the previous day. Watching the chief place the food on the bedside table, Alan instinctively swallowed. However, upon examining the modest spread before him, he noted that, despite the quantity, the majority consisted of vegetables with scant meat. Observing the chief's simple attire, Alan quickly discerned that the family's living conditions were likely not very affluent. Nevertheless, this kind old man was willing to rescue him and share his family's provisions. Such kindness was a debt greater than the heavens, and once he recovered, Alan vowed to repay this generosity wholeheartedly. Alan recognized that it would be more prudent to wait until he had fully recovered before speaking further. He expressed his gratitude with a heartfelt thanks, bringing his hands together in a prayerful gesture, exclaiming, "I shall begin." With that, he eagerly set about indulging in the food laid out before him. Within mere minutes, the provisions had vanished, and though his stomach still craved more, Alan feigned satisfaction, letting out a contented burp. "I am full now, dear elder. I appreciate your generous hospitality." Observing Alan's burp, the village chief sighed in relief. Had Alan continued to consume as voraciously as he had the previous day, the household supplies would have been severely strained. Fortunately, he seemed satiated now. "As long as you are full, that is what matters. Please continue to rest well. I shall not intrude further." The village chief promptly tidied up, offering Alan one last reminder to take care of himself before departing. Alan, keenly aware of the chief's subtle actions, felt a sense of gratitude for his earlier decision. It became evident that he must hasten his recovery to assist this family in procuring more sustenance. He patted his belly, realizing he had only eaten to about 4/10 of his capacity, yet it sufficed for the moment. Without dwelling on it further, Alan reclined once more, prioritizing his rest and recovery above all else. 3 days later, Alan's injuries are healing rapidly, and he will soon be able to move about normally. This morning, Alan gently touched his wound, which had already formed a scab. The connection of his ribs at the chest had also healed remarkably well. For the first time, he rose from the bed, donned the garments that lay beside him, and stepped out of the room where he had spent 3 days. After engaging in some simple movements, he found himself recovering swiftly. He was able to perform a variety of normal actions and had regained a measure of combat capability. He pondered the nature of the creatures on this island and felt compelled to repay the elderly gentleman and his family for their kindness. Just as Alan was performing his recovery exercises, the village chief returned from outside. Upon seeing him training, his expression changed dramatically, and he hurried to Alan's side, visibly alarmed. "Oh dear, young man, what are you doing out here? You shouldn't be exerting yourself," he exclaimed, while anxiously attempting to restrain Alan's movements, fearing that he might inadvertently aggravate his injury. As Alan observed the village chief approaching, he felt a surge of joy and contentment upon hearing the concerned words emanating from the elder's lips. It had been a considerable time since he had experienced such a genuine display of care. Lester's concern was merely the affection shared among brothers. While Jifu never voiced his care openly, and Sanji, on the other hand, was rather stubborn in his expressions, the village chief's grandfatherly concern enveloped Alan in a sense of belonging. rekindling the feeling of home that he had not sensed in nearly 4 years since his arrival in this new world. Alan clasped the village chief's hands, speaking nonchalantly, "Grandfather. Look, I am perfectly fine now. My health has significantly improved, and engaging in some exercise will further aid in my recovery. Rest assured, I am well aware of my physical condition and will not overexert myself." Alan ushered the village chief into the house, assuring him to rest well and not to worry, for his own health was in excellent condition. He then resumed his routine of simple training. A week later, Alan's body had fully recovered, and he ventured into the island's dense forest to hunt, replenishing the food supplies for the village chief's household. During his inaugural hunting expedition, Alan's swordsmanship captivated all, instilling a sense of admiration in several children who eagerly desired to learn the art of swordplay from him. Alan was more than willing. Yet due to the fact that these children had not enjoyed proper nutrition from a young age and lacked physical robustness, he often took them to the creek to engage in physical exercise. Thus, the following scene unfolded. I must express my apologies for the recent lapse in updates. Having lost my job, I have been searching for a new position, which has led to some negligence in maintaining regular updates. I am truly sorry for the delay, as I have not posted in 2 days, and my updates have become quite sporadic. I am immensely grateful to the supportive readers who consistently cast their votes, and to the ever-encouraging Demon Bear. As a novice author, I feel deeply honored by your backing. As the new year approaches, financial constraints weigh heavily upon me, making the prospect of returning home without sufficient funds quite daunting. Therefore, I apologize for the instability in my updates. Once I secure employment, I assure you that my updates will become more consistent. Currently, I lack a backlog of material, writing and posting as I go along, but I intend to accumulate more content in the future. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your unwavering support and for the votes of encouragement. Alan's hunting endeavors on Andric Island have garnered widespread admiration. After witnessing his remarkable swordsmanship, the local parents are more than willing for their children to follow in his footsteps. Thus, each day, Alan leads a group of eager youngsters through the forest, along the streams, and by the seaside, intent on nurturing their physical well-being before embarking on more rigorous training. Consequently, such delightful scenes unfold daily along the shores and banks of the streams. While Alan converses with Rogu, the portly Anderson, the village chief's grandson, stealthily approaches another chubby companion. With a sudden burst of strength, he pushes the unsuspecting Bill into the stream with a resounding splash. Water sprays up, drenching both Anderson and the freckled Rogu. As they observe Roy struggling in the water, their eyes meet, revealing a shared glimmer of malicious delight. However, it is not long before Bill, with half his body still submerged, erupts with a fierce exclamation, his head breaking the surface in a display of indignation. "Damn it, Anderson, you are truly cunning." Alan stood by, observing Anderson's antics, shaking his head with a bemused smile. These children were indeed quite amusing. Subsequently, Alan approached the two, his face adorned with a mischievous grin, and with a swift motion, he seized each of them and tossed them into the brook. "Ah!" With a splash, 2 surprised exclamations followed, accompanied by the sounds of their entry into the water, as both were consecutively hurled into the stream. With a couple of splashes, Anderson and Rogu emerged from the water, their faces a picture of dismay. "Brother Alan, you are too mischievous. How could you do this?" Rogu complained, directing his words at Alan. It was worth noting that he had just climbed out of the water, only to be thrown back into the brook once more, his face marked by a deep sense of frustration. Alan, with his arms crossed, gazed upon his creation with great satisfaction and remarked with a smile, "You all wish to learn the art of swordsmanship from me, yet your physical conditioning leaves much to be desired. What you are currently undertaking is merely the most rudimentary of exercises. Feel free to swim in the water. I have not prohibited you from coming ashore." Although Alan delivered this statement with a smile, the others instinctively shuddered, for they had come to understand the implications lurking behind his grin in recent days. Originally intending to ascend from the water, the group lingered, grimacing as they began to swim in circles. Alan was relentless in his instruction, showing no mercy, and even the prospect of parental intervention proved futile. Alan gazed contentedly at the children swimming in the water. Though they were a bit mischievous, they were obedient nonetheless, oblivious to the cruelty of his methods. Initially, Anderson, the boy with a round figure, was quite reluctant to partake in the training Alan had devised. However, after being abandoned alone in the forest to fend for himself, he was thoroughly frightened. This incident prompted him to confide in his village elder. Unfortunately, he received a stern reprimand from the elder. The parents wholeheartedly supported Alan's actions, disregarding the children's protests. After a few encounters, The children became entirely compliant to Alan's directives. Alan observed the children swimming in the water while he reclined on the ground, feigning slumber. He activated the system. Player, Gaia Alan class, Sword Soul, Advanced, Level, 28, 30 experience points, Weapon, None skills, Rising Slash, Mastery, Silver Light Descending Blade, Proficient, Triple Strike, Mastery, Cross Slash, Mastery, Mountain Crushing Strike, Continuous Thrust, Proficient, Block, Mastery, One Blade Style Iato Mastery, Breaking Army Ascending Dragon Strike Swordsmanship, Ricky Sword Technique, Weapon Mastery, upon summoning the system panel. He noted that nearly all the skills in the skills section had reached mastery. His experience had not significantly increased, merely elevating him by one level. However, capturing pirates still proved beneficial. The newly acquired Iato Slash had also attained mastery, indicating that his previous battle with the Black Cat pirate crew had yielded positive results. Indeed, it was clear that combat was essential for enhancing one's prowess in battle. Aaron vividly recalls the extraordinary sensation he experienced during his last confrontation with Chloe. At that moment, he was not preoccupied with thoughts. Instead, he spent the subsequent days recuperating while training the children. Today, he has finally allowed himself to relax. He remembers feeling a surge of panic when Chloe wielded a spoon, unable to pinpoint Chloe's location amidst his anxiety. In a moment of inspiration, Chloe's figure suddenly materialized within his perception, enabling Aaron to inflict harm upon him. This sensation must be what is referred to as the observation haki. He recalls from the anime that after the Marineford War, Rayleigh taught Luffy the 3 types of haki on Rizikana Island, near Amazon Lily. Aaron reflects on Rayleigh's words. Observation haki allows one to acutely sense the presence and intentions of others. Once this power is heightened, one can discern the location, number, and imminent actions of adversaries beyond their field of vision. Armament haki enhances personal defense, acting as an invisible armor. It can also be transformed into offensive power, enabling one to contend with Devil Fruit users and even touch the physical forms of Logia-type users, augmenting the force of their attacks. Conqueror's haki can intimidate or incapacitate foes with the sheer force of one's will. However, if not controlled properly, it may inadvertently affect those nearby. Conversely, should one attain a higher mastery of haki, a tremendous oppressive effect can be achieved. This is a rare gift possessed by only a select few among millions, a manifestation of the qualities befitting a ruler. Unlike the first 2 forms, Conqueror's haki cannot be honed through mere training. It can only be strengthened through the user's personal growth. In the New World, the number of individuals possessing Conqueror's haki is staggering, particularly exemplified by Shanks of the Red-Haired Pirates, whose activation of this power shattered the hull of the Moby Dick, the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates. It seems that Aaron's ability to locate Chloe's presence stems from his newfound mastery of observation haki, allowing him to sense his enemy's whereabouts without relying on sight. Understanding that he has indeed awakened observation haki fills Aaron with exhilaration. Chloe, I am uncertain whether I should thank you. Were it not for your influence, I might still be waiting for the awakening of my observation haki. Alan opened his eyes and gazed at the sky, reflecting thoughtfully. In addition to training a few children diligently, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his mastery of observation haki, which would serve as a crucial tool in his forthcoming battles. Armament haki also constituted a vital component of his training. However, it required a robust physique to wield effectively. Once he could harness armament haki with ease, his combat prowess would experience a significant transformation. Although natural-type devil fruits are relatively scarce among pirates, they do exist. And some abilities of other devil fruits are indeed quite formidable. With the mastery of armament haki, he would no longer find himself at a loss when confronting those wielding devil fruit powers. Alan understood the focus of his upcoming training and continued to lie on the ground, feigning sleep. After half an hour, he called several children back to shore. Such a duration was sufficient, as prolonging it would not be beneficial for their development. Once Anderson and the others climbed ashore, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Utterly exhausted from the exertion, Alan gazed at the group of children, nodding to himself in quiet approval. He resolved to prepare a few wooden swords for their lessons on the morrow. Once the children had rested adequately, he instructed them to return home and advised them to rise early the next day to gather here, where he would formally impart the art of swordsmanship. Upon hearing his words, the children erupted in exuberant cheers, playfully jostling one another as they made their way home. Alan ventured into the forest to prepare the training equipment. As he gazed at the setting sun, he mused that tomorrow would indeed be a splendid day, and then turned to walk deeper into the woods. Chapter 40. Instruction the next morning, a breathtaking dawn illuminated the eastern sky, while tendrils of smoke wafted gently from the rooftops of the village, enveloping the air in a diaphanous mist. Anderson, Rogo, Bill, and several other children, urged by their families, had eagerly gathered by the brook in anticipation of Alan's arrival. Rogo stifled a heavy yawn, rubbing his eyes, his face betraying his fatigue as he addressed the others. Anderson, how could Brother Alan make us rise so early? I am so weary." Rogo felt as though his eyelids were weighted down, longing for the comfort of his bed, wishing to lose himself in a deep slumber. Anderson, however, was brimming with excitement. Today he would finally have the opportunity to learn Brother Alan's extraordinary swordsmanship, a prospect he had long awaited. "Rogo, Brother Alan has only just agreed to teach us the art of the sword. How can you say such a thing? Have you not always yearned to master his techniques?" After all, he felled that enormous wild boar with a single stroke. As Anderson spoke, he animatedly demonstrated, recalling how Alan had effortlessly dispatched the beast from a considerable distance, leaving him utterly astonished. Since that day, he had persistently sought Alan's tutelage. The children continued their discussion, envisioning themselves mastering Alan's swordplay and dominating the village with their newfound skills. Before long, Alan emerged into their view, carrying several wooden swords. His arrival captured the children's attention, especially upon noticing the wooden blades in his hands. Their faces alight with anticipation as they immediately ceased their chatter and stood at attention. Alan approached the children and said to Anderson, "Anderson, please come and distribute these wooden swords to everyone." After speaking, he handed the wooden swords to Anderson. Upon receiving the swords, Rogu and the others examined them with great care, for they were treasures indeed, and each face radiated joy. "Wow, how impressive!" exclaimed one. Indeed, such exquisite wooden swords. Alan's craftsmanship is remarkable. The wooden swords he creates are exquisite, capturing the children's fascination. Now, everyone stand at attention. I shall now elucidate the fundamental principles of swordsmanship. Listen attentively, and do not hesitate to inquire should you have any questions. The children listened to Alan's explanation of the basics of swordsmanship with an unprecedented level of seriousness. As Alan spoke, he simultaneously demonstrated, allowing himself to revisit the fundamental principles of swordsmanship while instructing others. After elucidating the concepts, he instructed the children to run a few laps to warm up, ensuring their bodies were limber for the practice ahead. Observing the children as they jogged, he noted their lack of complaint and obedient demeanor, pondering how much of his extensive explanations they would retain. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to teach in this manner. Having acquired the foundational techniques of swordplay from Lester, with the system's swordsmanship directly implanted in his mind. However, as he revisited these basic techniques, he experienced a moment of clarity, advancing his understanding of swordsmanship. The swordplay of this world formed a distinct system, markedly different from the martial arts novels he had read, and diverging from the existing sword arts of the land of Wa. While the one-sword and two-sword styles predominated, numerous exceptionally talented individuals had innovated three-sword and eight-sword techniques, all evolving from fundamental swordsmanship. After a couple of laps, Alan summoned the children to his side, guiding them through the practice of basic moves. Soon, the air by the stream was filled with the joyful shouts of the children, their youthful voices brimming with enthusiasm. Once the children became familiar with the simple slashes, Alan instructed them to continue practicing there while he ventured into the forest to hone his own skills. His focus was on developing skills with a wide range of damage, and he worried that the children might become too absorbed in watching him practice, so he decided to allow them to continue on their own while he trained independently. Alan arrived at the forest, brandishing his blade with vigorous swings. He practiced the threefold cut of the one-sword style, Iato. After completing his routine, he took a brief respite and retrieved a cloth from his pocket to blindfold himself, thus honing his observation haki. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the sun had ascended to a considerable height, casting a warm glow as the clouds above began to shift in hue. Wisps of smoke started to rise from the village, and as he inhaled deeply, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted towards him. Removing the blindfold, Alan glanced up at the sun, realizing, quite unexpectedly, that it was already noon. Upon returning to the children's practice area, Alan observed that even in his absence, the children remained diligently engaged in their exercises. Despite the monotony of the training, the youngsters, drenched in sweat, adhered to Alan's instructions and continued their practice with unwavering dedication. Alan approached the children and clapped his hands, saying, "All right, everyone can stop now. It's time to go home for lunch. Make sure to rest well this afternoon before returning." After a morning filled with practice, The children were exhausted and hungry. At last, granted permission by Alan, they each bowed to him and joyfully ran home. Alan gazed at the departing children, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although their talents remained uncertain at this juncture, their dedication earned his admiration. Thus, Alan guided the children through daily practice of the fundamentals. Each morning, he meticulously reviewed their progress before immersing himself in his own skills and mastery of hockey. Before long, a month had elapsed. After a month of instruction and practice, it was time to assess the results. On this day, Alan stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the children lined up before him. The rigorous training, coupled with an ample supply of nourishment, had rendered their physiques significantly more robust, each child emanating the aura of a swordsman. Alan observed the scene with great satisfaction. A month of diligent practice had not been in vain, and his efforts were indeed worthwhile. Well, everyone has practiced for a month, and now it is time to assess your progress. You will begin to spar in pairs. Upon hearing Alan's words, several children positioned themselves opposite one another, bowing respectfully before assuming their stances. Begin. At Alan's command, the arena was filled with the sounds of wooden swords clashing and the spirited shouts of the children. Watching the fierce exchanges, Alan nodded approvingly. The children's innate talents were commendable, and the month of practice had imbued their movements with precision. Although their striking power was still lacking, their foundational skills had improved significantly. Before long, the victors emerged: Anderson, Bill, and Paired. The triumphant trio was exhilarated, dancing with joy, while Bill and Fair, despite their losses, bore no sorrow, for they recognized the true measure of their abilities. Meanwhile, Roga felt disheartened, standing aside with his head hung low, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His left hand clutched the hem of his clothing tightly, and he bit his lip in frustration, feeling as though he had disappointed his elder brother Alan and was utterly inadequate. Alan clearly perceived the despondency that enveloped Rogu and understood the thoughts that plagued his mind. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, he approached Rogu, extending a hand to tenderly ruffle his hair. The path of the sword is inherently fraught with challenges. When faced with difficulties, do not entertain the notion of evasion. Moreover, you have embarked on this journey to hone your swordsmanship, and there is no need to concern yourself with the opinions of others, myself included. Alan offered some words of comfort to Rogu, glanced at the others, and continued. Over this past month, you have all practiced diligently, and your grasp of the fundamentals of swordsmanship has been commendable. I take great pride in your efforts. Upon hearing Alan's praise, smiles adorned the faces of the children, including Rogu, for his acknowledgement was of utmost significance to them. After a brief pause, Alan further elaborated. The fundamentals of swordsmanship serve as the cornerstone of all martial training. It is imperative to master these basics, for only then can one ascend to greater heights in the art of the sword. Allow me to demonstrate, providing you with a deeper understanding. As soon as Alan's voice fell, he offered a brief demonstration of the sword soul skills. The children were left utterly astounded, and once Alan concluded his display, they rushed to his side, clamoring to learn these techniques. All right, do not envy me too much. In due time, you too shall have the opportunity to master these skills and become swordmasters like myself. At that moment, I will gladly instruct you. For now, however, it is imperative that you focus on laying a solid foundation. Alan gazed at the children's despondent expressions and offered them some words of comfort. Now, I shall teach you the art of Aido. The practice of Aido is divided into 10 forms, not merely indicating 10 techniques, but rather the adaptive responses required in 10 distinct crisis situations. Due to the varied styles of swordsmanship, Aido has evolved into multiple schools. However, regardless of the style, its hallmark remains the ability to deliver a single, decisive blow. Chapter 41. Ambushed. This chapter was composed while on a bus, as I continue my arduous search for employment, with my finances dwindling to the point of affecting my meals. Under Alan's meticulous guidance, the children progressed rapidly, mastering the art of Aido with impressive finesse, all while adhering to Alan's teachings of the one-cut style. Thus, Alan not only reinforced his own swordsmanship skills and observation hockey, but also imparted knowledge to his students, allowing time to pass swiftly. A year later, on an evening like any other, after concluding a day of practice, Alan resolved to procure some food for himself and the village chief's family, merrily humming a tune as he strolled along the path. Although Alan was not a native of this village, after a year, he had become quite familiar with the paths of the area. As he descended the mountain trail and reached the halfway point, a sudden furrow creased his brow. Something was amiss. The usual chorus of insects and birds had inexplicably ceased, and amidst the underbrush and treetops, there seemed to linger a stifled breath. Having grown accustomed to this route and the surrounding forest, Alan had never encountered anything unusual during his daily passage. However, today was distinctly eerie. The familiar sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects were conspicuously absent. This was not right. Something was indeed awry. Alan has become aware of his surroundings, activating his observation hockey. He swiftly senses that there are individuals lying in ambush nearby, each exuding an aura of murderous intent. Their intentions are far from benevolent. Alan drew his knife from his waist, delivering a swift slash towards the nearest tree. A sudden scream pierced the air, and as Alan turned his gaze, an ominous sound sliced through the silence behind him. A silver arc, like a crescent moon, appeared stealthily above his head. The cold blade, sharp as a hook, loomed silently, poised to claim his life. Yet, Alan's formidable instincts had already sensed the impending danger. As the blade descended, a scream erupted, accompanied by a spurt of blood. However, the one who cried out was not Alan, but rather the figure behind him. With the blood cascading down, a heavy silhouette collapsed not far from him, lifeless. Thud! A shadow fell from the tree, its chest visibly slashed open. "Who are you?" The voice of Alan resonated from above the trees, one hand gripping a knife while its sheath lay discarded on the ground, his gaze sweeping beneath the foliage. The moment the first anguished cry pierced the air, Alan had already discerned the presence of the man behind him. The unfortunate soul who plummeted from the branches was accompanied by Rogu. The cry had escaped from the lips of the fallen man, who now lay in a pitiful state upon the earth. In a flash, Alan unsheathed his blade and struck, dispatching the ill-intentioned assailant beneath the tree. Spitting in contempt, the man grimaced as he struggled to rise from the ground, a mouthful of saliva expelled in defiance. He had underestimated the individual before him, believing himself to be in an unassailable position, only to find himself at a disadvantage. With a brazen expression, he lifted his gaze to Alan and declared, "Today, I have come to claim your life." Upon hearing the audacious taunts of the foe he had struck down, Alan could not help but chuckle. "Ha! To take my life? You wretched scoundrels? Wretched scoundrels? Oh, how amusing. We are the illustrious Porcupine Pirate crew. It seems you require a harsh lesson to learn the meaning of death. I shall relish the opportunity to torment you." This was the first time the self-proclaimed member of the Porcupine Pirates had encountered such disdainful words directed at him. With a flourish, he gestured to his comrades. "Listen up, my friends. The captain has decreed that no one on this island shall be spared. He awaits our triumphant return. Oh, how delightful. Let us slay this fool." No sooner had the words left his lips than the concealed pirates sprang into action, shouting the battle cry of charge. They surged forth from every corner. Though there were only 6 or 7 of them, their voices conjured the illusion of an overwhelming army. Among them, one shouted fervently, "For the great Captain Porcupine." Who was this Captain Porcupine? As the name flickered through his mind, Alan found himself oblivious to the identity of this notorious figure. Having spent over a year on this island, he was well aware that the seas were teeming with vile pirates. However, he dismissed the thought, if they sought his life, then let them all perish. The wind howled, and in the next instant, Alan swung his blade. With a flash of silver, before he could even raise his gaze, the approaching pirates were sent tumbling to the ground. Observing the relentless advance of the remaining pirates, Alan let out an enigmatic laugh. At last, a battle awaited him, a chance to awaken his resting bones. In the next moment, a nameless pirate brandishing a curved blade descended upon him, yet Alan's figure had vanished from sight. The pirate, to his astonishment, felt his perspective rising involuntarily, ascending higher and higher, then spinning, until he beheld the lifeless body of a nameless comrade, still clutching the curved blade. Iato slash. In the fleeting moment before consciousness slipped away, he heard a voice. Like a streak of lightning, a tremendous horizontal slash enveloped the surrounding pirates, rendering their bodies eerily still. Crack. Just a single strike. Anyone caught in that arc of devastation, be it person or tree, was cleaved in two in an instant. Within moments, the ground was drenched in blood. Oh, so easily vanquished? Alan gazed upon his masterpiece, bemused by the incompetence of these pirates, who were utterly unworthy of his blade. It seemed that these brigands shared a common flaw, boisterous in their proclamations yet woefully fragile in reality. Alan's voice resonated beside him, causing the man who had been standing beneath the tree to startle in disbelief. Could it be that this audacious individual possessed such formidable prowess? With a single strike, he had dispatched all those who accompanied him. Little did he know that the slash was a quintessential representation of a swordsman's skill, and he had never encountered a swordsman before, thus oblivious to the sheer destructive power they wielded. After rampaging across the East Sea for so long, He had encountered no significant opposition, save for the Navy. He had always enjoyed a smooth journey until today, when he finally met a formidable adversary, one of considerable strength. "Hey, didn't you say you would slay me? Why do you hesitate to act?" Alan rested the bloodied blade upon his shoulder, casting a mocking glance at the previously boastful pirate. As he spoke, he had already turned his back, striding towards the pirate he had initially felled from the tree. This individual, bearing wounds from Alan's strike and appearing to be a minor officer among the crew, had merely observed while others engaged in combat, thereby narrowly evading the lethal slash and prolonging his existence. "You are finished. Your demise is inevitable." As Alan approached the rotund pirate, the latter swiftly turned and sat up, his voice a blend of bluster and trepidation. "If you dare to take my life, Captain Porcupine will undoubtedly not let you go unpunished. Having slain so many of us, you are certain to meet your end at the hands of the captain. Unless you surrender now, I might still intercede on your behalf. You have dispatched so many of us, and you believe you can still advocate for me?" Alan smiled and remarked, "It seems that you hold great significance for this porcupine captain." Indeed, the rotund pirate appeared determined to bolster his persuasion through volume, practically bellowing the words. "So, being of such importance, you would never betray your captain, would you?" Alan inquired once more. "I would never betray him. I am the captain's most loyal subordinate. My life will." His words abruptly ceased as Alan's blade pressed against his throat, a faint smile still gracing his lips as he softly urged, "Pray tell, how will your life unfold? Will it blossom for your esteemed porcupine captain? If that is the case, I would be entirely unperturbed to allow you to bloom right here, only to wither away." The chilling glint of the blade, infused with the aura of recent violence, enveloped the rotund pirate in an instant. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he stammered, "And no, I do not wish to bloom." "Then tell me, how many of you have come? What is the current state of the village?" Alan spoke quietly, urging a serious response. "With us, there are a total of 235 individuals. They are assaulting the village," the portly pirate cried out, for with his words, the tip of Alan's blade was gradually piercing the skin of his throat. The slow approach of death weighed heavily on every nerve, and an overwhelming terror rendered him incapable of controlling his bodily functions. As his body trembled, it seemed that something was trickling down from beneath him. Alan was rendered speechless, and then he burst into hearty laughter. "Oh my, you actually wet your pants? How utterly disgusting." Alan pretended to feel nauseated and took a step back, waving his hand in front of his nose. "Ahaha," the plump pirate chuckled awkwardly. Alan seemed to be disgusted by the outrageous maneuver, dismissively waving his hand before turning to walk towards the village. The rotund pirate sighed in relief, casting a glance at his trousers and wiping the sweat from his brow, seemingly grateful for having soiled himself. As Alan's retreating figure became distant, his eyes darted about erratically. Suddenly, he drew a short dagger from his lower back, fixating on Alan's back. The fear in his gaze had entirely morphed into malevolence as he let out a furious roar and leapt into the air. However, before he could touch the ground, a flash of steel swept past him. His corpulent form momentarily froze in midair, a hint of crimson blossoming from his torso, and by the time he landed, he had been cleaved into two halves. Alan sheathed his blade and sprinted towards the village. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of ravaged homes, flames licking at various structures, and scattered corpses strewn across the ruins, some belonging to villagers, others to oddly attired invaders. It was evident that these peculiar corpses were those of the marauding pirates, and Alan's eyes narrowed in grim determination. These pirates deserved their fate. To the east of the village, by the shore, the villagers had once gathered stones from the island to construct a grand plaza. During harvest seasons, or after a successful hunt, long tables would be set up there, laden with an array of delectable dishes, where the entire village would come together to revel in the bounty and share joyous evenings. Yet, the plaza now echoed with silence, devoid of laughter, stained instead by the horrors of bloodshed. In the center of the plaza, villagers formed a protective circle, with the strongest among them wielding spears and bows at the periphery, while the frail, the elderly, and women huddled within. Surrounding this circle lay the bodies of both villagers and pirates, scattered amidst the chaos. Further away, a menacing group of ferocious pirates loomed. Nearby, flames consumed the village, and the destruction was evident everywhere. The scattered corpses bore witness to the brutality of the conflict. However, the situation had not devolved into a complete massacre. The pirates had gravely underestimated the fighting spirit of the villagers of Enric Island. Anderson and his companions stood resolutely beside the village chief, brandishing their knives with fury as they glared at the pirates. Despite their youth, over a year of training had honed their skills. allowing them to inflict injuries upon several pirates. This unexpected resistance had disrupted the pirates' rampage, granting the chief the opportunity to rally the villagers and stand against their merciless foes. Due to the remote location of Enric Island, even the Navy had not established a presence in the village. Catching the pirates off guard and thwarting their assumption that conquering the island would be effortless. This unexpected unity among the villagers was their only advantage. Yet, despite their courage, the situation was undeniably deteriorating. The villagers were clearly no match for the pirates, and the pressure of their collective might was palpable. At the heart of the crowd, the village chief lowered the snail-shaped communication device and handed it to a nearby woman. She bit her lip, asking, "When will the Navy arrive?" "The earliest will be in 3 hours," he replied. The village chief sighed deeply, casting a glance at the scene in the square, his heart heavy with despair. Within less than half an hour since the onset of the pirate invasion, the villagers had been forced into a defensive stance, unable to mount an effective counterattack. 3 hours? After 3 hours, even if the Navy were to arrive, they would likely only be left to collect the bodies. There was no hope to be found in them. A dark-skinned man spoke up, declaring, "Chief, there is no other option. We must fight them to the last." Indeed, another villager chimed in, "We, the people of Andric Village, will never surrender, even in death." Surrender? These pirates cared not for capitulation. Their demeanor revealed the fate that awaited those who dared to submit. They could ruthlessly slay their own comrades, insult the women of the village, and plunder all that rightfully belonged to them. The villagers were acutely aware of the pirates' savagery. They had come with lethal intent, and now the only recourse was to fight. Even in the face of death, surrender was not an option. "Yes, grandfather," young Anderson added. "These pirates have clearly come with the intention of slaughtering our village. We vow to fight them to the bitter end." "Absolutely, grandfather. We fear not death. Moreover, it is time to showcase the swordsmanship that Brother Alan has taught us. We cannot allow these vile pirates to prevail," echoed Rogu, standing nearby. For Brother Alan had once imparted to them the wisdom that as swordsmen, one must possess the courage to embrace death in the pursuit of life. Observing the villagers and the children around him, the village chief's expression hardened with resolve. "Indeed, even if it costs us our lives, we shall not allow these pirates to have their way. I shall fight with every ounce of my strength. Fight, fight, fight." The fervor surged, igniting the spirits of even the youngest children, whose small fists were clenched tightly as they joined in the fervent battle cries. Particularly the children who had learned swordsmanship from Alan shouted with fervor, "Grandfather, rest assured, we will protect you, and everyone else," young Anderson declared, gripping his knife with determination etched across his youthful face. "Yes, Anderson is right. We will surely safeguard everyone. These pirates are no match for us." The other children rallied around him in agreement. As applause erupted, a path opened amongst the encircling pirates. The villagers' shouts gradually quieted, revealing a towering figure before them. His disheveled black hair cascaded down, and beneath an unbuttoned cloak, his powerful chest was exposed, marred by ghastly scars from blades and bullets alike. It was the notorious hog pirate crew, a recent scourge of the East Sea, that now brought calamity to Andric Island. Captain Galrush, a formidable man resembling a wild boar and towering over 3 meters, is notorious for his ruthless nature. It is said that during his childhood, he was abandoned by his parents due to his unsightly appearance and was subsequently raised by a nursing wild boar, leading him to adopt the name Boar. Like the creature that nurtured him, he became savage and brutal, leaving a trail of devastation in the villages he plundered. As a result, he has garnered a bounty of 12 million berries, earning the fearsome reputation of a pirate in these waters. With a cruel gaze, Galrush surveyed the inferno consuming the village, relishing the anguished cries of the inhabitants. He sought to exact a dreadful vengeance upon humanity. For it was a group of humans who had cruelly captured his beloved foster mother, a massive wild boar weighing over 1,000 kilograms, disregarding her pleas as they mercilessly slaughtered her. In his desperation, he had once knelt before them, begging for mercy so that he, the wild offspring raised by a boar, might survive. However, when he finally became a pirate seeking revenge, their desperate cries only fueled his desire for retribution, compelling him to execute them with glee. "Ha ha 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 ha. Speed up, my crew. Those accursed Navy scoundrels have taken notice of us. Let us ensure they eat dust in our wake," commanded the captain. "Aye, Captain. Those wretched Navy men won't even catch a whiff of us," replied one of the crew members. "Our Boar pirate crew will once again make a name for ourselves in the East Sea. The great Captain Boar has a bounty of 12 million berries." Another crew member chimed in, eager to flatter. Galrush's eyes glinted with a fleeting cruelty as he erupted into manic laughter, applauding as he approached the terrified villagers. I am the great Captain Boar. Your courage has caught my attention, so I declare to you all, I, the illustrious Captain Boar, hereby sentence you all to death. Death, death, death. The pirates' furious roars reverberated through the square, and as the chilling cries for death echoed, the bloodthirsty weapons were poised for action. Satisfied with his crew, Garrush raised a hand, fingers pointed skyward, and with a swift motion, commanded, execute immediately. At his command, it was not his subordinates who charged forward, but he himself, striding boldly into the fray. Though the villagers had never truly experienced combat with humans, they understood the value of formation. Once their ranks were established, a reckless assault would only result in pointless losses. It was only through overwhelming force that they could shatter the enemy's formation, dismantling them piece by piece, before the crew descended upon them to ensure total annihilation. And who, if not the great Captain Boar, possessed such formidable strength? Charge forth, with great strides. The porcupine felt the flames of fury igniting within him. As he roared, arrows from the villagers soared towards him. Yet, he merely laughed heartily, crossing his arms before him to shield his vital areas. The arrow struck his body but failed to pierce his skin, simply falling harmlessly to the ground. With a thunderous roar, Macero suddenly leaped into the air. Suspended momentarily, he tightened his right fist, potent energy coalescing within, and unleashed a devastating blow. Even before his fist could reach any target, a fierce gust of wind swept through. So powerful, the villagers stood no chance. Anderson, Rogu, and Bill shouted in unison, rushing toward the porcupine. It was time to showcase their true skills. However, it was evident that the porcupines might surpass their imagination. With a heavy punch aimed at Anderson, the moment their weapons clashed, immense force surged from the blade, sending Anderson soaring into the sky before crashing heavily to the ground. Bill and the others struck the porcupine with their blades, but the sound of clanging echoed, as if they were striking steel, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Ha-ha, hit. Ha-ha, let's see what this detestable pirate has to say now. Cheered a few children, their excitement palpable as they believed they had struck the porcupine. Yet, their faces turned pale in an instant. Not a single drop of blood fell from his body. Ha 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 ha. Are you merely tickling me? The porcupine chuckled, brushing off the futile attempts at harm. The strikes left only faint white marks upon his skin. Not bad, little ones. Would you care to join my pirate crew? Sail the vast seas alongside the great Captain Porcupine. Rogu and the others rushed to help the fallen Anderson, who was now on the ground. Upon hearing the porcupine's invitation, they responded with fury. Impossible. You vile pirates shall never have us. Ha 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 ha. Such a pity. Then you shall never witness the greatness of this ocean. Allow me to personally administer your execution. The porcupine, unfazed by their refusal, cruelly licked his lips. Yet, fervor could not alter the outcome of battle. Bill and the others were left battered and bruised, lacking the strength to rise. Seeing the children so grievously harmed ignited a deep anger within the villagers, who charged forward, but to no avail, as they too were swiftly knocked down by the porcupine. Roga struggled repeatedly to stand, blood trickling from his lips, yet his tone remained defiantly resolute. Cough, cough. Detestable pirate, Brother Allen will surely eradicate you all. Ha ha ha, Allen? What can a stranger do? You ought to be contemplating your own fate now. Prepare to meet your demise. Having spoken, the porcupine charged towards Rogu and the others. As the children were on the verge of falling prey to the porcupine's lethal grasp, a flicker of despair etched itself into the village chief's astonished eyes. Yet, at that moment, a voice thundered forth. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, a figure leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick towards the porcupine. A muffled thud resonated, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. The pirates, caught off guard by this unexpected assault, scattered in disarray. The resilient stones from Anric Island were struck by the porcupine-esque body, creating a massive crater and sending debris soaring into the sky, leaving the surrounding pirates battered and bewildered, bloodied and dazed. Ah, it is young Allen. Young Allen has arrived. We are saved. However, can young Allen truly defeat them? Surely he can. Young Allen is remarkably skilled. How impressive. He sent the porcupine flying with a single kick. Young Allen, hurry over. Danger lurks over there. Especially Anderson and the others, upon witnessing Allen descend from the sky, were instantly filled with excitement, shouting fervently. The one approaching was an exceedingly furious Allen, who had searched the village for a while without encountering the pirates. Only upon hearing the cries did he realize and sprint towards them. Fortunately, it seemed he had not arrived too late. The children were unharmed. The village chief, having overheard the villagers' discussions and having witnessed the porcupine's might, expressed concern over Allen's ability to cope with the situation, gazing at him intently. "Young Alan, be cautious. This adversary is formidable. Aha, fear not, esteemed village chief. I shall resolve this swiftly." Alan chuckled softly. But as he turned around to gaze at the porcupine sprawled on the ground, the smile on his face gradually faded. These individuals were his saviors, the ones who bestowed upon him a second chance at life, and these children had been his disciples for a year. His expression transformed into one of frigid intensity, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent emanating from his being. His indifferent gaze swept across the faces of the pirates, his eyes chillingly cold, while his entire presence began to rise to a crescendo, as if on the verge of erupting. Each pirate who fell under the scrutiny of those eyes felt a shiver run through their hearts. How painful! A coarse and menacing voice resonated. The pirates, as if awakening from a dream, finally realized that their esteemed Captain Porcupine had seemingly been kicked away. They hurriedly turned towards the sound, witnessing the massive figure gradually rising from the ground. Damn it! How dare they kick the illustrious left cheek of the great Porcupine? A deep roar echoed across the square. And as the sound faded, Porcupine stood tall once more, bellowing to the heavens. Unforgivable. Alan tilted his head, casting a dismissive glance at the pirates present, murmuring, "You are the truly unforgivable ones." Chapter 43, Annihilation. Recent updates have been unstable, but efforts will be made to ensure consistency moving forward. Thank you once again for your support. As Alan whispered, the fist of the porcupine surged forward. "I will make you pay with your life." The ferocious blow, accompanied by a fierce wind, swiftly approached Alan's face. Alan furrowed his brow slightly. "Get lost." As he uttered these words, he accompanied them with a kick, refraining from instantly dispatching the despicable pirate before him. The hedgehog promptly rolled away, not in a figurative sense, but in a vividly literal manner. His body spun like a rapidly revolving wheel, careening across the ground before colliding with the group of pirates. "Captain, the illustrious Captain Hedgehog. Good heavens! What on earth has transpired?" The pirates, who had just been invigorated by their captain's resurgence, were momentarily bewildered. However, the hedgehog did not remain in a contemplative state on the ground as before. The instant the tremendous force ceased, he sprang back to his feet. His eyes blazed crimson, the fury within them almost manifesting as tangible flames. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter words, but instead erupted with a spray of blood. Enraged, he bellowed, "I will kill you." He had never endured such a blow, such an egregious humiliation. Since embarking on his maritime journey, he had encountered both the navy and skirmishes among pirates, yet none of those adversaries had compelled him to truly take them seriously. Victory in battle had seemingly become an established norm. Over time, he had grown accustomed to his invincibility, as had his crew. Thus, the moniker of the great Captain Hedgehog was born. Yet, he never envisioned that he would face a profound defeat on a remote island in the East Sea. An overwhelming rage surged through every fiber of his being, transforming his fury into formidable strength once more. His feet sank slightly, and with a sudden burst, he launched forward, his right fist clenched tight. Immense power brewing within his muscles and bones. Veins bulged as he surged forth like a tempest, roaring towards Rogo. Alan observed the approaching porcupine, which charged towards him like a fierce lion. His eyes narrowed slightly as he noted the astonishment of the surrounding pirates, leading him to a decisive conclusion. Indeed, the blade in his hand proved formidable. After all, blood debts can only be cleansed with blood. Moreover, considering the earnestness with which the creature advanced, would it not be rather disrespectful to simply stand by and send it flying with a mere kick? It would be better to take the initiative. Alan contemplated deeply. Taking a step forward, drawing his katana, he spoke quietly, cross/. A low, vibrating hum resonated as a broad, cross-shaped strike surged forth from Alan, hurtling towards the sprinting porcupine. The strike manifested before Macero, halting the porcupine's punch mid-air. His body inexplicably froze, his tightly clenched right fist loosening, the fury in his eyes dissipating like snow, transforming into bewilderment, followed by emptiness. A gruesome, cross-shaped wound appeared on his chest, revealing his innards as if through a translucent veil. Thud. The massive body staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground, having traveled only a short distance. Yet it would remain there eternally. Dead. Captain Porcupine is dead. This cannot be. The pirates watched in disbelief as the long-cherished image of the great Captain Porcupine crumbled to dust, collapsing with a thunderous echo. "Run!" One pirate bellowed, his voice strained. "That guy is a monster. A terrifying monster. We must flee." The great Captain Porcupine could never be bested by mere humans. Only a monster could defeat the illustrious captain. And if even the great Captain Porcupine could not conquer this monster, How could they possibly stand a chance? Run. Only run. The thought of terror imprinted itself upon each soul like a devil's brand, spurring them into a frantic flight, escaping, leaving no trace behind. For to remain would mean certain death. Alan momentarily disregarded the pirates and swiftly approached Rogu and the others, inquiring with genuine concern, "How are you all? Is everything all right?" Anderson, under the care of the villagers, replied with palpable excitement, "We are fine. We are fine. Brother Alan, you are incredible. We were unable to inflict any harm on him, yet you defeated him in an instant." "Indeed, indeed. Brother Alan is truly remarkable," echoed Bill and the others, their faces alight with enthusiasm. They had witnessed Alan's prowess firsthand, marveling as he dispatched the porcupine with a mere kick and a slash, sharing in a sense of pride. However, the expression of a nearby child, once filled with exhilaration, was now marred with tears as he stumbled towards the lifeless bodies of a middle-aged couple, trembling hands pushing against them. "Mom, Dad, what has happened to you?" Anderson, Bill, and the village chief, who had initially shared in the joy, now wore expressions heavy with sorrow. The arrival of the pirates had wrought considerable suffering upon them, as the children's cries pierced the air. A wave of grief enveloped the crowd, and soon, the surroundings were filled with various lamentations. Alan gazed at the villagers and Rogu beside him. Yet the words of solace eluded him. Alan did not comfort the crowd. Instead, he rose once more, his face illuminated by a chilling glare as he gazed at the fleeing pirates. In an instant, he vanished from their sight. "Oh, so he arrives only to take lives. And after the slaughter, he departs at his whim?" Suddenly, Alan's voice resonated in their ears, causing all the pirates to be taken aback. The pirate at the forefront abruptly halted, for before them stood the young swordsman, who had appeared there unbeknownst to them. With a gentle smile, Alan spoke. "I have always believed that I live an idealistic life, yet I never imagined that you, who truly dwell upon the seas and survive through plunder, would also be filled with such fanciful notions. Regrettably, none of you will leave Andric alive today. He is but one man. Indeed, let us unite and confront him. Since we are destined to perish, why not take a gamble?" The pirates exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mixture of despair and the ferocity of cornered beasts. "If you do not spare us, then we shall fight with all our might. Kill. For the great Captain Porcupine's vengeance. For the great, no, for ourselves. I shall become the Pirate King." In this dire moment of life and death, their shouts varied widely. Their inclination to cry out was not born of any peculiar obsession, but rather a means to bolster their morale for the impending battle. As Alan gazed upon the horde of advancing pirates, a subtle smile crept across his lips. On the other side, the villagers stood in awe, their mouths agape as they witnessed him effortlessly vanquish the formidable Captain Porcupine with a single strike. The children, Anderson and Rogu among them, were enchanted, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Brother Alan, you are incredible. Go for it, Brother Alan." They cheered enthusiastically. Upon hearing their exuberant cries, Alan turned back, offering them a warm smile. To the pirates, his grin may have appeared sinister, yet to the villagers, it brought a profound sense of reassurance, as if his seemingly frail physique served as an unyielding bastion safeguarding them from harm. After Alan's laughter subsided, he turned to face the approaching pirates, the gentle smile on his face now replaced by a mocking expression. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of lackeys. Come forth, and let Lord Alan attend to you properly." With that, he brandished his sword and charged into the throng. Cross slash, triple slash, ferocious dragon's void slash, one sword style, I slash. With each of Alan's exclamations, a flurry of slashes filled the air, and not a single pirate could withstand his onslaught. The strikes were chaotic, reminiscent of a waning moon, bursting forth upon each pirate's body, striking their chests, necks, and thighs. As the last remnants of the slashes dissipated, Alan's silhouette emerged behind them. Click. Alan sheathed his sword. A chilling scream echoed, marking the moment of realization. Among the 235 pirates who had arrived, only about 160 or 70 remained alive after the fierce battle with the villagers of Andric Island. At this moment, they lay scattered in pools of blood. The disbanded pirates had been ruthlessly slain and wounded by Alan. Chapter 44. A reunion after 1 year, 3 hours, neither long nor short, seemed to have become a customary duration. With the conclusion of the conflict, the Navy finally made their appearance. One can only surmise that had Alan not been present, there would have been no survivors on this island. The Navy, as expected, took on the role of professional cleanup crew. When the tardy naval vessels docked at the harbor, the hurried sailors descended, anticipating a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. However, the reality, while indeed grim, was somewhat less horrific than they had envisioned. Alan's actions nearly annihilated all the pirates, leaving the few survivors gravely injured and on the brink of death. One cannot help but marvel at the resilience of human life in the world of pirates. The Navy, who initially anticipated a tragic fate for the villagers, now found them leisurely tidying up the square. Conversely, the pirates, once deemed ruthless and sinister, were now bound with ropes and surrounded by the villagers, bloodied and helpless. What could have transpired to bring about such an unexpected turn of events? Navy Colonel Lester rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Were it not for the undeniable presence of the village elder before him, he might have suspected that the villagers, now cleaning the battlefield, were merely pirates in disguise, striving to execute a nefariously wicked scheme. However, at this moment, Young Lester, what do you mean by that? Wishing for our demise, perhaps? Though Lester had uttered no such words, the astute elder swiftly grasped the underlying implication within the young man's thoughts, his face now flushed with indignation. Lester hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Elder, I did not mean it that way." "Humph," the elder scoffed. "You best not mean it that way. For do not presume that your rank as a Navy colonel intimidates me." "Ah, indeed," Lester replied quickly. "I would never dare retaliate against you, after all. I am merely a product of our village. However, in light of recent events, might you reconsider what I previously discussed with you over the transponder snail? Perhaps allowing the Navy to establish a base on Andric Island?" After a moment of silence, the elder sighed. Ever since GOLD, Roger's ominous words, the world has grown increasingly tumultuous. The East Blue remains relatively safe, yet Andric Island's seclusion is no guarantee against pirate incursions. Who could have foreseen that even such a hidden place would eventually attract the attention of pirates? "What do you mean by that?" Lester inquired eagerly. "Let me ponder it further," the elder replied, lowering his gaze, reluctant to delve into the matter. Recognizing the elder's reluctance, Lester refrained from pressing, aware that the elder's own son had fallen victim to pirates due to Navy-related issues. To shift the conversation, he glanced around the surroundings and asked, "Speaking of which, I am quite curious, have our village's uncles and aunts grown so formidable? Judging by the wounds on these individuals, they must have been struck down by a swordsman. Has our village produced a swordsman?" The elder shot him a sidelong glance. "The individual arrived in our village over a year ago. He is a fine young man. You have been away for several years. Otherwise, you would know him well. For the past year, apart from instructing Anderson and the others, he has lived a rather tranquil existence. Thanks to his guidance, Anderson and his companions caught the pirates off guard with their swordsmanship. Otherwise, the losses would have been even greater. Had it not been for the appearance of these pirates, I would have suspected that he might have lived a life of tranquil obscurity. This was his first true display of strength before everyone, and many believed him to be merely an ordinary swordsman. Glancing at the blood that stained the ground and the occasional dismembered limbs, Lester nodded in understanding and inquired, "Where is he? On the western beach, I presume? What do you need him for?" As he spoke, he turned around only to find Lester, who had been conversing with him moments ago, charging towards the western beach. While running, he exclaimed, "I am going to invite him to join the Navy." The village chief, momentarily caught between laughter and tears, shook his head helplessly. "The Navy, you say? He may not be inclined to join." Alan sat upon a rock by the beach, his legs crossed, gazing at the sun as it gradually descended towards the horizon. His eyes reflected a profound tranquility and an ethereal distance, suggesting a deep appreciation for the sunset or perhaps a contemplation of some profound quandary. In truth, however, what lay before him was not the sunset, the sea, or the lingering twilight. His mind was a blank canvas, and his gaze was vacant as he observed the waves rising and falling upon the surface of the water. Suddenly, a sense of alertness surged within him. A fierce wind howled above, and an enormous footprint descended from the sky, hurtling directly towards Alan's head. With a deft somersault, Alan evaded the impending strike. Observing that his initial attack had failed, Lester quickly scrambled to his feet without a second thought. "Allow me to introduce myself. I also hail from Andric Island and currently hold the rank of lieutenant colonel at the naval base in Luago town." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Alan halted his movements, astonished. Could it be Lester? Activating his observation hockey, he sensed the unmistakable figure behind him. It was indeed that loquacious fellow. To his surprise, he encountered this bothersome individual here. Listening to Lester's familiar tone of invitation, Alan felt a sense of exasperation. However, it seemed that Lester had not recognized him as Alan. To avenge the earlier harassment, Alan decided to instill a little fear, so he refrained from turning around and lowered his voice, saying, "Oh, a naval officer, are you? Are you prepared to embrace death?" "Huh?" Lester nearly doubted his own ears, wondering if he had inadvertently filled them with sand during his fall. Otherwise, how could he possibly be hearing such a phantom voice? Yet, glancing at Alan's rather narrow back, Lester instinctively inquired, "Are you serious? You intend to strike me?" Alan spoke without hesitation. "Thus, I find it entirely reasonable and logical to deduce that you harbor intentions to kill me. So, may I ask, is it permissible for you to die? Why must I be the one to perish?" Lester was on the verge of madness. "Although I did attack you, it was merely an attempt to gauge your capabilities. What gives you the right to test me?" Rogus stifled a laugh as he replied, "Furthermore, did you seek my consent before attempting this so-called test? To act without inquiry is akin to theft, and to test unilaterally can also be deemed as murder. As a member of the Navy, if you were to murder an ordinary individual, should you not bear the consequences of your actions?" Lester was left speechless. He never imagined he would encounter such words one day. Even more terrifying was the realization that there seemed to be a semblance of truth in them. Should I truly deserve death? With this thought, Lester quickly spat out, "Pa, pa, pa," appearing utterly helpless. "I almost fell into your trap. Regardless, I hold no malice towards you. My intention in testing you was solely to ascertain your strength. Who would have thought you would resort to such despicable tactics? Nonetheless, it appears you do possess some degree of capability. So, what do you say? Would you consider joining our Navy?" "No." "How blunt." Lester was momentarily taken aback before hastily asking, "Why? You clearly possess strength and power. Why not join the Navy?" After a year apart, Alan had grown considerably taller. And having deliberately lowered his voice, Lester failed to recognize the individual before him as his former friend. At this moment, he was bewildered by the strange words of this person, making it all the more difficult to realize that this was indeed the scoundrel Alan, who was intent on his demise. Otherwise, he would have to confront him, even if he could not defeat him. A rather peculiar logic, indeed. Once again, Alan heard the familiar words, and his expression, which was initially stifled with laughter, suddenly turned somewhat constipated. This fellow had not changed in the slightest. He decided to have a bit of fun with him. "Can you tell me why, possessing both strength and power, I must necessarily join the Navy? Furthermore, isn't power essentially synonymous with strength?" With that, Alan sheathed his knife and took a step forward. Lester was momentarily bewildered. How could this person turn so quickly? Nevertheless, he curiously inquired, "Aren't you going to kill me?" Alan replied, "Even I would feel remiss to take the life of someone lacking in intellectual capacity." Alan did not look back. "It is your intellect that is lacking. I am a distinguished naval commander." Lester was on the verge of tears. What utter nonsense is this? He sought out Alan, and after his attempts to probe were in vain, he found himself on the brink of being killed over a mere disagreement. Though a confrontation did not ensue, he was inexplicably treated like a fool. A naval commander, indeed. Alan's footsteps, poised for departure, suddenly halted as he turned to gaze upon Lester. "Have you had a change of heart?" Lester exclaimed with exuberance, a broad grin spreading across his face, reminiscent of an unrefined simplicity. Yet, upon seeing Alan's expression, he felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his body freezing in place. The realization that he had been ridiculed as a dim-witted individual ignited a surge of indignation within him towards this audacious fellow. Pointing his right index finger at Alan, he stammered, You are that scoundrel Alan?" Alan immediately realized that Lester had seen his face, yet he felt no remorse. Instead, he embraced the knife with both hands across his chest and jested, "Lester, it has been quite a while. I never imagined that over the past year, you would transform into such a person. It truly astonishes me." "Ah, ha ha ha, you scoundrel." "I am not," Lester roared. "Not what, pray tell?" Alan found it quite amusing to witness Lester's furious embarrassment, feeling a sense of satisfaction as if he had avenged himself. Lester, responding with an implicit retort, declared, "I am not a fool. I am a distinguished Navy commander." Alan, unable to contain his laughter, replied, "Ha, Lester, I was right all along. You are indeed a simpleton." With that, he cheekily gestured a middle finger at Lester before turning on his heel and running away, leaving Lester to shout and flail about on the beach. Chapter 45 Interpretation. After their playful tussle, the two resumed their seats by the shore, gazing at the setting sun. Through their conversation, Lester gleaned the events that had transpired in Alan's absence, leading him to ponder how Alan had come to be in his hometown. "You've truly had a tough time," he remarked. "I never anticipated that you would encounter the Black Cap pirates. In our small town, the Navy would only seek to avoid them and report back to the headquarters, alerting a more formidable fleet to apprehend them. Lester was well aware of the Black Cat pirates' notorious reputation. The East Blue Navy had pursued them for an extended period, suffering considerable losses in the process. Only a fleet commanded by a colonel could engage them effectively, as otherwise they would be annihilated. Particularly, their captain, Kuro, was an exceptionally formidable adversary. Reflecting on Alan's ability to escape their clutches, it seemed evident that Alan had grown significantly stronger since his departure. Moreover, the Porcupine Pirates had met their demise at Alan's hands. According to the village chief, Alan had slain the Porcupine with a single strike. Over the past year, Alan's growth had exceeded all expectations. However, despite Lester's persistent invitations, Alan remained unwilling to join the Navy, leaving Lester in a state of frustration. He mused that if Alan were to enlist, given his formidable abilities, he would surely achieve at least the rank of colonel. The headquarters would undoubtedly invest in his training, and it would not be long before Alan ascended to the rank of general, securing a promising future. Upon hearing Lester's reflection, Alan chuckled lightly. That is all in the past. I have successfully escaped, after all. Alan patted Lester on the shoulder and continued. Although I narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Black Cat pirates, this battle has proven immensely beneficial to me. You see, I have awakened the Kenbunchika haki. And over the past year, my strength has grown far beyond what it was a year ago. Lester, upon hearing Alan mention Kenbunchika haki, was filled with curiosity. He had never encountered the term throughout his life and was unaware of its significance. However, judging by Alan's expression, it seemed to be something formidable. He turned to Alan and inquired, "What is Kenbunchika haki? I've never heard of it before. Is it an extraordinary swordsmanship?" Upon hearing Lester's inquiry, Alan chuckled heartily and, without uttering a word, rose to his feet and took Lester by the hand, leading him into the forest to reveal something extraordinary. Once they reached a suitable spot and Lester had come to a halt, Alan extended his hands and patted Lester on the shoulder, saying, "You wish to understand what observation haki is, so allow me to demonstrate." As Alan spoke, he picked up several pebbles from the ground and placed them into Lester's hand. Then turned away, directing Lester. "Lester, I am now facing away from you. In a moment, you shall throw the stones in your hand at me with all your might. Do not worry about injuring me." "Alan, are you jesting?" Lester exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. "You want me to hurl stones at you while you turn your back? If you seek self-inflicted pain, you need only to say so. There is no need to go about it in this manner." Lester glanced at the pebbles in his hand, utterly incredulous, convinced that Alan was merely toying with him. Alan turned his back to him and then allowed himself to hurl stones at him. Wasn't he this merely courting punishment? By turning away, wasn't he only inviting his own downfall? Alan turned around with a playful smile gracing his lips. He was well aware of Lester's concerns, yet chose not to elaborate on the reasons behind his confidence. "Lester," he declared, "I am not jesting. When the time comes, do not hold back. Exert your utmost strength. Do not fret about my safety. Soon, you shall comprehend my intentions." With that, he pivoted his body and called out loudly, "Lester, come now, throw me with all your might." Lester gazed at Alan's back, then weighed the stone in his hand, contemplating. "Alan, previously I could not best you. But now you have invited me to hurl this stone at you. Let us see how you evade this." With a sinister grin fixed upon his face, Lester focused intently on Alan's back and unleashed his full strength, hurling the stone towards him. Alan's observation haki distinctly sensed the sound of wind slicing through the air behind him. Several stones, aimed at his head and shoulders, whizzed by as he deftly turned his head and shrugged his shoulders, allowing the projectiles to narrowly miss him. Lester, witnessing Alan's uncanny ability to evade the stones even while facing away, was astounded, his expression a mixture of disbelief and amazement. Undeterred, he continued to pick up stones from the ground and hurled them at Alan, yet each one was effortlessly dodged. Astonishment etched across his face. His mouth agape as if he could swallow a fist, he cast the stones aside in frustration and rushed to Alan's side, vigorously shaking his shoulders. "Alan, you are truly remarkable. How can you evade those stones while turned away from me? Have you grown eyes on your back? Has your body transformed after over a year of our separation?" Lester exclaimed, turning Alan around and carefully probing his back with both hands, searching for the elusive eyes. Alan rolled his eyes. This Lester truly had an imaginative mind, to even conceive the idea of an eye growing on his back. Alan irritably swatted away the hands of Lester, who was groping about carelessly, and remarked, "Do you have eyes on the back of your head? Lester, are you really that foolish? It seems your intelligence is rather lacking." "Hey, Alan, how can you speak to me like that? You scoundrel." Lester seethed with anger upon hearing Alan mock his intellect. Calm down now, Lester. Alan calmed the impending fury of Lester and began to elucidate why he could evade the stones hurled by Lester without even glancing. Lester, he remarked. This is what I previously referred to as observation hockey. It is the insight I gained during my battle with Kuro of the Blackcap Pirates. Alan seated Lester beside him and began to elucidate the concept of observation hockey. Crow's silent steps and the spoon had once inflicted considerable hardship upon me. It was only at the critical moment that I awakened my observation hockey, enabling me to sense Crow's impending attack and ultimately inflict harm upon him in his moment of carelessness. Lester, astonished, inquired whether this observation hockey was truly so formidable that one could discern the source of an attack without sight. Observing Lester's puzzled expression, Alan continued his explanation. Hockey, he articulated, is an innate and formidable essence, an amalgamation of spirit, murderous intent, and the will to fight. When one learns to harness these invisible sensations, their willpower transforms into a weapon, a force of extraordinary strength known as hockey. Observation hockey, in particular, allows one to acutely perceive the presence and movements of others. Once this ability is refined, one can ascertain the positions and numbers of adversaries beyond the field of vision, as well as anticipate their subsequent actions. Just now, I was able to evade the stone you threw while facing away from you, solely because I sensed the direction of your attack through observation hockey, thus avoiding danger without the need for sight. Upon hearing Alan's explanation, Lester felt as though a new door had been opened. His heart was filled with astonishment at this power he had never previously comprehended. Alan continued, explaining that hockey is divided into three distinct types: observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. Except for conqueror's hockey and the highest level of observation hockey, ordinary individuals can cultivate this power through diligent training, which can be further enhanced over time. Over the past year on Andric Island, I have successfully mastered observation hockey through my efforts. Is that true? Can I also train? Lester asked eagerly upon hearing Alan mention that ordinary people could cultivate observation hockey. Of course, everyone can train, Alan reassured him. However, but what? Please tell me. Lester inquired anxiously as Alan paused in his explanation. He was deeply intrigued by the concept of observation hockey. Calm down, Lester. While both observation hockey and armament hockey can be cultivated by anyone, they require immense willpower and innate talent. By the way, what exactly are armament hockey and conqueror's hockey? Armament hockey enhances an individual's defensive capabilities, serving as an invisible armor. It can also be transformed into offensive power, allowing one to contend with devil fruit users, even enabling contact with the physical forms of Logia-type devil fruit wielders. While armament hockey can grasp the physical bodies of users, it cannot strip them of their abilities like Sea Prism Stone can. Beyond the body, armament hockey can even be enveloped around weapons to augment their striking power. However, I have yet to fully master this technique, though I am confident that it will not be long before I do. On the other hand, conqueror's hockey can intimidate or even incapacitate foes through sheer presence. However, if not controlled properly, it can also affect those nearby. Conversely, if one achieves a higher level of mastery, it can exert a pressure effect. This type of hockey is a rare gift possessed by one in millions, signifying a person of royal potential. Unlike the former two, conqueror's hockey cannot be strengthened through training. It is an innate power. Lester held a deep admiration for the three types of hockey Alan described, although he felt a twinge of disappointment upon learning that conqueror's hockey could not be cultivated. He was nonetheless exhilarated to discover that observation hockey and armament hockey could be mastered through training. The prospect of acquiring such unique skills and the ability to better apprehend pirates brought a bright smile to his face. Alan observed Lester, who was grinning foolishly beside him, feeling somewhat perplexed by the peculiar transformation of this fellow into an utter simpleton amidst their conversation. Chapter 46, A Silent Farewell. Alan suddenly slapped Lester's head, wondering how long this fellow intended to remain in a daze, grinning foolishly for an eternity. Hey, why did you hit me? Lester, caught up in dreams of a brighter future, shouted angrily at Alan for daring to interrupt his reverie. Alan sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. This fellow was indeed foolish, his performance devoid of any subtlety. Observing the man spitting as he spoke, Alan disdainfully pushed him aside, finding it utterly repugnant. Alan helplessly remarked, "Do you still wish to learn?" Lester, of course, was eager to acquire the knowledge and nodded eagerly. After all, this was a skill even his superior lacked. He thought to himself, if he mastered it, he would become invincible in the East Sea. If you wish to learn, then listen quietly and refrain from behaving foolishly. Foolish? Alan, what does that mean? Is it a secret technique that one must master for the observation hockey? Upon hearing Alan refer to him as foolish, Lester mistakenly believed it to be a compliment, thinking Alan considered him a prodigy in learning hockey. Excitedly, he inquired, "Rest assured, Alan, I will undoubtedly resemble a fool. You need not worry, I shall surely become a true fool." Sigh. Think as you wish. Alan found himself at a loss for words. This fellow truly had a peculiar thought process. He was disinclined to engage in a debate about what constituted a fool, for otherwise this rascal would undoubtedly ramble on endlessly. All right, let me share with you my experiences in mastering the art of observation and assertiveness. Just follow my instructions shortly. Not a problem, Alan said. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly become the most formidable fool. Lester, upon hearing that Alan was about to impart his knowledge, was filled with excitement, thumping his chest and assuring himself that he would shine as the brightest fool in the East China Sea. Alas, there seemed to be no hope. Alan let out a quiet sigh, wishing not to engage further with this individual. He thought to himself, let things unfold as they may. Let's just finish this quickly. Lester, come here and stand properly. Alan approached a clearing and pointed to the center, addressing Lester. Oh, very well. Lester promptly positioned himself in the designated spot, standing upright and awaiting Alan's next instruction. Excellent. Maintain your stance. Now, you shall blindfold your eyes. Shortly, I will throw stones at you, with your vision obscured. You must awaken your Kinbunchika haki by evading the projectiles. Alan instructed Lester to blindfold himself, intending to teach him a lesson and let him experience some hardship. All right. Mr. Allen, please do not hold back. Trust me, I can handle it. Lester promptly tore a strip of cloth to cover his eyes, standing upright in anticipation of Alan's impending strike. All right, Lester, here I come. Alan shook the stone and said, Come on, Alan-san, let it all out. These words, uttered from Lester's lips, carried an ominous undertone as if he were about to inflict something malevolent upon him. A few dark lines appeared on Alan's forehead. All right. Enough of the chatter. Immerse yourself in the experience. Alan swiftly intervened to halt this scoundrel, lest he utter some nonsensical drivel that could be misinterpreted by others if overheard. Very well, let us proceed. As Alan observed that this fellow was about to speak again, he promptly hurled the stones in his hand fiercely at Lester. One after another. Blinded, Lester could only vaguely hear the whistling sound of the stones slicing through the air, utterly unaware of where they would land. Before long, he was struck repeatedly, yelping in pain, his body flailing about in a comical display. Each impact elicited a cry of ah. Oh, and soon he was left bruised and battered, his face a canvas of swelling and discoloration, a stark contrast to his earlier expectations, as not a single stone had missed him. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, Lester could no longer endure it. With a sudden leap, he removed the cloth from his eyes. Stop, Alan. Please, just stop. I can't take it anymore. Upon hearing Lester's plea, Alan ceased his barrage. Observing the ludicrous state of Lester, a smirk crept across his face, filling him with delight, though it vanished swiftly as he adopted a stern expression. Lester, what is the matter with you? You can't even dodge a single stone. I am thoroughly disappointed. Lester's face flushed with embarrassment, his earlier bravado evaporating, replaced by a visage of awkwardness. He had intended to reproach Alan for his harshness, yet he found himself at a loss for words, stammering instead. Well, Lester, do you have anything to say? Alan seized the opportunity to revel in Lester's humiliation, incessantly prattling on about how insufferable this fellow had been earlier. Lester, after much hesitation, could muster no response, falling into silence. After a lengthy discourse, Alan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and could no longer muster the desire to continue. Well, I have imparted to you the formidable method of training. Whether you can master it now rests solely upon your own efforts. Let us return. This enlightening lecture had invigorated him, leaving Lester utterly speechless. It was time to head back. Lester still had much to endure before he could awaken the Kinbunchika haki. Time had been spent here, and it was prudent to return. With the sun nearly set and dinner approaching, Alan called out to Lester. Thus, Alan escorted the battered Lester back to the village. Despite Alan's assistance in eliminating all the pirates that threatened Andric Island, the village still bore the scars of a grievous assault. The villagers, although they had narrowly escaped death, remained haunted by their close brush with peril and were profoundly grateful to Alan, the one who single-handedly vanquished the pirates. Had it not been for Alan, Andric would have faded into obscurity, a forgotten footnote in history, perhaps mentioned only in boastful tales shared among pirates after a night of revelry. As the villagers tidied up the aftermath, they approached Alan with heartfelt gratitude, insisting that he refrain from engaging in the cleanup efforts. After all, he was the village's great hero, and such burdens were not meant for one of his stature. Although Alan was spared further obligations, Lester, who was set to leave the village to join the Navy, was not granted the same leniency. Despite his disheveled appearance, he could not escape the villagers' complaints. Ultimately, Lester relinquished any notion of clinging to Alan and dutifully directed the Navy to assist the villagers in restoring order. At the village chief's home, Alan sat in a chair, lifting a cup to drink water. Upon learning of Alan's origins from Lester, the village chief realized that Alan must soon depart. Though they had only shared a year together, Alan had an endearing charm that captivated everyone. His exceptional swordsmanship was complemented by his eloquence, and he frequently brought home an abundance of game, all while demonstrating a remarkable capacity for care. Over the past year, the household had transformed significantly thanks to Alan's presence. Notably, he had selflessly imparted his swordsmanship to his grandson and the village children without any demands. The recent pirate invasion had further attested to his formidable teaching abilities. With his own son lost to the pirates, leaving behind only a bond between grandfather and grandson, the chief had come to regard Alan as if he were his own kin. Thus, when he learned of Alan's impending departure, a profound sense of reluctance washed over him. He felt a twinge of fear, reminiscent of past experiences where such farewells had led only to sorrowful news. The chief sighed quietly. Acknowledging that a man's aspirations ought to embrace the vastness of the sea, he could not allow his own desires to stifle the child's ambition to soar. After a moment of silence, the chief spoke, asking, "What are your plans after leaving Andric Island? Do you intend to become a pirate?" Alan shook his head and replied, "Becoming a pirate is out of the question. I might pursue a career as a hunter and engage in endeavors I have long yearned to undertake." "A pirate hunter, you say?" The village chief gazed at Alan in silence, a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he inquired, "What is it that you have always wished to do?" Alan chuckled softly, gazing up at the ceiling, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "I aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman, and then seek the path that leads me home." "The path home, you say?" The village chief echoed Alan's words, before breaking into a smile. "Regardless of the circumstances, no one can deter a man from rushing towards the sea." Alan exchanged a glance with the village chief, and they both broke into laughter. Although the chief did not fully grasp the notion of returning to his former abode, it mattered little. The sentiment was what truly counted. "After my departure, I harbored deep concerns for the safety of our Andric Island and hoped the chief would not dismiss Lester's proposal." The chief was aware of the suggestion Alan referred to, and after the recent calamity, he recognized that having a naval base would indeed bolster the island's security. He nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I shall convey this to Lester. Moreover, with the swordsmanship you have imparted, I am confident that Anderson and the others will surely flourish." Those young lads possess remarkable talents. Before I leave, I will organize my sword techniques and insights on cultivation to entrust to you, allowing all the village children to learn." Alan was quite pleased with the progress made by Anderson, Rogu, and their companions. The village chief rose from his seat, approached Alan with palpable excitement, and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. "Enough of other matters. Dear Alan, your kindness will forever be etched in our memories. Worry not for us, for the villagers have already prepared a banquet in the square, a celebration in your honor. Come, let us go." The chief, filled with gratitude for all that Alan had done, beckoned him and his companions to head towards the square. This night was destined to be lively and tumultuous. Particularly after indulging in drink, the emotions began to swell. Some wept unabashedly, while others laughed heartily. Some rejoiced for the living, while others prayed for the departed. Together, they offered songs of praise to the heroes. It was a night that promised sleeplessness for many. The following morning, at the break of dawn, the Navy had already gathered at the port. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol the previous day and narrowly escaping death, many remained in slumber at that hour. As departure loomed, Alan wished to evade the sorrow of farewells, so he refrained from disturbing anyone except the village chief. Alan presented the martial arts techniques, the formidable training methods, and his personal experiences, which he had penned the previous night, to the village chief, hoping that his contributions would facilitate the swift growth of the children. Chapter 47. Reluctance. The warship glided silently across the ocean, while Alan stood at the bow, gazing intently towards the direction of Andric Island. After instructing the navigator, Lester observed Alan lost in thought on the deck, his gaze fixated on his homeland. Lester understood that Alan was filled with a sense of longing. Quietly, he approached Alan's side and joined him in staring at Andric Island, empathizing with his emotional state. Lester patted Alan on the shoulder and remarked, "If you feel such reluctance, why not join the Navy? You persuaded the village chief to allow our navy to be stationed on the island. Upon my return, I will commence the arrangements for our deployment at Andric. And you could take on a leadership role. Lester had long contemplated inviting Alan to join the navy, and seeing him so wistful presented a perfect opportunity. Although the initial rank may not be lofty, I firmly believe that with your prowess, military accolades will be easily within your reach. It won't be long before you ascend to the status of a true officer. Initially, Alan, who was still grappling with his reluctance, rolled his eyes at Lester's words. Not interested, he replied, shifting his gaze to a considerable pile of goods in the distance. While no one had come to see him off that morning, he sensed many eyes upon him from the nearby dock. The villagers, adhering to the chief's repeated requests, refrained from accompanying him, yet had placed gifts on the dock in advance. These presents consisted of local specialties from the island. Alan sighed quietly, touched by the villagers' affection. Without the love of those charming villagers, he mused, he might have become mere fodder for some sea creature. He felt profoundly grateful for their life-saving kindness. Having recuperated and spent such a lengthy time on the island, he found it difficult to part ways. Leaving Andric Island would be a simple endeavor given his capabilities. Yet he remained for over a year, savoring the sense of belonging that made his solitary journey through time worthwhile. Had it not been for the pirate invasion and Lester's arrival, he might have lingered at sea for much longer, waiting for the children to mature before feeling secure enough to depart. After a moment of melancholic reflection, Alan quickly regained his composure, confident that news of his exploits would soon reach the island, allowing the village chief and others to witness his emergence as a formidable figure. "Hey, Lester. Remember to settle my payment," he called out. Alan was disinclined to engage in a quarrel with Lester on the deck, for he found the prospect of such an encounter utterly tiresome. Furthermore, he requested not to be disturbed until they reached their destination, as he intended to take a rest. He acknowledged the customary arrangement, reassuring Lester that upon their arrival at the branch, he would fulfill his promise as before. "By the way, how do you plan to handle those items?" Lester had been eyeing the ship's specialties with great longing. It had been quite some time since he had returned, and the island was known for its delectable offerings. Upon seeing Lester's eyes nearly glinting with envy at the local delicacies, Alan understood that he was coveting them. However, these treasures were not meant for him. "What? Do you desire them?" Alan cast a sidelong glance at Lester and inquired. Lester nodded in agreement, his lips murmuring the same. "You wish. If you desire something, go and ask the village chief yourself. Leave me be." Alan was unwilling to part with his treasures. With a swift motion, he pushed Lester aside. "Begone." Alan relocated all his belongings into his private cabin and then hung a sign at the entrance that read, "Resting. Do not disturb. Trespassers will be dealt with." Lester observed Alan's actions with a simmering anger, incredulous at how this scoundrel treated his worship. What infuriated Lester further was that this knave had absconded with all the island's specialties, leaving him nothing. "Hey, you damn fool. Do you even know where you are? This is my ship." Lester shouted vehemently in front of Alan's door, sacrificing his dignity in front of his subordinates for the sake of those prized delicacies. Alan, thoroughly exasperated, grimaced as he swung open the door. With a powerful slash, he cleaved towards the horizon, a colossal strike slicing through the sea, parting the waters and unleashing tremendous waves that caused the warship to sway violently. Lester gripped the rail tightly, his mouth agape in astonishment at Alan's display of prowess, his mind racing with disbelief. The speed at which this individual had honed his skills was remarkable, had that blow landed upon him. Lester's eyes widened with lingering fear as he glanced toward Alan's room, relieved that he had held back. The thought of the local specialties faded from his mind. He dared not linger any longer and hastily retreated to his own quarters. At last, tranquility had returned. Alan sat at the edge of his bed, indulging in a morsel while gazing at the samurai sword hanging above his headboard. Memories of his conversation with the village chief flooded back to him. The journey home. Alan was unaware of the reason for his transference to this new realm, nor did he possess any knowledge of how to return. Having perused numerous novels about time travel on the internet, he noted that few of the protagonists ever succeeded in finding their way home. Alan felt a pang of homesickness. Alas, Alan ceased his consumption and let out a silent sigh. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally align. Once he becomes the most formidable being in this world, there should be a way to return home. Alan ceased his contemplation of the matter, his gaze fixated on the array of katana resting on his bedside. He found himself at a loss regarding the soul sword system, as it lacked any introductory explanations. Instead, it presented merely a simplistic panel. This, he surmised, must have accompanied him upon his transmigration. He accessed the system. Player, Gaia Allen class, Soul Sword, Advanced, level 30, 2 experience points, weapon, dilapidated katana skills, upward slash, mastered, triple strike, mastered, cross slash, mastered, mountain breaker, piercing stab, proficient, block, mastered, one sword style Iato, mastered, breaking army rising strike, meteor, ascend, meteor, thrust, meteor, fall, proficient. Having reached level 30, he discovered the addition of the meteor sword technique, along with 3 new skills. It appeared that meteor, fall had supplanted Silverlight Falling Blade. Observing the skills that had vanished from his repertoire, Alan understood that they had indeed been replaced. While the newly acquired skills and sword techniques would afford him greater options in future confrontations. However, a change of weapon was imperative. The dilapidated katana could not fully harness his potential. A weapon is a swordsman's most vital companion, and its quality directly influences his prowess. The weapon best suited to harmonize with the soul sword is a lightsaber, yet Alan was uncertain if such a weapon existed within the pirate world. Only a handful of renowned blades had been mentioned, many remaining undescribed, leading him to believe that there must be more. As he approached the Grand Line, considerations regarding weaponry would become paramount. In this world, nearly all pirates set sail in pursuit of the buried treasures of Raftel. Now that he had arrived in this realm, perhaps it was time to delve deeper into its mysteries. Alan stretched lazily, pondering the events of the past century. What forces lay hidden within? Might he uncover some semblance of gain from this journey? Perhaps the path home was concealed within these enigmas. Alan ceased his ruminations, burying his head beneath the covers and surrendering to slumber. Chapter 48, Untitled. After several days of hiatus, immense gratitude to those whose spirits remain unbroken, and to those who persistently cast their votes daily. Approximately 5 hours later, the vessel docked. This was the exclusive pier of the naval base in Logu Town, where only naval ships were moored. Given the distinctive nature of naval operations, any urgent mobilization necessitating coordination with civilian docks would be utterly impractical. Thus, whenever feasible, each naval division is granted its own pier, ensuring that in the event of an emergency, they are not hindered in their departure. Alan cautiously followed Lester as they disembarked from the ship. After witnessing Alan's formidable strike, Lester now regarded him with a sense of trepidation. That encounter had instilled fear in him. He recognized that Alan was no longer the child he once knew, but rather a true warrior. In his heart, he began to perceive Alan as a commanding officer of the fleet, instilling within him a newfound reverence. As he gazed at the familiar gates of the naval headquarters, Alan felt a pang of nostalgia, though he was somewhat puzzled by Lester's silence. Alan strode purposefully towards Lester, effectively halting the distracted young man. Lester, oblivious to the sudden presence before him, collided headfirst into Alan. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, having failed to notice the unexpected figure, resulting in a jarring impact that left him rubbing his head in discomfort. "Hey, Lester, what are you daydreaming about? You've been out of sorts since you disembarked. What troubles you?" Alan scratched his head and inquired. That." Upon hearing Alan's question, Lester momentarily hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Alan was perplexed as to why this fellow, who once carried himself with an air of superiority, now appeared so submissive. Could it be that he was yearning for some of Alan's unique specialties? Alan embraced Lester and remarked, "Hey, I say, Lester, surely you're not upset with me for not granting you the special privileges on the island, are you? How can you be so petty?" Of course, Lester's irritation did not stem from that particular issue, yet he found himself unable to articulate his true feelings to Alan, stumbling over his words and failing to form a coherent sentence. Observing Lester's continued demeanor, Alan rolled his eyes, realizing that this fellow was genuinely angry. "We are brothers. After all, I was merely jesting with you. Why so sensitive?" Lester gazed at Alan, who still regarded him as a brother, and pondered that perhaps this was not truly Alan's sentiment, nor was he as inaccessible as a genuine stronghold. Coming to this realization, a smile returned to Lester's face. He playfully shoved Alan's hand away and feigned anger, exclaiming, "You rascal, it's only now that you consider me a brother?" Alan paid no heed to Lester's angry demeanor, fully aware that it was a deliberate act. He chuckled heartily, "Ha ha ha, I have always regarded you as my brother." As he spoke, he embraced Lester once more. "Rest assured, you will forever hold the title of brother in my heart. Of course, those specialties will include your share. I merely thought, given your intellect, you would have sensed it." With that, he tilted his head back and laughed. Hearing Alan mock his intelligence once again, Lester pushed him away with a frown, exclaiming, Hey, you rascal, did not use my intellect as a topic of jest. Hey ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. After their animated outburst, the two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Once their mirth subsided, Lester pointed towards the entrance of their base and remarked, Hey, Alan, do you recall that this was where we first met? You were almost mistaken for a pirate and captured. Haha. However, when you declared your ambition to become a pirate hunter, I could hardly believe it. I thought to myself, who is this child causing such a ruckus? Lester felt a tinge of sentimentality. Now, Alan had grown to a stature that demanded his admiration. I never imagined that in just 2 years, you could achieve such heights. I truly envy your talent. Lester harbored aspirations of becoming a genuine commander, capturing pirates and consigning them to the depths of the sea prison. Haha, Lester. That is a personal gift, one that cannot be envied. Alan jested, but there is no need for envy. Simply follow the manual I provided for your training. And once your hockey matures, you are bound to become a formidable force. If fortune smiles upon you and you encounter a devil fruit, I shall gift it to you. Devil fruit? Are you referring to that legendary treasure of the sea? Lester inquired, astonished by Alan's mention of the devil fruit. It has always been regarded as a treasure of the ocean, existing solely in the realm of myth. It is said that the Grand Buddha Marshal is a wielder of such powers, yet he had always considered it mere folklore. Isn't it said that devil fruits exist only in legends? Can such entities truly be real? Alan gazed at Lester, who wore a perplexed expression, seemingly skeptical about the existence of devil fruits. It appeared necessary for him to enlighten Lester, ensuring that this fellow could keep pace with his own growth. Indeed, devil fruits are a tangible reality. Many formidable individuals upon the seas are wielders of their powers. Although there are certain drawbacks, consuming a devil fruit bestows a significant enhancement to one's abilities. Is that truly the case? How does one acquire a devil fruit? Lester inquired. His interest piqued at the prospect of augmenting his strength. Upon hearing Alan affirm the existence of devil fruits, a surge of excitement and anticipation coursed through him. Of course, within the Grand Line and the New World, numerous individuals are capable of harnessing the powers of devil fruits, including the 3 admirals and the fleet admiral of your navy. Acquiring a devil fruit often hinges on fortune. However, they can also be procured at auction, with a starting price of no less than 100 million berries. 100 million berries. Lester exclaimed, swallowing hard at the staggering sum required for a single devil fruit. How long would it take to amass such wealth? Alan asserted with certainty. Of course, it is not only valuable but also exceedingly rare. Possessing wealth does not guarantee acquisition. Lester's countenance was marked by disappointment. The prospect of obtaining a devil fruit for 100 million berries seemed increasingly elusive, and his desire for it waned. Rest assured, Lester. Alan understood Lester's thoughts. After all, 100 million berries was not an insurmountable sum. As a bounty hunter, capturing a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries would indeed be a simple task. Once I reach the Grand Line, I promise to procure for you the most formidable devil fruit, enabling you to realize your aspirations. Really? Alan-san? Is it truly possible for me? Lester gazed at Alan with eager anticipation, but soon his expression shifted. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. Devil fruits are exceedingly rare and acquiring one would undoubtedly pose a challenge. I do not wish to trouble you, Alan-san. Do not worry, Lester. You must have faith in my abilities. I shall certainly select a worthy fruit to place in your hands. Alan gently patted Lester's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Thank you, Alan, Lester responded, visibly moved. Come, Alan, allow me to treat you to a drink. With excitement, Lester embraced Alan and led him to the tavern. Chapter 49. Reunion within the tavern. The two friends joyfully clinked their glasses, reveling in the merriment of the moment. After indulging in a hearty meal and drinks, they lit their cigarettes and resumed their previous conversation. Lester, intrigued by the concept of the devil fruit, felt a burgeoning hope and yearned to delve deeper into its mysteries. Thus, he inquired, Alan, what exactly is the nature of the devil fruit? Alan took a deep drag of his cigarette, although it lacked the familiar aroma of his hometown. The robust essence of the tobacco somewhat alleviated his longing for home, and he gradually became enamored with this flavor. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, Alan responded, This devil fruit is often referred to as a treasure of the sea. It embodies the essence of the sea's demon, granting various abilities upon consumption. However, the price paid is the disdain of the ocean, rendering the consumer a landlocked creature. The devil fruit is also known as the incarnation of the sea's demon. Thus, every wielder of a devil fruit is unable to swim. Upon contact with seawater, they are rendered powerless, losing their combat capabilities. Apart from the ocean, Haki of the armament type serves as the nemesis of the devil fruit, although it can only capture the physical form. Lester, upon hearing that the devil fruit renders one unable to swim, was taken aback and instinctively interrupted Alan. Alan-san, if consuming the devil fruit prevents one from swimming, how can one capture pirates? Doesn't that pose a grave risk? Alan rolled his eyes, exasperated by this fellow's utter lack of sense. Lester, your intelligence is truly concerning. If you cannot swim, then why venture into the sea? Surely you could engage in battle from the safety of the ship. Moreover, with so many formidable users of devil fruits in the ocean, do you think they are oblivious to this weakness? Once one becomes powerful, why fear the water? Lester nodded like a quail, ensuring he would not interrupt Alan's discourse. Alan continued, stating that the devil fruits are categorized into three principal classifications: paramecia, zoan, and logia. The zoan type further encompasses two rare subcategories of mythical beasts, with your marshal possessing a rare mythical beast fruit. The logia type, often regarded as the most formidable of the devil fruits, possesses the remarkable ability to elementalize, rendering it nearly invulnerable to any effective countermeasures aside from haki and the natural adversities of other fruits. The three admirals are all wielders of logia-type abilities. Individuals endowed with these powers exhibit distinct vulnerabilities corresponding to their unique abilities. For instance, sand cannot disperse when in contact with liquid, electricity proves ineffective against rubber, and wax remains impervious to poison and the searing flames of magma. Such nuances can significantly influence the dynamics of combat between ability users. In certain instances, an ability user may find their powers rendered ineffective when they fall unconscious, nullifying the powers that were previously directed towards others or objects. The devil fruits are also referred to as the manifestations of sea demons, as the capabilities bestowed upon their users are akin to those of a demon. However, it is imperative to note that, due to the nature of these fruits being embodiments of demons, an individual is limited to consuming only one, thereby acquiring a single ability. Should one succumb to the temptation of ingesting multiple fruits, the body will be unable to withstand the ensuing curse, resulting in catastrophic disintegration. Alan meticulously imparted his knowledge of the devil fruits to Lester, though the information he possessed was primarily gleaned from the anime. The enigmatic circumstances surrounding Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, acquiring the tremor fruit from Whitebeard's corpse, remain shrouded in mystery. It is speculated that he utilized the abilities of the dark fruit, particularly the technique known as dark cloth, to absorb the power of the tremor fruit. 2 years following the Summit War, the Blackbeard pirates commenced an operation dubbed the Ability Hunter, employing this method to seize the powers of devil fruit users by taking possession of their lifeless bodies. In a theatrical adaptation, the user of the gluttony fruit, Wolpo, possesses the ability to consume devil fruit users and subsequently merge with them, wielding their powers. Lester listened with rapt attention as Alan elaborated on the devil fruits, his imagination ablaze with visions of becoming a formidable warrior upon acquiring one. As the evening wore on, Alan's explanation intertwined with Lester's daydreams, and time swiftly slipped away, ushering in the deep of night. After a lengthy discourse, Alan stifled a great yawn and glanced at the night sky, realizing it was time to retire for the evening. You have learned quite a bit about the devil fruits. It is time to rest, he concluded. Alan exchanged a brief greeting with Lester before departing, uninterested in waiting for a response. Suddenly engulfed in silence, Lester realized that Alan had slipped away unbeknownst to him. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth and glancing around to find the surroundings devoid of company, Lester came to the realization that Alan had likely returned to rest. After finishing the remainder of his drink, he chuckled to himself, reminiscing about Alan's introduction to the devil fruit, before he too retired for the night. The following day, after bidding farewell to Lester, Alan set forth once more from Luago town, heading towards the seaside restaurant. As he departed, Alan earnestly urged Lester to engage in diligent training, emphasizing the need to enhance his mastery of the domineering technique. He promised that by the next meeting, he would surely bring the devil fruit for him. 3 hours later, Alan gazed at the distant Bartai ship, a broad smile illuminating his face. The setting sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the sea, imbuing the gently lapping waves and the fleeting evening breeze with a touch of tipsy blush. Everything felt so warm and serene. A magnificent vessel loomed majestically in the center of the ocean, its expansive deck adorned lavishly and bustling with life. Long tables had been hastily assembled, laden with a sumptuous array of delectable dishes and fine wines. The edges of the tables were crowded with people, their laughter and playful banter creating a vibrant atmosphere that was almost extraordinary. Clearly, a grand feast was underway. At the head of the gathering sat Zeph, flanked by Alan and Sanji, the latter of whom, having indulged in quite a bit of drink, wore a jovial expression as he watched the revelers frolic about. The others around them were mostly in a state of pleasant inebriation, with the two adversaries, Alan and Sanji, having succumbed to the allure of the fine spirits. Alan, possessing a commendable tolerance for alcohol, managed to maintain clarity of mind despite the low-proof sake. In stark contrast, Sanji was utterly inebriated. His face flushed as he rested his head on the table, occasionally belching before lifting his glass to sip slowly, mumbling incoherently to himself. This little fellow remained blissfully unaware, still exhibiting his characteristic prideful demeanor. Alan gazed at the inebriated Sanji beside him, a broad smile adorning his face as he shook his head. It had been over 2 years since they last met, yet this fellow still maintained his characteristic arrogance. Observing the intoxicated expression on Sanji's youthful visage, Alan took a sip of the sake at his lips and turned to share a smile with Zeph. Zeph returned the smile and gestured towards the outside, prompting Alan to carry the sake jug and walk to the bow of the ship with him. "Young lad, it has been over 2 years since we last crossed paths. And you have changed significantly," Zeph remarked. "I heard from Patty that you managed to capture a porcupine and escaped from the Black Cat pirates. It is said you even earned the title of Sword Soul Blade. Quite impressive, young lad." Zeph, reflecting on Alan's considerable growth over the past 2 years, felt a wave of nostalgia. He never anticipated that Alan would mature so swiftly, now standing at a height comparable to his own. Gazing at Alan felt akin to looking at a promising prodigy, filling Zeph with a sense of pride. "I thought you might inquire about something else." "Well, of course. That is to be expected. Who do you think I am? Dealing with them is a mere trifle." Alan wore a smug expression. It was Alan who had informed Lester about the Sword Soul during their time on Anric Island. Lester had inquired of Alan regarding the Navy's intention to bestow upon him a title, which would later be announced in the newspapers. After pondering for a considerable time, Alan could not determine what to call himself. Ultimately, he simply revealed his new profession. However, upon reaching the Navy, due to Lester's boastful claims, it ultimately transformed into the Blade of the Sword Soul. Alan had once approached Lester with the intention of omitting the last 2 words. However, since the topic had been broached, he decided to let it be. Subsequently, it became known that a formidable swordsman had emerged from the East Sea, one who had vanquished 12 million notorious pirates with a single strike, earning the title of an exceptional bounty hunter. Patty and the others learned of Alan's exploits through the newspaper and excitedly relayed the news to Zeph and Sanji. "Haha, regardless of the circumstances. You little rascal have truly surprised me," Zeph chuckled, stroking his little braided beard. After his laughter subsided, Zeph took a hearty swig of his drink and continued. "So, what are your plans now?" Alan listened to Zeph's words, silently sipping from the bottle, his gaze directed toward the dark expanse beyond. After a considerable pause, he spoke. "I intend to venture into the Grand Line. There is little left to explore in the East Blue. After all, the East Blue is the weakest of the 4 seas, devoid of formidable pirates. To enhance my strength more rapidly, I must depart from the East Blue and set sail for the Grand Line." Zeph softly echoed Alan's words. The Grand Line, a place that had lain dormant in his mind for years, began to resurface. Yet, he understood that with Alan's current prowess, it was indeed challenging to find worthy adversaries in the East Blue. While it remained uncertain if there were any hidden masters, even the notorious pirate known as the Hedgehog, with a bounty of 12 million, posed no threat to Alan. Thus, leaving the East Blue seemed a wise decision. The two continued their conversation, and soon both felt a slight intoxication. Observing the disheveled state of the others in the cabin, they chose to say nothing and retired to their quarters for the night. Chapter 50. Encounter with the Black Cat Pirates. After spending a week at the restaurant, Alan bid farewell to Zeph, Sanji, and the others before departing from Baratai. Alan gazed at the ship laden with goods and spirits, a broad smile illuminating his face, although Sanji incessantly urged him to depart promptly. It was he who exhibited the most enthusiasm during the loading of the cargo. Truly, this fellow possesses a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Thus, after a month of traversing the sea, Alan finally beheld the town. Upon reaching the harbor, he secured the vessel and stepped ashore. At the easternmost part of the port lay a grand ship, with 4 or 5 figures standing on the deck, seemingly observing the activities with quiet intensity. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man adorned with tinted sunglasses, dressed in a light purple striped suit. His countenance, though ordinary, bore an imperceptible air of arrogance typical of someone accustomed to positions of authority. His gaze remained fixed upon the Tardo pirate cruise ship, occasionally revealing a contemplative expression. Behind him, several youths clad in blue uniforms stood silently, hands clasped behind their backs, clearly subordinate to the middle-aged man. Moments later, a series of footsteps echoed from the ship's cabin, drawing nearer to the deck. The middle-aged man did not turn around but spoke in a measured tone. So, are we all set? Not quite. But if we exclude the final checks from the shipyard, we are nearly ready, a somewhat languid voice responded. A brown-haired young man, dressed in formal attire and yawning, appeared on the deck, ambling over and regarding the middle-aged man with a smile. You seem rather invested in this shipment, Colonel. Humph, naturally. The middle-aged man replied with a sidelong glance and a dismissive snort. Had it been any other occasion, I would not have been so anxious. However, this is the final order I placed before departing from Branch 16, and it pertains to the provisioning of lifeboats at the branch's base. How could I possibly remain indifferent? Though their conversation lacked formality, a sense of camaraderie permeated their exchange, suggesting a relationship far more intimate than it initially appeared. Leaving? So, the rumors were indeed true? A look of surprise crossed the brown-haired youth's face. Is it as they say? Will you be reassigned from Branch 16 in the near future? Yes. The orders from above have been issued, and it is nearly certain. It will likely occur by the end of this month. I am being recalled to headquarters as a brigadier general, the middle-aged man stated as he removed his tinted sunglasses, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and continued nonchalantly. Brigadier General? The brown-haired youth paused, then burst into hearty laughter. I see now a promotion. Allow me to extend my early congratulations to you, Maynard. Oh no, Brigadier General Maynard. What is there to congratulate? A middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke, his demeanor somewhat subdued. I originally emerged from the elite camp of our headquarters. Teacher's AFA has always held me in high regard, so my return was anticipated. In comparison, the 16 branches I painstakingly established are, regrettably, a cause for concern. Gazing into the distance, the man sighed softly before continuing. The higher-ups often assert that the East Sea is the weakest among the 4 seas, which leads to a lack of attention. The funding allocated to our East Sea branches is typically the least. In truth, this seems to be the case, as the highest bounty among the East Sea pirates hovers around 20 million berries. The brown-haired youth, puzzled, inquired, Is that what you believe as well? The middle-aged man glanced at him, shaking his head. While there is merit to that statement, this sea is, after all, the homeland of the pirate king, Roger. There are always terrifyingly strong newcomers emerging, and their rate of growth is truly astonishing. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to a specific point to the west of the port. In such circumstances, the variables are exceedingly numerous. Regardless of who becomes the next commander of the branch, I harbor concerns. However, the outcome is already set. I can only hope that the batch of small vessels I secured today will prove useful in the future. Following the man's gaze, the brown-haired youth caught sight of a massive ship slowly approaching the port. It bore no flag, but as a naval colonel, his familiarity with ship designs allowed him to recognize it instantly. Is that a pirate ship? Indeed, it is. The Black Cat Pirates, led by Captain Black Cat Kuro, whose bounty stands at 16 million berries, the middle-aged man replied, taking a deep breath and speaking in a grave tone. In truth, the emergence of these individuals is one of the primary reasons I am concerned for the East Sea Navy. Turning to the brown-haired youth, he noticed a hint of hesitation in his expression, as though he wanted to voice something. The middle-aged man couldn't help but chuckle at himself. What? Are you wondering why I don't take action to apprehend them? The youth nodded slightly. While it is true that pirates with bounties of 10 million berries are formidable adversaries, Mr. Maynard is an elite from headquarters. Surely, it would not be too difficult to defeat them if we encountered them? That was indeed the case previously. However, I heard that a year ago they encountered a formidable young man, which resulted in some damage to their ship and considerable personnel losses. I wonder why we are seeing their pirate ship here today. The middle-aged man took a deep drag on his cigarette before discarding it on the ground, gently extinguishing the embers with his shoe. Yet now, observing the state of that ship, it appears severely damaged, and there seem to be no pirates aboard. Kuro is also absent, suggesting they may have encountered significant trouble, abandoning even their most crucial vessel. You are referring to a recently renowned figure known as the Blade of the Soul, a pirate hunter by the name of Gaia Allen. Over a year ago, he encountered Kuro, defeating a captain of the flotilla and numerous pirates, gravely injuring Kuro before managing to escape. Recently, he is said to have vanquished the bounty of 12 million, a pirate named Hedgehog, with a single stroke on Andric Island. Earning him the moniker of the Blade of the Soul, he is indeed a commendable swordsman. Individuals as formidable as Kuro are rare even in the Grand Line, rumored to possess the ability to kill silently. However, I have yet to cross paths with him. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to witness his prowess. It is astonishing that he could inflict such severe wounds on Kuro and still escape. As the man beside him recounted Alan's tale, a glint of insight flickered in the eyes of the middle-aged man, who mused within himself. Let us hope he does not choose the path of piracy. Should the opportunity arise, aligning with the Navy would be most advantageous. Silently retracting his gaze from the pirate vessel, the middle-aged man turned, his sight landing upon a row of subordinates clad in blue uniforms. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "What? Has there been no response from headquarters yet?" "Report, Mr. Maynard. We transmitted the recorded images to headquarters 10 minutes ago, yet we have received no reply thus far." One of the youths, hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward, saluting the middle-aged man with a serious demeanor. "Understood. Maintain communication," the middle-aged man responded, his brow furrowed with concern. The strength exhibited by the remaining officers of this pirate crew should not be underestimated. Please remind headquarters to consider an increase in the bounty. Understood. Meanwhile, Alan also took note of the pirate ship entering the harbor. Upon recognizing the familiar vessel, he halted in his tracks. Is that not the ship of the Black Cat pirates? What could it possibly be doing here? Alan was enveloped in a profound sense of bewilderment. He sensed the absence of familiar figures aboard the vessel. It was evident that the local Navy had inadvertently brought them back. And it seemed that Kuro and his crew had vanished without a trace. Clearly, Kuro had commenced the execution of his plan, which accounted for the lack of evidence regarding their whereabouts on the ship. With several years remaining before Luffy set sail, it must currently be around the year 1514 to 1515 of the sea calendar. Although he had not paid meticulous attention to the passage of time, it was reasonable to assume that Kuro still had some time before infiltrating Syrup Village. He pondered the whereabouts of that elusive individual. When I return from the Grand Line, Kuro, you must ensure your survival until I come to seek you out. Alan gazed intently at the pirate ship, murmuring softly. Chapter 51, Unexpected News. Suddenly, it seemed as though Alan had sensed something. He lifted his gaze towards the eastern part of the dock. There, a few naval officers stood aboard a grand vessel, their eyes seemingly fixed on the direction of the Black Cat pirate ship. The leader was indiscernible in rank, clad in a tailored suit, a cigar perched between his lips, his muscular physique exposed, and his dark hair tied back into a wild ponytail cascading to one side. Alan felt an uncanny familiarity with this individual, as though he had encountered him somewhere before. However, having spent over 2 years on a deserted island and an additional year on Andric Island, he was certain that he had not met many people in this world. It seemed likely that he had seen this person in an anime, yet he could not recall exactly who it was. This was not entirely surprising, as the character made a late appearance in the series, infiltrating a bullfighting arena as an undercover agent. Menard, a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, had stealthily infiltrated the bullfighting arena, showcasing remarkable strength as he effortlessly dispatched Gambir, the strategist and missionary under Bartolomeo. Disguised as a gladiator, Menard wore a deep crimson hat, a studded belt, and triangular shorts, with a studded strap adorned with knives on his left thigh, complemented by sandals that reached just below his knees. Beneath his hat, he sported sunglasses. After leaving the arena, he donned a navy coat, and his hat had changed as well, featuring the Navy's emblem in the front, although it remained dark, unlike the typical white hats worn by most naval officers. Thus, despite his neat attire, Alan failed to recognize Menard immediately, only feeling a sense of familiarity. At that moment, Menard seemed to sense something, turning his head to gaze at Alan. Their eyes met in the air, an unspoken connection forming between them. As Menard turned fully to scrutinize Alan intently, Alan squinted slightly, no longer pondering the identity of that person, and turned his gaze towards the island. Maynard observed Alan's figure gradually fade from view, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Yet he could not discern the identity of this apparition despite his contemplation. The man beside him sensed the sudden silence enveloping them, perplexed, and followed Maynard's gaze, but found nothing. He inquired, "What troubles you? What are you gazing at?" Maynard, regaining his composure, replied, "I thought I glimpsed a familiar silhouette. It seems I must have been mistaken." With that, he redirected his attention to the bustling crowd along the shore. Upon arriving on the island, Alan made his way to a tavern, where he settled down and ordered a drink, listening to the conversations that buzzed around him. It was said that the world government was convening a global conference, with numerous nations in attendance, seemingly to address matters concerning the Revolutionary Army. Indeed, it was rumored that the leader of this Revolutionary Army was a nefarious villain, responsible for the devastation of several nations. Ever since the demise of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, an increasing number of pirates had emerged upon the seas. And now with the rise of the Revolutionary Army, life had become increasingly arduous. As he absorbed the discussions around him, Alan recognized that the leader of the Revolutionary Army was none other than the father of Luffy, Vice Admiral Garp's son, Monkey D. Dragon. It appeared that the Revolutionary Army had begun to assert its presence in this world, and the gaze of the world government would soon be fixated upon Dragon. However, for Alan, it bore little consequence. Alan sipped his drink, contemplating that the emergence of the G-Man army had little bearing on his aspirations. His ambition did not lie in toppling the world government, but rather in becoming the mightiest man within this pirate realm, ultimately seeking the path that would lead him home. As he indulged in his libation and absorbed the sounds around him, the night swiftly deepened. Finishing the last sip of his drink, he settled his tab and departed from the tavern, seeking refuge in a nearby inn. The following day, he found himself in a restaurant. Alan sat alone at a table, dining while observing the diverse inhabitants of this otherworldly realm leading their mundane lives. The clinking of glasses and spirited debates surrounded him, and he mused that, were it not for the pirates, being an ordinary person in this world might not be so bad after all. After a brief moment of reflection, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Alan departed. Since Alan embarked on his journey towards becoming the strongest, the reputation of the most formidable pirate hunter in the East Sea began to spread gradually. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the office of the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Chief of Staff, Tsuru, and Rear Admiral, the legendary Monkey D. Garp, were present. Garp, could you keep it down? Sengoku remarked, exasperated by his old comrade's ever nonchalant demeanor, which often provoked irritation and frustration. Garp, unconcerned, poured a handful of sunbae into his mouth and replied, "What's the fuss? It's just a bit of sunbae. Look at how tense you are." Sengoku sighed in resignation, no matter where he hid his sunbae. This old rascal always managed to find them. It was no small feat for Sengoku to save a bit of his salary to buy some snacks, only for them to vanish every time Garp showed up. Suddenly, Sengoku sprang from his chair, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I painstakingly saved up to buy these sunbae. Hand them over." He quickly approached Garp, snatching the open sunbae from him and unhesitatingly devouring them all. Garp merely rolled his eyes, unimpressed by Sengoku's antics. "By the way, Sengoku, where did you put the tea leaves?" Sengoku's expression darkened at the mention of tea. "Tea leaves? There are none. You've already consumed all of them ages ago. How could there possibly be any left?" In an instant, Sengoku returned to his desk, protectively guarding it. However, seeing that all was quiet, he glanced over to find Garp with his eyes closed, bubbles forming at his nose as he began to snore. Sengoku rolled his eyes. That fool had fallen asleep again. A sudden sharp sound broke the silence. "Have we concluded the meeting? Sengoku, where are your sunbae?" Garp, waking abruptly as his bubble burst, pulled out a bag of tea leaves from seemingly nowhere, raising it in inquiry. "Garp, you rascal!" Sengoku bellowed in frustration. "Enough!" Sengoku shouted. "What did you summon us for?" At this moment, Tsuru, observing the bickering between the two, sighed in exasperation. These two old fools never allowed for a moment of peace. Hearing Tsuru's voice, both men immediately ceased their quarrel and resumed their seats. Sengoku gathered the documents on the table and stated, "This is all due to the Revolutionary Army. The upcoming World Conference is focused on their leader, Monkey D. Dragon. Several nations have been swayed by them, and the world government is taking them very seriously." Garp, pinching his nostrils, nonchalantly replied, "What does that have to do with us in the Navy?" As Sengoku observed Garp's demeanor, a surge of indignation welled within him. "Do you think the world government is oblivious to your actions? Just look at the son you have raised." "Huh, are you referring to Dragon? Truly, he embodies my spirit." Garp retorted with unabashed pride for his son. Sengoku, exasperated by Garp's nonchalance, slammed his hand on the table. "Garp, you rascal, take this seriously. This is your family matter. Handle it accordingly. Is that all? If so, I shall take my leave." Garp, absent-mindedly picking his nose, looked at Sengoku and inquired, "By the way, Sengoku, I need to request a leave of absence." "What now? Why are you asking for leave again?" "There are countless pirates at sea, and the Navy is in dire need of personnel. I cannot grant you leave." Garp, undeterred, turned to leave. "I care not for your approval. I will take my leave regardless." I am heading to the East Blue to see my grandson, whom I intend to train as the mightiest marine. With that, Carp disregarded Sengoku's furious shouts and vanished in an instant. Sengoku, feeling powerless against this old companion, could only sigh in resignation. Tsuru, equally bemused, sighed and departed as well. Chapter 52. The Pursuit. On a summer's eve, the sea exuded a gentle humidity, accompanied by a subtle chill that lingered from late spring. Stars dotted the vast expanse of the sky, while the moon hung like a silver disk, casting a soft, tranquil glow that accentuated the boundless ocean's majestic serenity. A grand ship, towering over 10 meters, rested quietly upon the water's surface, its sails furled and anchor submerged, resembling a still-life painting crafted by a master artist. Steeped in nostalgia, a sudden, loud sneeze erupted from the lookout tower, shattering the serene atmosphere and echoing across the surroundings. On the deck, a robust pirate named Thompson jolted awake from his half-slumber. Shaking off the drowsiness, he lifted his head and bellowed toward the lookout. "Hey, Diva? What in the world are you doing? Do you want to deprive everyone of their sleep?" "Ah, my apologies, it was unintentional," came the response from a lanky pirate peering from the 7 or 8 meter high lookout, grinning. "It's a bit chilly tonight, and I couldn't help but sneeze. Go back to sleep. It's not time for the shift change yet, so I won't disturb you again." "Humph, I don't believe you," Thompson scoffed, eyeing the thin pirate. Noticing he wore only a tank top, he added, "Dressing like that, you might just freeze to death. Go inside and put on something warmer before you continue your watch." "Hey, when did you become so concerned about me, Thompson?" the lanky pirate teased. "Just so you know, I am not easily swayed by your concern." "Curse it," Thompson spat. "It's barely past 11, and there's still plenty of time until the shift change. I intend to enjoy a good sleep and do not wish to be roused by your incessant chatter. I've got this under control. Hurry up and put on some clothes." The lean pirate sighed in exasperation, grasping the soft ladder on the mast as he descended slowly from the lookout tower. Rubbing his hands together, he pushed open the cabin door and stepped inside, where Thompson leaned against the wall, yawning wearily. Before long, footsteps echoed closer, and the lean pirate, now clad in a leather jacket, deftly closed the door behind him as he emerged. However, there was a hint of perplexity in his expression. "Say, Tom, whatever happened to those women? I passed by their quarters just now and didn't see them." "What? Still thinking about women at this hour? Have you lost your mind?" A smirk played at the corners of Thompson's mouth. "You must be referring to those I seized from Logtown. It's been over 10 days. I've grown weary of them. And keeping them around is just a hassle. This morning, Captain Samar had them dealt with." "Oh, that explains it," the lean pirate lamented, a tinge of regret in his voice. "I finally found a girl who seemed promising. It's such a shame. I was looking forward to having some fun with her tomorrow, and now she has gone." Thompson laughed derisively. "Look at you. It's truly unbearable. Don't you realize our captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 9 million? Once we reach the Grand Line, we'll encounter all manner of women." "You're just being pathetic." "That's a fair point," the lean pirate replied, suddenly enlightened, his anticipation for life on the Grand Line bubbling to the surface. "Enough chatter. I'm off to my watch," he declared, glancing toward the mast. "You go back to sleep, and remember to relieve me in the latter half of the night." At that moment, a sudden clattering sound pierced the air, growing closer as if emanating from the bow of the ship. Both men furrowed their brows and exchanged glances, their long camaraderie enabling them to draw their pistols in unison, stealthily advancing toward the source of the noise. As they approached, a pair of hands suddenly appeared over the railing, and a shadow began to manifest as it climbed into their line of sight. Instantly, their nerves tightened, and they aimed their weapons at the shadowy figure. Meanwhile, the silhouette seemed to notice them, pausing momentarily before a smile crept across its face, seemingly unconcerned about its discovery. Then, under the watchful gaze of the two men, the shadow steadily ascended onto the deck. The shadow's right leg moved, effortlessly leaping over the railing with a grand motion, landing gracefully on the deck, a display that could only be described as nearly perfect. Suddenly, with a stumble, the shadow nearly fell to the ground, causing his heroic demeanor to waver momentarily. Clumsily rising to his feet, he awkwardly brushed off his attire. This was quite the embarrassment. How could my handsome and suave appearance be tarnished like this? Truly a miscalculation, he sighed. What was intended to be a stylish entrance had devolved into this. A once great reputation now at risk of being ruined in an instant. The voices of two individuals echoed back, both feeling a wave of nausea. This fellow was exceedingly narcissistic, almost unbearable. Suppressing the urge to voice their disdain, Thompson raised his pistol, aiming it at the shadow, coldly stating, "Hey, you scoundrel. How dare you trespass on our ship? Do you even know whose vessel this is? The lean pirate chimed in. Kid, stand still or beware. My gun does not discriminate. The shadow, now aware, pointed at himself in confusion and asked, Are you referring to me? Why? This reaction left the two momentarily stunned. The retort caught them off guard, prompting Thompson to shout in anger, Scoundrel! Did you not hear my words? Are you feigning ignorance? What do you intend to do aboard our pirate ship at this hour? He gestured towards the pirate flag on the ship, declaring, Has your guardian not taught you to recognize a pirate flag? Even in the dim light of night. The flag was faintly visible. The shadow was none other than Alan. Alan looked up in the direction indicated by Thompson's finger, where a flag emblazoned with a skull was fluttering in the wind. Is that what you are referring to? Alan also pointed to the pirate flag and remarked, Oh, I wouldn't have known the ship was a pirate vessel if you hadn't mentioned it. Listening to Alan's naive tone, Thompson glanced at the scrawny pirate beside him and chuckled. Haha, it seems I was right. This fellow is clearly a novice just setting sail, not even recognizing a pirate flag. It appears yet another newcomer is destined to meet their end at the hands of the illustrious Thompson. The thin pirate nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, there seems to be nothing of note here. We might as well kill him and toss him into the sea. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Thompson to proceed, as he intended to take his watch. Observing Alan's nonchalant demeanor, Thompson felt increasingly convinced of his assumptions. With a sinister grin, he slowly approached Alan, already envisioning the cruel fate that awaited the young man, destined to be mercilessly slain and fed to the fish. Chapter 53, The Awakened Pirate. What a remarkable discovery has been made. Alan gazed at the pirate flag emblazoned with a silhouette atop the mast, realizing he had not misidentified his target. He pinched his fingers and addressed the approaching pirate. Ahoy, you must be from the Ward pirate crew, am I correct? Thompson, who had been grinning menacingly, halted upon hearing the name of his crew and, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed arrogantly, Indeed, I never imagined that a mere novice like you, fresh from the sea, would be familiar with the illustrious name of the Ward pirate crew. It seems I have underestimated you. As he spoke, he brandished his pistol with pride, reveling in the notoriety of his crew. Oh, so you admit it. Then it was indeed you who massacred that village. At long last, I have tracked you down. Alan replied nonchalantly, satisfied that his arduous journey had not been in vain. Huh, are you ready then? Alan inquired, tilting his head as he spat on the deck. Ready for what? Thompson asked, puzzled, questioning the sanity of this seemingly foolish individual. Ready for death, Alan replied, as the final word escaped his lips. The carefree demeanor he had previously exhibited vanished entirely. He slowly drew his katana from his waist, standing tall as a chilling glint overtook his gaze, a stark contrast to his earlier flippancy. It is time for you to meet your maker. Stop your prattling. Thompson, feeling insulted by the audacity of this rookie, revealed a menacing glare. Upon witnessing Alan unsheath the katana, the hesitation evaporated from his demeanor, replaced by a frenzied determination as he pulled the trigger with brutal force. Die, brat. With a thunderous bang, the bullet erupted from the gun's chamber, hurtling towards Alan, who stood a mere 7 or 8 meters away. A savage grin spread across Thompson's face. To him, this insolent boy who had dared to board their ship in the dead of night, uttering nonsensical threats, was already as good as dead. What a trivial assault this was. Alan observed the bullets hurtling towards him, deftly shifting his body and taking a step, as if delivering a casual strike directly into Thompson's chest. The bullet traversed Alan's shadow, striking the deck and sending splinters flying. Although it was peculiar that no blood flowed from the wound, Thompson felt a surge of pride in his marksmanship, believing he had landed a hit on Alan, and he prepared to raise his weapon. In the next instant, Alan's figure materialized before Thompson, his katana piercing through Thompson's torso. It was only then that Thompson registered Alan's sudden appearance, his gaze fixating on the obscured half of Alan's face, magnified before him. In a frantic attempt, he lifted his gun, ready to pull the trigger once more. Yet, before he could fire, a sharp pain erupted in his chest, as if struck by an unseen force. He glanced down, realizing that the katana he had previously dismissed had embedded itself deeply, leaving only a fragment visible, the rest having vanished. Drip, drop. Blood trickled from the katana onto the deck, and Thompson felt his strength dissipating rapidly, his grip on the gun faltering. The strike had pierced his heart. His gaze became unfocused, and after a few instinctive struggles, his body succumbed, collapsing entirely as blood gushed forth from his chest. As he lay down, his mouth opened slightly, perhaps to question how this seemingly inconspicuous youth could move with such swiftness. But the opportunity had slipped away, and with a profound sense of unwillingness, Thompson closed his eyes. His breath ceasing. Blood splattered onto the astonished face of the lean pirate Waddy nearby, but Alan had no intention of granting him a moment to react. Swiftly withdrawing the blade from Thompson's lifeless body, he flicked his wrist, transforming the thrust into a sweeping strike, cleanly severing the head from the shoulders. Thud, thud. The sounds echoed in succession as both head and body fell upon the deck, the eyes of the severed head wide open, unable to fathom the reality of what had just transpired. Calmly, Alan flicked his katana, cleansing the blade of the crimson stains as if the two lives he had just extinguished were not his doing. The resonating sound of a gunshot had stirred the upper deck, illuminating several rooms with a sudden glow. One window swung open, and a head emerged, scanning the surroundings with a look of confusion. However, due to the angle of the room, he remained oblivious to the two lifeless bodies in Alan's presence. Yet, Alan's keen observation had already detected several figures hastening down the corridor just beyond the wall, indicating that the gunfire had roused the slumbering crew of the pirate ship. Alan strode forward, grasping his katana, a charming smile gracing his lips as he approached the mast. Soon, the distant sounds of irate pirates reached his ears. What the hell is going on? Firing guns in the middle of the night? At least half the crew is awakened. If I find out which bastard did this, I'll make him pay. Haha, don't be angry, first mate. Perhaps something truly has occurred. Oh, by the way, Jack, who has some watch tonight? It seems to be Thompson and Waddy. Waddy has the first half of the night, and Thompson the latter. It's only 11:30. So it must be Waddy who fired the shot. Damn it, I knew it was that useless fool. Every time he brings back a woman, he flaunts her. Yet when he encounters the Navy, he cowers like a coward. Humph, one of these days, Captain Ward will have to deal with him too. With the sounds drawing nearer, a loud crash resonated as the leading pirate violently kicked open the door to the second floor, and several pirates surged out. The frontman, bare-chested, was indeed the first mate they spoke of. As he took his first step, the familiar scent of blood filled the air. Something was amiss. The other pirates sensed the first mate's unease. They too detected an unsettling change and recognized the familiar odor of blood. The first mate furrowed his brow, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. It seemed something significant had transpired. They all drew their weapons, ready to head to the deck. Jack, you need to return to the second floor immediately. The captain and the others are still asleep. Wake them up. Understood, first mate. The pirate named Jack nodded in response, swiftly turning to run back to the hold. However, he abruptly halted, turning his head with a mournful expression. First mate, you know the captain's temperament. What if? What are you afraid of? Hurry up and notify him. I'll explain it to the captain later. Move it, or you'll regret it. Clearly, the leading pirate felt his authority was being undermined and impatiently shouted at Jack. All right, I understand. I'm going right now. Jack was acutely aware of the first mate's tactics, causing him to flee in a fright. Chapter 54. Ward makes an appearance. The Ward pirate ship was quite vast. Once a mere captain of a small pirate crew, Ward had coveted his dream of becoming the pirate king and had plundered a luxurious merchant vessel. He quickly grew fond of the three-decked ship, promptly hoisting his own flag, thus establishing it as the stronghold of the Ward pirate crew. The captain's quarters occupied the uppermost level of the ship, a decision made by Ward to assert his authority. Jack, not daring to linger, hastened to the captain's door. As he was about to awaken the captain, several individuals on the deck caught sight of Alan's presence. Gilly, the first mate, seemed to sense something and glanced toward the mast, where a shadow emerged before him. Half of the figure's face was obscured by a hood, revealing a cold gaze directed their way, and the glint of a katana in hand indicated that this was indeed the culprit. Noticing the first mate's unease, the pirates turned their attention toward the mast, where Alan's visage appeared before them. Hey, kid, how did you get here? Gilly shouted at Alan. Before Alan could respond, he called out, Hey, Thompson, Waddy, where the hell are you? Why is there a stranger aboard? After several shouts met with silence, it became evident that the earlier sin of blood belonged to them. Narrowing his eyes, Gilly's expression turned menacing as he focused back on Alan. Hey, kid, you must have taken out Thompson and Waddy, didn't you? Alan let out a derisive chuckle, finding these pirates to be rather dim-witted. Are you referring to those two individuals? Alan pointed to the two corpses not far from them. Following the direction of Alan's finger, they discovered the bodies concealed in the shadows. A pirate rushed to the side of the corpses to confirm their identities. Indeed, it was Thompson and Waddy. He called out to Gilly, first mate. It's unmistakably the night watchman, Thompson and Waddy. Gilly drew his weapon, arrogantly addressing Alan. You little brat. It seems you are unaware of the might of our ward pirate crew. Do not think that by eliminating Thompson and Waddy, you can stand against us. Soon, you shall understand our true power. With a hint of disappointment, Alan shook his head. These pirates always exhibited an air of arrogance, utterly oblivious to their own capabilities, frequently indulging in unwarranted hubris. A mere bounty of 9 million was nothing in his eyes. However, Alan could hardly wait. He was no longer interested in hearing their taunts. Meteor strike, he proclaimed. As the words left his lips, he initiated the meteor sword technique, descending from the mast with tremendous force, crashing down upon the brazen pirates. Before they could even react, they were knocked to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Not a single wound adorned their bodies. Yet the blood trickling from the corners of their mouths bore testament to the ferocity of his assault. They departed this world, their earlier mocking expressions forever erased. Alan coldly retracted his gaze, finding the pirates to be exceedingly weak, utterly failing to pique his interest. The second floor remained silent. Likely because those who had awakened above deemed it sufficient that the first mate and others went down to assess the situation. However, the number of pirates descending held little significance for Alan, as the outcome would remain largely unchanged whether they attacked en masse or he dispatched them one by one. The only difference would be the time taken. Nevertheless, in pursuit of a definitive resolution, Alan resolved to wait until Jack summoned Captain Ward before taking action. Thus, he returned to the mast, biding his time. At that moment, on the third floor of the pirate ship, Jack's knocking soon roused the still sleeping Ward. A pirate, clad in pajamas and sporting round glasses, appeared at the door with bleary eyes, rubbing them while furiously addressing the knocker. "Jack, do you wish to meet your demise? Disturbing my slumber, I'll have to show you the might of Captain Ward." Jack, observing the irate captain, trembled with fear as he stuttered, "See, Captain. It was the first mate who sent me to wake you. An unidentified individual has boarded the ship and killed the watchmen, Thompson and Waddy." Ward seemed incensed by this revelation, seizing Jack by the collar and spitting as he spoke. "Damn it. You disturbed the great Captain Ward's sleep for such a trivial matter? It appears that Gilly is seeking death. Captain, please do not be angry. You ought to take a look," Jack implored. With a heavy grunt, Ward shoved Jack aside, retrieved his weapon from the cabin, and commanded Jack to summon everyone. He felt the need to assert his authority as captain, lest these ruffians drive him to madness. Under Jack's insistence, numerous pirates, compelled by the captain's authority and grumbling with discontent, reluctantly emerged from their beds, disheveled and appearing on the second-floor deck, each clamoring for their captain's orders. Alan gazed upon a gathering of pirates, feeling a wave of disinterest wash over him as he stifled a yawn. At last, these wretched miscreants had assembled. Ward stood before the lifeless body of his first mate, astonished that his most capable subordinate had fallen silent here. The crew, upon noticing their second-in-command's corpse, encircled their captain, their faces etched with shock. The first mate had been the second most formidable fighter aboard their ship. Now, he lay cold and devoid of any wounds, instilling a deep fear among them regarding such a ruthless method of killing without bloodshed. Ward cast his gaze towards the mast, realizing that the culprit must be the intruder Jack had mentioned earlier. His complexion darkened with fury as he contemplated the death of his loyal subordinate at the hands of this scoundrel. How remarkable. It was the first time he had encountered someone audacious enough to board his ship alone. A chilling glare scrutinized Alan's face, seemingly attempting to unveil the features obscured by his hood. Ward's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing his sharp teeth. "To have slain so many of my men. Tell me, boy, are you a bounty hunter newly emerged from the East Sea?" "Bounty hunter?" Alan was momentarily taken aback, and then cast a peculiar glance at him. "Well, perhaps that's accurate, but given that you are a pirate in the East Sea, how could you possibly not know who I am?" "Humph. You certainly have the audacity to speak so boldly, you scoundrel." Boward's eyes narrowed with cold intensity as he sharpened his fangs, emitting an exceedingly unsettling sound. "Ha ha. Why would I be interested in an obscure nobody like you? Who do you think you are? In the past, I might have considered recruiting you. But now, let us not forget that you have slain my most capable first mate." More importantly, as he spoke, the two fangs at the corner of his mouth began to take on a pale purple hue. In an instant, he retrieved an oddly shaped curved blade from his waist. "Those who disturb my slumber are utterly unforgivable." Chapter 55. A few words I hadn't originally intended to pen these ramblings, yet an overwhelming urge compels me to express myself. I hope you will bear with me. To be frank, I have indulged in novels for many years and have cherished One Piece for quite some time. My fascination began in middle school when I first encountered the series, and since then, I have been utterly captivated. I have explored numerous fan works across various platforms, viewing them as extensions of the creator's imaginations regarding a particular anime, film, or television show. I too have often contemplated how I might fit into the world of One Piece. After multiple readings, a sudden idea blossomed within me, coupled with my initial engagement with the character of Sword Soul while playing a dungeon game. I found myself dreaming of traversing into the One Piece universe, embodying a Sword Soul navigating through its narrative. This inspiration eventually led me to take up my pen and craft this novel. In all honesty, I have struggled with the Chinese language since childhood. My essays often received low marks. Perhaps I lack the innate talent for writing, as many of my scenes and content derive from cliché examples found in model essays. If asked to compose a discursive essay akin to those I once wrote, I could still manage it, retaining the knowledge of parallel structures and metaphors. Thus, I acknowledge that my prose may come across as somewhat juvenile. Several readers have pointed out thematic similarities, and I must admit to having drawn inspiration from certain works, emulating their combat scenes and adventures. I understand why readers might harbor doubts. As a novice author with limited writing prowess, it is inevitable that I have incorporated elements from established writers. At times, I yearn for the involvement of readers in this journey. Yet, reflecting on the evolution of online literature, I realize that many readers have developed discerning tastes. My somewhat rudimentary One Piece fan fiction may not capture their interest, which is why I continuously seek feedback from fellow readers. Previously, my outline merely required the protagonist to acquire a 12-piece weapon, akin to the Sword Soul. However, a fellow reader offered an excellent suggestion, the 7-star sword, which bears a resemblance to traditional Chinese swords and emits a luminous glow, reminiscent of a lightsaber. Consequently, I decided to adopt this weapon as the protagonist's main tool. Having watched the One Piece films numerous times, I am currently delving into how to incorporate this weapon into the storyline as we approach that plot point. A reader raised questions regarding Zeph and Sanji. I am aware of the circumstances leading to Zeph's leg injury, having seen that narrative myself. It was not due to a lack of familiarity with One Piece that I altered this scene, but rather to serve the plot's needs. Allowing the protagonist to depart while establishing a connection with Luffy, consider it a subtle foreshadowing. Regardless of whether feedback is positive or negative, encouraging or critical, or even outright harsh, I find a measure of joy in receiving it. Some have commented to prove that I am not working in isolation, and their remarks have indeed motivated me to write further. Since the release of this book, it has scarcely achieved any notable success, with only a modest number of recommendations. However, my intention in writing this tale is not for accolades, it is merely to recount events that have unfolded in my dreams. Thus, I sincerely hope that fellow readers will feel free to offer their comments, whether they be suggestions, encouragements, or even critiques. The author is not so fragile as to be deterred by any of it, regardless of circumstances. Even if updates should cease, the narrative shall not be abandoned. I hereby pledge, if reality should falter, so too shall the narrative. Still, if you have votes to spare, I implore you to lend your support, as it is disheartening to witness such poor performance. I must express my gratitude to those who have supported me. Heart Explosion QQ, Demon Bear, and the free-spirited members of QQ Reading. In particular, I am deeply thankful to Heart Explosion and Free Spirit for their daily votes of encouragement. If possible, I invite everyone to join the QQ group for lively discussions. Those wishing to voice their grievances against the author are more than welcome to do so within the group. Chapter 56, Effortlessly. Thanks to Heart Explosion for the recommendation, boom. Ward's gaze was fierce as he stepped forward decisively, crashing through the subordinate standing in his way. With a thunderous roar, he swung his blade towards Alan. Observing this scene, the surrounding pirates exchanged glances for a brief moment before erupting into excited cheers. Oh, 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 oh. The captain is taking matters into his own hands. He hasn't let us go first. Captain Ward is truly furious. Hey, go for it, Captain. Show that arrogant brat who's boss. As Ward's aura reached its zenith, and he smiled wickedly while bringing his blade down. The nearby pirates noted that Alan remained rooted in place, unmoving, and a cruel glint appeared in their eyes, as if they could already envision the moment this terrified youth would be cleaved in two. Such needless chatter. Alan gazed at Ward as one might observe a jester performing, each move rife with flaws, while the surrounding pirates were completely enraptured in their own delusions. Just as Ward's curved blade was about to strike him, a mocking smile crept across Alan's face. It was time to put an end to this charade, for he had lingered aboard this vessel long enough. One sword style, Iato slash. In the next instant, Alan's blade found its mark upon Ward's neck, and his figure materialized at the position Ward had occupied moments before. Ward, however, continued to charge forward for several steps before abruptly halting, his curved sword clattering to the ground as he incredulously touched his neck. "No, it's impossible." A spurt of crimson erupted from Ward's throat, and as the life force ebbed away, he collapsed heavily onto the floor, devoid of sound. Clearly, this pirate, with a bounty of 9 million, the seemingly invincible captain in the eyes of those present, had met his irrevocable demise. The raucous cheers ceased abruptly, leaving the pirates standing there, dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if one could fit a rice ball within. In an instant, the second floor of the ship's cabin was enveloped in an eerie silence. "Captain Ward, no, it cannot be. Our captain, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 9 million. How could he be slain by this nameless wretch in a single blow?" The crew struggled to comprehend the unfathomable reality that their once untouchable captain had been so effortlessly dispatched. It was evident that some pirates had begun to recognize the figure before them. Yet, Alan had little patience for their ramblings, having been recognized. It was now time for these loyal pirates to meet their captain once more. At that moment, the pirates snapped back to their senses, and a wave of panic surged through the corridor, quickly escalating into chaos. Some bewildered pirates, in a fit of madness, charged towards Shano, while those with even a modicum of sense frantically fled downstairs in a desperate scramble. What folly! If their captain could be slain in a single stroke, remaining there would only lead to their own demise. Raging Dragon's descent. With a swift and decisive motion, Alan moved from the bow to the stern of the ship, his blade striking with lethal precision. In the span of barely a minute, both fleeing pirates and those charging forward fell into pools of crimson, leaving the scene enveloped in a profound silence. After all, they were confronted by Alan, whose strength surpassed theirs by countless magnitudes. The entire Ward pirate crew had been utterly annihilated at his hands. Gazing upon the fruits of his labor, Alan felt a sense of satisfaction. His reputation was a weapon he needed just as much. The moonlight cascaded like liquid silver, and the night deepened into an inky darkness. It is unclear how much time had passed, but when Alan re-emerged onto the deck, the ship lay in an eerie stillness akin to a ghost vessel. Only the bloodstains, silently flowing in every corner of the deck, and the scattered corpses bore witness to the horrors that had transpired here. Alan grasped a bag, nearly the height of a man, and dragged it to the bow of the ship. With utmost care, he set it down, ultimately resting it upon the small vessel secured to the hull below. Inside the bag lay the remnants of his final search through the cabin, where he sought any overlooked treasures, along with the head of Ward. The haul was modest, totaling perhaps 200,000 to 300,000 berries. The remainder, it was presumed, had either been squandered by Ward's pirate crew or concealed elsewhere. Alan was disinclined to seek out further treasures, for his motivations for killing were rooted in the pursuit of experience points rather than material wealth. For one who never pursued earthly pleasures, the allure of Bailey was decidedly limited. The act of casually taking these items was merely for the thrill of plundering, as they were ill-gotten gains seized from fellow pirates. Leaving them aboard the ship would be a waste. Moreover, as a bounty hunter of pirates, the true rewards lay in their bounties, rendering the absence of treasure inconsequential. However, as he searched, he passed by the kitchen. After a long night of toil, he sought something to eat and drink, inadvertently stumbling upon a chest. Upon opening it, he was met with a gruesome sight: severed hands, feet, ears, and other dismembered parts, nearly provoking his nausea. Although he was no stranger to bloodshed, the notion of consuming human flesh was beyond his comprehension. This horrifying discovery only solidified his conviction that his pursuit of these pirates was indeed justified. The annihilation of such a deranged pirate crew was entirely warranted. They were fortunate to have met a swift end, and he found himself regretting not having dealt with them more decisively. The thought of the meat simmering in the pot now left him feeling somewhat queasy. Alas, he realized he could not dwell on it any longer. It was simply too revolting. Alan swiftly dispelled the thoughts swirling in his mind, promptly hoisting the sails and departing from the place as if fleeing. The following day, upon awakening from his slumber, he discovered it was already noon. After a modest meal of provisions, he adjusted his navigational course and began his weight training. He was ever mindful of the necessity to enhance his strength, with an immediate priority being the mastery of armament hockey. The experience gained from the system was progressing at a sluggish pace, and the ordinary pirates of the East Blue offered meager rewards. Often, he would encounter them during his voyages and dispatch them with ease. The previous night, his pursuit of the Ward pirates was prompted by their brutal pillaging of a village he had learned of along his route. Misfortune had befallen them. as they had chosen to raid a village situated along Alan's path, thus meandering through the seas, intermittently vanquishing pirates and savoring the scenic beauty and cultural nuances along the way. Alan drifted across the ocean for a year. At the floating restaurant bar Thai, amidst the lively atmosphere, 2 makeshift tables were filled with laughter and merriment under the leadership of Zeph. Conversations often revolved around Alan, who, despite having journeyed for merely over a year, had already established himself as the most formidable pirate hunter in the East Blue. Indeed, the number of pirates had dwindled significantly compared to just a year prior, resulting in a thriving business for the restaurant. He's just a wild man. What's the big deal? The praises were unmistakably directed towards Patty and his companions, while the grumbling came from the exceedingly proud Sanji. At the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sangoku adjusted his glasses, perusing the intelligence laid before him, and remarked to the nose-picking Garp, "Another remarkable young prodigy has emerged from the East Blue." Garp flicked the booger from his finger with pride, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, indeed, that is my hometown. I hear he has earned the title of Sword Soul Blade. A very young swordsman." He sighed. "I wonder if he will become a significant threat to the Navy in the future. Ever since that damned Roger passed away, the seas have grown increasingly unstable, and the Navy feels somewhat overwhelmed." Chapter 57. The Clown Buggy. Over the course of a year, Alan had eliminated numerous pirate crews, and the title of Sword Soul Blade had become widely recognized throughout the East Blue, earning him the reputation of the most powerful pirate hunter in the region. In that year, Alan's reputation spread from the East Sea, becoming known to both the Navy and pirates alike. They spoke of a formidable swordsman who instilled fear in the hearts of all pirates in the East Sea. To the Navy, he was a figure of great esteem, garnering a multitude of admirers. However, the pirates regarded him with trepidation, leading to a significant reduction in their numbers. After a year of intermittent travel, Alan was nearing his destination, Logtown. A glance at the nautical chart revealed that he would arrive in approximately a week, at which point he could officially embark on the Grand Line, a realm often referred to as the pirate's graveyard. On this particular day, Alan lay comfortably aboard a ship, basking in the gentle warmth of the morning sun. The early light was soft and soothing, casting a pale golden hue over the vast expanse of the ocean, transforming it into a breathtaking spectacle. However, in the distance along his ship's course, a large vessel emerged, its size only slightly smaller than that of a merchant fleet's flagship. Swiftly approaching, the black pirate flag fluttered proudly atop its mast, yet due to the distance, Alan could not discern the identity of the approaching pirates and appeared still half asleep, oblivious to the threat. As the silhouette of the ship drew closer, the deck became visible, revealing a crowd of pirates brandishing an array of weapons. Their expressions relaxed as they observed the advancing vessel. Although Alan's ship was relatively large, resembling a small to medium-sized merchant vessel, he had spared no expense in its outfitting. Nonetheless, it paled in comparison to the pirate ship. At the forefront stood a tall man adorned with an orange captain's hat and a vibrant yellow coat. Yet his painted face, scars, and notably round red nose detracted from the imposing presence his stature might have conveyed, rendering him more akin to a comical jester. This ludicrous figure was none other than Captain Buggy, the leader of the Buggy Pirates, notorious for being hailed as the fifth emperor of the sea by countless pirate enthusiasts. In truth, apart from him, the attire of the remaining crew members aboard the ship was increasingly bizarre, resembling a veritable circus. At this moment, they had perceived the vessel before them as a plump sheep, underestimating its potential, believing it to be an effortless conquest. For instance, on the right side of the deck, one individual peering through a telescope at the merchant ship was not only adorned with a ring of white fur atop his head, resembling a sheep, but also rode a lion beneath him that bore a foolish expression. At such a critical juncture, as battle loomed, the lion, oblivious to the impending strife, yawned and dozed off, bubbles emerging from its nostrils, appearing to be in a deep slumber. This individual was none other than Machi, the vice-captain of the Buggy Pirates, renowned for his beast-taming skills. As he gazed through the lens at the distant merchant ship, saliva dribbling from his mouth, he chuckled to himself, exclaiming, "What an extraordinary prize! Truly, Captain Buggy is fortunate. Even a morning urination leads to such a find. It seems fortune smiles upon us today." Upon hearing this, the ship's lackeys erupted in laughter, echoing his sentiments. Yet, standing nearby was a figure with a black and white checkered scarf, half his face concealed by hair, who seemed provoked by the ruckus. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted, "Machi, enough of your exuberance. Keep your foolish lion in check. It's time to be alert, not snoozing away like its master. Kabeji, it's you again." Upon hearing this, Machi turned his head, glaring fiercely at Kabeji. He then stroked the mane of his lion beneath him, indignantly retorting, "There are few beasts as delightful as Nikki. The only one here who bullies it is you, the arrogant fool. You'd never understand the joy of companionship with a pet, destined to spend your days with that unicycle." "What did you say?" Kabeji, enraged, stomped over to Machi. Ready to unleash a punch, his fist clenched. Machi, unwilling to back down, rolled up his sleeves, and they engaged in a scuffle. "Cease this instant." Just then, a thunderous voice erupted on the deck, prompting both Kabeji and Machi to freeze mid-action, exchanging furious glares before reluctantly releasing their grips. "How is it that you continually falter at crucial moments? Is this the sense of responsibility expected of esteemed officers in the great Buggy Pirates?" Buggy stood at the bow of the ship, brimming with vigor, directing his ire at his quarreling subordinates. He had set his sights on the merchant vessel ahead, believing that it was a privilege for them to be noticed by the illustrious Captain Buggy. With only one merchant ship in sight, there was no need for excessive caution. It could be seized with ease. Seeing the two behind him fall silent, Buggy waved his hand grandly. "You lot." "To me." "For Captain Buggy." A cacophony of pirates responded loudly. "Aim for the ship ahead. Remember to fire as soon as we reach range," Baki declared with unwavering confidence. "Listen closely. Once we hit our target, be prepared for close combat. We must secure victory in the shortest time possible." Kabaji chimed in. "Indeed, Captain Baki is quite astute. Yes, we are all adept at boarding actions. The merchant fleet's escorts are utterly ineffectual. Once we board, they are merely at our mercy." "That is certainly true. Our esteemed Captain Baki is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million. The pirate's flattery elicited hearty laughter from Baki, filling him with delight. While he relished such compliments, they were not what he truly desired. He had always hoped for a bounty below 10 million, despite being a former apprentice on the ship of the pirate King Roger. Since establishing his own crew in the East Blue, Baki had wished to conceal this past identity, even from his more trusted companions, Kabaji and Machi, in order to avoid drawing the attention of the Navy and inviting endless trouble. Moreover, his aspiration was not to claim the title of Pirate King. He firmly believed that pirates should exist for the pursuit of treasure. Thus, throughout his years as a pirate, he had remained focused on wealth, showing little regard for fame. To maintain a low profile and better seek treasures, he had carefully managed his bounty, striving to remain out of the Navy's sight. However, for reasons unknown, his bounty had been steadily increasing over the past 2 years, now reaching 15 million. Rumors had also circulated about a particularly formidable bounty hunter emerging in the East Blue, instilling fear in him of crossing paths with such a figure, prompting him to act with greater caution. Regrettably, despite his efforts to avoid confrontation, he had inadvertently attracted the very individual he sought to evade. He wondered how he would feel upon discovering this later. Chapter 58. The encounter. As Baki was lost in thought, their pirate ship approached the merchant vessel. From the lookout tower atop the mast, a pirate abruptly lowered his telescope and shouted below, "Captain Baki, we have entered firing range." Baki was momentarily taken aback by his subordinate's shout, realizing that they had drawn near without his notice. Observing that they had indeed come within range of the merchant ship, Baki's spirit surged, and he bellowed, "Crew, what are you waiting for? Prepare for battle. Blast it to pieces." A thunderous cheer erupted, echoing like a tsunami, invigorating the atmosphere. In an instant, the left side of the Baki pirate cruise ship, the Q-Dope, revealed 12 enormous black cannon mouths, all aimed at the distant merchant fleet. Boom! Accompanied by a series of thunderous booms, over a dozen black cannonballs simultaneously erupted from their chambers, hurtling towards Alan's vessel. However, at such a distance, the cannon fire primarily served as a means of intimidation, with a dismally low probability of hitting the target. For instance, on this occasion, the nearest projectile landed several meters away on the ship's side, plunging directly into the sea. Yet, the resounding cannonade roused Alan from his slumber, as he had not anticipated an assault so early in the morning. Anger surged within him, inciting a fierce desire for retribution. Who dares to be so foolish? To attack my ship? Soon, they shall experience the true meaning of retribution. How outrageous! Alan sprang to his feet with the agility of a carp, immediately noticing a pirate ship approaching him from a distance. It was the only vessel in sight, leaving no doubt as to its identity. Upon recognizing the Jolly Roger, a familiar emblem of a jester, a grin spread across his face. So it is the Clown King. I have been sailing the East Sea for so long without encountering him, and here he is. I thought I would never see him again once I entered the Grand Line. Hee hee. Meanwhile, Buggy stood at the bow of his ship, filled with excitement as he watched his crew fire the cannons. Despite their dismal accuracy, he remained unconcerned and shouted to his men, "What are you waiting for? Don't dawdle. Charge forward and engage in close combat." At that moment, Kabaji, hearing his captain's command, drew his sword and bellowed from the bow, "Charge, men! Capture that merchant ship!" As Buggy and Kabaji rallied their crew, the pirates surged with fervor, eagerly awaiting their vessel to draw closer. They were ready to slay everyone aboard and seize the treasures and belly. Buggy, watching his men with satisfaction, stood on the deck, arms crossed against the wind, his eyes glinting with avarice as he gazed at the approaching ship. Soon, propelled by the allure of riches and the captain's fervent orders, the pirate ship drew near to the merchant vessel. "Ha ha, we're almost there," Buggy exclaimed, unable to contain his joy as the distance to the merchant ship dwindled to mere meters. He turned and shouted, "Men!" "Aye, Captain." The crew responded with an even louder cheer. Their excitement soared as they beheld the plump target so close at hand. The captain's roar ignited their bloodlust and greed, making them eager to leap onto the opposing deck at any moment. "All of you, attack! Eliminate the guards aboard, and then all the treasures will be ours." The voice of Buggy was cold and imbued with a sense of cruelty, while beside him, the first mate and beast tamer, Machi, promptly reacted. After a few eerie chuckles, he retrieved a hook-laden rope from his fur garment and, after a brief whirl, hurled it towards the merchant ship. With a resounding thud, the hook latched securely onto the railing on the left side of the deck. The other pirates, taking cue, followed suit and cast their ropes, hastening the approach of their vessel. They then leaped from the deck, clenching knives in their mouths, and swiftly and skillfully began to scale the opposing ship. At that moment, Alan, yawning, observed as the crew of the Buggy pirates boarded his ship. He eagerly anticipated the expression on Buggy's face upon seeing him. The raucous Kabaji and the band of pirates halted in their tracks upon noticing that Alan stood alone on the deck, their enthusiasm dampened by the absence of the anticipated treasure and merchants. Instead, they found only a seemingly cheerful swordsman gazing at them, leaving their fervor nowhere to be channeled. Meanwhile, Buggy, noticing the sudden silence among his subordinates, stepped forward curiously, only to find himself equally perplexed. Alan's sole impression of the ferocious pirates approaching was one of irritation. He had an overwhelming desire to slice them all into the sea. However, upon seeing Buggy coming up from behind, he abandoned this thought. Alan scratched his head, stifled a yawn, and ambled toward the railing, cradling his sword as if the multitude of pirates before him were mere figments of air. The morning sun cast a harsh glare, illuminating the deck as hundreds of raucous pirates brandished their weapons and charged forward, their fervor starkly contrasting with Alan's nonchalant approach. Kabaji, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and raised his sword, pointing it at Alan. "Hey, who are you? Where are the crew of your ship? Hurry and summon your captain. Hand over your treasure obediently, or you shall witness the might of the illustrious Buggy pirates." Seeing Alan continue his leisurely gait, Kabaji smirked maliciously. "Interesting. It seems there are still guards aboard merchant ships who are unafraid of death. Haha, is there really such a reckless fool still around? Indeed. This fellow appears feeble and fragile. Commander, draw your sword swiftly and let him experience your prowess." The pirates surrounding Kabaji echoed their support for their commander. Tightening his grip on his sword, Kabaji suddenly propelled himself off the unicycle, soaring into the air before crashing down with a wicked grin, aiming his blade at Alan's face from a devious angle. "Acrobatics, summer fireworks." With this exclamation, Kabaji's sword gleamed ominously in the sunlight, illuminating Alan's slightly turned visage. Faced with this sudden assault, he appeared somewhat taken aback, even forgetting to draw his katana. Clang! Yet, in the next instant, Kabaji's prideful strike was thwarted by the sheath of Alan's sword, his once malignant expression morphing into one of sheer astonishment. The man in black tilted his head and inquired, "Kabaji? Eh?" Kabaji, puzzled, wondered how this stranger knew his name. "How do you know?" However, the man did not respond directly. Instead, he turned away. "Just a minor nuisance." With that, Alan swiftly struck Kabaji's face with the sword's sheath, sending him crashing into the sea. Such a trivial opponent held no interest for him. Killing him would yield little experience. "Go take a dip in the ocean," he remarked, continuing his leisurely stroll as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 59. Confronting the foolish Buggy got a soft, dispassionate voice resonated across the deck, causing the pirates behind Kabaji to exchange glances filled with terror. Their commander, who had been standing resolutely on the unicycle moments before, had now vanished without a trace. Thus, in the incredulous gaze of all the pirates, the unicycle, bereft of its rider, rolled back slightly before both man and vehicle toppled over the railing, splashing into the depths of the sea. "Commander! Mr. Kabaji!" At this moment, the subsequent batches of pirates leaped down the rope one after another, gathering in droves by the railing, around 70 or 80 of them, gazing wide-eyed at the bubbling sea below. Fear gradually painting their faces. "What have you done, you scoundrel?" The beast tamer Machi, riding atop a lion, abruptly turned his head. Although he often engaged in playful banter with Kabaji aboard the ship, he regarded him as a comrade. Now, he found it utterly unacceptable. Wiping away his tears, he bellowed. "How dare you do such a thing to Kabaji? I, Machi, will not let this slide." Below, the foolish lion Ricky roared in solidarity, enhancing Machi's intimidating presence. In the face of Machi's furious wrath, Alan maintained his calm demeanor, taking a keen interest as he glanced at Machi's fluffy white mane. He slightly shook his head and casually unsheathed his katana, swinging it effortlessly. "Another pest, down you go?" Slashing. "Huh." Before Machi could even react, Alan struck his chest with a decisive blow, sending him tumbling into the sea alongside his beloved lion, severing their connection to Kabaji. In the next moment, the crew members of the buggy pirates were once again confronted with an unfathomable sight. Their vice captain had plunged into the depths, just as their strategist had, leaving their fates uncertain. "Machi-san." Amidst the panic-stricken cries of the pirates, Alan's gaze shifted slightly, landing on the other pirates, a group of insignificant shrimp. "For the sake of my ship's cleanliness, I must make an example of you." A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he readied himself, eager to converse with the revered buggy, as the pirates referred to him. Meteor strike, meteor rise, meteor fall. Following the trio of strikes, the pirates climbing aboard Alan's ship were sent plummeting into the sea, the cacophony of splashes echoing in Alan's ears. Alan gazed upon his flawless masterpiece, not a single drop of blood staining his vessel. He nodded in satisfaction, sheathing his knife once more. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. On the deck, only the heavy sound of labored breathing could be heard. Bucky stared blankly at the scene before him, acutely aware of the sound of his own swallow. Murmuring in a voice tinged with tremor, "Who on earth is this person?" Aaron gazed at the flamboyant figure adorned in an orange cloak, resembling a jester with a bulbous red nose, who stood before him, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, as if an egg could fit into his gaping mouth. Ah, the illustrious Buggy. As he beheld that comical visage, a cascade of familiar scenes from his memories flooded Aaron's mind, eliciting a peculiar smile that danced at the corners of his lips. It felt inexplicably endearing. During his nostalgic revisits to the world of One Piece, Buggy had always been the source of humor. Each appearance of Buggy, no matter how many times he had watched, never failed to provoke hearty laughter. Thus, witnessing the great Buggy in such a manner now brought him immense joy. And to his surprise, he felt no animosity towards him, only the echoes of merriment remained. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps having dispatched his crew was rather inconsiderate. Alan scratched his head in confusion. However, aside from the henchman who had acted ruthlessly, his two subordinates should be relatively unscathed. The ensuing revelry depended on their contributions. Thus, he had merely restrained them, leaving their fate to chance. Suddenly, upon noticing Alan's gaze, Baki was so frightened that tears streamed down his face. In a fluster, he stumbled back a few steps, causing his dagger to clatter to the ground, and he exclaimed, "You, don't come any closer." Alan was momentarily taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Buggy. This fellow, undeniably a user of the chop-chop fruit, had no reason to fear slashing attacks. After all, he had once mingled with prominent figures in the past. Why was he now so visibly frightened? However, it did not take long for Alan to realize that this individual had consistently exhibited such behavior in the anime. Whether it stemmed from genuine weakness or was merely an act of cunning, he could not ascertain. With a shrug, Alan decided it was not worth pondering, especially since countless pirate enthusiasts had failed to grasp this nuance. As he was lost in thought, Buggy suddenly began rummaging through his own belongings, eventually extracting a crumpled piece of newspaper from his right pocket after much effort. With trembling hands, he unfolded it, alternating his gaze between the paper and Alan, the terror in his eyes intensifying with each passing moment. His lips quivered as he struggled to articulate a few words. "It really is you. What a chaotic mess." Alan furrowed his brow slightly and strode purposefully towards Bucky, snatching the crumpled newspaper from his hands to take a glance. Is it news about me?" As Alan unfolded the paper, he beheld his valiant figure, adorned with the words, "The most powerful bounty hunter of the East Sea, Sword Soul Blade Gaia Allen." He marveled at how these journalists managed to capture him. He distinctly recalled that during the battle, His observation hockey had not detected anyone's presence. Nevertheless, the photograph was splendid, showcasing his flawless form in the midst of a formal Aido cut. He wondered if it would attract the attention of his admirers. As a sly grin crept across his visage, it appeared that his fame had indeed spread across the seas. The title of the most powerful bounty hunter of the East Sea brought him one step closer to becoming the strongest man. The article detailed his illustrious achievements and noted his exceptional prowess as a swordsman at such a tender age. Every battle he fought since leaving the deserted island was meticulously chronicled. It seemed that once he reached the Grand Line, his advancement would accelerate even further. Alan smiled contentedly, neatly folding the newspaper before stowing it away in his pocket, allowing him to admire his own impeccable demeanor during moments of ennui. Feeling a sense of pride, he glanced over at Bucky and, with a subtle lift of his chin, remarked, "It seems you are already aware of my identity." "Indeed," Bucky replied, swallowing hard and chuckling awkwardly. "I never anticipated that Lord Alan would grace this place, and it is indeed my fault for disturbing your repose." Alan nodded slightly, realizing why Bucky had remained motionless and why he had retreated in fright upon his approach. It turned out that this fellow had already recognized him. In Chapter 60, it became evident that Buggy's fruit abilities were indeed formidable. Initially, due to the obstruction of vision caused by the pirates ahead, Buggy did not identify Alan. However, when he witnessed Kabaji being struck down and falling from the ship, a surge of fury ignited within him, compelling him to activate his fruit powers and detach his upper body, preparing to seek vengeance. Yet, before he could even reach the deck, Buggy saw his other subordinate, Machi, being swiftly eliminated. At the same moment, he realized that Alan's appearance was identical to the photograph he had seen in the newspaper. Given that they were both situated in the East Sea, Buggy had firmly etched that face into his memory after hearing of Alan's reputation as the most formidable pirate hunter, vowing to steer clear of them in the future. Thus, upon comprehending that he had unwittingly approached his own nemesis, Buggy was momentarily struck dumb, wishing to slap himself twice in disbelief. After much internal conflict, he hesitated to confront Alan, while the latter's swift brutality resulted in all of Buggy's subordinates perishing, leaving him to stand alone. Oh, by the way, observing Buggy's anxious demeanor, Alan suddenly seemed to recall something, smiling enigmatically as he beckoned. "Come here for a moment." Buggy, taken aback, sniffled and cautiously inquired, "What do you want?" The more he looked at Alan, the more he felt a pang of pity, wondering if he had inadvertently wronged him in the past. A flicker of confusion crossed Alan's mind, yet he displayed no outward sign of it. With an inscrutable demeanor, he rested his hand upon Lake Toya and, under the fearful gaze of Buggy, gradually approached. "It's nothing, merely a little experiment," he remarked nonchalantly. Seizing the moment before Buggy could comprehend the situation, he swiftly employed the art of Aido, executing a decisive slash. Sizzle! A cold glimmer flashed by, and Buggy's waist was instantly severed in two, reminiscent of the unfortunate Machi who had perished before him. However, unlike that ill-fated soul, the incision was smooth and pristine, devoid of any trace of blood, while the upper half of Buggy remained lively and animated. "Hey, you damn bastard, what are you trying to do?" Initially oblivious, Buggy was struck with terror upon witnessing Alan's sudden strike. Overwhelmed by a mix of fright and fury, he could no longer afford to be afraid and bellowed loudly. "You scoundrel, do you intend to kill me?" Alan tapped his ear and tore a strip of cloth from Buggy, stuffing it into his mouth. With annoyance, he remarked, "The slash has no effect on you, so why are you making such a fuss?" Buggy forcefully yanked the cloth from his mouth, spat vehemently, and retorted angrily, "Since you are aware of my prowess, you fool, why did you even attempt to strike?" Alan shrugged dismissively. "What is the fuss? I merely wish to test it. Why are you so uptight?" Alan delivered a resounding slap to silence the incessant chatter of this individual. As Alan's eyes darted, he seized the opportunity during Buggy's moment of distraction to deliver another swift strike to his chest. Employing a thrusting motion, the sound of the wind whistled fiercely, and the force behind this attack was at least 2 or 3 times greater than the previous one. With a sharp sound, the blade pierced through Buggy's chest in an instant. "You dare come again?" Buggy had just steadied himself on his legs when this sword thrust startled him into a state of suspension. His face flushed with anger as he glared fiercely at Alan, exclaiming, "What do you take me for? If you persist, I shall not hesitate to turn against you." Alan rolled his eyes, completely indifferent to Buggy's attitude. "Go on. Turn away, let me see you do it." Faced with Alan's retort, Buggy found himself at a loss for words, left only to await the recovery of his body. "However, your subordinates have all been vanquished, and now you stand as a solitary commander. Buggy paused for a moment, taken aback. Solitary commander? Yet, he quickly grasped that Alan was insinuating he was the sole survivor of his pirate crew, with nothing left but the ship's name. Seizing the opportunity while Buggy was still processing this, Alan brandished his sword and launched into a three-part slash, followed by an upward thrust and a decisive downward strike, mercilessly slicing Buggy into fragments. However, Buggy remained unscathed, merely gasping for breath without a single drop of blood to show for it. Yet, surviving physically did not equate to a calm disposition. In that moment, Buggy felt like a foolhardy monkey being toyed with, and he could no longer suppress the fury boiling within him. In such circumstances, even knowing Alan was formidable, he steeled himself and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Very well. You brought this upon yourself." With a roar filled with rage, Buggy simultaneously brandished 4 daggers, his head suddenly detaching from his body, while his arms spun with remarkable speed, his limbs whirling like a meat grinder, hurtling toward Alan. This scene was indeed intimidating and occurred with such suddenness that an ordinary person would have been unable to react. However, Alan was no ordinary individual. His observation hockey had already detected Buggy's movements. Alan deftly parried Buck's onslaught, skillfully blocking each attack. Yet, to Buck, Alan's movements appeared frantic and disorganized. Futile, utterly futile. At the end of the day, you're merely a swordsman, with such a singular method of assault. You cannot possibly harm me. Buck laughed triumphantly, his hands still busy with attacks. Simultaneously, his severed arm quickly rejoined in midair. Then, with a swift maneuver, he lunged from behind, dagger in hand, aiming for the back of Alan's head. Buck's offensive was relentless, coming at him from all angles. Even the soles of his shoes concealed sharp daggers, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Yet, Alan effortlessly deflected each strike, sustaining not a scratch. To further mock Buck, Alan feigned vulnerability, allowing Buck to revel in his perceived advantage. "So, have you come to recognize my prowess? If you know what's good for you, concede now, and perhaps I shall spare your miserable life." Buck's laughter grew more boisterous. However, Buck was aware of Alan's strength. He knew that despite his barrage of attacks overwhelming Alan, they could not inflict any harm. Thus, he aimed to dazzle Alan with this relentless assault, hoping to intimidate him into retreating, indifferent to the fate of his own subordinates, as he could always recruit anew when the coast was clear. Yet, this brazen display, in stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, struck Alan as comical. He regarded Buck with amusement before taking a slight step back. It was time for Buck to face some consequences. Alan assumed the stance of a swordmaster, launching a cross slash towards Buggy, infused with the intent to cleave through iron. "Buggy, be cautious," he warned with a slight grin. Startled, Buggy instinctively glanced at Alan's blade, only to be rendered speechless as he comprehended the scene before him in an instant. Slashing sound. A cruciform wound appeared on Buggy's chest, the strike landing with undeniable force, and the powers of his fruit failed to activate in time, leaving him thoroughly wounded. "Ah, it hurts," Buggy cried out in agony as he hit the ground, unable to fathom that Alan was indeed a swordsman of remarkable skill. He had assumed the newspapers had exaggerated Alan's prowess for the sake of sensationalism, which led to his inability to trigger his powers again. Chapter 61. Roguetown. Buggy shouted at Alan, "You bastard. How dare you harm me? I will not let this go unpunished." "Ah, your attitude has certainly worsened." Alan clicked his tongue twice, disregarding Buggy's furious outburst, his gaze unwavering as he watched Buggy's antics, reminiscent of a clown performing at a circus. Buggy charged at Alan, howling in a frenzy. Alan exhaled softly. He had conducted enough experiments, and it was time to conclude this encounter. Sheathing his katana, Alan swiftly delivered a decisive strike toward the oncoming Buggy. "Down you go." The scabbard connected solidly with Buggy's face, sending him tumbling into the sea. It was not yet time to eliminate Buggy. He intended to witness the legendary luck of Buggy the Clown during the upcoming war, eager to see if his fate would mirror that of the anime's extraordinary twists. With a resounding thud, Buggy's head was uncontrollably propelled high into the air, soaring over the railing and plummeting toward the ocean. Meanwhile, on the deck, Alan remained unfazed. Buggy's fragmented fruit abilities proved utterly ineffective. He was no match for Alan anywhere, and his 2 loyal subordinates posed little threat as well. It seemed likely that Buggy would be rescued from the depths below. Alan stifled a yawn, disturbed early in the morning, his beauty sleep thoroughly interrupted. With a swift stroke of his sword, Alan cleaved the pirate ship before him in 2, allowing his vessel to navigate freely once more under the gentle embrace of the morning sun. However, just as Alan prepared to recline, a head abruptly emerged from below. leaping onto the deck with surprising agility. Before long, the figure of Buggy appeared atop the severed pirate ship. In a state of astonishment, Alan watched as Buggy, with a series of peculiar maneuvers, stuffed himself into a cannon and ignited the fuse. With a resounding boom, Buggy's silhouette shot off into the distance. "Damn you, Alan. Just you wait. I shall not let you escape next time." The echoes of Buggy's exasperated voice lingered in Alan's ears as he stood in bewilderment, captivated by Buggy's extraordinary antics. Truly, Buggy was an unparalleled oddity. Alan gazed at the still smoldering cannon and the now-vanished Buggy, shaking his head with a bemused smile. He proceeded to the sails, meticulously adjusting the ship's course before reclining comfortably in bed like a carefree sloth. Although he possessed the ability to pursue Buggy with his moonwalk, he deemed it unnecessary. His ambitions lay elsewhere. Having encountered the charming Buggy and experienced the formidable powers of the splitting fruit, he felt no regrets. Thus, the ship, carrying only Alan, resumed its voyage. As for the characters like Captain Mouse and the fishman pirate Arlong, Alan was no saint, since they were not on his path. He had no desire to squander time detouring to confront them. Knowing that future events would unfold, he anticipated that the crafty Nami would catch the protagonist's eye, leading to a daring rescue in Fishman Island. He was not inclined to recruit characters from the original narrative onto his vessel. That was not his aim. Having resolved to become the strongest in this world, he would refrain from establishing any factions. Perhaps he would encounter a few companions along the way. But he had no intention of forming a pirate crew or joining the Navy. His primary objective was to defeat Whitebeard and claim the title of the strongest, while also seeking a way back home. He had read numerous novels, some chronicling characters who became the preeminent pirates, gathering a crew to reach Raftel in pursuit of the Pirate King's treasure, thereby exposing the nefarious deeds of the world government. Others became Navy admirals, striving to reform the Navy into a true service for the people. Some aligned with the protagonist Luffy, sailing the seas alongside him, witnessing and assisting in his ascent to becoming the true Pirate King, fulfilling unfinished tales, and indulging their own desires. However, Alan was different. He had been thrust into this world unexpectedly. He had parents, and he had not participated in the rigorous training at the Chijian orphanage, which fueled his longing to return home, marry his betrothed, and live a joyful life. Though he had made friends in this world and possessed the courage and strength to traverse it, his roots remained anchored in that distant earth, that unforgettable Huaxia, that small doghouse, and his computer and phone. A week later, gazing at the town within arm's reach, Alan broke into a wide smile. He had finally arrived at the place where it all began and would end, the hometown of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, Fuchsia Village. As he took his first step, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and he seemed to hear a voice whispering in his ear, "Do you seek my treasure? If you desire it, you may have it all. Go forth. I have hidden all my treasures there." Certainly, these are merely the musings of Alan. He reflects that if one were to venture into the world of pirates, it would be a travesty not to visit the legendary site of the Pirate King's execution. As for Logtown, one wonders if the enigmatic smoker is still stationed there, but it is likely that he has indeed arrived by this time. Alan smiled. This smoker is, in the original work, a man of unwavering principles, who harbors an intense disdain for evil. His eyes allow no impurity. Any pirate, even if not his match, even at the brink of death, he would charge forward without hesitation, embodying true masculinity. Hiki, but I am not a pirate, otherwise I would find it quite difficult to confront such a character. Alan held him in high regard, as his actions resonated deeply with his sensibilities. With purposeful strides, Alan made his way to the town, and Rogue Town, undoubtedly the hometown of Roger, stood as a prominent settlement by the East Sea. The air was filled with the incessant calls of vendors, creating a cacophony that resonated throughout the surroundings, while the faces of the residents radiated joy. This lively scene unfolded before Alan's eyes, and he deduced that Smoker must have stationed himself in Rogue Town. Otherwise, such tranquility would be inconceivable. The condition of the common folk revealed that there was no pirate menace to disrupt their lives. Moreover, the vicinity was not solely populated by ordinary townsfolk. An array of individuals clad in peculiar attire wandered about, unmistakably pirates by their garb, yet they dared not stir trouble within the town. It appeared that Smoker was fulfilling his duties admirably. As Alan leisurely strolled through the streets, clad in the attire of a swordsman and his ever-present black garments, it did not take long for the eclectic crowd of Rogue Town to recognize his identity. The most formidable bounty hunter. The swordsman Gaia Allen, surely he has no rivals in the East Sea? Indeed, it is said that over the past year, numerous notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million have met their demise at his hands. The murmurs of the onlookers reached Alan's ears, yet he merely smiled. Ah. Lord Alan smiled. He smiled. Wow, Lord Alan is so handsome. He becomes even more dashing when he smiles. Surely, he is smiling at me. Amidst the adoring voices surrounding him, Alan raised an eyebrow and glanced towards the source of the commotion. Wow, Lord Alan is looking this way. He must have noticed me. Ah, I can't take it anymore. However, upon realizing that none of them were worth a second glance, a few dark lines appeared on his forehead. And unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, he swiftly made his escape, leaving behind a throng of admirers shouting in excitement. Chapter 62. The Tranquil Rogtown East Sea. Rogtown Naval Branch. Report. Enter. A Marine soldier stepped into the office, stating, Report, Colonel Smoker. We have just received word from the patrolling Navy that the East Sea's mightiest bounty hunter, Gaia Allen, has been spotted on the streets. The man seated behind the desk abruptly lifted his head at the mention of Gaia Allen, fixing his gaze on the Marine. Are you referring to that rising pirate hunter? Gaia Allen? Yes, sir. He has just arrived in Rogtown. The appearance reported by the Navy has been cross-referenced with the files, and it is confirmed to be him. Taking a deep drag from the 2 cigars in his mouth, the man wore a perplexed expression. It is him. How could he come here? But then, his face hardened, displaying a mix of frustration and disappointment. What are you so excited about? Humph. A mere bounty hunter can instill fear in pirates, overshadowing our Navy's reputation. Do you still have the audacity to smile here? Have you forgotten our duty as Marines? The standing Marine flinched, immediately straightening his posture and responding loudly. Yes, sir. I remember. All right, you may leave. The man waved his hand, fully aware of his subordinate's dispositions. Yes, sir. The Marine saluted and swiftly exited the commander's office. Seated behind the desk was none other than Colonel Smoker, the highest authority in Rogtown. While the reduction of pirates was indeed a positive development, the general populace was more familiar with the East Sea's most formidable bounty hunter than with their own Navy. Consequently, despite his gratitude towards Alan for aiding the Navy in maintaining peace upon the seas, he harbored no particular fondness for him. However, he had gleaned some insights about Alan from Lester, particularly since Lester's rapid promotion and remarkable growth in strength had caught the attention of headquarters. Were it not for his awareness of Alan's true character, the Navy might have relaxed its surveillance of him. Thus, upon learning of Alan's presence in his jurisdiction, he resolved to meet this renowned bounty hunter of the East Sea, intending to gauge whether his prowess was indeed as legendary as rumored. At that moment, a figure stumbled into the room. Upon seeing Smoker's stern countenance, she immediately straightened herself. The newcomer was none other than Dasky, who bore a striking resemblance to Zorro, her large glasses giving her an air of confusion. Dasky, Smoker bellowed in frustration, unable to fathom how his promising subordinate could appear so flustered. Yes, Commander, Dasky responded, startled. Though somewhat perplexed, she promptly stood at attention and saluted. What is the matter with you? Do you still resemble a member of the Navy? What sort of conduct is this? Dasky replied loudly, Report, Commander, nothing has occurred. Smoker quickly realized that this scatterbrained subordinate was consistently of such a disposition and shook his head, too weary to reprimand her further. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, he stated, In a moment, you shall accompany me to meet Gaia Allen. He is also a swordsman. A swordsman? Dasky, being a swordswoman herself, felt a surge of excitement at the news of a master swordsman arriving in town. Thank you, Commander, she exclaimed eagerly, looking forward to observing the renowned swordsman's blade. Her greatest aspiration was to ensure that more legendary swords found their rightful owners. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Alan marveled at the bustling surroundings. The streets were lined with various shops, their entrances adorned with porches, and throngs of people filled the area. Although several individuals donned menacing appearances, brandishing weapons and dressed in an unconventional manner, they remained well-behaved, and the presence of patrolling Marines was ever evident. It appeared that Colonel Smoker was indeed quite adept. Rogtown was under his commendable governance. As Alan walked into the town, he couldn't help but express his astonishment, noting how the deeper he ventured, the more vibrant and bustling it became, with wide streets teeming with pirates. Suddenly, an elderly voice, laced with a hint of mirth, broke through his thoughts. Ah, young lad. I see this is your first visit to Rogtown. Turning around, Alan beheld a frail old man, his hair a silvery hue and barely reaching 5 feet in height, who was smiling at him with hands clasped behind his back. Curiously, Alan responded, Indeed, sir. It's our first time here. The town is remarkably prosperous, and these pirates seem surprisingly docile, unlike those I've encountered in other towns. The Navy has established a military stronghold in Logtown, the old man explained, a smile still playing on his lips. In the past, it was a different story. The town was rife with chaos, and we feared the pirates. However, everything changed when a formidable Navy colonel arrived at the fortress. He led the Navy in a vigorous campaign against the nearby pirates. And now Logtown enjoys a semblance of peace. Oh, could you share more about that with me? Alan inquired, leading the old man to a nearby stall and inviting him to sit. The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling. It all begins with the demise of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. His last words ushered in the era of great pirates, igniting a fervor among people to venture into the sea, as many pirates sought to seize power in their quest for the One Piece, thus commencing this tumultuous age. Although the East Blue is deemed the weakest of the four seas, many still set sail, especially since Logtown is situated near the entrance to the Grand Line, where pirates frequently pass through. At that time, the Navy stationed over 1,000 elite troops here, constructing fortifications and deploying a colonel from headquarters, all to thwart the pirates' advance towards the Grand Line. Yet, the sheer number of pirates was overwhelming. Even a single crew could not withstand the onslaught of several pirate factions united in their assault. The Navy, despite receiving support from various branches, could barely maintain their positions, and Logtown ultimately fell into the hands of the pirates. Moreover, due to the perilous nature of the Grand Line, those who ventured there rarely returned, resulting in an influx of pirates gathering at Logtown. The Navy had made several attempts to cleanse the East Blue of this growing horde, but each time, the situation reverted swiftly, leaving them with no choice but to accept the status quo. However, the arrival of a remarkable Navy colonel, hailing from our very Logtown, shifted the tides. It was under his leadership that the town now enjoys its current state of tranquility. After sharing this lengthy tale, the old man took a hearty sip of tea from the table, quenching his thirst. Alan listened with great interest. The tales were indeed captivating. Now that the story had concluded, it was time to witness the execution platform that attracted so many pirates. Rising to his feet, Alan addressed the old man, saying, "Thank you immensely for your enlightening introduction. However, time is of the essence, and I must take my leave." The old man chuckled warmly and replied, "As long as you do not find this old fellow too verbose, I am content. It is truly rare to encounter a young man like you these days. Off you go, off you go." After bidding farewell to the old gentleman with a cheerful heart, Alan inquired about the location of the execution platform and promptly set off in that direction. Chapter 63, A First Encounter with Smoker. Before long, Alan arrived at a bustling square, teeming with passers-by. Yet, amidst the throng, he discerned a tall wooden platform standing not far away, and just beyond it lay the entrance to the naval branch. Alan gazed upon the execution platform of the Pirate King, murmuring softly, "Ah, the execution platform. I wonder what the view is like from up there." This platform, a solemn monument marking the demise of Joel D. Roger, stood resolutely before the naval headquarters, revered by tourists and pirates who sought to pay homage. Although a considerable crowd gathered to witness the platform, the space around it remained surprisingly sparse. With determined strides, Alan approached the execution platform, ascending it step by step, much to the astonishment of the onlookers, until he stood upon the very spot where the Pirate King had met his fate. In the center lay the place where Joel D. Roger had drawn his last breath. From this vantage point, he beheld the throngs of hundreds, if not thousands, of citizens and numerous pirates, alongside a dozen towering buildings. Was this the view that the Pirate King beheld before his departure from this world? It appeared rather splendid. Alan gazed at the surrounding scenery, a faint smile gracing his lips, lost in profound contemplation. What, after all, was the true belief of that man forever etched in history? The meaning of the D will has been interpreted in myriad ways by countless pirate enthusiasts, yet its essence remains elusive. Before his demise, Roger laughed and proclaimed, "Do you desire my treasure? If so, I shall grant it all to you. Seek it out. I have concealed all my riches there." This declaration heralded the dawn of the grand age of pirates, igniting a fervent quest for the legendary One Piece and immortalizing the smile he wore in his final moments. Luffy, inheritor of the Pirate King's will, echoed this sentiment with a grin during his own execution at the hands of Buggy, as if their fates were intertwined. Luffy's resolute declaration, "I am destined to become the Pirate King," stirred the hearts of many, particularly inspiring the future generation of green-haired admirers. "Hey, that man, he cannot ascend there," they exclaimed, incredulous. "Blast it, how did he manage to get up there? The colonel will surely be furious upon discovering this. Come down at once, or we shall take you away." Below the gallows, numerous onlookers had already spotted Alan, and a naval soldier brandished a megaphone, urging him to vacate the execution platform without delay. Alan curled his lips in disdain. After all, he had not engaged in any grand endeavors. Nor did he emulate that fool Luffy with his proclamations of wanting to become the king of the pirates. He felt no concern for those petty minions. While contemplating the intricacies of life, you dare to summon me down. I am, after all, the mightiest bounty hunter of the East Sea. Do you honestly believe I would fear you, a mere band of Navy officers? What a jest. Luffy aspires to be the king of the pirates. Nami yearns to chart the world's seas, Zoro aims to become the greatest swordsman, and Sanji seeks the legendary All Blue. As for myself, my singular ambition is to become the strongest man in the world and discover the path that leads me back to my own time. Alan cast a melancholic glance, pondering the intricacies of life upon the execution platform. That man, if you do not descend at once, we shall resort to gunfire. The naval officers had their weapons aimed at Alan, while the surrounding populace was wholly captivated by the spectacle. Wow, that man is incredibly handsome. Is he a pirate? Look at the sword hanging at his waist. He must be an exceptionally skilled swordsman. A sense of familiarity washed over me. His silhouette seemed strikingly recognizable. It is him. Indeed, he is none other than the mightiest bounty hunter of the East Blue, the most formidable swordsman, the blade of the soul, Gaia Allen. Wow, it's really him. Upon hearing Alan's name, the crowd erupted with excitement, while the pirates, upon realizing the identity of the man, hastily fled. Aware of the notorious reputation he had cultivated over the past year, understanding that Alan was not a pirate, the naval officers found themselves unable to discharge their weapons, resorting instead to urging him to depart swiftly. Alan shook his head, bemused. Was it truly necessary for these individuals to be so tense and exhilarated over merely sitting for a while? Alan, wishing to avoid further entanglement with the Navy and not yet ready to sever ties with them, vanished from the execution platform in a swift motion. At the Navy branch in Lobe Town, in the commander's office, smoke lingered in the air. Just as Smoker and Tashigi exchanged bewildered glances, a sailor rushed in with urgency. Smoker, disapproving of his subordinate's panicked demeanor, regarded such disarray as a manifestation of fear towards pirates. Colonel, based on the reactions from the execution platform, the strongest bounty hunter from the East Blue has appeared, reported the sailor. A serious expression settled on Smoker's face. What could this individual possibly want? To appear in a place typically associated with pirates, could he be turning into one? Let us see what this so-called strongest is truly capable of, Smoker declared, donning his navy coat and placing 2 cigars between his lips as he strode out the door. Meanwhile, having vanished from the execution platform, Alan found himself in a tavern. Having wandered about long enough to feel hunger pangs, it was time to procure some sustenance. Alan was diligently focused on a sumptuous plate of fried rice, surrounded by numerous empty dishes and wine jugs, savoring the delectable cuisine. Suddenly, the tavern door was thrust open from the outside. As the door swung wide, a robust man entered, his silver hair cropped short, clad in a grand coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back. He donned wind-resistant goggles around his neck, and his arms were adorned with an array of cigars, while an unusual cross-shaped weapon adorned his right hand. The entrance of this figure enveloped the room in a thick cloud of smoke, further tainting the already stale air of the tavern. This newcomer was none other than Smoker. Smoker quickly spotted Alan, approaching his table without uttering a word, and without waiting for an invitation, he plopped down beside him. Rogo cast a surprised glance at Smoker. Astonished by the Navy's swiftness, it became evident that if these individuals truly wished to take action, their efficiency was indeed formidable. However, he chose to disregard Smoker, recognizing that he was no longer a pirate, and this man posed no threat to him. Thus, one remained engrossed in his meal, while the other indulged in his smoke. As the clamor of the tavern seemed to fade into oblivion at that moment. I know, Lester, Smoker finally broke the silence. After Alan had finished every morsel of the fried rice on his plate, he requested the proprietor to prepare another serving. He then turned to Smog and remarked, "It seems that this is not the reason you sought me out." Smog replied, "Well, indeed it is not on account of this matter. Yet I trust you comprehend the true purpose of my visit." Alan set the plate aside, instinctively aware that it was likely related to his previous unauthorized ascent to the execution platform. Was it indeed about that? Smog neither concurred nor objected, stating, "This is merely part of the story. However, I am also curious as to why you felt compelled to climb the execution platform." Alan smiled faintly and pondered for a moment before speaking. "It is nothing, merely a desire to glimpse the sights that the legendary Pirate King beheld in his final moments." Smoker was momentarily taken aback, At the time of the Pirate King's execution, he was but a child. The image of Roger's smile in those last moments left him astounded, which is precisely why he chose to become a Marine, to uncover the reason behind the Pirate King's enigmatic smile. What, pray tell, is your purpose in setting sail? Chapter 64. Communication. What is your purpose? Alan reiterated Smoker's words, pondering the futility of revealing his intentions, for even if he did, it would likely be met with skepticism. The purpose of my voyage, as you may have surmised, is a matter I have previously discussed with you. Smoker's pupils instantly constricted as he pressed a hand against the table, the smoke wafting from the two prominent cigars at the corners of his mouth subtly coalescing, hinting at an impending form. Are you then aspiring to become the Pirate King? The atmospheric pressure within the tavern plummeted instantaneously, and the temperature in the air descended at a visibly rapid pace, approaching the freezing point. Alan held a plate in one hand, while the other grasped a spoon, his elbow resting on the table. The smile on his face remained unwavering, yet a menacing aura began to emanate from him. Across the table, Smoker's gaze sharpened, becoming increasingly perilous. The collision of their stares created an almost palpable tension in the air, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Alan suddenly retracted his imposing demeanor and chuckled softly. The Pirate King? I'm not interested. Didn't Lester inform you? Becoming a pirate is not my objective. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. So, can you assure me that what you say is indeed the truth? Alan set down his spoon and mockingly remarked to Smoker, Since when have I needed your permission to act? Smoker momentarily faltered, realizing that his words had indeed been somewhat inappropriate, yet he would not concede to that, as you have not yet committed any acts detrimental to the public. And with Lester's assurance, we shall let the matter of your ascension to the Pirate King's execution platform pass for now. Oh, so it concludes just like that? Alan, uninterested in engaging with this overly proud individual, lowered his gaze and continued to savor his fried rice. Smoker cast a sidelong glance at Luffy and remarked, Since you are willing to be a pirate hunter, why should I compel you to become a pirate? Oh, really? Do you have any further business? Smoker paused for a moment. No, nothing more. Then, please refrain from disturbing my meal. It is truly bothersome, and I have yet to satisfy my hunger. Aren't you going to invite me for a drink or two? Alan gazed at Smog in astonishment. 2 drinks for you? Are you out of your mind? After all, I am a friend of Lester. Surely enjoying a couple of drinks isn't an issue, is it? Very well, I shall indulge for Lester's sake. Alan lifted his head and shouted at his boss, Boss, serve a drink to this fellow indulging in his vice. Smoker pondered for a moment and recalled, Indeed. Lester mentioned to me that when I see you, I should convey that if you have the chance, you may visit him at the Navy headquarters. He wishes to express his gratitude for your assistance. Upon hearing Smoker mention Lester, Alan rolled his eyes. That verbose individual had actually made it to the Navy headquarters, indicating he must have been training diligently of late. Alan observed Smoker rising and inquired, Has that fellow entered the Grand Line? Indeed, Smoker replied, through military channels. He will soon arrive at Marineford. Alan, lost in thought, mused, When will he arrive at Marlineford? Glancing at the time. It seems he will be here in a few days. Enough about him. Let us indulge in our drinks. At that moment, Dasky stumbled in, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the two engaged in their revelry. Smoker initially appeared unperturbed. What had prompted him to start drinking with this fellow? Dasky. Alan also noticed a bespectacled young girl entering the tavern, a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Kuina, Zoro's childhood companion. This young girl was, in fact, Dasky. Smoker observed his subordinate's demeanor and felt a sense of embarrassment on Alan's behalf. Just as he was about to reprimand them, Alan spoke up unexpectedly. Dasky, is it? Dasky paused for a moment, intrigued. Senior, do you know me? I have merely heard your name in the past. Alan chuckled softly, unable to disclose that he had encountered her in an anime. You are the legendary Gaia Allen, the blade of the sword soul. As someone who vowed to pair a renowned blade with a true sword master, she quickly recognized the figure before her. After all, tales of Alan's exploits had spread throughout the East Sea. It seems I have garnered quite a reputation, Alan thought proudly, glancing at Smoker. Your sword? Is it not a famed blade? Dasky's attention was immediately drawn to the weapon hanging at Alan's waist. She opened her notebook and flipped through its pages but found no mention of Alan's sword. What is the name of your sword? Alan unsheathed the katana from his waist and handed it to Dasky, saying, Is this what you mean? It is not a renowned blade, nor have I bestowed upon it any name. Alan was taken aback to find that Dasky's gaze was immediately drawn to his weapon, leaving him somewhat disheartened as she seemed to overlook his handsome visage. Dasky eagerly accepted Alan's weapon, examining it closely. However, upon thorough inspection, it appeared no different from an ordinary katana, which left her somewhat disillusioned. Yet, she was astonished to hear Alan's explanation. After all, considering Alan's reputation as a renowned swordsman, it was quite surprising that he lacked even a famed blade, which seemed to undermine his status as a master swordsman. It was merely a common katana. Smoker, upon hearing the disappointment in his subordinate's voice, was equally astonished. How could Alan not possess a legendary sword? This should not be the case. Noticing Smoker's scrutinizing gaze, Alan shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "What is so strange about it? As a swordsman, the weapon that suits me is of utmost importance. It matters not whether it is a famed sword. Making a fuss over it is unwarranted." Smoker replied, "Yet possessing a legendary sword can indeed enhance a swordsman's prowess. Given that you have been a bounty hunter for so long, it is rather unexpected that you do not own a single renowned blade." Alan found himself in a predicament. He too yearned to wield a renowned blade to showcase his prowess, yet his skills did not permit such indulgence. Who would have thought that in the vast expanse of the East Sea, one could not even encounter a famous sword? Do you believe that esteemed blades are as commonplace as mere trinkets? It is not as simple as wishing for one to appear, he retorted sharply to Smoker. Daisy returned the katana to Alan, holding her own shuryu aloft, and remarked, "Senior, my shuryu is also a distinguished blade. It surely befits your reputation as a swordsman." After briefly inspecting the shuryu handed to him by Daisy, Alan shook his head and returned it. "No need for that. This blade suffices for my needs. As a swordsman, one's weapon is akin to a second life. Henceforth, do not casually bestow your sword upon others. That is a grave affront to a swordsman." Daisy immediately bowed, her demeanor tinged with anxiety as she apologized. "I am sorry. It shall not happen again." Smoker could not help but regard Alan with newfound respect. The fellow was indeed commendable, which explained why Lester had persistently urged him to recruit Alan into the Navy. "By the way, what are your plans for the future?" he inquired. "Plans? Naturally, to venture into the Grand Line," Alan replied. "Have you contemplated what you wish to achieve upon entering the Grand Line?" After a moment of contemplation, Alan replied, "I have not yet made a decision. I shall take it one step at a time. In that case, you might consider joining our Navy. We possess designated routes leading into the Grand Line. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for you to embark on such a journey alone." Alan took a deep breath. Is it Lester who prompted you to say this? Alan thought to himself, it's truly troublesome that Lester's departure still fails to bring any peace. Although Smog felt somewhat awkward, the prospect of such formidable strength joining the Navy was undeniably advantageous. The benefits of enlisting in the Navy are numerous. Travel becomes exceedingly convenient. However, I must pause here. I currently have no intention of joining the Navy, so please refrain from further discussion on the matter. Alan raised his hand to halt the lengthy discourse that this fellow was about to embark upon. Lester had already expressed his sentiments far too often. "Let us drink, and once we are finished, we shall part ways." Chapter 65. Entering the Grand Line. Since his last drinking bout with Smoker, Alan had realized that he had been somewhat fanciful. The entrance to the Grand Line, the reverse mountain, was notoriously perilous, typically navigable only by seasoned mariners. Consequently, Smoker suggested that Alan wait for a merchant vessel intending to enter the Grand Line and accompany them. Reflecting on his somewhat rudimentary sailing skills, Alan concurred with Smoker's advice. Planning to linger in town for a few days to observe the situation, should no opportunity arise, he would resort to commandeering a pirate crew. However, Alan's hopes were not dashed. 3 days later, a merchant convoy was preparing to journey to Alabasta, traversing the reverse mountain to reach the Grand Line, and they were currently seeking guards. Alan saw this as an opportune moment to embark with them. He was confident that, given his abilities, the merchant ship would be a coveted opportunity. 1 week later, due to the complexities of recruiting guards, the merchant fleet was finally ready to set sail. At the docks, Smoker, accompanied by Tashiji, was preparing to bid Alan farewell. Smoker, puffing on 2 cigars, persistently inquired, "Alan, are you truly not reconsidering? Enough of this nonsense. What is there to reconsider? If you continue to press me about joining the Navy, I might just sever our ties. Perhaps in the future, but as of now, I have no inclination to enlist." Tashiji, with a hint of reluctance, expressed, "Senior, you are truly departing just like this? I am immensely grateful for your guidance and assistance these past few days." Alan swiftly interrupted Dasky's words. During the past few days of training him in swordsmanship, Dasky had a penchant for excessive chatter. If he didn't intervene, she might continue rambling indefinitely. "All right, there's no need for you all to see me off. This isn't a matter of life and death. With the way you're acting, one might think I'm off to meet my demise. Alan could not bear the sorrow of parting. He turned and boarded the ship. Once he steadied himself, he waved to the two. Farewell. We shall meet again when fate allows. Smoker, you must train diligently, otherwise I shall hold you accountable. Smoker retorted dismissively, I'm a user of a logia fruit. What can you possibly do to me with your mere strength? Alan laughed. Your fruit ability is utterly useless. After all, you were defeated by me, weren't you? During his days in Logue Town, Alan had seized opportunities to spar with Smoker. Despite Smoker's status as a logia fruit user, he placed excessive emphasis on his fruit powers, neglecting his martial skills and hockey. Consequently, while Smoker initially gained the upper hand with his smoke fruit abilities, Alan, a master swordsman, focused intently on honing his martial arts and hockey. Ultimately, due to stamina, Smoker was bested by Alan on several occasions. Moreover, Alan had the foresight provided by his observation hockey, enabling him to anticipate Smoker's every attack, rendering Smoker utterly ineffective against him. Nevertheless, during their encounters, Alan advised Smoker not to rely too heavily on his fruit abilities, emphasizing that martial skills and hockey are vital components of one's strength. He also shared insights about hockey with Smoker, leaving the decision to practice or not entirely to him. With a chuckle, Alan acknowledged that despite Smoker's obstinate demeanor, he possessed a degree of self-awareness. Reluctant to further diminish his spirit, Alan waved his hand and retreated to his designated quarters. Nothing remarkable, he thought. Once I master hockey, I'll make you regret it. After Alan departed, Smoker couldn't help but mutter to himself. Heaving a quiet laugh, Tashigi observed her superior's behavior with amusement. What are you laughing at? Hurry back and practice diligently. Your swordsmanship is utterly lacking, Smoker retorted, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation at his subordinate's mirth. Yes, sir, Tashigi replied, quickly standing at attention before darting away, disappearing from sight. As he watched her retreat, a smile crept onto Smoker's face. Damn you, Alan. Take care of yourself. And thank you for your generous gift, he murmured, gazing at the fleet as it gradually faded from view. The merchant ship sailed serenely across the ocean, and Alan stood on the deck, contemplating the unchanging expanse of water. At that moment, the leader of the convoy approached him. Honorable Lord Alan, I am sincerely grateful for your presence aboard this vessel. I appreciate your assistance during this journey. Alan spoke without turning back. Enough, no need for thanks. We are merely fulfilling our respective needs. I happen to be heading to the Grand Line, and boarding your vessel is merely a stroke of fortune. Just ensure that you take me into the Grand Line, and you may carry on with your affairs. Understood, understood, the leader replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and bending repeatedly. Fortunately, Lord Alan was not as demanding as other formidable figures. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall accommodate you. All right, be on your way. I'll remain here for a while. If there is nothing urgent, please refrain from bothering me. Very well, I shall not disturb you, he said before departing. The other guards aboard the ship dared not approach Alan, well aware of his prowess, and thus huddled together out of his sight. What is the background of this ship? How could they possibly have Lord Alan as their guardian? I have no idea, but I haven't heard of this trading company being particularly formidable. It's not from one of the great families. Do you not know? At that moment, a bearded man stood up, noticing the others speculating about why Alan was with this trading company. Do you know? Someone asked disdainfully. Of course. Make way, make way. The bearded man pushed through to the center of the crowd. Lord Alan is the strongest bounty hunter in the East Sea. Thousands of pirates have perished at his hands, and even those with bounties exceeding 10 million are no match for him. It is said that having no rivals in the East Sea, Lord Alan intends to seek opponents in the Grand Line. Such is the demeanor of a true master. That is why he has boarded this ship, to enter the Grand Line through this trading company. Oh. The crowd began to understand. They then fervently discussed various tales about Alan, each sharing the legends they had heard. The trading company sailed for several days and soon arrived at the entrance of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Perhaps it was due to the presence of Alan aboard, but the journey had been remarkably calm, and as they reached Reverse Mountain, they encountered not a single pirate crew. Chapter 66, Reverse Mountain. On this day, the sun shone brightly, casting its golden rays upon the sea. Upon hearing that the fleet was nearing Reverse Mountain, Alan stood at the bow of the ship, gazing upward at the heights. The tumultuous waters surged forth, and the peak of Reverse Mountain was already in sight. The sea truly seemed to be climbing upward. Alan gazed in awe at the spectacle before him, finding it even more magnificent than what he had witnessed in anime. At that moment, The team leader approached Alan's side and began to provide an introduction. Esteemed Lord Alan, typically. The ascent in this region of the East Sea takes approximately 6 minutes, while the descent is somewhat shorter, around 4 minutes. Given our current elevation, we should reach the summit in no more than a minute. Oh, I did not anticipate your knowledge on the matter, Alan remarked. Indeed, last year, I had the fortune of accompanying my family's merchant fleet to this location. At that time, we were inexperienced and chose an ill-fated moment, colliding head-on with a whale. Out of our 7 vessels, only one managed to reach Twin Cape. A whale? Alan instinctively inquired. Is it the Labu? Yes, that's the one. Have you heard of it? The team leader looked at Alan with a hint of surprise, but he quickly realized that, given Alan's prowess, he would undoubtedly be familiar with such matters. He sighed, stating, that creature is said to be the largest island whale in the world. It has been relentlessly ramming the Red Earth continent for the past 50 years. Countless fleets from across the seas have met their doom beneath its shadow. Suddenly, Alan fell silent, for he was acutely aware of the true origins of the creature before him, despite its ignorance. Having perused the original narrative, he knew all too well the profound connection between Laboon and the Rumar pirates from 50 years past. For decades, Laboon had relentlessly battered his head against the unyielding Red Earth, inflicting wounds upon himself and emitting mournful cries, all in the hope of reuniting with his master. Yet, unbeknownst to him, apart from Brooke, who had been resurrected by the Yomi Yomi Nomi, all the members of the Rumar pirates had long since perished. Their bones scattered across the ocean, rendering any reunion impossible. It is a sorrowful tale, one that, including the likes of Luffy and his companions from the original story, has left many listeners feeling a profound sympathy for Laboon. Alan felt a deep sympathy for the whale. When he first witnessed that episode, he found it quite unbearable. He held an immense affection for that compassionate creature. However, he was disinclined to explain himself to this individual, so he inquired, what about this time? The leader continued, there is no cause for concern. Everyone has gained experience now. The whale, known as Labu, may incessantly collide with the upside-down mountain. But it does take breaks when it becomes fatigued. Its calls can be heard from this side of the mountain. Therefore, seasoned fleets will typically choose to pause before entering the mountainous entrance, waiting for its cries to cease before hastening on their way. This interval provides ample time for ships from all corners to reach Twin Cape. He gestured towards the direction of the upside-down mountain and remarked, I believe you have noticed, esteemed sir, that there are no longer any howls emanating from that direction. It seems that our tone has improved with your esteemed presence. Alan comprehended the situation. It was unexpected that these individuals possessed some level of insight. Alan gazed at the impending arrival of the twin gods, acutely aware that this was the essential passage for pirates from all seas to enter the Grand Line. Beyond the fissure of the Red Earth continent lay a gateway, leading along a current that defied the flow, propelling one directly to the summit of Reverse Mountain. From there, a singular downward route would smoothly usher them into the Grand Line. While the entire journey could be described as tranquil and straightforward, the experience itself was anything but. It was exhilarating. Reverse Mountain stood as a formidable edifice, with its 4 sides corresponding to the 4 seas, each possessing a unique waterway to ascend its heights. Conversely, the descent had but one path, leading directly to the Grand Line. The thrill of surging upward along the current, only to plummet from great heights, rendered any roller coaster pale in comparison. Each year, countless pirates aspiring to enter the Grand Line met their demise, not due to a lack of ambition, but rather from miscalculating their trajectory, crashing upon the Red Earth instead of successfully passing through the gateway, a number too vast to quantify. Having declined to join the Navy, the naval forces could traverse the Grand Line via the Calm Belt, leaving them no choice but to enter through this means. Recalling the original manga, he remembered how Luffy and his crew had ventured onto Reverse Mountain without any inquiry into its specifics, resulting in a fortuitous encounter with Laboon during their descent. Had they not narrowly avoided Laboon's advance by the recoil of a cannonball, the story of the Pirate King could have unfolded quite differently. Yet, dodging Laboon with a cannonball fired from a small vessel was a privilege reserved for a protagonist like Luffy at that time. The Straw Hat Pirates were still aboard their modest merry-go, which lacked such formidable firepower. The Calm Belt, devoid of wind and current, presented an insurmountable challenge for ordinary vessels. It was not merely a tranquil expanse but a haven for sea kings, teeming with colossal creatures, each more formidable than the last. The closer one ventured to the center of the Calm Belt, the more enormous these beasts became, some rivaling the size of islands themselves. For Alan, the Calm Belt posed a far greater peril than Reverse Mountain, home to countless fierce and formidable sea kings. Even within the Grand Line, a region populated by formidable individuals, few dared to undertake the audacious feat of traversing the calm belt. In the original narrative, only the first mate of the pirate king, Silvers Rayleigh, had managed to swim through the calm belt alone, a testament to his incredible prowess. Alan hoped that, in due time, he too would wield the strength to navigate the calm belt with ease. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Alan's eyes. The vessel sailed swiftly, propelled by the ocean's currents. "Captain, we have spotted the lights." Suddenly came a voice from the lookout tower. "Come, let us investigate. It must be the beacon from the lighthouse atop the upside-down mountain." Alan first headed towards the bow of the ship. At that moment, they beheld lights and glimpsed a mountain. It was a vast crimson mountain, stretching endlessly, dwarfing even the Chris, which appeared as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Particularly striking was a unique ascending waterway at its center, resembling a staircase, flanked by railings seemingly crafted from stone, adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient charm. This was the inverted mountain, truly a spectacle. With a telescope in hand, Alan could not help but marvel. The sea truly appeared to be climbing upward. Following the rising current, the fleet swiftly ascended the mountain. Chapter 67. The whiskey peaked. The velocity of the current was rapid, propelling the fleet quickly towards the summit. At this juncture, the water's flow had slowed considerably compared to when they first began their ascent. Standing on the deck, the degree of turbulence had also diminished. However, the helmsman at the bow of each vessel exhibited no signs of relaxation. This was due to the impending challenge of crossing the mountain's peak, where the transition from an opposing current to a favorable one posed a daunting test for the structural integrity of all ships and the expertise of the helmsman. The peril was arguably greater than at the entry point, and with the journey still far from over, they had to remain exceedingly vigilant. As he shifted his gaze towards the rear, he noted that with the increase in altitude, his field of vision expanded significantly. When he looked southward and saw the horizon blurring into the twilight, he realized that beyond lay the doldrums. If they were to traverse directly through, they could reach the Great Sea Route. It appeared they were about to descend. Suddenly, the ship's gravity shifted dramatically, catching Alan off guard, nearly causing him to stumble. As he steadied himself against the nearby mast and looked up, he discovered that they had already crossed the summit, hurtling downwards with astonishing speed. Wow, this is exhilarating. The fierce wind whipped the spray of the sea, rushing towards him with a roar, chilling against his face. The muscles in Alan's cheeks tightened, and his long black coat, flapping behind him, tickled his neck. Despite this, he gazed at the ocean below, shrouded in the twilight, and could not suppress a hearty laugh. For in that moment, he found himself truly immersed in the Great Sea Route. Above, the sky was ablaze with fiery clouds, while below, the sea shimmered under the golden hues of the setting sun, draped in a veil of ethereal beauty. Faintly, amid the dusk, he could discern a towering lighthouse. That was Cape Gemini. Ships from all corners of the world would be guided by that lighthouse, converging at Cape Gemini before embarking on their respective journeys to the 7 starting islands of the Great Sea Route. Alan gazed upon the lighthouse, a place where the ship's doctor, Dr. Kareha, from the renowned Pirate King's crew had chosen to retreat. Alan meticulously scanned the surface of the sea below, striving to discern any trace of Labu, recalling that the ship's doctor was quite fond of residing within Labu's belly. Although Alan had previously encountered Buggy, a fellow member of the pirate crew, during his time in the East Sea, the two were hardly comparable. One was an old crew member personally invited aboard by the young Roger, while the other was merely a later addition, a mere apprentice with no standing or experience to speak of. Buggy had not accompanied Roger to Raftel, yet Crocus had certainly been there. Suddenly, Alan was struck by a perplexing thought. Why had that old man been able to serve as the lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape for decades without a hitch? Alan was genuinely curious about these once great figures of the pirate world. Unfortunately, despite his descent from the mountain, carried by the tumultuous currents to its base, he could not spot Labu, letting out a sigh of disappointment. Perhaps it was best to leave the legendary figure for another time. For now, he would have to set that aside. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the flow of water slowed dramatically, and the main ship's sails were raised, creating a passage for the vessels behind to arrive safely. The following fleet was seasoned, and as they observed the leading ship hoist its sails, they promptly did the same, departing from upside-down mountain alongside it. Soon, reports of a few losses among the ships came in. Alan learned that several individuals had accidentally fallen into the sea during the earlier maneuvers. However, this was to be expected, as those crew members lacked his formidable strength and could not maintain their balance as he did. Though regrettable, The fact that only a handful had been lost amid such a large fleet was still a tolerable outcome, a piece of good news for the merchant convoy. After a brief period of adjustment, the fleet resumed its voyage. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its golden rays upon the ocean. The searing ultraviolet rays wreaked havoc, yet Alan remained clad in only a pair of trousers, performing push-ups on the deck. Sweat dripped onto the boards, quickly seeping in. The weights he bore were custom-made by Smoker in Lobetown. Though compact, their heft was perfectly suited to Alan, reputedly a distinctive feature of the Navy. The ship's crew and other guards, witnessing Alan's rigorous training, could not help but express their admiration. Lord Alan possesses such formidable strength and still dedicates himself to training. He truly deserves the title of the strongest in the East Sea. One remarked, "Just look at that equipment of Lord Alan's. I once secretly tried to lift it, and I could hardly budge it." Several days have elapsed since our arrival at the Grand Line, a realm vastly different from the East Blue. Upon first setting sail in this formidable expanse, Alan was taken aback by the inclement weather. On the very first day of navigation, we encountered a tempest of such ferocity that it far surpassed anything experienced in the East Blue. One moment, the skies were resplendent with sunshine, and the next, torrential rain descended upon us. There were instances when Alan, joyously extending his palm to catch the delicate, crystalline snowflakes, found himself, mere moments later, clutching his arm in agony from the hail that had bruised him mercilessly. Though Alan possessed the strength to handle such trials with ease, fate had other plans. At the onset of the storm, he found himself indisposed, and the sudden onslaught of wind caused the ship to lurch violently. The doors and windows of the restroom were flung open by the gale, nearly sending Alan tumbling into the pit. The tempest led to blizzards, followed by hailstorms, causing many crew members to fall ill due to the harsh conditions, particularly the inexperienced sailors who struggled to acclimatize. After 3 arduous days, the weather finally cleared, granting Alan the opportunity to emerge and exercise, having spent the previous days battling the elements. The day prior had witnessed sudden gales that conjured towering waves upon the sea, sending many sailors into a panic as they confronted the monstrous surf. Just as despair began to permeate the crew, Alan rose to the occasion, summoning his utmost strength to unleash a formidable cross-slash, cleaving the immense wave in two. This act of valor brought a collective sigh of relief from the merchant crew, who finally beheld Alan's true prowess. After his exertion, Alan settled into the accommodations arranged by the merchant fleet. He had gleaned from the captain that their course aligned precisely with that of Whiskey Peak, identical to the route taken by Luffy. Alan resolved to disembark at Whiskey Peak to witness firsthand the island that harbored bounty hunters. This route promised encounters with individuals and phenomena he yearned to explore. For instance, the crocodile of Alabasta, a member of the 7 warlords, presented an opportunity for Alan to gauge the strength of one of the king's formidable allies. Additionally, the vistas of Sky Island, with its pristine white seas and the thunderous powers of Enel, beckoned him. Such powerful pirates could offer invaluable experiences. Before long, within the span of a day, the lookout atop the mast spotted an island in the distance. This island, peculiar in its own right, was encircled by a ring of reddish-brown rocks, dominated by 2 towering, seemingly overindulged cactus-like mountains. An undulating waterway meandered through the island's center, likely leading into its depths. After navigating through the myriad of adverse weather conditions, the fleet was finally poised to make landfall. Chapter 68. The Gruho pirates. Upon receiving notification from the sentinels atop the watchtower, Alan became aware that they were nearing the Whiskey Peak. At this juncture, the Baroque works had been established, and it was likely that Nico Robin had reached an accord with Crocodile to join this clandestine organization. It appeared that this Whiskey Peak, teeming with bounty hunters, served as a secret stronghold for Baroque works. The atmosphere here was unsettlingly tranquil. Alan touched the railing and gazed towards the distant island, which was shrouded in an eerie silence, enveloped by a thick mist that rendered it nearly invisible to the naked eye. What a dense fog! The visibility was severely compromised under such conditions. However, though his sight was obscured, Alan's observation hockey revealed the presence of several individuals perched upon the rocks flanking the path, seemingly aware of the merchant convoy's impending arrival on the island. A thunderous explosion echoed from a nearby vicinity. Upon hearing the blast, the leader, who had just changed his clothes, hurriedly emerged, inquiring loudly, "What is happening?" "It's unclear, but there seems to be a flicker of flames ahead," responded a lookout from the watchtower. "Gorbo, Demi, steer clear of the explosion's origin," the leader commanded as he sprinted to the bow of the ship, standing resolutely at the prow. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions intensified, and as the vessel navigated away from the thick fog, The sounds of gunfire and the cries of people became audible, indicating a fierce skirmish was underway. Alan's observation of the aura of observation revealed that the individuals monitoring the surroundings were hastily retreating, moving deeper into the island. He speculated whether a group of pirates had turned the tables, launching a counterattack against them and engaging in fierce combat with the bounty hunters within. The scenario seemed highly plausible. The guards aboard the ship swiftly prepared for battle, though the exact nature of the situation remained unclear. The intensity of the conflict had instinctively heightened the tension among all on board. These guards, being merely ordinary protectors, possessed limited combat prowess, sufficient to handle typical pirates. Yet the thunderous explosions emanating from the island indicated a clash of extraordinary ferocity between the pirates and bounty hunters. Thus, Alan resolved to depart from the merchant convoy at once. Alan addressed the team leader, expressing his gratitude for their assistance in bringing him to this location. He then urged them to depart swiftly, indicating that their services were no longer required. The team leader, suddenly apprehensive, stammered, "Lord Alan, have we perhaps faltered in some regard?" Alan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The battles on this island are far from ordinary. Your destination is Alabasta, and this conflict is not one you can partake in. I shall venture onto the island alone shortly. And what about your remuneration? Enough of that. I must take my leave." The meager compensation was beneath Alan's consideration. After years of a lucrative bounty hunting career, he had amassed considerable wealth. Paying no further heed to the team leader, he gracefully departed with a swift, gliding motion. Observing Alan's departure, the team leader found himself momentarily speechless, eventually exclaiming, "Lord Alan is truly an extraordinary individual." As he ventured deeper into the island, the fog began to dissipate. Alan moved with remarkable speed, soon arriving at the scene before him. He beheld a small town ahead, where the cacophony of gunfire echoed. Flames flickered ominously, and the air was filled with shouts, curses, and anguished cries. Alan observed a vessel, measuring 50 to 60 meters, anchored at the small harbor adjacent to the town. Its flag bore the emblem of a skull, though Arida was unfamiliar with this particular insignia. The cannons on the pirate ship were firing upon the town, yet through the telescope, one could discern that the town square was also equipped with 7 or 8 cannons, directed towards the pirate ship. Within the town, a fierce battle raged between over 200 individuals, each side engaging in both offense and defense, with the pirates seemingly gaining the upper hand. Alan found himself puzzled. Was this not already established as a stronghold by the Baroque works? How could it have been so thoroughly ravaged by a band of pirates? One side represented the pirates, while the other was comprised of bounty hunters. It seemed this small town had become a haven for bounty hunters. Alan was thoroughly enjoying the view from above. Yet he felt compelled to descend and investigate the situation up close. Alan drew his weapon from his waist and descended directly from the sky. Just as someone was about to speak, he swiftly cleaved the pirate ship at the harbor in two, leaving no opportunity for anyone to react. The looker had not forgotten that he was now a bounty hunter, and these pirates were indeed a source of experience. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The pirates left behind on the ship were nearly all slain in a single sweep, and the looker felt a profound satisfaction with his handiwork. After finishing, he strolled leisurely towards the town, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he were embarking on a leisurely vacation rather than preparing to commit acts of robbery and murder. "Let me kill them, eradicate this band of bounty hunters," he declared. Within a house in the town, Gruho, the captain of the Gruho pirate crew, was furiously shouting. Brandishing his pistol, he had arrived that morning and was warmly welcomed by the townsfolk, who were preparing a feast to honor him, which had made him feel rather elated. However, driven by greed, he desired to plunder the entire town to replenish his ship's dwindling supplies. He intended to strike during the banquet, catching them off guard, only to discover that the townspeople who welcomed him as a hero were, in fact, a group of bounty hunters. They had laced the food and drinks with knockout drugs, planning to slaughter Gruho's crew once they fell unconscious. Gruho was filled with dread. Had he not been so greedy and acted first, he might have truly fallen into their trap, leading to the end of his piratical journey. "Captain, fear not. We hold the upper hand and shall surely dispatch these scoundrel bounty hunters," bellowed a burly man, Bam, the battle commander of the Gruho pirate crew, brandishing a steel knife. The others in the room joined in, cursing the bounty hunters vehemently. "Come, follow me, let us eliminate them," Gruho commanded, eager to exact vengeance on those who dared to deceive him. As Gruho entered the battlefield, the morale of his crew soared, and they attacked with fervor, driving the bounty hunters into retreat. The Gruho pirate crew was a formidable faction in the West Sea, with Captain Gruho offering a bounty of 40 million berries. A user of the bear fruit, which explained the bounty hunter's struggles against them. Suddenly, the first mate, Bunoji, noticed a stranger swaggering towards him, armed with a rather ordinary katana. Though he felt the stranger was somewhat unfamiliar, he dismissed it, after all, with a crew of 150. It was not unusual to not recognize every new recruit. Bunoji shouted at the stranger, "What are you doing, you fool? Get over here and fight." "Are you talking about me?" The looker responded, somewhat perplexed, wondering if he had been mistaken for someone else. "Of course, I'm talking about you. Who else could it be?" Bunoji retorted, anger flaring as he pointed his gun at a looker's head. "Do you wish to die?" Chapter 69. Me? As a pirate hunter. I was engrossed in my performance when suddenly, an unwelcome intruder disrupted my reverie. Faced with this inexplicable individual brandishing a firearm, Alan's expression turned icy, and he coldly remarked, "Hey, you fool, are you seeking death?" Bunoji was taken aback, sensing something amiss. You are not one of the Gruho pirate crew?" Alan detested the sight of a gun pointed in his direction, and with an air of bravado, he remarked, "This weapon is not a toy. Since you have chosen to wield it, are you prepared for death?" Bunoji, taken aback by this audacity, was about to respond when Alan suddenly vanished from his sight. Panic-stricken, Bunoji frantically searched for Alan's presence and, in his agitation, hastily drew another handgun from his waist, firing both weapons simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. With a sharp thud, Alan reappeared behind Bunoji. In an instant, Bunoji collapsed to the ground, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the deep, bone-revealing wound that had appeared on his chest. Who are you?" Blood surged forth, choking his throat, and Bunoji coughed violently, expelling crimson fluid. Alan ambled leisurely before him, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I too am a pirate hunter. Now, you may perish," with a swift motion of his hand. A sharp sound echoed as Bunoji's body was thrust backward, collapsing to the ground, nearly cleaved in two, his eyes wide open, death refusing to close them. "First mate. Am I dreaming? The bounty of 2,000 berries on the first mate has met such an abrupt end? Impossible." At that moment, the surrounding pirates beheld the sight of Bunoji, almost bisected, sprawled on the ground, their expressions a tableau of utter bewilderment. "What is happening? The first mate, with a bounty of 20 million berries, has been dispatched so easily? Am I still asleep? Oh dear, I've been discovered." Alan scratched his head, feigning a look of distress. Yet, despite the ease of dispatching the defenseless pirates, it lacked any sense of accomplishment. The true slaughter was about to commence. However, the other members of the Gruho pirate crew were left in a state of shock. The first mate was the second most formidable fighter of the crew. Wasn't he always boasting of his prowess to slay pirates with bounties of 30 to 40 million? How could he have fallen so effortlessly? "Let us avenge our first mate. There are just two of them. We are many. Together, we shall strike. Indeed, let us stand united." Though stunned by the loss of their first mate, these naive souls believed that their numbers would grant them strength. Perhaps their first mate had not been exaggerating. He truly could have slain pirates with bounties of 30 or 40 million. Yet, the one who had vanquished their first mate was not merely a pirate, but a far more ruthless pirate hunter. A group of frogs confined to the depths of a well, unable to comprehend the vastness of the world. Alan shook his head. These pirates truly lacked discernment. It was time for them to meet their fate. Alan charged into the midst of the pirate throng, brandishing his blade with reckless abandon, and commenced a brutal slaughter. Indeed, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, these individuals posed no threat whatsoever to him. He moved effortlessly among the crowd, devoid of any intricate or flamboyant maneuvers. It was simplicity itself. With each swing of his sword, a life was extinguished. Merely a dozen adversaries stood before him, and in the span of mere moments, none remained to flee. How utterly tedious! With a slight tilt of his head, Alan exhibited an expression of profound boredom. Alan gazed upon the trembling pirates before him. It was time to deliver a decisive blow. The tediousness of striking them one by one had grown wearisome. Cross-slash. Meteor strike. With these two formidable techniques unleashed, the battlefield swiftly became enveloped in the aftermath of Alan's devastating strikes. "Oh no, what is this? Damn it, please, no." The pirates, engaged in combat with bounty hunters, could hardly fathom the terrifying onslaught that was about to befall them from behind. In a singular line, everything was obliterated. The earth was torn asunder, buildings were reduced to rubble, and both man and iron-forged cannons were shattered. The bounty hunters were equally taken aback. Unaware that Alan was a master swordsman, and they could not anticipate the sheer destructive power of his slashes. Caught off guard, they too suffered the same catastrophic fate as the pirates. "Oh dear, I truly apologize for losing control." Alan gazed in astonishment as his strikes inadvertently harmed those pirate hunters, uttering apologies that rang utterly insincere given his demeanor. "What on earth is this?" Gruho stood transfixed, fear gripping him as he stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground. His body drenched in blood, his eyes wide with terror. He had witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of those two slashes that enveloped his combat captain, Bam. The robust physique that Bam had always taken pride in was almost instantaneously shredded, devoid of any resistance, blood splattering everywhere, leaving only a single intact severed arm on the ground. The townsfolk, observing the gaping chasms before them, felt a collective shiver run down their spines. Those among the pirates or bounty hunters with a modicum of knowledge measured the depth and width of the indentations in trepidation. Each side spanned over 3.5 meters, with depths nearing a meter. This was merely the result of Alan restraining himself. Otherwise, the quaint town would have faced complete annihilation. Suddenly, the sound of distinct footsteps echoed through the mist behind the pirates. The sounds grew increasingly nearer, and a figure gradually emerged from the haze. Clad in a black coat adorned with white wave patterns, paired with black cropped trousers and shoes, wielding an ordinary katana. He appeared rather unremarkable, yet wore a bright and sunny smile. Startled from his reverie of apologies, Alan exclaimed in surprise, "There are still this many left. Why are they all staring at me? When did I acquire this aura of attracting attention?" Gruho, trembling, finally discerned the approaching figure and asked in a quavering voice, Who are you? What grievances do our pirate crew have with you, my lord?" Alan tilted his head and replied, "No, I don't know you at all." "Then why did you attack us?" "Ah, that? It's simply because you are pirates, and I am a righteous bounty hunter." Gruho, astonished, stammered, "Pirate? Hunter? Congratulations on your correct answer. For that, I shall reluctantly grant you a passing favor." With the panicked gazes of numerous pirates and bounty hunters upon him, Alan unleashed his full power. Meteor ascend, descend, cross slash. The air was filled with the sounds of slashing. Those terrifying strikes became the nightmares of everyone in the town. "Noah, help, save me. No, I surrender. Monster, please spare me." 5 minutes later, the once tidy town had been reduced to ruins, a scene of devastation, smoke swirling in the air. The streets lay in tatters, nearly every structure was in shambles, with broken bodies strewn about, some belonging to pirates, others to bounty hunters. The ground was riddled with countless fissures and cracks, while the remnants of collapsed buildings stood like ghosts of the past, some appearing as if bombarded, others marked with smooth, precise cuts. Chapter 70. Invitation. In the wake of Alan's frenzied assault, there were virtually no living pirates left. Beside a crumbling building on the right side of the town, Alan pulled out a white handkerchief, leisurely wiping the blood from his blade, while at his feet lay a mangled, bloodied corpse, unmistakably that of Gruho, the captain of the Gruho pirate crew, a bounty of 30 to 40 million berries, yet not nearly as entertaining as this weapon. As Alan toyed with the golden flintlock pistol in his grasp, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a delightful plaything. Men have an inherent affinity for weaponry, whether it be cold arms or firearms, and Alan was no exception. Having dwelled in this world for over a decade, he had experienced a plethora of cold weapons, each one a mere antiquity in his eyes, save for a few renowned blades. As for firearms, those that belonged to the era of flintlocks, which required loading from the muzzle, held little allure. Most were single-shot, with a scant few being multi-shot, yet the cumbersome reloading process rendered them tedious. The same could be said for handguns. Alan had long desired a multi-shot flintlock pistol to showcase his flair, for nostalgia still held a place in the hearts of the people of Arida. However, the flintlock pistols available to him were predominantly double-shot, leaving him with a lingering sense of disappointment. Yet now, he had discovered a beautifully crafted golden flintlock pistol that fulfilled Arida's longing. It boasted a 4-round capacity, a caliber of 15, 2 millimeters, a length of 36, 7 centimeters, and weighed 186 kilograms when unloaded, with projectiles weighing 17 grams. At last, Alan seemed to have found a target for his collection and a source of amusement, fixating on the acquisition of exquisite flintlock pistols, ideally those capable of holding more than 3 rounds, adorned with opulent, intricate designs and a striking appearance, or possessing a certain gravitas, such as those fashioned from ivory. Nevertheless, the turmoil on the island had finally been resolved. Although the town lay in ruins, it was of no concern to Alan. As night descended and the luminous moon ascended into the sky, its silvery light illuminated the entire town. A night devoid of incidents soon gave way to the dawn of a new day. Early in the morning, Alan awoke, and the remaining townsfolk began to repair the ravaged settlement. Although the previous day's battle had been fiercely intense, primarily instigated by Alan himself, the devastation was largely confined to areas near the port. The deeper parts of the town remained relatively unscathed, preserving their charm. As Alan had just discovered a tavern and settled into his seat, two individuals approached him, one male and one female. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, with golden locks concealed beneath a hat of the same hue. She exuded youthful charm and held an umbrella in her hand. Beside her, the man donned a brown trench coat complemented by matching sunglasses, his hair styled in tight curls. The reputation of Alan had long transcended from the East Sea to the Grand Line. The Baroque works had been keenly aware of this formidable pirate hunter from the East Sea and had contemplated inviting him to join their ranks. However, due to Alan's solitary nature, they had been unable to locate him until now. Yesterday, they found themselves on the island, initially intending to confront the Gruho pirates. But Alan preempted their actions. His intervention led them to recognize his true identity. Last night, they reported Alan's appearance at Whiskey Peak, with Miss All Sunday expressing her desire to invite him to join their organization. As the two approached, Alan raised an eyebrow, recognizing their familiar attire and demeanor, which indicated they were indeed members of Baroque Works. His understanding of this organization was rather limited. He was uncertain of their primary objectives. Their leader, Crocodile, had gathered a cadre of individuals to execute some nefarious schemes, and their ranks included numerous pirate hunters. Crocodile's ambitions centered on the royal tomb of the Alabasta Kingdom, seeking ancient weapons to ultimately vanquish the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. They had been lurking in Alabasta for many years. Whiskey Peak served as a stronghold for a multitude of pirate hunters and a subordinate branch of Baroque Works, so Alan was not surprised by the presence of these two. Indeed, Crocodile would prove to be an excellent target for testing his swordsmanship. Moreover, this elite cadre of agents possessed the powers of devil fruits, showcasing considerable strength. However, in Alan's assessment, only Crocodile warranted mention. He was poised to request their assistance in escorting him to Alabasta, which would save him considerable effort. Thus, Alan remained stationary, awaiting their approach. The woman holding an umbrella smiled and inquired, "Pardon our intrusion. May we take a seat?" "Ha ha ha." Alan pointed to the chair opposite him with a smile and said, "Of course, the request of a beautiful lady is indeed difficult to refuse. Please have a seat." Both individuals, adorned with smiles, took their places. The woman, having set aside her umbrella, began to introduce herself. "You may call me Miss Valentine. This gentleman beside me is my partner, Mr. 5. We are well aware of who you are." Her eyes sparkled with mirth, resembling crescent moons. "You were renowned as the most formidable pirate hunter in the East Sea over the past 2 decades, the Sword Soul Blade, Gaia Allen." Alan raised his head, awaiting her next words. Miss Valentine continued, "We hail from the Baroque Workshop, and our purpose in coming here is merely to extend an invitation for you to join us." As Alan savored the meal presented by the tavern owner, he found himself somewhat taken aback by the forthrightness of these individuals. With a grin, he inquired, "Surely you must elucidate what your Baroque Work Society entails. Otherwise, what reason do I have to join your ranks?" Miss Valentine responded with a smile, "Of course, you are most welcome to join our Baroque Work Society. Your prowess was evident yesterday, and it is clear that you possess the capability to be a part of us." Mr. 5, standing beside her, added, "The paramount objective of our Baroque Work Society is to establish an ideal nation, one where individuals can evade the disturbances of pirates and lead lives of happiness." "An ideal nation?" Alan echoed. "Indeed, that is correct. Our Baroque Work Society has been tirelessly striving towards this noble goal." Alan found it somewhat amusing. This sand crocodile certainly had a knack for deception, as it was surprising that anyone would believe such words. However, in order to hitch a ride and conveniently be taken to the kingdom of Alabasta, it would save him considerable effort. Our Baroque Works elite agents are all capable of wielding devil fruit powers, yet I trust that your abilities could also qualify you for the role of an elite agent. After considering their introduction, Alan contemplated and decided to agree. Listening to your description of Baroque Works, it does seem quite promising. However, my agreement cannot be swayed merely by your words. I must witness the reality of your organization firsthand. So do you agree? Miss Valentine's Day inquired excitedly. "I cannot say I agree just yet. Once I observe what your organization is truly like, and if it aligns with your claims, I will gladly accept your invitation." Alan swallowed the last morsel of his meal and remarked, "Furthermore, since this is your territory, I trust one need not compensate for yesterday's incident. No, no, they replied. You aided us in repelling the pirates yesterday. We are immensely grateful and could not possibly require compensation from you. If that is the case, then so be it. And I assume this meal is on your behalf as well? Alan stood up, wiped his mouth, and turned away without looking back. Subsequently, under the guidance of the two, he boarded the vessel of the Baroque workshop, departing from the Whiskey Peak after just one day. Chapter 71. Arrival at Alabasta. Due to the presence of a permanent log post, they did not take any unnecessary detours. After a voyage, Alan and his companions finally reached their destination, the Kingdom of Alabasta. As the ship docked, Alan set foot on the sandy realm of Certain Island, Alabasta. At first glance, it seemed as if the entire island was enveloped by desert. Even from the sea, one could perceive the shimmering heat waves emanating from the sandy expanse, leaving one somewhat bewildered. The events that were to unfold next promised to be intriguing. Observing the bustling port and the cheerful faces of the people nearby, one cannot help but notice the radiant smiles that adorn their expressions. They are acutely aware that their prosperity is attributed to the formidable warlord, Crocodile, whose presence ensures that any pirate daring to invade their realm shall be vanquished. Hence, there exists a profound respect for Crocodile, and the workers associated with him are well regarded by the island's residents. Despite the fact that Alabasta is a desert kingdom, its capital, Rainbase, is blessed with an unyielding supply of water throughout the year, free from the burdens of drought. As a result, Crocodile is revered as a hero of the Alabasta kingdom. However, Alan is fully cognizant that this facade is a deliberate construct by Crocodile, who has transformed this place into his stronghold, procuring dance powder from the black market. This serves the dual purpose of ensuring ample moisture for his base and engendering gratitude among the populace, thus allowing him to maintain his heroic guise for the convenience of his machinations. Remarkably, the kingdom's ruler was once a celestial dragon, yes, those who proclaimed themselves as gods. Yet, the Nefertari family relinquished their divine status and resolutely chose to inhabit this land. It stands to reason that Crocodile, wary of the Nefertari lineage's heritage, has opted for a gentle approach, gradually undermining the king's authority, for the plundering of nations by pirates is an intolerable act that must be approached with caution. Nonetheless, none of this concerns Alan. He is not the savior of this world, nor is he akin to the overly zealous Luffy. Though he disapproves of the pirates' actions, he does not aspire to be their redeemer. Thus, under the guidance of Miss Valentine, he observes everything as a mere passerby, knowing that in a few years, a future pirate king will arrive to liberate them, allowing the Nefertari family to reclaim their true freedom. The sun blazes overhead, casting a monotonous yellow hue across the landscape. Although the city is built upon an oasis, the lush greenery is dwarfed by the endless expanse of yellow sands. The sweltering temperature exceeds 40 degrees Celsius, and this is Alan's first encounter with such extreme weather. The rising heat waves seem to envelop one in a steamy embrace, yet with familiar companions leading the way, Alan finds his journey here quite effortless. It is, however, a slight disappointment not to witness the unique desert sights, giant lizards, colossal crabs, and the cunning birds that inhabit this arid region. Guided by his companions, they swiftly arrive at the entrance of a casino, situated at the heart of Rainbase. This grand pyramid-shaped edifice, towering nearly 20 meters, features a golden, banana-shaped representation of Crocodile at its pinnacle. The faade showcases alternating stripes of yellow and green, with a few coconut trees gracing the entrance and a sign emblazoned with rain dinners. It seems that this establishment is indeed the lair of Crocodile, the Rain Banquet Casino. This clockdoll is indeed quite affluent. Such an architectural marvel is a testament to his imagination. Yet, given his stature, it hardly tarnishes his reputation. I wonder if I should consider erecting a similar edifice in the future. Alan gazed in awe at the magnificent structure before him, a striking contrast to his earthly origins. The mere existence of such a building was a remarkable delight. At that moment, within the expansive confines of the Rain Banquet Casino's lowest level, adorned with exquisite furnishings and robust white stone tiles, Crocodile reclined on a sofa, savoring a cigar while observing the colossal aquarium housing a crocodile. The solitude around him was palpable. Feeling somewhat bored, Crocodile's gaze lingered on the banana crocodile devouring its meal within the aquarium, prompting him to mutter to himself, "This tank seems rather inadequate. Should I excavate the surrounding area and the floor below to introduce subterranean water? That way, I could accommodate several more of these creatures, providing them with companionship." Yet, the peculiarities of this creature's preferences were perplexing. It was one thing to keep crocodiles, but to raise a banana crocodile, let alone several, seemed fraught with potential for conflict over food. After all, the fauna of the pirate world was notoriously ferocious. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the room, heralding the entrance of a robust man clad in a black suit. "Reporting to you, Lord Crocodile. The bounty hunter from the East Blue, Gaia Allen, has arrived." Upon hearing this, Crocodile exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, mused. "Is he truly the strongest bounty hunter from the East Blue? Very well, bring him forth." "Yes, my lord," the man replied, promptly turning to execute the order. A smile crept across Crocodile's face as he thought, "I hope this fellow brings me some surprises." Among the various high-ranking agents equipped with devil fruit abilities, Crocodile anticipated that this renowned bounty hunter might prove instrumental in hastening his plans. "Lord Allen, please follow me," Miss Valentine beckoned, leading Allen towards the casino, step by step, until they reached Crocodile's office. "Boss, I have brought the individual," she announced, interrupting Crocodile's contemplation. He looked up at his subordinate, taking a drag from his cigar, and stated, "Bring him in, but show him the proper respect." "Understood, boss," came the response. At that moment, a gravelly voice emerged from behind Crocodile. "Hey, Sand Boss." He asked, "Just a bounty hunter from the East Blue. Is he really worth such attention?" Without turning around, Crocodile retorted, "Inma, are you questioning my judgment? Speak again, and I shall not hesitate to end you." Seated in a chair behind Crocodile was a robust man with long brown hair cascading down his shoulders. His elongated face was partially obscured by a black eye patch covering his left eye, and he donned a white coat adorned with green patterns, his chest bare, revealing several ghastly scars. Beside him rested a massive sword in a black sheath, approximately 1.5 meters in length. This man, known as Inemo, smirked as he tossed his hair aside, languidly reclining in his chair, lapsing into silence. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the air, signaling the arrival of others. The door creaked open, and at the forefront, Allen entered boldly, followed closely by the cloaked figure who had escorted him. Immediately noticeable was a man sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. A prominent scar crossing his face, a large cigar clenched between his lips, an earring dangling from his right ear, and a substantial golden hook adorning his left hand. He wore a black fur coat over an orange plaid long-sleeve shirt. It appeared that this individual was none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Without waiting for Crocodile to utter a word, Allen confidently approached and seated himself directly in front of him. The leading cloaked figure was about to speak, but Crocodile raised his hand, cutting him off, and declared, "This is no longer your concern. You may leave." Allen's gaze swiftly fell upon the enormous water tank, and although he was intrigued by the presence of a banana crocodile within, he refrained from voicing his curiosity. At that moment, Crocodile spoke up. "I presume you are the renowned pirate hunter of the East Sea, Gaia Allen." "Indeed, it is I. I am uncertain as to why the warlord of the sea has summoned me." Allen retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and replied, "As I mentioned before, my subordinates have extended an invitation for you to join the Baroque works, so we may together forge an ideal realm." Crocodile took a puff of his cigar and remarked, "Mr. Allen, renowned as the mightiest of the East Sea, undoubtedly possesses the capability to join our ranks. With a talent of his caliber, the construction of our utopia shall progress at an accelerated pace." Allen's prowess had been fully demonstrated before Miss Valentine and Mr. Five during the events at Whiskey Peak, where he single-handedly annihilated a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million. His strength had garnered Crocodile's acknowledgement. Otherwise, the recruitment efforts of the entire organization would not necessitate the involvement of its leader. He wished to assert his influence over this individual, at least until the plan reached fruition. This was the very reason Allen could face Crocodile with such fortitude. Ha ha ha, the warlord truly embodies a spirited nature. Allen flicked the ash from his cigarette and remarked, "Since the esteemed warlord has extended such a gracious invitation, I find myself lacking in reasons to decline." He then pointed to the individual behind Crocodile and inquired, "May I ask who you are, sir?" "I am Enemo, Zidal Enemo, a subordinate of the Sand Lord." The man introduced himself upon hearing Allen mention his name. This individual, known as Zidal Enemo, bore the moniker of the One-Eyed Demon. A notorious pirate from the North Sea, he had a bounty of 60 million and had led his crew into the Grand Line a year and a half prior. Unfortunately, they were vanquished by the Navy's fleet, and he ended up in Alabasta, where he was defeated by Crocodile during a robbery. Subsequently, he joined Baroque Works and now serves as one of Crocodile's most formidable executives, holding the title of the organization's top agent. However, Allen found it somewhat perplexing, for the leading agent of Baroque Works was not Mr. One, Des Bones. He was a user of the chop fruit, a bounty hunter from the West Blue, and one of Crocodile's most loyal subordinates. After the Marineford War, it was this very Mr. One who had been by his side in the Sabaody archipelago for 2 years. While Alan was indeed curious, he chose to remain silent, surmising that this one-eyed demon would, in due time, meet his demise at the hands of another, allowing Mr. One to ascend. Nevertheless, Alan's purpose for being here extended beyond merely joining the so-called Baroque works. He pondered how Crocodile would react should he propose a duel. With that thought, a mysterious smile graced Alan's lips. Before I formally join, there is one matter I wish to request of you, esteemed warlord, he stated. Crocodile, intrigued, responded. Oh, what is it? Whatever resources I possess, feel free to express your desires. This matter is quite simple, and I am certain that the warlord can easily accommodate my needs. Alan extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and rose to his feet. All I require is a single bout with the esteemed warlord. A duel? Indeed, you wouldn't deny me such a modest request, would you? At this moment, Crocodile began to grasp the situation. It appeared that this individual did not genuinely wish to join the Baroque works. A potent aura of menace enveloped him, for this insolent creature dared to come and toy with him. So, young one, have you come to mock me? Alan gazed upon the menacing Crocodile, his smile widening. For such palpable aggression was precisely what piqued his interest in battle. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to the great Sandman in such a manner? At that moment, Enemo, seated behind Crocodile, rose and admonished Alan loudly. This brash fellow from the East Blue truly lacked awareness. Much like the previous pirates from the Four Seas who, having flaunted their might in their own territories, believed they could retain their bravado upon entering the Grand Line. It appeared that he required a stark lesson in humility. Oh, pray tell, what insights do you possess? Crocodile's sardonic tone belied the absurdity of a mere bounty hunter, who had gained notoriety just a year prior, daring to challenge him. It was simply laughable. Crocodile remained silent, his gaze fixed on his loyal subordinate as he confronted Alan, a dangerous glint shimmering in his eyes. Though Crocodile often projected an air of disdain towards others, even daring to confront the strongest man, Whitebeard, one must not presume to challenge his authority so brazenly. Alan smiled at Enemo and said, Oh, what do you wish to do? Enemo lifted his weapon, a massive sword sheathed in black, from the table and replied, Allow me to demonstrate the harsh realities of the Grand Line. Although Enemo was eager to teach this fellow a lesson, the setting was clearly inappropriate, being his boss's office. Damaging anything here would not bode well for him. Especially if Crocodile were to become irate, the consequences would be dire. Enemo led the way out of the office, and Alan said nothing. With someone so willing to court danger, he would not hold back. After all, he too had once been a pirate with a bounty of 60 million. They soon arrived at a vacant lot not far from the casino, a stretch of sandy terrain amidst the desert, perfectly deserted. The two stood facing each other, locked in a silent standoff, neither uttering a word. Miss Valentine and Mr. Five were curious as to why the one-eyed man had turned against Alan, especially since he had previously agreed to join their ranks. Why did they now appear as if they were bitter enemies? However, no one was there to provide an explanation. They could only watch as the two seemed poised to clash. Crocodile, observing from atop the casino, maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of his inner thoughts. With a swift motion, Enemo drew his colossal sword, looking down at Alan with disdain. Even before the fight commenced, he felt certain that Alan would soon be his soul claimed by his blade. After all, time was of the essence in Alabasta, and apart from Crocodile, he had no worthy adversaries, which had fostered a sense of arrogance within him. Prepare to meet your end. Enemo charged at Alan, the giant sword raised. Observing Enemo's sudden disappearance, Alan unsheathed his katana, realizing that Enemo seemed oblivious to the nuances of Haki, underestimating his own capabilities. Alan's observation Haki had long since discerned Enemo's movements, and he swiftly raised his blade to intercept Enemo's assault, countering with a decisive strike that forced Enemo back. Surprised, Enemo had not anticipated that Alan could withstand his attack, yet he quickly dismissed the thought and struck again. The two combatants resumed their fierce duel, the atmosphere charged with intensity. Clang, 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 clang. Clang, their colossal sword and katana clashed repeatedly in the air, brilliant flashes of steel illuminating the void. Although Enemo was indeed a swordsman, his prowess was rather mediocre, lacking even a fundamental understanding of Haki, while Alan had long since ascended to the realm of a true swordsman. To the discerning eye, the clash appeared fierce. Yet it was evident that Enemo was at a distinct disadvantage. Alan's observation Haki consistently allows him to anticipate Enemo's attacks, while Mo remains oblivious, left to merely defend himself in a state of exhaustion. In the heat of battle, numerous wounds soon mar Mo's body. Chapter 73. The Crocodile Strikes. With a sudden force, Mo manages to push Alan away. Though his wounds are minor, they bleed profusely, rendering him a vision of crimson. Panting slightly, Mo realizes he has underestimated this opponent. The reputation of being the strongest is not merely boastful. Aware that he cannot continue in this manner, he decides to unleash his true abilities. Mo adopts his stance. One sword style, flash slash. Upon uttering the words, his figure vanishes from sight. A sharp clang reverberates through the air, the sound of metal colliding, as sparks erupt in the void. Mo's charged strike is effortlessly parried by Alan. It is evident that this bounty of 60 million is somewhat inadequate. The time for resolution has come, especially since he must soon confront that sand crocodile. With determination, Alan executes an upward slash. Though Mo senses the impending attack, he is unable to evade it in time, resulting in a gash across his abdomen. What exceptional swordsmanship! Mo gazes down at his wound, crimson blood streaming from the newly inflicted cut. Oh, he managed to evade it. Alan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Mo's capabilities. Such an attack was surprisingly adept at avoiding vital points. However, that did not signify much. Alan swiftly unleashed the meteor stab. The thrust met with Mo's colossal sword. The impact reverberated violently, producing a resonant thud akin to the tolling of a bell. Mo, gripping the massive blade, felt an overwhelming force transmit through the sword, propelling him backward as he stumbled, leaving several deep impressions in the sandy ground. Before he could regain his footing, Alan executed a series of 3 slashes, appearing beside him in an instant, delivering a decisive upward cut across Mo's form. With a swift motion, the katana sliced from the hem of Mo's right arm to the left side of his neck, nearly cleaving him in two. Immediately following this, Alan delivered a powerful kick. The air seemed to explode as Mo was launched several meters away, crashing heavily onto the sand, only to bounce back like a rubber ball, skidding another several meters before finally coming to a halt. The sandy surface was marked with distinct grooves from the encounter. Lying motionless on the ground dozens of meters away, Mo appeared lifeless. Suddenly, with a convulsion, he raised his head and coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, staining the sand beneath him. Blood streamed from his face, drenching his features. His nose, ears, and mouth were all bleeding, and a deep wound, exposing bone, marred his chest. At this moment, Mo was entirely oblivious to the pain coursing through his body, his mind clouded and momentarily blank, struggling to comprehend the situation. Remarkably, he was still alive. Alan gazed in astonishment at the coughing Mo, marveling at the resilience of this individual. Upon reflection, it was indeed remarkable how many people in this world exhibited such tenacity, particularly the protagonist Luffy, who was akin to an indestructible cockroach. Although the physical prowess of individuals in the pirate world was exceptionally high, especially among those of comparable strength, the disparity between these two was evident. A single strike had left Mo on the brink of death. Damn it! The dazed Mo attempted to rise, yet his efforts were futile. The blow and kick from Alan had rendered him devoid of any combat capability. After a few futile struggles, his lips twitched, and with a tilt of his neck, he succumbed to silence. Suddenly, a whirlwind of sand surged from the distance, followed by a colossal sand blade aimed at Alan. What is this? Sand? It appears that the sand crocodile has decided to make his move. Despite having effortlessly dealt with Mo, Alan remained vigilant. His observation haki quickly detected the incoming attack. Though the sand blade was elevated from the ground, its rapid speed was no match for his heightened senses. Alan leaped back just in time to evade the strike. The massive sand blade swept past his feet, cleaving through a stone pillar in the plaza. The pillar, thick enough for 3 people to embrace, shattered into countless fragments. That felt akin to a near-fatal blow, Alan thought, inhaling deeply as he observed the ruinous aftermath. It was no surprise. Considering Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, this attack was evidently more formidable than depicted in the anime. On the rooftop of the casino, Crocodile witnessed the unfolding events. His eyes narrowed as he saw one of his capable subordinates fall victim to Alan's hand, and he took a deep drag from his cigar. However, he refrained from voicing any complaints. Since Mo had perished due to his own inadequacies, there was little room for blame, after all. He had only joined Crocodile 6 months prior and had yet to earn his full trust. If he had to die, so be it. Yet, Alan, who had slain his subordinate, could not be so easily dismissed. Crocodile had extended an invitation for Alan to join his ranks, and rather than expressing gratitude, This audacious individual had the audacity to eliminate one of his men. Crocodile felt his authority severely undermined. He could not let this insolent fool escape unscathed. Soon, the swirling sands settled atop Enmo's lifeless form, and the grains began to coalesce, taking on a human shape. Crocodile's figure gradually emerged before Alan. The cigar he had been smoking was now half consumed, and his narrowed eyes expressed a chilling indifference. Alan could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from him. Ah! The advantages of a Logia-type devil fruit are indeed remarkable, allowing such ease of movement. Alan gazed at Crocodile as he descended from the sky, uttering words of envy. The elemental abilities of those who wield the powers of Logia fruits indeed stir a sense of longing. Young man, who instilled in you the audacity to challenge me? You even dared to slay my subordinates. The Desert King's blade. Before Alan could respond, the man's hands transformed into 4 colossal blades of sand, swelling in size before striking fiercely towards Alan's defenses. The massive sand blades glided across the ground, producing a faint sound. Alan stepped forward, swinging his blade with a flourish. A colossal cross-shaped slash erupted from the tip of his sword. The impact of the strike collided with the sand blade, producing a resounding crash. Dust and debris filled the air as the disintegrating sand scattered, losing its cohesion and swiftly breaking apart, sending numerous small stones and various objects flying. Before long, as the dust settled, the ground revealed several long and wide fissures, each at least several meters deep, a testament to the destructive force of the sand blade and the strike. Oh, he actually managed to withstand it. Crocodile regarded Alan with a hint of surprise. While he was aware of Alan's formidable abilities as he had already dispatched his subordinates, the sheer power of this attack could effortlessly cleave the earth. Who exactly is this individual? Emerging from the weakest East Blue, he possesses such remarkable strength. Chapter 74. The difficulty of nature-type ability users. Continued request for votes. This kind of strike. To wield such power with a mere gesture. Crocodile realized he had underestimated this East Blue newcomer. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. After years as a warlord of the sea, he had encountered all manners of individuals. A smile crept upon his lips. It seems you possess considerable talent. You still have the opportunity to join us. The position of Yimo is yours for the taking. He felt a tinge of regret at the thought of such a strong individual joining Baroque works, as it would undoubtedly bolster their strength. Oh, at this moment, the warlord of the sea still has the leisure to extend an invitation to me? Is it not due to my actions in slaying your most capable subordinate? Alan gazed at Crocodile with a hint of astonishment, retorting, "It is quite natural for a powerful individual to possess a measure of arrogance, yet one must also recognize their own capabilities. Is that not so? Perhaps the esteemed warlord of the sea would care to test his mettle?" Crocodile, perceiving Alan's lack of respect, replied with a cold smirk, "It seems you wish to challenge me, do you? Is it for the sake of this title of warlord?" Alan nodded, expressing his long-standing admiration for the 7 warlords. "Humph. Young man, do you truly believe I am akin to those pirates you have defeated?" Crocodile retorted, "Oh my, behold the haughty tone he adopts. It is rather intimidating indeed." Alan paid no heed to his tone, patting his chest and feigning fear. However, his expression swiftly changed as he bared his teeth and remarked, "Your attitude is truly irksome." Chuckling heartily, Crocodile responded, "Let me see what this boastful brat is capable of." With a swift motion, 2 blades of sand surged across the ground, menacingly approaching Alan. Although Crocodile's actions were abrupt, Alan managed to perceive the danger and deftly sidestepped. Alas, these pirates indeed showed no sense of chivalry. They attacked without warning. Alan gazed at the widening fissure with a hint of disdain. "TCH," he muttered, as Crocodile spat in frustration upon realizing he had missed his target. Suddenly, as the sand blade vanished, a figure swiftly approached Crocodile's side. After all, Alan was not one to endure blows without retaliating. Meteor ascend. A strike landed squarely upon Crocodile, shattering his form into a storm of sand particles. With his body disintegrated, Crocodile vanished from Alan's sight. Witnessing the dissolution of Crocodile into grains of sand, Alan felt no surprise. "TCH, troublesome natural abilities," he remarked. Alan spat disdainfully onto the ground, momentarily forgetting the unique properties of the Logia-type devil fruit, which left him feeling somewhat chagrined as he tapped his forehead. However, even if he had recalled this knowledge, it would not have altered the situation, for his haki had yet to reach its full potential. While his observation haki was remarkably developed, his armament haki remained rudimentary, rendering him incapable of inflicting harm upon this individual. After all, when confronted with a Logia-type devil fruit user, Ordinary attacks would prove ineffective without the use of sea stone or hockey, unless one was fortunate enough to encounter a fruit with inherent weaknesses or a natural counter. The odds were decidedly against him. It seems I must intensify my hockey training, otherwise, should I encounter another Logia user, I would be nothing more than a lamb destined for slaughter. In Alan's heart, the desire to deepen his mastery of domineering techniques was already taking shape, however. At this moment, the paramount objective remained to vanquish this adversary. With a hissing sound, following a swift strike, wisps of yellow sand hovered in the air, gradually coalescing into a humanoid figure, ultimately transforming into crocodile's likeness. Such formidable power, yet regrettably, your attacks cannot reach me, for we exist on entirely different tiers. With a disdainful gaze directed at Alan, Crocodile mockingly remarked, "The nature of your abilities is truly troublesome." Alan scratched his head and surveyed the devastated square around him. He then remarked, "Hey, Crocodile, this place is too small. We can't unleash our powerful techniques here. How about we find another location to fight? After all, we are quite close to the residential area, and while the Baroque works are despicable, the residents are utterly innocent." Crocodile furrowed his brow, realizing the truth in Alan's words. He was well aware of the destructive power of his own moves, and he recognized the young man's impressive swordsmanship. Continuing the battle here would surely lead to significant destruction, tarnishing the reputation of a hero in his own country. With this thought in mind, Crocodile transformed into a swirl of yellow sand and drifted out of the city. Seeing Crocodile transform and float away, Alan smirked and leapt into the air using the moonwalk technique, following closely behind. A few kilometers outside the city, an expanse of yellow sand suddenly materialized, rapidly taking the form of a man, a figure with a golden hook for a left hand. It was none other than the Shichibukai. Sand crocodile. With a resounding thud, a shadow descended from the sky, crashing down with such force that the sand was sent swirling, creating a large crater. From the pit emerged a young man, beaming with joy. It was Gaia Allen, the strongest bounty hunter of the East Sea. Is that the moonwalk? Crocodile thought, astonished that this fellow had learned such a technique, typically exclusive to the Navy. Was he perhaps a member of the Navy? Given that Alan hailed from the East Sea, renowned as the weakest of the four seas, Crocodile's mind began to race with thoughts. Could he be a Navy operative sent to test me? Feeling the weight of his own actions, Crocodile grew anxious. If the Navy were to discover what he had done, his ambitions would be thwarted. At that moment, he resolved to eliminate Alan, regardless of whether he was indeed a Navy agent. "I didn't expect you to fly over here. It seems your strength is not reflective of the weakest East Sea," Crocodile remarked, deliberately refraining from mentioning Alan's use of the moonwalk. "Ah, well, I suppose it's adequate. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare challenge a Shichibukai," Alan replied. Alan feigned a look of distress and spoke. Before Crocodile could react, Alan unleashed a meteoric ascension towards the vacant Crocodile. What a peculiar technique. Having encountered numerous swordsmen, Crocodile was astonished by Alan's style. This individual was certainly not a typical one-sword practitioner. Crocodile witnessed with his own eyes as Alan's blade glided across his face, instantly transforming into a swirl of sand. Despite Alan's efforts, he failed to enter Crocodile, who had deftly transformed into sand to evade the attack. Undeterred, Alan landed gracefully, aware that this attempt was merely a preliminary probe against the formidable sand crocodile. However, Crocodile, now intent on destruction, was not inclined to let this intruder escape unscathed. "Prepare to meet your demise, Desert Diamond Blade." With that declaration, his hands morphed into razor-sharp blades of sand, swinging forward with tremendous force. The air crackled as 4 towering sand blades, each exceeding 2 meters in height, sliced through the desert, effectively sealing off Alan's escape route. He's not holding back. Alan's expression hardened upon witnessing Crocodile's ferocious onslaught. "Is that all you've got? Allow me to counter with a technique of my own." Cross-slash. Rather than evade the impending danger, Alan met the 4 colossal sand blades head-on, executing a powerful cross-slash that cleaved through the oncoming assault. The atmosphere seemed to shatter, the air around him swirling chaotically as his strike unleashed a tempest, carving deep ravines into the desert floor. Almost immediately, he followed up with a 3-part slash. As the swirling sand obscured his vision, Crocodile was momentarily taken aback by Alan's ability to effortlessly dismantle his attack. It was then that he noticed Alan closing in on him. Unsurprisingly, Crocodile's form disintegrated into grains of sand, propelled away by Alan's strike, traveling over 200 meters. From above, one would observe a distinct trench etched into the desert landscape, stark against the golden sands. At the far end of this ravine, the swirling sands coalesced into a human figure. What a powerful assault! Though Alan's attack had no tangible effect on him, Crocodile was astonished to have been sent flying over 200 meters, only to realize something was amiss. Where did that guy go? He pondered, suddenly aware of Alan's absence. A rustle to his left caught his attention, and instinctively, Crocodile swung his golden hook in that direction. A resounding clash reverberated through the air as an invisible shockwave erupted, scattering sand in all directions. His hook successfully intercepted Alan's strike, creating a crater in the sand with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters around them. You dare attempt a sneak attack? Crocodile seethed, his right arm transforming into sand and expanding into a crescent-shaped blade, aimed directly at Alan's midsection. Crescent sand dune. Faced with the incoming crescent blade, Alan, now fully aware of his opponent's capabilities, refrained from a direct confrontation, swiftly darting away as if teleporting from his position. Three-part slash. The sand blade sliced through the air. Yet Crocodile remained unfazed, harboring no illusions that this attack would vanquish Alan. Suddenly, Crocodile leaned back, allowing Alan's strike to narrowly pass over his head, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. In the next instant, his golden hook lunged towards Alan with unrelenting force. Bang! Alan placed his foot upon the golden hook, and from the contact between his foot and the hook, ripples of energy erupted, radiating outward while simultaneously propelling him backward. Observation hockey. Standing not far away, Alan tilted his head in astonishment as he gazed at Crocodile. The original anime did not depict this character possessing observation hockey, yet upon reflection, it made sense. During the Marineford War, he was capable of withstanding Akaina Sakazuki's assault. It appears he has also mastered armament hockey, albeit perhaps not with great proficiency. Do you think you are the only one who can utilize hockey? Crocodile retorted sharply to Alan, bending slightly as his right hand struck the sandy ground. Desert sunflower. Almost simultaneously, Alan felt the sand beneath his feet shifting, as if he were sinking into it. He glanced down and saw that the ground where he stood was indeed descending, with sand continuously flowing inward. His feet were now entrenched in the grains, and astonishingly, a circular pit of quicksand with a diameter exceeding 50 meters had formed beneath him. Alan was horrified. If he were to become ensnared, escape would be nearly impossible. Once his body sank into the quicksand, buried beneath the desert, exerting any force amidst the suffocating embrace of the sand would prove exceedingly challenging. With such a thick layer of sand, if trapped, he would be consigned to an eternal entombment. Seizing the moment before he was fully engulfed, Alan propelled himself upward with a forceful leap, executing a meteor ascent, breaking free from the sandy confines and ascending into the air, gracefully retreating from the encirclement of sand. What? Initially, it was believed that this maneuver would decisively eliminate Alan, yet he soared remarkably high even amidst the quicksand. With a resounding thud, Alan utilized the moonwalk to hover in midair. Then, channeling power through his waist, he brought his katana crashing down upon Crocodile. Meteor fall. The air trembled slightly, and the sand beneath stirred violently. With a resounding burst, a gaping pit over 10 meters in diameter was formed where Crocodile stood, and he was blasted into the air, transformed into a swirling mass of yellow sand. Half of Crocodile's form emerged in the air, his gaze fixed sternly on the stationary Alan as he inquired gravely, "How is it that you so masterfully wield the moonwalk of the Navy's 6 styles? Are you affiliated with the Navy or the world government?" It was no wonder Crocodile posed such a question. He had encountered pirates adept in the 6 styles before, yet none had demonstrated such proficiency. The only individuals capable of such mastery were either defected naval officers or agents of the world government's CP units. While many pirates possessed knowledge of the 6 styles, their execution lacked the finesse and spontaneity exhibited by Alan, who wielded techniques far beyond the rudimentary skills of shave and finger pistol. Although Crocodile had yet to encounter CP-9 operatives, he had witnessed CP-0 during his ascension to the Shichibukai. The sheer adeptness of Alan's moonwalk rivaled that of CP-0 agents, instilling a sense of trepidation. "Ah, you truly harbor a strong apprehension towards those individuals," Alan remarked, observing Crocodile with an amused glint in his eyes. "Rest assured, I am not one of those lackeys of the world government. My mastery of the moonwalk was merely a fortuitous acquisition." "What do you mean by apprehension?" "It's simply that those individuals are excessively clingy, akin to an unyielding adhesive plaster." Crocodile subtly alluded to the world government's CP organization, particularly CP-0. Recalling how over 2 decades prior, the notorious pirate Bondi Wald was offered a bounty of 500 million berries and fell victim to those very agents. He was the first to provoke a joint pursuit by both the Navy and pirates, possessing formidable long-range capabilities that even admirals would hesitate to breach. His strength was almost absurdly monstrous. An unyielding adhesive plaster? Upon hearing Crocodile's description, Alan couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a truly vivid portrayal. Alan was acutely aware of Crocodile's description, instantly recognizing whom he referred to: the agents of the CP organization under the aegis of the world government. These insidious individuals, though Alan had never encountered them personally, were well known to him from his anime viewings. Once entangled with such beings, one would truly find themselves in a predicament. Take, for instance, the members of CP9, who had clandestinely lingered beside the president of the Carrera Company, Iceberg, for 5 long years. All for a mere blueprint of the ancient weapon, Pluton. The audacity to remain hidden for such an extended period, only to strike with ferocity upon discovery, was chilling. The mere thought of having such operatives lurking nearby was enough to send shivers down one's spine. However, such musings would not deter Crocodile, regardless of his identity. Anyone who provoked him was destined for doom. Without responding to Alan, Crocodile's right hand suddenly made contact with the ground. The surface cracked. The cycle of erosion commenced. In an instant, the entire terrain began to fissure, the sandy earth collapsing into yawning chasms, creating deep pits everywhere, leaving scarcely a place to stand. Faced with this assault, Alan quickly activated his moonwalk technique, soaring into the air. As he gazed at the ruins and the seemingly bottomless pits below, he patted his chest. His heart racing, he had narrowly escaped disaster. Chapter 76. Injured and escaping. Observing Alan once again airborne, Crocodile slowly revealed a smile. Let us see how much strength you possess to remain aloft. He spread his right hand once more, conjuring a small tempest upon it. Sandstorm. Crocodile hurled the swirling sandstorm towards Alan, its velocity and size increasing exponentially as it advanced. Soon, the colossal sandstorm enveloped the surroundings. A thick cloud of yellow sand swirling in the air, rapidly approaching Alan. As Alan gracefully danced through the air, performing the moonwalk, he was nonetheless caught in the grip of a ferocious storm. The swirling sand struck him with tremendous force, quickly leaving his body riddled with numerous tiny wounds. Once the tempest began to subside, Alan emerged before Crocodile, his body drenched in blood. Although the wounds were minor, the sheer volume of sand compensated for the lack of severity, leaving his attire severely tattered. A faint smile crept across Crocodile's lips, signifying that his assault had indeed borne fruit. Alan landed far away, having executed the moonwalk, panting heavily. The prolonged use of this technique had severely drained his stamina, a fact that Crocodile had underestimated. Desert Saber. Crocodile's figure vanished once more, and a colossal blade of sand materialized on the ground. In the face of Crocodile's relentless onslaught, Alan met the challenge head-on, delivering an upward strike that shattered the sand blade. However, employing such abilities was equally taxing on his energy. Crocodile swung his golden hook towards Alan. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air once again as the two resumed their fierce battle. Yet, Alan's attacks proved ineffective against Crocodile whenever he landed a strike. It was effortlessly evaded through Crocodile's elemental transformation. After an intense exchange, neither could gain the upper hand, and following a final collision, they withdrew from each other. Alan stood in the desert, struggling to catch his breath, his strength nearly depleted. "Oh, it appears you have little energy left," he remarked mockingly, despite his own labored breaths. Alan gazed at the mocking Crocodile, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The abilities bestowed by the Logia-type devil fruit were indeed exceedingly troublesome. He found himself utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him, merely managing to deplete a fraction of his stamina. This predicament was proving to be quite troublesome. Blood continuously dripped from Alan's wounds, swiftly causing the sand beneath him to congeal. The sound of blood falling caught Alan's attention, and as he glanced down to see the sand accumulating, a spark ignited in his eyes. He realized the folly of his earlier thoughts. Luffy had previously defeated Crocodile using the principle of sand solidifying upon contact with water, and though he lacked water now, the blood that covered his body was, in essence, a form of liquid. Suddenly, Alan came to a realization, a profound smile gracing his lips. "Oh, does this esteemed warlord believe he has me at his mercy? Then let him meet his demise." Crocodile, observing the defiant Alan, failed to notice the movement beneath Alan's feet. His right arm began to coalesce into a colossal blade of sand, the desert greatsword. In an instant, Crocodile vanished from his position, propelling himself towards Alan along a peculiar trajectory, moving with astonishing speed. Alan's observation haki was partially neutralized by Crocodile's own haki, yet he could still faintly sense his attacks. With a swift motion, he drew his katana across his body, instantly staining the blade with blood. Although his strike failed to incapacitate Crocodile, the bloodied blade would certainly inflict damage upon contact. In a bid to strike Crocodile decisively, Alan refrained from parrying the assault of the desert sword, sidestepping vital areas before launching a powerful slash with all his strength. The blade met its target, carving into Alan's side, although he avoided a fatal blow. The edge grazed his left arm and side, leaving several deep wounds that began to bleed profusely. Crocodile, now sporting a triumphant smile, underestimated Alan's right-handed strike with the katana. Overconfident in his elemental transformation, he failed to anticipate Alan's attack, resulting in a direct hit. Although his chest was elementalized, the sand had already coalesced, allowing Alan's blade to carve a significant gash. Seizing the opportunity, Alan kicked Crocodile's right cheek with his bloodied foot. How could this be? Crocodile was propelled backward, crashing into the sand several meters away, his body rolling uncontrollably and leaving a distinct trail in the sand. He had been wounded, and worse still, struck in the face. Stunned, he glanced at his bleeding chest, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. He couldn't fathom why his elemental state had failed to evade Alan's attack. He was aware that Alan lacked the ability to wield armament haki. Otherwise, he would have been injured long ago. Wait. As Crocodile observed Alan's bloodied feet and katana, realization dawned upon him. This man had discovered his weakness, using blood to inflict harm, truly impressive. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he regarded Alan with newfound respect. However, in comparison to his own injuries, Alan was far worse off. Yet, while Crocodile was lost in astonishment, Alan did not revel in his victory. He understood that his ability to wound Crocodile had come as a surprise, and striking him again would be a formidable challenge. Lacking the rubbery resilience of Luffy's devil fruit powers, he found it nearly impossible to close the distance for another attack. Without overthinking, Alan directed a slicing strike toward Crocodile, the force of the attack soaring into the sky as he leaped gracefully, gliding away. Crocodile, momentarily disrupted from his thoughts by the elemental surge, suddenly realized Alan had vanished. Looking up, he caught sight of Alan's retreating figure, soaring into the distance. Alan exerted all his strength to flee, his speed remarkable. And soon he was merely a dark speck against the sky. Attempt to escape? Let us see how much stamina you possess. Crocodile revealed a disdainful smirk, transforming into a cloud of yellow sand and pursuing relentlessly, for he would not allow any future troubles to linger. Before long, guided by his memory, Alan soared towards the harbor, the vessel he had arrived on now coming into view before him. Alan landed directly on the ship and raised the sails, delivering a powerful slash towards the shore. Harnessing the momentum from his strike, the vessel swiftly began to move, rapidly departing the harbor. However, he soon noticed a swirling mass of yellow sand appearing not far from the port. Alan understood that Crocodile was in pursuit. He was acutely aware that if caught, his fate would be sealed. Gritting his teeth, Alan plunged into the sea, emerging moments later. Just as the yellow sand drew near, he executed an upward slash, lifting a substantial volume of seawater that obstructed Crocodile's path. Observing the towering wall of water, Alan swam towards the swiftly departing ship. Once aboard, he unleashed another slash to accelerate the vessel further, before collapsing heavily onto the deck. In his current condition, Alan dared not succumb to slumber. His wounds continued to bleed, and without proper bandaging, he would soon bleed out. Despite his eyelids feeling heavy and every cell in his body protesting, urging him to fall asleep, he mustered his remaining strength to enter the cabin. Upon locating the infirmary, he tremulously applied medicine to his wounds and secured bandages. With no strength left to sustain himself, he collapsed to the floor, slipping into a deep slumber. Chapter 77. The news spreads the towering waves obstructed Crocodile's pursuit. Faced with the colossal surf, he had no choice but to retreat. Should he come into contact with the water, he would surely plunge into the depths. After the waves subsided and he beheld the vanished ship, Crocodile cursed under his breath, resigned to return to his stronghold to tend to his injuries. The following day, news of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, being injured and his subordinates slain spread across the ocean. After all, the 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, and the Navy are recognized as the 3 mightiest forces at sea. Any incident involving these factions would be captured by omnipresent reporters, who would disseminate the news far and wide. Marineford, Navy headquarters. In the marshal's office, the door was suddenly shattered by a kick, and a man with his nostrils pinched swaggered in. Sengoku stared at the door he had only recently had repaired, now once again reduced to splinters, and slammed his hands on the table, roaring, "Kapu, you scoundrel! My door was just fixed. What do you intend to do?" The man named Carp disdainfully adjusted his nostrils, flicked his fingers, and, with familiarity, approached a concealed spot behind the desk, retrieving 2 bags of rice crackers. He plopped down onto the sofa, indulging in his snack. "Mr. Carp." Akiji, who had been resting on the sofa with his eyes closed, opened them and greeted Carp. "Oh, you're here too. Care for some rice crackers?" Carp, as if just noticing Akiji, offered him a cracker. "No, thank you." Kazan hastily waved his hand in refusal, fully aware of the old man's obsession with the senpai. Sengoku, exasperated, wished he could sweat this fellow down. No matter how he concealed the senpai, this young rascal always managed to track it down. Resigned, he took a seat, unable to devise any strategy against this old coot. At that moment, he picked up a newspaper lying on the table and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the incident involving one of the 7 warlords, Sand Crocodile, being injured by a newcomer from the East Blue?" "Oh, are you referring to that strongest pirate hunter from the East Blue, Gaia Allen? I've heard of that brat. According to Smoker, he has quite a remarkable swordsman. What is the matter? Has he had a run-in with Crocodile recently?" Carp said as he munched on some bay. The marshal was indeed talking about the young swordsman, Gaia Allen, known for his fierce demeanor towards pirates. "Has he made it to the Grand Line?" Kazan replied languidly. "Yes, a mere boy who just arrived from the East Blue. And to think he managed to injure Crocodile. It appears another formidable individual has emerged upon the seas," Sengoku remarked. Troubled by the influx of newcomers since Roger S. proclamation over a decade ago, which had led to an incessant emergence of powerful pirates, leaving the Navy struggling to keep pace. "Ha ha ha, what a surprise to see someone from my hometown daring to challenge a warlord upon his arrival in the Grand Line." Carp praised nonchalantly. Though he was no longer a pirate, with his rapid growth and strength, he would undoubtedly become a significant headache for the Navy in the future. Sengoku harbored grave concerns for the Navy's future. The influence in the New World had retreated, and the Navy's grip over the seas was diminishing. Furthermore, the current state of the Navy was one of transition, with new pirates continuously emerging while the Navy relied heavily on the old guard to sustain itself. Meanwhile, aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship, one of the crew members, a fellow with a pineapple-shaped face, held up a newspaper and addressed Whitebeard in the center, "Old man, can you believe Crocodile was actually injured by a newcomer? And that brat managed to escape. It's utterly embarrassing. Ah, the sea is becoming increasingly amusing. Just a kid. We'll see what happens when he comes to the New World," Whitebeard replied with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, just a warlord. We are the Whitebeard pirates. Father is the strongest man in the world." Another toothless crewmate chimed in. "Absolutely, I am Whitebeard. Sons, let us celebrate," Whitebeard declared. "Oh, father speaks true. We are the Whitebeard pirates. Who dares challenge us? Father is invincible. Let the feast commence." The pineapple-faced man, somewhat resigned, remarked, "Father, the doctor advised you to drink less." "Nonsense. I am Whitebeard." With a sweeping gesture and a fierce glare, Whitebeard firmly declared that denying him a drink would be tantamount to seeking his demise. The man with the pineapple-shaped face found himself utterly powerless, merely observing as his comrades frolicked with abandon. At the Baratai restaurant in the East Blue, Zeph gazed at the newspaper in his hands, his face etched with concern. How could that reckless lad, Alan, fail to appreciate the danger he was in? Was he truly capable of contending with the 7 warlords? Alan's audacity was alarming. Zeph could only wonder about his current state. Alas, it would be better if that wild man met his end, for he was insufferably boastful. Sanji's face was twisted in indignation. Alan had set sail before him, and now his name echoed throughout the East Blue. Even charming young ladies regarded him with newfound admiration, incessantly inquiring about Alan during their visits to the restaurant, stirring a pang of jealousy within Sanji. Yet, his eyes betrayed a deep-seated worry. Observing Sanji's stubbornness masked by a tender heart brought a hint of amusement to Zeph, though the news of Alan's grievous injuries and his narrow escape cast a shadow of dread over him. In another part of the New World, a man with hawk-like eyes regarded the newspaper in his hands, remarking, "Another swordsman has appeared upon the seas. May you survive. For the sensation of invincibility can be a lonely one." In the kingdom of Dressrosa, a man with golden hair, clad in sunglasses, a pink feathered coat, and cropped trousers, sat in the palace alongside a snotty individual. "Young master, an extraordinary figure has emerged in the Grand Line," the snot-nosed fellow said, moving closer to the central figure. "Treble, keep your distance," the man, referred to as young master, replied with disdain towards Treble. That crocodile has utterly disgraced the 7 warlords. Even a newcomer to the Grand Line can inflict harm upon him. Yet, it is such a sea that ignites the spirit of adventure. At the red-haired pirate's base in the New World, a rotund man, exuberantly brandishing a newspaper, rushed toward a group. Captain, an extraordinary individual has emerged from the East Blue. A man with striking red hair, a severed arm, and 3 scars on his left cheek, squinted through bleary eyes and inquired, "What has stirred your excitement, Lucky Roo?" The man, known as Lucky Roo, handed the newspaper to the red-haired captain. Upon glancing at the paper, the captain's eyes sparkled with interest. "Oh, this newcomer is remarkable. He managed to injure a warlord and escaped. The East Blue truly is exceptional." He then waved the newspaper towards his crew. "Lads, prepare for a feast. The seas are growing ever more fascinating. Hail to the captain." The lounging pirates responded eagerly, for feasting was the utmost delight. "Captain, we just celebrated last night," someone cautioned. "What joy is there in being a pirate if we do not feast?" The red-haired man paid no heed to the opinions of others and raised his goblet, reveling in the moment. Meanwhile, our protagonist remained adrift upon the vast ocean, blissfully unaware that he had ascended to the status of a celebrity. Chapter 78, The Little Garden. At this juncture, how fared Alan? To say he was fine would be a misrepresentation. He had been drifting at sea for several days without regaining consciousness. Yet, fortune favored him, for he had encountered no peril during his lengthy voyage, although his body bore the application of salves and was bound with bandages. The toll of 2 fierce battles and the multitude of injuries had rendered him into a deep slumber. In his unconscious state, he could not steer the vessel, nearly surrendering to the whims of the waves. After 3 days and nights of drifting, the ship finally reached an island, grounded upon the shore with the aid of the currents. However, the violent undulations of the sea did nothing to rouse the slumbering Alan. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Suddenly, a tremendous noise echoed from the distance, resembling footsteps yet too grand to belong to an ordinary person. Soon, a giant emerged at the water's edge, gripping a dinosaur several meters in length. As he strode along, he noticed the small vessel nestled upon the shore. Indeed, to him, it appeared to be a boat of diminutive proportions, scarcely larger than the creature he held. His large eyes scanned the area and quickly spotted a figure on the deck, swathed in bandages. Cautiously, he extended a finger to touch the stranger's face and discerned a faint breath. With 2 fingers, he gingerly lifted the injured man and cradled him in his palm, all the while dragging the dinosaur along back to his abode. Upon arriving, the giant intended to assist Alan in his recovery. However, his immense size proved cumbersome. As he applied herbs, it resembled draping a patch of grass over the small figure. Even during the bandaging process, he was exceedingly careful, fearful that a moment's negligence could spell doom for the fragile being before him. This scene, indeed, was one that inspired trepidation. After a deep breath, the giant sensed something amiss. His exhalation nearly sent the tiny man soaring. He hastily covered his mouth, narrowly avoiding calamity. At last, he completed the task, uncertain whether this diminutive fellow would survive, yet he had done his utmost. It was time to rest, for tomorrow held a duel. He was determined to best Brokey. With a mutter, the giant reclined upon the ground and soon fell into a deep slumber, his snores resonating like thunder. And so, the hour turned to the morrow. Alan finally awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt an uncomfortable stickiness enveloping his body. Although he was not well versed in medicine, he was certain that the bandages previously wrapped around him did not produce such a sensation. As he opened his eyes, he soon noticed a pair of enormous eyes gazing down at him. "Goodness, what on earth is this? Ha, little one, you have finally awakened. I thought you might not make it." Upon hearing the voice, Alan realized that the source was indeed a giant, an exceedingly large one at that. It appeared to be over 20 meters tall. Is this what a giant truly is? Alan was utterly astonished. Is this truly the giant from the world of pirates? Alan lowered his gaze and noticed that his entire body had been rewrapped, and he was covered in a sticky, green liquid that exuded a medicinal scent. It quickly dawned upon him that it was his savior who had tended to his wounds. With great difficulty, he rose to his feet and bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Mr. Giant, I am profoundly thankful for your assistance." "Ah, it's nothing, merely a trifling matter," the giant replied cheerfully. "By the way, you've been unconscious for quite some time. You must be famished. Here, I have just roasted some meat. Would you care to try?" The giant casually sliced off a small piece of meat and offered it to Alan. However, Alan gazed at the meat, which was as large as a house, feeling somewhat at a loss as to how to begin. Noticing Alan's astonishment, the giant inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why aren't you eating?" And no, I'm just about to eat, Alan stammered, shaking off his hesitation. After all, he hadn't had a meal in several days. So he lunged toward the meat and began to devour it hungrily. Before long, the massive chunk of meat was consumed, and he had polished off several pieces in succession. The giant watched with delight as Alan relished the meal. It filled him with joy to see that his cooking was so well received. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Alan turned to the giant and asked, "By the way, Mr. Giant, I am quite curious about what happened to you." Upon awakening, he had noticed that the giant's face was bruised and battered, as though he had been in a fight. "You're referring to this?" The giant gestured to his injuries. "I got into a scuffle, but the other fellow was no better off. I turned him into a mess as well." "Ha ha." The giant chuckled, seemingly recalling a humorous memory. Could it be? Were they two of them? Upon hearing the words of the giant, Alan seemed to grasp a revelation. Having roughly surmised the identity of the imposing figure before him, he then glanced at the remnants of the meat he had previously consumed. The bones, when arranged, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a dinosaur. Alan realized that he had unwittingly drifted into a small garden. Alan felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had not drifted to another place, for otherwise, he might have met a gruesome fate. The giant from the small garden proved to be as amiable as those depicted in anime, kindly rewrapping his bandages. However, given that the episodes of the small garden were so early in the series, Alan found it difficult to ascertain which giant stood before him, uncertain whether it was Dongli or Brokey. Before the massive bonfire, two figures of vastly different sizes reclined contentedly adjacent to the colossal skeleton of a dinosaur, which they had astonishingly consumed entirely. The giant, seemingly appearing from nowhere, offered a barrel of wine and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha. Come, come. Nothing surpasses the joy of drinking and feasting on meat. This wine is from a shipwreck, and it should still be drinkable." Alan took a swig from the cup, wiping the wine that trickled down the corner of his mouth. He raised his glass and said with satisfaction to the giant, "Thank you, Mr. Giant. By the way, I haven't caught your name yet." Upon hearing Alan's words, the giant seemed to drift into memories. "I am Doli, hailing from Elbath, a place on the Grand Line. On the other side of the island resides another giant named Bragi. We have dwelled here for a century, once pirates ourselves. Belonging to a crew known as the Giant Warrior Pirates, a name you likely haven't heard of." With a sigh, Doli took a hearty gulp of his drink. "Ah, how long for the days of yore? I wonder if my comrades are still alive." "Mr. Doli, what brings you to this island for 100 years? Alan inquired. "Gah, I have forgotten the reason for our stay, but it is all for the glory of giants. Whenever the volcano in the center of the island erupts, we duel. Initially, it was merely to determine a victor, after which we would return to our homeland of Elbath. However, now, each duel has become a ritual for us. Quite a perplexing bond, isn't it?" Alan seemed to grasp the notion, though some confusion lingered. "Perplexing? Gah, that's the first time I've heard such an assessment. But perhaps it is indeed rather absurd." Doli gazed at the sky, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "By the way, how did you come to this place? It's been quite some time since anyone has visited, and what are those dreadful wounds you bear? Had I not discovered you by the shore yesterday, I fear you might have been devoured by beasts." Doli was keenly interested in how Alan had arrived at the little garden. Chapter 79. The giant Doli. Upon hearing Doli mention his injuries, Alan wiped at the wounds on his body and replied, "Oh, you mean these?" He then recounted the tale of how he was injured, how he had been defeated, and how he managed to escape, narrating it all with a calm demeanor. "However, after tending to my wounds, I fell into a deep slumber and have no recollection of how I drifted here." Alan scratched his head, utterly bewildered by how he had ended up in the small garden. After speaking, he downed a whole barrel of wine with great fervor. As he recounted his misfortunes, Dongli admired Alan's courage in battle. "Ha ha ha, dear brother Alan, do not lose heart. Next time, you shall reclaim your honor. You have merely fallen victim to the whims of a nature fruit. The fact that you managed to escape from such a formidable opponent and even inflicted injury upon him speaks volumes. I believe that you will grow stronger in the future. After all, which strong warrior has not weathered storms of blood and strife?" With a hearty laugh, he added, "Indeed, it's just a minor wound." Alan wholeheartedly agreed with Dongli's sentiments. "I too believe that I shall one day surpass those who once towered above me." In a moment of fervor, Alan leaped to his feet, pointing towards the heavens and declaring, "I shall become the strongest man in this world." Hearing Alan's bold proclamation, Dongli chuckled. "Ha ha ha, precisely. A young man should possess such ambition and resolve. Come, let us drink." The two, despite their vast differences in age and stature, engaged in jovial conversation. Dongli recounted tales from long ago, while Alan shared his own experiences of traversing worlds. Despite being aware that Alan was a pirate hunter, Dongli harbored no prejudice against him. Rather, he found Alan's character quite captivating. Their camaraderie flourished harmoniously. As they continued to indulge in wine, Dongli eventually succumbed to intoxication, collapsing onto the ground and snoring loudly. In contrast, Alan, having consumed from a smaller barrel and taking measured sips, remained only slightly inebriated. Once Dongli had fallen asleep, Alan stood once more, adjusting the bandages on his body, which had become quite uncomfortable and sticky. The herbal remedies here were truly commendable, far superior to those aboard the ship. It seemed that after years of dueling with Brokey, Dongli had discovered certain herbs on the island that significantly aided in healing, thanks to the remedies provided by Dongli. Alan's injuries had shown signs of improvement, and he estimated that it would not be long before he fully recovered. Alone, Alan sat upon the grass mat, immersed in memories of his journey since crossing into this world. It had been approximately 6 or 7 years since he entered the realm of pirates, and he had transformed into a young man, his height now exceeding 2 meters. Yet, in the presence of the giants around him, he still felt diminutive. A light chuckle escaped him as he reflected on his stature compared to Dongli. Uncertain of the exact time, he surmised it to be around the year 1515 or 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar, likely not far from the onset of the main storyline. Alan had long aspired to participate in the Marineford War, yet he understood the necessity of an appropriate identity for such involvement. After all, a mere bounty hunter would not garner the Navy's respect. Having grown accustomed to the favorable winds of the East Sea, he realized that without fully mastering the armament hockey, confronting a natural devil fruit user head-on was a reckless notion. Embarrassment washed over him as he recalled the humiliation of being bested by Crocodile. He had been overly confident, lacking the protagonist's aura that Luffy possessed. Had it not been for the fortunate injury he inflicted upon Crocodile, which stirred the seawater, he might have already been buried in the desert. Since departing from Huang Island, he had yet to encounter a formidable opponent, as the East Sea was notorious for being the weakest among the 4 seas. This reputation had allowed him to claim the title of the strongest bounty hunter in that region. However, these experiences had clouded his judgment, leading to an overestimation of his abilities as he fancied himself capable of venturing into the new world. The encounter with Crocodile, though, was a sobering wake-up call, a stark reminder of his inadequacy. In the face of true strength, he was utterly defenseless. And to think that Crocodile was among the weaker members of the 7 warlords of the sea. Alan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Although he had suffered a considerable setback, some individuals only grow stronger in the face of adversity. He had resolved to become the mightiest man, and such minor tribulations would not deter him. Having been knocked down, he would rise again. With the aid of the Sword Soul system, he would only grow increasingly formidable. Speaking of the Sword Soul system, he nearly forgot that during his encounters at Whiskey Peak and Alabasta, he had vanquished several formidable foes. He wondered what his level might be now and anticipated the acquisition of a new skill. Thus, he summoned the system panel. Player, Gaia Allen class, Sword Soul, transformed, level, 36, 2 experience points, weapon, worn samurai sword skills, rising slash, mastery, triple slash, mastery, cross slash, mastery, mountain breaker, continuous stab, proficient, block, mastery, one sword style Iato, mastery, breakstar rising dragon strike, proficient, draw slash, meteor, ascend, meteor, stab, proficient, meteor, fall, proficient, flowing, leap swordsmanship, inside demon swordsmanship, weapon mastery, meteor swordsmanship. Seeing that his level had ascended to 36, Alan nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his near brushes with death had not been in vain. Moreover, he had gained the draw slash and meteor, leap skills. These 2 were indeed extraordinary techniques. The draw slash could be deemed a miraculous method for clearing minor foes, while meteor, leap served as an effective means to close the distance with adversaries. In the upcoming training, he would focus on mastering these 2 skills along with the armament hockey. As for the strong, rest assured, I shall not keep you waiting for long. It is truly fortuitous to encounter such powerful beings as yourselves, for it will only serve to enhance my own strength. Alan rose to his feet, grasping the samurai sword that had accompanied him for over a year. Though the weapon was unremarkable, it radiated a fierce spirit as he spoke with determination. In truth, Dongli had already awakened. Upon hearing Alan's musings, a smile graced his face as he thought, "What an intriguing young man. I am certain there are many like him out at sea today. Alas, I have aged, otherwise I might have ventured forth with him once again." With that, He squinted his eyes and drifted back into slumber. After indulging in a brief moment of youthful fervor, Alan felt revitalized and soon lay back down on the grass mat to rest. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, Alan's well-formed habit compelled him to awaken early. Following a night of rest, his wounds had significantly improved. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had procured a beast of considerable length, about 10 meters, and had begun a fire to prepare roasted meat. It is worth noting that Alan possessed a commendable skill in barbecuing. Before long, a savory aroma began to waft through the air. Donley, who had been soundly asleep, stirred as though drawn by the delicious scent. His nostrils flared, and saliva dripped from his mouth as he instinctively exclaimed, "It smells divine." He quickly sat up and beheld Alan roasting a massive portion of meat. The fragrance was incomparable to anything he had prepared himself. "Ah, Mr. Donley, you are awake. Come, enjoy this freshly roasted meat." "My long career as a pirate hunter has honed my barbecue skills," Alan called out. Hearing his words, Donley hastened over, inhaling the enticing aroma, gazing at the golden meat. He could hardly suppress a gulp. "I shall not hold back then." Without hesitation, Donley seized a colossal leg and devoured it ravenously, mumbling indistinctly between bites. "Ha ha. I'm glad you enjoy it," Alan chuckled, slicing off what he deemed a generous portion of meat and relishing it. As the two indulged in their feast, a sudden commotion erupted from the forest, indicating the approach of a colossal creature. "Donley, Donley, are you there?" a thunderous voice called out. Curiosity piqued. Donley looked up from his meal and inquired, "Brokey, what brings that fellow here?" To his surprise, the enormous figure that had unexpectedly arrived was none other than Brokey, another giant from the island. Since his arrival, Brokey's gaze had been fixated on the roasted meat, drool cascading like a waterfall. "Brokey, what brings you here?" Donley asked, still chewing on his meat. Alan observed Brokey's demeanor, likely influenced by the aroma of the roasted meat. He pointed at the delicacies and remarked, "Mr. Brokey, isn't it? Mr. Donley has mentioned you to me before. I presume you haven't had breakfast yet. Would you care for a taste?" "Ah, since this young man has extended such a generous invitation, I shall indulge," Brokey responded with a hearty laugh. Although he claimed he would only have a bite, he seized another massive leg of meat and began devouring it voraciously, leaving Donley in astonishment at his ravenous appetite. "Brokey, are you here merely to snatch up all the meat?" Donley retorted, his irritation rising. He had yet to sample the delectable roast himself, and now faced a formidable competitor with an insatiable appetite. "Such exquisite meat surely cannot be your handiwork. Mind your own business and promptly fetch the wine you have stashed away," Brokey taunted Donley in return. How can you be so shameless?" Donley exclaimed, exasperated by Brokey's audacity in seeking to enjoy the roasted feast without a hint of decorum. "Ha ha ha, dear Donley, let Brokey indulge himself. Should it come to it, I can easily fetch another roast for you all," came the light-hearted suggestion, reflecting a carefree spirit amidst the culinary revelry. Alan spoke with great enthusiasm. "Ah, Donley, look here. This young man is quite understanding. He must be the one you rescued that day. I am Brokey, and what do you go by?" "I am Gaia Alan, an amateur pirate hunter," Alan replied. "Ha, a pirate hunter, you say?" Upon hearing Alan's declaration, Brokey paid it no mind. Observing the camaraderie between Donley and Alan, he recognized the young lad as a fine individual. "Ah, you truly are a good person. It has been a century since I savored such delectable roasted meat. I shall consider you a friend, Brokey." "Ha, it's but a trifling matter. It is my honor to befriend someone of your stature, brother Brokey." Donley, standing nearby, could only shake his head at Brokey's audacity. Noticing that the roasted meat was insufficient for the trio, Alan ventured into the forest to catch 2 more dinosaurs to continue the feast. Thus, a simple barbecue drew the 3 closer together, and they relished the roasted delicacies. All 3 were voracious eaters, and it wasn't long before the flesh of the 3 beasts had vanished into their bellies. Ever since Alan's last barbecue, the 2 giants had become utterly enamored. They frequently brought back the corpses of dinosaurs, tigers, and various ferocious beasts, insisting that Alan prepare roasts for them. Their bond grew stronger with each culinary gathering. In this manner, Alan enjoyed a tranquil fortnight on the island. Aside from his previous serene life on Anric Island, the days in this little paradise were quite pleasant. Over the course of 2 weeks, Alan's wounds had nearly healed. As his injuries began to scab, he gradually resumed his training. Once he determined that he was sufficiently recovered, he enlisted the help of his giant friends to craft an array of training equipment. With Donley and Brokey's assistance, these implements were significantly improved compared to before. The previous defeat had instilled in Alan a resolute determination to augment his strength. He even designated a board in the training area to outline his training regimen. Although he had trained before, the intensity had been minimal, and he had merely gone through the motions. Even after acquiring observation hockey, he felt indifferent to Crocodile's silent steps. However, after being gravely injured and pushed to the brink of death by Crocodile, he now took the enhancement of his abilities very seriously. Today, the volcano erupted, and Dolly and Bloki were set to commence their duel once more, having left the house early. They had been battling for the better part of the morning. Yet, judging by their fervor, it seemed unlikely that a victor would emerge anytime soon. Alan immersed himself in training, oblivious to everything else. "Oh dear. It truly is no small feat feeling the weight of his body," Alan remarked. "The equipment has been thoroughly upgraded, and the strength of the giants is indeed formidable." Alan, burdened by heavy equipment, slowly engaged in his training. Having recently recovered from a serious injury, he still found these movements somewhat arduous. Days passed, and a week slipped away unnoticed. At this point, Alan had fully recuperated, and his training had entered a steady rhythm. In a secluded part of the forest, remnants of shattered trees and scattered stones lay strewn about. A man, bare-chested and wielding a blade, was fervently practicing, his surroundings filled with a flurry of flamboyant techniques, sweat glistening upon his brow. This man was Alan, yet his countenance bore a hint of distress. Exhausted, he plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. "What on earth am I lacking? Since the inception of my training with the sword, aside from a brief encounter with the art of Aido under Lester's tutelage, I have been honing my skills in solitude, devoid of guidance. Consequently, my understanding of the way of the sword remains rudimentary. The system has imparted skills and techniques directly into my mind, yet my comprehension of swordsmanship is still superficial. These past few days, I have been familiarizing myself with my abilities, but my progress in sword training has been minimal. Even during my battle with the one-eyed demon, I felt a distinct flaw in my swordsmanship. In that confrontation, I observed that though the demon's strength was mediocre, his swordplay was remarkably structured, with each move exhibiting unique characteristics that resonated with my own style. The demon's defeat stemmed from my ability to anticipate his every action, no matter how he attacked. I was always one step ahead, leading to his downfall. This realization underscored the necessity for me to enhance my sword training. I have pondered this dilemma for days. Yet the progress remains elusive. I possess great strength, but lack the knowledge to wield it effectively. Alas, the absence of a sword master has rendered my solitary training exceedingly challenging. I have attempted numerous methods, yet the results have been mediocre, yielding little growth in my prowess. "Hey, Alan, are you there?" A voice echoed through the trees, belonging to Dongli, accompanied by Broki, who seemed to have arrived without my notice. "Dongli, Broki, I'm here." "Ah, there you are, Alan. How did your training go?" "Broki and I caught a rather large dinosaur, and we're hoping you could help us with a barbecue." "We've missed the flavor of your grilled meats," Dongli exclaimed, gesturing towards their catch. "Oh, my apologies. I was so engrossed that I didn't notice you." "Let us hurry back then." Alan tidied his emotions and addressed Dongli and Broki. "Let us go." Excitedly, Dongli and Broki followed Alan back to their abode. Chapter 81. A successful transformation. Upon returning home, they set up the barbecue stand, and soon the air was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled meat. As they savored the succulent barbecue, Dongli and Broki indulged heartily, while Alan, preoccupied with his thoughts, could barely manage to eat, chewing slowly as if the meat were wax. Noticing Alan's unusual demeanor, the two soon set down their own portions and inquired, "Hey Alan, what's wrong? You seem rather downcast." Normally, at this hour, Alan would be playfully vying for the meat with them, yet now he sat there like a fool. "Indeed, perhaps we can assist you. If something troubles you, feel free to share." Alan confided his troubles to them, then helplessly sank to the ground, lost in thought. Upon hearing Alan's words, Dongli and Broki fell into silence. They were not masters of swordsmanship. Although Elbaf had giants who practiced the art of the sword, beyond a singular nation, their experience in swordplay was rather limited, leaving them at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, Dongli shared his insights with Alan. "I am unsure of how you execute your sword techniques, but for us giants, our strength is akin to a gentle slope. We concentrate our power into a single point and unleash it with full force. In this manner, we conserve energy while maximizing the impact of our strikes. To break through barriers with precision, simple and direct." As Alan listened to Dongli's words, a flicker of understanding seemed to dawn upon him, yet that elusive sensation remained difficult to grasp, prompting him to retreat into deep contemplation. Observing Alan's despondent demeanor as he distanced himself, both Dongli and Brokey realized that this matter could only be resolved by Alan himself. Their assistance was of little use. And thus they resumed their indulgence in the delectable roasted meat. It was not until the depths of the night that Alan suddenly became animated, a revelation illuminating his path. He sprinted to the seashore, exclaiming, "I understand. I truly understand. How foolish I have been, possessing a treasure yet remaining oblivious to its worth." It must be noted that Dongli's seemingly simple remarks had indeed catalyzed Alan's enlightenment. He recognized that all his skills were bestowed upon him by the system, and that his mastery of swordsmanship was fundamentally rooted in the power of the sword soul within the dungeon. He muttered incessantly, "How foolish I am." The sword soul had been his initial profession encountered within the dungeon game, a choice inspired by a single phrase that led him to embrace the path of the sword soul. Unyielding to the shackles of fate, he relentlessly honed his blade. Is this not the epitome of martial arts? There exist individuals who, regardless of frailty or physical impairment, refuse to capitulate to adversity, forging ahead towards their defined aspirations. Likewise, there are those who, even when their hands become contorted from wielding weapons, do not surrender to destiny but instead delve deeper into the mastery of their craft. A select few amongst them reach the pinnacle of their respective weapon domains, earning the title of sword souls. The sword soul, also known as the white hand, is a profession that maximizes the capabilities of sword-type weaponry. Each weapon possesses unique attack methods and effects, characterized by its distinct weapon type, the lightsaber. The swift attack speed and fluid impact are the hallmarks of the sword soul, encapsulated in the concept of the unity of man and sword, with unparalleled velocity being its defining feature among the demon swords. Alan has come to a profound understanding of how to hone his swordsmanship. The ethereal skills of the sword soul within the dungeon, coupled with the fluidity of movement and the mastery of weaponry, have become the focal points of his future endeavors. The encounter with that one-eyed specter nearly disoriented him, as the swordsman he encountered here practiced a unique sword technique native to the pirate world. Gradually, he began to perceive the system as a provider of skills, which contributed to his confusion. Gazing at the katana in his hand, Alan recognized that his journey involved not only refining his abilities but also an essential aspect, the weapon itself. The light sword was the most compatible weapon for the sword soul, capable of unleashing its potential to the fullest. At this moment, Alan truly became a genuine sword soul, one who could maximize the capabilities of his weapon. In a fit of excitement, Alan dashed back and forth across the island until he was utterly exhausted, collapsing into a deep slumber. The following morning, he awoke with renewed vigor and enthusiasm for training. He distinctly felt that his movements with the blade had become more fluid, and his skills were executed with greater finesse, exhibiting at least double the destructive power compared to before. Each day, Alan trained with an unrelenting fervor, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, refusing to cease until he had expended every ounce of his vitality. This relentless pursuit even led to a decrease in the amount of grilled meat he prepared, prompting Eastleigh and Brokey to frequently complain about the lack of delicious barbecue. Throughout the island, beneath the waterfall, near the volcano, and in areas teeming with ferocious beasts, remnants of Alan's destructive training were evident, transforming the pristine island into a chaotic landscape. Finally, after a month of arduous training, Alan felt a sense of complete integration with the sword soul and exhaled a sigh of relief, bursting into triumphant laughter. He now appeared far more spirited than when he first arrived on the island, radiating an aura of confidence akin to a sword poised to be unsheathed. The next step was to cultivate his imposing presence. Although Alan had awakened the observation haki, he had yet to grasp the fundamentals of the armament haki. Therefore, his primary focus moving forward would be the development and application of the latter. In essence, he was determined to enhance his abilities holistically, not wishing to squander a single moment. Both Dongli and Brokey were taken aback by the youth's fervor, observing his grueling and almost inhuman training. They felt a twinge of concern, fearing that he might inadvertently push himself to the brink of exhaustion, leaving them without the delectable barbecued meat they had grown fond of. Having indulged in Alan's grilled delicacies, their own cooking paled in comparison, leaving them quite disenchanted. However, during this period of camaraderie, they had come to deeply admire Alan, recognizing the spirit of a true warrior, one they once possessed themselves. In the small garden, Alan remained engrossed in honing his armament haki. After more than a week of relentless, almost self-destructive training, he appeared quite battered, yet the results were promising. Alan sensed a burgeoning power within him, on the verge of being unleashed. Despite this encouraging feeling, he found himself impatient with his progress and sought to expedite the process. On this particular day, rather than adhering to his usual training regimen. Alan awoke early to capture 2 dinosaurs, which he brought back to their dwelling. Once the barbecue was prepared, he called over Dongli and Brokey, who had been eagerly anticipating the grilled meat. After a considerable absence from Alan's cooking, the two savored the feast, all the while expressing their discontent with his relentless training. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Alan scratched his head. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Alan spoke up. "Mr. Dongli, Mr. Buloki, I have a matter to trouble you with." Upon hearing Alan address him as Mr. Dongli, slightly irritated, replied, "Brother Alan, this is where you err. We are good friends, after all. Please feel free to speak without the formalities of titles." Alan apologetically remarked, "It is my fault. My fault. I acknowledge that. Recently, I have been delving into the study of this armed color hockey, yet I feel that something essential is missing to truly awaken it. Therefore, I seek your assistance. I was wondering what it could be. Do not hesitate to speak, for we shall certainly exert our utmost." Brokey replied nonchalantly, "Well, I would like for both of you to engage in a battle with me, a fierce one without holding back." Alan remarked, "You are aware of our strengths. If we were to unleash our full power, I fear I might be unable to restrain myself." Dongli expressed his concern. "It matters not, should I perish at your hands. It would merely signify that I, Alan, am unworthy of being deemed a true warrior." Alan declared resolutely, giggling, since Brother Alan has made up his mind. "I shall certainly lend my assistance," Brokey stated with a serious expression. Chapter 82. Farewell to the little garden. Having conferred with Dongli and Brokey, the 3 of them arrived at the central location of the island to commence their training. First up was Dongli. The 2 stood facing each other, a towering figure and a smaller one, each observing the other intently. With the battle underway, Dongli adopted a serious demeanor. To hold back would be a sign of disrespect towards Alan. At the sound of Brokey's command, the 2 figures clashed. Dongli unleashed powerful strikes, each blow demonstrating immense destructive force, while Alan, relying on his agility, skillfully evaded and countered with his own abilities. The intensity of the battle was palpable, with debris and tree fragments flying about, and many wild beasts caught in the fray hastily retreating from the area of conflict between Alan and Dongli. It was evident, however, that Alan was no match for Dongli. Despite his smaller stature, Dongli's attacks were devastating, with a wide reach that inevitably affected Alan. Although Alan's skills appeared sharp, their limited range proved insufficient against the towering Dongli, who stood over 20 meters tall, rendering Alan's efforts largely ineffective. After more than 2 hours of combat, Alan began to falter, his injuries accumulating. Suddenly, after parrying a rising strike from Alan, Dongli brought his blade crashing down from above. Having fought for so long, and with his energy waning, Alan hastily raised his weapon to block against his chest, unable to evade the impending strike. Clang! Alan was forcefully propelled away, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling forth as he exited. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that something appeared to be entwined around his katana, preventing it from shattering upon impact. After crashing to the ground and rolling several meters, Alan, disregarding his injuries, clutched his katana and erupted into a fit of joyous laughter, initially intending to admonish Dongli. Brokey found himself at a loss for words as he beheld Alan, who, despite sustaining such grievous wounds, continued to laugh heartily. The 2 exchanged glances, their faces betraying profound confusion. They could discern the questions reflected in each other's eyes, wondering if Alan had been rendered senseless by the blow. After his bout of laughter subsided, Alan looked at Dongli and Brokey, sensing their thoughts. He spoke, "You need not worry. My exhilaration stems from successfully developing my Busashoka haki. Look." Alan raised the katana in his hand, and the 2 noticed that something peculiar seemed to cling to the blade, giving it an unusual appearance. Dongli inquired, "Is this what you have been referring to as the armament haki? It doesn't appear to be much different." Alan chuckled and remarked, "Armament haki is indeed a formidable skill. It serves as a means to counter the powers of the natural elements." "Oh, is that so? That truly is remarkable," Brokey responded, somewhat taken aback by Alan's explanation. However, they were not overly concerned. They had come to terms with such matters. Their current lives were quite satisfactory, and they held little regard for the intricacies of hockey. The giants, confident in their own strength, paid little heed to these concepts. In celebration of Alan's success, shall we host a banquet? Dongli proposed. A banquet? Indeed. We must organize a feast to commemorate this occasion, Brokey agreed. Alan observed the genuine concern displayed by Dongli and Brokey regarding his affairs, and he felt a profound sense of joy in having such friends. He acquiesced to their intentions. However, I must now attend to my injuries, dear brother Dongli. Your blow was rather forceful. Alan gently rubbed his chest and jested with Dongli. Ah, my apologies. Let us go. I shall carry you. Dongli, feeling somewhat bashful, chuckled as he hoisted Alan onto his shoulder and strode briskly towards his abode, while Brokey turned to hunt for prey. If the beasts on the island were privy to their thoughts, they would surely scoff. How absurd. You have successfully developed the ability of armament hockey. But what concern is that of ours? We are to endure your daily training torments, and now you wish to feast upon us. Where is the justice in that? However, it was evident that Alan and his companions could not hear the beast's lamentations, nor would they have cared, for the creatures were undeniably delectable. Under Alan's remarkable grilling prowess, the three delighted in their feast of meat and drink, celebrating Alan's achievement of armament hockey. They imbibed until the late hours, consuming every last drop of their wine before succumbing to slumber. Having successfully activated his armament hockey, Alan devoted the ensuing days to honing his skills, engaging in sparring matches with Dongli and Brokey. With their encouragement, he swiftly grasped the nuances of hockey. A month later, spurred by Dongli and Brokey's martial prowess, Alan could achieve basic weapon hardening. Though he could not maintain it for long, his mastery of armament hockey was steadily improving. The following day, Alan rose early, and after completing his daily training, returned with a dinosaur he had casually dispatched during practice. He prepared a barbecue, and the trio dined as usual. By the way, Alan, how is your practice with armament hockey coming along? Brokey inquired with curiosity, echoed by Dongli's eager expression. Upon mentioning hockey, Alan's face lit up with joy. I believe I have nearly mastered it. Although I cannot sustain it for long yet, I am quite satisfied. I must express my gratitude to both of you. Without your support, I would not have achieved this progress. Ha ha ha. Dongli and I have contributed little. Your current prowess is solely the result of your own efforts. And we have witnessed your dedication, Brokey replied. Are you leaving now? Dongli asked, his tone tinged with reluctance. The arrival of this little one had brought them unprecedented joy and amusement. It had been ages since they had felt such happiness. The three had forged a profound friendship over 3 months of close companionship, and the thought of parting filled them with sorrow. Do not be disheartened. We shall surely meet again, Alan reassured them. Indeed, once we determine the victor, we shall seek you out. Though I wonder how long that will take. And whether anyone else as intriguing as you will come to the island, Dongli mused. Yes, and we shall miss your barbecues, Brokey lamented. Fear not. When I depart, I shall share my grilling secrets with you, and I promise to return when time allows. That is a promise you must keep, Dongli insisted. I assure you, it is. Well then, while you are still here, let us indulge in barbecued meat, plenty of it. Brokey exclaimed, drooling. No problem, eat as much as you desire, until you are completely satisfied. Throughout the evening, the three of them sat by the campfire, devouring the grilled meat with hearty laughter. Perhaps this is the nature of giants. They are remarkably generous and uncomplicated. To be honest, Aaron found himself somewhat reluctant to leave. Being with them brought him joy, free from worries. The trio feasted until the deep hours of the night, and only when they could eat no more did they retire for sleep. The following day, by the shore, the two giants bid farewell to Aaron, one on each side. Take care, brother Aaron. We hope to hear of your renown in the world. Indeed, should things become unbearable, do come find us on the island. They chuckled. I heard you. I certainly will. Farewell, my two older brothers. Farewell. Farewell. After exchanging farewells with the giants, Aaron set sail, embarking on the very ship he had arrived on, slowly drifting away towards the vast sea. As Aaron's vessel gradually disappeared from view, the two giants exchanged glances. Shall we continue our match? Of course. Why not? This time, I shall surely triumph. Huh. The victor will undoubtedly be me. What delightful companions they were. With the island now completely out of sight, Aaron's resolve strengthened. He vowed to become even more formidable. Wait for me, crocodile. I shall certainly defeat you. Alan's gaze was lost in the distance, deep in thought. Chapter 83, The Legend of the Seven-Star Sword. After departing from the small garden, Alan sailed with the aid of the eternal log pose, presumably left behind by Miss Valentine's crew. They must have sensed that no one dared to board their ship in Alabasta, hence they did not take the log pose with them. This fortuitously benefited Alan, for he understood that navigating the Grand Line without a log pose or eternal log pose was an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, they had left behind the eternal log pose. Otherwise, if it had been a regular log pose, he would have been compelled to linger in the small garden for an entire year before departing. Had that been the case, it would have driven Alan to madness. Now, with his strength significantly enhanced, Alan felt unafraid of crocodile, especially with the added advantage of armament hockey, which was instrumental against those with Logia fruit abilities. Should they engage in battle once more, the outcome remained uncertain. However, the weather on the Grand Line was as capricious as a child's temperament, changing at a moment's notice. Less than a day into his voyage, Alan encountered extreme weather conditions. The sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds swirling overhead, while lightning danced within the shadows and thunder reverberated like a celestial roar. Howling winds whipped up towering waves, causing Alan's small vessel to sway perilously. In a desperate attempt to prevent his boat from capsizing, Alan exerted all his energy to maintain its stability. Once the storm had completely cleared, he collapsed, utterly exhausted, within the cabin, gasping for breath. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the ship's course. He had expended all his strength to evade the tempest. On his previous journey through the Grand Line, he was accompanied by numerous crew members and skilled navigators who ensured the ship's safe passage, allowing him to relax. Now, alone, he was tormented by the relentless effort required to keep the vessel steady. He was too weary even to eat, succumbing to fatigue and falling into a deep slumber. During his sleep, the ship drifted off its original course due to the storm, leaving its destination uncertain. The night quietly slipped away. After sleeping for an entire day and night, Alan finally awoke, shaking his groggy head as he made his way to the kitchen in search of food. Once he had satisfied his hunger and thirst, he proceeded to the helm to examine the eternal log pose. To his shock, he realized just how severely it had shifted. Alan gazed at the direction in which the needle had deviated, feeling a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of where it had drifted to now. Alan picked up the binoculars and hurried to the observation deck, beginning his vigilant search. Before long, a narrow path emerged within his line of sight. Alan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried to the helm, firmly grasping the wheel and steering towards the distant isle. After a brief passage of several minutes, he anchored his vessel at a spot that resembled a quaint harbor, swiftly disembarking and making his way towards the little town. The wine in the small garden had long been consumed by the trio, and after a month of abstinence, Alan felt parched, as if his mouth had turned to dust. He soon found an inn and promptly entered. "Good day, traveler. What can I get for you?" inquired the innkeeper, a man of apparent authority, as he observed Alan's entrance. "Kind sir, please bring forth your finest wine," Alan called out, taking a seat in a secluded corner. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment." The innkeeper responded with alacrity, soon returning with a glass of wine, which he placed before Alan, saying, "Enjoy your drink." Alan raised his glass and downed it in one swift motion, exclaiming with a deep breath, "Ah, refreshing. My good man, more please." Thus, Alan joyfully indulged in his libations at the tavern. Suddenly, a raucous group of oddly dressed individuals burst through the door, clamoring loudly. "Quickly, bring forth your finest drinks and dishes, for today we shall drink to our heart's content," they bellowed, laughter echoing through the establishment. It was evident that this rowdy band comprised pirates. As soon as the proprietor delivered the drinks, the revelry commenced, filling the tavern with the boisterous shouts and peculiar cries of the pirates. Alan's previously buoyant spirits were swiftly dampened by the raucous intrusion of the band of pirates. Their boisterous antics were simply intolerable. However, in his current cheerful mood, Alan was reluctant to resort to violence. After taking a sip of his drink, he beckoned to the bartender and said, "Come, my friend, join me for a toast." Alan poured himself a cup of wine and addressed the proprietor. Once the owner settled himself, Alan pointed towards the group of pirates and inquired, "Who are these individuals? They seem rather audacious." The owner, taken aback, responded with a hint of panic, "Please keep your voice down, esteemed guest." As if recalling some dark memories, he sighed, raised his glass towards Alan, and continued, "They are members of the Red Wolf pirate crew, a rather troublesome lot. Their captain, Grover, is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 84 million. It is said that countless civilians and naval officers have perished at their hands. They are indeed a vicious band of marauders." 84 million? What brings them here? Alan was profoundly intrigued. An enticing bounty of 84 million was indeed a considerable sum. "Hush, dear guest, do refrain from speaking so loudly. Attracting their attention could yield dire consequences." It was evident that the proprietor harbored a profound fear of the Red Wolf pirate crew, who had evidently left an indelible mark on this place. He continued, "They graced our shores a year ago, rumored to have traversed from the North Sea in search of some treasure, purportedly the Seven-Star Sword. I must admit, my knowledge is rather scant. The legends surrounding the Seven-Star Sword have persisted for nearly a century, and few believe in its existence. Otherwise, it would have been uncovered long ago. However, the Red Wolf pirate crew is steadfast in their belief in this myth, convinced that the seven-star sword is a formidable blade of unparalleled might, a treasure of immense value. Thus, they reappear on this island at intervals. Judging by their current demeanor, it seems they have acquired some credible information. Otherwise, their excitement would be unfounded. The seven-star sword? It resembles a mythical blade. No one has laid eyes upon it for ages. Is there truly anyone who still believes in its existence? Alan was deeply intrigued by the seven-star sword. Who could blame him? The Crimson Wolf pirates had lingered in this vicinity for over a year, driven by their obsession with this mythical weapon. They often resorted to executing anyone on the island who dared to cross their path, instilling fear in the hearts of the local residents. It seemed that even the tavern owner had been intimidated by this pirate crew, speaking in hushed tones, fearful of being overheard by the marauders. Alan was uncertain of the island's name. It had not been mentioned in the original text and appeared to be a lesser-known all from another route. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned, as he recalled that the seven-star sword did appear in the original narrative, likely within a theatrical adaptation. Rumor had it that this sword was a cursed blade, capable of manipulating the human psyche, embodying wickedness. Despite its ominous reputation, Alan found himself captivated by the sword's design, which bore the hallmarks of traditional Chinese weaponry, featuring dual sharpened edges and emanating a mysterious green glow, perhaps the very lightsaber he had long sought. Thus, he devised a plan. When the pirate crew set sail, he would stealthily board their vessel and seize the seven-star sword once they located it. After all, it was not as if the pirates possessed any rightful claim to it, and he felt no moral burden in taking it from them. Chapter 85. Aska Island. After lingering in the tavern for a while, Alan departed, intrigued by the information regarding the Crimson Wolf pirates that the owner had shared. He returned to his ship, awaiting the pirates' departure. The following day, at the break of dawn, Alan was already concealed in a strategic location on the island. Not far from him, several warships and a significantly larger vessel were anchored along the coastline. Soon, a throng of pirates came into view, making their way from the shore towards the ship. Many others were laboriously transporting supplies along the beach. Everyone, stick to the plan and remain calm. If we successfully complete this job, we shall enjoy a period of leisure, the lead figure, a burly man with a full beard, proclaimed. He had short hair, a square jaw, and small, sinister eyes, his torso mostly bare, adorned with a crimson wolf's head crossed with white bones, the insignia of the Crimson Wolf pirates. This must be Grover, the captain of the crew. Once Alan identified his target, he patiently bided his time, waiting for the supplies to be fully loaded. When the last of the cargo was aboard, he swiftly slipped onto the ship, concealing himself within the hold. After all the crew members had boarded, Grover stood at the bow, raising his hand in command. Set sail, lads. We embark. Long live the captain. We are off. Amidst the fervent cries of pirates, several vessels gradually departed the harbor, steering towards their destined shores. After 2 days of navigation, the pirate ships finally arrived at their coveted destination, Aska Island. With the aid of his observation hotkey, Alan remained concealed aboard the ship, undetected by the marauding crew. He subsisted on provisions from the storeroom whenever hunger struck and quenched his thirst with the spirits stored away, while the pirates remained oblivious to the dwindling supplies, their focus solely fixated on the legendary seven-star sword. All hands, disembark. After a year, this fabled seven-star sword shall soon belong to our crew. Upon hearing their captain's command, the pirates eagerly leapt from their ships, encircling Grover with palpable excitement. This was the renowned supreme blade, immensely valuable, and once sold, they would reap significant rewards. Wasn't that the very essence of their piracy? Thus, their enthusiasm was infectious. Under their captain's lead, the pirates charged toward the island with fervor. The island's inhabitants swiftly sensed the arrival of the marauders. The pirates are here, they cried in terror as they beheld the armed intruders advancing upon them. Grover swiftly silenced a shouting resident with a single stroke, bellowing to his crew, "Onward, my lads." "Aye, Captain," the pirates responded, brandishing their weapons as they commenced a frenzied massacre against the islanders. "Run to the mountains, quickly. Escape. Stop, you vile pirates." A resident pointed towards the mountains at the back of the island, exclaiming loudly, prompting the inhabitants to flee towards that direction. Soon, amidst the frenzied onslaught of the pirates, flames engulfed the island, and corpses of both pirates and residents littered the ground. However, it was evident that the pirates constituted only a fraction of the chaos. They could hardly withstand the onslaught of the well-prepared marauders. Witnessing the slaughter of their homeland and dear friends at the hands of the pirates, many residents fought valiantly against their assailants, their eyes reddened with fury. Yet, all their efforts appeared futile, as under the leadership of Grover, the Red Wolf pirate crew swiftly caught up with the fleeing residents. At that moment, distant shouts of battle echoed, revealing that the stationed navy had discovered the invading pirates. Thus, a fierce clash ensued between the pirates and the navy, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Meanwhile, on a ship, Alan was soundly asleep, exhausted from 2 days and nights of vigilance. Fearing that the pirates might act rashly, he understood the necessity of a brief respite. The battle raged fiercely. Yet it was clear that the island's navy was no match for the pirates, especially considering that the captain of the Red Wolf pirates bore a staggering bounty of 84 million. The navy was rapidly forced into retreat, eventually cornered at an altar. At this juncture, Alan was awakened by the cacophony of battle cries and pleas for help. Stretching languidly, he vanished from the ship in a flash. Grover and his crew laughed boisterously at the navy, who found themselves trapped with no escape. Suddenly, Grover's eyes gleamed with realization as he swatted a nearby Navy officer away, preparing to investigate whether he had stumbled upon the legendary 7-star sword, when a rather irritating voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, you pirates are truly despicable." It was Alan, who had just set foot on the island. Observing the extensive devastation of the once beautiful isle, along with the numerous corpses of residents and Navy personnel, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for having slept aboard the ship. "Hey, kid, who are you?" inquired a pirate standing beside Grover. "Me? Just a mere bounty hunter," Alan replied. Alan let out a tremendous yawn, clearly still in need of rest, with a tear trickling from the corner of his eye. "A pirate hunter? Is it for this treasure that you have come?" Upon hearing this, Glover immediately bristled with irritation. "For this treasure? Boys, eliminate this bothersome pest. TCH, what an annoying presence." Alan gazed disdainfully at the band of pirates surrounding him, perceiving them as mere trifles. Finally, the bothersome individual departed, allowing Grover to lift the lid. His eyes fixated on the sword emanating an eerie green light, glimmering with the promise of riches. With utmost caution, he retrieved the luminous blade, recognizing it as the fabled 7-star sword. Upon grasping it, his demeanor shifted dramatically. A sinister smile crept across his face, infused with a malevolent aura. Observing their captain's bewildered expression, one pirate approached and inquired, "Captain, could this be the legendary 7-star sword? Shall we put it to the test?" Grover responded with a wicked grin, cleaving the nearby pirate in twain with a single stroke, witnessing their captain's madness as he ruthlessly dispatched his own crew. The surrounding pirates recoiled in terror, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Without expending much effort, Alan swiftly dealt with the remaining pirates, sheathing his katana as he advanced step by step toward the altar. It was then that he discerned the sword in Grover's grasp, glowing with an otherworldly light, and realized it must indeed be the legendary 7-star sword. However, upon witnessing Grover's eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, Alan understood that this wretch had succumbed to the sword's malevolent influence. "Ahahaha, I shall undoubtedly become the world's greatest," Grover exclaimed, triumphantly raising the 7-star sword. Alan squinted his eyes, observing that the 7-star sword truly possessed the sinister qualities depicted in anime. In order to thoroughly study this extraordinary weapon, Alan murmured, "Armament entwine. Meteor strike." With a swift thrust, Grover, still lost in his own world, found his heart pierced, a wicked smile lingering on his lips even in death. Alan wielded his katana with finesse, dispatching the remaining pirates one by one, and subsequently began to assist the villagers in restoring order. Chapter 86, Subduing the 7-star sword. After a night of diligent efforts, the injured villagers on the island had received treatment and were now resting in place. At this moment, a diminutive elderly woman approached Alan and bowed deeply. "I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace, kind sir. I, Alincia, humbly express the heartfelt gratitude of the villagers on behalf of us all." Alan nonchalantly waved his hand and inquired of the elderly lady, "Pray tell, Grandmother Ilensa, could you share with me the tale of the 7-star sword? It appears quite sinister." With a sigh, Ilensa settled upon a nearby step and began to recount. In the kingdom of Aska, 3 princes encountered a sorceress, each yearning for her affection. The princes, brandishing the 7-star sword, a symbol of their royal lineage, engaged in fierce conflict, leading to a grotesque struggle among brothers. The land and sea were tainted by the anguish and blood of the sacrificed, ultimately transforming the 7-star sword, having absorbed countless lives and enmity, into a cursed blade of malevolence that brought about the annihilation of the kingdom of Aska. This dreadful 7-star demon sword perpetuated a cycle of bloody warfare, its reach extending across the vast seas, casting a pall of darkness over what should have been a realm of beauty. In a bid to liberate the people from this relentless bloodshed, The sorceress bore the hatred of the seven-star sword within her own being, ultimately sacrificing her life. In reverence to her sacrifice, the princess vowed to the heavens, drawing power from the deities of the Aska seven stars, transforming it into 3 precious jewels that would seal the sword's malevolent force. Pausing momentarily, Alinsa continued, however. Once every century, on the night of the crimson full moon, the sealed sword regains its strength and awakens, unleashing its murderous and destructive powers. Ah, indeed. The seven-star sword is truly a terrifying artifact, Alan remarked with a hint of indifference. Eliana, concerned that Alan had also developed an interest in the seven-star sword, inquired anxiously, "My lord, are you also intrigued by the seven-star sword?" "Ah, ha ha, I would never dare to be interested in a demonic blade." Alan vehemently denied any allegations. However, he considered the seven-star sword to be a commendable choice of weapon. Yet, he harbored concerns regarding the sword's malevolence, which had been depicted as quite fearsome for good reason. It seemed evident that this demonic blade possessed a sinister nature. Alan resolved to examine the sword further once he had recuperated and regained his strength. After all, the seven-star sword remained sealed, and with no one currently daring to disturb it, there was no immediate urgency. Thus, after satisfying his hunger, Alan returned to the ship to rest. As night fell on the following day, after a full day of recuperation, Alan ventured to the altar when all had succumbed to slumber. His spirit, revitalized after a day and night of rest, was at its peak. He retrieved the box containing the seven-star sword from the depths of the altar, its length approximately 1 meter and 90 centimeters. Cradling the box, he sought an empty, secluded area, where he carefully opened it. Inside lay the legendary demonic sword, emanating a dim green glow and adorned with 7 small holes at various positions, surely the origin of its name. As he gazed intently at the seven-star sword, Alan thought he perceived a voice emanating from the blade, beckoning him to seize it with the promise that doing so would elevate him to the pinnacle of the world. This voice seemed to resonate deep within his mind, igniting an overwhelming urge to grasp the sword. It appeared to embody the very essence of malevolence. Alan gazed at the enchanting sword before him, murmuring softly. The surge of emotion permeated deep within his soul, rendering the emerald glow irresistibly captivating. Alan took a deep breath, expelling the cacophony of voices from his mind. He resolutely refused to be dominated by a cold, unyielding weapon. Fixating intently on the seven-star sword, he remained motionless, suppressing the tumultuous impulses within him. The standoff persisted. Indeed, he found himself locked in a silent battle with the weapon for 2 agonizing hours, before finally subduing the tempest of emotions raging in his heart. Truly, this seven-star sword is extraordinary, he mused, acknowledging its formidable power that had ensnared so many in the original tale. It was no wonder the inhabitants of this island referred to it as the demon sword. With newfound determination, Alan gazed at the sword, an unwavering resolve blossoming within him. Gradually, he extended his right hand toward the seven-star sword, a flicker of trepidation coursing through him. At last, he grasped the hilt of the sword, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged through him, penetrating his mind with alarming force. The sheer intensity of this malevolence provoked a startled gasp from Alan, as his trembling hand struggled to maintain its grip. This fierce aura sought to seize dominion over his very being, the sword yearning to exert control over him. In that moment, a fierce conflict raged within his consciousness, one that pitted the sword's will against his own desire to retain mastery over his body. This torment consumed him. As he writhed on the ground, the seven-star sword seemingly glued to his grasp, refusing to relinquish its hold. I aspire to become the strongest man in the world. How could I allow myself to be subdued by such a frigid weapon? He cried out in despair. Alan clenched his teeth, determined to expel this wretched consciousness from his mind. He could not forget his resolve. He was willing to endure profound torment in his quest for strength, all in pursuit of the path that would lead him home. He refused to be subdued so easily, with merely a shattered weapon. Do you think you can impose your will upon me? Who do you think I am? Alan struggled to rise, slowly lifting the seven-star sword that clung to his right hand. I, Gaia Alan, having arrived in this world, shall allow no one and nothing to impede my advance. Not even a demonic sword, not even one stained with blood. I will not be subjugated by you. Alan plunged the seven-star sword deep into the earth, his voice resonating with a powerful shout. As he bellowed, an overwhelming aura emanated from his being, radiating outward. The villagers, who had been peacefully slumbering in the town, unwittingly fell into a deep stupor. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire world had fallen silent, devoid of any sound. The seven-star sword, too, grew still under the influence of this formidable presence, and a chilling malevolence slipped from Alan's mind. The sword slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Indeed, Alan had been compelled by the seven-star sword to unleash his conqueror's haki. This astonishing force had subdued the sword, and after enduring considerable torment, he could no longer withstand the pressure and fainted. By a twist of fate, Alan found himself unexpectedly fortunate, though he narrowly escaped the clutches of the seven-star sword. He inadvertently awakened the conqueror's haki and subdued the sword in the process. Thus, Alan emerged with two remarkable acquisitions, the conqueror's haki and the seven-star sword. Chapter 87. What is the title? After a night of unconsciousness, Alan slowly regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he felt as if his head had been struck with a heavy blow. A sharp pain coursing through him. Shaking his head vigorously, he staggered to his feet, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea reminiscent of a hangover. Just the previous day, he had been embroiled in a struggle for dominion over his own body against the seven-star sword. During the fierce confrontation, he had nearly succumbed to the sword's potent malevolence, threatening to reduce him to a mere instrument of slaughter. In a moment of clarity, he recalled his past life and the purpose that had brought him to this world, only to be abruptly struck with a searing pain in his head, which led to his collapse. Uncertain of what had transpired, all he knew was that his head felt as if it might explode. The seven-star sword. Suddenly, Alan recalled the menacing seven-star sword from the previous day and hurriedly began to search his surroundings. Before long, he discovered the sword quietly resting on the ground, devoid of the unsettling sensation it had imparted upon their first encounter. What had that feeling been last night? In that critical moment, it seemed as if he had unleashed something within himself, forcing the sword's malevolence to retreat, after which he had fainted. The aura, the dominion over all. An assault of spiritual energy, could it be the conqueror's haki? This extraordinary ability, possessed by merely 1 in a million, had evaded his sight throughout his years in the pirate world, as he had never witnessed another wielding this formidable power. Although he was aware of the 3 types of haki, he only knew that observation and armament haki could be cultivated through training, while conqueror's haki was a gift reserved for true sovereigns. Nonetheless, that peculiar sensation bore a striking resemblance to the experiences depicted in anime, regrettably. It was merely an unconscious trigger on his part, yet the oppressive feeling seemed akin to the conqueror's haki. Moreover, it was likely that the villagers had risen by now, yet the surroundings remained eerily quiet, just as they had been the previous night. The village was devoid of sound, affirming that he had indeed activated the conqueror's haki, inadvertently affecting the innocent. Alan could only silently apologize. After pondering for a long while and experimenting fruitlessly, he still did not know how to trigger it again, ultimately deciding to abandon the endeavor for now and to research it later. Gazing at the seven-star sword, it now appeared harmless, yet Alan felt a twinge of trepidation. He had finally discovered a weapon suited for him, yet it was a tantalizing yet unusable prospect, akin to a tasteless morsel that one was reluctant to discard. At this moment, fear began to creep in. Damn it, how could I be afraid of a mere weapon? He exclaimed in frustration, astonished that a weapon could instill such fear within him. Still, he was hesitant to engage with the seven-star sword again, unable to fathom the implications if he were to be ensnared by it. How could he possibly fulfill the dreams he harbored? Weapons, lightsabers, sword souls. Oh, and the sword soul system as well. Alan recalled the system that had accompanied him through his journey and wondered whether the display of weapons had changed. Without further contemplation, he summoned the system panel. Player, Gaia Alan class, Sword Soul, Advanced, Level, 37, 32 experience points. Weapon, 7-star sword, light sword. Skills, Rising/Mastery, Triple/Mastery. Cross/Mastery, Mountain Crumble Strike, Rapid Thrust, Proficient, Block, Mastery. One Sword Flow Iato, Mastery. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike, Proficient. Draw/Meteor Strike, Ascend. Meteor Strike, Piercing, Proficient. Meteor Strike, Fall, Proficient. Flowing Leap Swordsmanship. Internal Demon Swordsmanship, Weapon Mastery. Meteor Swordsmanship. Observing the weapon section of the system had indeed transformed, now showcasing the 7-star sword before him. With a sigh of relief, he concluded that since the system had recognized the 7-star sword as his weapon, there should be no significant issues. Alan instinctively exhaled, realizing that the 7-star sword had been subdued by the sudden eruption of his conqueror's haki last night, which led the system to transform the sword into his own weapon. Gazing once more at the 7-star sword on the ground, Alan felt a profound sense of relief wash over him as he slowly reached out to touch the sword. At last, Alan grasped the hilt of the 7-star sword, only to release it almost immediately. Was that it? Upon realizing that nothing had transpired, Alan breathed a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with joy as he began to wield the sword with enthusiasm. Blade draw, cross slash. Meteor stab. The vast arena soon resonated with the sound of whistling blades, as an array of flamboyant slashes filled the air. Though the weapon was somewhat lengthy, Alan, standing over 2 meters tall, found it quite manageable. In his previous life, he had only reached 8 meters, yet after his reincarnation, he had grown taller each year. Having encountered giants before, a height of over 2 meters felt perfectly normal. After venting his exuberance, Alan felt thoroughly satisfied. This sword, as the manifestation of his soul, proved far more comfortable to wield than the katana, and its power was significantly greater. Stowing the weapon away, he suddenly recalled the villagers still in slumber, hastily tidying up his belongings before darting back to the village. When the villagers awoke that afternoon, they were puzzled by the extended duration of their sleep, though the cause remained a mystery, leading to a quiet acceptance of the situation. Hearing their comments left Alan feeling somewhat awkward, yet he refrained from offering any explanations. Instead, he perched atop a height, observing the bustling villagers below, a faint smile gracing his lips. This serene atmosphere had a calming effect on those who witnessed it, though it did not extend to the pirates. A timid young girl, not much older than a child, slowly approached, apprehensive yet curious. Alan also noticed the young girl approaching. She was Maya, the granddaughter of Elonda. Although Elonda had not revealed her lineage, Alan was aware that Maya was the last saintess of the island. Though she had yet to blossom fully, it was evident that she possessed the beauty of a budding enchantress. "Hey, Maya, what brings you here? Come, join me. Take a seat." Alan quickly greeted Maya, remarking on the timid nature of the young girl. "Hey, Alan, brother." Maya cautiously settled a short distance to Alan's left. Not daring to sit beside him, her gaze fixated on the 7-star sword to his right. Upon catching Maya's gaze, Alan discerned her purpose for approaching. It was undoubtedly regarding the 7-star sword, which had been safeguarded by their lineage for generations. Nevertheless, Alan inquired, "Maya, what brings you here? What is it that you seek from your brother, Alan?" After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Maya struggled to articulate her thoughts. Alan had no intention of teasing her any longer, so he said, "Is this what you were concerned about?" As he gestured towards the 7-star sword, he continued, "I understand your worries. The 7-star sword holds great significance for you. But look at me, your brother Alan. Do I appear to be in any trouble? Do not fret, for this so-called cursed sword has already yielded to me." But, Maya wanted to say something further, yet Alan interrupted her, gently stroking her head and saying, "All right, little Maya, do I seem to be under its control?" The 7-star sword had essentially been purged of its demonic nature by the system, reducing it to merely a weapon. He was aware of Elisha's concerns regarding the emergence of the cursed sword wreaking havoc upon the world. Seeing that Alan appeared unharmed, Maya's small face relaxed. Her innocent nature made it easy for her to trust this older brother who had come to aid her village. That evening, Elisha learned of Alan's words through Maya. She observed Alan's demeanor, uncertain of the truth behind his claims. Since the 7-star sword's appearance, there had been no incidents to suggest otherwise. However, Alan's formidable strength rendered her incapable of acting against him for the time being. Thus, she could only bide her time and observe in secret, hoping that everything would unfold as Alan had described, alleviating her fears regarding the potential dangers posed by the 7-star sword. Chapter 88. The Navy's retreat. After spending 3 days on the island, Elisha, having confirmed that no ill fate awaited the 7-star sword, consented to Alan's departure. Though she could not prevent it, she was grateful for Alan's cooperation, as the lengthy weapon could not be strapped to his waist. Alan devised a means to carry the 7-star sword upon his back for convenience. Amidst the villagers' reluctance and expressions of gratitude, Alan boarded a small pirate ship belonging to the Red Wolf pirate crew, departing under the villagers' watchful gazes. Having endured the setback in Alabasta, fortune finally smiled upon Alan. Not only had he made strides in mastering hockey, but he had also inadvertently awakened the conqueror's hockey, in addition to acquiring a weapon befitting him. This time, the world would undoubtedly feel the profound impact of Alan's return. Holy Land, Mariewa. Within a lavish palace at its heart, 5 elders sat upon sofas, while before them stood a man clad in the Navy's justice coat, sporting a braided mustache, none other than the current fleet admiral, Sengoku, abandoning the New World, leaving only the G1 and G5 strongholds for the pirates to annihilate one another. How confident are you in this plan? The elder posing the question was clad in a black suit, with a mane of white curls and a voluminous white beard, topped with a flat cap, and a scar grazed his left cheek. Though the New World had previously been overlooked by the world government, it gained notoriety following Roger's triumphant ascent to Raftel, thus capturing the covetous gaze of the world government. However, the New World is now under the dominion of numerous pirates, with the four emperors commanding substantial territories, rendering the intervention of the world government and navy exceedingly challenging. In Roger's era, there were the so-called three-peak pirates, and now a new pirate emperor has emerged. Yet, without exception, these successors are unwilling to submit to others. Sengoku replied. Another elder, also clad in a black suit, bald with two distinct whiskers resembling a mustache, and a birthmark on his forehead, inquired, "What level of assurance do you have regarding this plan?" The five elders were acutely aware of the precarious state of the New World. The attention of the world government had gradually shifted from the pirates to the Revolutionary Army, an entity that truly poses a threat to the standing of the world government. Therefore, the group exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the thoughts of the others, yet still sought to ascertain Sengoku's perspective. I am well aware that no fleet of the Navy can contend with a single emperor, unless the collective strength of the Navy can subdue them. Thus, prolonging the conflict would merely deplete our resources. Although the Navy stands as the most formidable force upon the seas, confronting one of the four emperors alone entails considerable costs, compounded by the ever-present threat of ambush from other pirates. Thus, it becomes impossible to concentrate military might against a single emperor. After much deliberation, the Gorosei acquiesced to Sengoku's proposal. On November 1st, 1515, in the era of the sea, the great Navy fleet began its retreat after a 6-month expedition. Admiral Akiji's second fleet took refuge at the G1 fortress, while Admiral Akainu's first fleet secured the G5 branch fort. Concurrently, the Navy commenced a full withdrawal from their strongholds in the New World, gradually relinquishing all bases and fortifications except for G1 and G5. By November 20th, 1515, the Navy had completely forsaken the latter half of the Grand Line, retaining only the G1 branch at the entrance to the New World and its sole counterpart, G5. Consequently, the New World transformed entirely into a realm dominated by the pirate forces led by the four emperors, a veritable paradise for the powerful. In a certain maritime expanse of the new century, a colossal ship resembling the head of a whale anchored in the waters, its mainmast adorned with a white skull emblem featuring a crescent-shaped mustache. This vessel belonged to the most intimidating man of the sea, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, and his pirate crew. At the bow of the ship, a robust and towering figure, with a crescent-shaped mustache, sat comfortably in an enormous armchair, nearly 5 meters high, his bare chest exposed beneath a greatcoat. Beside him lay a lengthy naginata, and in his hands he held a barrel of liquor, drinking heartily. The sound of footsteps approached, and a man with a punk golden hairstyle, a dagger at his waist, a pineapple-like face, and a tattoo of the Whitebeard pirates on his chest, drew near with lifeless eyes. "Old man, the Navy has completely retreated, leaving only a substantial presence at G1 and G5. Ah, it's Marco. Gururara. Sengoku has truly abandoned the New World, which aligns perfectly with his character." The man referred to as Old Man was none other than Edward Newgate, the man acclaimed as the strongest in the world. In the New World, at the red-haired pirate's base, a group of pirates reveled around a roaring bonfire. "Hey Beckman, come drink with us. You're such a bore," exclaimed Shanks, his face flushed with merriment as he indulged in spirits. "Captain, it seems the Navy has indeed given up on the New World," remarked Beckman. A tall man with a sharp chin and defined facial features, puffing on a cigarette and equipped with a rifle at his waist. He held a din mushy, likely having just concluded a conversation. "Whatever. Ha ha ha. Drinking is what truly matters now." Shanks boisterously laughed, slapping his remaining hand heavily upon the shoulder of a nearby rotund companion. "Damn it, Captain, don't wipe your greasy hands on me." Lotzi adjusted his clothing and bellowed in indignation. Allah, Allah, do not concern yourselves with such trivial details." On a volcanic island, a thunderous roar emanated from within the volcano. "Navy, how could you retreat? You cannot leave without vanquishing me first." A towering and robust man, adorned with black hair and horns upon his head and shoulders, his long beard flowing down, bore a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm and a cross-shaped scar on his right abdomen. He was swimming in the molten lava, while on the shore lay a torn piece of parchment. It was the fabled Cake Island. Seated upon the throne in her palace was an extraordinarily corpulent woman, her eyes laced with crimson veins as she applied thick lipstick, occasionally allowing drool to drip onto the ground, corroding the marble into small pits. "The Navy has retreated," Bring me that delectable cake island left behind by the Navy. I must taste the cakes from that island. Desserts, desserts, bring me my desserts at once. This raucous woman was none other than Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. Right away, Mama. Although the news of the Navy's withdrawal from the New World had not been reported in the newspapers, many factions and influential figures were aware, speculating on the Navy's intentions. The seas were abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Alan, sailed leisurely upon the ocean, accustomed to solitary journeys and capable of finding amusement even amidst the monotony of travel. Though the destination ahead remained uncertain, he was undeterred by whatever might come. Chapter 89, Gaia Island on the Ocean. A modest pirate ship navigated the waters. Equipped with merely a simple canvas sail, lacking even a flag, this was Alan, having just departed from the island. The vessel was a small boat he had selected from the Red Wolf pirates, with all markings associated with them meticulously erased. Alan, clad in a black coat, stood at the bow of the ship, gazing silently into the distance. It had been 3 days since leaving Ask Island. Navigating according to the direction indicated by the salvage log pointer. After enduring the control of the 7-star sword, he finally reclaimed his weapon and, by a fortunate twist of fate, awakened the Conqueror's Haki. It seemed he truly was the chosen one. Reflecting on his experiences on Ask Island, Alan felt a profound sense of relief. Without the system, the 7-star sword could never have become his exclusive weapon. Nonetheless, every hardship was worth it. The thrill of dancing on the edge of death was undeniably exhilarating. Indeed, the world of web fiction had not deceived him. In moments of peril, survival often heralds significant opportunities. Yet, he pondered how to wield the Conqueror's Haki with finesse when the time came for battle. Revealing this power would surely allow him to showcase his prowess. While he had awakened this formidable ability, mastering its application and release remained a mystery, akin to possessing a treasure yet being unable to access it. Sighing, he resolved to take one step at a time, hoping for an opportunity to experiment later. In the original tale, Luffy had the privilege of being taught by the legendary Rayleigh, who enabled him to master the 3 forms of Haki within 2 years. Alan, lacking such a mentor, could only navigate this journey through trial and error, for he was unfamiliar with those illustrious figures. Suddenly, the log pointer on his wrist stirred. Alan soon noticed that the direction of the recording pointer had shifted, pointing towards the heavens. Was the pointer indicating the sky? Could it be that this was the direction of the Sky Island? Alan gazed skyward, fully aware that the Sky Island truly existed. At this moment, according to the compass's direction, the Sky Island was directly above him. This ethereal island floated above the White Sea, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, while the White Sea itself lay 7,000 meters high. It was only through the protagonist's aura that Luffy and his companions successfully reached the Sky Island. It is worth noting that among the 100 adventurers who set forth, only a select few managed to survive. Navigating the ocean currents presented only 2 fates: total survival or complete demise. However, aside from the Roger pirates and Luffy's crew, there had been no indication that any other pirate crew had successfully ascended to the Sky Island. Alan yearned to ascend and behold the fabled White Sea and its ethereal beauty, yet he realized that venturing there alone was an insurmountable challenge, leaving him to ponder the possibility. At this juncture, he could only speculate whether Enel had claimed dominion over Skypiea. Though he harbored an insatiable desire for the rumble fruit, he did not covet it excessively, for he was, after all, a sword soul. Why would he willingly consume a devil fruit that would exacerbate his vulnerability to water? Suddenly, as Alan's thoughts meandered, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Upon focusing his gaze, he beheld a colossal warship plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ocean and stirring tumultuous waves. The small vessel was violently tossed by the surging tide, helplessly adrift and fearing the impending engulfment by the towering waves. With a resounding crack, a tremendous slash emanated from the ship, cleaving the gigantic vessel that loomed above him into 2 halves. It then plummeted into the sea with a resounding splash, once more unleashing a formidable surge, nearly overwhelming the small craft in its watery embrace. Alan clutched the edge of the ship with one hand, while wielding the 7-star sword in the other, casting a wary gaze towards the sky. He had narrowly escaped being struck. This was utterly outrageous. Had he not noticed the colossal vessel, he would have found himself floundering in the ocean. With a vigorous wipe of the seawater from his face, Alan couldn't help but voice his frustration. While watching anime, he had felt a surge of excitement when Luffy and his crew encountered ships tumbling from the heavens, but when such an event transpired in his own life, the thrill dissipated, leaving him on the brink of disaster. Indeed, the Grand Line was remarkable, a realm where the most astonishing occurrences unfolded. Reflecting on it, Luffy's crew had merely encountered a small ship, whereas he had been besieged by several, nearly capsizing his vessel. What on earth? Are you back for more? The sky echoed with a howling sound, prompting Alan to unleash a torrent of curses. Is this never-ending? Drawing his sword, he executed a slashing motion. Cross-slash. A semicircular strike soared towards the sky, cleaving the airborne ship in two, while the ensuing cross-slash reduced the vessel to a heap of splintered wood cascading downwards. Alan had little desire to engage in any adventurous pursuits. Suddenly, a ship appeared, and he was uncertain whether it would remain for long. Swiftly, he executed several slashing strikes in the opposite direction of the ship's course, hastening their departure from the treacherous waters. Gaia Island. Ever since the tales of the golden treasures propagated by the boastful Roland had attracted numerous pirates, lured by the hope of discovering the fabled gold. Consequently, the number of pirates swelled, transforming Gaia Island into a notorious haven for such brigands. According to the narrative, in the year 1122 of the sea calendar, approximately 4 centuries ago, Norland and his crew sought refuge from a storm on Gaia Island. In doing so, they inadvertently rescued the Shanya tribe, afflicted by tree fever, and put an end to their tradition of human sacrifice. Norland also formed a deep friendship with the valiant warrior, Carlagra. Despite his noble deeds, Norland's act of felling the sacred trees of the Shandya led to a grave misunderstanding, branding him as a transgressor of their beliefs. After Carlagra issued an eviction notice to Norland, he learned, through must, the true reasons behind the tree felling. A realization that filled him with profound regret for missing the opportunity to bid farewell to Norland. As a result, the Shanda tribe rang their golden bell daily, hoping to summon their dear friend Norland and his crew back to the island. One fateful day, due to a colossal upsurge in ocean currents, a portion of Gaia Island was thrust into the sky, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters, separating Norland from Carlagra forever. For various reasons, the descendants of the Shanya tribe were expelled from Gaia Island, leading to a fierce struggle between them and the sky god, Inaru, along with his priests. In 1127 of the sea calendar, Roland, under royal orders, returned to Gaia Island in search of gold. However, by this time, Gaia Island had been swept into the White Sea. Unable to locate the fabled land of gold, Roland faced misfortune and earned the moniker of the Great Liar. Before his death, he speculated that the land of gold had sunk beneath the ocean due to tectonic shifts, but his words fell on deaf ears. Thereafter, the tale of the Great Liar Roland became widely known throughout the North Sea, depicting him as a deceitful fool. In the wake of Roland, his descendant, Wumbran Kulik, arrived at Gaia Island, frequently diving into the depths in search of truth, determined to prove the existence of the Golden Isle. Having escaped the perilous area, Alan approached the vicinity of Gaia Island, where he discovered a port on the eastern shore and anchored his vessel. Here, dozens of pirate ships of varying sizes and flags lay at anchor. On the shore, a shorter pirate, wielding a telescope, spotted Alan's arrival. Not a pirate ship? And just one person? Doesn't he appear to be a formidable pirate? It seems an entertaining spectacle is about to unfold. At last, the pirate revealed a tone of schadenfreude. It is well known that this place serves as a haven for pirates, where the law of the jungle prevails. It is not uncommon for inept pirate crews to vanish without a trace, as no one comes to their aid when they cannot defend their possessions. Instead, they are often dragged down by others. Observing Alan, who stood alone and whose ship appeared rather formidable, it was evident that the pirates on the island would be unable to resist the temptation to strike. Chapter 90. On Gaia Island. Thanks to the generous patronage of Lord Suzhou, this pirate had resided on Gaia Island for over 2 years and had witnessed many pirates arriving on grand vessels from distant seas, only to have their ships seized by the island's own pirates. The outcome was often dire, with many pirates meeting their demise or suffering grievous injuries, leaving few capable of resistance. Yet, this particular individual seemed somewhat familiar. Could he be a notorious pirate? As he watched Alan disembark from the ship, the pirate scratched his head in perplexity. After a moment's reflection, he pulled out a small stack of bounty notices to compare. Not this one, nor this one. This fellow is far too unattractive, he muttered. After perusing all the notices without discovering Alan's bounty, his confusion deepened. Is he not a wanted pirate? How could there be no mention of him? Nevertheless, he was certain that he had encountered this individual before. Frustrated, he slapped his forehead, vexed at his inability to recall. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a gasp of realization, he retrieved an old newspaper from behind his waist and scrutinized the image printed therein. After a careful comparison, He recognized the figure depicted in the newspaper as none other than the person he had just seen, the bounty hunter, blade of the sword spirit, Gaia Allen. Gulping nervously, he read the newspaper detailing Allen's past exploits. This blade of the sword spirit was known to engage in battle with the 7 warlords and had even managed to injure the sand crocodile before escaping. How could such a prominent figure possibly venture to this insignificant locale? Was it to pursue the pirates on the island? The realization of Allen's true identity sent a chill down the pirate's spine. After all, he was a bounty hunter. And could it be that he had come to Gaia Island specifically for the gathering of pirates? It was crucial to note that the highest bounty on Gaia Island was a mere 60 million berries, a stark contrast to the bounties of the 7 warlords, highlighting a disparity akin to that between a stream and the vast ocean. As Allen disembarked, he stepped onto the solid ground, stretching his limbs and emitting a contented sigh. The comfort of solid land. The sea is simply too tedious. The ever-changing weather of the Grand Line had proven to be quite tormenting, and the sensation of being on solid ground made even the air seem more fragrant. He carefully surveyed his surroundings. This island of pirates, Gaia, deserved a thorough exploration. A visit to the tavern was in order, for such establishments were veritable wells of information. Without further deliberation, Allen made his way into the town. Damn it, such a prominent figure has arrived here. A short pirate, witnessing Allen's departure, swiftly realized the implications and dashed towards the town, disregarding the bounty notice he had been clutching, which fell carelessly to the ground, revealing Allen's likeness. Taken after he had struck Crocodile, it seemed he had been recognized. Upon landing, Allen sensed someone was watching him, and seeing the fellow flee confirmed his suspicion. However, he was unconcerned. Let the pirates be, as long as they did not provoke him, for should they do so, they would soon learn of his formidable prowess. He strolled leisurely, whistling a familiar tune. In the bustling streets of Magic Valley Town, the throngs were predominantly composed of fearsome pirates. Fights, murders, and skirmishes were commonplace. It took but a short walk to witness such occurrences. At the corners of the streets, one could even spot dried, dark brown bloodstains. Whether at the stalls lining the streets or within the shops, the proprietors and their assistants displayed menacing expressions, seemingly intimidating someone. Some vendors even brandished pistols while haggling with customers. It appeared that this island had an unspoken understanding about the necessity of strength and confrontation. Considering the circumstances, it was no surprise. After all, this was a haven for pirates. If one did not present a formidable demeanor, it was likely that their lifeless body would soon be found in some forgotten corner of the island. Witnessing a pirate being slain not far off, Allen mused, "Indeed, this is truly the world of pirates. Such occurrences are all too common." It was to be expected. Living as a pirate meant walking the razor's edge of life and death, where the mantra of "you kill me, I kill you" was a daily reality. Having witnessed such brutality time and again, Allen had grown desensitized to it. As he continued on his path, numerous pirates took note of the unfamiliar figure. With a massive sword strapped to his back, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. The weapon likely bore the mark of a renowned blade, eliciting covetous glances from many. Yet, upon observing Allen's extraordinary demeanor and the subtle aura of menace he exuded, coupled with his nonchalant expression, most pirates hesitated to approach. Still, a few, blinded by greed, dared to advance. The outcome was predictably grim, as more corpses soon littered the streets. After a lengthy career as a hunter in the East Sea, dispatching a few oblivious fools was child's play. His blade moved with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, those who dared to confront him found themselves collapsed on the ground. Indeed, one of those individuals had a bounty of 25 million berries. And yet he was effortlessly dispatched. The man wielding the enormous sword is truly formidable. Who is he? Is he a newcomer? Observing the fleeting glimmers of sword light that swiftly eliminated the approaching pirates, the remaining onlookers were understandably terrified, engaging in hushed discussions. This man's visage resembles that of the one who escaped from the sand crocodile. How is it that he appears here, amidst the crowd? A man clad in a black coat, adorned with a black hat, and carrying a large pot on his back, regarded the departing Allen with a peculiar expression. It was evident that he recognized Allen's identity. However, his surprise was fleeting. Allen's presence bore no significance for him, and after a moment of reflection, he turned and departed. Sensing something amiss, Allen glanced back after traversing half a street, murmuring to himself, "What a curious fellow, carrying a large pot. Could he be an ardent culinary enthusiast?" Shaking his head, Allen chose to disregard the matter, as long as he posed no threat to him. Soon enough, Allen stumbled upon a tavern, its sign proclaiming the Revelry Tavern. The establishment appeared quite spacious, and even before entering, the sounds of raucous cheers reached his ears. "Drink up," We won't leave sober today. Fool, who fears whom? Let's drink. Ha ha ha. 3 sixes, all bets are in. Pay up, pay up. Damn it, you lucky scoundrel. How is your fortune so favorable today? The tavern was a cacophony of noise, with dozens of pirates, each adorned in peculiar attire, seated around the hall. Divided into several groups, likely representatives of different pirate crews, some indulging in drink, others in gambling, creating a lively atmosphere. Alan, however, had long grown accustomed to such scenes. He approached the bar, ordered a drink, and settled down, keenly observing the boisterous pirates around him. Regrettably, the tavern offered only liquor, devoid of captivating dances or enchanting melodies. Reflecting on his experiences, Alan lamented that while he had visited many taverns in the pirate world, they were predominantly venues for drinking and dining, lacking any other form of entertainment. In his past life, he fondly recalled the joy of watching friends dance below or enjoying live performances in quieter bars, which possessed a distinct charm. Chapter 91. The Slaughter Pirates Seeking a Recommendation. Just as Alan was reminiscing about the ambience of bars from his previous life, the tavern's door was forcefully kicked open. A group of brutish men, their faces twisted with malice and adorned with skull tattoos on their chests, strode in. Some wore open vests, others sported wild hairstyles, and their disheveled appearances were accompanied by an overwhelming aura of menace. Upon their entrance, the tavern gradually fell into silence, replaced by quiet murmurs as fear flickered in the eyes of those who recognized them. It was the Slaughter Pirates. What are they doing here? What do these ruffians intend? Whispers of such nature reached Alan's ears, yet the voices were subdued, as if fearing the presence of an unseen listener. Observing the patrons of the tavern quaking in trepidation, he noted the expressions of delight and arrogance on the faces of the burly members of the notorious Slaughter Pirate crew. They disregarded the apprehensive crowd and settled into a secluded corner, ordering several bottles of rum along with some provisions. "Excuse me, proprietor, is this Slaughter Pirate crew truly formidable?" Alan inquired, intrigued by the way the mere entrance of these individuals had quelled the tavern's atmosphere, rendering everyone mute. "Shh, dear guest, keep your voice down," the middle-aged owner, possessing a diamond-shaped visage, replied in a hushed tone. "You must be new to this island. Let me enlighten you. The Slaughter Pirate crew is the most fearsome on Gaia Island. Their captain, the infamous slayer Yeowen, carries a bounty of 60 million berries. It is rumored that he possesses the powers of a mythical devil fruit, and his might is unparalleled, with countless pirates having met their demise at his hands, over 100. Just on this island alone." As he spoke, the tavern keeper shuddered, clearly intimidated by the figure he referred to as the Slayer. "Oh, a devil fruit user?" Alan expressed his curiosity, having encountered a few such individuals before, yet remaining eager to learn more about this Slayer's abilities. Leaning closer, he asked with genuine interest, "Given your evident fear of them, they must indeed be quite unfriendly." The owner cast a wary glance at Alan before responding quietly. "I shall not conceal the truth from you. They have been a dominant force on Gaia Island for over 2 years, terrorizing the town of Magic Valley. Whenever newcomers arrive, should they catch the eye of the Slaughter Pirate crew, they will swiftly eliminate them and seize whatever piques their interest." "Are they truly so brazen?" Alan mused, a smile playing on his lips, finding their audacity rather understandable. Moreover, it is said they have allied themselves with a pirate from the New World, which has only emboldened them further. The tavern owner's countenance darkened at the thought, for pirates from the New World are the stuff of legends, capable of wreaking havoc with a mere breath. "Is that so? A pirate from the New World? Who might that be?" "Do share?" Alan inquired eagerly, his eyes lighting up at the mention of New World pirates. "It seems to be one of the 7 warlords, previously boasting a bounty in the hundreds of millions. However, the Slaughter Pirate crew has not disclosed the identity, likely under instruction to keep it a secret. Otherwise, given their nature, they would have already boasted about it to the world." The tavern owner regarded the notion of the Slaughter Pirate crew associating with a warlord as utterly chilling. The 7 warlords? Who would find interest in such ruffians, especially one who has yet to venture into the New World? Alan found himself in a perplexing quandary. It is essential to recognize that the 7 warlords are individuals of immense pride. The mere notion that one of them would seek to recruit a pirate lacking prominence in the Grand Line is utterly baffling. The identity of the 7 warlords is quite singular. Crocodile, for instance, is certainly out of the question, having established the Baroque Works, a pirate hunting organization. He would harbor no interest in a pirate crew. As for the Empress, that haughty woman possesses little regard for men, and if she were to entertain any thoughts, they would likely culminate in extermination. Then there is Gecko Moria, who once engaged in a fierce battle with one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, in the New World. only to see his entire crew perish at Kaido's hands. Now, he is solely fixated on the shadows of the strong, retreating into the fog-laden sea aboard his terrifying ship, where he collaborates with the brilliant surgeon, Hogback, to forge his own legion of zombies. He does not fit the bill either. Jinbe, the fishman, is solely concerned with affairs pertaining to Fishman Island. This is not the one. Bartholomew Kuma, affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, shows no interest in pirates. As for Dracula Mihawk, his involvement is even less plausible. Ultimately, the only individual who fits this curious scenario is Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, he is a man of sheer brutality and ruthlessness, unyielding in his pursuit of objectives, willing to strike down even kin should they obstruct his path. Yet, after much contemplation, he appears to be the sole candidate. After coming to a realization, Alan continued to inquire of the tavern owner, "Boss, from whence does this notorious pirate crew originate?" "From the West Sea." The owner replied. "The West Sea? It seems that Minggu has business dealings there. Could it possibly pertain to the West Sea?" Alan pondered, beginning to connect the dots. At that moment, the tavern owner suddenly glanced around cautiously and whispered mysteriously to Alan, "Moreover, I have heard that over half of their crew set sail 6 days ago and only returned the day before yesterday, shrouded in secrecy about their activities." "Set sail?" Alan furrowed his brow, his fingers rhythmically tapping the bar. He mused silently. Could it be that they have stumbled upon something of great value? It seems likely that this discovery has drawn Ming Ji's attention, leading to rumors of the notorious pirate crew being taken under the wing of a certain warlord. Quite intriguing indeed. A mere island like Gaia appears to be entangled with a warlord, particularly one as ruthless and malevolent as the most feared among them. It seems that interesting events shall soon unfold here. However, Alan decided against probing further for the time being, as the truth would inevitably surface in due time. Thus, he inquired of the owner, "By the way, I have heard that a descendant of the legendary Roland, the king of Bluster, is also on this island." "Ah, yes. Indeed. Are you also interested in the Golden Island?" The owner responded, momentarily taken aback. "Yet, that is merely a legend," he continued. "Every year, many people visit Gaia Island without uncovering its secrets. Furthermore, for many years, the heir of the king of Bluster, Wunblin Kulik, has been diving beneath the waters in search of evidence for the existence of the Golden Island, yet to no avail." "Oh, so, the tale of the king of Bluster, Roland, is not merely a fable?" "Not quite so. After all these years without discovery, it surely must be just a story," the tavern owner asserted with conviction. Alan was certainly aware of the existence of Gold Island. However, he had no intention of elaborating on it. He would find a way to explore the floating island in due time. Downing the remnants of his drink, Alan felt no desire to linger in the tavern any longer, as there was little left to discover. He tossed a few large bills onto the counter and rose to leave. This scene astounded the tavern owner. Truly, a man capable of standing against the 7 warlords, such poise. Even Owen, who was solely focused on killing, could not compare. The tavern owner skillfully collected the money from the bar, watching Alan's departing figure with an inexplicable glimmer in his eyes. Chapter 92. What a delightful aroma. Outside the tavern, alone, Alan strolled along the street, gradually making his way toward the shore. As he walked, his mind lingered on the conversation he had just had with his employer. He pondered for an extended period about the seemingly insignificant Gaia Island, struggling to fathom what could possibly attract the attention of those notorious sea rogues, along with that obscure pirate crew. Moreover, the tavern keeper appeared to be quite fearful of the killer's pirate crew, though it seemed more likely that his trepidation stemmed from the yet-to-appear warlord of the sea. Given his sources of information, it was likely that his identity was already known to this individual. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of confidence in his own abilities, unlike a few months prior. With the mastery of Haki and the 7-star sword in his possession, he was no longer daunted by challenges or threats. With a sense of defiance born from his newfound strength, he returned to his ship to rest. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground chamber within the town of Magic Valley, several candles flickered, casting a meager light upon the dim surroundings. News had reached me that the pirate hunter who had injured the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, and managed to escape had arrived at Gaia Island, though the reason for his visit remained uncertain. The speaker sat languidly on a central sofa, his piercing black eyes visible beneath a rugged visage, his chest bared, draped in a red and black cloak. A scar at the corner of his eye lent an air of ferocity to his countenance. "Is it possible that the sword spirit, Gaia Allen, has arrived?" murmured the tall, slender man across from him. Dressed in a silver-gray suit and polished black shoes, he gently swirled a goblet filled with red wine in his hand. The rugged man seemed to sense his unease and replied, "Do not fret too much. Perhaps I could even dispatch him myself. Enough with the jesting, Owen. It is not so simple. To have wounded the renowned warlord of the sea and successfully escaped, one must assume his prowess is formidable. After all, he is of the same caliber as the 4 emperors. The tall man retorted coldly. It turned out that this rugged individual was none other than the dominator of Gaia Island, the captain of the killer's pirate crew, Owen, with a bounty of 60 million berries. Owen's expression soured as he interjected, "Come now, Puda, that 60 million bounty is merely a relic from 2 years ago. Do not underestimate me." The man referred to as Puda held considerable renown outside, being the captain of the Black Wolf pirate crew, infamous for his penchant for plundering others' wealth, with a current bounty of 200 million berries. He was a formidable user of the Inu no Mi, a devil fruit that granted him the ability to transform into a black wolf. Merely a defeated cur, I may very well be able to vanquish him, Owen remarked, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. Enough of that. Our young master has captured a significant scientist in the West Sea. Since you have been ordered to keep watch, it would be wise to refrain from causing disturbances while we lie low. It has come to my attention that individuals from the world government appear to be in pursuit of this scientist. I certainly do not wish to attract the attention of those from CP. I cast a fierce glare at Owen, fearing that this fellow might jeopardize the plans of our young master, leaving him with no means to explain himself, though he relishes the plundering of others' wealth. He is not foolish. He only confronts those he believes he can handle. Gaia Allen is a formidable opponent, one capable of standing against the 7 warlords. Although he ultimately faced defeat, he is a figure of renown, akin to our young master, despite my disdain for them. I cannot believe that Allen would possess only the minimal strength required to challenge a warlord. If he were to encounter Crocodile, he would undoubtedly have fled long ago. Otherwise, he would not have survived this long. How tedious. Upon hearing Puda mention the names of the young master and the world government, Owen merely scoffed and chose to remain silent. Having recently interacted with their young master, I am acutely aware of the nature of the individual. I dare not tempt fate. Once arrangements are made on our young master's side, we shall deliver this scientist to Rao Ji, at which point our task will be deemed complete. Puda took a sip of red wine and, with an expression of calm, remarked, during this period, ensure that your subordinates exercise caution and pay close attention to any unfamiliar faces in the town. Aside from Gaia Allen, you may handle the others on the island as you see fit. I am aware. There is no need for your incessant reminders, Owen grunted, rising from the sofa with a displeased expression as he exited the basement. The following morning, upon awakening, Allen disembarked from the vessel, preparing to partake in a meal. Suddenly, his nostrils flared as he caught an intriguing scent. What was that? It was utterly delightful, a tantalizing aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. Yet it seemed to surpass all expectations. As he descended, Allen detected an enchanting fragrance that soon led him to realize that someone nearby was grilling meat. This enticing scent was far more alluring than his own culinary endeavors. Following the captivating aroma, Allen swiftly found himself in a secluded area, distinct from the bustling port. Observing his surroundings, he noted the absence of any signs of human activity, suggesting it was a rarely frequented spot. No wonder someone would choose to grill meat here. His gaze fell upon a figure seated before a fire, diligently preparing the feast. Judging by the individual's attire and the iron pot resting nearby, Allen surmised that this must be the peculiar person he encountered the previous day. Without further thought, Allen approached directly. Is that meat from a sea creature? How have you made it smell so divine? He inquired. Startled by the sudden voice, the cook nearly dropped his grilling meat, hastily turning to face the approaching Allen. Upon recognizing him, the cook seemed to grasp the situation, yet remained silent, fixated on his culinary task. Receiving no response, Allen shrugged. Discerning that this individual likely recognized him and possessed some awareness of his identity, which explained the shifting expressions. As he observed more closely, Allen noted a substantial piece of sea creature meat suspended from a rack, with a burly man expertly tending to it. A large spatula rested in his left hand, while a hefty knife danced over the meat in his right, his rugged visage reflecting an unwavering dedication to his craft. Were it not for the large pot, his appearance would be quite respectable. Allen gazed at him, narrowing his eyes slightly. He probed with his perception but sensed no reaction, indicating that the mastery of hockey had not yet awakened within him. Nevertheless, his strength was commendable. It was surprising that a figure who appeared no different from a mere chef possessed such formidable power. How intriguing indeed. A playful smile crept across the corners of Allen's mouth. This individual did not resemble a pirate. Rather, he seemed to be a chef, cautiously appearing on Gaia Island. A haven for pirates. Surely, there must be something awaiting his discovery here. Observing him diligently grilling meat, Alan's thoughts drifted to that old rascal in the East Sea and the lecherous river sprite, a hint of nostalgia gracing his face. He wondered how they were faring now. With Lester's orders, it was unlikely that any foolhardy individuals would dare to provoke them. However, given their prowess, there was little in the East Sea that could pose a threat to them. Chapter 93. I Refuse. Alan soon noticed the distinctive methods employed by the individual before him as he grilled the meat. Subtly, he observed that the spatula in the man's hand emanated an inexplicable crimson hue, searing the ocean beast's flesh under his precise control. With his right hand meticulously arranged with an array of seasonings, he would occasionally rotate them while continuing his deft movements. It was clear that these condiments were the man's exclusive creations, unlike anything Alan had encountered before, unique and perfectly suited to the piece of ocean beast meat in his grasp. As the man continued his rhythmic motions, coupled with impeccable temperature control, a wave of extraordinary aromas began to waft through the air. Such astonishing mastery. Although Alan had occasionally captured ocean beasts while sailing and attempted to grill them himself, he could never achieve such finesse or precision. The man before him, resembling a true culinary artist, had reached the pinnacle of gastronomic skill. His command over temperature was simply unattainable. However, the spatula's distinctive red glow suggested that this individual possessed a unique talent. Could he perhaps be a wielder of a devil fruit power? Alan displayed an expression of understanding, as it appeared that this devil fruit was well suited to the man. However, Ailu refrained from probing further, recognizing that such abilities pertain to one's personal privacy. And given their unfamiliarity, it would be rather abrupt to inquire directly. Before long, the skewered meat in his hand was completed. Yet, his demeanor and expression suggested that he had no intention of inviting Alan to share, which left Alan feeling somewhat anxious. Might I beseech you for a favor? Allow me the pleasure of partaking as well, for I have yet to have my meal this early in the day. As Alan observed the man preparing to indulge alone, he hastily interjected, uttering a classic quote from the renowned red-haired Shanks. After a moment of contemplation, the man appeared to realize that it would be somewhat inappropriate to disregard this courtesy, especially considering Alan had arrived so early. Furthermore, he was aware of Alan's esteemed status, and thus, granting him this favor was justified given his prowess. Well, since fate had brought them together, he thought it only fitting that the young man join as well. The man then offered a piece of the sea beast meat from his hand to Alan. Ailuan unreservedly accepted the offering, devouring it with fervor while mumbling between mouthfuls. Your barbecue is truly delicious. Thank you for the compliment. The man replied with a smile. For a chef, there is no greater praise than witnessing such unabashed enjoyment and receiving heartfelt admiration for the dish. Sharing a meal with someone enhances the flavors of the food, making it even more delightful. Alan thoroughly relished this barbecue feast. In his past life on Earth, he had savored numerous delicacies. Yet the joy of dining lay in the camaraderie shared with friends at a bustling barbecue stall. After all, it is companionship that begets true happiness. Being merely a fragment of a sea creature, the two swiftly devoured the skewers before them. Observing Alan's silence after finishing his meal, he turned to gather his belongings, uncertain of what fate awaited him next. Is he truly planning to leave just like that? Alan watched him pack his belongings, feeling puzzled and somewhat indifferent. Wait. Just as the man was about to rise and depart, Alan hurriedly called out to him. Is there something you need? The man, who had initially intended to leave, looked at Alan with a hint of confusion. Well, I realize I may be somewhat presumptuous, but may I inquire if you currently have a pirate crew? After spending an extended period sailing alone, Alan yearned for companions to alleviate his solitude. Moreover, the culinary skills of the man before him were exceptional. Having an additional chef aboard would be quite advantageous. I apologize, but I am not a pirate, nor do I have any interest in becoming one. Perhaps I would have considered it in the past, but at present, I have my own matters to attend to. I'm afraid I must decline. The man was remarkably straightforward in his refusal. Hearing such a decisive rejection left Alan momentarily stunned, yet he understood he could not coerce another into joining him. With a tinge of regret, he remarked, What a pity. Well, I shall take my leave now, and I hope our paths may cross again in the future. With that, the man secured the large pot on his back and strode directly towards the town. Alan gazed in the direction the man had departed, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. It seemed highly probable that this individual had a significant connection to the pirate crew mentioned by the tavern owner the previous night. Yet, the precise role he played in this unfolding drama remained a mystery. Casting aside his musings, Alan trailed behind the man. Noticing Alan's presence, the man, perplexed, inquired, What do you want? I have already turned you down. It's not about that, Alan replied nonchalantly. After all, you have your own matters to attend to. As do I, fool. Do you realize who I am about to encounter? Following me like this could be perilous. Moreover, I have clearly stated that I will not join you. The man appeared visibly anxious, mistakenly believing that Alan had pursued him with the intention of recruiting him onto a ship. He was on the verge of confronting a ruthless adversary, with the shadow of a warlord looming behind him, and he wished to avoid endangering any innocents due to his own affairs. Though he had some understanding of Alan's impressive capabilities, the threat of a warlord was not to be taken lightly. Oh, just how dangerous is it? A warlord, you say? Alan chuckled, though he was still somewhat perplexed about how this man had acquired such knowledge. How did you find out? Instead of Alan's surprise, the man was more astonished by Alan's awareness of the information, which he had painstakingly procured at great expense from a bar on story.It archipelago. That informant had been exceptionally unscrupulous, nearly depleting his entire fortune. I heard it from the tavern owner yesterday. The tavern owner? The man seemed struck by this revelation, incredulous at the ease with which such hard-won intelligence had been disclosed to Alan. It felt as though his heart had been pierced. Oh, how it pains me. Why didn't I arrive earlier? I have amassed my savings over so many years. Is the information I worked so hard to obtain truly so worthless? He looked up at the sky, as if the world had lost all its color. What is wrong with you? Alan gazed at the despondent man before him, perplexed, and inquired, what has transpired? The man, deeply affected by his misfortunes, wished to disregard this uncomfortable individual and had no desire to engage in conversation. Noticing the man's silence, Alan persisted, What is the matter? Why do you target the notorious slaughter pirates? This involves the 7 warlords, you know. Upon hearing the mention of the slaughter pirates, a flicker of vitality returned to the man's eyes. Chapter 94, The Warm Fruit. Thanks to the generous patronage of Lord Suzhou, as they continued their journey, they inadvertently veered off course and arrived at the coastline, where they beheld the undulating sea, gradually sharing their stories. It turned out that this man was a chef named Orland, hailing from an island in the West Sea. He had long harbored a dream of traversing the world to acquire diverse culinary techniques, striving diligently towards this aspiration. However, upon one of his returns to his homeland, he discovered that it had been ravaged by the slaughter pirates led by Owen. The once thriving town lay in ruins, littered with the bodies of his fellow villagers. His friends and family had perished at the hands of the slaughter pirates. Consequently, he abandoned his dreams to seek vengeance for his homeland, relentlessly pursuing information regarding the slaughter pirates. Recently, he had acquired intelligence on the Chambord archipelago, learning that the slaughter pirates had taken refuge on Gaia Island. Thus, he ventured here, intent on confronting them in a decisive battle. As Alan reminisced about his past, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Such is the harsh reality of this world, where the weak are effortlessly dominated by the strong. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but marvel at the novice of that individual. For they were not an ordinary pirate. With the formidable 7 warlords backing them, who knows how many powerful figures lay within their ranks? To charge in recklessly would not be an act of vengeance, but rather a path to one's demise. Yet, who am I, Alan, if not one of the 7 warlords? Would they dare to fly over and confront me? This chef must be invited aboard my vessel. Not only would I gain a comrade, but also a culinary expert, sparing me the toil of preparing meals. You needn't worry any longer. I have arrived. You can return and enjoy a restful sleep, and when you awaken, that Owen shall be no more. Alan stretched languidly, speaking with confidence. I recognize you, and I can sense your strength surpasses mine by a considerable margin. However, I cannot allow myself to become a burden to you, nor am I willing to concede. Those individuals are utterly reprehensible. Orland recalled the tragic events in his homeland, a wellspring of unending fury and resentment swelling within him. How about this? Join my crew, and I shall be your captain. It would be only natural for me to assist you in seeking retribution. No one would question a captain avenging his crew. After navigating such a convoluted path, Alan finally revealed his true intentions. Orland regarded Alan with skepticism for a moment before reluctantly replying, Why must it be me? You know nothing of my character. Is it merely because of my culinary skills? Indeed, that alone suffices. With a smile, Alan responded. There remained an unspoken sentiment within him, to dedicate everything for the sake of his homeland, even at the cost of his own life. Despite knowing the futility of facing an unbeatable enemy, how could such noble character ever be tarnished? You. Orland glared at Alan, visibly exasperated, while Alan met his gaze with a smile. Ultimately, Orland conceded with a sigh, issuing a warning. Let me make this clear. My aspiration is to become the strongest chef. Even if you are, my captain, that shall not hinder my pursuits. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Orland's words, Alan erupted into raucous laughter, his mirth resonating along the coastline. What are you laughing at? Orland questioned, perplexed by the man before him. My dream is to become the strongest man in the world. Do not let your ambition of becoming the strongest chef impede my path, you fool. Ha ha. Alan chuckled playfully and remarked that he was indeed underestimated. His dreams were unparalleled. Is that so? How remarkable. Orland's expression shifted to one of understanding. This fellow named Alan seemed to resonate with his tastes. Rest assured, only a chef who aspires to be the world's strongest man deserves the title of the greatest chef. Furthermore, as your captain, I am more than capable of assisting you in realizing your modest dreams. Alan spoke with a casual bravado. Who says my dream is small? Becoming the strongest chef ultimately means discovering the all-blue, which is indeed a grand ambition. Orland, however, was quick to contest. Oh, in what way is that grand? I've encountered many chefs who share this aspiration. Alan, with a hint of disdain, retorted, Who are they? Orland, flustered, exclaimed, I don't know any of them. Alan continued, There is an old man named Zeph, and a lecherous fellow called Sanji. Those two are still lingering in the East Blue. I don't recognize those names. What about your dream? The world's strongest man? It's nothing more than an unrealistic fantasy, Orland argued fiercely. What did you say? This insufferable chef dares to look down on me. Alan shot back. I'm merely stating the truth. I am your captain, and here you are, contemplating mutiny before even boarding my ship. I haven't joined you yet. The two exchanged barbs along the shore for a while before settling down, casting glances at one another, and erupting into hearty laughter, their mirth intertwining as if their dreams had fused together. From his pocket, Alan retrieved 2 cigarettes, offering one to Orland. After lighting it and taking a deep drag, he inquired, So, what are your plans? Watch closely, Orland declared as he drew forth a large iron pot from behind him. With a mere thought, a chill emanated from it, plunging into the sea, instantly freezing the surface into a vast expanse of ice at a frigid -50 degrees, all under Orland's deft control. Impressive. Is this your ability? Alan marveled, realizing Orland's powers resembled those of Admiral Akiji from the Navy. Indeed, I am a user of the warming fruit, granting me control over the temperature of objects I touch, Orland proclaimed with pride. This was indeed remarkable, explaining why his spatula turned red while grilling. Quite fitting for a chef like you, Alan acknowledged. Was that your ability at work when you were grilling? How splendid. Especially when paired with my family's culinary techniques that control temperature. This devil fruit is tailor-made for me, Orland boasted. That truly is commendable. No wonder you're my crew member. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm not even part of your crew yet. Ha ha ha. That will change soon enough. Just wait for my move. Alan recognized it was time for him to shine, for he could not allow his crew to look down on him, or his stature as captain would be diminished. Cross-slash. Alan immediately unleashed his most adept skill, the immensely destructive cross-slash. A colossal cross-slash manifested upon the surface of the sea, slicing through the ice with tremendous force and instantaneously shattering it into countless fragments, thereby conjuring towering waves. Orland stood transfixed, utterly astonished by the unfolding spectacle before him. He had underestimated this individual who aspired to be his captain. It was evident that, after escaping from the sand alligator, this fellow had experienced significant growth in strength. With his discerning gaze, he could undoubtedly perceive that Alan had yet to exert his full power. A sense of exhilaration welled up within him as he contemplated the long-awaited opportunity for vengeance. Alan was quite pleased with Orland's performance, and then inquired, Are you planning to just watch from the sidelines? Absolutely not, even if they are not my adversaries. I must personally annihilate the slaughter pirates, Orland replied with a hint of bitterness. You better not perish. You are about to become my subordinate, Alan exclaimed. How could I possibly die? You should be the one to watch out for yourself, Orland retorted, albeit with a hint of warmth blossoming in his heart. It had been a long time since he felt such concern from another. This sensation was truly delightful. Orland gazed at the individual who might very well be his future captain, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 95. The Commencement. Gratitude to Lord Suzhou for the generous reward. Maya Island, within the town of Demon Valley. Finally, that fellow has been taken away. I have been stifled for days. Owen watched as Rao Ji had escorted the scientist away, feeling a profound sense of relief. It appeared the young master's mission had been accomplished, and his pirate crew was poised to become a formidable member of the 7 warlords. Puda cast a disdainful glance at Owen, finding him rather repulsive. His slaughter pirates thrived on bullying the weak and derived pleasure from torment. If pirates were not driven by treasure and status, why would they venture into piracy at all? Disinterested in this scoundrel, Puda turned his back and boarded his ship, ready to depart. After all, the task assigned by the young master had been fulfilled. Hey, Puda, care to join in some revelry? Owen cheerfully extended his arm, envisioning a bright future ahead. Seeing Puda walk away without a glance, he called out loudly, I have no interest. You go ahead. Puda walked off without turning back. Set sail. Owen muttered under his breath, feeling a twinge of annoyance. What a pretentious fool. He signaled to his crew, let us move out. Aye, Captain. The fleet swiftly vanished from the harbor. Unbeknownst to Alan and Orland, the events occurring at the port of Demon Valley were far removed from their awareness. The two engaged in conversation by the seaside for quite some time before returning to the town. It's these rascals, Orland exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he observed the suddenly burgeoning number of pirates in the town. He would never forget the insignia of this pirate crew, the Slaughter Pirates. Oh, are those the members of the Slaughter Pirates? Alan found the situation peculiar. Upon observing Orland's expression, he quickly deduced that the pirates who had suddenly appeared were indeed members of the Slaughter Pirate crew. Judging by the looks on their faces, it seemed their affairs had been settled. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Soon enough, the Slaughter Pirate crew would be met with the full force of his wrath. He patted Orland on the shoulder and consoled him, saying, Orland, there is no need to be so incensed. Soon you shall witness how I avenge you. I shall personally eradicate them. Orland nodded, now awaiting Alan's actions. Let us proceed and collect some interest first. Alan led the way toward the clustered members of the Slaughter Pirate crew. Orland silently followed behind, flames of anger flickering in his eyes, causing the air temperature to drop a few degrees. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can't you see we're here? Get lost. A tall, lanky pirate shouted as he noticed Alan approaching. May I inquire, are you members of the Slaughter Pirate crew? Alan disregarded the pirate's hostility and calmly surveyed the gathered crew. Humph? You know of the Slaughter Pirate crew? The lanky pirate wore an expression of arrogance. Kid, do you not realize this island is the stronghold of the Slaughter Pirate crew? Do you wish to join us? If so, you'll need to apply, and then enough with the nonsense. Just confirm it already. After ascertaining that the individuals before him were indeed from the Slaughter Pirate crew, Alan swiftly unsheathed his 7-star sword and with a single stroke, dispatched the arrogant pirate. With a few quick slashes, he eliminated the remaining pirates, calmly stowing his weapon before turning to Orland, saying, Let us find someone to inquire about the whereabouts of the Slaughter Pirate crew's headquarters. Once we resolve this, you may board my ship with peace of mind. All right. Under the terrified gazes of passers-by, they easily located the direction to the Slaughter Pirate crew's base and headed that way. They actually dared to confront the Slaughter Pirate crew. Run, run. The members of the Slaughter Pirate crew will surely go insane. The onlookers, witnessing Alan's brazen act of dispatching several crew members in the street, displayed expressions of sheer terror. After all, the Slaughter Pirate crew was the mightiest in Magic Valley town. Provoking them would spell disaster for anyone involved. Thus, they scattered in fear, anxious that retribution would befall them. Before long, Alan and Orland arrived at a grand edifice. The very presence of such a building signified the Slaughter Pirate crew's status within Magic Valley town. The 3-story structure was opulently decorated, and a cacophony of noise emanated from within, yet there were no guards at the entrance. How brazen. They seem utterly unconcerned about the prospect of an ambush. Alan was deeply moved, reflecting on how over 2 years of dominance in Magic Valley town had fostered an attitude of invincibility among them. It was time to present them with a grand gift. How could I arrive here without a single person to greet me? That is utterly unacceptable. With a swift draw of his sword, he unleashed a massive arc of energy. Boom. A third of the house before him was cleaved away, debris raining down and accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries from within. Excellent. This should surely summon someone to welcome me. Upon hearing Alan's words, Orland felt a vein throb on his forehead, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Owen, who had been drinking with his crew, nearly toppled over from the violent tremor, hurling his wine glass to the ground in fury. Who dares to interrupt my revelry? A slightly older pirate scrambled into the main hall, tripping over the threshold and tumbling like a rolling gourd. Owen yanked the fallen pirate to his feet, demanding loudly, what transpired? The pirate, trembling with cold sweat and a woeful expression, replied, Captain, we don't know where the attack came from. The house was struck, and many of our brothers were injured. Did you not investigate who was responsible? Owen inquired. It was one person. One person? One individual has instilled such panic in you? You have brought disgrace upon our bloodthirsty pirate crew. Upon learning that only two individuals had ambushed their stronghold, Owen's ire intensified. It seemed that after a prolonged absence, the scoundrels on the island dared to provoke them. Perhaps there are two of them. It seems, he began, but before he could finish, Owen delivered a resounding slap to the pirate's face, sending him hurtling into a row of chairs. Just two individuals, and you are reduced to this state. You are bringing shame upon the illustrious Captain Owen. As he spoke, Owen drew his pistol and aimed it at the pirate. With a resounding bang, a thumb-sized hole appeared in the pirate's forehead, and he collapsed lifelessly. Raising his firearm, Owen proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, go and ascertain the identities of those two scoundrels. I shall drink their blood. Oh, kill. Long live Captain Owen." The pirates present were initially taken aback by Owen's ferocity, but soon reacted with fervor, shouting and rushing out as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. Having dominated the island for 2 years, Owen had become a prominent figure under Don Quixote's command. Brimming with confidence, it was audacious for anyone to provoke him at such a moment. Should he fail to eliminate them, where would the esteemed Captain Owen's dignity reside? Observing the throng of pirates streaming out, Owen followed slowly, a bloodthirsty expression gracing his face. The pirates swiftly parted, creating a path for Owen as he approached the entrance. "Ah," Alan yawned, somewhat provocatively stating, "the main character has finally emerged." Tilting his head, he addressed Orland. "Hey, chef, is that the guy?" "Indeed, that's him. I would recognize him even in ashes." Orland replied bitterly, glaring at Owen, who strode confidently through the crowd. At that moment, Owen spoke, "So, you're the ones who attempted the ambush?" The long weapon in Alan's hand represented the culmination of his endeavors. "Are you not Owen of the notorious slaughter pirates?" Alan inquired, tilting his head towards the figure at the center of the crowd, who was bare-chested, draped in a cloak, and lacking a coat. The man appeared somewhat disheveled, his countenance revealing the effects of excessive libations. "Owen, this is the pirate hunter I mentioned to you earlier," a slightly shorter pirate murmured as he approached Owen. He was the very individual Alan had observed from the shore during his arrival on the island, clearly recognizing Alan. "The one who fled after being bested by the sand crocodile?" Owen remarked, scrutinizing Alan and recalling the previous encounter where the latter had attempted to challenge the 7 warlords but was left severely injured and forced to retreat. A sneer of disdain crept across Owen's face. How audacious it was for such a wretch to provoke him. Surely, he had never faced death before. A cruel smile emerged. A long-lost craving for blood rekindled after such a prolonged absence from violence. "I am indeed the captain of the slaughter pirates. You are the insolent brat from the East Blue, are you not? How dare you stir trouble on my territory?" Owen bellowed, pointing vehemently at Alan. "Very well. It appears I have not mistaken my target. Your head shall be mine." Alan raised the 7-star sword towards Owen. "Oh, ha ha ha. You seek my head? Youngster, prepare to meet your demise." With a resounding shout, Owen fired a shot at Alan. Whoosh! As Alan tilted his head, a bullet grazed past him. Observing Alan's evasive maneuver, Owen remained unfazed and subtly gestured to the pirates beside him. "Lads, eliminate them." "Aye, Captain," the pirates chorused in unison, brandishing their weapons as they charged forth. "Onward! Slay them." With the captain's orders ringing in their ears, the pirates' faces lit up with exhilaration, relishing the opportunity to unleash their fury. One by one, they charged towards Alan and his companion, roaring with bloodlust. "Let us vanquish them all, a rabble of miscreants. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return to our slumber." Alan gazed unwaveringly at the approaching pirates, his expression betraying no emotion. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the throng, shouting, "I will annihilate every last one of you." Orland followed closely behind, wielding his massive iron pot and spatula, channeling his devil fruit powers as he swung forcefully at the pirates, seemingly venting his deep-seated rage, his countenance twisted in a grimace. The chef's weaponry was indeed extraordinary. Wielding extremes of temperature, one at -50 degrees Celsius, the other at 200 degrees, delivering a relentless barrage upon the pirates. Those struck by his blows emerged either encrusted in frost or suffering from extensive burns. Orland's expression remained icy, yet his thirst for vengeance remained unquenched. He would strike the burned again with the frigid spatula, the juxtaposition of heat and cold ensuring their swift demise. He felt no remorse in this brutal retribution. They deserved every ounce of suffering for their audacity in mistreating his homeland. His hatred could not be extinguished, no matter how many times they might perish. Moments later, the skirmish with these minions need not be detailed. It was merely a matter of a few swift strikes. The pirates surged forth, only to be met with devastation. None left standing. It's a monster. Quick, run. Keep your distance. Alan's prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations, sending them into a panic as they frantically sought refuge. No, no, save me. Yet, they could not escape the clutches of death. Most of the pirates fell victim to Alan's might, with many left unrecognizable in their demise. While a few bore the frost upon their bodies, the scent of flesh still lingering in the air. A potent stench of blood permeated the surroundings. Owen observed as his subordinates were dispatched by Alan and Orland, feeling little remorse. After all, he could always recruit more men. However, the loss of Faye weighed heavily upon him. If word of this reached the young master, his standing would be irrevocably damaged. It seems I have underestimated you, he mused, narrowing his eyes at the thought of the consequences should the young master learn of this failure. Today, these two must perish here, otherwise. How could the killing pirates continue to serve the young master effectively? Sensing Owen's icy demeanor, a towering figure beside him retrieved two massive axes from behind. This was Rocky, the first mate of the killing pirates, standing over 2 meters tall, with a stout physique and bulging eyes. His bare torso displayed a multitude of scars, and the axes he wielded bore dark stains, reminiscent of dried blood. I cannot disappoint the captain. This shall be your grave. Rocky spat out a cigar, his expression a blend of bloodlust and arrogance. His words were few, but as he finished speaking, he charged forward, axes in hand. Upon seeing the axes, Orland trembled, memories flooding back. He recalled the many wounds inflicted upon his fellow villagers by such weapons. The very man before him had been among those who invaded his village. The one who had slain his loved ones and friends. Captain, I will take care of this guy, he declared gravely to Alan. In his thirst for vengeance against the one who had devastated his home, Orland even addressed him as captain. Ah, so you have even acknowledged me as your captain. In that case, I cannot hinder my crew from seeking retribution. Upon hearing Orland finally address him as captain, Alan felt a surge of joy and patted him on the shoulder. Go forth. Thank you, Captain. Orland replied with a bow. The two quickly found themselves at an impasse. You shall halt here. There lies no path ahead for you. Orland brandished a large pot, obstructing Rocky's advance, the iron vessel turning a vibrant crimson. This battle was one he must conclude himself. Aha, then let me send you to hell. With that, the two clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, observing his capable subordinate being thwarted, Owen realized that he must intervene. He licked his palm, unarmed, relying solely on his hands to obliterate his foes, reveling in the visceral thrill of blood and flesh. He believed that hand-to-hand combat was the truest form of manly warfare. Swords and knives could not compare to the exhilarating satisfaction of delivering powerful punches. Furthermore, as a user of a devil fruit, specifically a Zoan type, he relished the opportunity to unleash his fists upon those who dared provoke the killing pirates. Now, this so-called legendary East Blue pirate hunter was about to meet his demise at his hands, a delightful prospect indeed. With this thought, Owen let out a thunderous roar. And in an instant, he transformed. A massive tiger, 4 to 5 meters in length and standing a meter tall, materialized before the crowd. Its body was a tapestry of fearsome muscles, and its mouth brimmed with sharp teeth, exuding an aura of lethal predation. A symbol of royalty appeared upon its forehead. And as it roared, the remaining pirates around him recoiled in terror, wary of becoming collateral damage from their captain. Chapter 98. Underestimation. Zoan type cat fruit, Bengal tiger form. Ah, that is the captain's power. The captain has unleashed his devil fruit ability. That boy is doomed. Although initially frightened by their captain's transformation, the crew soon erupted in excited cheers upon witnessing his devil fruit prowess. Their fears dissipated. With their captain personally joining the fray, the formidable foe wielding that massive weapon was surely doomed. The Zoan-type devil fruit user had evidently honed his abilities well, revealing his full beast form. Upon witnessing Owen unleash his devil fruit abilities, Alan felt a surge of curiosity. While the Zoan-type devil fruit is among the most commonplace of all such powers, Alan had previously encountered the rarer Logia and Paramecia types, making this his inaugural experience with a Zoan. The sudden transformation of the individual before him into an animal naturally piqued his interest. A tiger of such considerable size is certainly a rare sight in his past life, and given that tigers are protected species, his only encounters had been within the confines of a zoo. Yet, this particular specimen was exceptionally large, exuding an almost palpable aura of bloodlust. He pondered whether a Zoan-type devil fruit user, upon death, reverts to human form or perishes in their animal guise. However, clarity would soon emerge. As it was evident that the fruit's powers had yet to fully awaken, alleviating concerns about the formidable defensive capabilities and regenerative powers that would accompany such an awakening. The enormous tiger fixed its gaze upon Alan, its eyes radiating an almost lethal intent. Observing Alan's seemingly naive demeanor, the tiger's visage contorted into a distinctly anthropomorphic expression of mockery. "Boy, are you frightened by my appearance? Ahahaha, your fear is futile now. Soon, I shall tear you apart." With that proclamation, the tiger leapt forward, its massive paw raised menacingly towards Alan. Alan raised the seven-star sword before his chest, successfully parrying the blow. The clash of the sword's blade against the tiger's claw produced a thunderous sound, unleashing a violent shockwave that erupted between the two. The force of the collision cracked the ground beneath the tiger's feet, causing it to retreat several meters. Alan propelled himself backward a few meters, utilizing the recoil, and landed gracefully upon the ground. Alan did not employ his formidable prowess. The two were entirely engaged in a battle of sheer strength. However, it was evident that Owen had suffered from the weapon, as a faint trace of blood marred his tiger claw. Remarkable strength indeed. Alan was taken aback by the extent of this fellow's might, hence he refrained from exerting his full power. "Cursed be you, wretch. I shall rend you asunder." Owen, noticing the mark upon his claw, fixed his immense tiger gaze upon Alan, seemingly intent on etching Alan's visage deeply into his memory. Meanwhile, Orland, who was engaged in combat with Rocky, felt a surge of apprehension upon witnessing Owen's transformation into a tiger. He had not anticipated that Owen was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and he feared for Alan's ability to withstand such a formidable foe. After all, Owen was his adversary. Although he had consented to let Alan aboard his ship, the thought of being injured or worse for the sake of his own matters filled him with dread. Seeing Alan appear at ease, Orland exhaled in relief and resumed his battle with Rocky. Despite possessing the powers of the warm fruit, the time he had to master them was insufficient, and he could not yet subdue Rocky, whose strength remained commendable. How could he possibly withstand Captain Owen's assault? Is this reality? It cannot be. What significance does it hold if he has withstood the attack? The captain will surely end his life. Indeed, the captain's might far surpasses the bounty of 60 million. What can a mere brat accomplish? The observing pirates were astonished to witness Alan's ability to block their captain's strike, yet the reputation of Owen was deeply ingrained in their minds, and they retained faith in Owen's capacity to eliminate Alan. "How naive to think you possess any real prowess. You are but a beast," Alan derided. "Ah, you little brat, prepare to meet your demise." The tiger leaped with tremendous force, its powerful limbs propelling it several meters into the air, and it opened its gaping maw, ready to sink its teeth into Alan. With a mere thought, Alan vanished from his original position, reappearing behind the tiger in the next instant. He raised the seven-star sword and struck down upon the broad expanse of the tiger's back. The creature's spine contorted momentarily, as if a cannonball had struck it, leaving a sizable crater in the ground. When Owen emerged once more, his back was already stained crimson. Cursed, cursed, cursed. The pain radiating from his back evoked a furious roar from Owen, feeling profoundly humiliated by the diminutive adversary before him. After all, being a beast of the animal category, its tough skin and sinewy flesh were formidable indeed. Had an ordinary pirate been struck by such a blow, they would have been cleaved in two. Such raucous cries are certainly not a commendable habit. Just as Owen processed this thought, a powerful kick landed squarely upon him, with Alan's figure appearing beneath, propelling him into the air. "Ah, that wretched boy." Owen spat a trickle of blood as his large paws swiped downward towards Alan. "I possess ample experience in battling ferocious beasts like you." Alan deftly evaded Owen's powerful paw, delivering a precise strike with his sword upon Owen's neck. A pained cry escaped Owen's lips. The blow had landed with considerable force, for the neck is indeed a vital area for any creature. However, Alan sensed that he had not struck bone. Those endowed with the powers of the animal-type devil fruit are notably more resilient than ordinary beasts. In an unexpected twist, Owen executed a sudden turn in midair, his considerable bulk adapting to the maneuver, and with a powerful thrust of his hind legs, he aimed a fierce kick at Alan. TCH. // To Alan, such an assault appeared almost juvenile. After all, there remains a distinction between humans and true animals. He deftly dodged the flying kick, and with a swift motion, he struck Owen with his remaining attacks. With a resounding thud, the tiger's body crashed heavily to the ground, shaking his head to regain composure. Owen was taken aback by the prowess displayed by Alan. "You little brat," he growled, furious that Alan's strength exceeded his expectations. He had presumed victory would come easily, yet he had not managed to land a single blow, suffering multiple wounds instead. "This is troublesome." With a low growl of frustration, Owen seized a massive piece of debris from the ground and hurled it directly at Alan. Observing the colossal fragment hurtling toward him, Alan smirked disdainfully. Upward slash. The seven-star sword rose to meet the enormous rubble, slicing it cleanly in two as it plummeted before him. Die, brat. Savage tiger pounce. Following the debris, Owen lunged forward, his paw poised to strike Alan. Such words can only be uttered from your lips. Alan grinned, meeting the tiger's paw with his sword. The clash of blade and paw erupted in a wave of force, mirroring the earlier encounter. The pirates, witnessing their captain's injury, transformed their expressions of triumph into fear. Owen retracted his claw, a fierce look etched upon his face. This boy was proving to be exceedingly difficult. His attack seemed utterly ineffective, continuously thwarted by Alan's timely defenses. Not a single cut had reached Alan, yet he himself bore fresh wounds. However, this was merely an inconvenience, thanks to the regenerative abilities endowed by his devil fruit. The injuries bore little impact on his overall strength. Now he unleashed his fearsome fangs, opening his maw wide to bite down on Alan's head. I will crush you. TCH. You think I haven't battled ferocious beasts for 2 years? Alan retorted, well-versed in the art of survival on a deserted island. Having grown intimately familiar with the ways of wild creatures, Meteor ascend. He struck toward the gaping maw, and the clash reverberated through the air. Owen let out a pained cry as several of his canine teeth fell from his mouth. After all, no matter how resilient his teeth were, they could not contend with the legendary seven-star sword. Yet, this was not the end. Meteor strike. As Alan spoke, he descended swiftly, aiming his weapon directly at the tiger's right shoulder. Despite the formidable defense provided by its thick fur, the seven-star's sword pierced through, leaving a gruesome wound as it was withdrawn. Owen let out a pained cry and leapt backwards several times. Damn it! The tiger growled, his voice filled with rage. He began to transform, reverting to his human form, a rough, imposing figure, before donning a layer of tiger skin, his stature towering once more, clutching his injured shoulder. His expression was fierce, with a menacing snarl escaping his lips. Now that's more like it. This will be even more exhilarating. He laughed before unleashing the meteor leap. As Alan's laughter resonated, he leaped towards Owen, and with a swift motion, struck his sword against Owen's chest. The impact was undeniably solid. Owen had no chance to evade and was knocked to the ground, rolling several times. This blow was rather ruthless. You bastard! Owen exclaimed as he rose from the ground, one hand touching the wound on his chest, his demeanor becoming increasingly frenzied. Owen steadied himself and charged once more at Alan, disregarding his injuries. At that moment, his sole focus was to utterly shred this young man apart. Beast fist. The ferocity of a beast was indeed troublesome. Alan had resolved to hold nothing back. Lacking both the Conqueror's hockey and awakened abilities, and having already witnessed the prowess of Zoan-type users, it was time to send this wretch from the world. With that, the seven-star sword was enveloped in a layer of armament hockey, turning an ominous shade of black. Die. Cross slash. The obsidian seven-star sword collided with Owen's body, and in an instant, they parted ways. Both men shifted positions, standing resolutely in each other's former places. A sickening sound echoed as a cruciform wound emerged upon Owen's torso, causing him to revert from his half-beast form to his human state. No. It can't be. How could I fall in a place like this? Owen, glancing down at the gaping wound that exposed bone, struggled to comprehend his fate. Uttering a final word before collapsing forward, lifeless. In that moment, the captain of the notorious slaughter pirate crew, who had dominated Magic Valley Town for 2 years, met his end in a place he once took pride in. The remaining pirates, witnessing their captain being brutally felled, dropped their weapons in a daze, their eyes wide with horror as they gazed upon Owen's lifeless body. Nearby, Rocky, engaged in battle, was momentarily distracted by Owen's injury, allowing Orland to seize the moment. A searing spatula struck him fiercely, followed by a chilling cauldron crashing down upon him. The dual onslaught of heat and cold left Rocky weak. His axe slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground, and he too fell victim to Orland's hand. Remarkable. Alan, he is truly formidable. I can hardly keep pace with his movements. Orland's expression reflected profound astonishment. Alan's sudden surge in power exceeded his wildest expectations. Moreover, the peculiar black substance was utterly foreign to him, as he marveled at how it had swiftly dispatched Owen. Is this real? How terrifying. How can this kid be so strong? It's impossible. Captain Owen has been slain? Even Rocky, the second in command, has fallen to this boy's ally. Panic erupted among the crew as they labeled Alan a monster. Run. Flee. We will be killed by this beast. With both the captain and first mate slain by Alan and Orland, the remaining pirates were paralyzed by fear, unable to fathom that their two strongest warriors had perished right before their eyes. Terrified by the display of power, the pirates scattered in all directions, observing the fleeing crew. Alan had no intention of pursuing them. He understood the enmity between Orland and the slaughter pirate crew. Since the captain had fallen to his hand, he would leave the remaining scum to Orland. Orland, go ahead. The rest is yours. Thank you, Captain. Orland cast a grateful glance at Alan, brandishing a large pot and spatula as he charged towards the fleeing pirates. One might mistakenly assume he was merely preparing a meal. The thought that Orland would soon use these implements for cooking sent a shiver down Alan's spine, prompting a silent wish that he might keep his culinary tools somewhat clean, lest he find himself unable to partake in the meal. Shaking his head to dispel this dreadful notion, Alan readied his 7-star sword and departed from the scene, heading to the shore to await Orland's return. It was not long before Orland appeared, looking rather disheveled from his endeavors. Approaching Alan, he bowed deeply before straightening up to say, Alan, thank you. After some internal conflict, Orland hesitated to address him as captain. Shouldn't you be changing your address now? Alan replied with a smile. Orland's face faltered, and with a hint of reluctance, he finally spoke. Alan, captain. That is more like it. Ah. Alan erupted into hearty laughter. What is so amusing? Orland's expression twitched, sensing this fellow's unreliable demeanor. Nothing much. I formally welcome you aboard my ship. Now, with you, there are 2 of us. Alan's smile remained unbroken. 2 people? Orland's countenance paled. So, you were the only one before? Indeed. What did you expect? I don't even have a proper ship, he chuckled. What do you mean, no ship? Right. I've been commandeering other pirates' vessels for my own use. After all, I'm but one person, and I don't even have a crew name. What kind of pirate ship have I boarded? Don't say that. My strength is formidable. After a bout of banter, Orland, looking quite dejected, began grilling meat at the side. The meat's origin was a sea king that Alan had personally caught from the ocean. Chapter 100, A Perilous Method in a Single Day, the infamous killing pirates, who had dominated Gaia Island for 2 years, were utterly annihilated, leaving the remaining pirate crews on the island in a state of shock. Upon discovering Owen's corpse, they were convinced that the tyrant who had terrorized the island was no more, prompting a prolonged cheer among the pirates as they celebrated their liberation from the shadow of the killing pirates. The news spread swiftly. In the New World, Dressrosa, within the royal palace, Doflamingo perused the reports in his hand, realizing that the killing pirates had been vanquished by Alan and Orland. Fufufu Owen truly was a waste. Defeated by a newcomer from the East Blue, Doflamingo emitted a hearty laugh, his gaze behind his glasses shrouded in mystery, leaving one unable to decipher his true thoughts. However, the familiar expression and smile conveyed that he was far from pleased. Young master, should we eliminate this Alan? Tori-Pol inquired, inching closer to Doflamingo. Tori-Pol? I have warned you against getting so close. Doflamingo disdainfully pushed Tori-Pol aside and continued, no need for that. Erwin's demise is inconsequential. As for this Alan, let us observe how far he can go. When the time comes, I shall personally pay him a visit and ensure that our Don Quixote family is not so easily trifled with. They had pressing matters to attend to, with the transaction with Kaido being of paramount importance. Since the scientist had already been covertly brought in, the upcoming deal was his primary concern. As for the young rascal named Alan, he would deal with him in due course. However, considering the events that had transpired since his departure, Alan seemed anything but stable. The world was chaotic enough, and such a character was precisely what it needed to stir things up. The real headache was not him, but rather the arrogant elites above. With this thought, a flicker of malevolence and cruelty transformed Doflamingo's gaze. After spending 2 days on the island, Alan and Orland decided it was time to set sail. Having procured supplies, they arrived at the shore. Upon reaching the port, Orland's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed Alan boarding a modest pirate vessel. Captain, is this our ship? Orland's face reflected utter dismay. Although the ship was not excessively small, it was exceedingly rudimentary, starkly contrasting with the luxurious, well-equipped vessel he had envisioned. Surveying the ship, Orland felt a wave of despair wash over him. There was not even a decent kitchen on board, and the quarters numbered merely 2, one of which Alan had turned into a storeroom. Some facilities appeared damaged, and he began to regret his decision to join this voyage, longing for the more comfortable conditions of his previous ship. After all, he had at least enjoyed a private cabin there, which was quite satisfactory. Is it too late for me to have regrets, Captain Alan? Orland asked, his face drooping. You have faced the 7 warlords, yet you couldn't procure a better ship? Previously, he had assumed Alan's claims of commandeering ships were mere jest, but now he realized they were all too real. Impossible. You made a promise. And regretting it now is no longer an option, Alan replied, resolute. Alan, I am feeling quite hungry. Not long after they set sail, Alan approached Orland with a pitiful demeanor. What? Didn't you just eat? Orland exclaimed, astonished. How long has it been? You are already hungry? The food on the island pales in comparison to what you prepare. I barely had enough to satisfy my hunger and now find myself wanting more. Alan spoke feebly. Since the captain enjoys the food I prepare, it is but my duty as a crew member. Upon hearing Alan's fondness for his culinary creations, Orland's expression brightened. Such praise is the highest compliment for a chef. He promptly rose to begin cooking. At last, Alan savored Orland's meal, relishing it with immense joy. After a satisfying feast, he reclined on the deck, indulging in a reverie. While lost in thought, Alan recalled the moment he acquired the 7-star sword, when a sudden pain shot through his head, rendering him momentarily oblivious. It seemed it was the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. During his battle with the Slaughter Pirates, he had failed to awaken it, leaving him uncertain of how to wield such power. Otherwise, he would not have needed to personally wield his blade against those minor adversaries. Conqueror's Haki, he murmured, pondering how to truly awaken this formidable ability. He began to reminisce about the original narrative, recalling instances when Conqueror's Haki was inadvertently unleashed, such as when Luffy activated it during the events on Amazon Lily in the Marineford War, stunning the warriors of Amazon Lily and the surrounding navy. Ace seized the treasure of the Brujum pirate crew, resulting in Luffy being captured by Brujum's subordinate, Bergerm. However, despite the brutal torture inflicted by Bergerm, Luffy steadfastly refused to reveal the whereabouts of the hidden treasure, just as Luffy was on the brink of unconsciousness from the beating. Ace and Sabo finally burst in to rescue him, a moment that also awakened the Conqueror's Haki within him. Alan began to comprehend. The most expedient method to awaken the Conqueror's Haki, based on experience, is to immerse oneself in a perilous environment or during moments of intense emotional upheaval. In such circumstances, the brain waves fluctuate dramatically, allowing this innate ability to unleash its potential and erupt forth. In a sense, this is akin to the concept of unlocking one's latent capabilities. When placed in treacherous situations, such as being bound and cast into a jungle teeming with ferocious beasts, with only one's feet able to move slightly, or, for instance, being confined in a solitary boat amid a congregation of sea kings, the risks are undoubtedly immense. Such training is fraught with danger, as one misstep could lead to being devoured by the beasts, transforming one into mere sustenance for the sea kings. Alan raised his gaze towards Orland, uncertain whether he truly possessed the Conqueror's Haki. Yet, the sensation was unmistakable, with no one to guide him. He had no choice but to awaken it himself, even if it meant risking his life. Now enlightened, Alan called out to Orland, who was engrossed in studying his fruit abilities, to share his thoughts. Captain, you cannot be serious. Are you not afraid of becoming prey to those beasts and sea kings over an uncertainty? Orland asked, his heart racing at Alan's words. Orland, I understand your concerns. I have come to a realization. If I lack this modicum of courage, how can I ever aspire to be the strongest man in the world? Alan declared with unwavering resolve. I am a man endowed with the qualities of a king. I shall not so easily succumb to becoming mere fodder for others. Upon uttering these words, Orland felt an inexplicable aura emanating from Alan, filling him with a sense of reverence. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he resolved to support the captain's decision. Since you say so, Captain, I believe you possess the qualities of a king. Alan, if you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Now, that is the spirit of my crew, Alan replied with a satisfied smile. He then revealed his plan to Orland. They would place the lifeboats in the sea, securely bind him, and have Orland encase him in ice. This would leave him weaponless and immobile, adrift on the ocean, allowing him to awaken his latent powers. Additionally, they would capture a sea king, dismember it, and spill its blood to attract more sea creatures. With all preparations complete, the time had come. Chapter 101. I succeeded to further augment his strength. He had to take this bold step. At this moment, Alan found himself bound upon the ship, quietly drifting on the surface of the sea. Surrounding him were countless immense shadows, gliding through the water. At the bow of the solitary vessel, several large pieces of flesh lay strewn, blood continuing to drip from the ship, designed to captivate the attention of the sea kings. His eyes flickered with intensity. Alan's emotions were in a state of turmoil. The sensation of being cast alone into the vast ocean, encircled by sea kings, was utterly dreadful. Terrified, Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Each tremor of the ship sent waves of anxiety coursing through him. The rope was bound tightly, his body drenched in water, and then frozen by Orland. He had to withstand the frigid temperatures that could easily be fatal. Thus, escape was impossible, as was eliminating the surrounding sea kings to free himself. This was akin to a death sentence. Previously, he had overcome the fierce aura of the seven-star sword, and in the direst moment, his conqueror's haki awakened. Confirmed by the system, allowing him to evade peril. He needed to fully comprehend this experience, to act with intention and release it at will, which would signify a true awakening. For an entire week, he persisted in this perilous endeavor, yet progress remained elusive. Each daily experiment nearly cost him his life. On 2 occasions, he was swallowed by a sea king. Had Orland not been vigilant, promptly freezing the surface of the sea to rescue Alan from within the belly of the beast, he would have met his doom in the depths. Despite the numerous dangers, Alan did not utter a word of retreat, though Orland's face turned pale from fear, continuously urging him to reconsider. The risks were far too great. If there were ever a moment of inattention, it would mean certain death. Since he had already spent several days without success, it would be reasonable to postpone such attempts. However, Alan had no intention of yielding. Having come this far, surrender was not in his nature. Time was of the essence. With the battle at Marineford looming on the horizon, and his strength still insufficient to be deemed a true warrior, he had to take this crucial step forward. Seeing Alan's determination, Orland had no choice but to comply. On this day, Alan continued his previous actions. The bravado he had expressed echoed in his mind. Having committed, he must now see it through. In this perilous environment, his thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, yet piercingly clear. Roar. The growl erupted, and Alan's eyes widened in shock. It was coming. In the next instant, a monstrous, grotesque face loomed before him, jaws agape, ready to devour him. Splashes of water drenched the solitary boat, cooling his face. His eyelids trembled uncontrollably. He wished to fight back, but found himself utterly powerless, helplessly watching the gigantic sea king lower its head to consume him. Conqueror's haki manifest. Awaken. I could truly die. The palpable danger surged his adrenaline, sending his emotions into a tumultuous whirlwind. All his previously chaotic thoughts ceased in that moment, vanishing entirely. As the sea king's open maw approached above him, the stench overwhelming, his eyes widened in determination. Buzz. Within him, the qualities of a king awakened. An astonishing aura surging forth, transforming into a ferocious and domineering presence that erupted violently. The sea king suddenly rolled its eyes back and plunged into the depths of the ocean with a thunderous roar. Gasping for breath, Alan exhaled with relief. He had survived once again. In this perilous situation, he found himself facing such encounters almost daily in recent times. Yet, fortunate was he, for he had emerged unscathed each time. However, the source of his distress lay in the fact that his conqueror's haki had yet to awaken in earnest. It would only manifest in moments of life or death peril, remaining elusive and unyielding to his will. Time slipped away swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. Over 10 days had passed. On this particular day, confronted by the scarred, ferocious sea king, Alan suddenly felt himself enveloped by a peculiar force. It was as if a certain shackle within his mind had shattered abruptly. A profound calmness enveloped him. All emotional turbulence dissipated. Fear, tension, excitement, and panic. Any psychological fluctuations he had previously experienced vanished entirely in that moment. In their stead arose an overwhelming surge of confidence, dominance, and an indomitable spirit. I can conquer all. I stand at the pinnacle of the world, a king. I am the strongest individual in this realm, the true sovereign. This remarkable transformation was extraordinary. Shifting from passivity to assertiveness, he seemed to have seized control of himself, as well as that latent talent hidden deep within his being, which had always felt out of reach. Fearless and undaunted, he radiated the essence of a ruler. Narrowing his eyes, he then opened them wide with sudden intensity. A powerful, invisible wind of authority surged forth across the sea. The sea king, who had been on the verge of roaring, trembled and collapsed. In that moment, bound and tethered to his solitary vessel, Alan resembled a reclining monarch, exuding an aura of sovereign might. Though he could not move, he remained impervious to all malevolence. Unmatched by any deity, the conqueror's haki has awakened in its full glory. After days of life and death, Alan has finally attained enlightenment, mastering the precise moment that allows this extraordinary gift to be unleashed. On this day, the solitary figure of Alan in the boat appeared tranquil, devoid of the previous day's sweat and tension. Instead, he exuded an air of regal authority that seemed to survey the world with disdain. Compared to earlier, there was an additional spark in his gaze. While outwardly unchanged, it carried an unspoken weight of dominance. The awakening of a king signifies the emergence of Alan's spirit and grandeur, a magnificent display born from the dance between life and death. At that moment, his essence shone brightly. Meanwhile, Orland on the ship was left astounded, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath on the deck, truly shaken by the experience. This realization compelled him to earnestly pledge his allegiance to Alan, determined to become a steadfast ally. As he gazed at Alan in the small boat, the astonishment in his heart remained unsettled. He stared blankly, fully aware that the sensation he had just felt was indeed the conqueror's haki, as described by the captain. He had nearly succumbed to its overwhelming force, and had Alan not been targeting the Sea Kings, he might have collapsed on the deck, unconscious. In essence, the conqueror's haki cannot be cultivated through traditional methods. It is a unique gift reliant on personal spirit and willpower. In combat, if one's presence surpasses that of their opponent, it generates immense pressure, capable of inducing dizziness and unconsciousness in an instant. For those endowed with the conqueror's haki, the sheer number of combatants becomes irrelevant, as their formidable spirit strikes at the soul, effortlessly overpowering all weaker foes. This is their paramount advantage. Alan's ability to master the conqueror's haki in such a brief span of time is a testament to his extraordinary talent, surpassing many others. Following his successful awakening, Alan leapt onto the ship, laughing heartily at the sea creatures floating belly up on the surface. He had finally awakened this rare and unparalleled conqueror's haki. Soon, the title of the strongest man of the sea would rightfully belong to him, Alan. He steadied the precarious Orland, ensuring he could rest properly before commencing a banquet. Although it was merely a celebration for two, this occasion warranted a festivity. The two of them joyfully feasted on meat and drank wine aboard the small vessel, exuberantly shouting and cheering. Chapter 102. Ruthless Beating. His own matters had been resolved. He had awakened the three types of haki. His observation haki was well mastered, and although his armament haki had not been cultivated to its fullest depth, he could effectively imbue his weapons with it. His conqueror's haki could now be wielded with relative ease, albeit not with precision. With all he desired now in hand, it was time to contemplate the matters of his crew. On this day, Alan summoned Orland to his side and began to inquire. Orland meticulously recounted his abilities to Alan. He had only undergone basic training, and his current prowess was derived from his experiences in combat with pirates. As for the devil fruit, he had acquired it not long ago. The powers of this fruit resonated deeply with his culinary skills, allowing him to develop its potential quite well. Alan has gained a preliminary understanding of his abilities. His exposure to physical techniques has been limited, as the foundation of his strength lies solely in the sword's soul powers bestowed by the system. His mastery of swordsmanship is the essence of his prowess. He doubts that Orland would be particularly interested in any teachings he might offer on this subject, especially given Orland's advanced age. Furthermore, Alan is unable to instruct Orland on physical techniques. He has never consumed a devil fruit and possesses only a rudimentary knowledge of their classifications, lacking any insight into their development or awakening. Therefore, he can only share with Orland everything he has gleaned from anime, leaving it to Orland's own capabilities to discern the value of this information. After contemplating for a moment, he stated, regarding the practice of physical techniques, "My knowledge is quite limited. This is a path you must tread on your own. As for the devil fruits, my understanding is also minimal, but I shall convey what I do know." Orland gazed at Alan with a spark of excitement. Although he had acquired a devil fruit, he was unaware of the nature of its powers. He anticipated that Alan's forthcoming words would greatly aid him, so he patiently awaited his elaboration. "Very well. Let me enlighten you," Alan said as he set the table with chairs and a feast of food and drink, preparing to elaborate. The devil fruits are categorized into three types: Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. As he sipped his drink, he gradually explained these classifications to Orland. Noting that Orland's wormworm fruit belonged to the Paramecia category, he admitted his uncertainty regarding its development but encouraged Orland to explore his own ideas, as certain Paramecia users possess abilities that can affect Logia users physically. There is a saying that goes, "The heart's ambition determines the extent of the sky." The potential of one's abilities must be intertwined with one's current thoughts and the development of similar fruits. For instance, one of the three current admirals, Akiji, is a Logia user of the ice fruit, capable of effortlessly freezing vast expanses of ocean with a mere gesture. He has successfully honed his fruit to perfection, enabling him to alter the natural environment around him, transforming an entire island into a frozen wasteland. Another admiral wields the magma fruit, able to unleash volcanic eruptions that wreak havoc over a wide area. These represent the extremes of hot and cold abilities. As for you, although you possess merely a paramecia fruit, you embody aspects of both extremes. While you may not achieve the same widespread destructive capacity as a Logia user, delving deeply into your powers can yield formidable strength. For instance, with your warm fruit, you can manipulate the temperature of objects you touch, raising them to extreme highs or lows, which can then be wielded as weapons against your foes. The development of your fruit must align with its intrinsic properties. You are acutely aware of the external manifestations and internal transformations of your abilities, insights that remain elusive to outsiders. When harnessing your abilities, mastering the nuances of these properties, separating and skillfully distributing them, will undoubtedly enhance your prowess. The development of your powers can be categorized into two dimensions, vertical and horizontal. The vertical aspect pertains to augmenting their destructive capacity, expanding their reach, and intensifying their explosive potential. In contrast, the horizontal dimension involves exploring the breadth of what your abilities can achieve. Thus far, I have observed your capability to strike your foes with contrasting temperatures. During the process of refining your skills, you can separate and allocate these temperatures. Should you succeed in manipulating temperature fluctuations to influence your adversary's mobility and internal physiology, your strength will surely escalate. Your next endeavor, dear Orland, should be to delineate the characteristics of temperature variations, master the transformations of these forms, and enhance their vertical potency. Alan stated, one must first refine and then broaden their capabilities. By perceiving the minute, one can grasp the vast. Only then can the powers of the devil fruit be developed to their utmost potential. After taking a sip of wine, he felt compelled to issue a word of caution to Orland. While the abilities granted by the devil fruit serve as a formidable aid to truly harness their power, one requires a robust physique. Without sufficient physical stamina, even the most adept development would prove futile. Therefore, it is imperative that you enhance your physical training, integrating your martial arts with the powers of the devil fruit to fortify your strength. Orland nodded gravely, acknowledging, I understand, Captain. I shall not betray your trust. Alan continued, well, that is the extent of my assistance. The crux of the matter ultimately rests in your hands. He had imparted all he knew regarding the devil fruits to Orland, though he was uncertain how much the latter would comprehend. Now, they would turn their attention to the topic of hockey. Having exhausted the discussion on devil fruits, it was time to delve into the matter of hockey. You are aware that I risked my life to awaken the Conqueror's hockey, which is one form of hockey, alongside the other two, observation hockey and armament hockey. Alan meticulously explained the nuances of observation hockey and armament hockey to Orland, sharing the insights he had garnered over years of dedicated practice. He candidly conveyed that the forthcoming training would be exceedingly grueling, testing both the body and the spirit to their limits. However, if one could endure, the benefits would be immense. Orland, undeterred by Alan's words, felt his resolve to enhance his strength intensify. Captain Alan, please proceed with the training, no matter how arduous or painful it may be. I shall persevere and become a steadfast anchor for you. Very well, since you express such determination, we shall commence formal training tomorrow. Alan was pleased with Orland's response. With such resolve, he would not hold back. Let us conclude for today. I will prepare shortly, and you should take this time to rest and reflect on what I have shared. After much discourse, he felt fatigued and deemed it time to rest. For tomorrow marked the beginning of training his first crew member, the chef. Aspiring to be the world's strongest man, he envisioned his chef as the best in the world, possessing formidable skills capable of standing alone. On the following day, Orland found himself blindfolded, while Alan wielded a stick without mercy, striking him relentlessly. Use your intuition to perceive. Your ears and eyes are mere impediments to awakening observation hockey. This ability can be awakened through rigorous and diligent training, so cast aside any doubts or hesitations. For Orland, the training under his captain was undeniably severe. As the first day concluded, his body bore the marks of bruises, and his mind was clouded with confusion from the unseen and unheard assaults, leaving him utterly disoriented. Yet, he did not cast blame upon his captain, understanding that this was a necessary path, merely a form of physical conditioning that he could readily accept. For half a month, each day, he endured relentless beatings from Alan, leaving him battered and bruised. Alan looked on with a twinge of sympathy, yet Orland steadfastly persevered, urging Alan not to show any mercy. One day, he seemed to glimpse a faint trajectory, enabling him to attain a subtle perception. This phenomenon, which he could only describe as metaphysical, resembled a sixth sense. This was the essence of observation hockey. What could surpass light? Only thought itself, and observation hockey was precisely that. Through this innate perception, he could sense movements that transcended the limits of the naked eye, discerning the trajectories of his adversaries. With continued practice, he could even evade light itself. By the 20th day, as Alan struck down with his staff, Orland, seated on the ground, was already able to evade his blows. His talent was indeed remarkable. Alan nodded in satisfaction. The individual before him displayed considerable talent. He had never formally studied any profound knowledge, yet his relentless efforts and unwavering perseverance, devoid of any complaints, were the primary reasons for his rapid advancement. In the affairs of the world, only diligence never betrays one. All grievances regarding talent serve merely as excuses for one's reluctance to strive. Alan was never one to shy away from his responsibilities. He was acutely aware of what he ought to do and recognized that those who labor diligently are often the most astute. Clearly, Orland was of a similar ilk. You've begun to grasp the observation hockey. As your training deepens, your mastery will surely follow, Alan remarked, discarding the stick in his hand with satisfaction. Kneeling on the deck, Orland, his eyes reddened, expressed his gratitude to Alan, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Captain. Without you, I would not have been able to seek vengeance or learn this observation hockey." Alan, somewhat disdainfully, interrupted him. "Enough with the flattery. You are my crew member, and such words need not be spoken again." "Captain." Orland gazed at Alan with deep affection, as if wishing to say more. "Begone, and rest well." "There are other matters to attend to," Alan replied. For the next 2 months, Alan devoted himself to meticulously instructing Orland, who ultimately succeeded in awakening both his observation hockey and armament hockey. Although his control was not yet perfect, the successful awakening provided him with a path for future improvement. Chapter 103, A Ship Approaches, Captain. Chapter 101, A ship approaches, Captain. As they sailed the seas, often pausing at uninhabited islands to test their abilities and replenish the ship's supplies and fresh water, the vessel beneath them bore the marks of frequent training. It had become somewhat battered and worn, still seaworthy but no longer a sight to behold. Orland frequently voiced his concerns to Alan, cautioning against carelessly practicing skills aboard the ship, reminding him that his techniques possessed formidable destructive power. Every time, Alan nonchalantly brushed it off, dismissing the significance of a mere vessel. After all, he was a pirate hunter. When the time came to confront actual pirates, he could simply seize another ship. What was the big deal? Orland, faced with his captain's nonsensical ramblings, could only shake his head in exasperation, resigned to endure it. On this particular day, following their training, the two began to indulge in lunch. "No matter how many times I've eaten, Orland, your cooking remains the most delectable. I can never tire of it," Alan exclaimed, relishing each bite while lavishing praise upon Orland. Rolling his eyes, Orland chose to ignore his captain. Such compliments were a ritual he had grown somewhat immune to. The flattery lacked any genuine sentiment, rendering it utterly uninspiring. Alan, oblivious to his own tiresome repetition, continued to eat joyfully, appreciating the companionship on this journey, which was undeniably incomparable to solitude. After their meal, Orland began to voice his concerns once more. "Captain, I worry about how much longer our ship can withstand the sea." "It's all your fault." To which Alan retorted, "What is there to fret about? With so many pirates roaming these waters, we are bound to encounter a few pirate crews, at which point we shall acquire a new ship." Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he remained unfazed. Orland, however, was still troubled. "I'm more concerned that we might not reach a pirate crew in time. We may have to resort to swimming in the ocean. The outlook is grim, for our captain is quite an unreliable fellow." Although Alan espoused a philosophy of fate, it seemed they were devoid of any such fortune. Their vessel had drifted aimlessly for several days. Not only was there no ship in sight, but even the prospect of an inhabited island seemed a distant hope. As lunchtime approached once more, the ship creaked ominously, its condition deteriorating. How much longer could it hold together? Orland, unable to endure the uncertainty any longer, reflected on his past when he had thrived alone, well regarded within a merchant convoy. He could not accept a life fraught with such precariousness. Just as Orland contemplated his dire situation, a ship appeared on the horizon, bearing a foreign flag billowing in the wind. "Captain, Alan, a ship is approaching," Orland shouted, excitement igniting his voice as he peered through the telescope. "What's with the excitement? You say there's a ship? Let me see." Initially, Alan thought Orland was rambling again, but upon realizing the gravity of his words, he sprang to his feet on the deck. "By the heavens! Finally, we can cast this wretched vessel aside. Quickly, Orland, change course and steer us closer. When the confrontation ensues, let us not damage our future prize. The ship is already mine." Without even having seen the crew aboard, Alan had already claimed the ship as his own. All right, I understand, Captain. You are quite verbose. Orland dismissively waved his hand. On the vast ocean, a colossal ship measuring over 100 meters sailed gracefully, its 5 tiers ascending and descending. The vessel was adorned with a base coat of yellow paint, embellished with the sinister imagery of blood-red carnivorous flowers. A rotund man languidly reclined in a chair at the center of the deck, savoring his afternoon tea. Beside him stood a petite white round table. He donned a shirt of brown with red stripes that seemed on the verge of bursting at the seams, while his lower half was clad in patterned shorts. His round face, obscured by dark brown sunglasses, exuded an air of absurdity. Nearby, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit leaned in respectfully, informing Lord Avon. "We have spotted a pirate ship ahead." Surrounding them were over 20 burly men in black suits, some wielding knives, others brandishing guns, each emanating an aura of menace. "Ah, a pirate ship," exclaimed the rotund Avon, lowering his sunglasses with a gleeful expression. "Pilati, it seems we have yet another rookie pirate to deal with. Let us sink them and capture their captain to sell to St. Charles. We shall make a handsome profit once more. By the way, is it indeed a rookie crew? Can we ascertain their bounty?" "Report, my lord. The ship flies no flag and appears somewhat dilapidated. It likely suffered from a shipwreck or battle," the man replied. "Indeed." "Lord Avon," Pilati said, turning to depart, but paused midway to add, "You truly ought to consider losing some weight, my lord. Had you not been hindered after running halfway in Alabasta, we would have already seized that Zoan-type pirate captain." Avon's face darkened, embarrassment washing over him. As he felt a surge of indignation, he hurled the fine jade teacup in his grasp at Pilati, bellowing, "Scoundrel, mind your tongue." Whoosh! The teacup flew through the air with remarkable speed, a fleeting white blur, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind as it hurtled toward Pilati. Crack! With a sharp sound. Pilati deftly caught the jade teacup in his left hand, steady and unwavering, not a drop of tea spilled. "My lord Avon, this is merely a reminder as per your directive," Pilati said respectfully, casually tossing the cup back in an elegant arc. It landed gracefully on the white round table beside Avon, intact and undisturbed. Avon, his anger momentarily stifled, felt the quiver of his ample flesh, then awkwardly waved his hands, urging, "Hurry, hurry, let us sink that pirate ship." "Certainly," Pilati replied with a slight bow before promptly departing. Before long, the grand ship slightly adjusted its course. The cannon ports on the lower deck were all raised, revealing their ominous black mouths. "Captain, the opposing vessel is approaching, and they have opened their cannon ports. It appears they intend to attack us," came the alarmed report. On the bow of the ship, Orland lowered his telescope and turned to Alan, remarking, "Indeed. It is quite intriguing, truly fascinating. It appears they have underestimated us, viewing us as mere soft targets. Yet, one cannot deny that our vessel does seem rather easy to intimidate." Alan glanced down at their ship and chuckled. "However, this ship is quite substantial, presenting us with a splendid opportunity for plunder. I wonder what pirate crew is daring enough to possess such wealth, commanding a ship of this size. How rare it is. But soon it shall be mine." Alan also noticed that the massive ship across from him had its cannons trained on his vessel. However, he was unfazed. How could he possibly be hit? It was the first time he had encountered such a ship, 5 decks high, perfectly suited as his mode of transport. Moreover, observing the exposed cannons on the ship, he realized its firepower was formidable. Soon, he would have the opportunity to engage in cannon battles with other pirate crews, no longer relegated to merely enduring their barrages. Yet, he was unfamiliar with the flag this ship bore. He wondered from which pirate crew it hailed, as it did not resemble any pirate flag he had seen before. "Orland, prepare for battle," Alan exclaimed excitedly as he drew his 7-star sword from behind him, directing his words towards the imposing ship. "Understood, Captain." Chapter 104. The slave ship. What Alan and his companions encountered was not merely a pirate ship, but rather a notorious slave ship infamous in this world. Indeed, it was a vessel dedicated to the capture of human beings. Although the world government had ostensibly abolished slavery, the celestial dragons, who arrogantly considered themselves the descendants of creators, continued to thrive within an archaic social structure reminiscent of slavery, enjoying all privileges while exhibiting a profound sense of racial superiority. They regarded anyone outside their lineage with blatant disdain, treating them as less than human. In essence, they did not recognize the humanity of others, donning bubble helmets to avoid breathing the same air as common folk, and readily enslaving individuals from other races. Should they feel slighted, the admirals of the Navy are compelled to marshal the full extent of their military might in defense of the celestial dragons. Furthermore, nations around the globe are required to pay tribute in gold to the world government and the celestial dragons, which has rendered the latter wealthy and powerful, prompting many to curry favor with them by capturing other humans or beings of different races to sell as slaves. This practice not only yields substantial profits, but also earns the admiration and support of the celestial dragons, making it a tempting endeavor. Thus, with the backing of the celestial dragons, they can fly the flag of the world government, engaging in the near-legal capture of other humans and races. Many affluent aristocrats partake in this as well, maintaining slaves as long as they do not cross paths with the Navy, which often turns a blind eye. Consequently, various gangs and pirate factions have also engaged in the abduction and trafficking of individuals, with even Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, clandestinely operating an illicit human auction house to supply slaves to the celestial dragons and wealthy aristocrats, abducting beings from diverse races. For instance, in the original storyline, that human auction house belonged to Doflamingo, and after the incident where Luffy attacked the celestial dragons on Sabaody Archipelago, Disco, the proprietor of the auction house, pleaded for assistance from Doflamingo, only to be rejected. However, Alan, having merely wandered the East Blue for a few years before being brought to Alabasta upon arriving in the Grand Line, found himself embroiled in a confrontation with Crocodile, subsequently acquiring the Urus sword. Eventually, he reached Sabaody Archipelago, yet he remained uncertain of his whereabouts. Consequently, the aimless Alan could not discern the significance of the flag. The pirates were neither truly pirates, nor was the Navy genuinely the Navy, leaving him utterly perplexed. Orland, too, was oblivious to its meaning, as his ambition was to become the world's finest chef. Following the devastation of his hometown by pirates, he had been relentlessly pursuing the murderous pirate crew, thus remaining unaware of what the flag represented. Now, not only was Alan intrigued by the ship, but the individuals aboard the slave ship also took an interest in him. For pirates are a favored type of slave among the celestial dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The slave ship commenced its bombardment. Heavy solid cannonballs sent sprays of seawater soaring into the air, while the tumultuous ocean caused the vessel to sway violently. Alan and Orland stood at the bow of the ship, shattering the cannonballs that threatened to strike their vessel, thus preventing any unfortunate impact. The ruptured projectiles, split in two, lost their momentum and plummeted into the ocean, creating splashes of foam. Some transformed into mere chunks of ice, sinking silently into the sea with a dull thud, failing to stir any waves. A master swordsman, a wielder of the devil fruit's powers, on the St. Florent, Parati, who stood at the bow with a telescope in hand, felt his heart leap at the sight. It is worth noting that aside from the Navy, few swordsmen capable of slicing through solid iron cannonballs could be found in the first half of the Grand Line. Each of them possessed extraordinary strength and were notable figures even in the Navy headquarters, especially among rookie pirates. When they reached the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, the Sabaody Archipelago, they were typically supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million. However, the ability to transform cannonballs into ice was likely that of a devil fruit user. It seemed that after having encountered a Zoan-type user previously, fate had now bestowed upon them a Paramecia type. This was fortuitous indeed. Anticipation began to swell within him. This ice-producing fruit was reminiscent of the powers of Admiral Akiji, and surely the celestial dragons would take a liking to it. Continue the assault. Parati commanded the crew nearby before hastening back to the deck. As he heard hurried footsteps approaching, Avenel set down his teacup and looked up, asking, "What brings you here in such haste, Parati?" "My lord Avenel, there is a swordsman on the opposing ship capable of slicing through cannonballs," Parati replied respectfully as he approached. "Nanny," Avenel exclaimed, abruptly lowering his sunglasses and rising to his feet, his bulk quivering with excitement. He understood well what it meant to encounter a newcomer pirate with such prowess. And in astonishment, he questioned, "Are we perhaps facing a pirate crew with supernova potential?" "Please do not embarrass yourself, my lord Avenel," Parati pondered for a moment, still unable to discern the identity of the pirate crew, noting their lack of a flag. However, there is no need for concern. The state of their ship clearly indicates a failure at sea, and currently, we can only see 2 individuals aboard. Avenel pondered for a moment, her chubby round face adorned with a look of perplexity. She speculated, could it be that the once-renowned pirate crew has fallen into silence for some reason, which is why we lack any information about them? After all, most of our data pertains to the last 4 months. Avon tapped the table and, with an air of arrogance, declared, "It's merely 2 individuals. What is there to be concerned about? Such a pirate crew must have been defeated and fled." Having uttered these words, Avon lost interest in his tea, excitement evident as he scratched his head, one hand transforming into a plush, robust beast claw. Across the globe, numerous teams engage in the capture of slaves, yet among these, the duo of Avon and Parody is renowned. The moniker Crimson Man-Eating Flower is known even to some of the notorious pirates of the New World, with whom they have connections, such as Don Quixote da Flamingo. Avenel, whose full name is Nasaro Avenel, is a 34-year-old native of the South Sea, hailing from a once noble yet now dilapidated family. He possesses the abilities of the animal fruit, specifically the brown bear fruit, earning him the moniker Fat Bear. His strength surpasses that of many novice pirates, and even some supernovas find themselves outmatched by him. Avenel is also proficient in both armament hockey and observation hockey. A fortuitous encounter allowed him to forge a connection with the celestial dragons, leading him to become a trafficker of humans, specializing in procuring unique slaves for the celestial dragons and wealthy nobles, such as mermaids, long-arm tribe members, long-leg tribe members, and pirate captains. Pilati, known as the Butler Agent, is a 40-year-old defector from the world government's CP organization, skilled in the six powers and dual hockey, armament, and observation. After being saved from injury by a young Avenel, he became Avenel's trusted subordinate and utilized his connections with the celestial dragons to erase the bounties placed on him by the world government. Prepare quickly. We must capture them and deliver them to St. Charlos. The rewards from our master will surely be substantial, Avenel instructed, rubbing his hands together. Understood. Pilati acknowledged with a nod before turning to depart. As the ship drew closer, the sounds of cannon fire from the slave-capturing vessel intensified, bombarding Avenel's ship and causing him considerable annoyance. He vowed to make them pay, though he could potentially confront them at this distance. The fact that Orland was a devil fruit user posed significant risks without a solid footing. Thus, Avenel resolved to shatter the cannonballs before Orland could arrive, ensuring a direct assault once the time was right. Chapter 105, Collision at a distance of 150 meters. It was sufficient. I shall cleave this ship asunder. As the opposing vessel approached, Pilati narrowed his eyes from the ship's bow. He intended to dismantle the enemy ship before proceeding further. With a swordsman of formidable skill and a devil fruit user rendered helpless, they would find themselves as easy prey. Having lost an animal fruit user but captured a swordsman and a paramecia user, this venture would certainly yield profit. With a confident grin, Pilati stepped forward, executing a moonwalk and performing a swift kick into the void. The air seemed to ignite, exuding a charred aroma as blazing flames erupted, creating a fiery slash that soared 3 to 4 meters high, raising the surrounding temperature significantly as it charged toward the strange bird. Raging gale, flame splitter. What the hell is that? Avenel gasped, startled to see a flaming slash emerge from the opposing ship. What sorcery is this? A slash imbued with flames? Could it be the reincarnation of the great dark heaven? The movements displayed were reminiscent of moonwalk and raging gale. Upon witnessing the opponent's initial movement, coupled with the slashing kick executed with their foot, Alan found himself increasingly perplexed. When did the six styles become so devalued that even individuals aboard an unfamiliar vessel could wield them? Could it possibly be a government ship? Alan's conjecture was nearly spot on. However, it was an insidious organization masquerading under the guise of government authority to ensnare slaves. The powerful slash ignited flames through the friction of air, and Alan swiftly comprehended that this fire was a result of a formidable strike, an act beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, with such limited means, I cannot allow you to strike my vessel. Otherwise, how shall I ascend to the pinnacle of the world? Alan could not bear to watch as the slash threatened to obliterate his ship. He raised his 7-star sword, assuming a stance for a draw slash. With a swift motion, he unleashed the attack. A semicircular arc of energy surged forth, aimed directly at the flames. The collision of two powerful strikes resonated with a thunderous roar, nearly drowning out the sounds of cannon fire. The air trembled, and flames erupted skyward, transforming the scene into a veritable sea of fire. Who were these adversaries? How could they execute such formidable strikes with their feet? Orland was increasingly astonished, for this was the first time he encountered someone capable of delivering slashes using their legs. Captain, do you know who they are? He inquired. How would I know who they are? I've never even seen that flag before, Alan retorted with an exasperated roll of his eyes. But truly, this is quite extraordinary. Observing the slashes exchanged between the captain and the opposing vessel, Orland felt an urgent need to enhance his training. Hey, is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? As he gazed at the sky ablaze with flames, Avenel, standing at the bow, suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. He recognized that the Inferno split was one of the few formidable techniques in Parati's arsenal of Galefoot extensions, though not an ultimate move. It consumed a significant amount of stamina and wielded terrifying power, capable of effortlessly cleaving apart and incinerating a third-rate naval ship. Yet, he did not anticipate that the opponent would so easily counterattack, resulting in mutual destruction. This ship was not as simple as it appeared. Cradling his teacup, though devoid of the desire to drink, Evenil muttered to himself, "This ship is indeed remarkable." His facial features contorted in disbelief. Fire, a sea of flames. How could it possibly withstand Lord Parati's assault? Could the individuals across the way be monsters akin to Lord Parati? The crew aboard the grand vessel exchanged whispers, astonished as they beheld the towering Inferno. That swordsman, such a powerful strike. Could he be a sword master? Regardless, even a sword master would find themselves shattered by my blade. Witnessing the two strikes evenly matched, a glint of bloodlust flashed in Parati's eyes, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Standing at the bow and surveying the opposing ship, he mused about the formidable beings that might emerge in the first half of the Grand Line. The thought of extinguishing such talent by his own hand was quite appealing. With a sudden leap atop the ship's railing, Parati thrust his leg forward, unleashing a massive linear slash that shot forth like a spear, piercing the air with a chilling wail. Galefoot, air thrust. Damn it, more? Alan glared at the audacity of his opponents, who dared to strike first despite his lack of provocation. Soon, you shall all meet your end. It's clear you are no good. With a swift motion, he raised his right hand and executed a slash, the speed so rapid that the strike was nearly imperceptible, producing no sound as it sailed toward the sea, carving a deep trench across the water's surface. Upward slash. A resounding explosion erupted, sending a powerful shockwave that caused a portion of the sea to sink, the air itself becoming tumultuous. The chaotic gust swayed two colossal vessels precariously. Standing at the bow, Parati felt his body sway, an immediate seriousness overtaking him. He had assumed the formidable strike from the earlier swordsman was a desperate, full-force attack, unlikely to be replicated in such a short span of time. It was evident that his previous linear slash could effortlessly penetrate the steel armor of a first-rate naval warship. Even steel could not withstand it. Yet, his opponent had countered it, matching his vacuum slash with equal might. What did this signify? It indicated that his adversary was no mere novice swordsman. He likely possessed comparable prowess, if not superior. This was indeed troubling. After years of collaboration, Parati and Avern had developed a deep understanding, and upon witnessing Parati's attack, Avern recognized the intent to test their opponent. However, he had not anticipated the strength of the swordsman, no. The swordsman of exceptional caliber and the captain of their ship had yet to make a move. It seemed they had indeed encountered a formidable foe. Determined to unleash his full power, Parati leaped into the air. With a series of explosive thuds, he ran through the air, showcasing the agility befitting a fugitive agent who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the CP organization. His mastery of the moonwalk technique rivaled even that of Arida. Ascending into the skies, Parati surveyed the position of the Chris ship, his leg muscles contracting as he executed rapid movements with his feet. In an instant, a multitude of vacuum slashes cascaded down from above, their expansive range nearly engulfing Avern's entire vessel. Raging blades. Moonwalk? You think you're the only one who can do that? I can too. Avern, unwilling to wait any longer, propelled himself skyward using the moonwalk technique. Chaotic slash. With a barrage of slashes, Avern unleashed his newly developed technique against the onslaught of chaotic blades. Boom, boom, boom. The strikes collided, creating a cacophony of sound as the air trembled. The explosive resonance drowned out the thunder of cannons. Oh no, people are going to die. Such intensity in the slashes was beyond comprehension. Were they facing two monsters? How could this be possible? The crew aboard the St. Florent trembled in fear. They had never witnessed such a widespread clash of slashes, terrified that a sudden strike might cleave their ship in two. Damn it, he actually possesses observation hockey. In the air, Paradigm found himself utterly astonished, as every single vacuum slash he executed was intercepted by the opponent's strikes. Had it not been for his foresight granted by observation hockey, relying solely on his eyesight and mental calculations rendered such feats nearly impossible, unless one possessed a certain devil fruit power. However, he understood that a pure swordsman like his adversary would disdain the might of devil fruits. Observation hockey? Witnessing that individual in the sky unleash such a broad array of slashes while precisely blocking every possible escape route clarified for Alan that the person on the opposing ship undoubtedly wielded the same hockey. Has hockey become so undervalued in the Grand Line? Observation hockey, the Navy's 6 styles. Who exactly is this person? Upon returning to his ship, Alan gazed at the vessel across from him, utterly unable to fathom who it could be. Chapter 106, Orland, the reluctant punching bag. Wow. To think that he could match the captain blow for blow. How formidable is the opponent? Orland's face was a canvas of shock, never anticipating such prowess from the other side. Captain, can you really not best him? Orland remarked with a hint of sarcasm toward Alan. Finally, he had the chance to tease Alan. Observing that he appeared to be handling the situation with relative ease, which compelled him to indulge in some mockery. This fellow had been buzzing around the ship like an insufferable fly, incessantly chattering. What did you say? You dare to mock your captain? It seems I shall have to subject you to some serious training, Alan retorted fiercely. This cook was growing increasingly insolent, and he resolved to discipline him thoroughly, ensuring that he understood the gravity of being a captain. Please, Captain, I have faith in you. You will surely make that fellow regret crossing paths with you. After all, who is our captain? The mightiest bounty hunter of the East Blue. How could a pirate of the Grand Line stand a chance against you? Upon hearing Alan's intent to train him harshly, Orland became anxious. He recalled the arduous days spent awakening his hockey, enduring a grueling existence as he was relentlessly beaten with a stick, teetering on the brink of life and death. Although he had awakened his hockey, he had no desire to relive those harrowing experiences. You two dare to disregard me? Prepare to meet your end. Paradigm seethed with rage, on the verge of exploding. After finishing a round of combat, those two had the audacity to engage in casual banter, as if he were inconsequential. Without uttering another word, he leapt into action. Raising his leg for a powerful downward kick, a move known as the gale foot, round split. A colossal crescent of blue and white manifested in the air, swiftly forming a circular slash with a diameter of 5 meters. This circular assault spun at an extraordinary velocity, seemingly cleaving through the air and emitting a piercing, mournful wail. Such a strike could effortlessly sever an entire vessel. Upon hearing the sound, Alan immediately turned his head, swiftly comprehending the intent of this foe, whose face was adorned with a mocking expression. If that is the case, then let them await their fate. Alan gripped the 7-star sword in his right hand and extended it toward his left side, assuming a stance for a swift draw. With a charmingly wicked smile playing on his lips, he declared, "Now I shall be serious." The air was charged with anticipation as he exclaimed, "Draw in an instant." A dazzling and resplendent semicircular arc of sword light sliced through the air with astonishing speed, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. A nearly imperceptible sound echoed as the rapidly rotating circular strike silently cleaved the atmosphere in two. With a resounding crash, the sea parted. A chasm nearly 100 meters long opened upon the surface, with widths of 3 to 4 meters on either side, taking a considerable time to mend. Peering down, Parati noticed 2 gashes had appeared on the front of his suit, revealing his skin beneath, marred by shallow wounds that bled. He gasped, realizing he had been struck without even knowing it. Fortunate for him, the cuts were superficial. If they had been deeper, he might not have known he was being slain by his adversary. Breathing in deeply, Alan reveled in the familiar metallic scent of blood. How does that feel? He mused. Despite the distance separating them, the scent was unmistakable. His opponent had indeed been injured. What could Parati possibly counter with now? Was he frightened? A sly grin spread across Alan's face, finding amusement in toying with his enemy. Orland couldn't help but shiver at the wicked smile adorning his captain's face. Well aware of Alan's cunning nature, it was clear he delighted in playing with his foes. How outrageous. Parati had actually sustained injury. On the luxurious 5th deck, the ever-watchful Evenal trembled, his bulk quivering in surprise. After years of collaboration, he knew Parati's strength all too well. His greatest achievement was 2 years prior when he had faced and defeated a notorious supernova pirate with a bounty of 230 million berries, a user of a devil fruit. Their battle had obliterated the town they clashed in, and though Parati had incurred severe injuries that required 3 months of recovery, it was a testament to his formidable prowess. Damn it, Parati dared not approach any closer, having narrowly escaped death by recklessly drawing too near. Subsequently, he took to the skies around the Chris ship, darting about with the agility of moonwalk, intermittently unleashing vacuum slashes with his gale foot technique. Having tested this adversary's strength sufficiently, it was time to allow Orland the opportunity to hone his skills. After all, if he, as captain, had to intervene every time, it would render his role akin to that of a mere laborer. Orland, go and test the attacks from our opponent. After training for so long, it is high time to assess your abilities. Alan commanded the composed Orland beside him. Upon receiving Alan's orders, Orland retrieved his iron pot from behind and began to fend off the slashes. Ha ha ha. Let us see if you can maintain your defense. Each vacuum slash from Parody forced Orland into a defensive stance, allowing Parody to grow increasingly arrogant, shouting downwards with glee. He assumed Alan had exhausted his strength from the earlier strikes and was now relying on another to handle the onslaught. The madness in Parody's expression intensified. The bothersome adversary. Orland managed to imbue his iron pot with a modicum of armed color hockey, combining it with his fruit ability to deflect the incoming slashes. However, lacking the ability to walk on air, he could only be forced into a defensive position, watching the ruffian boastfully kick from above. Wishing he could sink his teeth into him. As he defended, he glanced at the captain, hoping Alan would intervene and eliminate the flying foe. Yet, Alan merely picked at his nose, seemingly oblivious to Orland's silent plea. Come on, come on. Weren't you quite impressive earlier? What is the matter? Out of strength? Parody mocked from the air, reveling in his dominance. Initially bewildered by Alan's ability to walk on air, he wondered how the Navy's 6 styles had become so easily learned. Even an unknown pirate could master it. Could he, too, have escaped from the Navy or the world government? Soon enough, he would capture them and uncover all the truths. Parody was thoroughly enjoying himself, his previous frustrations forgotten. The clumsy user of the superhuman devil fruit only wielded basic hockey, and many of his slashes still landed. Glancing down at his chest wounds, he found satisfaction in having inflicted significant retaliation upon the stationary figure across from him. Taking a deep breath, Alan exhaled heavily. Sensing the onset of eye crust, how long would these two continue to dance around? It was tea like they were in a Dragon Ball episode. When would the airborne one cease his barrage? It was time to resolve this matter. After so much play, he felt a pang of hunger. Such bullies should meet their maker. Oh, wait, there was likely no deity here. Orland, step back. I will take over from here, Alan instructed the weary Orland. Good luck, Captain. Orland sighed deeply, relieved. This method of combat was truly draining. The experience of being forced to endure blows was far from pleasant. Once this ordeal concluded, he would implore the captain to teach him that aerial skill. Next time he encountered such an opponent, he would not be left without recourse as he was today. Irida twisted her neck, producing a crisp crack, and lazily shouted into the air, Hey, you rascal, don't get too cocky. In an instant, Irida vanished from her spot. Chapter 107, Defeating You Bang, 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 Bang. The sharp sounds resonated through the air, as wisps of white mist became conspicuous. Alan strode through the air as if traversing solid ground, swiftly approaching Parody. How could this be possible? Though Parody had previously witnessed Alan employing the moonstep, the proficiency displayed now suggested that his mastery surpassed his own. This was inconceivable. As an elite of the world government, he had invested considerable time to master the 6 styles to reach his current stature. The individual before him not only exhibited exceptional swordsmanship, but seemed to have been in the realm of sword masters for quite some time. Such slashes were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary swordsman. Parody felt a twinge of imbalance within. Who on earth was this person? Why had he been unaware of him until now? Attempting to close the distance was futile. In a fit of indignation, Parody unleashed a series of rapid kicks into the void, summoning a flurry of sharp vacuum slashes. 5 or 6 blue-white energy blades streaked toward Alan, suspended in midair. In that moment, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Alan's eyes as he deftly maneuvered his body while still in motion, effortlessly evading each piercing vacuum strike by slipping through the openings. Such attacks could not reach him. At this moment, he recalled the sensation he had felt during his battle with Crocodile, the frustration of being so easily evaded, only to be struck with ease in return. The sense of helplessness against a Logia-type devil fruit user was a memory that lingered in his mind. Had he not later outsmarted Crocodile, he might have been destined to rest eternally in the desert. After all, the Logia-type devil fruits were renowned for being the most lethal among the 3 categories. Yet, the tides had turned. Now, he felt akin to the way Crocodile had once dealt with him. It was rather delightful, akin to bullying a child. The individual before him possessed rather ordinary observation hockey. Such attacks could not possibly land on him, far inferior to the strength he now wielded. Hiya hiya hiya. Alan emitted a rather peculiar laugh. Alas, it remains elusive. Still, it cannot be attained. As Alan deftly evaded Parody's slashing strikes, he emitted peculiar sounds from his lips. Damn it, damn it. Witnessing Arida effortlessly dodge his gale kick, and with a chilling smile inching ever closer, Parody felt a surge of panic. He was acutely aware that his opponent's observation hockey surpassed his own by a considerable margin, rendering him incapable of anticipating the movements and attacks of his adversary. Each of his strikes had been completely discerned by Alan, who effortlessly sidestepped them time and again. Seeing the words emerge from Alan's mouth sent Parody into a frenzy. With a resonant hum, he hardened his fist with armament hockey and unleashed a powerful blow aimed at the approaching Alan, almost hysterically shouting, "You're merely a newcomer. Do not be so arrogant." Lance of the steel fist. With a disdainful smile, Alan regarded the incoming fist with contempt, swaying his body to easily avoid Parody's attack. "What?" Parody's eyes widened in terror. "Buzz." With a disdainful glance, Alan infused his 7-star sword with armament hockey, allowing the weapon, now enveloped in a powerful aura, to thrust forward with precision. "You dare to mock me, boy? Step aside," he declared, executing an upward thrust imbued with hockey. The blade struck with a resounding clang, reminiscent of a bell tolling, as it sliced upward through Parody's chest, leaving a gaping wound that erupted in a spray of crimson. A visible shockwave radiated from the two combatants, expanding outward in a dramatic display. "To think you could actually land a hit. How pathetic," Alan mused, shaking his head at the ineptitude displayed before him. He had anticipated a more formidable opponent, yet this one could barely withstand a serious strike. Retrieving his 7-star sword, he planted his foot firmly upon Parody's chest. In that instant, a shadow descended from the heavens with astonishing speed. The velocity was such that it disrupted the very air, generating a visible shockwave accompanied by a thunderous roar. The dark figure crashed onto the ship's deck, creating a cacophony as it penetrated through layers of flooring. In a heartbeat, it plummeted from the top of the ship's structure to its very bottom, shattering even the watertight compartments and filling the air with smoke. The immense force of the impact caused the rear section of the St. Florent to sag nearly 10 meters, allowing torrents of seawater to surge in through the cannon ports. Curse it! The sudden descent of the ship's aft caught most aboard off guard, sending them sprawling to the deck. Even Irwin, who stood upon the railing, barely managed to grip the handrail to avoid tumbling to the ground. Unwell could hardly believe his eyes. He never anticipated that Paladin would be sent flying with a single blow, the terrifying force of which nearly pierced through the entire vessel. As he approached the doorway of a room adjacent to the ship's deck, Unwell furrowed his brow, peering through the haze of dust and smoke. Within, he glimpsed a gaping chasm that nearly consumed the entirety of the room, its walls marred with fissures, exuding an ominous sense of impending collapse. Avener's features were grotesquely contorted, his excess flesh quivering as he exclaimed in disbelief, "This is utterly outrageous. Is that little wretch some sort of monster? How could the Navy still be oblivious to his existence? This is truly terrifying." After uttering these words, Avener utilized his observation hockey to detect a faint life force emanating from Parody, who lay at the very bottom. Although the life force was tenuous, it was unmistakably a sign of survival, albeit in a severely injured state. However, there was no imminent danger to life. What a remarkably tenacious vitality. Akin to that of a monster, he mused. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from behind Avener. Iwaner's body stiffened, and his pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinholes. Who is he? That silhouette seems so familiar. Yes, it is the very monster who had cast Lord Parody down. A monster has boarded our ship. The frantic screams of his crew echoed behind him, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Iwaner was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. Yet cold sweat streamed down his forehead as a deep terror gripped his heart. When did my observation hockey become so ineffective? Turning around, Iwaner finally caught sight of a man merely 5 meters away, towering above him at approximately 2.5 meters tall. His face was rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable features, yet he exuded an inexplicable aura of danger. With a somewhat simple-minded grin, Iwaner chuckled, "Come now, don't deceive me. Those you've sent flying with a few blows aren't truly monsters. That so-called monster is hardly worth anything." He scrutinized the stout figure before him and added with a wide grin, "If such a person cannot be deemed a monster, then who can?" Alan surveyed the grand ship he had just boarded, ultimately expressing his astonishment at its opulence. However, a tinge of regret washed over him. He had failed to aim properly and had inadvertently shot through such a magnificent vessel. What a pity. He resolved to remind Orland to be cautious before taking any lives, ensuring that the crew aboard this ship remained unharmed, as he would need them for repairs later. After his inspection, Alan inquired, "I am rather curious. Who exactly are you? That flag seems unfamiliar, yet you dare to seek trouble with us. How does it feel now?" "Ah, you don't recognize me?" Owino was taken aback, surprised that this pirate captain did not know him. Who do you think you are? Some sort of celebrity? So what if you don't know me?" Alan scoffed, turning his lips in disdain, truly believing himself to be a person of significance. The infamous blood-red man-eating flower led by Avern, renowned in the realm of slave capture, naturally attracts a plethora of bounty hunters, despondent swordsmen, and third-rate pirates seeking his favor or protection. Especially with the backing of the celestial dragons and alliances with the formidable pirates of the New World. The individual before him, astonishingly oblivious to the presence of such a significant figure, could only be likened to a primitive inhabitant of the forest. Such a person should not exist. With exceptional swordsmanship and mastery over observation and armament hockey, could he be a newly emerged pirate crew? It seems they have yet to be targeted by the Marines' wanted notices. Realizing that this individual could evade his own observation hockey and appeared behind him to incapacitate parity with a mere punch, Avern recognized that this young man was a veritable monster in human guise, possessing terrifying strength. If a peaceful resolution to their conflict were attainable, an apology and compensation would be trivial matters. This formidable youth was not someone to provoke. The slaves aboard his ship were of paramount importance. Ah well, since you are not familiar with me, let us consider this a misunderstanding. I am merely a minor figure in the grand line, tasked by the world government to assist the esteemed gentlemen in their endeavors. Avern chuckled awkwardly. The world government? Esteemed gentlemen? HM? Alan discerned a crucial detail from Avern's words. The unfamiliar flag before him was indeed that of the world government. No wonder the man he had incapacitated earlier was proficient in the Marine Six styles. This elucidated the world government's influence. Esteemed gentlemen? Could they be referring to the celestial dragons, those so-called nobles of the world? Alan seemed to grasp that such opulent vessels were only within the means and whims of idle nobility. Tilting his head, he scoffed with a disdainful expression. Hey, isn't it rather embarrassing? After all, you are a member of the world government, yet you speak to a newcomer like me in such a subservient manner. You truly are quite pathetic. Such a sharp tongue for a mere child. One must show respect to the elders and veterans of the sea, Evenal replied, a flicker of anger darting through his eyes, though he maintained a smile. Cut the act. You are no pirate, and let me clarify, I am not one either. Since you are representatives of the world government, what brings you here? Alan said, casting a look of disdain towards the corpulent figure before him. Suddenly, Alan's ears perked up. Chapter 108. Fat Bear? Let's deal with the dead bear first. From below the deck, faint sounds of groaning emerged. Though the noise was subtle, with concentrated listening, one could discern the wretched utterances. Indeed, it was coming from beneath. These were not mere cries, they were weak moans, seemingly the result of cruel torment. Echoing with a haunting despair, a lamentation worse than death itself. Who are those people down there? What is your purpose for being here? Alan inquired with a dangerous air, directing his question at Evenal. He was keen to uncover the identities of those trapped below, their essence not particularly formidable, devoid of any bloodthirsty scent. What then? Was the intent of this individual in capturing them? Ah, we are here on behalf of the world government. See that flag above? It is the emblem that permits us to fly on this vessel, Evenal explained, gesturing towards the flag that fluttered overhead. Oh, then who are the individuals confined in your hold? I have heard that the world government seems disinterested in pirates. Ah, those, you ask? They are political criminals of the world government. We are transporting them to the Holy Land for trial, Evenal stated. He was taken aback that this young boy could perceive the presence of individuals below deck. The strength of his observation hockey was surprisingly potent. He needed to dismiss him quickly. Criminals? Indeed, they are all heinous offenders. Alan was somewhat skeptical of this explanation, yet he appeared to comprehend the situation. This world resembled that of the anime One Piece, a realm not solely inhabited by pirates, navy forces, and bounty hunters, but also by a world government and those who arrogantly proclaim themselves as gods. The items below were clearly intended for the so-called world nobles. The answer seemed to be emerging with clarity. This vessel was a slave ship. It was a vessel dedicated to the capture of slaves. The despicable individuals who perpetrated such acts brazenly captured various humans and other races, subjecting them to the cruel whims of those wretched beings. They were human traffickers, even more contemptible than the pirates themselves. Indeed, while it is true that most pirates revel in arson, murder, and plunder, derided by the Navy as the scum of the seas, when compared to the professional human traffickers, who possess no moral compass, both the Navy and the pirates hold them in greater disdain. Were it not for the backing of the celestial dragons and affluent aristocrats, the Navy would pursue these traffickers with even more fervor than they do against pirates. There have been instances where Navy personnel, upon encountering a trafficker's vessel while hunting pirates, chose to allow the pirates to attack the traffickers instead. Some even collaborated with pirates to assault trafficker ships, subsequently releasing the pirates and shifting the blame onto them, with the pirates willingly accepting the infamy. This illustrates the abhorrent reputation traffickers hold in the eyes of the world. These individuals had indeed been correct in their earlier assumptions. They deserved their fate. Oh, why do I find this so hard to believe? The individuals below are the slaves you captured, aren't they? Alan's tone turned icy. As a youth raised under the Crimson Banner, he abhorred the term slave. While he did not consider himself a saint, he would never sell his own kind into slavery for the pleasure of others. In his previous life, he felt a deep rage whenever he encountered news about human traffickers. He often thought that even if it meant imprisonment, he would not hesitate to confront those traffickers with violent retribution, believing that even death would not suffice to quell his seething hatred. How could that be? We would never capture individuals to enslave them. You must be mistaken, Avern stammered, taken aback. Deep down, he was acutely aware of the nature of his dealings and the loathing they incited in others. Once the truth was established, his life would be in grave peril. Mistaken? You might as well admit it. Today, you shall not leave here alive, Alan retorted, disdain and contempt evident in his gaze as he regarded the corpulent figure before him. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Perhaps you should reconsider. Awnel narrowed his eyes, exuding a hint of murderous intent. Since a peaceful resolution was not on the table, there was no choice but to take action. With a thud, a figure leapt from the surface of the sea onto the ship. It was Orland, harnessing his fruit abilities. He froze the ocean beneath him, then, with a flurry of movement, ascended onto the vessel, intent on providing support to his captain. Alan turned his head to face Orlando and instructed, Orlando, ensure that everyone aboard this vessel, save for the crew, is dismissed. Exercise caution. Orlando nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the gravity of the situation. This ship had been reserved well in advance, and it was imperative to locate the crew for necessary repairs. Alan ceased his discourse, turning to face Uinel, as the 7-star sword in his grasp became enveloped in the aura of armament hockey. Very well. A glint of menace flashed in Iwan's eyes as his right hand moved. With a resounding bang, the muzzle of an ivory flintlock pistol exhaled a wisp of smoke. The mere bullet elicited a flicker of disdain in Alan's gaze. However, a sudden wave of vigilance washed over him, sensing an ominous aura. Initially reluctant to evade, he instinctively turned his head aside. The bullet struck the main mast, over 20 meters behind Erida, piercing through the mast that 3 men could embrace, leaving behind a tiny hole. The sea stone bullet, imbued with a treacherous aura, was indeed nefarious. Alan's expression gradually turned frosty. Typically, the impact of bullets would be mitigated by his domineering aura, rendering him impervious to such firearms. However, the sea stone bullets were an entirely different matter. Their hardness, combined with the armed color of his aura, posed a risk that he could inadvertently be struck and injured. He had not anticipated that this unremarkable individual before him possessed such a precious item. Avenor pressed the firing lever, chambering a round, his stout fingers resting on the trigger as he aimed at Alan, a look of regret crossing his face as he remarked, "Your reflexes are astonishing. I didn't expect you to evade my shot." A chilling sneer curled on Alan's lips. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and a spark flickered through the air. The obsidian 7-star sword danced gracefully, deflecting the bullet, leaving a small crater on the nearby railing, where a cerulean sea tower stone bullet was embedded. Alan expressionlessly retracted the 7-star sword and remarked, "Do you believe there will be another opportunity like this?" Bang! How would one know without trying? Avenel casually discarded the utterly useless ivory flintlock pistol. "Oh, then let us proceed." Gripping the 7-star sword, Alan swiftly charged forward. A tremendous sound reverberated through the room, as a terrifying wave of force instantaneously collapsed the entire chamber. Akin to a tempest, the vast ship's cabin appeared as if a significant chunk had been bitten away. Fight! Fight! A giant bear, that is Lord Avenel. The sight of Alan and Avenel, 2 titanic beings engaged in combat upon the ship, terrified the other crew members, some of whom leaped directly into the sea in panic. Hey, a Zoan-type, bear fruit, brown bear. Observing the dark, beastly paw that blocked his punch, and gazing at the towering figure of the brown bear, standing over 3 meters tall, Alan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, the bear's evident excess flesh somewhat diminished its imposing presence, prompting Alan to mutter softly, having clearly recognized his opponent's ability. If you retreat, I shall still compensate you." How does that sound? Avenel, now transformed into a giant bear, looked down at Alan, chuckling in a deep tone, yet his face, covered in brown fur, rendered it impossible to discern whether he was genuinely smiling. "I still believe it would be better to kill you. Your bulk is quite unsettling to behold," Alan retorted, a hint of disdain curling his lips into a cold smirk before he once again swung his sword. "What a foul-mouthed scoundrel. Such a pity to waste my generous proposal." Transforming into the imposing brown bear, Avenel boldly met Alan's assault with his hardened paw, imbued with armament hockey. Chapter 109. It's over, my friend. Bang. 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 The sound of resounding clashes echoed, while an even more intense wave of energy swept across much of the vessel, sending numerous crew members staggering, with some nearly blown overboard. The enormous ship trembled violently, as if on the verge of destruction. "Quick, run. The ship is going to sink. Monsters, they're all monsters." At that moment, the majority of the crew could no longer bear to remain aboard. Apart from a few who stayed below deck, most began to lower the lifeboats, scrambling to board them. Those unable to secure a spot clung to life rings or pieces of wood and barrels, plunging directly into the sea. "Hee hee. The captain has ordered that not a single one of you may escape. You cannot be allowed to flee." Orland chuckled, muttering to himself as he plunged his iron pot into the seawater, instantly freezing a radius of dozens of meters around the ship, trapping those pirates attempting to escape on the surface of the water, maintaining their fleeing postures. TSK, what an intense battle it appears to be." Orland cast a glance at the battlefield where Alan fought, clicking his tongue in dismay. He could only hope that the captain would exercise caution. Otherwise, if the ship were rendered irreparable, it would spell disaster. After completing his observations, Orland charged towards those individuals, inquiring before each kill, "Are you a shipwright?" Upon receiving a confirmation, he would render the person unconscious and toss them aside. If the response was uncertain, he would either freeze them or turn them into charred remnants, creating a scene of utter brutality. Alan raised his pitch-black seven-star sword, firmly blocking Avenor's bare paw. The solid floor beneath their feet, a full 3 inches thick, had begun to crack inch by inch, as if it might collapse under even the slightest additional force. Truly, the power of a Zoan-type devil fruit user is immense. Alan mused. He could sense that this hefty individual possessed a formidable aura, and the Zoan type inherently amplifies the abilities of its wielder. Coupled with the bear fruit, brown bear form, which specializes in strength, Avenor's might had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. This fellow had developed his fruit's capabilities exceptionally well, far surpassing that of the previous small tiger he had encountered. The little tiger had overly relied on the devil fruit, neglecting its own potential and failing to develop it adequately, which had made it easy for Alan to defeat. However, this portly, clumsy bear, when compared to the two giants he had previously faced in the small garden, seemed not to possess significantly greater strength. Yet, Alan was no longer the version of himself who had been easily overpowered. This battle felt exhilarating. A hearty laughter erupted from within him, a surge of confidence radiating outwards. An invisible wave emanated from Alan, spreading throughout the surroundings. Conqueror's hockey. Onel was taken aback, utterly astonished that the young boy before him possessed the rare and extraordinary qualities of a king. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as Alan unleashed his conqueror's hockey. The surrounding pirates and the captured individuals within the cabin were rendered unconscious, their eyes glossing over as they collapsed to the ground. Orland, who had been joyfully engaged in a brawl, was nearly knocked unconscious by this sudden surge of power. He braced himself against the deck, gasping for breath, while inwardly cursing Alan. Damn that captain. Why unleash Conqueror's hockey without a word? I nearly fainted. For the moment, Orland's thoughts were set aside. A shadow of seriousness flickered across Iwan's eyes, yet one massive bare paw exerted relentless force, striving to subdue Alan's movements, while the other paw suddenly swung towards him with a howling gust, intent on delivering a lethal strike. However, Alan was far too astute to allow such a ruse to succeed. He had long since discerned the ploy, covertly enveloping his left foot in the formidable hockey. He swiftly repelled the bare paw engaged in their struggle and retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at the other paw that threatened him. A resounding crash echoed through the air as a wave of translucent shockwaves radiated outward. The deck beneath them began to splinter, and with a thunderous crash, the 3-inch thick wooden floor shattered entirely, sending both Alan and Iwan plummeting down to the floor below with a heavy thud. In the corridor of the lower level, debris lay scattered, and the wooden walls and floor bore the marks of emerging cracks. Two figures, one large and one small, stood defiantly against each other. I sense a hint of envy in your gaze, Alan taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. Exposing his sharp fangs, Iwan shook his massive head and retorted, Indeed. I am envious. I never anticipated a newcomer like you would possess Conqueror's Haki. Ahaha. So tell me, do you still believe you have a chance? Alan laughed heartily. Owen blinked, his bear-like face registering a look of confusion as he scratched his head and replied, I'm not certain. He had witnessed Conqueror's Haki before. What did it matter if a newcomer possessed it? It was merely a sign of potential. And he did not believe that such a trait alone could dictate the outcome of their clash. Not certain? Well, your uncertainty is irrelevant now. For I shall send you on your way, damn it. You dare to launch a sneak attack, boom. A large chasm suddenly appeared at the spot where Alan stood. Enveloped in a swirling mist. From within the haze, a figure emerged, prompting Alan, positioned at the opposite end of the corridor, to curse in frustration. Avenal, retracting his bare paw, bared his teeth and roared in anger. If we are to fight, then let us fight without such unnecessary prattle. As soon as the words left his mouth, Alan's body lunged forward, the seven-star sword aimed squarely at the bare-headed foe. The sound of metal resonated. Avern swung his massive bare paw, striking Alan's fist with a resounding force that sent a shockwave through the air, scattering the dust around them. Almost immediately, two figures, one large and one small, engaged in a fierce battle on the lower deck, the air continuously exploding with their clashes. The heavy wooden pillars splintered under the impact. The walls of the ship's hold crumbled, and even the iron-cast cannons were reduced to scrap metal. Despite Avern's corpulent and seemingly cumbersome physique, he exhibited remarkable agility in his movements. His limbs, hardened by the armor of his will, became indomitable under the sheer strength coursing through him, obliterating anything in his path with a single swipe. Before long, the lower deck was left in utter disarray, with the ceiling above and the floor beneath riddled with craters and fissures, leaving little room to stand. Avern's enormous paw, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, aimed at someone's head, but Alan retaliated with a swift sword strike. The seven stars sword met the bare paw, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that forced Avern's massive form to stagger backward. As he retreated, gleaming claws extended from Avern's paw, slashing forward with ferocity. Their claw slash, with a swift motion, 5 razor-thin strikes, each less than a meter high, filled the corridor. However, the lower deck had already been thoroughly ravaged by their combat, rendered nearly hollow, making the existence of the corridor itself inconsequential. With a dismissive sneer, Alan thrust the seven-star sword forward, creating a cross-shaped slash with a swift whoosh. The cross slash, a melodious hum akin to that of a fine sword, resonated through the air, causing a tremor as the colliding strikes and pressure shattered, transforming into a whirlwind that swept across the surroundings. Ha ha, foul bear, meet your end. With a cruel smile, Alan leapt in front of Awenel, and before he could react, the seven-star sword was pressed against his abdomen, unleashing a tremendous force. Arm to send. Thud. Awenel, still stunned, felt a gash open on his belly from the upward strike, his massive body hurtling through the air. Boom. His airborne form crashed through several supporting wooden pillars and walls, ultimately plummeting down, shattering a large section of the floor as he fell into the warehouse below. Die for me. Alan followed closely behind, the seven stars sword piercing fiercely through the bear's neck. A torrent of blood gushed from Awenel's mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never imagined he would perish here, slain by an unknown assailant, the light in his eyes gradually fading. No. It can't be. Before he could finish his words, he drew his last breath. TCH, what's impossible about it? You're dead, yet you still talk tough. Alan scoffed as he withdrew the seven stars sword. Chapter 111. You may leave after dispatching the self-important bear. Alan approached the individual who had fallen earlier. This person had been rendered unconscious by Alan's Conqueror's Haki. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan plunged the seven-star sword into his heart, and soon after, he ceased to breathe. Since he was a human trafficker, encountering him meant there was no reason to show mercy. All of you here are nothing but trash. After resolving everything, Alan made a sarcastic remark and returned to the deck. Thus, the notorious slave ship, the Crimson Carnivorous Flower, infamous throughout the Grand Line, met its demise. Although the Navy often turned a blind eye to the world government's slave-catching activities, they were nonetheless pleased to witness the obliteration of a slave ship. The lofty aristocrats of the world cared little for whether the captured individuals were Navy personnel. They treated all captives with the same disdain, reducing them to mere slaves. Out of fear of the world government's pressure, they feigned ignorance. But when someone else took action, they harbored no desire for revenge. Instead, they secretly reveled in the outcome. In due course, the Navy's report would note that the Crimson Carnivorous Flower had engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Crisp pirates near the Alabasta Sea. Following the battle, The crimson carnivorous flower was vanquished, with its leader, the corpulent bear, novice, and the steward agent, persist, having been slain by Alan. However, the world government's newspapers would likely proclaim that the Navy had defeated the crimson carnivorous flower, attributing the glory of vanquishing its leader, novice, and the steward agent, persist, to the Navy itself. Consequently, the abhorrent practice of slavery would be conveniently overlooked, while the world government and the Navy would extol their righteous actions against the slavers, a tactic they had employed numerous times before. The crimson carnivorous flower was a renowned and notorious slave-capturing organization, and if news of its defeat were to surface, it would significantly tarnish their reputation, regardless of whether it was the Navy or pirates who brought down the crimson carnivorous flower. The world government and the Navy would never allow such an event to be credited to pirates. If a mere group of new pirates could eradicate a slave-catching organization, what would that say about the Navy's efficacy? Such a scenario would expose their incompetence and bring shame upon both the world government and the Navy on a global scale. Despite Alan not being a pirate, the Navy remained indifferent. What did it matter if he were a bounty hunter or a pirate? The credit for vanquishing the slave ships and the stature it holds in the hearts of the global populace is of paramount importance. This is a customary tactic employed by the Navy and the world government. In their own words, it serves to bolster the authority of the world government. The masses, being largely uninformed, are naturally inclined to trust the proclamations of the Navy and the world government, which they perceive as embodiments of justice. Engaging in such actions is a routine affair for the Navy, or rather, for the world government. It is ingrained in their ideology that the world ought to remain under their dominion. Whenever the higher echelons deem something advantageous, it is retained, regardless of the potential dangers it may pose, which are often concealed for later discussion, such as the tragic demise of the White Town, Provence, due to the perilous substance known as lead. Conversely, anything they consider detrimental must be eradicated, even if it harbors invaluable treasures, for instance, O'Hara, which was obliterated by the Navy's extermination order under the directives of the world government. It is worth noting that this island housed the world's greatest scholars and the most extensive library, the Tree of Knowledge, yet it, along with its innocent inhabitants, was erased from the map. Upon the arrival of their captain, Orland, drenched in sweat, approached Alan and inquired, "Captain, since you wish to use your conqueror's hockey to incapacitate them, why not simply unleash it directly instead of this sudden approach?" Alan, somewhat embarrassed by Orland's complaint, replied, I suppose I got too caught up in the excitement of the fight and momentarily forgot. Don't worry, it won't happen again." He then added, "By the way, Orland, I'm quite hungry. It's already afternoon, and my stomach is growing increasingly empty. Please prepare something to eat." Noticing Orland was about to voice further objections, Alan interjected, fully aware that once this chef began to complain, it would be an endless affair. "All right, I understand," Orland said, opening his mouth as if to protest, but ultimately relenting. As a chef, he couldn't overlook the captain's hunger, so he turned and returned to his ship to prepare a meal. After satisfying his hunger, Alan lay contentedly on the deck, basking in the sun, awaiting the awakening of the others. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight cast a golden glow upon the sea, painting the waters in a stunningly beautiful light. Unable to contain himself, Orland approached Alan once more and began to grumble. "Captain, did you not assert that this ship belonged to you? Just look at the state it's in now, after the damage you inflicted. I wonder if it can even be repaired." Alan responded cheerfully, "Oh, Orland, do not be so disheartened. It is merely a ship. I was too caught up in the excitement of the battle to remember it was mine. You cannot fathom how formidable that adversary was, had I not held back. I would surely have sustained injuries. Since this vessel is beyond salvage, we shall simply have the shipwrights restore our ship." With his eyes shut, Alan nonchalantly remarked, "It is merely a vessel. What is the fuss about? If this ship is lost, we can always seek another. The city of Seven Waters is situated upon the vast ocean, after all, which is renowned as the finest location for shipbuilding. In due time, I can simply invest a little to acquire a superior ship. How tedious this is. Has Orland truly reached a point of midlife crisis?" Alan hastily expelled the thoughts racing through his mind, unable to fathom the implications. At last, the incapacitated pirates and the enslaved individuals confined below had regained consciousness. He instructed Orland to manage the situation, retaining only a few skilled craftsmen for the ship repairs, while the rest of the rabble had been dealt with. As for the human traffickers, their cruel treatment could hardly be deemed excessive. Alan himself descended to the holding area to converse with the captives. Upon inquiry, many recognized the traffickers aboard the vessel, identifying two individuals as the primary culprits behind their abduction. Through their accounts, Alan learned they were ensnared by the infamous blood-red carnivorous flower, well known along the Grand Line. He scoffed at the notion of such a flower. It had failed to consume its prey, and now he faced imminent peril from the very sea. Regarding these unfortunate souls, Alan resolved to take no further action. He would allow them to escape in the lifeboats. They were merely incidental to his plans, and it was essential for them to learn self-reliance in these vast waters. He could not oversee their lives indefinitely, nor did he intend to impose obligations of gratitude for their rescue. Their survival after departing would depend solely on their own capabilities. After all, the vessel's power and equipment lay in ruins due to the conflict between him and Uinal, so he let them take the lifeboats. He had no desire for those small crafts, but he could not permit them to carry away any treasures. He required the funds to construct a magnificent, unparalleled ship. Following an outpouring of gratitude, all the captives boarded the lifeboats and departed. They made no further demands, as any individual capable of vanquishing those two was not to be trifled with. Their escape alone was a monumental act of kindness. They could not ask for more. Soon, tranquility enveloped the ship, with only a handful of surviving crew members remaining. The others were either tossed into the sea to feed the fish or transformed into ice sculptures or roasted meat by Orland. However, one individual cautiously emerged from the depths of the ship's hold. She did not join the others in their exodus but remained behind. Indeed, it was she. Not he, a strikingly beautiful woman, gracefully wielding an exquisite umbrella. Chapter 112, The Remaining Days of Autumn upon witnessing the emergence of a woman. Orland approached Alan with a lascivious grin, his eyes sparkling with mischief, as if to say, "Captain, you have quite the opportunity here." A few dark lines appeared on Alan's forehead. What could this fellow possibly be thinking? Is this how he perceives me? Disinterested in engaging with him further, I approached the woman and inquired, "Excuse me, why did you not depart with them?" Alan had not noticed that there was still one person who had not departed with the main group. He found it rather peculiar that this woman seemed to take an interest in him. Was she attempting to linger by his side? I do not know where to go. The moment the woman saw Alan approaching, she trembled slightly, resembling a child caught pilfering sweets, cautious and fearful of inciting his ire, lest he react with anger. Orlando, observing this, rolled his eyes, pondering whether the captain might be an extreme embodiment of a clueless man, incapable of engaging with a lady without appearing intimidating. Worried that he might frighten her further, he hurriedly approached with a sincere expression. "Esteemed lady, you are welcome aboard our vessel. Upon reaching our next destination, should you feel inclined, you may disembark, and we shall ensure your safety." With that, he thumped his chest with a resounding thud. Unbeknownst to him, what he perceived as a genuine smile came across to others as rather lewd, reminiscent of an older man addressing a young girl. "Hey there, little one, Uncle will take you to see the goldfish." This behavior startled the woman, prompting her to retreat with small steps behind Alan, peeking out cautiously at Orlando. The reaction left Orlando feeling quite hurt. He had not anticipated such a response from her. What had become of this world? Unable to suppress his sorrow, he found himself filled with a sense of desolation. Alan cast a somewhat exasperated glance at Orland, pondering the absurdity of his fixation on a mere woman. This lecherous demeanor evoked memories of that lascivious kappa he had encountered while working as a chef in the Eastern Sea. Indeed, the two shared a striking resemblance, both being cooks and equally depraved in their desires. During their previous voyage, Alan had witnessed Orland's piggish behavior firsthand. He became utterly transfixed in the presence of an attractive woman, a most embarrassing spectacle. Such antics tarnished the reputation of his future status as the foremost figure in the world. Alan shook his head and turned to the somewhat fearful woman, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" He was no saint. In this world, there were still many who feigned weakness only to strike when others relaxed their guard. Such instances were particularly numerous among pirates at sea, who often preferred to present a facade of vulnerability before delivering a swift blow. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution around her. Otherwise, one might find oneself betrayed, perhaps even counting someone else's earnings. I don't know," the woman stammered, having witnessed the formidable prowess Alan possessed. The two individuals she had been powerless against were swiftly dispatched by him, instilling a sense of fear within her. "All right, fine, you may accompany us for now. However, once we reach the next island, you must disembark. There is no place for you to stay aboard my ship." Alan conceded. "By the way, what is your name?" Since she had not revealed any obvious faults and was, After all, a woman. It would be unwise to hastily end her life without discernment. Although such an action could be justified, it would likely exacerbate the existing rift between them and hinder future unity. Therefore, it seemed best to allow her aboard for the time being. My name is Yusheng Xiaoqiu, and you may call me Xiaoqiu. I am also a devil fruit user, she declared, revealing her abilities with a newfound confidence, as if the mention of her devil fruit empowered her resolve. Oh, a devil fruit user? Come, let us proceed to my ship and discuss the nature of your powers. Upon hearing that this woman was indeed a wielder of a devil fruit ability, Alan's interest was piqued. Thus, he decided to escort her aboard the ship first. During their journey to the vessel, this Yushin Xiaoqiu began to recount her powers and the circumstances of her capture. She introduced herself as Yushin Xiaoqiu, a doctor who, while attending to patients in her hometown, found herself ensnared by a slaver crew. It seemed that someone aboard their ship had sustained an injury, and their ship's physician had been inadvertently slain during a skirmish. Consequently, they sought a doctor on their island for treatment. In the course of her healing efforts, she inadvertently unleashed her devil fruit powers, thereby catching the attention of Aiwen, another devil fruit wielder. Once she had successfully treated everyone, that man revealed his sinister intentions, commanding his crew to slaughter her fellow townsfolk, capturing several beautiful women as slaves. As for her, Aiwen seized her directly, placing her in a confinement cell below deck, shackled with sea stone handcuffs. She recalled hearing Aiwen exclaim at the moment of her capture, "Ahahaha! A rare healing fruit user. This is a treasure. I shall surely gain much favor from those esteemed gentlemen, and my status will surely rise in their eyes," bringing forth a bounty of wealth. Thus, the slaving ship continued its voyage along the Grand Line, with Aiwen occasionally allowing her to tend to his subordinates before returning her to her imprisonment. Eventually, she witnessed the confrontation between Alan and Aiwen from her cell, as he liberated all those who had been captured as slaves. Consequently, she harbored the belief that Alan was undoubtedly a good person, having vanquished those vile human traffickers for their sake. Alan instructed the ever-attentive Orlando to prepare a meal, allowing the woman named Yushin Xiaoqiu to dine first. As he spoke, the sound of her rumbling stomach was unmistakable. Upon realizing her plight, Orlando expressed his indignation with grandiloquent words, lamenting the abhorrent nature of those who would ensnare such a delightful young lady as a slave. After all, she was their savior, and such scoundrels deserved condemnation. He then proceeded to extol his own virtues, asserting that it was he who had resolved the troubles of the others aboard the vessel, and that he was indeed a wielder of a devil fruit. Unable to endure any longer, Alan could only send him off to prepare a meal. Upon hearing that the young lady had yet to dine, Orland promptly scurried to the kitchen to ready some food. Alan was intrigued by the capabilities of the woman named Yushin Xiaoqiu, who spoke of her medical fruit abilities. He inquired, "Are you a superhuman with medical fruit powers, or merely a doctor?" Yes, my lord," Yushin Xiaoqiu cautiously replied. "Very well, then you shall serve as an intern ship's doctor on my vessel for the time being. After some observation, should I find your abilities satisfactory, you may join my crew as an official ship's doctor," Alan mused after a moment of contemplation. My lord, are you a pirate?" Yushin Xiaoqiu asked. "A pirate? No, certainly not. I am a bounty hunter, not one of those scoundrel pirates," Alan retorted with disdain. "Oh, that is a relief. I am grateful to you, my lord, for rescuing me and allowing me aboard." "Thank you very much," she expressed. "All right. You may call me Captain Alan. However, upon reaching the next island, if you have not earned my approval, you will have to disembark," he cautioned. "Understood, Captain Alan. I shall strive to prove myself." With that, Yushin Xiaoqiu officially joined Alan's crew, albeit as an intern. Yet, in due course, she would become renowned as the ship's doctor aboard Alan's vessel, a cunning healer amidst the vast seas. The forthcoming journey promised to be a most exhilarating adventure. Chapter 113. The arrival of the Navy. Following Yushin Xiaoqiu's formal induction into Alan's crew, Orland was elated for a time. Once the ship was repaired, Alan showed little concern for the shipwrights, leaving them to find their own way to depart. The three of them set sail on the newly mended ship, leaving behind a scene that bore witness to the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. The next morning, a patrol warship adorned with the seagull flag entered the area. What transpired here? How many lives have been lost? "The waters are strewn with corpses, stained crimson," one officer exclaimed. "Was there a war? And that massive ship, it's far larger than our own." The colossal vessel displayed the flag of the world government. Who could be so audacious as to attack a ship of the world government? On the deck of the naval warship, hundreds of Marines surged forth, their eyes wide with shock at the horrifying scene before them. The vessels of the world government had come under attack, surely. Even the most audacious pirates would not dare to engage in such a bold act. For many of these new recruits, it was their first encounter with such gruesome carnage. Situated near the waters of Alabasta, this area served as a stronghold for one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with naval ships from nearby bases frequently patrolling the vicinity. Generally, pirates in this region maintained a low profile. Even the more formidable newcomers refrained from stirring trouble. Consequently, the Marines stationed here had seen little combat, resulting in a considerable number of inexperienced soldiers among them. Who could have anticipated such a calamity? A vessel flying the flag of the world government had been assaulted, and the sea was strewn with corpses, blood staining the waters, a sight too harrowing for these fledgling Marines to endure. Such audacity was unfathomable. How could anyone dare to attack a ship of the world government? Gazing at the clearly battle-scarred behemoth before him, a naval officer draped in a coat of justice gasped in disbelief. He had served in this base for 5 years and had patrolled these waters countless times, yet he had never encountered such a formidable crisis. "What shall we do, Colonel?" stammered a Marine clutching a firearm, visibly shaken by the gruesome spectacle. "Get closer, send a team aboard to investigate, and bring me the din mushy. I need to report directly to headquarters," the awakened colonel commanded urgently. Board the ship. The Marine's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He could hardly believe his ears. "Well, don't just stand there. Move." The colonel shot a glare, slapping the Marine on the head. "Why, yes, sir." The young Marine, wincing from the sudden pain, hurriedly set about issuing orders. Soon, the naval vessel cautiously approached the giant ship, with many Marines deploying ladders and grappling hooks to ascend. This colossal ship looked eerily familiar. "Never mind, I'll figure it out later. First, I must report to headquarters," thought the colonel as he scratched his head, scrutinizing the massive vessel without discernment. He then picked up the din mushy, preparing to communicate with the naval headquarters. "Bleep, bleep, 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 bleep. Kogomosi Mosi. This is the transfer station of the naval headquarters. Please state your unit number and name," came the voice from the other end. "I am Colonel Ige of the 250B class, ship number 250, reporting a level 2 incident to Admiral Sengoku," the colonel announced, providing his identification. Ige, age 36. Originally from the North Blue, had been reassigned to the Grand Line S Naval 15th Division 5 years prior, and had risen to the rank of Division Colonel 3 years ago. Verification complete. "I will transfer you to the Admiral now." On the tranquil road ahead, Colonel Agai expressed his gratitude politely. "Thank you, my apologies for the trouble." Inside an office, a man with bulging frog-like eyes and braided whiskers sat at his desk, diligently signing various documents. Draped in a coat of justice, adorned with several seemingly prestigious medals on his chest, he was accompanied by a goat that appeared to be chewing on something. Suddenly, the telephone bug before him rang. As he lifted his eyelids and furrowed his brow, he casually answered the call. Moses, this is Sengoku. What is the matter?" "Hello, Marshal Sengoku. This is Colonel Agai from the 15th Division. We are currently conducting routine patrols near the Alabasta Sea and have discovered a ship flying the world government flag under attack. It appears to have sustained severe damage, and the surrounding waters are littered with corpses." Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, Colonel Agai instinctively stood at attention, responding with excitement yet caution. "What? A world government vessel has come under attack? Pirates?" Sengoku's heart tightened at the thought of so many lives lost. He immediately furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has your division received any reports regarding this vessel? Can you ascertain its identification number?" In fact, during this period, more than 10 vessels bearing the world government flag had fallen prey to pirates. Among them were significant ships of the world government, merchant vessels reliant on the government, and even ships belonging to high-ranking officials. Due to the Navy's campaign against pirates in the New World, many of these pirates had been scattered. Those who did not seek refuge with other pirates or hideaway were forced to flee back to the Paradise, the first half of the Grand Line, or the Four Seas. Although these defeated pirates were vanquished by the Navy, those who managed to escape were predominantly formidable individuals. Compared to the novice and third-rate pirates in Paradise and the Four Seas, they posed a significant threat. Moreover, shortly after the main forces of the Navy withdrew from the New World, there remained numerous matters requiring the presence of strong individuals to guard against potential pirate assaults on the remaining divisions. This left the Navy with insufficient strength to pursue them. Only the patrolling fleets in Paradise and the Four Seas were tirelessly engaged in the pursuit, yet their achievements remained modest. Furthermore, the attacks on world government vessels were largely attributed to them. Though both the Navy and the world government were indignant, they found themselves at an impasse. I am unsure. But the vessel in question is a colossal ship comparable to a first-class warship. Our division has not received any reports. Nor have we been able to ascertain its identification number, Colonel Agai replied without hesitation. This is indeed troublesome. Could it be a vessel secretly dispatched by the government? Sengoku furrowed his brow even deeper. Without an identification number and no prior notice to the nearby naval divisions, could it be a covert operation by the government? However, such ships are notoriously difficult to trace. Marshal Sengoku, this ship looks quite familiar, although I cannot recall its specifics. It should not be one of the vessels secretly dispatched by the world government. After careful consideration, Colonel Agai cautiously spoke to the telephone buck, acknowledging that the sordid relationship between the Navy and the world government was already a not-so-secret secret within the Navy, and as a colonel, he was privy to some of it. Oh, how do you know? Sengoku was taken aback. This colossal ship was ostentatious, nearly built to the standards of a first-class battleship. Agai responded honestly based on the reports from his subordinates. Chapter 114, The Navy's Reaction. The world is about to change. Is that so? Sengoku nodded, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. Unless it was a matter of particularly significant secrecy, the world government would not deploy a first-class battleship to transport personnel. Even for clandestine missions, if a first-class battleship were to be employed, it would not be adorned so extravagantly. Such ostentation would only serve to alert others to the fact that they had an important mission, practically inviting an attack. The officials of the world government were not that foolish. Furthermore, a ship of this magnitude, intended for agents, would sacrifice some firepower in pursuit of speed. Deviating from the Navy's standards, their mission was solely to capture and pursue, while actual combat was the Navy's responsibility. Nonetheless, even with a reduced number of cannons, the firepower of such a large warship would still be formidable, not something that the pirate vessels of the first half of the Grand Line could contend with. It appeared that they were relying on merchant ships registered under the world government. Describe the appearance of the colossal ship, Sengoku commanded. Yes. This colossal ship has a total of 5 decks, painted in yellow with a base coat and adorned with blood-red carnivorous flowers as its pattern. Agai meticulously described the warship's appearance. What did you say? Yellow base coat with blood-red carnivorous flowers as a pattern? Sengoku abruptly interrupted him, having already deduced the ship's purpose. Ah, why yes, Marshal, what is it? Agai, startled by the sudden interruption, quickly lowered his voice to inquire. Upon receiving confirmation from his subordinate, Sengoku's tone turned icy. It is the Saint Lionon, the blood-red carnivorous flowers Saint Lionon, associated with those despicable human traffickers destined for the gallows. The Saint Lionon has suffered severe damage and has been abandoned. It seems they have sustained heavy losses, although it flies the flag of the world government. The fate of these human traffickers is inconsequential to Sengoku. Even if they were backed by the celestial nobles of the world, he would not hesitate to eradicate them. I see now. No wonder it seems somewhat familiar. Indeed, it is the Saint Lionon of the blood-red carnivorous flower, but Agai realized the truth upon hearing Marshal Sengoku's words. However, upon seeing the 2 corpses brought forth by his subordinates, his brow furrowed in concern. But what? In the midst of the warring states, a perplexed inquiry arose. Had there been further developments? Gazing upon the 2 lifeless bodies before him, Aegeon exhibited an expression of disbelief. His throat dry as he uttered, the leader of the crimson carnivorous flower, the formidable bear, Nirosa Uinal, and the steward agent, Pilati, have been discovered deceased. It has been confirmed that the crimson carnivorous flower has been utterly eradicated. How could this be possible? Sengoku nearly choked on his words, hastily placing his teacup down. Although he held a disdain for these traffickers, he could not deny their formidable power, particularly that of their leader, Bear Uinal, whose strength was comparable to that of a rear admiral in the Navy, and the steward agent, Pilati, who wielded a power akin to that of a major in the branches. Therefore, even the Navy would need to deploy a fleet led by an elite vice admiral to eliminate them. Otherwise, capturing them would prove exceedingly difficult. As for the newcomers or the pirates fleeing from the New World, could they truly contend with the crimson carnivorous flower? That was sheer folly. The former lacked both strength and experience. How potent could a pirate newly entering the Grand Line truly be? The latter, at best, could match their strength, for they were merely strays without a pack. Thus, none among them possessed the capability to annihilate them. Contemplating this, Sengoku promptly inquired, "Do we know who is responsible? Are there any survivors?" "I regret to inform you, Admiral Sengoku, that there are no survivors. We do not know who is behind this. Only that Bear's upper body was slashed deeply with a sword, and the fatal wound was inflicted upon his neck, Aegean replied. Glancing at the sea and deck littered with corpses, his tone tinged with regret. I hereby authorize your 15 divisions to investigate this matter thoroughly. Even if it leads to the kingdom of Alabasta, I will confer with its king. Should you encounter Crocodile, have him personally contact me. Your mission is to ascertain who brought about the demise of these individuals, and report your findings directly to me. The voice of Sengoku resonated with grave seriousness through the transponder snail. Furthermore, conduct an autopsy on their bodies, and return the remains aboard the St. Lilian to Marineford. In an era where the Navy lacked the capability to control the entirety of the seas, Sengoku required knowledge of every formidable faction, be they pirates or otherwise. At the very least, the Navy must remain informed. They could not afford to be kept in the dark. Moreover, the crimson carnivorous flower possessed considerable strength. Intertwining with various entities, the world government, the nobility of numerous kingdoms, affluent magnates, and the great pirates of the New World. The obliteration of the crimson carnivorous flower would undoubtedly trigger a series of repercussions. This situation must be thoroughly investigated. The Navy must maintain stability in the first half of the Grand Line, where they are the true arbiters of power. Understood, Admiral, came the reply, filled with resolve. Igai respectfully replied, saluting the telephone buck. Despite not being exceptionally powerful, he possessed intellect. He quickly grasped the meaning behind the words of the Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After the call with Koga concluded, Colonel Igai, based on preliminary assessments, deduced that pirates were responsible for the incident. Everyone had perished, and everything of value, including food and treasure, had been thoroughly plundered. Curiously, however, the cannons remained intact. They had neither been removed nor destroyed, the reason for which was unclear. At that moment, an officer draped in a coat of justice approached, saluted, and reported. If it was indeed the work of pirates, why did they leave the cannons behind? Such firepower is typically in high demand among pirates, Igai pondered, though he did not dwell excessively on the matter. He rubbed his temples and spoke, Major Boston. Which pirate crew in the first half of the Grand Line could possibly have annihilated the blood-red carnivorous flower? I have just reported to Marineford that Fleet Admiral Sengoku demands a thorough investigation, even if it requires venturing into the Alabasta Kingdom. What? Why would Fleet Admiral Sengoku issue such orders? They are merely human traffickers, Boston exclaimed, taken aback. After all, Alabasta was a member nation of the world government, holding a significant position within it. He could not fathom why Sengoku would command such a response. Major Boston, you are aware of the blood-red carnivorous flower's connections. They are backed by the celestial dragons, along with ties to nobles from various kingdoms and formidable pirates in the New World. Yet, this very faction has been inexplicably eradicated in the Grand Line. Do you comprehend the potential repercussions that may follow? Igai narrowed his eyes. A grave expression etched upon his face. Boston was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure, gasping in shock, "See, Colonel. Could it be that this incident might cause upheaval in the Grand Line? Indeed, not only upheaval, this situation will undoubtedly stir a tempest. Yet, it has occurred precisely at this moment when our forces have just withdrawn from the New World, making it a critical juncture for the Navy." Igai understood well that the world's attention had shifted to the New World, and there was a sense of security regarding the heavily fortified Grand Line. However, the sudden and silent annihilation of such a power raised alarming questions, especially as the Navy remained unaware of the identity of the perpetrators. Whether it was the force behind the blood-red carnivorous flower or the Navy's lack of understanding regarding this emerging threat, the significance of their withdrawal from the New World now seemed questionable. Thus, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Chapter 115 Reactions from all sides the next day. The telephones around the world buzzed incessantly. The news of the blood-red carnivorous flower's demise spread rapidly through the various factions behind it. In the pinnacle sanctuary of the Red Earth continent, Mariewa, within a grand and opulent palace, a man adorned with a bubble helmet sat on the throne, grasping a chain in one hand while the other end was tethered to a heavily tattooed brute prostrate on the ground. Kneeling before him was a man in a suit, reporting the grim tidings. St. Charles. The blood-red carnivorous flower you supported was discovered by the Navy yesterday and obliterated by an unknown force in the early segments of the Grand Line. The man in the black suit lowered his head, not daring to meet the gaze of the one seated above him. It was revealed that the man donning the bubble helmet was known as St. Charles, a descendant of the creators, and thus a celestial dragon, a member of the so-called world aristocracy. It appeared this man claimed divinity. What did you say? St. Charles exclaimed in astonishment. They are all dead? That means no one will be sending me slaves. Beside him, the man bound by chains, whose eyes had previously been void of emotion, suddenly sparkled with a flicker of resentment before transforming into sheer ecstasy. It seems you will need to personally procure them from the Chambordi archipelago, St. Charlos. The man in black was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the celestial dragon's immediate concern was not who had vanquished the blood-red carnivorous flower, but rather whether he would still receive slaves. Yet indeed, for a being of divine stature, the lives of mere ants were inconsequential. What mattered were his toys. As for those who had perished, he could always find another group of people. The sea was teeming with such individuals. However, if the dignity of a god was affronted, it demanded severe retribution. How despicable! Who did this? Make the Navy and CP eliminate them. St. Charlos bellowed. We have yet to ascertain the details. By the time the Navy's patrol ship arrived, a day had already passed since the annihilation of the blood-red carnivorous flower. The man in black shook his head, indicating the absence of current knowledge on the perpetrators. The Navy is utterly inept. Go, investigate, and eliminate them once you find out. A furious St. Charlos rattled the chain in his hand, producing a clinking sound as his anger surged. Ah, St. Charlos. The man in black lowered his head and respectfully spoke before abruptly departing from the palace. Within a lavish office in Mary Geos, the incessant ringing of the government officials' telecommunication devices echoed throughout the room. Various factions were urgently placing calls, inquiring about the situation, indicating that the implications surrounding the blood-red carnivorous flower were far more extensive than previously anticipated. In the New World, in an unknown maritime region, dozens of colossal ships congregated, all exceeding 100 meters in length, with some surpassing even the most formidable naval vessels, approaching 200 meters. These warships were partially fused together, adorned with numerous structures, resembling a town upon the sea, an impressive sight that dwarfed typical islands. At the center, on an immense battleship, a stone palace loomed majestically. Within the palace's council chamber, a middle-aged man with golden hair, donned in a black coat marked with 2 6s on its hem, occupied the throne. Commander, intelligence from the world government has arrived. The blood-red carnivorous flower has been annihilated by an unknown force in the early stages of the Grand Line. Avern and Palladio have perished, and it is confirmed that they have been completely eradicated, reported a muscular man, bare-chested and kneeling respectfully. What? They were all eliminated? The man, referred to as commander by the muscular figure, gazed in astonishment at the kneeling individual, his expression tinged with confusion. Though those individuals possessed mediocre strength, they were not easily vanquished by mere contenders in the initial part of the Grand Line. Aside from the Navy and the 7 warlords, none could rival them. Could it be that Crocodile has intervened? According to the Navy's intelligence, it appears to be the work of pirates. Everything of value and utility aboard the St. Lilian has been thoroughly looted. Avern and Palladio sustained fatal injuries that were not inflicted by Crocodile or the Navy. The muscular man replied, Not the 7 warlords? Then who could it possibly be? Who else in the early Grand Line possesses the strength to eliminate them? The commander seemed to grapple with his thoughts. With the annihilation of the blood-red carnivorous flower, does this mean the German kingdom must seek a new path? Indeed. This is the unparalleled maritime nation of German kingdom. Typically operating as separate vessels, when united they form a formidable realm, predominantly composed of male soldiers. Known as the fearsome military state, Germa 66. They constitute a powerful military organization in the North Sea, a scientific combat division led by the Vinsmoke family. The man before us, referred to as the commander, is none other than the reigning king and leader of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, the father of Sanji. Given that the populace of Germa Kingdom is almost entirely male, the kingdom procures orphans of unblemished lineage from the blood-red cannibal flower, who can be indoctrinated and trained to become soldiers of Germa 66 upon reaching adulthood. Female orphans are trained to serve the royal family or are awarded to soldiers and officers who demonstrate valor. Originally, the blood-red cannibal flower conducted trade exclusively for the celestial dragons and the aristocracy, emulating their behaviors, dealing in unique slaves, such as formidable pirates, fishmen, giants, and other races. However, as their operations expanded, various factions emerged, capturing ordinary individuals to sell to those in need, including Germa 66. Now, with the complete annihilation of the blood-red cannibal flower and the demise of its leadership and main forces, their subordinate factions are likely to be eradicated or absorbed by rival powers, severing this supply line. It is imperative that they establish a new source, otherwise, the strength of their kingdom will falter, posing a grave threat to this military state. Without reinforcements, their downfall is imminent. Commander, leave this matter to me. A robust man volunteered eagerly. Very well, I entrust this task to you. Judge contemplated briefly before consenting. He then instructed, as for who is responsible, do not involve yourselves. If they were incapable of defending against their demise, it is their own fault. If their downfall hinders the progress of German kingdom, so be it. Let the Navy and the world government handle this. We shall not wade into these murky waters. In the New World, within the palace of Dressrosa, a man clad in an ostentatiously vibrant pink feather coat sat upon the throne, delicately swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. At that moment, a slovenly man approached him. Hey, Doflamingo, something intriguing has occurred. The disheveled figure, known as Treble, exclaimed, his nose nearly dripping. Ha ha ha, Treble? What is this amusing event? Pray, enlighten me, Doflamingo chuckled, taking a sip of his wine. I say, Doflamingo. The gang from the blood-red cannibal flower has been completely wiped out in the Grand Line, Treble reported, leaning closer, much to Doflamingo's discomfort. Hey, Treble, how many times must I remind you? Do not stand so close when you speak. As Minga hastily pulled him further away with a line. The sight of that grotesque figure was utterly repulsive. However, was it true that the blood-red man-eating flower gang had been completely annihilated? Did Crocodile himself take action? After pushing aside his thoughts, Doflamingo continued to inquire. Well, Doff, since their fatal wounds were all inflicted by swords, it could not have been Crocodile. It is rumored to be the work of other pirates, but no further information has been uncovered yet, Tory Bull remarked, unperturbed, as he audibly sniffed. Not him? Sword wounds? Then who could it be? Could it possibly be? Doflamingo pondered, a name flashing through his mind, followed by a sinister chuckle. Tory Bull. This matter has become quite intriguing. It seems it was not the work of pirates. I believe I have a person in mind. Confused, Tory Bull asked, not a pirate? Then who could it be? Doff? Do you know who it is? Ah, a rather interesting individual indeed. Doflamingo's eyes glinted coldly behind his glasses. This person was undoubtedly the one. In the Grand Line, apart from Crocodile, only he possessed the capability to contend with Avern and his ilk. Tory Bull noticed a change in Doflamingo's tone and quickly churned through his thoughts, a figure emerging in his mind. Doff, are you referring to him? Ah, Tory Bull. You've arrived at the same conclusion? Should we divulge this information to those lofty figures? Do you suppose they would take action against him? Doflamingo mused. Well, on the surface. Certainly not. After all, he is not a pirate, and the Navy would not issue a bounty on a mere human trafficker for the sake of a bounty hunter. This matter may well fade into obscurity. However, those figures might act behind the scenes, considering the numerous factions entangled with the blood-red man-eating flower, Tory Bull contemplated. Providing a tentative response. Who would have thought that this fellow's influence would grow so swiftly? I am eagerly anticipating his arrival in the New World, Doflamingo declared. Their conversation made it evident that they had deduced the individual behind these events to be Alan. They had known about Alan for quite some time. Yet due to their dealings with Kaido, their focus had remained on the New World. With the Navy's withdrawal, their interest in the New World had further intensified, and their concern for the Grand Line and the Four Seas had diminished. Nonetheless, this information could be sold to those high-ranking individuals in the factions behind the blood-red man-eating flower, potentially complicating matters for that bounty hunter. A prospect that Doflamingo was quite pleased to see unfold. Chapter 116, The Treasure Map, A Grim Situation. Seeking votes now. One must wonder what the enigmatic pirate faction led by Alan is truly up to amidst all the speculation. Before they left the previous sea, they continued to sail on the ocean. The ship had been repaired, surpassing the previous dilapidated vessel by leaps and bounds, resulting in significant improvements in both speed and comfort. Upon boarding, Xiaoqiu, who had previously appeared to be a mere girl and a doctor, revealed her unexpected penchant for fighting. While she was aware of Alan's formidable strength and dared not provoke him, her attitude towards Orland, a middle-aged chef, was different. Initially assuming Orland to be an easy target due to his non-combatant status, she was taken aback by his impressive abilities, particularly his mastery of a fierce aura that she lacked. Although her powers were not inherently offensive, her umbrella, which she wielded skillfully, transformed into a sword in combat. When not in use, it appeared to be an ordinary umbrella. However, in battle, it became a sharp weapon that nearly caught Orland off guard. Yet, Orland, being a somewhat lecherous gentleman, hesitated to retaliate against Xiaoqiu, opting for defense instead. After several encounters, Xiaoqiu discerned his reluctance, and her cunning nature emerged. One day, after Orland had completed his training, she stealthily prepared a meal, discreetly adding a laxative, and feigned concern as she presented the food to him. Orland, believing his efforts had finally been recognized by Xiaoqiu, devoured the meal without hesitation, dismissing its unpalatable taste as a consequence of her inexperience in cooking. However, it was not long before he felt an unsettling sensation in his stomach, leading him to the restroom for an arduous 2-hour ordeal that nearly left him incapacitated. Initially, Xiaoqiu pretended to care for his well-being, but as she observed Orland's distress, her smile grew increasingly wicked. Eventually, Alan, unable to bear the sight of Orland's suffering, intervened. He was fully aware of Xiaoqiu's mischievous antics and her cunning disposition. He promptly instructed Xiaoqiu to attend to Orland, reasoning that a little hardship would do Orland good, as he seemed distracted during training. Upon discovering that Xiaoqiu's apparent concern masked a devious intent, Orland felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his spirits dampened. Yet, upon seeing her sincere apology and tearful demeanor, he found it difficult to chastise her, allowing the matter to fade away. Thus, Xiaoqiu gradually integrated into their duo, transforming their partnership into a trio, while the dynamics remained unchanged. As for Alan, he showed no leniency towards Xiaoqiu because of her gender. Daily training remained relentless and unforgiving. Orland, often unable to watch, eventually learned to comply after enduring a severe beating from Alan, no longer daring to challenge the captain, who had their best interests at heart. Xiaoqiu recognized Alan's genuine commitment to her development and accepted her place aboard his ship. The training methods he imparted were not easily shared by most. Yet Alan taught with unwavering dedication, revealing nothing but the essence of his knowledge. Despite the grueling nature of the training, Xiaoqiu understood Alan's intentions and persevered through the pain. She was determined not to encounter individuals like the human traffickers who had once captured her, leaving her powerless to protect her homeland from ruin and her kin from slaughter. The anguish she felt in those moments dwarfed any suffering endured during training. Alan gazed at Xiaoqiu with great satisfaction. He recognized her as a promising talent and had already begun to consider her a companion. On this day, after the training concluded, Xiaoqiu took a moment to rest and soon felt her strength restored. She skipped over to Alan's side, cheerfully retrieving a piece of paper from her pocket and presenting it before him. "Captain, I have something wonderful to show you," she exclaimed. "What is it?" Alan, who had initially kept his eyes closed, opened them with a hint of curiosity as he accepted the paper Xiaoqiu offered. It depicted a series of peculiar routes, culminating in a destination highlighted by a striking red mark. As Alan gazed at the parchment, realization dawned upon him. Was this truly a treasure map? Xiaoqiu squinted her eyes, revealing 2 delightful dimples as she smiled and affirmed, "Yes, indeed, Captain. This is a treasure map, gifted to me by the pirates who departed at that time." With a playful chuckle, she recounted how, after being freed from the Sea King's stone handcuffs, those pirates, fearful of Alan's formidable combat prowess, entrusted her with the map, beseeching her to deliver it to their savior. They were a faction of pirates, and when the captain received a replica of the treasure map, he led them away under the cover of night, intent on hoarding the riches for himself. However, fate intervened when they encountered the bloodthirsty man-eating flower at sea. After a fierce battle, the captain was slain, and the rest were captured by the marauders. They had resigned themselves to a life of servitude, anticipating a grim fate, until unexpectedly, Alan appeared and rescued them all. With their pirate crew now disbanded, the treasure map held little significance. Having endured such tribulations, they had lost interest in the life of piracy, yearning instead for a tranquil existence. Thus, they entrusted the map to the seemingly benevolent Xiaoqiu, hoping she would convey their gratitude. Orland rushed over, breathless with excitement, and exclaimed, "Captain, is it truly a treasure map?" "See for yourself," Alan replied, casually tossing the map toward him. Orland swiftly caught it with care. After all, this was a treasure map. What had those pirates ventured out to sea for, if not for treasure? With utmost diligence, Orland began to examine the map closely. Alan did not inquire why Xiaoqiu had only now presented the treasure map, surmising that she had been so frightened at the time that it had slipped her mind. Indeed, the entire ship was awash with corpses, a sight that had understandably terrified Xiaoqiu, causing her to momentarily forget about the treasure map. For the past few days, she had been navigating the ship with utmost caution, fearful of provoking Alan inadvertently. However, after Alan and Orland had previously accepted her, she gradually returned to her former self and then recalled the treasure map. Thus, today she handed it over to Alan, feeling a sense of unease if she did not. Captain, this is a genuine treasure map. It's real," Orland exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement after studying the map for a while. "Is it truly real? Must you shout so loudly? Have you never seen a treasure map before?" Alan retorted, startled by the outburst. Oh, 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 Captain, look. The map points to a maritime area near the city of Seven Waters. I landed on this small island when I passed by. Orland immediately lowered his voice, though his tone remained exuberant, for this was a treasure that truly existed. If they were to acquire this treasure, it would be a windfall indeed. Orland's eyes seemed to morph into the shape of coins. Pathetic, it's just a treasure. Put the map away. Once we arrive, we will retrieve it. Alan replied curtly, advising him to tidy up, dismissing the treasure as less thrilling than battling monsters. Nevertheless, the treasure map was a delightful surprise. Since it was on their route, they would discover what lay within when the time came. However, Xiao had also mentioned that it was a pirate alliance. And since it was an alliance, it would likely comprise numerous pirate crews, which was a valuable experience. Without further contemplation, he instructed Orland to prepare a meal. As according to the recorded direction of the compass, they should reach the next land by tomorrow. Chapter 118. The Navigator Who Foresees the Weather, Seeking Votes. The following morning, the trio unusually did not rise early, instead waiting until the sun was nearly at its zenith to awaken. A privilege granted by Alan as they were soon to reach an island. A balance of work and rest was essential for enhancing their strength. At last, when the sun was directly overhead, they beheld the visage of the island. Both Alan and Orland maintained calm expressions. It was merely a customary pause after their voyage. However, upon sighting the island, Xiao was filled with exhilaration, for she had never ventured beyond her hometown since her birth, having serendipitously consumed a devil fruit, which significantly enhanced her medical abilities. She had been renowned as the finest healer in her homeland, affectionately dubbed the Lovely Angel by the island's inhabitants. Had it not been for the human traffickers who captured her, she might have never left. This was her first encounter with another island, and she was bouncing about the ship in sheer delight. Upon witnessing this, Alan refrained from uttering a word. After all, having been captured by human traffickers, he undoubtedly carried some lingering shadows within his heart, though he chose not to express them aloud. It seemed that he had begun to emerge from those shadows, as he cast a fleeting glance at her before redirecting his attention elsewhere. At that moment, Xiao was filled with excitement. When she caught the captain's eye, she initially feared he might reprimand her. However, she soon realized that he merely glanced at her without saying a word. Playfully, she stuck out her tongue, ceasing her previous antics, yet the joy on her face remained unabated, accentuated by her two charming dimples, rendering her utterly delightful. Orland, who had been adjusting the sails, was instantly captivated by Xiao's appearance, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, Xiao is simply adorable, he exclaimed. Alan rolled his eyes, clearly having heard Orland's words, and internally scoffed. What an incorrigible infatuate. I must introduce you to Sanji. I am certain you will find common ground. Xiao also caught Orland's comment and became even more delighted, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as her hands waved excitedly. Who wouldn't relish being complimented on their beauty? Xiao certainly did not wish to be an exception. Ah, Xiao-chan is simply adorable. Oh dear, I feel faint. Is this person insane? Has he never encountered a woman in his life? Hee. In such a buoyant atmosphere, the vessel soon docked. Orland secured the ship, and the three of them disembarked, heading toward the quaint town. After wandering for a while, they discovered a tavern and stepped inside, ordering an array of food and drinks, indulging heartily. When one arrives at a new place, it would be a travesty not to sample the local delicacies. The trio feasted joyously. While they were relishing their drinks, an elderly gentleman was animatedly regaling a group in the tavern. A young man interjected, "Old man, at your age, you still venture out to sea?" The old man furrowed his brow, his white beard quivering as he retorted, "You insolent brat, my family has been seafarers for generations. By the time I was navigating the seas, your parents had yet to be born. Were it not for my failing health, I would still be conquering the oceans." The young man awkwardly chuckled, refraining from further argument. As if reminiscing, the old man sighed deeply. "Long ago, our family was renowned, producing many exceptional navigators. My son was one such navigator." Hearing this piqued Alan's interest. "A navigator, you say? Just when he needed one aboard his ship." Having spent considerable time on the Grand Line without a professional navigator made sailing exceedingly challenging. He often mused that had it not been for his good fortune, the treacherous weather of the Grand Line would have surely claimed him long ago. Thus, he approached the old man, offering him a drink and inquiring, "And what of your son?" Orland and Xiao, noticing the captain's shift in focus, hurriedly followed suit. The old man glanced at the trio now seated beside him, took a sip of his drink, and with a hint of melancholy remarked, "My son perished at sea during a violent storm in the New World." "Oh, I'm so sorry, sir, Alan said, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon the old man's sorrow. My apologies. Not at all. It is all in the past. The old man continued. What I meant to say was my grandson, 8 Laius, is of a similar age as you. Perhaps it is due to our family's legacy of navigators. But from a young age, he possessed a remarkable ability to predict the weather with absolute precision, never once faltering. The old man's face brightened at the thought of his grandson. To foresee the weather? How extraordinary. That would make him a natural navigator. Alan was utterly astonished. The weather of the Grand Line is notoriously peculiar, especially in the New World. Whether it be a clear day or a stormy one, thunder or wind. There are no apparent signs, leaving many navigators unable to predict it. Subsequently, the manga of the Pirate King depicted the Battle of Itwal, where an enormous tempest arose without anyone's forewarning. During that confrontation, the formidable Shiki exerted nearly his entire fleet to corner Roger. And had it not been for the sudden storm, Roger might not have triumphed over Shiki. Nevertheless, it is plausible that Roger, possessing a certain ability, foresaw the tempest and thus managed to escape from Shiki's grasp. This underscores the paramount importance of a navigator capable of predicting the weather while traversing the seas. That carefree fellow, Luffy, would likely never have reached the Grand Line without Nami's navigational prowess, despite his innate talent since childhood. He abandoned the pursuit of nautical knowledge following his father's demise, opting instead to delve into eccentric studies, dreaming of the heavens. The old man wore an expression of exasperation. Dreaming of the heavens? Are you using a metaphor, old man? Ah, when you meet him, you will understand. He resides on a solitary island to the west of this small town, not far from here. I hope you can persuade him to join you at sea. The old man does not wish for his grandson to languish in such a manner, for it would render his remarkable talent futile. Moreover, his family has a lineage of navigators. It cannot simply end here. Are you not concerned about what we are doing? Alan inquired with curiosity. Judging by your demeanor, you do not appear to be pirates. But what does it matter? We are professional navigators, focused solely on sailing, indifferent to good or bad, from your words and conduct. You do not seem malicious. Haha, the old man is indeed broad-minded. We shall seek him out then. Farewell, old man. Alan refrained from arguing and bid the old man farewell. The elder watched the two depart, murmuring to himself, I hope you can truly assist Laius. After parting ways with the elder, the trio returned to the port. They surveyed their surroundings. Their ship remained docked, untouched by the rumored troublemakers. Once aboard, they set their course westward. Chapter 119. The whimsical Laius, wishing everyone a happy new year. After sailing westward for a while, Alan and his companions indeed spotted a solitary island. Orland found a secluded spot to anchor the vessel, and once they had secured it, Alan turned to Orland and said, Let us go ashore. Xiaoqiu, uninterested in the desolate isle, chose to remain alone aboard the ship. Very well, Captain, she replied. Alan brought Orland to the island. Although the island was not particularly large, locating a person proved to be somewhat challenging. Orland scrutinized the surroundings carefully and pointed towards the mountaintop, suggesting that the individual should be there. As Alan looked up, he noticed wisps of black smoke rising from the top of a small hill, suggesting that someone might reside there. What a stroke of luck. Let us proceed. Alan, accompanied by Orland, made their way toward the hill. Indeed, signs of habitation were evident, with refuse scattered about and numerous mechanical parts strewn around. Upon reaching the summit, they encountered a young man, half-naked and with a face smeared in dirt, engrossed in tinkering with a peculiar mechanical device. Beside him stood a small tent, presumably his sleeping quarters. Orland gestured towards the young man and remarked, Is it this fellow? He looks like a savage. The young man turned, revealing his soiled visage, and warily inquired, Who are you? Are you Laius? The young man was taken aback. You know me? On the isolated hill, Alan and his companions sat on the ground with Laius, who listened as Alan elaborated on the circumstances and the purpose of their visit. After hearing their account, Laius turned back to his mechanical contraption without glancing at them, and stated, You may leave. I have no desire to become a navigator. Alan felt puzzled, yet was reluctant to abandon this talented navigator. Could you provide me with a reason? He inquired. There is no particular reason. I simply do not wish to set sail. Beside him, Orland resorted to provocation, taunting. Is it because your father perished at sea that you harbor such a fear of sailing? Laiuston paused momentarily before resuming his work, seemingly unfazed by the jibe. You may interpret it as such. Now, you are free to depart. Alan had yet to utter a word, but Orland had already begun to feel quite displeased. Hey, We are extending this invitation out of respect for you, so don't take advantage of it. Do you even realize who our captain is? Orland continued to voice his grievances, while Laius remained indifferent, quietly contemplating the matter at hand. Laius's grandfather had once remarked that Laius had aspired to become a navigator. However, after the passing of his father, such aspirations faded, and he turned to the study of various unrelated subjects, a clear reflection of his inner turmoil. Orland, please cease your incessant rambling, Alan interjected, putting a stop to Orland's complaints. Alan approached Laius, glancing at the mechanical device he was tinkering with, and inquired, "What is this contraption?" "A flying machine," Laius replied. "Do you wish to soar through the skies?" Alan asked, perplexed. He could not fathom why a navigator would be preoccupied with the idea of flight rather than focusing on the art of seafaring. "That is none of your concern." Laius responded with unwavering calmness. Orland let out a resigned sigh, saying, "Captain, we should take our leave. It seems this fellow is resolute in his intentions." Alan found himself at an impasse. He could not compel the man to board the vessel. This individual clearly bore the weight of some psychological affliction, and Alan, lacking any understanding of psychology, felt helpless in the face of such a condition. With a resigned sigh, he resolved to abandon the effort. "It is futile," he said to Orland. "Let us depart. It is high time we did so, Captain. If he is unwilling, we shall seek another navigator." The two men disregarded Laius and made their way toward the area where the ship was anchored by the shore. Alan still felt a sense of dissatisfaction and discontent, pondering how such an exceptional navigator could be so despondent. Observing Alan's gloomy demeanor, Orland hastily interjected, "Captain, there are countless skilled navigators upon the vast oceans. Given that Laius's father is so inept, it stands to reason that he cannot be much better." "What did you just say, Chiodomadai?" Alan suddenly halted, as a flicker of comprehension dawned upon him. "I mentioned that Laius's father is utterly inept, and consequently, Laius cannot be of much worth either. Captain, consider this. If one is oblivious even when a storm approaches, what use is such a navigator?" Orland remarked casually. "Indeed, Orland, you have a point. I should have realized this sooner. Just think about it. Storms in the Grand Line and the New World can strike with little warning, even if they are forecasted. Failing to respond promptly leaves one with no means to evade them." "Ah, what does that imply?" Orland questioned, bewildered by his captain's musings. After a moment of contemplation, Alan comprehended the reasons behind Elias's reluctance to become a sailor. He explained, "Consider this. The majority of the townspeople are merely ordinary individuals, many of whom may have never ventured out to sea, let alone pursued a career as a sailor. Consequently, they have shifted the burden of this misfortune onto Elias's father. It is likely that this very circumstance has contributed to Elias's hesitance to embrace the life of a sailor." Alan expressed his astonishment, never anticipating that the old gentleman would overlook such a matter. Orland, comprehending the situation, shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "While your reasoning is indeed sound, how does this pertain to his aspirations of reaching the heavens?" Alan chuckled. Now that we understand the reason, he should be able to express himself, regardless of the timing. Cultivating emotions is always advantageous. Come, let us seek him out. Wait, Captain, I believe we need not ascend. He may be preparing to descend." "Descend?" Alan questioned, following Orland's pointed direction, which startled him. There stood Lysias at the cliff's edge, bearing the very iron contraption he had been diligently studying, appearing poised to leap into the abyss. Goodness, does this fellow truly intend to reach the heavens? From the summit, Lysias cast a glance downward and took a deep breath. Although the hill appeared modest in height, it was still a considerable drop of several dozen meters. Yet, with an expanse of shrubs and towering trees below, he reasoned that even in failure, he would likely survive. Closing his eyes, Lysias resolved himself, activated his meticulously crafted flying apparatus, and leaped fearlessly into the void. Thus, before the astonished eyes of Alan and Orland, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. As Lysias plummeted halfway, he suddenly executed a graceful arc and soared upward. "Oh my, Captain, look! He has truly succeeded!" Orland exclaimed with exhilaration. With an air of calm, Alan remarked, "That wretched contraption? I wonder if it can last a minute." The answer was glaringly obvious. It could not. As Laius ascended higher, the flying device suddenly sputtered and ceased to function, failing to endure even half a minute. "Oh!" Laius screamed in terror as he began to plummet rapidly. "Captain Alan, he won't die, will he?" Orland stammered. "Fear not. I am here," Alan replied nonchalantly, giving Orland's shoulder a reassuring pat. Moonwalk. With a graceful leap, Alan soared into the sky, leaving Orland in astonishment, and effortlessly caught Laius. At the moment the flying device failed, Laius had believed his demise was imminent, closing his eyes and daring not to glance downward. However, moments later, he sensed a presence that had saved him. His descent halted, and he began to glide rhythmically downward. Opening his eyes in disbelief, he looked up to see Alan cradling him, descending step by step towards the ground. "Are you an ability user?" Laius inquired, astonished. Alan chuckled. "You are aware of those with abilities? My knowledge of the sea surpasses yours by leaps and bounds." "Ha ha ha. Not necessarily, though," he laughed heartily. "Your father must be an exceptional navigator, adept at traversing the unpredictable waters of the New World. Even when storms are forecasted, if one is not prepared in time, evasion becomes difficult. Your father is remarkable." "Thank you," Laius responded sincerely. "Could you share why you choose not to be a navigator, but instead yearn for flight?" Laius gazed down at the small island and replied, "The sensation of flying is truly exhilarating. My father once told me that when storms approach in the New World, the only means of escape, apart from early precautions, is to take to the skies. If everyone could fly, there would be no fatalities." Laius's tone grew increasingly somber and weighed down. "Haha," Alan laughed. "If fear grips you, then join my crew. I can fly. I will take you away from this island. What do you say?" Observing Laius wavering, Alan continued. "Wasn't it your father's dream to sail freely in the New World? You could fulfill that dream for him. He would be immensely proud." Upon hearing this, Laius suddenly understood. Alan was right. His father would undoubtedly wish for him to become a great navigator. The desire for flight was merely a reflection of his father's unfulfilled aspirations. "Captain Alan, I have made my decision. I will sail with you and become your navigator," Laius declared with conviction. "Very well, my dear navigator, Mr. Laius." Thus, Laius became the third crew member aboard Alan's ship. The two descended smoothly to the ground. Chapter 120. Alan's thoughts once back on solid ground. Laius excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Alan, your flight just now was utterly magnificent. Was it your ability?" Indeed, Captain. You were incredibly impressive," Orland chimed in, having long coveted this skill, but the captain always insisted the timing was not right to reveal it. "Ha ha. It's not a devil fruit ability," Alan replied with a smile. "This is a unique flying technique I have mastered, known as the moon step." "Not a devil fruit ability? You developed it yourself?" "Wow, Captain Alan, you are truly remarkable to soar without relying on a devil fruit." Laius expressed his admiration. "Captain, can we learn it too? Rest assured, if I can do it, I will certainly teach you. However, be prepared. Mastering the moon step took me 6 months of rigorous training to grasp even the basics. Achieving such flight required considerable time." "Is that true?" "Captain, you can count on me to train diligently." "All right, just don't complain when it gets tough." Alan patted Rias's shoulder and then turned to Orland, saying, "By the way, Rias has agreed to join us as our navigator." "Hello, Rias. I may have spoken too harshly earlier," Orland apologized to Rias. "It's quite all right. I look forward to working with you." Rias's demeanor had noticeably changed, exhibiting a stark contrast to his previous self. "Rias, I've heard you possess the ability to forecast the weather. Is that true?" "Indeed, I can sense the changes in maritime weather. It's an innate gift," Rias replied. Alan was thrilled that Rias understood him, and he readily accepted Alan's invitation. With Alan's remarkable flying abilities, how could he refuse? Sailing the vast ocean was his ultimate aspiration. Delighted to have such a prodigious navigator on board, Alan felt that their future voyages would be considerably easier. Among the three aboard the vessel, aside from Alan's modest sailing skills, the other two were utterly oblivious to the art of navigation. As the captain, it was undeniably a blow to his dignity to personally steer the ship. Now, however, he could finally train with peace of mind and openly rest. The trio, filled with laughter, returned to the shore, and once aboard, Orland joyously introduced the two to each other. Xiaoqiu and Rias exchanged greetings. Xiaoqiu introduced herself candidly, sharing her abilities and role on the ship with Rias. Upon realizing how beautiful Xiaoqiu was, Rias bashfully introduced himself, prompting hearty laughter from the three. "Orland, why not prepare for Rias's welcome? Let us have a feast." After the two had gotten to know each other briefly, Alan instructed Orland, with a new companion on board, what was of utmost importance. Naturally, it was time for a banquet. It was the finest way to pass time at sea, and it would help Rias integrate into their collective. Moreover, Orland's culinary skills were exceptional. A feast would truly showcase his talents. "Oh, let the banquet begin," exclaimed Orland, rushing to the kitchen to prepare. "Long live the captain. Let the festivities commence." "This is Xiaoqiu, who is thoroughly pleased with Orland's culinary skills. If it weren't for her own circumstances, who wouldn't be enamored by such a man? Laius, standing nearby, cast a grateful glance at Alan and joined the revelry. The four of them indulged on the ship, consuming nearly all the alcohol on board, especially Alan, who drank nearly half of it. They continued their festivities from dawn until dusk, eventually succumbing to intoxication and collapsing onto the deck in deep slumber. Fortunately, Orland had secured the ship beforehand. Otherwise, they might have drifted to who knows where throughout the night. By noon the next day, Alan was the first to awaken. Groggily, he rose from the deck, his body swaying unsteadily. Shaking his head, he realized he hadn't experienced such a hangover in quite some time. As clarity began to return, he surveyed the remnants of their revelry from the previous night. The deck was strewn with food scraps and empty barrels, a testament to their wild abandon. Yet, the carefree joy they had experienced was unforgettable. It had been so long since he felt such elation. Since his arrival in this world, starting from that desolate, uninhabited island. He might have become mere refuse had it not been for the advent of the system. After acquiring it, he toiled alone on the island. Initially just hoping for a safe existence, battling wild beasts for over 2 years to survive. Then he encountered Jifu and Sanji. And after defeating the Cutlass pirates who had fortuitously arrived on the island, he finally departed from that lonely isle. Once he left, he contemplated whether to become a pirate or a marine. Ultimately, he resolved to be a bounty hunter, as it allowed him to slay monsters for experience points while remaining true to his innermost nature. Although Wang Feng was not a virtuous person in his previous life, he could never bring himself to harm ordinary individuals. As for the Marines, they were not his kin. The world government looming above was utterly repugnant, preventing him from committing to a life as a Marine. Thus, becoming a bounty hunter was his optimal choice. Since embarking on this path, he had faced death 3 times yet persevered, surprising even himself. Who would have thought that Wang Feng, no, Gaia Allen, could evolve to such a stage? After many years of traversing this world, he had seldom unleashed a true smile. However, the joyous revelry with his companions on the ship yesterday rekindled a long-lost sense of happiness. It was a revelation that having companions felt so profoundly fulfilling. A faint smile graced Alan's face. Though he refrained from uttering a thank you, he chose not to disturb their slumber. Instead, he ventured alone to the observation deck. Gazing at the distant sky, his eyes, once clouded with melancholy, now reflected a newfound sense of belonging. The feeling of disconnection from the world had dissipated, for he now possessed a home. Casting a glance back at the 3 peacefully sleeping figures, he noted how Orland lay sprawled in a large, relaxed position, sleeping soundly without a trace of snoring, far from the typical demeanor of a middle-aged man, much to his amusement. Elias, in his slumber, wore a smile, occasionally smacking his lips as if he had yet to satiate his appetite from the previous night's feast. Alan could genuinely sense his heartfelt enjoyment. As for Xiaoqiu, she slept with an elegance befitting her femininity, lying on her side with her arms gracefully folded across her chest, her lips moving softly as she murmured in her dreams. Though she could be quite mischievous at times, playfully teasing Orland, she remained a trustworthy companion. With his gaze returned to the sky, Alan resolved within his heart he had embraced a new purpose for the days to come. Beyond aspiring to be the world's greatest, he vowed to safeguard the 3 companions behind him. Perhaps there would be more in the future, but they would all be family, individuals he would fiercely protect with his very life. In the days ahead, he recognized the necessity of rigorous training. His levels and mastery of dominance could not falter, for how could he defend all he cherished without formidable strength? Alan patiently awaited the awakening of the 3 on the observation platform. Choosing not to disturb their slumber, he found solace in this tranquil moment. He nearly forgot he hadn't checked the panel in quite some time and was unaware of whether an upgrade had occurred. The system, unprompted, offered no reminders. However, after his recent battle, he sensed a notable enhancement in his abilities, though he had overlooked this amidst his spirited debate with Orland. Alan recalled having previously vanquished 2 formidable foes, and he pondered how much his level might have increased since then. He silently recited a few words and opened his system panel. Player, Gaia Allen. Occupation, Sword Soul, Advanced, Level 41, 13 experience points. Weapon, 7-star sword skills, Upward Strike, Mastered, Triple Slash, Mastered, Cross Slash, Mastered, Mountain Breaker, Consecutive Thrust. Proficient, Block, Mastered, II Technique, Mastered, Breakthrough Rising Dragon Strike, Proficient, Draw Slash, Proficient, Fierce Dragon Sky Cleave, Not Mastered, Meteor Rise, Proficient, Meteor Stab, Mastered, Meteor Fall, Proficient, Meteor Leap, Proficient, Swordsmanship, Inside Demon Sword Technique, weapon mastery, meteor sword technique indeed. His level had seen a significant enhancement, and he had acquired a powerful new skill at level 40, the Fierce Dragon. A remarkable ability whose speed and range far surpassed that of Triple Slash and Breakthrough. It appeared that he had found a new training objective. His current strength was vastly superior to when he first arrived at the Grand Line. This bolstered his confidence for the journey ahead. Chapter 121. After Elias joined. They sought treasure as the sun began to set. The three companions, who had been sleeping, finally stirred. Alan, having spent the afternoon lost in thought at the lookout, reflected on numerous experiences from both his past life and this one. This ship belonged to him, Alan, and for the first time in this world. He felt a sense of belonging, considering it a home. This sensation truly made him feel human. The madness of the previous night was indeed worthwhile. What was the purpose of venturing out to sea? Some sought the treasure of the Pirate King, others, unable to remain in their homeland, took to the seas in search of a way out and became pirates, while some pursued their dreams. Regardless of the reason, it is the allure of the ocean that draws everyone in this world. Today, Alan had discovered his true purpose for embarking on this journey, to find his way home and protect his family. Alan stretched his limbs, feeling a bit stiff after sitting for an entire afternoon. With a sudden leap, he bounded onto the deck, gazing at the three individuals who had just awoken. Elias and Xiao Qiu wore expressions of mild embarrassment, while Orland exhibited a nonchalant demeanor, as if to say, "I've slept for so long. Captain, do you intend to punish me, or what?" Chuckling softly, Alan shook his head and remarked, "You three have quite the knack for slumber. How much have you drunk to be in such a stupor for an entire day?" He turned to Orland, saying, "You there, hurry and prepare some food. I've been hungry all day. Move it." Such was the life befitting a man of the sea, and Alan bore no ill will towards them. Life, after all, is about moments like these, where one need not wear a constant frown. He playfully kicked Orland, who promptly dashed away to the kitchen. Xiao Qiu and Elias observed their captain, feeling their earlier tension dissipate. They had expected Alan to scold them for their prolonged slumber, but he did not. All right. It's just a bit of drunkenness. You two needn't be so anxious. Go freshen up and tidy the deck. Today will be our last day here before we set sail tomorrow." Alan chuckled at the awkward demeanor of the two individuals. It was only natural for Elias to feel restrained, having just boarded the ship yesterday. As for Xiao Qiu, having spent ample time in Alan's company, he assumed she was aware of his true identity. With a dismissive wave, he urged them to move along. Half an hour later, Orland had prepared dinner. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, the quartet swiftly devoured all the dishes laid before them. Once satiated, Alan noted the sky had darkened, signaling the end of the day's endeavors. He beckoned the three to gather around and said, "While it is true that the Grand Line is currently devoid of formidable pirates and the Navy withdrew from the New World a year ago, do not underestimate the importance of honing your skills. In order to navigate these vast seas with peace of mind, strength is paramount." Orland had already grasped the fundamentals of hockey, but the other two were still in the dark. Alan gestured towards Xiao Qiu and Elias, reiterating, "I shall explain it once more for your benefit. Orland, listen closely and reflect upon your previous training to identify any potential flaws. After I conclude, feel free to raise any questions." Subsequently, Alan imparted the techniques of the three types of hockey to the trio, demonstrating each form. The night unfolded with Alan's guidance and the trio's diligent learning. On the following morning, the four arose and partook in breakfast together. With exuberance, Alan stood at the bow of the ship and called out, "Are you all ready?" "Ready, Captain," came the enthusiastic reply. "Captain, we have been ready for quite some time." "Very well, everyone, let us set sail." At Alan's command, their vessel departed from the shore, embarking on its journey into the vast ocean. The treasure map, which Orland had unveiled the previous night, had been shown to Elias, and today's course was directed towards the treasure. Given that the route on the treasure map aligned with their sailing path, it would be a disservice to fate to neglect retrieving it. After a week of prolonged navigation, Elias informed Alan that they were nearing the island, estimating that they would glimpse its silhouette within half a day's time. So soon? Alan, who was currently engaged in his exercises, was astonished by Elias's revelation. Goodness, why was my previous journey along this route not so seamless? Having a skilled navigator makes all the difference. I need not fret over the navigation, and time seems to fly. Previously, Alan had navigated alone, and when passing the inverted mountain, he had to rely on the fleets of others to make his way through. The journey from the East Sea to the Grand Line took him a full year, with a professional navigator like Rias. This time could have been reduced by at least 2/3. Indeed, Specialized tasks require the expertise of skilled individuals. Now that they were nearing their destination, Alan instructed Xiao Qiu and Orland to pause their training, urging them to conserve their strength for the treasure hunt ahead. Xiao Qiu had previously mentioned that the treasure map belonged to a pirate alliance, and it remained uncertain whether that alliance had discovered the treasure in all this time. Should they have not found it, fortune would favor them immensely. However, if they arrived only to find the treasure already claimed, their journey would be in vain. Alternatively, it was also possible that the alliance had just now stumbled upon this island, leading to an unexpected encounter that could ignite a fierce battle over the treasure. After all, they were dealing with a pirate alliance, and failing to maintain their strength could lead to dire consequences. Time passed swiftly. Rias, constantly monitoring the weather and their course, confirmed that their navigation was accurate. As dusk approached, they finally spotted the island. The compass needle pointed directly at it. The small island shrouded in mist before them was indeed their destination. Orland, brimming with excitement, urged Rias to steer closer, while Xiao Qiu mirrored his enthusiasm. Reveling in this novel experience, the thrill of adventure sent a delightful tremor through her hand, which clutched her umbrella. The entire island was enveloped in fog, obscuring its true form. As the ship ventured further in, it suddenly seemed to collide with something not too forcefully, likely just the shoreline. Orland rushed to the sail, swiftly lowering it, and asked, "Captain, shall we disembark?" "Of course. Our objective for coming here is precisely that," Alan replied with a smile. The other three joined in his laughter. After all, what had this week-long voyage been for if not this moment? Thus, the decision was made. They would set foot on the island. Alan leapt first, landing firmly on the sandy beach. "Let us go, go, go. Treasure awaits. I'm coming." Orland followed closely behind, shouting with glee. "Captain, should we have someone guard the ship?" Rias hesitated, calling out after Xiao Qiu had disembarked. "Guard what? It's just a rickety ship with nothing of value left aboard. Since we've come this far, we must explore. Otherwise, our journey would be in vain." "Come along with us," Alan beckoned. Alan did not acquiesce to Elias's desire for vigilant oversight, as the vessel lacked any previous possessions. Baileys, for instance, were not within reach. After all, Alan was a bounty hunter, and the card he possessed had been bestowed upon him by the Navy during his registration. If he were to carry an excessive amount of Baileys, he could securely store them on the card, allowing him to withdraw funds at certain banks under the auspices of the world government. He was not a pirate, burdened with the need to stow treasures and Baileys aboard the ship, which would be decidedly precarious. However, he recently pondered whether consolidating all his Baileys onto the card was indeed the most practical approach, especially considering that the banks of the world government did not always instill in him a sense of trustworthiness. Furthermore, banks were quite scarce in this world, in many locales. They were non-existent, rendering him occasionally unable to access funds when the need arose. Nonetheless, having Elias accompany him was fortuitous. If the ship were to be lost, it would indicate the presence of others nearby. And if there were no ship left, what then? The answer was simple: one would seize another. Alan was quite accustomed to such endeavors. Not a single ship in his possession had been purchased by him. All had been acquired through acts of piracy. Alan led the way, with Orland bringing up the rear, while Xiao Qiu and Elias traversed the middle path towards the island. Chapter 122. Arrival and the commencement of treasure hunting. The current time, combined with the island's fog, cast a somber shadow over the sky, obscuring their view of the landscape ahead. Nevertheless, the island displayed an abundance of vegetation. As they stepped off the beach, a vast forest unfolded before them. "Orland, light the torches," Alan called out to the rear. "Understood, Captain," Orland replied, promptly igniting 2 of the 4 torches he had retrieved from the ship, while reserving the other 2 at his waist. He then extended one of the lit torches to Alan. With the torches ablaze, the surrounding darkness receded, illuminating their vicinity. The island teemed with insects, their incessant buzzing creating a cacophony that echoed in their ears. Suddenly, Alan, who was leading the group, halted abruptly, as if he had stepped upon something unusual. The ground beneath his feet appeared dim, leaving him uncertain of what lay below. "Captain, what is the matter?" Xiao Qiu inquired, noticing Alan's sudden stop. "It seems I've stepped on something. Come take a look," Alan replied, crouching down to examine an object on the ground. The others quickly approached, and Alan picked up the item he had just stepped on for closer inspection. "It's a nail," Alan declared. "A rivet," Elias remarked upon seeing the object. "Is it the kind used on the ship?" "This suggests human presence here, though it is eerily quiet," Xiao Qiu noted. "Let us proceed." "It is too dark to ascertain if anyone else is on the island," Alan suggested after a moment of contemplation, discarding the nail, regarded merely as a fleeting incident. The four companions paid little mind to this unexpected discovery and continued their journey. As they navigated through the thicket, a mountain emerged before them, distinguished by a remarkable feature, a large cave at its forefront. As Alan beheld the cave, he was suddenly reminded of a phrase uttered by Luffy in One Piece, and could not help but exclaim, "Have you ever heard a saying that circulates among pirates?" "What saying?" Xiuqiu inquired with curiosity. Alan replied with a smile, "The saying goes, where there are caves, there are treasures. It seems we have already found our target." "Eh? Who said that?" The three exchanged glances, puzzled that they had never encountered such a phrase before. Nevertheless, upon seeing the cave's entrance, it appeared to align with what the captain had mentioned, suggesting that the treasure was indeed located ahead. Dismissing the origin of the saying, the trio chuckled in agreement with Alan. "Captain, what should we do now?" Orland looked at Alan with eager anticipation. "Ah, ha ha. What are we waiting for? Let us venture inside." Upon entering the cavern, its vastness exceeded their expectations. Alan noticed something peculiar about the cave's edges and carefully illuminated them with his torch. "Look, this cave seems to have been excavated by someone. There are signs of human craftsmanship," he pointed out, directing their attention to the cave's walls. "Indeed, the marks suggest the use of tools. No wonder there were rivets outside." Laius nodded in agreement. "Shall we explore further? Perhaps there truly lies some treasure within," Orland mused, his eyes gleaming with visions of riches. The pursuit of treasure has always been the romantic ideal of pirates. Ever since the demise of Gold Roger, the quest for the grand treasure has become the aspiration of all pirates, each yearning to ascend to the title of Pirate King. The grand treasure represents the ultimate goal for pirates, yet throughout their voyages, the allure of treasure remains the most captivating enticement. For instance, Buggy the Clown's greatest ambition is to uncover every treasure marked on the world's maps, and Luffy and his crew would undoubtedly seek out such places after setting sail. Although Alan and his companions are not pirates, their primary objective in venturing out to sea is indeed the pursuit of treasure. However, as they descended deeper, they encountered an increasing number of artificial traces. Fortunately, Alan had the foresight to have Orland prepare torches in advance. Otherwise, they would have been plunged into darkness, unable to see a thing. "Ah, there is light ahead," Alan remarked, gazing into the distance. "Ha ha ha, it must be treasure," Orland exclaimed, passing his torch to Laius before joyfully dashing forward, his hands empty to grasp more riches. "Hey, Orland, wait. We do not yet know what lies ahead." Alan shook his head, bemused by Orland's impatience. Just as his words fell, a commotion ensued. "Help, Captain!" Orland's voice echoed in distress. Hearing his cry, Alan and the others hastily rushed towards the sound, only to find Orland missing, confronted instead by a precipice. "Oh dear, Captain, Orland has fallen." Laius gazed at the empty abyss of the cliff and remarked, "He must have fallen, that reckless fool, and at his age, he still lacks the sense to exercise caution." Alan surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any footholds. It seemed they would need to employ tools to descend. The conditions below remained uncertain, necessitating utmost care, as this terrain was unfamiliar and prudence was essential. "Laius, pass me the rope you brought. We shall descend using it," Alan instructed, gesturing towards the coil of rope slung over Laius's shoulder. "No problem," Laius replied. He located a protruding rock and secured the rope to it, then tossed the rope down, allowing the three of them to begin their descent along its length. Alan was the first to descend, followed by Xiuqiu, while Laius brought up the rear. Why haven't we seen Orland?" Alan remarked, noticing the absence of their companion. As he landed, he encountered a dark river, yet Orland's presence was nowhere to be found. Could it be that brother Orland fell into the river? Laius pondered with concern. "That seems unlikely. Let us search for him. He probably ventured off on his own." Xiuqiu responded with calm assurance. "Then let us split up. I'll head upstream while you both go downstream," Alan suggested. "I'll accompany you," Laius said to Xiuqiu. "Very well. Let us each take our own path. If we do not locate him, we shall return here to regroup." "Orland is surely capable of taking care of himself," Alan concluded. As Alan strode forward, he decided to have Laius and Xiuqiu team up, ensuring mutual support. After taking a few steps, he reconsidered. Should they encounter any individuals or situations, he questioned whether the two could manage alone. It felt safer to have them close by. After all, they were not yet ready to venture independently. Thus, Alan turned back and called out to them, "Hey, you two. Wait up. Let us stick together." Hearing his call, Laius and Xiuqiu returned without hesitation, understanding that this was indeed the wisest choice. "What do you think happened to that fellow, Orland?" Roy inquired of Laius. I have no idea. This is the first time I've seen Brother Orland in such a state, Laius replied with a hint of helplessness. The trio continued their journey along the river. And after an undetermined duration, they stumbled upon an opening. As they approached, they were astonished to find a valley within, a veritable paradise filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. How beautiful, Alan exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Indeed, it is quite stunning. Oh, look, there is someone, Laius remarked. As the figure drew nearer, they discerned it was a woman, adorned with a pair of wings. Unlike the feathered wings of the island dwellers, hers resembled those of a butterfly. She fluttered gracefully towards Alan and the others. Greetings. Welcome to Butterfly Valley, the winged woman announced with a smile as she landed before Alan. Butterfly Valley? Have you seen a man carrying a metal pot, dressed in black? Joseph inquired. I haven't seen anyone like that. Please, come inside and rest. It has been quite a while since we last encountered outsiders, the woman replied, still smiling. The three exchanged glances and nodded before following her. The deeper they ventured, the more awestruck Alan became, for the scenery was enchanting beyond words. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and the gentle flow of a stream invited one to relax and surrender to slumber amidst the blossoms. Alan shook his head vigorously, suddenly feeling a heavy drowsiness envelop him. Beside him, Laius and Xiaoqiu exhibited similar signs of fatigue. He had already closed his eyes, his body swaying, and then with a thud, he collapsed, lying on the flowers and grasses, succumbing to slumber. Upon witnessing the two individuals reclined, Alan felt a spark of intrigue. He too laid down. The butterfly maiden before him unveiled a delicate smile and softly remarked, the fourth. In a state of feigned slumber, Alan sensed himself being lifted. And as he activated his observation hotkey, he finally perceived the alterations in his surroundings. A robust man was hoisting them upon his shoulder. And the once picturesque scene of birds and flowers had transformed into an underground cavern. Your hypnotic powder is becoming increasingly potent, Pink Butterfly, the burly man remarked. Indeed. A voice, distinctly masculine yet imbued with a certain softness reminiscent of femininity, responded. It is merely a trivial illusion. The capabilities of these individuals are truly lacking. Surely, there are others aboard the vessel they docked. Have they been apprehended yet? The stout man replied, they have already been captured. These pirates are remarkably foolish, believing that a mere treasure map could lead them to riches. In this day and age, if treasures truly existed, they would undoubtedly belong to us. The passage is nearly excavated. The real fortune is destined for us. Fortunately, we have these free laborers. Otherwise, it is uncertain how long the excavation would take. The one who hid the treasure is indeed clever, concealing the map in such a location, the butterfly man commented. It was only then that Alan realized the butterfly woman he had encountered moments ago was, in fact, the same individual transformed into this male figure. He, too, must possess the powers of a devil fruit, imbued with a hallucinatory and hypnotic effect, as evidenced by the deep slumber of Laius and Xiaoqiu. By the way, do you know which pirate crew they belong to? I have yet to see the faces of these individuals. Are they from a crew that has set sail? It is rather curious how these newcomers managed to arrive at the Grand Line. The burly man, somewhat perplexed, glanced at the group and inquired. Indeed, I too find it somewhat puzzling. After comparing numerous bounties, I have not come across them, indicating they must be a fortunate lot who have yet to attract the Navy's attention, responded the butterfly man. Chapter 123. Omnipotent Laius. Their confusion was quite justified. Previously, the individuals they had deceived were all notorious figures with bounties on their heads. Once they had outlived their usefulness, they would hand them over to the Navy to collect the reward. This method not only secured an additional sum of belly, but was akin to killing two birds with one stone. However, the individuals they had captured this time were not pirates, but rather bounty hunters, and naturally, there were no bounties on them with the Navy. Their focus lay elsewhere, thus rendering them entirely oblivious to this fact. Alan and his companions were cast into a dimly lit cell. The butterfly-clad man, filled with indignation, cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoqiu, harboring thoughts of tormenting her later, for she possessed a beauty that eclipsed his own. How could that be tolerated? Humph! I shall strike your chest with my tiny fists. I am the fairest of them all. With a heavy huff, he secured the cell door and departed. Is anyone there? What do you intend to do? A voice echoed, one that Alan found oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it belonged to the clumsy Orland. Is anyone there? What happened to that butterfly lady? It's so cold in here. Could someone come keep me company? Orland continued to call out. Alan thought to himself, goodness, how audacious is this fellow? Still contemplating the young lady? Once we are out of here, I shall surely give you a thorough lesson. You possess not even a shred of vigilance. Snap. Alan turned his hand and gently touched the handcuffs on his wrist. Instantly, the iron cuffs were shattered. He then proceeded to break the shackles of the other two individuals. However, despite his efforts to rouse them, they remained unresponsive, likely taking longer to regain consciousness. Alan initially disregarded them and approached the railing, reaching out to touch it, creating a significant hole in the structure. Following Orland's cries, Alan made his way over and indeed found Orland, that foolish fellow, confined within a cage. It was evident that Orland was aware of Alan's devil fruit abilities, thus providing him with special consideration. "Captain, are you here to rescue me?" Orland exclaimed with delight upon seeing Alan. "I thought you weren't a fruit user." "It should take but a moment for you to escape," Alan replied. "They use sea stone on me. I currently possess no strength," Orland lamented. "I believe you still have some strength left, given the noise you're making. It's positively deafening," Alan retorted, shooting him a glare. This fellow had turned into a fool at the mere mention of treasure, recklessly charging in without scouting ahead. Clearly, he needed more training. Orland paused for a moment, then pleaded. "Captain, please, do me a kindness and hasten to free me." "All right, just wait a moment." Alan was at a loss, since he was shackled with sea stone. He was uncertain if he could shatter it with his abilities. It seemed unlikely, as sea stone was the hardest material in the world and could only be unlocked with a key. He had initially intended to use his 7-star sword, but it had been taken by those two individuals, leaving him without any weapon, not even his golden pistol. "Step back," Alan instructed, placing his hand against the railing. Just as he was about to activate his powers, he realized the railing was remarkably sturdy. "Is this railing made of sea stone as well?" Alan exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of place was this, that it housed a cage constructed from sea stone? "I would know. I've been shackled with sea stone. So how could I discern if the railing is also made from it?" Orland replied, shaking his head. "It seems I must resort to brute force," Alan concluded. Releasing his grip, he was fortunate that this particular railing contained only a small amount of sea stone and had considerable impurities, failing to meet the Navy standards. "Armament." Alan extended his hands, enveloping them in hockey. Orland watched in surprise as Alan placed his hands on the railing and, with a forceful twist, pried open an aperture large enough for a person to pass through, despite the sea stone construction. "Quickly, come out," Alan said irritably to Orland, who was proving to be quite the troublesome companion. Thank you, dear Captain." Orland grinned as he gingerly emerged, hindered by the sea stone shackles on his hands and feet, which significantly reduced his strength, causing him to move at a sluggish pace. Alan glanced at the handcuffs encircling his wrists. Realizing that there was no conceivable way to unlock them, the sea stone was simply too formidable, unless one wielded the 7-star sword. Any attempt to break free would likely result in Aeland being cleaved in two. "We must seek the key. There is no other way to release these shackles," Alan remarked, shaking his head in resignation. "Very well, Captain. From now on, I shall adhere closely to your lead. I, Aeland, pledge to follow you without faltering," Aeland said with a grin. "With that ghastly expression of yours, where else could you possibly wish to go?" Alan could not resist giving him a light smack on the head. Aeland, recognizing his previous impulsiveness, could only chuckle sheepishly in response to Alan's admonishment. "But, Captain, do you happen to know where Lias and Chio are?" "They are all asleep in their cells. Let us go to them," Alan replied, guiding Aeland back to his original cell. Yusef and the others were still slumbering, showing no signs of waking. "They truly do seem to be enjoying their rest," Aeland remarked, somewhat enviously. Smack. Alan struck Orland on the head once more, inquiring, "Do you still not understand why they are behaving this way?" However, at that moment, he was restrained by high-loose stone. Otherwise, Orland could have utilized his devil fruit powers to let them experience the sensation of freezing, and it would not be long before he regained consciousness. Alan paced around the cell for a few moments, unable to contain himself any longer. While Xiaoqiu, being a girl, was limited in her actions, Lias, with his robust physique, was certainly capable of extraordinary feats. Striding over to Lias, Alan seized him and swung him around like a hammer throw. The cell echoed with the rush of wind, stirring up dust and debris from the floor. After a few minutes, Alan sensed that Lias was stirring, prompting him to halt his actions and gently set Lias down. Orland pondered to himself. Has the captain lost his mind? Will he do the same to me next? Imagining himself being flung about in such a manner made him shudder, and he quickly dispelled the thought, his gaze toward Alan shifting with a hint of concern. Orland felt certain that Lias had barely survived the ordeal. Yet he was surprised to see Lias unsteadily rise, appearing as though he had not fully awakened. "Captain, is it morning already?" Lias mumbled, half opening his eyes. Goodness, you're unscathed after such a wild toss, Orland exclaimed, wide-eyed at Lias's seemingly nonchalant demeanor. You're waking up at a rather peculiar time, aren't you? Right. Oh, is that you, Brother Orland? Lias suddenly recognized Orland, his tone brimming with excitement as he addressed Alan. I can't even. Orland was at a loss for words. Brother Orland, what happened to you? Who shackled you? Don't worry, I'll unlock those for you. I'm quite skilled at it, Lias remarked, noticing the shackles on Orland's hands and feet. With a confident demeanor, he pulled an object from his pocket and approached Orland, examining the lock closely. With a few crisp clicks, Orland's shackles fell away. Good heavens, Lias, you're quite impressive. I had no idea you possessed such a talent, Alan exclaimed, astonished by how swiftly Lias had freed Orland. That's nothing, Lias chuckled modestly. Lias, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, hesitant to voice certain thoughts. Previously, upon receiving the news of his father's passing, the townsfolk had disparaged his father, which fueled his desire to create an aircraft. However, such an ambition demanded considerable financial resources, a challenge for a mere child without means. Lacking support from his grandfather, he sought out those who spoke ill of his father. Through these encounters, he inadvertently learned the art of lockpicking, honing his skills to the point where he could effortlessly unlock a door with merely a glance at the keyhole. Yet, he found it difficult to explain this to others, opting instead to brush it off with laughter. Noticing Lias's discomfort, Alan exchanged a glance with Orland, suggesting they move past the topic. Orland, you should have regained your mobility by now. Go rouse Xiaoqiu. We must seek retribution against those wretches, Alan instructed. And do pay better attention next time, or you'll find yourself in a world of trouble. Yes, I understand, Captain. It won't happen again. Orland chuckled nervously, repeatedly assuring him. Under the influence of Orland's devil fruit abilities, Xiaoqiu was soon awakened from her frozen slumber. After a brief moment of respite, the group began to deliberate. Chapter 124. News of the treasure. The four gathered together, with Alan seated upon the ground, initiating an analysis. All right, our current information is quite scant. We only know that our adversary possesses the ability to conjure illusions, as you all witnessed in the form of that butterfly woman. Oh, by the way, that woman is actually a man, Alan stated. What? The three exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, I nearly forgot that you were all incapacitated. I saw that butterfly character, and indeed, he is a man. Ha, you didn't all think he was a woman, did you? Alan chuckled. As Alan spoke, he cast a glance at Orland, fully aware that this individual had undoubtedly resorted to utilizing the powers of the devil fruit, for otherwise his adversary would not have bound him with sea stone shackles. What shall we do next? That fellow's abilities pose quite a dilemma, Xiaoqiu inquired, regaining her composure swiftly. Indeed, it is somewhat troublesome, yet it is not insurmountable. Had it not been for the pursuit of Orland, I would have dealt with him then and there. Furthermore, I am aware that there is indeed treasure to be found here. Those individuals on this island are excavating something of great value, Alan replied with a smile. Treasure? Orland's eyes sparkled with excitement. What were they here for if not for that treasure? Now armed with certain information, Orland's enthusiasm surged. Having long since depleted his funds, ever since boarding Alan's ship, he had been frivolously spending any money he acquired, never having grasped the concept of saving. He had resorted to soliciting funds from Alan. However, as a man, he felt somewhat embarrassed by his circumstances. Alan, reflecting on the considerable time he had invested in his cookware, noted that due to frequent use in battles, his spatula had long since vanished, and his iron pot was nearing its end. Thus, he had been quite invested in the notion of this treasure. Casting a sidelong glance at Orland, Alan continued, Yes, indeed. I have heard from them that there is, in fact, treasure here, and they are close to uncovering it. Moreover, this island possesses treasure maps, one authentic and the other a mere fabrication. The genuine one is in their possession, while the counterfeit is employed to lure pirates, only to capture them and compel them to dig for treasure. I see. Therefore, the treasure map we hold is likely one they disseminated, Xiaoqiu interjected. Regardless of whether the treasure map is genuine or not, having now discerned the location of the treasure, Captain, what are we waiting for? We must hasten to locate it, Orland exclaimed, springing up from the ground, brimming with impatience. Very well, let us embark at once. However, I must retrieve my 7-star sword first. Alan also rose to his feet and spoke. In the blink of an eye, the group had emerged from the confines of their prison. This subterranean dungeon was evidently not a creation of pirates. No pirate would invest such time and effort in constructing so many cells, let alone incorporate sea stone. The only plausible explanation is that this place may have once served as a naval base. The entire underground had been hollowed out. Yet fortunately, it did not resemble a labyrinth. Not far from the cage, Alan discovered his 7-star sword. It seemed that this group of individuals paid little heed to his weapon. Likely, their focus was entirely on the treasure ahead. As they proceeded, a cacophony of noise erupted before them, prompting Alan and his companions to stealthily approach. Upon exiting the passage, they were confronted by an immense pit, spiraling downwards. A multitude of individuals toiled below, engaged in some form of excavation, with staircases winding down into depths that could easily reach 100 meters. In addition to the stone miners, there was a band of figures resembling pirates, wielding whips to compel the workers into submission. These unfortunate souls were likely captured pirates. Much like those outside. Do you know who they are? Alan inquired, gesturing towards the overseers. I am uncertain, but they appear to bear a mark. They must belong to a particular pirate crew, Orland replied. Captain, is the treasure situated just below us? Xiao Qiu asked, a hint of anticipation in her voice. It should be just beneath us. Let us wait a moment. They mentioned they were close to unearthing it. Patience, my friends, once the treasure is revealed. It will belong to us, Alan replied with a smile. Orland glanced at Alan and chuckled. I've come to realize, Captain, that you possess quite the mischievous streak. Alan, what on earth, this fellow, must you speak in such a tone? It's rather effeminate. Alan and his companions were waiting, but their escape had already been discovered. The members of the Powder Butterfly pirate crew were aware that the treasure was about to be unearthed, rendering Alan and his group of no further use to them. What is happening? Exclaimed the man with butterfly wings. They must have fled. It appears their strength is not to be underestimated. There must be someone particularly unique among those confined here, remarked a strategist-like man. What should we do? It seems the treasure is nearly within our grasp. 200 years ago, Colonel Roy was in charge here, establishing a naval base. He was a greedy man, amassing a fortune in the vicinity, rumored to be in the tens of billions of berries. According to the information left by his descendants, the treasure is buried within this mountain. We are on the verge of uncovering it, and we cannot afford any mishaps, the butterfly-winged man insisted. First mate, chief of staff, we have struck gold. We have found the treasure. A pirate rushed in, breathless. Excellent. Inform the ship, and prepare for slaughter. No one here is to leave alive, the butterfly-winged man declared joyfully. Especially concerning that unknown pirate crew. Even their ordinary cook is a devil fruit user. It seems this group is formidable. We shall rely on this. The chief of staff bent down to pick up a sea prism stone club. Very well, let us proceed. Delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. The butterfly-winged man nodded in agreement. Alan and his companions were actually aware of the treasure being unearthed even before the butterfly-winged man, as they were present at the excavation site. As metal boxes were unearthed, the eyes of all present sparkled, as if they beheld a glittering trove of riches. Shall we make our move? Orland suggested eagerly. Wait, something seems to have changed. Both Alan and Xiao Qiu remarked simultaneously. These individuals have shifted their focus. The treasure is now exposed. Shouldn't they be seizing it? There must be a reason behind this change of events. The situation here remains unclear, and Alan decided to observe the developments further. Have you not noticed? Those excavators seem to have a plan, Alan stated. Indeed, they appear to be quite strategic, Joseph replied calmly. Yes, they are armed. It seems they are waiting for the moment the treasure is revealed to begin their resistance. These people are all pirates, and their strength is formidable, Xiao Qiu nodded in agreement. Someone is approaching, Alan whispered, his ears perked. At that moment, the members of the Powder Butterfly pirate crew finally arrived. The butterfly-winged man soared above the pit, flapping his wings, and as he did, a cascade of rainbow-colored powder fell from the sky. This is bad. It's the illusion butterfly. A mining pirate spotted a figure overhead and shouted aloud. Orland, upon hearing this exclamation, lifted his gaze, only to behold a man adorned with a pair of butterfly wings. Momentarily taken aback, he found it perplexing. In his mind, such ethereal wings were the hallmark of a woman, not a man. As Orland stood there, wide-eyed, it became evident that the band of pirates was no match for this winged man. Almost all of them succumbed and collapsed to the ground. The few who managed to remain upright were swiftly overwhelmed by the members of the Powdered Butterfly pirate crew, ultimately leading to the complete annihilation of those tasked with mining. Captain, how could these fools be so foolish? Knowing full well the capabilities of that individual, they still failed to evade, Orland remarked bitterly. If only they had held out a little longer, they could have seized the opportunity amidst the chaos. When both sides were sufficiently engaged, they could have emerged to claim the treasures as if they were mere spoils of war. Enough with your prattling. What more can we do with such ineptitude? Alan retorted irritably. Well then, since everyone has emerged, let us reluctantly accept these treasures. With that, Alan was the first to step out from the shadows. Upon seeing Alan and his companions, the members of the powdered butterfly pirate crew initially displayed surprise, but as they recognized Alan, their expressions relaxed. A group of escaped individuals posed little threat. Though their abilities were unknown, their captain had previously incapacitated them, and it was likely that the outcome would be no different this time. Without further ado, and eschewing any grandiose phrases about fate or fortune, the man with butterfly wings ascended once more into the sky. Once airborne, his wings began to flutter vigorously, releasing a cascade of shimmering powder that descended from the heavens. As Alan prepared to make his move, he noticed Xiaoqiu had already opened her umbrella. Fanghua, umbrella dance shield. A transparent barrier materialized above them, catching the falling powder, ensuring not a single speck landed on them. Oh, Xiaoqiu possesses such a trick? Alan gazed at Xiaoqiu, who held the umbrella aloft, feeling a twinge of regret for not knowing his crew well enough. Yet the spectacle was far from over. The umbrella in Xiaoqiu's grasp began to spin, and the shield atop it followed suit. This barrier not only repelled the powder, but also generated a gust of wind, scattering the particles in all directions. Soon, shouts erupted from the surroundings. Captain, please stop. Ah, Captain, it's us. However, the cries were short-lived, replaced by the sound of bodies thudding to the ground. The members of the butterfly pirate crew, caught off guard and expecting mere entertainment, found themselves incapacitated. Sprawled on the floor, a man with wings took notice of the unfolding chaos. Instead of harming the enemy, he had inadvertently eliminated his own comrades, igniting his fury. He ceased flapping his wings and leaped from the sky. Just as he was about to land on the shield of the umbrella, Xiaoqiu retracted it, drawing forth a slender sword from the handle. Fanghua, chaotic intent sword scar. No sooner had she uttered the words than she thrust the sword swiftly toward the descending winged man. The dazzling flurry of strikes startled him, and by the time he sought to defend himself, it was too late. He had underestimated the prowess of this team, only to receive a piercing blow. With a resounding thud, he fell, his eyes wide with shock. Even before hitting the ground, one of Xiaoqiu's strikes had pierced his heart, extinguishing his life. Alan? Orland? And the others gaped in astonishment at the remarkable prowess displayed by Xiaoqiu. They had never anticipated that she possessed such capabilities. Orland, who frequently trained alongside her, was particularly taken aback, having failed to notice her remarkable skills, especially her astonishing speed in delivering a flurry of strikes in such a brief span. Goodness, I had no idea you were this formidable, Orland remarked, watching as Xiaoqiu effortlessly dispatched the man with butterfly wings. Ah ha ha. This is a skill I have honed since childhood, a treasured technique passed down in my family, Xiaoqiu said, feeling a bit bashful upon seeing their astonished expressions. Xiaoqiu, you are incredible, Alan exclaimed, offering her a thumbs up after his initial surprise. Indeed, you are truly remarkable, Xiaoqiu, Lias added, his tone filled with admiration. Where's the need for modesty? Ha ha ha. Being impressive is simply that. Impressive, Xiaoqiu replied, her recent display of combat prowess leading the group to reevaluate her role, no longer viewing her merely as the ship's doctor. Our ship's doctor is not only skilled in healing, but also a capable and powerful fighter. After marveling at Xiaoqiu's abilities, the group quickly regained their composure, realizing it was time to collect their spoils. As for the incapacitated pirates, Alan and his companions chose to disregard them, as it was merely a case of one faction preying upon another. Alan cast a glance at Orland, who immediately comprehended the captain's intent. These individuals need not be spared. As bounty hunters, the heads of pirates represent a substantial reward, and they cannot simply be disregarded. The group swiftly entered the cave, where approximately 7 or 8 treasure chests awaited their attention. Oh, is this the treasure? Orland rushed to the front of the chests, gently caressing their surfaces. How could these chests be so irresistibly enchanting? Captain, what shall we do with these chests? Orland asked eagerly after a moment of admiration. Isn't that why we came here, to acquire these treasures? Since we have obtained them, we cannot simply abandon them. However, it seems we may have acquired a bit too much, Alan remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the chest before him. Why so? There are simply too many. These chests are quite substantial, each measuring at least half a meter in height, far too large for someone of Rias's stature to embrace fully. If we were to take them all aboard, it would be rather wasteful, yet parting with any of them feels regretful, he pondered, caught in a moment of indecision. It must be said that he was rather melodramatic. Prior to their acquisition, he had devised various schemes to obtain them, yet now that they were within reach, he hesitated over whether to claim them. Nevertheless, it was imperative for Alan to take charge. Let us first open them. Alan began to instruct when, mid-sentence, he heard a faint sound emanating from the left. Help! Help! The voice was not loud, but Alan discerned the cries for aid. Did you hear that? He inquired of his companions. Huh? No, Captain. Did you? Rias was the first to emerge from the thrill of treasure discovery. Yes, it seems someone is calling for help. Over to the left. The voice is faint, so you may not have noticed, Alan replied. Let us leave these treasures here for the moment and investigate who is in distress. He paused, having confirmed that someone was indeed calling for help from the left side of the cave. Despite his reluctance to part with the treasure, Alan's orders must be followed. Orland, with evident reluctance, rose to his feet, as though departing would mean losing the treasures forever. Observing Orland's weakness, Alan shot him a stern look and was the first to stride toward the left. The cave was somewhat deep, and after several minutes of walking, they came upon a dilapidated cell, eerily reminiscent of the one that had once confined Orland. It appeared that another user of devil fruit powers had been imprisoned here. The reason for their confinement remained a mystery. Had they been forgotten by the world? Upon entering, one discovers a man resembling a fox, adorned with 6 tails. Yet, at this moment, he weakly cries for help. Upon seeing Alan and the others, he attempts to rise in excitement, but before he can fully lift himself, he collapses back down, indicating that he has been imprisoned for quite some time. Is he one of the Fur clan? How did he come to be in this predicament? Alan, filled with curiosity, recognizes that this figure resembles the Fur clan from the animated series, who dwell upon the backs of elephants. This fox appears to be a mutated member of the Fur clan, possessing 6 tails. Though his appearance is filthy, the brilliance of his white fur is still discernible. Alan addressed Lias, instructing him, Lias, please fetch him. Among the 4 of us, you are the only one versed in lockpicking, making you the most suitable for this task. Lias nodded and retrieved his tools from his pocket. With the sound of clicks, in less than a minute, he successfully liberated the captive from his confinement. Upon realizing he had been rescued, the foxman of the Fur tribe managed to utter a faint thank you before collapsing. Little Ball promptly approached to assess the situation. After a thorough examination, she reported to Alan, Captain, he is suffering from prolonged starvation. A simple nutrient solution will suffice. Very well, since he is stable, let us depart. He must have been captured by that butterfly man, just as we were, so it is only fitting we assist him. Alan instructed Orland to carry the man, and they began to leave. As they neared the cave entrance, a voice echoed from within. They are emerging. Do not let them escape. Arm yourselves, you lot. Go and blow up their ship. The advisor, covered in dirt and dust, stood at the cave's mouth. They had already confirmed the captain's demise. But with the treasure lying at the cave's entrance, their initial plan to depart was thwarted by the swift appearance of the group. Hearing the advisor's words, Alan halted. Drawing the 7-star sword from his back, cross/, Alan raised his hand in the direction of his advisor. All attention was captivated by Roy's actions, and every pirate caught in the cross-shaped wave of slashing was instantly vanquished. The few individuals who had intended to detonate the ship were left paralyzed by fear, rooted to the spot and unable to move. It is finished, Alan exhaled softly. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted as a massive fissure extended from beneath Alan's feet. The slash cutting through half the island, reaching the mountains and soaring forth in a straight line. Alan's actions caused the entire entrance to be affected. The mine had been reinforced, but the enhancements made by the powder butterfly pirates 5 or 6 years ago had long since deteriorated. Furthermore, the daily extraction activities had rendered the structure exceedingly fragile. Consequently, the entrance began to collapse rapidly. The mine is collapsing. We must leave. Alan urged the 3 with a sense of urgency, securing the 7-star sword as he swiftly grabbed 2 treasure chests from the ground and raced outside. Hurry, hurry. Without a second thought, the group dashed towards the exit, disregarding the treasure. Only Little Chio's attention lingered on the chests, managing to snatch one before fleeing. Orland, carrying a person on his shoulder, was also tempted by the treasure, but wisely chose not to stop. If he attempted to seize it, he would likely be trapped. Once the mine caved in, they would be buried. Though the allure of riches was strong, preserving one's life was paramount. Chapter 126, Dreams. The mine had completely collapsed, and the entrance had been severed by Alan S. Blade. Under his leadership, the group sprinted frantically towards the shore. Upon returning to the ship and setting sail, everyone gathered on the deck, where 3 metallic chests awaited them, treasures that Alan and Lias had extracted from the mine. Shall we open them, Captain? Orland inquired. After boarding, He had unceremoniously tossed the fox-like man aside, confident he would not perish immediately. Indeed, Alan nodded. Who will be the one to open them? Orland asked. The collective response was unanimous. You. Very well, I shall do it. Please step back. I fear the light may dazzle your eyes, Orland declared, brimming with excitement. Fear not. We are well prepared, Alan replied, as each member donned a pair of sunglasses. Let us proceed. We are ready, little Chio said with a smile, arms crossed. Orland grasped the lock firmly, yanking it off with determination, and slowly opened the chest. A golden radiance illuminated their faces, and a smile spread across Orland's features. Hooray! As the chest fully opened, cheers erupted from the group. Indeed, it contained a trove of gold coins, worth at least several 100 million berries. However, Alan remained composed, stating, We still have 2 more chests to inspect. Orland opened another chest, and as anticipated, it too was filled with gold, bringing their total to nearly 1 billion berries. Orland swallowed hard, the sheer volume of wealth spurring his adrenaline. Upon lifting the final chest, the contents left everyone momentarily speechless. What is this? Orland asked, tilting his head in disappointment as he gazed at the items within. They should be money, but having lain buried for so long, they have all decayed. Lias removed his sunglasses and glanced at the scene before him. What a pity. If only this chest were filled with money, it would likely contain 500 million belly. Xiaoqiu expressed her regret, as it was her first encounter with such gold and belly. Ha ha ha. Isn't this what makes it interesting? Shouldn't we consider retrieving the other chest of treasure? Orland inquired with anticipation. Let it be, Alan shook his head. Those treasures are buried deep underground. To unearth them with just the few of us would take an interminable amount of time. Are you willing to spend such an extensive period down there? Not at all. Then let's forget it, Ace replied, shaking his head. Let us regard it as our treasure location. Perhaps, if we find ourselves in need of funds in the future, we could return here to search. If not, we could create a treasure map from it. Wouldn't that be far more intriguing? After all, we arrived here based on a treasure map, didn't we? It's quite delightful. Alan chuckled. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. Ah, what lies beneath the gold? Lias reached into the chest, grasping a handful of coins, while Xiaoqiu caught sight of something beneath and extended her hand to retrieve it. It's a piece of animal hide, Xiaoqiu remarked. Yes, it bears some inscriptions. This island is called Mist Fortress. Over 200 years ago, it served as a naval military stronghold, overseen by a colonel named Roy. The hide states that Colonel Roy was a greedy and cruel man who plundered the wealth of the nearby civilians. Subsequently, he ordered the scribe of this hide to bury the treasure underground at the base. Eventually, Colonel Roy was captured, and this hide is filled with accounts of his misdeeds. So that's the case. The island indeed was a naval base. No wonder it has a specially crafted prison made of sea tower stone, Orland nodded. These events transpired over 200 years ago, bearing no relevance to the present. Remember the name Mist Fortress. There are treasures yet to be found there. If any of you encounter hardships in the future or wish to pass this knowledge to future generations, keep this in mind, Alan advised. Agreed, they all responded. Everyone nodded in agreement. Generally speaking, pirates find it challenging to manage the wealth they acquire. Even those who plunder vast riches often have few places to spend it. Consequently, when their treasure reaches a certain magnitude, pirates tend to conceal it in secret locations, meticulously crafting numerous treasure maps. These maps are interconnected, requiring a specific sequence to uncover the hidden fortune, and typically, only a handful of individuals aboard the pirate ship are privy to the treasure's whereabouts. Each treasure serves as a contingency plan for the pirates. If they encounter insurmountable challenges or can no longer continue their voyages, they can retrieve these concealed riches. Upon discovering 2 chests overflowing with gold coins, everyone was filled with exuberance. These coins, minted over 2 centuries ago, boasted commendable purity, ensuring a minimum valuation of 700 to 800 million berries. All right, everyone, let us celebrate, Alan exclaimed with delight, despite the last chest containing no gold. His enthusiasm was infectious, and no one could resist his invitation to feast. With newfound treasures in their possession, the crew looked forward to a brighter future, contemplating a getaway to a tropical island for a well-deserved respite. What would a feast be without libations? The crew raised their glasses high, reveling on the deck throughout the night. As dawn broke, Alan and Xiaoqiu were in good spirits, while Orland and Rias lay sprawled on the deck, fast asleep. Xiaoqiu retrieved a blanket from the cabin to cover them before settling beside Alan. Alan also noticed the subtle movements of Xiaoqiu, and he couldn't help but admit that a woman's thoughts are indeed intricate. Recently, He had observed her in silence. What has happened? He inquired directly, without checking on Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu understood that Alan was referring to the fox-like man they had rescued. There isn't much to report. After enduring prolonged hunger and exhaustion, I administered some nutritional solution, and he is still asleep, she replied. Ah, that is reassuring. Xiao Qiu, you bear the burden well. As you are the only one on board with any medical knowledge, Alan remarked, casting a glance at her. Ah, Captain, please do not be overly courteous. This is merely my duty, Xiao Qiu responded, feeling a bit bashful at receiving praise for the second time. Ha ha ha, you are truly delightful, Xiao Qiu, Alan said, as he withdrew a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Captain, your swordsmanship is remarkable. I heard from Orland that you were quite the master swordsman, Xiao Qiu said, gazing at Alan with admiration. Alan chuckled softly and remarked, the great swordsman? I have yet to reach that level. A few years ago, I was already capable of executing soaring slashes. Though my strength has been steadily increasing, I still find myself quite distant from the true great swordsmen. The real masters, like the one from last night, possess the power to cleave an entire island in two. Are the great swordsmen truly that formidable? Xiao Qiu inquired, astonished. Indeed, there are countless formidable individuals across these seas, many of whom surpass my own abilities, Alan said, exhaling a thick plume of smoke with a sense of resignation. Yes, when I lived in the town, I was merely a doctor. Pirates would often invade, and I would follow my parents, learning the art of healing and our family's swordsmanship, engaging in battles against pirates on numerous occasions, until the last time they captured me, when you and Brother Orland rescued me, Xiao Qiu expressed, a hint of sadness in her voice. All that is behind us now. What matters is to train diligently and grow stronger, so that my parents can rest easy. Alan comforted, gently ruffling Xiao Qiu's hair. So, do you have any dreams? In the past, I aspired to learn medicine and become an exceptional doctor, healing every patient in the town. Now, I wish to evolve into an even better doctor and warrior, ensuring the health and safety of our captain and comrades. Serving as your steadfast support, Xiao Qiu replied, her spirits lifting as she smiled. And you, Captain? What are your dreams? Ah, I too have aspirations. I yearn to become the world's greatest swordsman, the strongest person alive, so that I may protect my comrades, Roy declared with a grin. To our dreams. Alan lifted the bottle, and Xiao Qiu did the same, their bottles clinking together with a cheerful sound. Ha. The two were aboard the vessel, engaged in lively conversation, while Alan kept a watchful eye on the compass in Jin's hand. At the slightest deviation from their course, he would take the helm. Presently, Alan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After all, humans are inherently social beings. To be surrounded by friends, to have a circle of companions upon whom one can rely for life's journey, is perhaps the most significant aspect of existence. Ultimately, we are social creatures, not mere automatons or solitary wolves. We crave societal acknowledgement and seek to integrate into the fabric of community. Alan has also garnered recognition and has integrated into a small community. Chapter 127, Kinmoayin. These individuals remained in slumber until the evening, stirring only as the sun began its descent, nearly vanishing beyond the horizon. At last, Alan and Xiao Qiu could find a moment of respite, as Lias and Orland took turns overseeing the vessel. The following morning, after a brief wash and tidying up, they relieved Orland from his night watch, allowing him to rest peacefully, having already prepared provisions before his slumber. The sun had yet to ascend high in the sky when Xiao Qiu burst forth from the cabin, exclaiming, Captain, that fellow has awakened. Awakened? That is splendid news. Come, let us see, replied Alan, who, upon hearing that the foxman, who had been in slumber for 2 days, had finally stirred, ceased his meditation and followed Xiao Qiu into the cabin. The foxman on the bed appeared somewhat frail, a testament to the torment he had endured for what seemed an extended period, his body still lacking vigor. After a brief exchange, Alan learned that the foxman's name was Jinmu Ling, a member of the fur tribe, trapped on the island for over a month. Had it not been for Alan hearing his cries for help, he may have met a fate of eternal slumber there. This young fox, Jinmu Ling, merely 17 years of age, had descended from an elephant at the age of 14, subsequently following an elder of the fur tribe to the territory of Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. As a mutant of his kind, he had inadvertently consumed a rare paramecia-type devil fruit, known as the Nyen fruit. Upon consumption, it enables one to wield a form of telekinesis, controlling thoughts as a means of attack. His intellect is quite sharp, and this fruit, which retains its shape after being ingested, suits him perfectly. he has adeptly developed its potential, resulting in a significant enhancement of his combat abilities within the Big Mom pirates. However, he harbors a profound fear of injury and pain, yet he is deeply passionate about the fruit's powers. Since arriving at Zoe, he has neglected his training, often succumbing to laziness, as his thoughts have become entirely consumed by the capabilities of the devil fruit. Consequently, although he has yet to master Haki, his proficiency in observation Haki combined with the fruit's powers renders him formidable. Moreover, his telekinetic fruit boasts remarkable control over minute substances, allowing him to create exquisite confections on the island, which endears him to Big Mom. Yet, Big Mom is prone to bouts of hunger pangs and tyrannical rule. He initially believed he had found a place that suited him, a place he cherished, known as Whole Cake Island. As one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom's territory is inhabited by a myriad of races, including giants, longhands, and fur folk, representing a vibrant tapestry of diversity. Upon descending from Zoe, Kin Eamon learned of this enchanting locale and arrived with great hope. His combat prowess and exceptional confectionery skills quickly garnered the admiration of the Big Mom pirates and Big Mom herself, elevating him to a position of minister. He once thought he had found favor, resolving to remain and assist Big Mom. In his eyes, Big Mom was not the cruel figure depicted by outsiders, but rather a benevolent woman who cared for her subordinates and cherished her children. However, everything changed one fateful day when he visited Cake Island, eagerly presenting his newly developed sweets to Big Mom, only to be met with a frenzied assault driven by her insatiable hunger. In an instant, the island was engulfed in chaos, and friends and companions he had grown close to were ruthlessly slain by Big Mom, transforming her from a kindly figure into a monstrous demon. This sudden shift shattered his faith, leaving him bewildered and contemplating escape from Whole Cake Island. The catalyst for his departure occurred over 3 months ago when Big Mom, wishing to express her regard for him, decreed that he marry her 36th daughter, Charlotte Flamp, to prepare for the wedding feast. She ordered a massacre within Whole Cake Island to procure ingredients for a perfect wedding cake, a demand that his kind heart could not accept. Moreover, Charlotte Flamp is an extreme brocon, idolizing katakuri and being the most adored girl in the family, adorable yet temperamental. She delights in using blow darts for surprise attacks and looks down on handsome men like him, believing they should emulate her brother Katakuri. Although he harbors an affection for older girls and enjoys teasing people, Charlotte Flamp is merely a 12-year-old girl, and he harbored no such thoughts. As an anomalous fur folk, he cherishes his white fur and dedicates considerable time to its grooming, leading him to avoid interactions with such a young girl. Consequently, he faced her disdain and teasing, fostering a strong dislike for her. Now, with so many lives lost and the added burden of being forced to marry someone he detests, he vehemently opposed the news, only to be silenced. After several failed escape attempts, he was ultimately confined. Desperate to escape this nightmarish existence, he endured humiliation until 3 days before the wedding, when a family minister removed the sea prism stone that bound him, granting him a chance. One night, he incapacitated his guard and fled, utilizing the powers of his devil fruit to commandeer a ship. After numerous adventures, he learned of a treasure map from a pirate crew and, driven by curiosity, stealthily followed them. This led him back to the island, where, despite his youth, he harbored grand ambitions. Upon encountering a butterfly man, he mistakenly perceived him as a woman and, in an attempt to impress, showcased his fruit's abilities. However, he was soon ensnared by the butterfly man's illusion and shackled with sea prism stone. Initially, they compelled him to dig while still chained, but the sea prism stone sapped his strength, rendering him incapable of performing strenuous labor. Ultimately, the pirates discarded him in a cell. At first, they would occasionally bring him food and water, but as they struck a critical point in their excavation, he was forgotten. Had he not heard the sounds of a struggle from the cave's entrance and called for help, he might have perished there. Grateful to Alan for rescuing him, he expressed his thanks profusely, overwhelmed by the warmth of human kindness after such a long absence from home. Alan, finding Kin Eamon's incessant chatter unbearable, instructed Xiao Qiu to look after him before hastily departing. In a few days, Kin Eamon had nearly recovered and was able to move about normally. Still at sea, residing on the ship, he gradually integrated into this small crew of 4 and quickly bonded with Rias and Xiao Qiu due to his effervescent personality. During these days, he learned much about Captain Alan and Chef Orland. He discovered that Alan preferred tranquility and had an intrinsic love for training, often seen practicing swordsmanship or using various equipment on board. Orland, devoted to culinary arts, resonated well with Kin Eamon, who had honed his dessert-making skills while with Big Mom's crew, leading to frequent collaborations between the two. Alan observed their interactions keenly, understanding Kin Eamon's character through subtle actions. It was evident that he was not merely a notable bounty hunter, unworthy of drawing such attention aboard his ship. Kin Eamon, aside from his penchant for mischief and his fondness for Xiao, had no significant flaws. His striking white fur and youthful visage endeared him to many, save for Xiao, who found him insufferable due to his incessant prattling. Eventually, she could tolerate it no more and decisively put him in his place, which led to a semblance of peace. Through their shared experiences, Kin Eamon unwittingly became the fifth member of Alan's crew. Though unspoken, the dynamics among them shifted significantly. After sailing for a fortnight, they beheld a magnificent city rising from the sea, their intended destination, the renowned shipbuilding haven, Water 7. Chapter 128, Water 7. Water 7, also known as the City of Water or the Seven Water Islands, is a thriving center for shipbuilding. Its waterways are intricate, featuring not only surface transport, but also canals that descend from the heights of the city. The local inhabitants raise a creature known as buru to facilitate waterborne transport. In addition to its utility for maritime transportation, the sturdy brew can also assist in relocation endeavors. The rental fee for a compact brew equipped with dual seating is 1,000 Baileys. The urban dwellings beneath the waterways serve as their sanctuary. Due to the annual onslaught of a colossal tsunami named Aqua Lagna that engulfs the entire city, the local inhabitants remain particularly vigilant regarding meteorological reports pertaining to the deities of water, ensuring they are well prepared for disaster before the arrival of these divine entities. Temporary shelters are provided for the populace on the island. Moreover, following the deity's assault on the water city, a high concentration of sea salt is left upon the eaves of each household, which the residents utilize in their culinary endeavors. A local delicacy known as water meat, favored by the bovine fish, proves to be a delectable snack. The Water City hosts a masquerade carnival on designated days, during which the residents don masks to adorn themselves. It is here that the legendary pirate King Roger's vessel, the Oro Jackson, was constructed, as well as Luffy's subsequent Thousand Sunny. Furthermore, 8 centuries ago, the 3 ancient weapons were forged by the island's shipwrights, possessing the astonishing capability to obliterate an entire island with a single shot. Proximity to Judicial Island fosters a thriving shipbuilding industry, attracting numerous pirates, Navy personnel, and merchants, thereby bolstering the island's economy, especially after Tom introduced the sea train. Such a place offers the opportunity to exchange gold coins from aboard for tangible vessels of one's own. Thus, the 2 chests of gold coins previously acquired would find excellent utility here. This is indeed Water 7, a sight to behold. Standing on the deck, Laius gazed in awe at the city emerging on the horizon, accompanied by Xiao, both extending their necks to catch a glimpse of the distant Water 7. Is this city built upon the sea, Captain? Xiao inquired, turning to Alan. It is said to rest upon a foundation submerged beneath the ocean, Alan replied. How impressive! Laius and Xiao exclaimed in unison. As the vessel advanced, the maritime city drew ever closer. Beep! With a resounding blast of the horn, a lengthy train materialized in their line of sight, traversing the ocean. Is that possible? A train on the sea? Xiao exclaimed. Quick, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Ah, you really did pinch me. This marked the first encounter for the two with a train navigating the ocean, their mouths agape in astonishment. While Orland and Aya exchanged knowing smiles. They too had witnessed the sea train before and had reacted similarly upon their first sighting. A sea train, indeed. Alan also marveled. Having previously only seen trains traversing the sea in anime, yet witnessing it in reality left him utterly astonished. He couldn't help but admire the remarkable skills of the elusive Master Tom. Captain, there are numerous identical ships docked at the port, Orland exclaimed from the lookout tower. It appears to be a naval fleet. A naval fleet? What brings them here? Alan mused curiously, focusing his gaze in that direction. Indeed, there were dozens of naval warships anchored, their masts adorned with the unmistakable naval seagull flag. Captain, do we need to change ports? Laius inquired nervously. After all, those were naval forces, and their numbers were formidable, complemented by an array of long-range artillery, a significant threat. This was Laius's first encounter with such a substantial naval presence. And he momentarily forgot that he was not a pirate. Change to what? We are not pirates. In fact, encountering the Navy provides us the perfect opportunity to hand over a few pirates on our ship and collect the bounty. Alan glanced at Laius, speaking with an air of indifference. Right, we are not pirates. The Navy has no reason to act against us. We are bounty hunters. Our concern should be pirates. Not the Navy, Laius and the others finally recalled, realizing their status exempted them from any Navy pursuit. It was essential to understand that in a world filled with bounty hunters, if the Navy were to initiate an attack against them, it would raise eyebrows among all bounty hunters. The port of Water 7 was bustling with activity. Dozens of warships lay anchored, with the largest among them slightly smaller than the slave ship they had encountered before, measuring at least 150 to 160 meters in length. From the lookout tower, a naval officer was scanning the surroundings with a telescope. Suddenly, he spotted a vessel approaching, only a third the size of a warship, curiously lacking any flag. This was quite unusual. No pirate crew on the high seas would dare sail without their flag, as it would invite disdain from all other pirates. Every crew had its unique insignia. Thus, the absence of a flag indicated it was not a pirate ship. "Sir, an unidentified vessel is heading our way." The lookout called down to the deck. A middle-aged officer in a suit rose from his chair on the deck. An unidentified vessel? He frowned, taking the telescope from his aide. Upon peering through it, he confirmed that indeed a flagless ship was approaching them. Could it be? As he spotted a figure standing at the bow, a man with a 7-star sword slung across his back, the officer felt a strange sense of familiarity. Indeed, it's him. The middle-aged officer pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled that the true perpetrator behind the demise of the blood-red man-eating flower, previously investigated by the Navy, was none other than the bounty hunter, Sword Soul Gaia Allen. Currently, there had been no bounty placed on this individual by the headquarters, although they possessed considerable intelligence regarding him. Since his emergence from the East Sea, he had been engaged in the extermination of pirates without posing any threat to civilians. Reports submitted by Smoker from Logtown indicated that he was indeed a commendable character, though the reasons for his reluctance to join the Navy remained unclear. The confrontation with the slave ship had revealed that his combat prowess was far greater than initially anticipated. "Since he is not a pirate, we shall leave him be. Do not provoke him," the officer instructed as he returned the telescope to his aide, advising the crew to temporarily disregard the man. Under the watchful eyes of the Navy warship, Allen and his companions docked at the port where the Navy was stationed. With the naval fleet present, their vessel would be considerably safer. Once they arrived on the island and constructed a new ship, they could easily transfer their belongings. The presence of the Navy ensured that no audacious pirates would dare to cause trouble. Upon reaching the shore, in accordance with their prior arrangement, the five divided into two groups to disembark. The scene shifted back to the previous night, where Allen and Orland were keeping watch. Victoria said, "We shall reach Water 7 tomorrow." "Orland, there is a task I need you to undertake," Allen remarked to Orland during the quiet hours of the night while the others slept. "What is it, Captain?" Orland inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Upon our arrival at Water 7, you and Kinneman should take a box of gold coins to exchange for berries," Allen replied, lighting a cigarette. "Excuse me? Are you implying?" Orland began to grasp Allen's concerns. "Precisely. Be vigilant tomorrow. If anything arises, inform me via the transponder snail and exercise caution," Allen advised. As they were set to arrive at Water 7, it presented the perfect opportunity to convert their 2 boxes of gold coins into berries and procure a ship that belonged solely to them. Although Allen had discerned Kinneman's character since his boarding, it was essential to remember that this was not merely a game. One could not simply allow anyone to join their ranks. That box of gold was worth several 100 million berries, and by dividing the task among 2 groups, Allen could gauge Kinneman's integrity in the face of such a substantial sum while he himself remained absent. Allen's most trusted companion aboard the ship was Orland. Together, they had weathered numerous trials, and while Allen had yet to grasp the essence of their current predicament, Orland had already discerned his captain's intentions. "Captain, I understand. Leave this matter to me," Orland assured him. Upon disembarking, Allen, accompanied by Laius and Xiao Qiu, ventured to the left with a chest of gold coins, while Orland, alongside Kimikuaki, took the right path. Chapter 129. The exchange of gold. In the heart of the Water City, there existed a gold exchange known as the Gold. The establishment boasted a spacious interior filled with numerous counters, and several rooms bore the inscription VIP upon their doors, indicating that this was indeed a prestigious venue. Allen, accompanied by Laius and Xiao Qiu, approached the deserted counter number 4, where Laius carried a box of gold coins upon his back. The receptionist at counter 4 was a rather attractive young lady, who, upon noticing Allen and his companions, politely inquired, "May I assist you with something?" Allen remained silent, merely gesturing to Laius before taking the treasure chest from his back. Upon opening it, he directly inquired, "We have a substantial amount of gold to exchange. Can you facilitate this? Such an abundance of coins. Am I dreaming?" The young receptionist gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had never encountered such a quantity of gold, and its apparent purity was remarkable. If not for her lack of combat skills and the intimidating presence of the man wielding a large sword, she might have entertained the thought of seizing the coins for herself. However, she quickly dismissed such fantasies and nervously replied, "I apologize, this is beyond my authority. I will fetch the manager." With that, she hurried off. In the manager's office, there was a loud knock, and the door swung open forcefully. "Manager, there is someone outside wishing to sell gold, and it's an entire chest of coins, such a large chest." The receptionist animatedly gestured to illustrate the size of the treasure to the manager. "How much?" Initially startled by the sudden intrusion, the manager was prepared to reprimand her. But upon seeing her enthusiastic gestures, he too was taken aback by the sheer volume of gold. He exclaimed, "What are you still doing here? Go escort the guests to the VIP room immediately, and serve the finest tea." Yes, I will do that right away." The young girl turned and dashed out. Before long, Alan and his companions were respectfully ushered into a VIP room by the young receptionist. Alan led Lias and Xiaoqiu to sit directly on the sofa, with Alan appropriately occupying the central position. He placed a chest filled with gold coins on the coffee table in front of the sofa. The young lady who was attending them quickly brought several cups of tea, which indeed lived up to the manager's praise for its quality, emanating a rich fragrance. "Oh, this tea smells delightful. Xiaoqiu, make sure to buy some of this when we head back," Alan remarked after tasting a sip. "It also has a wonderful flavor." "Understood, Captain," Xiaoqiu replied. "Haha, it seems our guest is quite an aficionado of fine tea." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, white shirt, and black leather shoes, who entered with a hearty laugh. "This is the fragrant Maofeng tea from the North Sea. It not only smells exquisite but tastes delightful as well." The middle-aged man introduced the tea in Alan's possession. Fragrant tea is among the finest in the world, originating from the North Sea, beloved by both the aristocracy and nobility of various kingdoms, as well as by navies and pirates alike. However, this tea is exceedingly costly, with a pound fetching at least 1,000,000 or even 10 million berries, and it is quite rare due to its immense popularity. "Greetings, esteemed guests. I am the manager of the gold. My name is Duralji," the newcomer introduced himself, displaying a respectful demeanor. "We are honored to have you here at our establishment. All right, enough pleasantries. Let us get to the appraisal. If I am satisfied, I will purchase it directly." Alan, disinterested in the manager's formalities, had heard such phrases all too often in his previous life. "Absolutely," Duralji replied, undeterred, confidently patting his chest. Observe the texture, the purity, the sense of antiquity. As he examined the coins with a magnifying glass, the manager continuously marveled, nearly leaning over the table in fascination. This entire chest is filled with gold coins, and considering their age, they are over a century old and could be sold as antiques. Watching the manager's infatuated expression, Xiaoqiu grew impatient and slammed her hand on the coffee table. "Have you seen enough? What is their value? Speak up." Yes, I'm looking." Duralji, startled by her sudden outburst, wiped the corner of his mouth where drool had gathered. "I have assessed it. This batch of gold, in terms of texture, color, and antiquity, is nearly flawless." "Enough with the chatter. What is it worth?" Xiaoqiu promptly interrupted his lengthy discourse. 200 million berries." The manager cautiously glanced at Alan and the others before revealing the figure. 200 million? Alan, who had been savoring his tea, set down his cup and gave the manager a sidelong glance. "Oh, you believe this batch of coins is only worth 200 million berries?" After Alan released his grip on the cup, he gradually pressed his right hand onto the coffee table, exerting force until several fissures began to appear. A chilling aura emanated from him. Observing Alan's actions, Xiaoqiu also withdrew her umbrella, while Lias rose from the sofa. Was this manager attempting to embezzle our gold? The manager, Duralji, was visibly intimidated by Alan's presence, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead and face. Although these individuals appeared harmless, the palpable aura of menace they exuded was profoundly unsettling. "I misspoke. It's not 200 million. It's 3. No, it's 500 million Bailey," Duralji lamented, his face a mask of despair as he struggled to raise the price to 300 million, ultimately acquiescing to a painful increase to 500 million Bailey. 500 million Bailey. Alan and his companions' eyes lit up with satisfaction as they nodded in approval, settling back onto the sofa. Lias and Xiaoqiu gazed at Alan with admiration. The captain was truly remarkable. With just a few simple gestures, He had effortlessly amassed a staggering sum of 500 million berries. Excellent, you have done well. Take the money, Alan remarked, waving his hand while seated on the sofa. All right, I will fetch it immediately, Doral replied, his expression grim as he retrieved his din-din mushy from his pocket, instructing the outside personnel to bring the money to the entrance of the gold. We look forward to your next visit. The manager managed to force a strained smile, overwhelmed by the formidable presence of these individuals, and dared not resist under such pressure. Oh, stop smiling. It's truly unappealing. Let's go, Xiaoqiu said dismissively, waving her hand in disdain. Alan merely smiled without uttering a word, since Bailey had already acquired the rewards. Applying a little pressure resulted in an impressive increase in Bailey's wealth. Consequently, the trio departed, having exchanged their large trunk for 2 sizable suitcases and a smaller one. 2 of the suitcases, containing 200 million berries, were held by Alan and Rias, while a smaller one, containing 100 million berries, was carried by Little Chiu. Meanwhile, Orland and Jean Muling also converted their treasure chest into berries. However, they received 100 million berries less than Alan's group. Moreover, Ling did not exhibit the troubling behavior that Alan had feared, indicating that she genuinely wished to join their ranks. Alan was certain that this news would bring him great joy, as he had gained another companion, making their maritime journey all the more exhilarating. However, an unexpected event transpired. The news of Alan and his companions exchanging gold spread swiftly. An unknown pirate crew had sold billions worth of gold on the island, and now they possessed a fortune in cash. The velocity of this information's dissemination was remarkable, and it wasn't long before many became aware of it. In various locations, be it within a tavern, aboard a pirate ship, or in a hotel room, both the island's gangs and bounty hunters had caught wind of the revelation. Unbeknownst to many, a tide of change surged through the air, altering the atmosphere of the entire water city. Chapter 130, The Leak an hour later. In the bustling commercial district of the island, Alan and his companions were enjoying a leisurely stroll. The marketplace of Water City was vibrant and bustling with activity. With their newfound wealth, they embarked on a shopping spree. Exquisite accessories, acquired. Delectable treats, purchased. Amusing trinkets, secured. The mantra here was simple: buy, buy, buy. Having donned an entirely new attire, the trio's beaming smiles had yet to fade. On the streets, numerous individuals donned masks. Hey, Captain, why are there so many people wearing masks? Little Chiu asked, pointing at the masked figures while seated on a large blue vessel. Well, this, It should be something akin to a masked carnival or festival, which is why they are wearing masks, Alan pondered briefly before responding. It's likely a unique celebration exclusive to the island, where residents and visitors alike don masks. Really? That sounds so intriguing. Captain, should we go and see? Little Chiu expressed with a hint of anticipation, gesturing towards the masked crowd. Let us head out. It indeed looks fascinating. Whatever catches our eye, we shall purchase. We are not short on funds, Alan declared grandly, believing that having wealth without spending it would be a missed opportunity. As the large vessel docked under Lias's guidance, the trio disembarked. However, before they could reach the stall selling masks, they were confronted by 6 burly men who blocked their path, exuding an intimidating presence that suggested ill intentions. Excuse us, could you please step aside? You're blocking the way, Alan said, somewhat perplexed by their demeanor, and waved his hand in annoyance. Well, quite the arrogant one, aren't you? One of the large men brandished a handgun from his waist, pointing it at Alan with a sneer. Hand over the suitcase you're carrying, or we'll put a bullet through your heads. Suitcase? Alan glanced down at the black case in his hand, his brow furrowing in concern. How did these thugs know? During the transaction, only the exchange house and his party were present. Could it be that someone from the exchange had leaked the information? Or perhaps something had gone awry on Orland's side? Following closely behind Alan, Lias and Xiaoqiu also realized that the news had leaked. However, how dare you point a gun at our esteemed captain? Where have you placed us? Though the captain had yet to speak, they were prepared for combat at any moment. Hey, since you have drawn your weapon, are you ready to embrace death? Alan asked, his expression stern and unwavering. Regardless of who had disseminated this information, now that weapons were drawn, one should be prepared to meet their demise. What nonsense are you spouting? The burly man with the gun bellowed in a fit of rage. Bang. Lias drew an ivory pistol from his lower back and shot the man squarely in the forehead. This was the very gun Lias had pestered Alan to obtain, and today marked his first time taking a life, his face now etched with ferocity. Do you think you can point a gun at just anyone? Bastard. The gunman's eyes widened in disbelief before he collapsed backward, a gaping wound the size of a fist appearing on his forehead, blood oozing from it, while smoke curled from the muzzle of Lias's gun. Ah, someone has been murdered. Run, run, someone has been killed. How terrifying. Instantly, the streets filled with masked bystanders who, upon witnessing Lias's brazen act of violence, froze momentarily before erupting into chaos, fleeing in all directions in fear of becoming the next victim. You madman. Oh. Ah, how dare you commit murder in public? You fool, aren't you afraid of attracting the Navy? Damn it, if the Navy arrives, we're all done for. The remaining few blocking the road looked at the seemingly gentle Lias in horror, astonished that this delicate-looking youth could be so ruthless. Clang. Xiao Qiu drew her weapon from beneath her umbrella, her expression dark as she demanded, "Speak. How did you know there was money in our suitcase? If you don't answer, I will chop you up one by one." Hearing this petite woman, who stood less than 5 3 inches, utter such threats, the glint of her sword emanating from the umbrella made them swallow hard, their faces pale with terror. "We are members of the giant stone pirates. Do you dare to kill us? Aren't you afraid of our revenge?" shouted a burly man with an explosion of hair, his bravado faltering. With a swift sound, the man crumpled to the ground, a thin line of blood appearing at his throat. "Incorrect answer," Xiao Qiu said calmly, retracting her sword. The remaining 4 were now so terrified they could hardly speak. This woman was merciless, striking without hesitation, and her swordsmanship was such that they knew they could not contend with her even together. "For the last time, how did you find out?" Xiao Qiu flicked the blood from the tip of her sword and inquired. The remaining 4 fell into silence for a moment, before one of them, feigning bravado, declared, "You wretched creature, you have slain us, and the brothers of the stone giant pirate crew shall surely avenge our deaths." In truth, they were not unafraid of death. Deep down, they understood that even if they spoke bravely, their adversaries would not spare them. It was preferable to display a semblance of courage, lest their captain decide to show them no mercy. To be underestimated by this woman was far from the pirate's code. "Oh, how audacious," Alan remarked flippantly, disregarding the others as he strode ahead. As Alan was about to depart, the sword hidden within the umbrella held by Xiao Qiu began to flicker with movement, producing a series of faint sounds as subtle ripples danced through the air. Simultaneously, a scream of agony erupted from the private, as each individual bore a blood mark on their neck that mirrored that of the previous victim. "Very well, let us return," Alan commanded with a wave of his hand. At the port, on the foremost deck of the largest naval vessel, Rear Admiral Mole approached, clad in a coat of justice and a white checkered suit. "Something has transpired in the city," he announced. The lounging Mole, the very admiral who had recognized Alan earlier, spoke in a languid tone. "Ah, Major Paris, what troubles you? It must pertain to that earlier incident, I presume?" "Indeed. It seems a rumor has circulated through the city, alleging that a pirate crew exchanged over $1 billion in gold at Water City, and they now possess over $1 billion in cash. Just moments ago, the giant stone pirates attempted to seize their fortune, only to be ruthlessly slain in the streets by these individuals, who we suspect to be the bounty hunter Gaia Allen and his associates." He paused, then inquired, "So, Rear Admiral Mole, do we need to intervene in this matter?" Paris, a 43-year-old Rear Admiral of the Navy, skilled in swordplay and martial arts, had arrived at Water City under the leadership of Rear Admiral Mole to pursue the Golden Ring pirates who had fled from the New World. The fleet had paused there to recuperate while awaiting orders from headquarters. "What a headache," Mole mused. "Those fools are clearly unaware of the danger. Gaia Allen is not to be trifled with. Moreover, our Navy is stationed nearby, and yet they dare to stir trouble. However, given the circumstances, it would be remiss for us not to intervene." Rising from his seat, Mole commanded, "In that case, you and Dre shall investigate." "Understood. These individuals should not pose a challenge to the bounty hunter, and you can merely handle the aftermath." Paris replied affirmatively, turning to depart. Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the port as a battalion of Navy personnel began to assemble. The air was thick with a palpable tension, indicating that these were undoubtedly the elite forces from headquarters. Leading the charge were Major Paris and Major Drays. Chapter 131. Preparations to clear the trash drays. A 34-year-old Rear Admiral renowned for his prowess in martial arts stood at the forefront of the formation, his impatience evident. Knowing full well that a Navy fleet is nearby, they still choose to provoke trouble. "What utter foolishness!" he exclaimed. "A bunch of fools blinded by gold. That bounty hunter is not to be trifled with. And this is nothing but a waste of our time." Paris mirrored his displeasure, recognizing that some individuals in the world simply fail to grasp the gravity of their situation. As their conversation unfolded, a throng of over 1,000 individuals swiftly congregated on the vacant land by the shore. Upon witnessing the assembly of the crowd, the two rear admirals exchanged no further words and led their forces into the Water City. Within the confines of Water City, chaos erupted. Bang! Bang! Die! Roared the assailants. Quick, charge ahead and seize the money. Before the Navy arrives, eliminate them all. Together, let us advance. The central street of the Seven Water City became a cacophony of gunfire and battle cries as hundreds of fierce and malevolent figures surged forth, weapons in hand. In an instant, a semicircular arc of slashing force expanded along the main thoroughfare. This was Alan's sword-drawing strike. The blow swept with unparalleled might, shattering houses and sending the crowd into a frenzied state of bloodshed and collapse. In the blink of an eye, the street lay in disarray, with countless individuals sprawled upon the ground, their fates uncertain. What a reckless bunch, Alan mused, retracting his seven-star sword, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Captain, we have split into two groups to exchange for gold. It appears that someone has leaked this information, remarked Xiaoqiu, approaching with an umbrella. Her brow slightly furrowed and her beautiful eyes filled with displeasure. Indeed, it is plausible. Given the absence of prior battle sounds, it seems someone has intentionally divulged this information. Analyzed Laius, approaching with a pistol in hand, his expression one of concern. Alan also contemplated this matter. Only the 5 individuals aboard their vessel were privy to the existence of those 2 chests of gold. It was inconceivable for anyone else to be aware of it, as the naval stronghold had suffered near total annihilation, with the sole exception of Kimiku Aya. Alan contemplated the charming mutated fur tribe, while Orland had not sent any news. Could something have gone awry there? Perhaps the information leaked from the exchange office? After all, such a substantial amount of gold, for which he had also ensnared that manager, might understandably cause some discontent. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. For now, he resolved to return with the money and subsequently confront those individuals. With a cold huff, Alan positioned the 7-star sword at an angle before him and swung it upward toward the opposite riverbank. A resounding boom echoed as an immense slash surged toward the bank, sending those hiding in the alley flying, regardless of how the information had been divulged. Those who dared to interfere with their plans would face dire consequences. As the sounds of various screams filled the air, Alan, unfazed, turned to leave with Xiaoqiu and Laius. On the return journey, they encountered numerous assassination attempts, gunmen, artillery, and even those attempting direct ambushes. Yet, Alan's keen observation allowed him to detect every threat before they could act, swiftly dispatching them all. None of these assailants posed any real challenge. Not a single one possessed the power of a devil fruit, appearing to be mere cannon fodder. One swordsman, unable to even cut through iron, foolishly approached, only to be pierced by Xiaoqiu, rendering him a mere hedgehog. The path was littered with the remnants of gunfire and blade, with bloodied corpses strewn about. Not far from the waterway, atop a building, stood dozens of pirates, each bearing different weapons, their eyes fixed on a certain individual in the distance, their expressions twisted in terror. Captain Sable, we have already lost over 100 men. A bald pirate spoke with difficulty, his legs trembling. Damn it. The man known as Captain Sable bore a scar that sliced from his neck to his waist, his bare chest displaying a large stone tattoo, his face etched with profound fear. This guy truly is a monster. Captain, that fellow appeared from nowhere. It's terrifying. Should we still engage? Another pirate asked, visibly shaking. Engage? Why wouldn't we? Sable's eyes widened, his expression turning grotesque as he shouted almost hysterically. So what if he is a monster? I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 90 million. We have 500 men, even if 100 fall. 400 remain. I refuse to believe we cannot kill them with our guns and cannons. If we eliminate them, that's over 1 billion berries, all ours. Charge. We must do whatever it takes to take down that bastard. Sable concluded, drawing his pistol in a fit of rage. Let us go? Over 10 billion berries. The pirates rallied, echoing the captain's fervor. With our numbers, we are surely capable of vanquishing that detestable beast. Enticed by the cacophony of their captain's fervent shouts and the allure of a staggering bounty of over 1 billion berries, these pirates, in unison, raised their blades and, alongside Sable, erupted in a furious roar, charging forth like a tempest. The clamor reached Alan's ears. A mere bounty of 90 million. Do they truly seek their demise? Captain! Captain Alan! 2 voices called out from behind, and upon turning, Alan and his companions beheld Orland and Kinmikaya, the other two who had ventured to exchange gold. Their garments bore numerous stains of blood, indicating they had also endured a fierce confrontation. It seemed there were indeed many who would risk their lives for wealth. Observing the slightly disheveled appearance of the two, Alan felt a surge of displeasure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Those ruffians were truly infuriating, akin to rabid dogs. Wiping the blood from his face, Orland mirrored his discontent. Following Alan's instructions, he and Kinmaku-aya had separately gone to another location to exchange the gold, with the intention of gauging Kinmaku-aya's performance. Unexpectedly, as they strolled along the street after completing the exchange, they were suddenly ambushed. Although the assailants were of little consequence, their persistence was as bothersome as flies, resulting in the demise of dozens along their path. The two soon sensed that something was amiss and hastily abandoned their pursuers to seek out Alan. Alan and Orland exchanged a fleeting glance, while Jinmu-ayan followed closely behind Orland along the path, betraying not a hint of suspicion. It appeared he was not an envoy from another party. Everything seemed to align with what he had previously conveyed. Alan subtly nodded to Orland and then remarked, "Greed is the original sin. Those ensnared by avarice can no longer discern their own capabilities. If they seek their demise, then we shall be responsible for guiding them on their journey." "What shall we do, Captain?" Orland inquired. "Do you ask?" Alan pondered for a moment before casting his gaze upon the pirates rushing towards them. "Orland, take Xiaoqiu, Rias, and Ling and return with the suitcase. I shall handle matters here. It seems my reputation is still too modest. I am somewhat incensed now. It is time to purge the refuse of Water City and demonstrate that Gaia Allen is indeed the mightiest bounty hunter." "But Captain, you will be alone." Xiaoqiu expressed concern. "How can we allow our captain to face danger unaccompanied? What use are we as crew members?" "Fret not. We must place our trust in the captain. Let us go," Orland declared as he grasped the suitcase and made his way towards the harbor. Understanding that the captain was already irked and that his strength was not something they needed to worry about. "Go on. I do not wish for you to be concerned," Alan said with a smile, before returning to his icy demeanor. Xiaoqiu and the others hesitated briefly before departing alongside Orland. Alan observed the reckless pirate charging towards him. Pondering the multitude of individuals in this world who fail to recognize their own limitations, they truly believe that with their meager strength, they can take a gamble, vanquish a formidable opponent, and thereby attain renown. Allow me, Alan, to impart a lesson to you all. While harboring such dreams is commendable, one must ultimately confront the harshness of reality. Chapter 132. Confronting the gale. Alan brandished the seven-star sword, a faint smile gracing his face as he gazed upon the approaching crowd. "If that is the case, allow me to be your guide to hell." Yet, this smile appeared rather peculiar. "Slay them, for the sake of billions of berries. Charge. That fortune belongs to me." A deafening roar of battle cries erupted as hundreds of pirates, each with distinct appearances and adorned with the emblem of the rock giant pirates etched on their arms, chests, or backs, surged forth, their faces twisted in ferocity. It is time for the world to know the name of Gaia Allen. Alan's eyes widened, and an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped him. His coat billowed without wind, and with the seven-star sword in hand, he charged into the crowd. Raging dragon slash. He plunged into the throng with the ferocity of a dragon, executing horizontal cleaves, diagonal strikes, and upward thrusts, instantly shrouding the masses in a haze of blood and carnage. Each attack claimed at least one life, as the bluestone pavement beneath them began to shatter and the buildings lining the street crumbled under the sheer force, mercilessly slaying and wounding swathes of pirates. What is this? No, no. This is the power of a grand swordsman. I do not wish to die. Under the relentless swings of Alan's seven-star sword, not a single pirate could withstand the onslaught. The ground was littered with groaning and wailing figures. When the onslaught subsided, only Alan remained standing amidst the devastation. The central street of the Water City lay in ruins, with countless pirates sprawled across the shattered pavement and collapsed buildings, their breath shallow and labored. Alan shook off the blood from the seven-star sword and, content with the devastation he had wrought, slung it back over his shoulder. This was merely a restrained display of his power. Had he unleashed his full potential, the destruction would have been far more severe. Following his defeat by Crocodile, Alan placed greater emphasis on his swordsmanship. His mastery of haki and physical prowess now exponentially superior to before. Although he still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the pinnacle of sword mastery, he was confident that through relentless combat and advancement, that lofty realm was within his grasp. Is this the great swordsman? Indeed, he is a monster. How infuriating, he has slain so many of our brethren. With hundreds of pirates falling once more, The remaining crew felt their fear intensifying, halting their advance. "Curse that bastard. He is but a swordsman." A brawny man with bare arms bellowed, charging forward with a single leap, believing that defeating such an opponent would elevate his notoriety. "Listen well. The one who will slay you is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Rock Pirate Crew, with a bounty of 35 million berries." Before he could finish his proclamation, a figure flashed past him, and the so-called captain of the 2nd Division was cleaved in two before he even hit the ground. "I truly wish not to hear such names," Alan thought to himself, having grown weary of these insignificant braggarts incessantly chattering during battle. "No, it cannot be. Am I seeing things?" That was the captain with a bounty of 35 million berries, and he was slain in a single stroke. Instantly, as the scene unfolded before them, the eyes of the pirates nearly bulged from their sockets. The combat prowess of their captain had been extinguished in an instant. "We still have so many men. He is but one. What is there to fear? Attack." Seeing his subordinates faltering, Sable, the captain of the Rock Pirate Crew, brandished his pistol, rallying his men with fervent shouts. Under his command, the remaining pirates summoned their courage once more and charged forward. Alas, if sheer numbers were enough to confer strength, then the combined might of all the pirates and underworld figures in the world could surely topple the world government. Where would that leave the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords? Such naive individuals, one cannot fathom how they have come this far, Alan mused, shaking his head. Draw and slash. He had anticipated that his display would intimidate them. However, he was taken aback when they dared to approach him once more. Drawing the 7-star sword, he executed a powerful slash aimed at the pirates. A crescent-shaped arc of energy surged forth at remarkable speed, cleaving through the advancing horde of hundreds, leaving them all lifeless, and even devastating the nearby structures in the process. How could this be? How could this be? Staring in astonishment as his subordinate was brutally slain, Sable felt an ominous premonition rise within him. This individual was far beyond the capabilities of his pirate crew. The captain of the Rock Pirate Crew. Sable hailed from the North Sea and had been at sea for 5 years, wielding a colossal stone hammer that had evolved from a boulder. He had reached the Grand Line 3 years prior. Known for his merciless nature and penchant for bloodshed, he relished in wielding his massive hammer to crush his foes, frequently pillaging villages and towns, leaving a trail of slaughtered innocents in his wake. His bounty of 90 million berries was not a testament to his strength, but rather a consequence of his relentless cruelty towards civilians, prompting the Navy to escalate his wanted poster to such an amount. In truth, his combat prowess was utterly lacking. Although a bounty of 90 million berries is among the highest in the Grand Line, save for the supernovas, Sable's case is an exception. It took him 5 years to amass such a sum, clearly indicative of his feeble abilities. In the pirate world, bounties are typically determined by a pirate's strength and the severity of their crimes. Formidable pirates command higher bounties, while those with grievous offenses also attract significant sums, akin to the notorious Luffy and Kid of the worst generation. The likes of the World Destroyer, Bartholomew Kuma, exemplify those with both formidable strength and heinous crimes, resulting in even loftier bounties. It is evident that Sable belongs to the category of the weak yet vicious. "Ah, you wretched little brat, I shall slay you." Sable seemed to sense the scorn in Alan's gaze, interpreting it as a grave insult. With a furious roar, he bellowed, "Charge!" Seizing his iconic massive stone hammer, he charged forward, spurring his crew to follow suit with wild cries. On a distant rooftop, a solitary figure stood tall, bearing a massive cross on his back. His piercing eyes, sharp as an eagle's, seemed to intimidate anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Upon closer inspection, this individual had short black hair, keen eyes reminiscent of a hawk, a neatly trimmed beard, and wore a black top hat adorned with white fur. Clothed in a wine-red patterned jacket, his chest lay bare, and a small yellow cross necklace adorned his neck. The object he bore on his back was not merely a cross, but the formidable black sword, Uru, belonging to the renowned warlord of the sea, Dracul Mihawk. Could that weapon be the fabled sword, the Uru? This man was none other than the bounty hunter who had previously faced Crocodile and fled in defeat. Observing the intent and finesse of his swordsmanship, it was clear he would be a worthy adversary. Were it not for pressing matters, a confrontation would certainly be in order. Mihawk gazed intently at the weapon emanating a green glow for a while, and soon recognized it. While passing through the Water City, he had been drawn in by this formidable sword intent, and subsequently witnessed Alan in the act of vanquishing foes with the 7-star sword. After a careful observation, he discerned that Alan's current prowess was insufficient to challenge him. However, he foresaw that he would undoubtedly become a worthy adversary in the future. He scrutinized Alan's features for a moment longer, committing them to memory before departing. // After executing a decisive // Alan turned away and left the scene. Not glancing back at the chaos unfolding behind him, the remaining pirates, including Saber, had perished beneath the weight of his strike. Alan suddenly turned his gaze toward a distant rooftop, from which an astonishing sword-in-tint had just emanated, though no one was visible at that moment. Who could it be? After scanning the area for a while without spotting anyone, he surmised that the individual had already departed. Nevertheless, that sword-in-tint surely belonged to a formidable swordsman, and it was somewhat regrettable that they had not engaged in battle. Chapter 133, Doc 1, 22 votes requested, having eliminated the excess adversaries. Alan's actions effectively deterred a multitude of envious onlookers, momentarily quelling their greed for the substantial bounty of over 1 billion berries in his possession. Wealth, though abundant, pales in comparison to the value of one's own life. The formidable rock pirates, numbering in the hundreds, had been annihilated by Alan single-handedly. Causing some of the would-be assailants to reconsider their intentions, Alan plunged into the throng, wielding his blade with reckless abandon. The air was thick with the visceral spectacle of flying strikes and spattered blood, an overwhelming assault on the senses. The ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of the rock pirates, alongside the wreckage of shattered buildings, presenting a scene of harrowing devastation. With a metallic clink, he sheathed the 7-star sword at his back, nonchalantly retrieving a lighter and a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it without a care for those around him. He exhaled a satisfying puff of smoke, savoring the moment. After a couple of draws, he flicked the spent cigarette aside and turned toward his ship, leaving behind a chaotic aftermath. Though a few onlookers eyed the substantial bounty with avarice, none dared to approach the port. Well aware that it was a stronghold of the Navy, a place where pirates, bounty hunters, and gangsters tread lightly. The Navy, adhering strictly to the orders of the Commodore, arrived fashionably late, just as depicted in films, to begin the cleanup after Alan's departure, sweeping away the remnants of the pirates and gang members. This intervention contributed to an unexpected tranquility settling over Water City. As for the rock pirates and the gangsters, Alan had little inclination to seek his ship after the carnage. For Water City offered a plethora of vessels to choose from, and with wealth at his disposal, he could indulge in his whims. Alan's recent actions have left him with some unintended consequences. A ship is not merely a vessel, but also contains a wealth of treasures aboard. It is worth noting that although Saval is not particularly formidable, he is undeniably greedy. Otherwise, he would not have frequently plundered villages. The ship certainly harbors a significant amount of gold and silver. However, Alan had overlooked this fact, having previously focused solely on whether the ship was seaworthy. And thus, after dispatching the pirates, he had little inclination to board. Consequently, the riches accumulated by the giant stone pirate crew over the years have been neglected by Alan, now presenting an opportunity for those pirates or bounty hunters seeking to capitalize on the situation. Upon returning to the ship, Alan briefed his companions about the situation and made some preparations. As for the surrounding Navy, he chose to disregard them, as they were not in a position to interfere with him. Recently, the Navy's Grand Fleet had been stationed in Water City for repairs. And apart from a handful of pirates remaining to mend their ships, most had departed before the Navy's arrival, fearful of indirect confrontations with the fleet. Although Water City is renowned for its shipbuilding industry, being the most developed area along the Grand Line, many pirate crews from distant seas come here to repair or acquire superior vessels, resulting in a frequent congregation of pirates. On the surface, this territory falls under the jurisdiction of the world government. However, the Navy cannot entirely eradicate the presence of pirates in Water City, as the local economy relies on shipbuilding. Consequently, they often turn a blind eye, provided one does not cause trouble, as the citizens of Water City need to make a living. Yet, the presence of the Navy's Grand Fleet instills fear among pirates, who worry about the potential for unwarranted aggression. Xiao Qiu, you will accompany me to the island shortly. We shall head to dock number 1, Alan instructed his companions. Orland and the rest of you will stay aboard the ship. Once everything was in order, Alan reminded them that he was no longer sailing alone and, with newfound resources, it would be remiss not to procure a fine ship to enjoy the journey alongside his crew. After disembarking with Xiao Qiu, the two wandered through the residential area of Water City in search of their destination. Soon, they came upon a vast industrial zone bustling with workers, sweat glistening on their brows as they carried variously colored timbers. The enormity of the area was overwhelming, and with no apparent signs or indicators. Alan realized that this approach would not suffice. He thus approached a worker, producing a 10,000 belly note from his pocket and inquiring, "Excuse me, Could you direct me to dock number 1? Upon seeing the belly note and the 7-star sword on Alan's back, the worker promptly set down his task. A hint of nervousness in his demeanor as he accepted the note. It is located on the southern shore. Just follow the coastline for a while, and you will arrive there. Alan expressed his gratitude and made his way toward the southern shore with the small ball in hand. As he traversed the path, he observed the industrious workers bustling about, with an impressive array of semi-finished vessels lining the shore. This factory district evidently belonged to a certain company, Carrera, though Alan had momentarily forgotten its name. In the Water City, this enterprise stood as a colossal shipbuilding monopoly, for it was the legendary Tom who hailed from this very establishment. Before long, Alan and his companion arrived at dock number 1 of the Carrera Company. Greetings, esteemed guests. These fine individuals are among the finest foremen at Carrera Company. Might I inquire if you are in need of shipbuilding services? We can construct a myriad of vessel types, catering to all your requirements. A burly red-haired man clad in a blue jacket and sporting protective goggles stepped forward, addressing Alan with a warm smile. Alan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, yet he could not recall who this person was. The face seemed somewhat familiar, but he struggled to identify it for quite some time. Allow me to introduce. This is Barry, one of the 5 foremen at the Carrera Offensive Dock 1. Alan had little interest in the identity of the person before him. After all, he was merely a minor character in this unfolding narrative. He got straight to the point. I wish to construct a vessel, approximately 100 meters in length, prioritizing speed and comfort, utilizing the finest materials. What would be the estimated cost? Barry, with a flicker of his eyes, replied, that would require around 200 million berries. Hey, Barry, are you trying to swindle me? At that moment, a man approached, his shoulder adorned with a dove. Customer, your expectations are rather lofty. However, the construction of such a ship would roughly cost about 100 million berries. Should you desire superior materials, the price would escalate further. Upon seeing the man who had approached, Alan revealed a knowing smile, recognizing him instantly. The unmistakable insignia identified him as Rob Lucci, an agent embedded within CP9, possessing the abilities of the cat fruit. In its leopard form, he was indeed a formidable figure. At the tender age of 13, when a kingdom under the world government faced a pirate invasion, 500 soldiers were captured and used as leverage against the king. The world government dispatched Lucci to resolve the matter, and he infiltrated the pirate stronghold, eliminating all 500 soldiers single-handedly. When the pirates arrived, they found only a young boy standing atop a mountain of corpses. Furious, the pirates unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon Lucci, who endured 5 shots to his back. At that time, equipped with the iron body technique of the 6 powers, he sustained only superficial injuries. These 5 scars subsequently became his mark, their shapes mirroring the emblem of the world government. During the events at Judicial Island, he was injured in the foot by Luffy's Gear 3rd attack and ultimately defeated by Luffy's full-power Gear 2nd rubber jet Gatling. However, there was likely some embellishment in the tales surrounding him. One could surmise that such a remarkable young man would possess an air of arrogance, likely underestimating Luffy's explosive potential, and thus suffering the consequences. This arrogance is a common trait among many in this world, exuding an aura of superiority, dismissing others, save for the few renowned figures who might instill a sense of trepidation. Yet, the strongest among CP9 had been vanquished, an individual of considerable prowess who, 2 years hence, would become a mainstay of CP0, capable of threatening the Navy Admiral Akainu at the Navy headquarters. One could not possess such audacity without the backing of substantial strength. As a clandestine assassin organization, second only to CP0 under the aegis of the world government, the current Rob Lucci bore little resemblance to a cold-blooded killer. Instead, he radiated a bright smile, his dove perched upon his shoulder, sharing in his laughter, utterly devoid of the chilling demeanor expected of an assassin. Alan cast his gaze to the other side. There stood a fellow whose nose bore a striking resemblance to Usopp's, albeit in a square shape. This was Kaku, the individual second only to Rob Lucci in strength among CP9, a wielder of the giraffe fruit's devil fruit abilities. Chapter 134, The News of the Atom Tree. Alan scrutinized the 2 individuals, their distinctive markings allowing him to recognize them, yet he chose to reveal nothing of his insight. Nonetheless, this subtle display heightened Lucy's vigilance slightly. As a member of a clandestine organization, he felt compelled to remain alert to all who arrived in this place, lest it jeopardize the mission entrusted to him by the government. Alan donned a pair of sunglasses, enveloped in a black coat, and wore a pair of slippers on his feet, while a colossal 7-star sword rested upon his back. He was well acquainted with the recent events on the island. This individual had previously operated in the shadows and was the central figure in the downfall of the blood-red carnivorous flower, possessing unfathomable strength. According to investigations, he was proficient in the 3 forms of hockey and was temporarily classified as a person to be avoided in Water City. Such a figure did not belong to either the pirates or the Navy. Whether he was an undercover agent remained uncertain, as he could not delve deeply into the secrets of the world government. However, regardless of whether this man was an undercover operative for the world government, it was of no concern to him. The current mission of CP9 was to obtain the design of the Pluto, a task that must remain undisclosed to others. Therefore, vigilance was paramount. 100 million berries. Alan chuckled, considering it a trifling sum, a mere fraction compared to the wealth he had acquired. As long as they could construct a vessel to their satisfaction, the money mattered little. Lucci smiled knowingly. He was aware that Alan possessed assets amounting to over 10 billion berries, a fact that certainly did not escape his notice, yet he chose not to interject. This company, whatever its name, was indeed formidable, especially with Iceberg, the mayor of Water City, being an exceedingly skilled shipwright. Alan had yet to utter a word, but the countenance of Barry beside him had already grown rather grim. That damned Lucci always insisted on playing the virtuous role, consistently providing clients with quotes strictly adhering to the company's rates, utterly devoid of any kickbacks. How could such a person ever amass wealth? One must realize that aside from the meager funds provided by the Iceberg, what else could be done? Recently, luck had not been in his favor, and he had hoped to secure a substantial kickback from this particular client. Observing the client's attire and demeanor, it was evident they were a prime target, likely to yield considerable returns, enabling him to recoup his losses at the casino. Yet now, with this interloper's interruption, all prospects had vanished, and the anticipated earnings had slipped away. Irritated by Alan's demeanor, he remarked, "Hey, that's the lowest price. Are you in or out? If not, then so be it. Hey, what's with your attitude? How dare you speak to our captain like that?" At this moment, Xiaoqiu could no longer contain herself. Stepping out from behind Alan, she pointed an accusatory finger at Barry, her voice raised in indignation. Moments ago, Barry had appeared quite arrogant, but now his face flushed crimson. He stumbled back several steps, stammering, "Why you?" Xiaoqiu was adorned in a lovely pink dress, embellished with exquisite lace trim, exuding an elegant air reminiscent of ancient Chinese fashion. A sheer white veil enveloped her, revealing her fair legs, while her low neckline added a touch of allure. She held an antique umbrella, a symbol of timeless beauty. Despite her enchanting appearance, the exposure of her legs and the depth of her neckline left Barry flustered. Reminiscent of the moment he had once seen Nami in a bikini, unable to articulate a coherent response. "What do you mean? What more do you wish to say?" Xiaoqiu retorted, anger bubbling within her. "How can you dress so immodestly? You shameless woman. Scoundrel, what are you saying?" Xiaoqiu, fuming, prepared to teach him a lesson. Alan chuckled softly, pulling her back behind him. Barry still harbored objections towards women in revealing attire, yet it was merely Xiaoqiu's exposed legs that ruffled him. How could he dare criticize such a beautiful girl? One must acknowledge that Nami, in her bikini, was stunning beyond compare. It was clear he lacked an appreciation for beauty, likely due to some wrongdoing by his wife. "What I mean is, this price is rather reasonable, only 100 million berries, which is hardly exorbitant. However, I require the finest materials to craft a vessel tailored to my specifications." Alan said to Barry, "Damn. It's the first time I've heard someone claim that 100 million Bailey is inexpensive. Let me tell you, our Carrera company boasts the finest shipbuilding technology in the world. There is no vessel we cannot construct, not even the ancient." As Barry spoke, he suddenly covered his mouth. "Oh no. I almost let it slip." Rob Lutch and Kaku exchanged glances. "It's the ancient weapon. The Pluto, right?" They were undercover at Carreras precisely for the design schematics of the Pluto. Upon hearing Barry's words, Alan revealed a distinct glimmer in his eyes. He was aware of the whereabouts of the blueprint for the Pluto, yet he had no intention of claiming this dangerous burden for himself. However, acquiring such an ancient weapon was no simple feat. Even if he were to obtain it, he would become a thorn in the side of the world government, drawing the ire of the Navy, intelligence agents, and even pirates alike. At that juncture, he would undoubtedly find himself branded as an enemy of the world, swiftly cast into the depths of the ocean. Moreover, his ambition was to ascend as the world's strongest solely through his own prowess, not by relying on so-called ancient weapons. Alan firmly believed that as long as he continued to train diligently, his body and strength would become the most formidable weapons in existence. He would leave the CP9 agents to squander their time here. He had no desire to divulge that information to them. In any case, our Carrera company can construct any vessel imaginable. Barry hastily redirected the conversation. Alan rested his hand upon his chin, contemplating for a moment before inquiring. Do you possess shipbuilding materials crafted from atom wood? He was well aware that atom wood was the finest shipbuilding material in existence, famously utilized in the construction of Pirate King Roger's ship, as well as Luffy's Thousand Sunny. Vessels made from such extraordinary material are remarkably sturdy, ensuring safety while navigating the treacherous waters of the New World. Not only Barry, but even Rob Lucci and Kaku could not suppress their laughter. Atom wood. Do you have any idea how exorbitantly priced that timber is? Just tell me if you have it. Alan crossed his arms defiantly. Barry scratched his head, hesitating momentarily. We typically do not stock such costly wood, and in fact, we cannot afford to. If word got out about such a precious material, I fear that petty thieves cruising the first half of the Grand Line would swarm our Carrera Company. Barry spread his hands in exasperation. Kaku smirked. If Carrera Company had something so valuable, the first to be vigilant would likely be you. The gambler, however, he continued. I have heard whispers that an atom wood branch, approximately 40 meters in length, will be featured as the grand finale at an upcoming auction. But let me advise you. Unless you have at least 200 million in cash, do not even entertain the thought. That piece is practically worth its weight in gold. A smile graced Alan's lips as he remarked, money is not a concern. Possessing such materials is what truly matters. However, the atom wood is an exceedingly precious resource, one that is almost priceless and rarely available. Yet, with a foundation of 1 billion berries, these matters can be resolved. I never anticipated its existence. Regardless of the circumstances, it must be acquired. Even if some unscrupulous individuals intend to seize it, they must consider the resilience of their own skulls. Dear guest, in truth, most vessels are not constructed from atom wood. Our company, Carrera, possesses the prowess to craft the sturdiest ships in the world, even from ordinary materials, Rob Lucci noted with a smile. Understood, Mr. Lucci, Alan responded with a mysterious grin, before departing with Xiao Qiu. Yet, that voice resonated ominously in Rob Lucci's ears. How did this fellow know his name? Lucci's expression grew cold as he exchanged glances with Kaku. A premonition stirred within him. This individual was evidently connected to the CP. Who could he be? A subordinate of one of the 4 emperors? A member of the Revolutionary Army? Rob Lucci pondered silently, dismissing the notion that Alan was merely a newcomer. He surmised that Alan must have some link to the Revolutionary Army, for only they could possess such intelligence to uncover CP's infiltrators. Yet, why would the other party bring this to light? What was their true objective? In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Rob Lucci's mind. Hey, Lucci. Barry suddenly interjected. That young man seems quite affluent. He even dares to covet atom wood. Go ahead, Barry. But let me warn you. You are no match for that lad, Rob Lucci replied, shrugging before reclining against a stack of timber, stifling a yawn. Kaku. Barry turned to the other individual. I am not part of the underworld. Barry, Kaku smiled broadly, his demeanor exuding warmth despite being a cold-blooded agent of CP. Business has not been thriving lately. However, Lucci had misjudged the situation. Alan's last remark was merely a jest aimed at the CP agent. After departing from Dock 1, Alan guided Xiao Qiu back toward the harbor. Xiao Qiu, you truly are a fortunate star. I never expected to receive news of atom wood. With this, our ship is bound to become exceptional, Alan exclaimed joyfully. Hee. The captain exaggerates, Xiao Qiu replied, her demeanor now blushing and shy, contrasting her earlier attitude toward Barry. Ha ha ha, you are indeed adorable, Alan laughed heartily, then added. According to Lucci, the size of the materials is also suitable. Exchanging for gold this time was indeed a wise decision. Hee, certainly. The captain is most impressive. Haha. However, in this matter, dear Qiu, you must be the primary hero. Without the treasure map you provided, we would not have acquired those 2 chests of gold. Meanwhile, in the City of Water, at the Carrera Company's dock number 1, within a small room, Rob Lucci and Kaku were engaged in a discussion. There is something amiss with that Alan. We need to probe him, Rob Lucci stated. I shall assess this fellow tonight, Kaku responded, his tone icy. No, you cannot go. Our covert mission remains unfinished, and we must not expose ourselves. Rob Lucci rose to his feet. Contact Gabra and have him investigate who exactly this Alan is. Upon returning to the ship, Alan recounted the matter of the precious atom tree to his companions, emphasizing the necessity of preparing funds for the impending auction. With the atom tree's ability to craft vessels, what significance do these funds hold, Captain? Orland remarked, feigning indifference. Orland, a man who places great value on wealth, felt as though parting with such a sum for the construction of a ship was akin to sacrificing a portion of himself. Nevertheless, he understood that investing in shipbuilding materials was imperative. The atom tree was a rare and coveted resource. The auction house's prices were likely to soar, given the abundance of affluent individuals in this world. Orland, what do you have to worry about? It's merely a material. How much could it possibly cost? Surely, it won't deplete all our funds. And if it were to come to that, we could simply seize it. What are you afraid of? Alan reassured him. After a brief discussion aboard the ship, they enjoyed lunch while quietly awaiting the commencement of the auction. Captain, the auction will start in an hour, Xiao announced, pushing open the door to Alan's cabin and addressing him as he sat cross-legged on his bed. The time and location for the auction of the atom tree branch had been thoroughly investigated over the past few days. As the highlight of the event, this precious wood was to be featured prominently at the auction. Let us proceed. Alan donned a coat, adorned himself with a hat and sunglasses. He is indeed someone who takes great pride in his appearance. Presently, his illustrious name resonates throughout the Water City, as he has swiftly dealt with the notorious stone pirates. Alan, accompanied by Xiao, ascended onto a bullfish, a creature utilized as a means of aquatic transport in the Water City. As for Orland and the others, it was deemed prudent for them to remain behind to guard the vessel, particularly given that Xiao is a woman, navigating through the expansive waterways. A colossal edifice emerged before them. This was none other than the timber auction house of the Water City. As the epicenter of shipbuilding, the Water City stands as one of the most commercially thriving locales in the world, where numerous grand trading factions procure precious timber materials. After Alan and Xiao paid a fee of 1,000 berries, they entered the vast edifice. Upon their arrival at the auction venue, they found a multitude of individuals gathered, predominantly merchants and nobles from various nations, with a scattering of pirates among them. The arena was adorned with an array of items set to be auctioned that day, the most conspicuous of which was undoubtedly a colossal timber measuring approximately 40 meters in length. This was a branch of the legendary atom tree, renowned for its superior hardness and flexibility, surpassing that of ordinary steel. It was a coveted material sought after by many pirate crews and shipyards. The fervent gazes of those present were intensely focused on this prized atom tree, indicating that securing it today would prove to be quite a challenge. Soon, the auction commenced, with the auctioneer, clad in a suit, taking the stage. The initial items were relatively commonplace, each fetching prices in the millions of berries. As 2 hours swiftly passed, there were a few items that piqued Alan's interest, yet he merely cast a glance before returning his attention elsewhere, while Xiao acquired several exquisite pieces of jewelry. In truth, ordinary ships seldom required such rare woods. Those who purchased timber at the auction were often affluent merchants and nobles seeking materials for furniture rather than shipbuilding. Conversely, the more precious woods specifically intended for ship construction were typically bid on by pirates and representatives from shipyards. Finally, the items on the auction block were sold, and it was time for the grand spectacle to unfold, the deep crimson wood exuding an ancient and venerable aura. At last, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. The auctioneer, who had been energetically presenting for hours, directed his finger toward the final piece of timber. He recounted the tale of an island ravaged by countless wars, its cities reduced to ruins, yet one magnificent tree stood resilient amidst the devastation. There exist only a handful of such trees in the world, the most formidable of which is known as the atom tree. Indeed, what lay before them was a branch of the legendary atom tree. The opening bid was set at 100 million berries. As the auctioneer hoarsely announced this figure, a hush fell over the room, with only faint murmurs of conversation breaking the silence, as no one immediately raised their voice to place a bid. Just as the auctioneer began to grow anxious, fearing that this segment of the atom tree might go unsold, a voice finally emerged from the crowd. 100 million berries, called a businessman seated in the front row, marking the beginning of the bidding. 110 million. Some individuals have begun to place bids. They are all merchants, for in the eyes of a trader, the branches of this precious atom tree, if entrusted to the right hands, could fetch far more than merely 100 million berries. A handful of merchants sporadically raised their bids, gradually elevating the price to 150 million. This amount has already caused many merchants to retreat, as the cost has become excessively high and the risks of resale too daunting. Acquiring this atom tree, only to have it snatched away midway, would leave one utterly bereft of recourse. Many pirates seated nearby felt a sense of helplessness, for this price had surpassed what their crew could endure. Just the cost of materials alone required 150 million. One could only speculate how many berries would be needed to construct a pirate ship. Thus, they had no choice but to relinquish their bids against the merchants, despite their lingering dissatisfaction. 200 million. Upon hearing the host's repeated calls, Alan finally raised his voice to place a bid. He audaciously escalated the offer from 150 million belly to 200 million belly. This bold move left many noble merchants and pirates in the room utterly astonished, who possessed such daring and wealth. The voice was unfamiliar to many, prompting several pirates to contemplate their next actions. The price of 200 million belly was becoming increasingly burdensome for the merchants present. Simultaneously, some pirates, who had set their sights on the treasure tree atom but lacked the necessary funds, squinted with interest. Despite Alan's disguise of sunglasses and a hat, the pirates promptly recognized him. The bloodshed on the central street of Water City had yet to dissipate, and the echoes of countless battles still resonated in their ears. It was he, the bounty hunter, the sword soul, Gaia Allen. Allen is no ordinary individual. His visage was witnessed by many during the tumultuous fray on Central Street, where numerous onlookers recognized him. The pirates were taken aback, exchanging glances that revealed the trepidation in their eyes. If it were indeed Allen who had procured this exquisite vessel wood, it would signify that the famed atom tree was beyond their reach. To think of confronting Allen? What folly! He single-handedly decimated the colossal stone pirate crew, leaving virtually no survivors. While some might dare to challenge him, they were certainly not among them. Soon, the attendees of the auction discerned the identity of the bidder. It was the renowned swordsman, Gaia Allen. The auctioneer, a man clad in a tailored suit, underwent a noticeable change in demeanor. He was aware that many pirates were present at the auction. Yet he found it astonishing that a bounty hunter would place a bid of 200 million for a branch of the atom tree. This introduced an overwhelming number of unpredictable variables. 1 second, 2 seconds. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, yet no one dared to bid again. 200 million berries. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel struck down. At that moment, a staff member approached Linua, bowing respectfully and stating, "Sir, please proceed this way for the transaction." Excellent. Alan rose calmly and followed suit. When he carried in the large chest brimming with gold, the auction house manager finally released a sigh of relief. After all, anyone with the means to pay could facilitate matters. At the dock, under the avaricious gazes of many, the massive branch of the atom tree was securely bound, and Alan effortlessly lifted it before casting it into the water. A branch of the atom tree worth 200 million berries would elicit envy from anyone. However, the gruesome scene of Alan's previous rampage lingered vividly in their minds. Even if they entertained any nefarious thoughts, the majority of pirates merely observed from a distance, too fearful to become the first to act. Though the atom tree was undeniably alluring, life is singular, and knowing it was a perilous endeavor, they were not foolish enough to proceed. Securing a branch of the atom tree would allow for the construction of a formidable vessel, and come the day of pursuing pirates, those I set my sights on would find it exceedingly difficult to flee. I can already foresee that some will undoubtedly fixate on him. How audacious it is to operate so boldly in Water City. Surely some are already en route. Many watched from afar, speculating about Alan's ship, ignoring the gazes of onlookers. Alan pushed the vessel into the water and instructed Orland on board to untie the ropes, slowly departing the harbor. "Where are we headed? To Carrera Company?" Xiao inquired. "Not just yet," Alan replied, shaking his head. Given that Carrera Company harbored an undercover agent from CP9, Alan suspected that these individuals had begun to grow wary. However, in pursuit of their objectives, if they intended to tamper with his ship, they would risk failure in their mission. Thus, he believed they would refrain from such actions. Despite having uttered a comment upon leaving Dock 1, it was likely that Rob Lucci was already preparing to probe their intentions. To be prudent, Alan resolved to delay their visit. "We shall proceed to Frankie's dismantling shop," Alan declared. Frankie, the designer and builder of the Thousand Sunny in the original tale, undoubtedly possessed exceptional skills. Should he be able to secure Frankie's assistance, they could avoid confronting those agents. Although confident, Alan deemed it wise to explore this avenue, not having considered the possibility of rejection by Frankie. After all, he believed he could persuade him. "Once we construct a new ship, we shall continue our journey, and then venture into the New World." The New World, huh? Xiao gazed at Lin Nua's silhouette. These days had been the most tranquil for her since escaping from the clutches of human traffickers. The captain truly was an exceptional individual. While he may not have been her type, having such a captain was undoubtedly reassuring. Just as Alan was preparing to seek out Frankie to commission a vessel for apprehending pirates and challenging formidable foes in the New World, a small boat rapidly approached him. "It seems we have become someone's target," Orland exclaimed, spotting the swiftly advancing craft. "Oh, who are they? Can you discern their identity?" Alan asked, crossing his arms. "It appears to be pirates?" Alan gazed at the ship, feeling a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering pirates bold enough to confront him in this place. However, when he discerned the identity of the approaching figure, his surprise dissipated. Gabra, ranked third in the CP hierarchy, possessing the power of the Inu Nomi in its wolf form. A member of CP9. Lino grinned broadly. CP9? Orland's expression shifted, revealing a hint of concern. Orland had heard of the world government CP intelligence agency, yet the existence of CP9 remained obscure to most. His demeanor grew serious, after all. They were an arm of the colossal world government. Unbeknownst to Gabra, he had been recognized. Upon noticing that Alan's vessel had come to a halt, he realized he had been discovered. Nevertheless, the CP9 operative remained unfazed. "Damn that Lucci," Gabra cursed inwardly. If he were to compile a list of individuals he loathed most, Rob Lucci would undoubtedly occupy the top position, followed closely by the CP9 commander, Spandam. Yet, since Lucci was the strongest member of CP9, when he ordered Gabra to probe Alan, the latter, despite feeling a blow to his pride, complied. Adding to Gabra's frustration was the fact that he had been on vacation, pursuing the waitress Catherine at Judicial Island, and had been on the verge of making progress when Lucci summoned him for this mission. Grumbling, Gabra approached Alan's ship. "Well?" "Heh." Under Alan's watchful gaze, Gabra brought his small boat to a halt and leered, "Are you the bounty hunter, Jinhun Alan? Do you know who I am? I am the finest shipwright of Water City. Hand over your treasure tree atom to me, and I assure you I can fetch a handsome price." "Ah, slipped my tongue. I guarantee I can help you construct a splendid vessel." Gabra spread his arms wide. Gabra was a dim-witted trickster. Even without having read the original work, Alan could hardly believe his words. How could he entrust his belongings to a stranger? A member of CP9, wielding the power of the Inu Nomi in its wolf form, Gabra. Alan surveyed Gabra, and then slowly uttered words that left Gabra utterly astonished. Indeed, Gabra was profoundly shocked, a cold sweat trickling down his back. How could this man possibly know such details? Who on earth was he? What advantages did he possess? Even Gabra, despite his limited intellect, realized that the opponent had effortlessly unveiled his secrets, all while maintaining an air of nonchalance, indicating an utter lack of fear towards the clandestine organization, CP9. Gabra wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Ah, have I been discovered?" He forced a sinister grin as he suppressed his inner turmoil. "Young man, since you are aware of my affiliation with CP9, you must understand the magnitude of trouble that comes with being targeted by individuals like us, who wield darkness to enact justice." Chapter 136. Reluctant to even draw weapons. 24 votes requested. "I truly wish to know just how great my troubles will be." The mocking tone of Alan incensed Gabra. "I hope you can still speak in such an obnoxious manner when all your bones are broken." Gabra sprang forward with a swift motion, fingers poised like lethal weapons. Members of CP9 are masters of the six powers, and Gabra ranks third in physical prowess within the organization, thus his mastery of the six powers is equally formidable, having even developed numerous advanced techniques. Yet, in the face of the aggressive Gabra, Alan exhibited no concern whatsoever. He did not even feel the need to draw his 7-star sword, perceiving the encounter akin to an adult playfully sparring with a 3-year-old. After all, he remains an agent of the world government, and outright killing would bring complications he would rather avoid. Relinquishing his bounty hunter title to become a pirate was not his intention. A few well-placed punches would suffice. Currently, CP9 does not present a formidable challenge. Aside from Rob Lucci, who might offer a decent fight, the other members are no match for Alan, particularly as many of their abilities are grounded in physical combat. In a contest of physical prowess, perhaps Rob Lucci could contend with Alan, but the others pose little threat to him. Alan clenched his fist and struck down towards Gabra's 5 fingers. A glint of cruelty flickered in Gabra's eyes, and a sinister smile curled upon his lips, as if he envisioned his fingers shattering the bones within Alan's fist. The thought of blood was exhilarating. Gabra licked his lips in anticipation. The moment of impact arrived. Yet the anticipated scream from Gabra did not echo. Instead, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a searing pain in his hand. A howl escaped Gabra, reminiscent of a wounded wolf. As he tumbled through the air, utilizing the moonwalk technique, he deftly returned to his ship, knowing that being swallowed by the sea would spell doom for a devil fruit user like himself. As he landed on the deck, he propped himself up with one hand, while the other hung limply at his side. A wave of dread washed over him. Had he not reacted swiftly, his entire arm might have been shattered by his opponent's strike. Truly, he was living up to his reputation as the most formidable bounty hunter hailing from the East Blue. Gabra chuckled menacingly, gradually rising to his feet. At that moment, he began to grow taller and larger, gray fur sprouting across his body, while his head twisted and contorted. He transformed into a towering beastman, standing over 3 meters tall. Remarkably, his injury was momentarily subdued by this metamorphosis. The dog fruit, wolf form, werewolf transformation. This appearance reminded Linua of the wolf fruit user he had encountered at Whiskey Peak. Although both fruits bore similar traits, Gabra's mastery of his power was exponentially superior. The sheer size of his new form indicated a significant enhancement in strength and agility. How foolish I was to underestimate you. However, your opportunities will now be extinguished. Gabra charged forward with ferocity. Iron block, heavy step wolf. This was Gabra's most polished technique. The iron block. Typically, one cannot move while employing iron block, yet Gabra defied this norm by launching an attack immediately afterward. His fists, as solid as steel, surged towards Alan. Though they appeared ordinary, they were imbued with the entirety of his strength, delivering a blow as unyielding as iron. Die, Gabra bellowed, unleashing one of his signature moves. The force concentrated in his fist would not only inflict considerable damage upon his foe, but also send them hurtling away due to the sheer might of the assault. Armament. Alan's fists instantly transformed into a glossy, obsidian hue. Confronted by the incoming strike, Alan exerted a modicum of effort, for he understood the necessity of taking his abilities seriously. Do not underestimate me by daring to take my blow head-on. Gabra shouted fervently, pouring every ounce of strength into his attack. Boom. Their fists collided. Crack. Gabra did not witness Alan being propelled away. He himself remained steadfast. However, he soon realized that his hand had lost all sensation. When he glanced down, he was horrified to see his arm mangled, flesh obscured, as grayish-white bone protruded grotesquely through the skin. Suddenly, excruciating pain surged through him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. At that moment, Alan's other fist came crashing towards him. Bang! Thud! Gabra received a devastating blow to the jaw, blood erupting from his mouth. His elongated wolfish snout grotesquely deformed by the impact. The blood, mingled with remnants of his shattered hands and flesh, spewed forth. Gabra, suspended in the air, succumbed to unconsciousness and plummeted into the sea. Should we retrieve that fellow? Orland inquired. Yes, let's fish him out, Alan replied. It was then that Orland noticed the smile on Lino's face. I suspect CP9 will have quite the headache over this. Orland discreetly curled his lip, realizing that even with this understanding, such a ruthless approach was unnecessary. It seemed he was merely avoiding trouble. CP9's third-rank powerhouse, Gabra, was effortlessly captured and placed onto that small vessel, leaving not a ripple in the water. He was merely a novice, a trifling diversion along the journey, not worthy of further attention. His life was spared solely because of his affiliation with the CP9 agent. To eliminate him outright would mean crossing paths with the world government, a move that did not align with Alan's interests. After all, Alan's ambition was not to become the pirate king, and pirates were hardly admirable figures. At this moment, he was ill-suited to oppose the world government and the Navy, despite the experience they could offer, navigating through the district where the auction house was located. After traversing half of Water City, he arrived at Frankie's dismantling house. This was the residence and ship dismantling base of the Frankie family. In the original narrative, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper had wreaked havoc here to reclaim the money stolen by the Frankie family and avenge Usopp. Alan was aware that Frankie was not merely a mob boss and dismantler. He was also the disciple of the legendary shipwright, Tom, possessing blueprints for ancient weapons. However, due to Frankie's poor relationship with Iceberg, CP9 had temporarily diverted their attention away from him, as Iceberg was publicly recognized as Tom's legitimate successor. This must be Frankie's dismantling house. Situated near the seashore, it was indeed a location for ship dismantling, complete with a small dock. Approaching the backstreets of Water City, Alan arrived as dusk began to settle. The front door of Frankie's residence was illuminated by enormous lighted letters, casting a brilliant glow over the entire dismantling house. A tall, slender figure stood at the entrance. Hey, what are you staring at, kid? Upon noticing Alan at the doorway, the man shouted loudly. I'm here to see Frankie. Alan replied. Our boss doesn't meet just anyone. Who are you? Alan chuckled, then remarked, just tell them I'm here to see Frankie. After all, I am an old friend of his. The lanky fellow named Cobb, one of Frankie's subordinates, scrutinized Alan with a hint of confusion before entering to relay the message. Inside Frankie's abode, at the center of the room, the square-headed sisters were dancing, while others joined in the rhythmic pulse of disco music, indulging in drinks and games. The melodies and revelry resonated clearly even within a 10-meter radius. Yet this was a desolate shipyard, devoid of habitation. Ensuring that no one would complain about the disturbances caused by the Frankie family, Cobb soon approached a tall man clad in a flamboyant, unbuttoned floral shirt. His blue hair styled upright, adorned with a gold chain around his neck, and wearing nothing but a pair of underpants. Frankie, there's a guy outside looking for you. He claims to be an old friend of Frankie Fram, Cobb announced boldly. Upon hearing this, Frankie, who was seated, sprang to his feet. As one of Tom's apprentices, Frankie delighted in crafting various eccentric battleships, which he named after himself. However, after his vessels were misappropriated by the government, resulting in harm to his beloved mentor Tom, he vowed never to build ships again, for he could not love vessels that might bring harm to those he cherished. When Tom was taken away, he stood against the sea train with his own flesh and blood. Surviving against the odds, he found refuge in a derelict shipyard, using its materials to transform himself into a cyborg. For years later, he returned to Water 7, where Iceberg entrusted him with the blueprints of Pluton and encouraged his escape. Reluctant to leave the island, he adopted the name Frankie, assembled a crew of young subordinates, and established a dismantling business. Thus, his true identity as Frankie Fram must remain concealed. Who is that guy? The Navy, Frankie exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Despite his boisterous nature and penchant for eccentric dances, he was no fool. In fact, when calm, he could be regarded as a strategist akin to the members of the Straw Hat crew. If the visitor were indeed from the Navy or the world government, he would not have arrived so brazenly. They would have apprehended him long ago and confined him within and impelled down. Let them in, Frankie urged, adjusting the goggles perched on his forehead. Alan entered Frankie's house with Xiaoqiu. He immediately spotted Frankie, who stood with his arms crossed over his chest. This character was truly distinctive, especially considering he was perpetually clad in nothing but a pair of underpants. He is not even wearing pants. Captain, is he a weirdo? Xiaoqiu whispered into Alan's ear. Although her voice was soft, Frankie, being a cyborg, possessed superior hearing. His expression darkened instantly. That woman just said, I am a genius. A radiant smile broke across Frankie's face. To receive such extravagant praise upon their first meeting was simply super. Frankie suddenly leaped into the air, raising his arms in exuberance, and his square-headed companions along with his gang of underlings quickly joined in the celebration. Alan gently pressed his forehead, finding Frankie to be quite the eccentric. Yet, when confronted with such a spectacle unfolding before him, Alan struggled to fully accept it. To witness a grown man engaging in such behavior was undeniably disturbing. However, Frankie quickly regained his composure, realizing that the individual before him was privy to his true name. For Frankie, this man posed a significant threat should his identity be revealed. The world government would swiftly uncover his true self, thereby deducing that the blueprints for the ancient weapon, Pluton, were in his possession. Alan's attire bears a striking resemblance to Frankie's. He, too, is exposed to the breeze, adorned in a vibrant red short-sleeved shirt, complemented solely by a pair of athletic shorts that reveal his robust physique. The casual slippers he wears enhance the impression of his carefree spirit. Hey, that bare-bodied eccentric, Frankie exclaimed. While I admire your fashion sense, you must clarify your intentions. And by the eccentric? How dare you? Alan's forehead was adorned with several dark lines. This fellow truly lacks shame. You, the one who wears nothing but underwear all day long, are the real eccentric, aren't you? Alan harbored an intense desire to confront this individual and administer a thrashing, for he found his shorts quite comfortable for battle. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. Should he misjudge his strength and cause unforeseen consequences, the completion of his vessel would remain uncertain. Frankie, I'll refer to you as such, he mused. Perhaps we ought to discuss matters privately. Alan shook his head, somewhat skeptical of whether this eccentric fellow was indeed a formidable shipwright. Nevertheless, since the original narrative suggested as much, he felt compelled to place his trust in it. Frankie pondered for a moment, acknowledging that his true identity must remain concealed. And thus, he did not object. Follow me, he instructed, turning to enter another small room within the confines of his home. Alan turned to Xiao and said, "Please wait for me here for a moment." Xiao nodded, indicating her understanding. Alan turned and followed Frankie inside. Once the door was closed, Frankie, with a stern expression, looked at Alan and demanded, "Who exactly are you? Should I address you as Frankie or as Cutty Flam?" Alan did not respond. Instead, he found a chair and sat down. "Do not entertain thoughts of attacking me. If I wished you harm, I would not have come here, would I, Frankie?" Frankie nodded and took a seat across from Alan. "Allow me to introduce myself. Gaia Allen, a professional bounty hunter," Alan declared. "You are Alan?" Frankie exclaimed, having heard of the massacre near the central street of Water City. This seemingly 20-year-old youth was responsible for such carnage? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Frankie's back. The individual before him was a formidable force who single-handedly vanquished hundreds of pirates. "How did you discern my identity?" Frankie inquired, narrowing his eyes. "CP9. Are you familiar with CP9? Alan replied, weaving a half-truth. He could hardly confess to having read the original work. CP9. Yes, CP9. The intelligence agency nurtured by the world government. Not long ago, members of this organization attacked me. Furthermore, several undercover agents from CP9 have infiltrated your Minder Iceberg shipbuilding company, likely with the objective of acquiring the design of the ancient weapon Pluton from you. Is this your aim as well? Upon uncovering the truth, Frankie remained surprisingly composed. He was well aware that the world government yearned to obtain the design of the ancient weapon Pluton from Iceberg, making their presence in Water City entirely expected. If they were absent, that would indeed be strange. CP9 had essentially pieced together the connection between him and Iceberg. Having remained undercover at the Galileo Company for so long without any results, it was only a matter of time before they took action against him. Alan stood up and leaned towards Frankie, saying, "Are you aware of the formidable strength possessed by the members of CP9? Even 10 of you would be no match for them. They are merciless assassins, willing to resort to any means to achieve their objectives. Even if you manage to escape, your subordinates will likely suffer the consequences. CP9, bring them on. I'll take on as many as they send." Frankie replied with a raised eyebrow. "You are mistaken. You cannot defeat them," Alan remarked with a composed demeanor. Gabra was severely injured after confronting Alan, and while CP might remain dormant for a while, that was uncertain. However, Alan kept his true thoughts concealed. They had long since begun strategizing against Iceberg, yet in the original narrative, they remained hidden until the Straw Hat Pirates arrived to strike. Now, due to his unexpected presence, this unforeseen event might compel CP9 to react sooner than anticipated. When no news came back from Gabra and Rob Lucci and the others were unable to establish contact, they prepared for the worst. Ultimately, they found the severely injured Gabra at sea, feeling a sense of unease, uncertain if their identity had been discovered. Since the adversaries had not delivered a fatal blow, it suggested they held some reservations. The connection between their mission and his presence on the island remained unclear. After reporting back, CP9's commander Spandam had gained some insight into Alan, yet he was equally perplexed, pondering the true purpose of this individual's arrival. Alan had acquired intelligence from the world government regarding an individual whose affiliations remain uncertain, yet possesses formidable strength. It is rumored that this person has connections with certain naval officers. Thus, he instructed Lucci to refrain from engaging with this individual for the time being, emphasizing that their mission takes precedence. Although Spandam may be foolish, he is not entirely oblivious to certain matters. Chapter 138. Reaching an agreement. What do you intend to do? Frankie inquired, his impatience evident. Had he possessed the confidence to overcome the adversary before him, he would have acted long ago to subdue him. It is quite simple. Should CP9 come seeking you, I shall assist you in eliminating this nuisance. In return, you need only to construct a ship for me, Alan articulated slowly. Impossible. I shall never build another ship in my lifetime. Frankie retorted. This is merely a transaction, Frankie. You are not alone. Consider your family, your mentor. For the sake of your mentor Iceberg and the Frankie family, while I obtain my vessel, this arrangement is entirely equitable. Hey kid, do not underestimate me. I care not for CP9. I am Frankie, the cyborg. Frankie declared, rubbing his iron nose before pressing a button. Suddenly, he transformed into a flamboyant figure with an explosive hairstyle. Super. With confidence, Frankie struck a pose and boasted. So, kid, do you see my look? How magnificent it is. Super. Alan rolled his eyes, pondering how this fellow could be so intrigued by such trivial matters. Did he truly believe that he could overcome the formidable CP9 merely by virtue of this? Such thoughts were indeed fanciful. I recognize your intelligence. Since CP9 has been dispatched here by the world government, their prowess is anything but ordinary. Do you genuinely intend to confront an entire organization single-handedly? Alan continued to elucidate the pros and cons. Humph. That is not your concern. Regardless, I shall never construct another ship. Frankie appeared remarkably self-assured regarding his super, seemingly indifferent to Alan's warnings. Well, I presume you are aware of my capabilities. Frankly, having resided in Water City for such an extended period, you must have a clear understanding of the agents. Your words are mere bravado. Alan continued his persuasive tactics. Let me inform you that prior to my visit here, an agent from CP9 named Gabrick came to test my mettle, but I left him severely injured. Upon hearing Alan's words, Frankie comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was no match for the world government's agents. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. So, do you intend to involve your entire family and your mentor in this? Now is not the time for rash decisions. You understand the modus operandi of the world government. Once they take action, are you certain you can protect everyone? At this juncture, you require significant assistance, and I am your most suitable ally. Alan abruptly interrupted Frankie. With a piercing gaze, a formidable aura emanated from him. In an instant, Frankie found himself kneeling, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with terror. Was this Conqueror's Haki? How could this seemingly unassuming young man possess the rare qualities of a king? Fortunately, Alan had learned to control his Conqueror's Haki over time. His mastery had grown with his strength. Otherwise, Frankie would have already succumbed. Frankie was familiar with Conqueror's Haki. His mentor, Tom, had once mentioned having encountered Joel D. Roger, so he understood well. After a moment of composure, Frankie gradually rose to his feet and returned to his seat, falling into a contemplative silence. Alan remained silent, gazing at Frankie, convinced that his prior statement would yield a more favorable outcome than any further persuasion. After what felt like an eternity, Frankie slowly spoke. Can you assure me that you can accomplish this? Upon hearing Frankie finally relent somewhat, Alan smiled and replied, Of course, this is my personal phone number. No matter the time or place, should you require assistance regarding CP9, I will rush to your aid, I assure you by my integrity. After contemplating for a moment, Frankie said, Very well, I accept your terms. I will exert my utmost effort to construct a vessel, but you must cover the cost of materials, and remember your promise. Frankie deemed the words of a person of royal caliber to carry weight. In this vast ocean, aside from a few exceptional individuals, most held their credibility in high regard. Thus, he agreed, for he could not jeopardize the safety of his family and his senior comrades for his own sake. Excellent, let us collaborate harmoniously. Alan extended his right hand toward Frankie. To a fruitful partnership. Frankie reciprocated the gesture. With their hands clasped together, the agreement between them was solidified, and they exited the room in tandem. Captain, Xiao Qiu had sensed a powerful aura emanating from the room. Although the others remained unresponsive, she recognized it as the captain's Conqueror's Haki. She initially feared something untoward had transpired, but was relieved to see the two emerge unscathed. Alan nodded at little Qiu, signifying that everything was in order. A charming smile adorned little Qiu's face. Meanwhile, the other members of the Franchi family, upon witnessing Frankie emerge unscathed, resumed their own tasks with confidence in their elder brother's strength, returning to their respective pursuits. Alan led Frankie to the harbor. He called out to Orlando on the ship, requesting that he send over the treasure tree. The treasure tree, Adam? Frankie exclaimed, gazing at Alan in astonishment. Such a substantial piece could not only be utilized for the keel, but the entire framework of the ship could be constructed from this material. Alan nodded, aware that Frank was a shipbuilding expert. In any case, it's all in your hands now. He waved his hand dismissively when a sudden sound caught his attention. Turning to Orland, he instructed, Orland, please fetch another 100 million berries from the ship. Orland nodded in acknowledgement and promptly returned to the vessel to retrieve the bag. He handed the money to Frankie, stating, There should be over 100 million in cash here. If you require any additional materials, feel free to make the necessary purchases. Alan conveyed his instructions. Frankie nodded, resolute in his commitment. For once having made a promise, he would never go back on his word. Alan had complete faith in Frankie's character. Despite his penchant for wandering about in nothing but his undergarments, Frankie was undeniably a master in the shipbuilding industry. Rest assured. Having promised to assist you in constructing a vessel, I shall undoubtedly create the finest ship this world has ever seen. Moreover, it will be crafted from atom wood, a material of extraordinary durability, ensuring that no sea remains untraversable for this ship. Frankie confidently asserted. Indeed, I have faith in your capabilities. I shall await your favorable news in Water City. Alan nodded, leading Chopper and Orlin back to the ship. The next step was to await Frankie's completion of the vessel before setting sail. Chapter 139. Would you care to join? 10 days later, in the morning. At this moment, Alan was running across the ocean, shouldering his equipment, training on the water by harmonizing the moonlight with his own mastery of strength. For the past few days, he had been dedicating his mornings to enhancing his physical prowess and control, while spending his afternoons honing his swordsmanship. Suddenly, the phone bug in his pocket began to ring. Alan hurriedly strode back to the shore, where Xiao Qiu from the communicator informed him that the vessel had been completed. Oh, has it been done so swiftly? Alan meticulously stowed away the equipment and made his way towards Frankie's house, having lingered in the Water City for several days. His days had neither been particularly fulfilling nor tedious. It was indeed the finest place for shipbuilding upon the sea, abundant with materials, allowing for numerous training exercises to be undertaken. Over these past few days, he had experienced a slight enhancement in his control over strength and swordsmanship, which left him quite pleased. Now that the ship was completed, it was time to embark. As he strolled along the coastline towards the back street, he soon spotted Frankie's abode. Navigating past a heap of materials, Alan's gaze fell upon the finished vessel. The ship, a striking contrast of black and white, stretched approximately 60 meters in length, boasting a slender silhouette and low gunnels, with 2 levels of cabins and a slightly pointed bow. It was evident that Frankie had meticulously adhered to Alan's specifications. When the ship set sail, its speed would undoubtedly be impressive, and Alan was thoroughly satisfied. Ah, you've arrived. At the stern of the ship, Frankie was engaged in the final touches, tools in hand. Noticing Alan and Xiao Qiu approaching, he wiped the sweat from his brow, set down his tools, and made his way towards them. Frankie, with his characteristic wild, frizzy hair, was a peculiar sight. One could not help but wonder why he was so fond of such an outrageous hairstyle, which was undeniably both garish and unattractive. According to his own words, he believed this look embodied the essence of a true man's combat and lifestyle. With a flourish, Frankie pointed to the vessel and proclaimed, "Behold the Frankie Windrider." After his brief introduction, he guided Alan to the side of the ship, explaining, to enhance the ship's speed, "I've lowered the height of the freeboard and installed a vertical triangular sail at the bow. This addition increases the sail area while navigating, thereby enabling swifter travel. Moreover, to ensure the ship's safe operation, I utilize the remarkably resilient white iron oak, which surpasses ordinary steel in toughness. The keel is crafted from the precious atom wood you previously provided me. This is a vessel capable of navigating any expanse of the sea, with a speed advantage over many others." Frankie proudly pointed to a rocket-like nozzle protruding from the stern, adding, "Additionally, I've incorporated a jet nozzle at the back. When necessary, it can be accelerated using cola." Frankie had even included his beloved cola on the ship. His peculiar fondness for the beverage was undeniable. Not only did he enjoy drinking it, but he also had an uncanny penchant for utilizing cola as fuel in his weaponry and ships. Alan meticulously tapped around the vessel, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Indeed, Frankie, you truly embody the prowess of Master Tom's apprentice. This ship is remarkable." Apart from the jet nozzle fueled by cola, he was thoroughly pleased with the entire craft, for it epitomized the ship of his dreams. Frankie, beaming with pride, replied, "Of course. However, I must extend my gratitude to your precious atom tree, which serves as the keel material, enabling the ship to withstand the pressures of high-speed navigation. Moreover, it is your investment of 100 million berries in oak that has birthed such a fine vessel. For a shipwright, quality materials enhance the joy of creation and instill a profound sense of accomplishment. Any skilled shipwright would be delighted to cater to a patron such as this. Now that we have inspected the exterior, allow me to show you the interior of the Wind Knight," Frankie announced as he led Alan and Xiao Qiu aboard the deck. The ship's architecture was minimalistic, comprising merely 2 simple levels, with the upper deck exuding spaciousness and offering an excellent vantage point for surveying the sea. In terms of sail operation, Frankie had equipped numerous mechanical devices for ease of handling. "Observe this sail. It can be operated by a single individual," he remarked with pride in his mechanical innovations. Many pirate ships or war vessels require several sailors for safe sail operations, but the Wind Knight eliminates the need for excess hands, making it exceptionally suitable for a crew like Alan's. Alan was quite pleased, considering there were only 5 people aboard his ship. The sails of the pirate ships they had previously seized were rather intricate. In the past, when Alan was alone, Raising and lowering the sails consumed considerable time. However, after Orland joined the crew, the task became a two-person operation, requiring them to climb up and down repeatedly. Now, it was exceedingly convenient, as one person could manage it all from the deck. "Captain, this ship is truly remarkable. The deck is extraordinarily spacious," exclaimed Xiaoqiu after observing for a while. Indeed, it was quite large, providing ample room for training when the crew expanded. Alan nodded in agreement, reflecting on how, with 5 crew members on board, training schedules had to be staggered. As time went on, the seriousness of their training waned, necessitating Alan's constant supervision. "Captain, that's not what I meant," Xiaoqiu replied somewhat reluctantly. Her implication was that such a vast space was particularly suited for hosting banquets. The ample area was perfect for gatherings, allowing for an abundance of food. Ever since she attended her first banquet on the ship, Xiaoqiu had developed a fondness for such festivities, often reminding Alan that it was time to celebrate. Alan discerned Xiaoqiu's intentions, yet he was reluctant to broach the subject. With the assurance of strength, the banquet could be celebrated with greater joy. Subsequently, the group explored the ship's interior. It comprised 2 levels, predominantly consisting of rooms. The first level housed the kitchen, dining area, and Xiaoqiu's medical room. The second level featured a lounge and contained 4 rooms, one for Alan, one for Xiaoqiu, and the remaining 2 for Orland, Lias, and Ling. The lower deck served as a cargo hold, designated for the storage of various sundries and perishable provisions. The vessel was devoid of substantial artillery, featuring merely 2 cannons on each side of the ship. Given its seafaring nature, the absence of weaponry would have been inappropriate. Thus, Frankie had ingeniously designed 4 gun ports, likely intended more as a decorative element. After a brief interlude, Frankie guided the 2 through the entire ship, finally returning to the deck. The vessel was nothing short of exquisite. "Frankie, you are truly a genius. I merely presented a few requests, and you have managed to design it so impeccably." Alan lauded Frankie with genuine admiration. Alan's eyes darted thoughtfully as he gazed earnestly at Frankie and remarked, "Frankie, you have crafted such a magnificent ship, and yet my vessel is still in need of a helmsman. Would it not be lacking if you could not take the helm yourself? Have you ever contemplated sailing the seas aboard your own creation?" With that, Alan extended his right hand toward Frankie, asking, "Would you care to join me aboard my ship?" Frankie was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He glanced at Alan, then at the ship he had meticulously designed, the Thousand Sunny, before his gaze drifted toward the vast ocean. In his youth, Frankie had indeed fantasized about sailing the open waters, dreaming of traversing the seas on a vessel of his own making. However, that dream now lay buried deep within his heart, as he felt a profound obligation to protect the cherished place of his mentor. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. "No, I cannot. I cannot let go of everything here. I must remain." Following Frankie's refusal, Alan said nothing further. If Frankie was unwilling, it was a sign that their fates were not aligned, and he should pursue his own path. Perhaps Frankie still yearned for the life of a pirate, after all. Alan was merely a bounty hunter. As Alan prepared to depart, he reiterated his promise. Should Frankie ever find himself in need, he could contact him directly, and no matter the time or place, he would hasten to assist. Following the ceremonial launch, the Thousand Sunny was officially set afloat. Alan and Xiaoqiu have explored the entirety of the vessel, yet it is the first time for Orland and the others to behold the true ship that will soon belong to them as they traverse the vast ocean. The trio is filled with exhilaration, darting about the deck with uncontainable enthusiasm, particularly Orland, who gazes longingly at the new kitchen, muttering something under his breath. Alan sat atop the cabin, a smile gracing his face as he observed several individuals frolicking aboard the ship, filled with anticipation for the voyage ahead. The port. After a day of meticulous preparation, all necessary provisions had been stowed aboard. The objective of reaching the water city had been accomplished. It was time to set sail. Orland and his companions had taken their positions, gazing at Alan with eager expectation. They had long awaited the launch of their new vessel, the Wind Rider, and were ready for Alan's command to officially embark. 7 days later, aside from the vigilant Liss, who was meticulously monitoring the weather and navigation routes, Alan and the others languished on the deck. "Captain, I'm famished. When shall we dine?" Aiko called out weakly from her reclined position. The group was no longer as lively as before, particularly Xiaoqiu and Aiko, who had previously been the most spirited, often darting about in playful antics. Now, however, they lay on the deck like limp fish. The reason for this lethargy lay in the fact that since acquiring the new ship, Xiao Qiu had taken it upon herself to host daily feasts aboard, much to Alan's delight. Yet, with their appetites, the provisions meant to last a month had been consumed in mere days. Why not go fishing? One might wonder. However, unlike the four seas, the Grand Line's waters were not teeming with fish swimming near the surface. Most were found in the depths. Thus, the initial plan to fish had to be abandoned. And the past few days had yielded little catch. Note, this chapter serves merely as a transitional segment. In reality, it is somewhat easier to find sustenance at sea. I have merely altered circumstances for Alan and his crew. They have been unfortunate in traversing waters with scant marine life, a curious twist of fate indeed. Sometimes, events unfold in the most peculiar ways. Fortunes may rise and fall unpredictably. Alan does not possess the extraordinary luck of Luffy. His fortunes will not be perpetually favorable, nor will misfortune last indefinitely. Thus, for these 2 days, the protagonists have encountered a streak of bad luck. To balance the previous windfall of gold, they must now endure this setback. However, the coveted position of the warlord of the sea is drawing near. Consequently, Alan issued a decree, meticulously rationing the remaining provisions, clearly indicating the amount allotted to each individual. With only a fraction of the original stock remaining, they found themselves far from satiated, and by today, the supplies had run dry, leaving them on the verge of starvation. Yet, can they truly cast blame on anyone but themselves for their earlier indulgent feasts? Alan spoke with a hint of irritation. He was hungry too, but there was nothing to eat at the moment. Where could he possibly find sustenance for them? It was truly disheartening to possess strength with no outlet. A collective sigh resonated across the deck once more. Captain, we have been saved. After a while, Laius, who had been observing the weather and course from the bow, rushed over, exclaiming loudly, "What did you say?" Upon hearing the word saved, Alan sprang up from the deck. "Captain, we just spotted a small island ahead. We have food. We are rescued," Laius excitedly informed Alan. The 3 men lying on the deck immediately leaped to their feet as well, their spirits lifted at the sight of the island, envisioning the food it promised. "What are you waiting for? Change the course immediately," Alan commanded with urgency. "And you all, hurry, turn the helm. Unknown island." "Captain, are we heading back now?" A man with dark hair tied into a ponytail and a cigarette dangling from his mouth asked, his gaze indifferent as he watched the meat roasting. "Aha. If we don't head back soon, that fellow in Wano will surely be frantic. There are matters to attend to in the New World. We shall return tomorrow," replied a laid-back one-armed man after taking a hearty swig of drink. If anyone were to recognize the assembly before them, they would be utterly astonished. The one-armed man, with a mane of fiery red hair and a western sword at his waist, was none other than Shanks, the illustrious red-haired pirate. Renowned as one of the greatest pirates of the age, Shanks was not only an adept swordsman, but also the possessor of the most formidable conqueror's haki, commanding a legion of powerful allies. He was one of the 4 emperors, alongside Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, whose collective strength had driven the Navy to the brink of despair. "Aha. The Navy has been in turmoil since we embarked on this adventure. If we don't return soon, they'll be driven mad," chuckled a stout individual, his mouth stuffed with a sizable piece of roasted meat, none other than Lucky Roo. "Indeed. It seems we cannot indulge in our escapades any longer. Once we reach Sabati Archipelago, we must not linger," remarked Jesus Burgess with a gentle smile. Observing the crew's prowess, it was clear that nearly all the known strong members of the red-haired pirates were gathered on this unnamed island. Alas, Mr. Rayleigh would not be seen this time at Sabati Archipelago. Shanks smiled faintly without uttering a word. The first mate Rayleigh was the one he admired most on Roger's pirate ship, second only to the Pirate King himself. It was thanks to Rayleigh that he had attained his current strength and accomplishments. On this adventurous outing, although he did not acquire anything of significant value, he gained crucial insights. He even made a trip to the East Blue to revisit that little fellow from a few years back. Now, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, revered, feared, and admired by many, had witnessed that young boy. In him, he seemed to glimpse the shadow of Captain Roger, and it was for the future and the dreams of Captain Roger that he wagered his right arm on him. Upon seeing the boy, he firmly believed in his vision. That young lad would undoubtedly rise to become the Pirate King, just like his captain. Suddenly, Shanks, Beckman, and Jesus Burgess turned their gazes sharply towards a certain point in the sea. A ship was approaching. Who could it be? The 3 possessed the most formidable observation haki within the crew, and even before the vessel drew near, they had already sensed its presence. Others soon followed suit, albeit a moment behind. The excitement on Aaron's face faded as he suddenly sensed someone probing them, with observation hockey. Alan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. His body tense as his gaze lingered on the distant island ahead. There were people on that island, powerful individuals whose mastery of observation hockey was even beyond his own. Such strength appearing in the first half of the Grand Line, in a paradise no less, indicated that these individuals were formidable. Although the exact number of inhabitants on the island remained unclear, at least 3 exceptionally strong individuals were present. The uncertainty of whether the situation ahead posed a threat loomed large. He glanced back at his excited companions. They were his brothers and sisters, and he could not allow them to venture into an unknown territory. If the island harbored ruthless pirates, they would be in grave danger. However, they had no choice but to approach the island, for their provisions had dwindled. While they occasionally managed to catch some sea creatures, the lack of fresh water made survival at sea untenable. Orland, lower the sails and anchor the ship, Alan instructed, his demeanor slightly somber. Captain, what's wrong? Xiao asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. There are at least 3 individuals on the island whose strength rivals mine, if not surpasses it. We still do not know how many are there, Alan replied. What should we do, Captain? Let us assess the situation first. The Wind Rider swiftly came to a halt on the water's surface, and the crew gathered around Alan. Pass me the telescope, he called to Rias. With the telescope in hand, Alan focused on the island. Although the figures were indistinct, he spotted a pirate ship docked on the shore. That vessel was unmistakable. He recognized it by its distinctive flag. It belonged to the Red Force. This ship had once been involved in the Marineford War, serving as the flagship of the red-haired Shanks crew, one of the 4 emperors. It seemed that Shanks was indeed on the island. Despite this revelation, Alan's expression remained grave. This was not an anime, it was reality. And he was a bounty hunter facing a pirate, natural adversaries. Yet, for the sake of his crew and the necessity of food, a visit to the island was imperative. He could only hope that Shanks possessed a temperament similar to that of his animated counterpart. Chapter 142, Getting Acquainted. You all stay on the ship. I will scout the island, Alan instructed Orland and Xiao after confirming Shanks' presence. Captain, that's out of the question. I'm coming with you. My devil fruit powers allow me to fly, Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the thought of letting her captain face danger alone. Yes, Captain. We cannot let you go alone. The other 3 echoed in unison. Enough. Remember, we are speaking of Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. You all must wait here for my return, Alan insisted firmly. What? The 4 emperors? The 4 were taken aback, for he was a legendary figure of the New World, a notorious pirate of great renown. Do not worry, I know a bit about Shanks. Just trust me, he reassured them. How can this be acceptable? As a crew member, how can I allow the captain to confront the 4 emperors alone? Halt. This is a command from the captain. Everyone must remain calm. Or do not blame me for being unrecognizing, Alan declared loudly. Without heeding the pleas of his companions, he stepped forward, gliding toward the small island. With a thud, a figure descended from the sky, landing not far from the fire pit, the sound of his feet striking the ground resonating softly. A pirate? Is there only one who dares to approach? What could this individual desire? Upon spotting Alan, armed with the 7-star sword and cloaked in black, the crew members of the red-haired pirates, gathered around the fire, sprang to their feet, their expressions darkening, the atmosphere thick with tension. Indeed, the elite members of the red-haired pirates, including their captain, were present. Alan cast a casual glance around. Nearly all of the crew he could name were assembled. Captain Shanks, Vice Captain Beckman, Marksman Yassop, and the meat-loving Lachi Lu were all there. In that brief moment, Alan sensed that at least 2 firearms had stealthily aimed at him. This is Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, renowned as the first strategist among pirates, recognized Alan immediately. The newcomer was none other than Gaia Allen, the strongest bounty hunter from the East Blue, responsible for the recent chaos in Water 7 and the downfall of the blood-red carnivorous flower. He shared the same sea with Luffy, casting a fleeting glance at his seemingly indifferent captain. This individual is a bounty hunter. Could he, like other pirates and bounty hunters, be lured by the captain's reputation as one of the 4 emperors, seeking to challenge him? His strength is formidable. Yet he could not possibly be a match for our crew. So why is he calm? Within mere moments, Beckman contemplated numerous possibilities. Yet, given Alan's demeanor and the intelligence he had gathered, it was evident that this was not a reckless individual. Could it be merely a chance encounter? As the tension escalated, Shanks suddenly interjected, "Hey, kid, what brings you here?" "Me? Would you believe I came for the sin of your barbecued meat?" Alan replied. his heart racing amid the presence of such legendary figures. He was apprehensive that the red-haired pirates might not align with the portrayals from the anime, and that he could very well meet his demise here today. For the first time, he regretted his impulsive decision to land on this island. It was no small place. If he were to perish by sword or bullet here, it was unlikely anyone would care, and even if someone did learn of it, they would only mock his audacity. Ah ha ha ha. I thought it was something else. You were drawn here by the aroma of our barbecue? Lachi-Ru. I must say my barbecuing skills have indeed improved. Look, now there are those who recognize my talent better than you do. Suddenly, the usually solemn Shanks burst into laughter. The atmosphere on the deck lightened significantly, and under Shanks' infectious smile, the crew of pirates settled back down. However, Beckman and Jesus Burgess remained focused on Enel. While the captain relaxed, these two could not afford to do so. A person of unknown origins could be overlooked by the captain due to his nature. But they would not be so careless. Alan silently exhaled, realizing that Shanks was indeed as characterized in the anime. It seemed his gamble had paid off. Under the watchful eyes of Beckman and Jesus Burgess, Alan boldly approached Shanks and seated himself beside him, directly stating, "This dinosaur is quite substantial. I presume I might be allowed a taste of that hind leg." Shanks was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated that this individual would depart after his initial remarks. Instead, he found himself approached and requested for roasted meat. This person certainly possessed an intriguing demeanor. "Ah ha ha ha, no problem. You are the first to commend my roast." Shanks gracefully offered Alan a piece of the hind leg. "Arigato, I shall indulge now. I have been famished at sea for quite some time." Alan expressed his gratitude to Shanks before eagerly devouring the meat. While relishing his meal, he did not forget to greet the sea. Aware that 4 others were also waiting hungrily on the water, the 4 members of the Wind Knight, anxiously observing from afar, sighed in relief upon seeing their captain's signal, promptly raising the sails to navigate the ship towards the island. They had been quite worried. After all, this was one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. If anything were to happen to Alan, what face would they have left as his crew? Seeing Alan feasting without a care, Shanks felt no concern regarding potential treachery. In fact, he found it amusing that Alan would engage his crew. This individual was indeed entertaining. Beckman and Jesus Burgess exchanged glances, each reflecting the bewilderment in the other's eyes. What could this mean? Was he merely here for a meal? It was truly a world filled with diverse characters. After a silent exchange of understanding, and seeing that their captain had said nothing amiss, they chose not to inquire further, albeit maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance. The 4 members of the Wind Knight soon reached the shore, and upon spotting their captain comfortably situated at the center of the red-haired pirates, a chill ran down their spines. Was their captain being held captive? Yet, this scenario seemed unlikely. Given his relaxed demeanor and hearty appetite, their astonishment outweighed their fear. "Oh, you have arrived. Come quickly, this dinosaur meat is exquisite, particularly the hind leg. Orland, come and compare it to your culinary skills," Alan exclaimed, mouthful of meat, as he beckoned to Orland and the others who had just landed. "Ah ha ha, you are quite amusing." Shanks laughed heartily at Alan's unabashed manner. "Come, my young friends. Prepare plenty of meat and wine for our new companion. We shall commence a feast." "Ah ha ha ha, I adore feasts." "Hey, Xiaoqiu, isn't that your favorite too? Hurry up and join us." Alan shouted loudly at the few individuals who were still in a daze. Upon hearing the sounds of the banquet, Xiaoqiu momentarily suppressed her fear. The allure was simply too great. Observing the captain's demeanor, she temporarily set aside the terrifying tales of the red-haired pirates that Orland had shared, for the banquet took precedence. The other 3 were drawn in by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat and fine spirits, having been starved for the better part of the day. They cast aside their reservations. If they were to perish, they would do so as satiated souls. Following in Xiaoqiu's footsteps, they joined the revelry. Beckman sighed, lamenting the antics of his captain. When Shanks applied his intellect, even the 5 elders showed him respect. Yet, when he became frivolous, he was no different from a fool. It was evident from his treatment by the Mountain Bandit King in East Blue's Windmill Village that Shanks had a unique character. However, one must tread carefully around his vulnerabilities. For should you provoke him, you would find yourself in dire straits. At such times, the red-haired captain would become exceedingly serious. Chapter 143. Come on. Regarding Alan's identity as a bounty hunter, Beckman felt a twinge of concern. Nevertheless, if this was the case, he would let Shanks have his fun. After all, isn't the essence of being a pirate to revel in joy? Ha ha ha, the captain is up to his antics again. Isn't that just how he is? Have you forgotten the last time when someone shattered his wine glass, And he merely laughed? Indeed, should the day ever come when the captain turns serious, he would no longer be our captain. Ha ha ha. Enough chatter, let us commence the banquet. The red-haired pirates buzzed with excitement as they prepared roasted meats and drinks. And soon, Alan and his companions were drinking alongside them. Beckman approached Shanks and whispered, "Say, aren't you curious why you've invited this bounty hunter named Alan without asking any questions?" "What?" Shanks replied, surprised as he turned to Alan. "Hey, are you a bounty hunter?" "Damn it." Beckman stared at Shanks in disbelief. "Not long ago, you said this fellow named Alan was quite impressive. Have you forgotten?" He glanced down at Shanks' head, suppressing his laughter, and released his grip from the rifle he had been resting on. "Ah, indeed," Alan mumbled through a mouthful of meat. "Oh, I remember now. You were Gaia, Alan, the one who caused a ruckus in Water City not long ago. Ha. I didn't realize I had become so renowned. Even a formidable emperor like you remembers me. Ha. How did you arrive here?" "Me? I was starving for several days. And then I caught a whiff of the delicious meat." Ha. You're quite amusing." "Oh, how about a drink?" "Certainly. I relish this kind of camaraderie." Alan articulated his intentions, yet Shanks remained unfazed. The two engaged in conversation for a while before they soon began to drink, their camaraderie evident as they slung arms around each other. The gathering was filled with exuberance as games of rock, paper, scissors, and arm wrestling commenced, igniting a spirited atmosphere. The members of the red-haired pirates, including Lucky Roo, began to recount tales of their captain's valor, while Alan and his companions shared their own adventures, exchanging weapons and indulging in mutual flattery. The feast was a jubilant affair, and time seemed to slip away swiftly as the sun gradually blushed and descended beneath the horizon. By evening, the red-haired pirates and Alan's group had dined heartily, with Alan and his companions finally feeling satiated. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, what should they do next? Contemplate profound thoughts? Alas, that was a misstep. With a flushed face, Shanks rose to his feet, declaring that it was time to clarify a matter of significance. Noticing the seven-star sword resting beside Alan, Shanks recognized the weapon, astonished that such a formidable blade had been subdued by someone. It seemed evident that Alan was a remarkable swordsman. Thus, as adversaries, it was time for both parties to display their true mettle. As Alan beheld Shanks' right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, a moment of clarity struck him. It was evident that a confrontation was inevitable. Having partaken in both food and drink, it was now time to fight for their respective factions, albeit against their initial intentions. The two opponents, armed and resolute, found a secluded spot upon the island, standing defiantly against one another. Beckman and Jesus understood the implications of their captain's stance. This was a duel between two formidable leaders, and their crew could no longer intervene. The outcome of this battle would determine their fate, in stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of the red-haired pirates. Little Chio stood bewildered, gazing at the suddenly adversarial Alan and Shanks with a face etched with concern. Just moments ago, everything seemed amicable. Why had it devolved into this? After all, it was Shanks. What if something went awry? The other three companions mirrored his anxiety, their eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Yet, they comprehended the implications. You have managed to tame the legendary demon sword. Your prowess appears commendable, and I am eager to witness it firsthand. With a flourish, Shanks cast aside his cloak, his crimson hair billowing as he unsheathed his sword, the drunken haze in his eyes giving way to a fierce clarity. He exuded a powerful aura as shadows danced under the moonlight, elongated and commanding. Fortune favors me today, but I too am intrigued by the legendary emperors of the sea. Alan, gripping the seven-star sword, summoned his own energy, preparing himself to unleash his full potential against the imposing figure of Shanks. Aware of the disparity in their strength, he resolved to confront this challenge. Retreating in fear would undermine his ambition to ascend as the world's mightiest. It appears the captain is truly serious now, Rach Lu remarked with a solemn expression. This fellow named Alan seems to possess considerable swordsmanship. It's difficult to predict the outcome of a one-on-one duel. Shanks stands atop the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a man who had once clashed with Mihawk for days without yielding. Though he had lost his left hand, his strength had not waned. In fact, it had intensified. His prowess in swordplay is matched only by the overwhelming presence he commands. Few in the world can rival such a figure. It remains to be seen how long this so-called strongest bounty hunter can endure. Brother Orland, do you think Captain Allen will be all right? A worried Ling inquired. Orland's face was clouded with tension and concern. After a brief pause, he asserted, "We must have faith in our captain. He has never let us down before." Despite knowing that the captain is no match for the red-haired man, as the first mate. He cannot utter any unfavorable words. In the absence of the captain, it is his duty to safeguard the crew. Upon hearing this, both Rhea and Lias turned their gazes once more towards Aaron and Shanks. Suddenly, an invisible aura erupted from Shanks, surging forth like a tempest and violently sweeping outward. Even the clouds in the sky, the waves on the sea, and the flora on the ground were stirred into a frenzy. It is the captain's Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, it is the strongest Conqueror's Haki known to exist. At this moment, Shanks has unleashed his formidable Haki, recognized universally as the most powerful. His Conqueror's Haki transcends mere psychological impact, carrying with it tangible harm. When he boarded the Whitebeard pirates, even the ship's hull splintered, and when clashing with Whitebeard's Haki, the very sky was rent asunder. This illustrates the overwhelming strength of Shanks as Conqueror's Haki, nearly unmatched by any. Simultaneously, a powerful Conqueror's Haki emanated from Aaron as well. However, it was evident that Aaron's Haki was not as potent as Shanks's. His Haki had remained suppressed. Yet, Aaron persisted, and thus, the two forces of Conqueror's Haki began to contend with one another. The clash of these two formidable presences, one a true powerhouse and the other a mere pretender, was palpable. With the immense pressure generated by their confrontation visible to the naked eye, the earth around and behind Alan began to tremble, stones and sand shattering as the sea roiled. And even the sky seemed to quiver slightly. Although they were not evenly matched, the destructive force generated by the two was astonishing. To his surprise, this individual possessed the formidable Conqueror's Haki, and it was exceptionally potent. Beckman observed the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki within Alan, and although he was no match for Shanks, he was astounded that Alan could withstand the captain for such an extended period. He had not anticipated that this young lad would wield such formidable Conqueror's Haki. It appeared that the intelligence regarding Alan's strength had indeed underestimated him. No wonder the Navy in Water City simply watched as Alan wreaked havoc without intervening. I'm coming. Shanks laughed heartily, drawing his rapier from his waist, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged toward Alan. Chapter 144, A Disastrous Defeat. Come on. Let the battle begin. Confronted by the formidable Shanks, Alan was suddenly filled with a surge of valor. To engage in battle with such a legendary swordsman, even if it meant his own demise, would be a worthy endeavor. With a swift upward strike, bam, boom, the swords of Alan and Shanks clashed fiercely, a powerful force radiating from their weapons, causing sword energy to surge wildly in all directions. The ground beneath their feet cracked dramatically from the impact. Countless stones shattering as even the ocean's waters were stirred, rising to form towering waves. What a reckless display, Beckman remarked, shaking his head. The intensity of their battle was palpable, each strike a lethal maneuver, forcing many onlookers to retreat in alarm. Those lacking sufficient strength were urged to distance themselves from the chaos. The ferocity of their clash was beyond the endurance of ordinary crew members. You have quite the skill, Shanks observed, his eyes alight with a fierce fighting spirit as he regarded Alan. The man's swordsmanship and aura were commendable, though Shanks could discern a hint of inadequacy in Alan. Nevertheless, it had been quite some time since he encountered such a formidable opponent, and his eyes sparkled with the thrill of facing an equal. This did not imply that Alan's strength could rival that of Shanks. Alan's mastery of swordsmanship and his imposing aura still exhibit a considerable disparity when compared to Shanks. It is akin to two individuals pursuing advanced degrees, one being a first-year master's student and the other a seasoned doctoral graduate. Encountering a formidable opponent is indeed a delightful experience. I hope you can endure a little longer, Shanks mused, launching another offensive. To engage in combat with the legendary emperor is truly an honor, Alan replied, retracting his 7-star sword and striking once more. Clang! The two swords clashed and then separated, only to collide once more in a continuous dance of steel. In this moment, it was not merely a contest of techniques, but rather an expression of their individual comprehension of swordsmanship. To put it simply, it was a battle of their foundational understanding. In terms of training duration, Shanks had spent significantly more time mastering the art of the sword than Aaron, as he was already in his 30s and had engaged in fierce duels with the world's foremost swordsman. It could be said that very few in this world could rival his swordsmanship, although Aaron possessed a somewhat lesser understanding of the art. The infusion of sword spirit skills and insights from the system compensated for his shorter training period. Thus, without the use of haki or sword techniques, neither could claim victory, resulting in a stalemate. In this realm, the classification of strength is inherently nebulous. It does not adhere to the distinct hierarchies found in fantasy worlds or games. The apex warriors of this world seldom engage in combat. For them, once a battle ensues, it signifies a dire confrontation where life and death hang in the balance. Nevertheless, one can glean insights from various indicators. Legends of the past, the current emperors of the sea, and the three admirals of the navy all represent the pinnacle of power, and their strengths are generally comparable. In one-on-one duels, it is conceivable that such figures might engage in combat for days on end before a victor emerges. Take, for instance, the incident when the notorious Captain Shiki wreaked havoc at the Navy headquarters, necessitating the combined efforts of Sengoku and Garp. This was not indicative of their individual weakness compared to Shiki, but rather a precaution. Allowing them to battle unchecked would result in the complete destruction of the Navy headquarters. With no survivors below the rank of admiral, this necessity for collaboration illustrates the gravity of their power. To vie for the position of fleet admiral, Akainu and Akiji engaged in a fierce 10-day duel at Punk Hazard, only barely managing to determine a victor. Among pirate crews, first mates like Rayleigh, who can match the captain's strength, are indeed rare. The current first mates of the Emperors of the Sea clearly fall short of their captain's prowess. Similarly, within the Navy, the term vice admiral does not denote a specific rank, but rather refers to individuals whose strength considerably exceeds that of rear admirals while still being significantly below that of admirals, thus earning them the title of admiral candidates. Essentially, the strength of a vice admiral aligns closely with that of a first mate under an emperor. Of course, these power dynamics remain somewhat ambiguous, and only through actual combat can their true extents be discerned. The revered world's greatest swordsman possesses strength comparable to the three admirals of the Navy. Consider that Mihawk has been recognized as the world's greatest swordsman for several years, yet he is only 34 years old. Such talent explains why he and Shanks have forged a close friendship. Shanks was merely 27 when he was dubbed an emperor, and now in his 30s. One must remember that the youngest admiral of the Navy, Kazan, is already 40. Truly terrifying. Just like now, the battle between Alan and Shanks unfolds. However, once Shanks employs his haki, Alan's situation becomes far more precarious. The red-haired pirates and Orland are positioned several hundred meters away from the clash. Yet even at such a distance, the air is occasionally pierced by the force of sword strikes, causing the nearby boulders and ground to be affected. The sounds of explosions and rumbling resonate continuously. As their confrontation endures, both combatants begin to relinquish the restraint on their attacking intensity. Once they unleash their full potential, the terror of the world's top-tier powers becomes manifest. The overwhelming strength of the Yonko starts to suppress Alan's assault, compelling him to adopt a more defensive stance as he gradually finds himself at a disadvantage. The once uneven yet relatively flat stone surface has now transformed into a chaotic valley, riddled with debris and gorges. A mere swipe of a blade carves a deep trench into the ground, and an unwary sword strike sends a multitude of trees crashing down, sending clouds of dust into the air. It is only when the battle pauses that the true extent of the scene can be discerned. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of the two combatants emerge. At this moment, Alan's trench coat was reduced to mere tatters, with numerous jagged tears scattered across its surface, some stained with blood. After a brief pause, he unfastened his garment and discarded the bloodied fabric onto the ground, his breath coming in rapid gasps. In stark contrast, Shanks bore only a few slashes on his upper attire, yet his body remained unscathed, merely showing signs of slight breathlessness, a testament to the exertion of their fierce battle. However, his condition was undoubtedly far superior to Alan's. Licking the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, Alan remarked, "Indeed, you are worthy of being one of the four emperors. Your strength is truly legendary." Shanks replied, "You are commendable as well. Among those I have encountered, your swordsmanship ranks among the finest. At your age, my own skills were not nearly as formidable. It was important to note that even Mihawk, that fellow, had not possessed such prowess at this age. This man's swordsmanship was indeed exceptional. In terms of pure swordplay, he could be placed among the world's elite. If he were to enhance his mastery of haki, there would likely be few who could rival him in this world. Let us refrain from further compliments. In battle, our adversary will show no mercy based on age." Under the moonlight, Alan flashed a grin, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. "Shanks, allow me to witness the true extent of your capabilities as one of the four emperors." "As you wish," Shanks responded with a serious demeanor. "Just don't die on me." With a powerful stomp, Shanks unleashed his haki, proclaiming Conqueror's Haki. Gripping his sword with one hand, he executed a magnificent strike infused with the vibrant yellow energy of his haki, cleaving downward with ferocity. Blade draw slash. The clash of two formidable attacks ignited a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, the shockwave from their collision surged outward with devastating force. Shanks's swordplay, imbued with conqueror's haki, struck at Alan with an almost insurmountable might. Faced with such an overwhelming technique, Alan summoned every ounce of his strength. The two began to engage in a flurry of counterattacks, quickly transitioning their battleground from the shoreline to the depths of the forest. Both warriors, masters of swordsmanship and haki, left a trail of destruction in their wake. After several hours of intense combat, the atmosphere remained electrifying. Cross slash, griffin slash. After such an extended struggle, both fighters prepared to unleash their final blows. A blinding explosion erupted, reminiscent of a nuclear blast, first illuminating the surroundings, followed by a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens. Within the blinding light, a figure was hurled backward, while another staggered back over 10 paces before regaining composure. The figure that was sent flying was none other than Alan, who only came to rest after crashing through a dozen sturdy trees, subsequently vanishing from sight. After a considerable time, the dust began to settle. Emerging from the depths of a desolate forest, Alan appeared in a pitiful state, his body marred by a multitude of wounds. Some gashes were deep enough to expose the white of his bones, with blood incessantly oozing and trickling to the ground. He relied on the seven-star sword to maintain his unsteady gait. Despite his grievous injuries, Alan persevered. Observing his struggle, Shanks regarded him with an expression of admiration. "You are quite impressive. It has been a long time since I have enjoyed a fight like this," he remarked with a cough. "Indeed. It is no wonder you are one of the four emperors. Your strength is formidable. I sincerely appreciate your leniency." Alan coughed a few times in gratitude, fully aware that Shanks had ultimately held back. Had he not, Alan would have surely succumbed to death. The might of the four emperors is not to be trifled with. If Shanks had unleashed his full power from the outset, Alan would not have survived even an hour. Resheathing his sword, Shanks returned to the shore, satisfied with the encounter, deeming it a closed chapter. Beckman approached Shanks, awaiting his next command. "Let us depart. We have achieved our purpose here and may return," Shanks said, patting Beckman on the shoulder. Subsequently, the red-haired pirates began to board their ship, hoisting the anchor and gradually sailing away from the small island. Captain Beckman, who had been silent for a considerable time, finally spoke. "Ahaha, it's all right. That young lad has potential. The sea is far more intriguing with talents like him." Shanks understood the implications of Beckman's words. They were aware of his intentions, thus. He offered a simple explanation. His gaze then turned towards the direction of the island. "Alan, was it? I hope you do not disappoint me. The sea has grown too tranquil of late." Chapter 145. The terrifying three-masted ship after the departure of the red-haired pirates. Xiao Qiu retrieved medical supplies from the ship to tend to Alan's injuries. On the Wind Rider, Alan was swathed in bandages, still struggling to catch his breath. Though he had been nearly beaten to death, losing to one of the four emperors was not a fate he found unacceptable. The experience gained from the battle far outweighed the loss. Fortunately, Shanks had not shown any intent to kill. This man was someone Alan deemed worthy of deep friendship, and forging an alliance with a pirate was indeed a delightful prospect. Alan's gaze towards the sky had undergone a subtle transformation. He was taken aback by Shanks's unexpected display of skill, which ultimately illuminated the chasm between himself and true strength. Though Shanks did not articulate it directly, Alan felt a profound gratitude towards him, cherishing such a rare opportunity in the absence of a renowned mentor. Individuals like Shanks were nearly non-existent in this world, especially one who would impart swordsmanship to an adversary and even spare him. Following this encounter, Alan's prowess was poised for significant enhancement. Indeed, combat with formidable opponents could swiftly amplify one's mastery of swordsmanship and domineering presence. However, the pursuit of experience would require continued endeavors against lesser foes. The forthcoming Phantom Sword Dance, alongside the insights gained from his awakening, would be indispensable in his journey. Since comprehending the essence of true sword arts, he recognized that advancement and understanding were inextricably linked. With his comprehension of swordsmanship now elevated, the demand for experience surged. He hoped that the adversaries ahead would provide ample challenges, granting him the opportunity to hone his abilities against genuinely formidable foes. After 3 days on the island, Alan's injuries had healed significantly. Wounds that had once exposed bone were now scabbing over, attesting to his remarkable recuperative abilities. Particularly, the ship's doctor, Xiao Qiu, was astounded, exclaiming in awe each time he changed the dressings, marveling at the captain's resilience. Having thoroughly replenished the ship's provisions and fresh water, the recording instruments were filled to capacity, and the Wind Riders set sail once more. This time, they had stocked up sufficiently. The island's beasts met a grim fate at the hands of Orland, Xiaoqiu, and Ling, who hunted them relentlessly, amply filling the ship's larder. 10 days later, the Wind Rider departed the stormy seas, entering the fog-laden territory of the Devil's Triangle. This area was not the domain of Moria, but rather a region characterized by peculiar climatic conditions, which Moria had fortuitously stumbled upon. With no discernible direction and visibility severely compromised, the Wind Rider navigated slowly through the dense mist. Rias stood at the bow, measuring the wind direction and ocean currents while surveying the surroundings, shaking his head in exasperation. Likewise, Ling, stationed in the lookout tower, shared his frustration. As the heavy fog obscured most of the horizon, rendering it impossible to discern what lay ahead. Alan's gaze was fixed upon the mist ahead as he addressed Lias. Do not concern yourself with the direction of the recording pointer. This expanse of sea is not so vast. If we navigate around it, we are bound to encounter something. The terrifying three-masted ship where Moria resided, though comparable in size to an island, was not an actual island, rendering it impossible to locate through the recording pointer. At present, Alan was merely aware of Moria's presence in these waters, yet he could not pinpoint his exact location. Upon glimpsing the distant waters, Alan discerned their arrival at the fabled territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Moonlight Moria. In times past, Moria had been much like the current Luffy, confident in his abilities and audacious in the pursuit of his dreams. However, after suffering defeat at the hands of Kaido, one of the current 4 emperors, during a battle in the New World, he lost all his comrades. This devastating blow instilled in Moria a firm belief in the principle that life inevitably brings loss. Approximately 7 or 8 years ago, he steered his formidable 3-masted ship into the misty waters, embarking on a venture to establish his zombie army alongside the brilliant Surgeon Hogback. It was his loss of confidence, stemming from his defeat by Kaido, that led him to retreat into obscurity and focus solely on the development of his undead legion. If one were to rank the strength of all the 7 warlords, Moria would undoubtedly find himself at the bottom, someone who could scarcely contend with any of them. Even Crocodile, the first to be vanquished by Luffy, possessed a greater degree of capability, able to leverage his devil fruit powers to confront Admiral Akainu. In stark contrast, Moria could only engage in covert skirmishes with minor adversaries. A comparison reveals that Moria's once indomitable spirit has all but vanished, and his current prowess places him as the weakest among the 7 warlords. One might even feel a twinge of sympathy for the former Sandman. The prospect of such a figure perishing by their hands could yield considerable experience. Lias smiled faintly, as a navigator acknowledged by Alan. He understood that despite the formidable fog enveloping these waters, he possessed his own methods. Upon reaching this mist-laden region, Alan had already briefed them on the 7 warlords, and their fear and reverence were not as pronounced as one might expect. Following their exchanges and skirmishes with the red-haired pirates, the group felt a sense of anticipation regarding this warlord, eager to engage in combat and foster their growth. The Wind Knight ship glided steadily through the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. Illit deliberately ordered Orland to reduce the ship's speed in order to locate the whereabouts of Moria. After 7 days, they finally encountered a colossal vessel, its weathered hull suggesting it had seen better days. The appearance of its decaying wood and rotting sails indicated that it was not a ship from within the last 2 or 3 decades. During these 7 days, the group had stumbled upon numerous shipwrecks, some of which appeared to have languished here for over a decade. Gazing at the distant large ship, Alan observed for a considerable time before stating, "This is not it." The size of this vessel was nowhere near that of the fearsome 3-masted ship, and its form was also dissimilar. With Alan's dismissal, the group lost interest in this ship. If it was not the one they sought, it would likely meet the same fate as the previous wrecks. As the 2 ships passed each other, a stark, skeletal figure emerged from the battered vessel's side, grinning maniacally at Alan and his companions. Oh ho ho ho! While Alan remained remarkably composed aboard the Wind Knight, Orland, Lias, and Ling displayed expressions of sheer terror. Particularly little Chio, who began to panic and exclaimed, a ghost. Enough of this nonsense, it is merely a skeleton, Alan interjected, attempting to soothe the frightened group. Chio, you are a doctor. How can you be so unobservant? With Alan's reassuring words, their anxiety gradually subsided. Though a lingering fear remained, the legendary ghostly skeleton was indeed a chilling sight. In an effort to further comfort them, Alan leapt aboard the great ship, spending a few minutes there before returning to the Wind Knight. Alan was aware that the skeletal figure, Brooke, was indeed a part of Luffy's crew. Having spent years in pursuit of his own grand adventure, he was a peculiar individual, perpetually obsessed with glimpsing others' undergarments, leaving no one, not even Big Mom, unscathed in his peculiar fascination. Such a character was suitable for a brief exchange. Beyond that, one would tire of his eccentricities. Each individual embarks on their own journey, possessing a personality starkly different from Luffy's. Although fond of this character, the prospect of prolonged interaction would surely become unbearable. Captain, well, onward we go. I merely exchanged a few pleasantries with that skeleton, Alan remarked to Orland, not elaborating on what transpired aboard the ship. Upon this, they exchanged glances before making their way towards the cabin, leaving only Laius and Aya on the deck. A day later, amidst the fog, a colossal shadow emerged, vastly surpassing the decrepit vessel they had encountered earlier, its size akin to that of an island. Furthermore, according to Laius's keen observations, the shadow was not stationary but gliding across the surface of the sea, a gargantuan ship. This was indeed the fearsome three-masted ship that Captain Alan had alluded to. Finally, they had laid eyes upon it. Laius quickly relayed this development to Alan, and the group gathered at the bow to gaze upon the immense silhouette of the ship. As they drew nearer to the ominous three-masted vessel, its entrance resembled a gaping human mouth, ominously ajar, coupled with the eerie castle shrouded in mist behind it. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Chapter 146. The Invisible Man. Seeking votes, Orland and Laius remained behind. Xiaoqiu, Aya, and I shall board the ship together. Let us go. Alan was the first to disembark. He was resolute in acquiring experience from the 7 warlords, even if he could summon 1,000 shadows to invoke a dragon. This endeavor must be completed. With Moria's clumsy physique and techniques, there was no possibility of standing against Alan. Among the 7 warlords, including Moria, Alan had already entangled himself with 3. He had underestimated Crocodile's strength and fruit abilities, sustaining grievous injuries in his flight. To avenge Orland, he had vanquished the pirate crew under Doflamingo, and given Doflamingo's nature, they were essentially adversaries. Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon, commanded a vast array of transactions within the underworld and was engaged in dealings with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. His prowess ranked among the most formidable of the 7 warlords. His string fruit abilities had been developed to the point of awakening, and even admirals had to tread carefully when facing his ultimate techniques. Nevertheless, it was precisely such formidable figures that rendered the sea all the more alluring. Upon disembarking, they stood upon the shore. The environment surrounding the fearsome 3-masted ship was profoundly dark and eerie, the atmosphere unsettling. Let us venture forth and witness the methods of this moonlight Moria. Alan and his companions made their way along the shoreline, advancing towards the foreboding ancient castle. With each step they took, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly sinister, as the trees contorted into bizarre shapes and numerous gravestones and tombs emerged from the ground. Alan's expression remained neutral, while Ling observed their surroundings with keen interest. Xiaoqiu, however, wore a face of sheer terror as she glanced around, visibly frightened. Being a girl, she harbored a deep-seated fear of ghosts and zombies. Suddenly, as the trio advanced, a rustling sound echoed through the dark woods, and without warning, a grave split open. A multitude of bandaged skeletons and zombies erupted from within, all striking menacing poses and emitting eerie sounds of hiss, 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 ah. Before Alan and Ling could react, Xiaoqiu began to scream in horror. The grotesque and bandaged corpses emerged from the earth, their wide eyes sending Xiaoqiu into a panic. She gripped Alan's clothing tightly, trembling with fear. Hey, Xiaoqiu, what's wrong? They're just a bunch of corpses. This is quite unbecoming of you as the ship's doctor, Alan exclaimed, unable to tolerate Xiaoqiu's reaction. After all, these skeletons and corpses were merely animated by Moria's shadow fruit abilities. Captain, those are zombies, Xiaoqiu stammered, her teeth chattering. You must use your own powers. They are merely reliant on Moria's shadow fruit. You, too, possess a devil fruit ability, so you should confront them, Alan urged, pulling Xiaoqiu from behind him to face the horde of zombies, attempting to alleviate her fears. Xiaoqiu, you can do it. I believe in you, Ling cheered from the side. Gulping nervously, Xiaoqiu stepped out from behind Alan, her focus on the slowly approaching zombies and skeletons. Trembling, she retrieved her sword from her umbrella, prepared to unleash her ultimate move against the terrifying undead. Blossom of Youth, Umbrella Dance, Xiaoqiu cried, unfurling her umbrella sword and charging into the throng of zombies. The spinning canopy of her umbrella drew the zombies together, unleashing a torrent of damage upon them. Indeed, these zombies were not a single blow's adversary. These undead were merely corpses Moria had discovered in the Devil's Triangle, or pirates who had perished and met their end aboard a ship. Their combat prowess was solely reliant on the shadows that animated them. As Xiaoqiu's umbrella dance obliterated them, her eyes remained tightly shut, still lost in her fervor. "Hey, Xiaoqiu. They're all defeated. You can stop now," Alan called out hastily. "Open your eyes." Oh. Hearing the captain's voice, Xiaoqiu quickly ceased her assault and stowed her umbrella. Upon witnessing the fallen zombies around her, she turned to Alan and asked, "Captain, did I really do all of this?" "Indeed, our little Qiu is truly remarkable." Alan gently patted Qiu's small head. "These zombies are rather amusing." Ling crouched down to observe closely, astonished to find that these corpses could still feel fear. "Amusing? How terrifying." Qiu hurriedly pulled Ling up. Despite their victory over the zombies, Qiu could not entirely dispel the fear lingering in her heart. After dealing with the zombies, the group continued their journey toward Moria's castle. "But are these zombies truly manifestations of Moria's fruitability?" Qiu inquired. "Of course, they are." Your eyes were closed. "So you missed the shadows escaping from the defeated zombies' bodies," Ling replied. "That shadow fruit ability is quite intriguing. However, it is a shame that it fell into the hands of someone like Moria, who has squandered its potential." Alan held a high regard for this fruit, lamenting that it was wielded by a disheartened individual who failed to harness its true power. Observing the crawling zombies on the ground, Alan felt no interest. A single slash of his sword could dispose of them all, yet these zombies offered scant experience. After traversing a short distance, Alan abruptly ceased his conversation. His ears twitching slightly, guests have arrived. Simultaneously, Qiu and Ling noticed Alan's movement and halted in their tracks, their gazes scanning the surroundings for any signs of change. Ling also detected a small mouse nearby. Her observation haki was commendable as she focused on the creature in the distance. Qiu glanced at Alan and then back at him, utterly perplexed by what they were observing. Her observation haki had yet to be perfected, and although she sensed a subtle difference ahead, she saw nothing after gazing intently for a while. Before Alan could make a move, Ling began to utilize her fruit ability, using her telekinesis to confine that which did not exist. It was Absalom, the wielder of the transparent fruit ability. Alan casually glanced at Ling, who had managed to immobilize the invisible man merely a few meters away from Xiaoqiu. His observation haki had already keenly detected the presence of the individual. Had any immoral act been committed, he would have intervened long ago. To his surprise, Ling's observation haki was quite adept, promptly capturing the figure as soon as it was noticed. Absalom struggled fiercely, breaking free from Ling's restraints, causing the multitude of arms to vanish and revealing his somewhat disheveled form, his pupils contracting as he gazed at Alan. He had initially intended to toy with Alan and his companions, but was taken aback when they noticed him upon his approach. He stared at Alan, realizing this group was significantly stronger than the pirates he had encountered before. Chapter 147. Moria. It was evident that Absalom did not recognize who Alan truly was. After all, this was the Devil's Triangle, a region shrouded in isolation where news seldom reached. Moria primarily gleaned information from the world government, and figures like Alan, a bounty hunter, were unlikely to be publicized or acknowledged by them, nor would they make special arrangements to inform the 7 warlords about such individuals. The world government's attention was predominantly focused on pirates and revolutionary forces, rendering someone of Alan's caliber a mere afterthought. Having freed himself, Absalom retreated several dozen meters but remained ensnared in his fruit's ability, still in an invisible state. "I ask you, are you planning to come out on your own? Or shall I personally drag you out, Mr. Invisible Man Absalom?" Alan's voice echoed in the desolate expanse. Yet, silence prevailed ahead. The figure did not reveal itself. "It seems you are quite resolute. Do you truly believe you can escape?" Alan addressed the unseen presence. This Absalom, along with Momonosuk, was one of the characters that must meet their demise in the pirate saga. Momonosuk's death was a certainty, but Absalom, the user of the invisible fruit, also occupied a place on Alan's list of targets. He had infiltrated the Thousand Sunny in his transparent form to torment the Straw Hat crew, even going so far as to lick Robin's face, and later he had spied on and attacked Nami in the bath at Hogback's mansion. In Perona's bewildering courtyard, Absalom attempted to abduct Nami amidst the chaos, only to be countered by her lightning-infused retaliation, allowing her to escape. Ultimately, Absalom managed to capture Nami using his powers, administering a sedative in preparation for a wedding. Although Nami eventually escaped, the nature of Absalom's actions was unforgettable. Thus, he must be eliminated. Otherwise, what purpose does he serve? To waste air? Or to linger in the anime merely to irritate viewers? Initially, I intended for this fellow to reveal himself and engage in some amusement. However, since he seems reluctant to emerge, I shall proceed directly. After all, he has no interest in the devil fruit, and the capabilities of this fruit remain uncertain. Even if he were to be eliminated, the whereabouts of the fruit's reappearance would be unknown. Subsequently, in the anime, the powers of this fruit were acquired by the Blackbeard pirates, specifically by that individual, Shiryu. After Alan uttered these words, Absalom's figure materialized before several individuals. He donned a circular high hat adorned with the Moria emblem, sported spherical earrings, and was clad in a shirt and trousers, topped with a high-collared long coat, and completed his attire with knee-high boots. As he observed Alan drawing closer with measured steps, Absalom's hands tightened around the rocket launcher he held. "Where's Moria?" Alan inquired, his tone unperturbed. Absalom, gazing at Alan with a grave and vigilant expression, refrained from answering. Instead, he prepared to retreat. Suddenly, bending his knees, he activated his invisibility ability and propelled himself into the darkness behind him. Although he could not identify the individual before him, he was astounded that this person could detect him with the same ease as their captain. He was not foolish. Having spent considerable time here and risen to become one of Moria's capable subordinates, he understood that he was certainly no match for the individual before him. It was evident that only Moria aboard the ship could best this person. Trying to escape? Alan observed Absalom's movements and realized that this fellow intended to slip away. It won't be that simple. Since you are on my assassination list, how could I allow you to depart? Do you still wish to flee relying on your invisibility fruit? Alan gently stepped forward, his observation haki having already detected the retreating figure of Absalom. With his right hand now shrouded in darkness, he charged toward the fleeing foe. In a swift motion, Alan's punch struck the transparent Absalom midair, causing his powers to falter. Absalom's form materialized before calm, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact, ultimately succumbing to Alan's might. With Absalom's demise, the subsequent plots of voyeurism and forced marriage were forever extinguished. Shaking off his hand, Alan declared, "Let us proceed." After dispatching Absalom, he turned and continued his stride toward the castle. The terrifying three-masted ship, renowned as the largest vessel in the world, rivaled an island in size, housing more than one castle upon its deck. As Alan and his companions ventured deeper, they encountered multiple paths leading to various fortresses. Alan's recollections of the three-masted ship were somewhat hazy, and even if they were clear, he could not conjure a map in his mind instantaneously. While engrossed in the anime, he had paid little heed to such maps, captivated instead by the narrative and battle scenes. Thus, faced with three divergent paths, he remained uncertain which led to the castle. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Any path would suffice. "Let us take the middle one," Alan decided without much contemplation. "Captain, what about the other two paths?" Xiao inquired. "Let those be. This path should lead us to the castle. Do you wish to explore the others?" Alan jested. In the central castle, within a dimly lit chamber, the corpulent warlord, Gecko Moria, reclined on an enormous bed, indulging in rest. At that moment, several figures hurriedly entered, rousing him from his slumber. "Oh, I had a dreadful nightmare," Moria groaned, rubbing his head as he propped himself up. "That is splendid," Master Moria, the lead figure, a bandaged zombie, respectfully addressed him. "It has been 3 days since the last night raid, during which you have been sleeping. We have prepared 3 days' worth of provisions for you. We have also discovered an intriguing target. Recent intelligence indicates that a group is approaching. It is said to be a formidable swordsman who previously wreaked havoc in Water City. Rumored to be so powerful that even a Navy captain could not contend with him. This individual could prove immensely beneficial to you. Previously, they had encountered bounty hunters, but none had matched the strength of Alan. Even Navy captains and pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million could not stand against him. Before becoming a warlord, Moria had a bounty of 300 million berries and had ventured into the New World, challenging one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. How could Alan's bounty hunter crew possibly rival Kaido? After his confrontation with Kaido, Moria holds a disdainful view of others, believing they cannot compare to him. Lord Moria. Lord Absalom has already set out. Moreover, this is their home ground, and thus they are only filled with the thrill of potential success. Upon hearing the words of his subordinate zombie, Moria narrowed his eyes slightly. He coveted Alan's shadow. For his own demon, zombie finally had a formidable shadow. In the West Castle, Hogback, one of Moria's 3 peculiar subordinates, had just emerged from the laboratory, his hands still stained with a hint of blood. He removed his gloves and tossed them aside. At that moment, a zombie entered from outside and respectfully addressed Hogback. "Lord Hogback, Lord Moria summons you." Hogback cast a sidelong glance at the zombie and replied, "Honestly, I just came out of the lab and haven't even had a piece of pudding yet." Shaking his head, he proceeded towards the door. Chapter 148. Perona. The little girl Alan discovered that both Ling and Xiao shared his poor sense of direction, apart from the navigator Lias. The rest of the crew seemed equally directionally challenged. Consequently, the trio intended to head towards the main castle, yet they inadvertently veered slightly off course, arriving instead at the eastern fortress. Within the eastern castle at that moment, one of Moria's 3 peculiar minions, the ghost Princess Perona, was flitting about with her doppelganger. This was a playful trick she often employed during her leisure time, allowing her to effectively monitor the entire castle's activities. Just then, a large, blue and white, plush zombie, whose arms and legs were somewhat short and whose body appeared to be awkwardly stitched together, stumbled in, adorned with a mask and a spherical hat. As he prepared to speak, Perona swiftly covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Kumasi, you are not allowed to speak." Kumasi, feeling quite aggrieved, reluctantly closed his mouth. However, certain matters could not remain unspoken. "There are intruders," he managed to convey. "Did I not tell you to remain silent?" Perona's temper flared, her petulance vividly displayed before her little plush companion. Suddenly, she paused, her expression shifting. "What did you say?" Kumasi pointed to his own mouth in a gesture of helplessness. "All right, you may speak," he declared. "There are intruders. Then why did you not say so sooner?" Perona resumed her sulking. Poor Kumasi gazed at his master with a look of distress. Had he not been a plush toy, he might have shed tears. Upon learning of the intruders, Perona summoned her ghostly doppelganger back into her body, awakening from her slumber on the bed. "Let us go, Kumasi. We must see who has arrived." With her pink twin tails tied up and a crown atop her head, while holding a burgundy umbrella, Perona stepped outside, with Kumasi diligently following in her footsteps. Alan and his companions had already entered the castle. Within the somber and dimly lit fortress, it appeared as though no one had resided there for an eternity. As they traversed a narrow corridor, a bloody zombie slowly emerged before their eyes at the corridor's end. Its bald head was marred by decaying flesh, and a putrid stench emanated from its body, with blood trickling from its neck down to its face and limbs, which flailed about erratically. Despite the frightening appearance of the creature, Alan and his companions regarded it with an air of indifference, finding it merely distasteful. The zombie, convinced of its own terror, felt a sense of defeat as it witnessed the trio's lack of reaction, its frustration mounting. In an effort to assert its menacing presence, it began to roar, hoping to amplify its frightfulness. Observing the zombie's self-indulgent performance, Alan felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He glanced around, spotted a brick on the ground, and swiftly approached the zombie, delivering a resounding blow that sent it flying. What a tedious little trick. Alan discarded the brick and dusted off his hands as the group pressed onward. Kuma, the intimidating zombie, proved utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, Perona twirled her umbrella, her pink braids cascading down to her chest, and playfully punched Kuma. "Ah, my zipper. It's come undone." The short-statured Kuma struggled to reach the zipper at his back. "Be quiet, Kuma." Perona paid no heed to the zombie doll she clutched, embodying the essence of a charming yet demanding mistress. "Oh dear. It seems I must take matters into my own hands." As the trio navigated further into the castle, Alan surveyed his surroundings. The familiar scenery revealed that they had stumbled upon the abode of none other than Moria's minion, the delightful ghost princess, Perona. He pondered whether the ghost would have any effect on him. Her ethereal presence seemed to float about in a whimsical manner. It was crucial to remain vigilant against the elusive spirit, for a surprise attack could lead to great embarrassment in front of Xiao and Ling. The ghostly fruit indeed possessed a certain flaw. Under its influence, many formidable individuals could find themselves in dire straits if they lowered their guard. However, unless one was inherently melancholic like Usopp, most would find themselves kneeling, chastising their own misfortunes. Even Luffy, the eternal optimist, would scold himself when beset by the negative spirit. Just as Alan was lost in contemplation, a chilling wind swept in from behind, silent and stealthy. His instincts, honed by battles with beasts, alerted him to an impending ambush. Alan swiftly departed from his original position, and the specter passed through Ling's body. Instantly, Ling fell to her knees, her hands bracing against the ground, and began to speak. I am but a worthless individual. Xiao Qiu, too, had succumbed to the influence. Living alongside everyone, I am deeply sorry. I am utterly useless. As Alan noticed another ghost attempting to approach, his eyes widened in terror at the specter drifting toward him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. The figure before him was so fearsome that he dared neither advance nor retreat. Perona was quite pleased with her results. The effects of the negative specter remained formidable. However, upon seeing Alan, she was taken aback. Her infallible negative specter had come to a standstill before him. This was unprecedented. Perona felt a surge of frustration at the ineffectiveness of her negative specter and let out a piercing scream. Numerous negative specters erupted from her form, surging wildly towards Alan. Alan gazed at the negative spirits as they approached, their menacing aura once again immobilizing those that sought to penetrate his being. Perona stood in disbelief, muttering, "This is impossible. This can't be. How could her negative spirits fail? Were they afraid?" Her face was etched with incredulity. Realizing that the ghostly fruit she relied upon was ineffective against the invading foe, leaving her somewhat flustered. Indeed, the Conqueror's haki proved effective against these negative spirits, suggesting that the power of the fruit bore resemblance to a mental assault. Observing the halted negative spirits, Alan grasped the situation. Perona, unwilling to accept that her ghost fruit was futile, incessantly urged the negative spirits to attack Alan. However, the spirits' futile attempts drained her energy significantly, and as they entered her body, her eyelids grew heavy. After casting a dazed glance at Alan, she succumbed to slumber upon the bed. Alan stared in bewilderment as Perona drifted into slumber. He glanced down at himself, then back at Perona. Is it really necessary? He pondered. Do I appear so harmless? After a moment's reflection, he conceded that it was indeed difficult to act against such an adorable little girl. Once Perona fell asleep, the abilities of the negative spirit dissipated. Ling and Xiao Qiu stood up, casting somewhat sheepish glances at Alan. They were acutely aware of their previous awkward position sprawled on the ground, which made the current atmosphere slightly uncomfortable. Alan did not utter a word, merely gesturing for the two to proceed. As for Perona, he decided to let her sleep undisturbed, as it seemed no one in the castle would dare to disturb her. The zombie puppet, Kumasi, remained silently by her side, not daring to make a sound, quietly observing as Alan and the others departed. Soon, the trio emerged from the depths of the eastern castle and beheld a magnificent fortress before them. Chapter 149, The Wrath of Moria. In the central castle, Moria was indulging in a meal while awaiting the assembly of his three peculiar subordinates, but to his dismay, only the surgeon arrived after a prolonged wait. Just as he was about to inquire about the whereabouts of the other two, the transparent man and the ghost princess, Alan and his companions made their entrance. Having traversed the dimly lit forest, they finally escaped the oppressive darkness, appearing at the foot of the central castle. The stone door at the base was firmly shut. Gazing at the imposing structure before him, Alan recognized it as Moria's residence. The group showed no intent to halt. Upon reaching the entrance, they beheld the colossal stone door. Aya attempted to push it open, but it was heavy, seemingly secured by a bolt, rendering it quite difficult to budge. Alan stepped forward and, upon attempting to move, found the weight to be quite substantial. However, this minor resistance could not impede his advance. With both hands braced against the stone door, he exerted a gentle force, and the combined weight of the door along with the bolt behind it proved utterly incapable of resisting Alan's might. The tightly shut stone door gradually creaked open. As the entrance swung wide, Alan was the first to step into the castle. Xiao Qiu and Ling hastily followed, having grown accustomed to such encounters. They quickly spotted several zombies, their faces a mask of astonishment and confusion, staring at the trio. "Hey, you there, where's Moria?" Alan inquired. The zombies exchanged glances, and after a collective shriek, they scattered in three different directions without addressing Alan's question. Alan regarded them briefly before dismissing them as mere minions. However, Ling, motivated by a desire to redeem herself after her previous embarrassment with Princess Perona, unleashed her devil fruit ability, hurling several zombies into the air and mercilessly compressing them into a gruesome amalgamation of bandages and shattered bones. Alan remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding behind him, leaving the hordes of zombies to Ling and Xiao Qiu while he advanced forward. His observation haki had detected a presence unlike any other emanating from the castle's uppermost level. At the pinnacle, Moria was seated at the dining table, indulging in his meal, when an unexpected, thunderous tremor reverberated throughout the castle, causing him to smear pudding across his forehead, rendering him quite disheveled. What in the world is happening? Moria exclaimed in a fit of rage, wiping his forehead as he abruptly stood, bellowing at his surroundings. In the echo of his furious outburst, several zombies scurried in panic. My Lord Moria, trouble Bruce. An intruder has breached our defenses. It's that bounty hunter, Gaia Allen. As they conversed, the castle tremored violently once more. Below, Ling felt the ground shake, as if it were on the verge of collapsing from the tumultuous activity beneath. Moria, thoroughly vexed by the sudden upheaval, glared with bloodshot eyes. Damn it! Curse that Allen for daring to cause a ruckus in my castle. Just as he prepared to charge out, the floor above began to quiver violently, eventually giving way. With a resounding crash, a massive stone plummeted from the ceiling, smashing into the floor and creating a sizable hole, from which more debris cascaded down. The cacophony soon subsided. Amidst Moria's fury and Hogback's trepidation, Allen leaped up from the gaping hole in the floor, accompanied by Xiaoqiu and Ling Gaia Allen. Upon witnessing the trio's ascent, Moria's eyes turned crimson. You wretch, how dare you defile my castle? The enraged Moria glared at Allen and his companions, as though he wished to devour them whole. In the face of Moria's wrath, Allen could not help but jest. Well, that was his doing, an ingenious talent from the fur tribe. He gestured towards Ling, whose six-tail swayed playfully behind her, eliciting a few chuckles. Moria, perceiving Allen's and Ling's laughter as mockery, seethed with even greater ire. You shall perish. Shadow Spear. His eyes, now bloodshot, glinted with fury as he raised his arm skyward, summoning a bat-like shadow that rapidly coalesced into a black spear, aimed directly at Allen, the perpetrator. As the shadow spear surged forth with blinding speed, resembling a fleeting shadow, Allen unsheathed his seven-star sword from behind. Armament hockey, rising slash. The sword in his grasp darkened as he swung it to intercept the oncoming projectile. In an instant, the pitch-black spear shattered upon contact. Moria's assault dismissed with utter disdain by Allen. Damn it! As Moria beheld Allen effortlessly shatter his shadow-slicing spear with a single strike, a flicker of astonishment washed over his eyes. The ease with which Allen dismantled his assault evoked memories of his fateful challenge against Kaido. The indomitable figure of Kaido had single-handedly decimated his once proud pirate crew, an enduring agony etched into his life. In Allen, he seemed to glimpse the shadow of Kaido. A fleeting moment of dread flickered deep within his gaze. Gritting his teeth, Moria let out a low growl, and in an instant he vanished, leaving behind a perfect doppelganger in his stead. The Shadow Warrior. Boom. Allen rose abruptly, shattering the entity into countless black bats that scattered in all directions. His expression remained unchanged as his observation hockey keenly detected Moria's position, propelling him once again towards Moria's true form. How swift. Moria's pupils contracted as he vehemently gestured towards Allen. Scatter bats. Shadow Sorcerer. A multitude of dark shadows transformed into bats, surging towards Allen with eerie sounds, attempting to tear him apart. Simultaneously, a black shadow, identical to Moria, advanced menacingly towards Ross. Is this truly all you are capable of, Moria? Allen gazed impassively at the approaching black bats, wielding the seven-star sword with effortless grace. All the bats that had not yet reached him were met with piercing screams, dissipating into the void as if rendered powerless. How could this be? Moria's face was etched with terror as he witnessed Allen effortlessly shatter his bats with mere flicks of the sword, advancing towards him step by step, exuding an overwhelming presence reminiscent of Kaido's earlier onslaught against their pirate crew. Cold sweat poured down his brow as the memory of his defeat at Kaido's hands replayed in his mind. With a desperate roar, he called out to Allen, Shadow Warrior. Once again, Moria swapped places with his shadow. Presently, he could summon only 2 shadow clones at a time, and with the clones having been obliterated, the time required for their recovery loomed heavily over him. Consumed by fear, Moria gritted his teeth and, after the swap, unleashed his most formidable technique, Shadow Convergence. In an instant, countless shadows surged towards Moria, coalescing around him to form a swirling vortex, which he voraciously absorbed, causing his form to expand. Standing originally at over 6 meters tall, he swiftly grew to 7, then 8, ultimately towering at 9 meters, transforming into a colossal figure shrouded in darkness. I will not allow myself to be defeated as I was before. Having consumed hundreds of shadows, Moria unleashed a deafening roar. He swung a mighty fist at the oncoming Allen, the force behind it akin to the cataclysmic upheaval of a collapsing mountain. capable of effortlessly reducing a castle to ruins. Whoosh! Alan did not confront head-on. Instead, he deftly deflected in midair, maneuvering past Moria's fist to position himself directly in front of him. It truly seems a waste to possess such remarkable fruit abilities in your hands. I have heard tales of your challenge against the beast Kaido. I wonder how you managed to encounter him. The seven-star sword in Alan's hand lunged toward Moria's chest. Moria, in his hubris, had relied far too heavily on his own abilities, placing unwarranted faith in his shadows, or rather, his zombies. Had he been capable of fully mastering such immense power and wielding it with remarkable dexterity, he would not merely be an equal to the formidable Kaido of the beasts, but could at least stand shoulder to shoulder with the calamities. Instead, he found himself driven back from the new world, retreating into obscurity and stagnation. Alan's strike pierced directly into Moria's chest, infused with the formidable haki of the seven-star sword, inflicting considerable damage upon Moria, causing a torrent of shadows to surge forth from his mouth. With the effectiveness of his blow, Alan stepped onto Moria's body, leveraging this force to withdraw. Moria had not only enhanced his strength but seemingly also fortified his physical resilience, astonishingly managing to withhold blood from spilling. Had Moria's speed matched his augmented strength and endurance, he would indeed have posed a significant challenge. Alas, this was not a power of his own volition, one he could not master. Moria initially intended to ensnare Alan's shadow and implant it within the colossal Oz, thereby crafting an unparalleled zombie. However, he had not anticipated that Alan would render his plans futile. Crashing through several structures, Moria struggled to rise from the rubble, finding it increasingly arduous, his eyes reflecting disbelief. This was impossible. Hundreds of shadows had been infused into his being. What force could possibly withstand such power in the first half of the Grand Line? You are unforgivable. Moria had succumbed to total madness. Shadows, assemble. Instantly, shadows surged towards Moria with fervor. As they incessantly engulfed him, his form continued to expand. Moria, already towering at 10 meters, grew taller with each shadow absorbed. 11 meters, 12 meters, 15 meters. Finally, a giant towering 16 or 17 meters appeared before the onlookers. 1,200 shadows, Super Moria. Moria roared, charging forward once more. His colossal frame thudded against the ground, producing resounding booms that shook the entire castle. This time, Alan did not intend to wait for Moria's approach. He gripped the seven-star sword and charged ahead. Moria, despite his immense size, moved with sluggishness, unable to fully command his own body. Under the watchful gaze of his bulging eyes, the elongated seven-star sword swung towards him, and he found himself utterly incapable of evasion. The several hundred shadows represented the limit of Moria's corporeal capacity, yet, in his desperation to vanquish Alan, he had exceeded his threshold by doubling the shadows within him. This was the very reason for his diminished control and speed. Alan's seven-star sword carved a colossal cross into Moria's chest, and under the immense force, Moria's massive form suddenly contorted. Then, with a resounding pop, the shadows within Moria erupted like a bursting balloon. He was flung away, resembling a deflated balloon. Yet, even in such a state, as he tumbled to the ground, a faint breath still emanated from him. In this world, those with great power possess an equally vigorous vitality. Such grievous injuries do not lead to immediate demise. As Moria was cast aside, he regained his original size, his onion-shaped head now cloaked in dust and bloodstains. He attempted to rise once more, but failed after several attempts. Frustration etched across his face. He could scarcely believe he had lost in such a manner, having unleashed his ultimate technique, the shadow gathering, only to be met with defeat. This sensation echoed a long-forgotten time, one of utter helplessness. As he gazed at the approaching Alan, his consciousness began to wane, and in Alan, he perceived a figure reminiscent of one with horns, wielding a wolf-sheep staff. Memories and reality began to intertwine. You wretch. Moria coughed up blood, sputtering. If you possess any real skill, venture there. That is the true nightmare. After a few more coughs, Moria regained some clarity, finally separating Alan from Kaido in his mind. Oh, nightmare? Are you referring to Kaido? Alan inquired, grasping the seven-star sword as he approached Moria. Rest assured, I shall defeat him, unlike you, who cowers like a turtle. My voyage shall not be obstructed by anyone. Hehehe, do not boast. In this world, within this paradise, countless like you aspire to conquer the four emperors. Yet how many can truly reach that pinnacle? Moria cackled sharply, his face twisted with madness in his final moments. You You will undoubtedly fail. A tedious refrain, for the defeated shall forever remain in defeat. Alas, you shall never witness my triumph over Kaido. The 7-star sword pierced through Moriya's neck, abruptly silencing his laughter. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. Moriya met his demise at the hands of Allen, who shook his head in disappointment. This warlord was indeed a letdown. Had it not been for the powers of the shadow fruit and his previous confrontation with Kaido, it is likely that the position of warlord would not have been afforded to Moriya. While his strength was decent among the warlords, he squandered his fruit's potential and innate talent. Instead of striving to enhance his abilities, he spent his days here creating zombies, entirely neglecting his own growth. In this world, true strength derived from within is rare. Each formidable warrior possesses an exceptionally powerful physique and places great importance on both their fruit abilities and martial prowess. Moriya's assumption that he could amass an army of zombies to seek vengeance on Kaido was fundamentally misguided. Had he diligently cultivated his fruit's powers, he might have been able to rival the likes of Doflamingo. Alas, that opportunity has slipped away. With Moriya's death, numerous shadows escaped from the bodies of the zombies, returning to their respective hosts. In the dark corners of this fearsome, 3-masted ship, countless souls rejoiced for this moment. The shadows had returned. Moriya was defeated? Indeed, Moriya had been vanquished. As for the surgeon, who had been left half dead and unconscious by Xiao, his fate was left uncertain. Allen chose not to concern himself with the man's life or death, allowing Xiao to decide his course. A motley array of figures, some resembling skeletons, emerged from the woods. They danced with exuberance, basking in the warmth of the long-lost sun, their faces brimming with joy. However, as they caught sight of Allen and his companions exiting the castle, they fell silent, immediately halting their chatter and movements. They understood that those who could emerge from Moriya's castle must have defeated him, and thus, the strength of these individuals was formidable. Yet, Allen and his companions couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. Their objective of traversing the Devil's Triangle had been accomplished, and it was time to depart. The 3 left the castle, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and boarded their vessel. The Wind Knight set sail once more. Almost immediately after Raz departed, a figure slowly approached, stopping before Moriya's corpse. Holding a transponder snail, he spoke with a heavy heart. Moriya is dead. A moment of silence ensued on the other end, followed by the question, who did it? According to the evidence at the scene and witness accounts, it appeared to be the bounty hunter crew led by Allen, who had annihilated the bloodthirsty carnivorous flower. A bounty hunter? What enmity exists between them? Why would a bounty hunter target a warlord of the sea? Do they intend to oppose the world government? The intentions behind this individual's actions remain ambiguous. However, based on previous intelligence, it seems to be a whim of his, especially considering his prior challenge against the crocodile. Since that encounter, his strength has escalated rapidly. In this recent confrontation, the bounty hunter seemingly exerted little effort in Moriya's defeat. A second voice emerged on the other end of the transponder snail, calm in tone, suggesting that Moriya's demise at the hands of the Ghost Hand pirates indicates his inadequacy, rendering him unfit to hold the title of Warlord of the Sea. A change should be made sooner rather than later. Then came a third voice. Since you find yourself there, accompany this bounty hunter named Allen to discern his true intentions. The position of Warlord of the Sea may be reconsidered. After a moment of contemplation, the individual replied, understood. On the other end of the line were the highest authorities of the world government, the 5 elders. The Warlords of the Sea are a direct institution of the world government, accountable to the 5 elders. Given that Moriya, one of the warlords, was defeated due to his insufficient strength, he must bear the blame for his inadequacy. The purpose of selecting the warlords is to curtail the influence of the pirate emperors. Should one fall, another can be chosen. The world government possesses comprehensive information on this bounty hunter, and further investigation into him is warranted. As of now, there is no indication of his affiliations, which presents an opportunity to integrate him into the world government's ranks. While he possesses strength, further assessment is necessary in due time. It will become evident to which faction he belongs. If he reveals no allegiances, then an appointment can be made. Allen had not anticipated that the world government was already aware of his battle with the red-haired pirate on an obscure island. His life and experiences had been meticulously documented, placing him on the list for evaluation by the world government. Chapter 151, Sabaody Archipelago. At the Marine headquarters, within the office of Sengoku, he sat behind his desk, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface, and inquired, "Are you saying that Moriya was defeated by the bounty hunter Allen? Is the information confirmed?" Indeed, the bounty hunter Alan and his crew have departed from the Devil-esque Triangle, and Moria's body remains there. They are now en route to the Sabaody archipelago, responded Akiji. Seated across the desk. What is the stance of the 5 elders? Sengoku queried. The 5 elders suggest we observe for the time being. It is possible that this vacant position of Warlord of the Sea may be granted to Alan, Akiji replied. A bounty hunter can become a Warlord of the Sea? Are you certain that the 5 elders expressed this? Absolutely. As long as we verify whether Alan has any affiliations. Considering he is of unblemished reputation and harbors a disdain for pirates, his formidable strength makes him a suitable candidate for the warlord position. In the eyes of the 5 elders, Sengoku rose from his chair, took a sip of tea, and remarked, in that case, let the government handle it. If he is not a pirate, the Navy has no obligation to pursue him. This matter shall rest here. Understood, Admiral. I shall take my leave, Akiji acknowledged. Very well. Depart, Sengoku replied. Once Akiji exited, Sengoku slowly resumed his seat, massaging his temples while murmuring, a bounty hunter named Gaia Allen? I hope he is not an enemy of the Navy. The Navy's control over the seas was waning, while a succession of talented pirates emerged, intensifying the pressure on the Navy. He hoped that Allen would align with the records. Otherwise, facing such an adversary might strain the Navy's current forces. Simultaneously, the world government received the latest intelligence regarding Allen's bounty hunter crew. Their demeanor and capabilities displayed en route to the Sabaody archipelago aligned perfectly with the standards for the warlords of the sea. They were contemplating whether to send someone to engage in communication with him, as the position of warlord could not afford to remain vacant. The equilibrium of power across the seas must not be disrupted. According to the intelligence, Allen was only in his 20s. Given time, his strength would undoubtedly increase, marking him as a potential combatant on par with a Marine admiral. Moreover, as he did not harbor animosity towards the world government and the Navy, his ascension to the status of warlord of the sea could be considered acceptable, potentially inspiring more individuals to pursue the path of bounty hunting. This could serve as an indirect means of eradicating pirates, aligning with the interests of the world government, whose primary target remained the revolutionary army led by Monkey D. Dragon. Thus, they resolved to keep a close watch on him. Once he arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, the invitation could be conveyed to him. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. The Sabaody archipelago, situated near the naval headquarters, is home to the world's largest mangrove tree, the Rhizophora mangle. Its roots, perpetually exposed to the water's surface, give rise to the formation of the Sabaody Islands. The most distinctive feature of the Sabaody archipelago is the unique natural resin secreted by the roots of the Rhizophora mangle through respiration. This resin, upon contact with air, expands into bubbles that soar into the sky. However, these bubbles thrive solely within the climatic confines of the Rhizophora mangle. Once they drift beyond the archipelago's atmospheric realm, the resin's potential cannot be fully harnessed, leading to their inevitable burst. Bubble-themed attractions, such as bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and even bubble-constructed houses, permeate every corner of Sabaody Island. The entire archipelago comprises 79 numbered trees, each hosting towns and facilities, collectively referred to as the Sabaody Islands. The demarcation of these islands is distinctly defined by the numbers on the trees. There exists a singular route to the New World. One must petition the world government and traverse the holy land of Mariahua, located on the Red Line. This application is typically initiated by either the Navy or a member state of the world government. Others are thus compelled to abandon their vessels, incurring significant expenses and time for the application process, albeit with the advantage of safety. Conversely, pirates embark on a different path. They encase their ships in the unique resin of the Rhizophora mangle, diving to depths of 10,000 meters to navigate through a colossal cavern beneath the Red Line, ultimately reaching the New World via the underwater route to Fishman Island. However, this perilous journey carries the risk of doom in the deep sea. This enchanting bubble archipelago serves as the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line. Regardless of the route taken, all paths converge here before embarking on the latter segment of the New World. Yet, beneath the surface of this beautiful bubble island lies an abyss of darkness, slave trading, the celestial dragons, and the nefarious pirates that reach this isle. On a certain shore, a pirate ship is anchored, where several coding craftsmen are diligently applying a protective layer to the vessel. It appears they have only completed about 1/10 of the task, indicating they have only just commenced. On the shore, 5 or 6 pirates remain to guard the ship, some seated while others stand, casually observing the craftsmen as they work, sipping drinks and engaging in light banter. Suddenly, one pirate, facing the sea, straightens his posture, squints towards a distant point, and exclaims, "A ship is approaching rapidly." Is that so? The nearby pirates turn their gaze in the direction he indicated. Before their eyes, a shadow emerges upon the water's surface, revealing a strangely shaped vessel swiftly making its way toward the shore. That is, the Allen bounty hunter crew. Indeed, it is them. That is their ship. The Wind Rider. Could it be the very same crew that caused a ruckus in Water 7? It is they, who have come here to embark on a journey towards a new world, is it not? On the deck of the Wind Knight, a few individuals were basking peacefully in the breeze. Suddenly, Aya pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Hey, look over there." Upon hearing Aya's voice, Xiaoqiu and the others turned to the direction she indicated. Walia stared in amazement at the distance. How beautiful! Xiaoqiu's face was awash with enchantment. What is that? Is it bubbles? Orland inquired, his palm resting uncertainly on the railing. Indeed, it is, and it is quite astonishing. Alan also expressed his wonder. The reality before them was indeed far more striking than what they had witnessed in the anime. Wow, truly remarkable. Aya's mouth gaped in astonishment at Alan's response. Before them, the surface of the sea shimmered under the sunlight, revealing bubbles, colossal trees, and an island that appeared to be plucked from a dream. The sight was adorned with delightful bubbles. Although they had seen such things in the anime, the authentic scene was far more breathtaking. It was a tableau that was challenging to articulate, simply exquisite. "Captain, where shall we anchor?" Orland, shaken from his astonishment, asked. "Let us head to areas 1 through 29. It is bound to be fascinating." Alan replied with a smile, glancing at the map in his hand. Areas 1 to 29, primarily comprised of human trafficking shops, human auctions, and lawless zones. Areas 30 to 39, mainly featuring soap bubble parks. Areas 40 to 49, focused on tourist attractions and specialty shops. Areas 50 to 59, primarily shipyards and coating craftsmen. Areas 60 to 69, home to naval garrisons and government entrances. Areas 70 to 79, mainly comprising an in-street. As for the lawless zone, the legendary figures are said to reside there. It would be a waste not to experience it firsthand. The lawless zone indeed sparked anticipation. Chaotic places are often where fortunes are made. Amidst the lively discussions of the pirates on shore, Alan and his companions arrived at the port. After securing the ship, Orland, disinterested in wandering, remained aboard to keep watch, while Alan led the other three from the Wind Knight onto the island. "Lawless zone, here I come," Alan declared. Chapter 152. The appearance of Doflamingo. As soon as Disco's words fell, the scene erupted into chaos. The 7 warlords? Is that the heavenly demon? Is this fellow telling the truth? The 7 warlords are coming to this place? Why would the 7 warlords appear here? The most terrifying one among them is actually here? Some astute pirates began to comprehend the situation. No wonder this auction house had audaciously showcased Logia-type devil fruits. It turned out this was the territory of the Don Quixote family. Bearing the infamous reputation of the 7 warlords' heavenly demon, Doflamingo. Has the main character finally arrived? The natural-type devil fruit. What is your purpose? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Upon hearing Doflamingo's name, Alan finally straightened his posture. From the very beginning, he had suspected that the mastermind behind this auction house was none other than Doflamingo. Yet he was taken aback to learn that Doflamingo would attend in person. It appeared that this auction was extraordinary. Though he wondered if the former celestial dragon's presence here was related to him. Their enmity had already solidified, and given Doflamingo's temperament, it was improbable that this matter would simply be forgotten. As Alan drew attention, the reactions of those around him became even more intense. Figures like Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, were renowned throughout the world, indeed not something ordinary people could encounter. Initial negative thoughts were temporarily subdued by the prestige of the warlord title. The name of the 7 warlords is built upon the bones of countless pirates. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the curtain rose, revealing Doflamingo clad in his feathered coat, striding onto the stage with a unique gait. Doflamingo swaggered to the forefront, cradling an exquisite box, while Disca, observing this, eagerly offered his microphone like a sycophant. Doflamingo accepted the microphone, placing the box at the center of the table on stage, and began to speak. "Welcome, everyone. I am here to facilitate a thrilling transaction, and I trust you have no desire to hear me ramble. So, let us get to the main event. Behold today's grand auction item." With that, Doflamingo opened the box on the table, continuing, "This is a natural-type devil fruit. Inside the box lay a devil fruit with a slightly white hue, its surrounding patterns captivating the audience's gaze. As the fruit was unveiled, a heavy atmosphere filled the room, breathing life into the gathering once more. Doflamingo chuckled gleefully. Incredible. An offensive natural-type devil fruit. Truly befitting of the 7 warlords. The scale of this endeavor is extraordinary. It is astonishing that this is not merely a supportive devil fruit. Ahaha, I have prepared 300 million berries for this fruit. It shall be mine, and my name will echo throughout the world. Unexpectedly, this was a previously unseen devil fruit, and the question lingered as to who would claim it. The crowd exhibited a variety of reactions, some envious, others salivating, and a few discreetly instructing their subordinates to prepare. Doflamingo was pleased with their responses, his gaze drifting towards the Navy seated in the front row on his left, subtly nodding. The Navy members present reciprocated the nod. It was now clear that the Navy was the buyer Doflamingo had implicitly sanctioned for this transaction. This devil fruit was also brought forth by Doflamingo for a significant transaction, as a means to exchange interests with the Navy. Otherwise, given Doflamingo's nature, it would be unimaginable for him to present it. The Union fruit. Such a remarkable ability. Alan gazed at the devil fruit at the center of the stage with great intrigue. He noticed the interactions on stage and comprehended why Doflamingo would auction a Logia-type devil fruit. The Navy, indeed. Alan glanced at Rias, their navigator, realizing that such a devil fruit would be an invaluable asset to him. This fruit had captured Alan's attention. Even if it meant confronting a warlord of the sea or the Navy, he was undeterred. Captain, that is indeed a warlord of the sea. Orland, as a seasoned crew member, had already grasped the implications of Alan's demeanor. The captain harbored intentions to seize that fruit, and as the first mate, Orland felt a profound sense of duty. Due to his own prowess, Orland remained oblivious to the movements of Don Quixote Doflamingo on the stage. However, the might of a warlord of the sea is not something to be trifled with lightly. Alan smiled and said, Orland, take them and escort the shipwright back. You need not concern yourselves with anything here. Soon, Ling will return to retrieve this fruit. With his ability to fly, he can secure the fruit amidst the chaos. It will certainly become quite lively here. Very well, Captain, please exercise caution. Orland contemplated for a moment. He could not disregard the captain's words and reluctantly obeyed, leading the somewhat perplexed trio away to complete the handover. As for the remaining bounty, it amounted to a staggering 800 million berries. With a single utterance from Doflamingo, the bidding commenced. There was no starting price, no minimum increment. The value of the fruit was evident, simply serving to enhance the atmosphere. The higher the fruit's worth, the more Doflamingo could exchange for. 100 million berries. A mere 100 million berries was audacious enough to call out. 150 million berries. Ahaha. This fruit shall belong to the Swordmaster Pirates. 170 million berries. What Swordmaster Pirates? I've never heard of you. Do you think you can acquire it? 180 million. The allure of a Logia-type devil fruit is truly remarkable, and the price swiftly soared to 260 million berries. This figure deterred the majority of the crowd, leaving only about a dozen individuals still participating in the bidding. 500 million. Alan leisurely announced a price. The staggering figure of 500 million drew everyone's attention to him. To their astonishment, this unremarkable fellow possessed such wealth. It was he, the most formidable bounty hunter. The Sword Soul Blade, Gaia Allen. He had appeared here, the very individual who single-handedly annihilated the 6 supernova pirate crews at Sabaody Archipelago. The murmurs of the crowd reached Doflamingo, who recognized Alan's visage, the very man who had nearly thwarted his grand plans in Magic Valley Town. Did he dare to disrupt his ambitions once more? A dangerous aura emanated from Doflamingo's eyes. The leader of the Navy felt a vain throb on his forehead upon hearing the price. Did this man intend to challenge the Navy? 510 million, he shouted, struggling to contain his fury. 600 million. Alan scoffed at the expressions of the Navy and Doflamingo, continuing to raise the bid. 610 million. 800 million. The Navy leader inhaled deeply, knowing that the Navy's reputation could not afford to be tarnished by his presence. 801 million. This price had severely exceeded the budget, significantly impacting the Navy's finances. After the declaration of 801 million, a hush fell over the crowd, as they awaited Alan's next bid. Finally, the Navy breathed a sigh of relief, feeling they could at least provide an explanation for securing the deal. Just then, as the audience was taken aback and the Navy and Doflamingo relaxed, a palpable, overwhelming aura swept across the venue. Conqueror's Hockey. Chapter 153. Supplementary Release. Not a supervision this scene was observed by the members of the Swordmaster Pirates. apart from Doflamingo, the captain of the Swordmaster Pirates, and his first mate. Along with a senior admiral from the Navy, most others had succumbed to unconsciousness, their eyes glazed over. What was happening? The first mate of the Swordmaster Pirates was drenched in cold sweat. Unaware that this was Conqueror's Haki, he began to panic upon witnessing his comrades collapse around him. I have no idea, but it feels like something monumental is about to unfold. The captain wiped the cold sweat from his brow and licked his parched lips. Even he, usually composed, began to feel a sense of dread. The unpredictability of the situation stripped him of any sense of security. Conqueror's Haki. The familiar force was immediately recognized by Don Quixote Doflamingo. It was the rare and formidable Conqueror's Haki, akin to his own. Previously, he had speculated about the intelligence regarding Alan. But now it was confirmed. He had not anticipated that a mere individual from the East Blue possessed the qualities of a king. The prospect of such a prodigy perishing at his hands filled him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Doflamingo's expression betrayed an unusual excitement. His interest in Alan was primarily due to the earlier events concerning the island of the Devil's Valley and the blood-red carnivorous flower. In less than 2 years, this bounty hunter had astonishingly evolved to such heights. Calmly, he covered the box on the table before returning it to the confines of his attire, his fingers beginning to tremble oddly. He pondered who among the esteemed guests had graced this gathering. Were they intent on disrupting the auction? Despite recognizing Alan, Doflamingo feigned ignorance and began to inquire, a fade he often adopted. Ah! Alan erupted into laughter. Rising from his seat with the 7-star sword in hand, utterly unbothered by concealing his identity. Hey, Doflamingo? Or should I call you Clown? Have you forgotten my name so swiftly? He stated, locking eyes with Doflamingo. Ah, so it is the bounty hunter Gaia Alan. What are your intentions? Doflamingo inquired. Oh, has Mr. Clown forgotten the events of over a year ago? Alan retorted. Are you attempting to incite war? The incidents that transpired in Magic Bone Town were orchestrated under the guise of world domination, and the scientist was crucial to his future dealings. Doflamingo was taken aback by Alan's profound understanding. Unbeknownst to Doflamingo, Alan had traversed through time. He had not expended effort to investigate Doflamingo's every maneuver and transaction. Doflamingo felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. He had not anticipated that such a few individuals could possess such formidable intelligence. This youth must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would pose an endless threat. You, a bounty hunter, dare to set your sights on our Navy? What is your true aim? Doflamingo's exchange with Alan caused the leaders of the Navy to momentarily pause, and he hastily spoke in an interrogative tone. Oh? Since when did the Navy have the authority to intervene in matters concerning bounty hunters? Your reach is rather broad, Alan replied nonchalantly. You. The Navy was about to retort, but Alan swiftly interrupted. Spare me your incessant babble. This is not your domain to meddle in. He narrowed his eyes, speaking softly to the Navy. In an instant, the Navy contemplated retorting, but ultimately hesitated. With a glance, Alan surveyed the remaining 2 members of the swordsman pirate crew still standing. A sinister smile crept upon the corners of his lips. Since you remain awake, you shall dutifully serve as my experience for advancement. Heedless of the thoughts of the few still standing nearby, Alan raised his weapon, the 7-star sword. Crossing it over his chest, a layer of pitch-black substance began to envelop the surface of the sword, and an invisible pressure descended upon the auction hall. With a swift draw, he unleashed a powerful semicircular slash that radiated outward, eliciting terror in the eyes of those present. Boom. Chapter 154. The arrival of Don Quixote in the wake of Alan's decisive strike. The ceiling of the auction hall was cleaved in 2, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Behind his dark sunglasses, Don Quixote Doflamingo squinted, acknowledging that this man's swordsmanship had indeed grown stronger. Doflamingo's understanding of Alan was based on intelligence gathered from Water 7. But the pirate crews there were far from formidable, failing to truly gauge Alan's strength. However, compared to the battle with the blood-red man-eating flower a year prior, Alan's power had undeniably progressed. He was a force to be reckoned with, though the extent of his abilities remained uncertain, nonetheless. It was only fitting that such a prodigy would meet their demise at the hands of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Mr. Clown, what do you think of this welcoming gift? Alan calmly regarded his handiwork, gradually lowering his 7-star sword, and inquired with a smile. Hee, impressive swordplay, Doflamingo chuckled, maintaining a facade of composure. What does the bounty hunter, Lord Alan, intend by this? Isn't it rumored that a nature-type devil fruit is up for auction here? Of course, that is my purpose. Oh? I never expected the illustrious sword soul blade to be interested in a devil fruit, Doflamingo laughed. Who would disdain an enhancement to their own strength? Especially when it involves a nature-type devil fruit. And what, pray tell, is your intention in doing this? Is it possible that the esteemed Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, is unaware of certain matters? Alan remarked, stepping slowly from his seat, the 7-star sword in hand. The Navy brazenly appears here. It seems you have reached some unsavory agreement. Upon hearing Alan mention the Navy, Doflamingo's understanding deepened. It appeared this bounty hunter had connections, for he would not have traversed from the East Blue otherwise. Thus, he resolved that anyone who offended the Don Quixote family could not be allowed to survive in this world. With this thought, Doflamingo prepared to strike. Captain, what shall we do? The first mate of the Swordmaster pirates inquired of Hogo. How should I know? With a subtle arch of his brow, Howe recognized that this Alan was not to be trifled with. The effortless manner in which he executed that slashing strike made it abundantly clear that he was no match for this bounty hunter. Moreover, the sight of so many individuals lying unconscious suggested a nefarious method at play, undoubtedly orchestrated by the bounty hunter named Alan. Rest assured, escape is not an option for you. As a bounty hunter, I find individuals like you, members of a pirate crew, exceedingly intriguing, Alan remarked with a light chuckle. How dare you speak to us in such a manner, you insolent brat? Do you even know who we are? Retorted the first mate of the Swordmaster pirates, his voice lacking conviction. Is that so? Fierce dragon. Alan's figure vanished from his original position, leaving behind a long, lingering shadow that instantaneously materialized beside Howe and his first mate, armed, Iato. In the face of panic reflected in their eyes, the two were effortlessly cleaved in two, meeting their demise at Alan's hands without a moment's reaction. TCH. How could such individuals dare to establish a swordsman-pirate crew? They have utterly tarnished the honor of true swordsmen. Alan disdainfully waved the 7-star sword in his hand. The sole remaining Navy officer, in a state of panic, gazed at Alan, trembling slightly due to the previous sword draw, filled with a profound fear that a mere misstep from Alan might lead to his own demise as well. Both Alan and Don Quixote Doflamingo took notice of the naval officer, simultaneously displaying expressions of disdain, as if to say it was an embarrassment to have such individuals within the Navy. Subsequently, the two of them dismissed the naval officer as inconsequential, merely a minor character in their grand narrative. After all, one was a warlord of the sea and the other a bounty hunter. It would be inappropriate for either to take a life within the Navy, as doing so would complicate matters significantly. Alan was particularly reluctant to sever ties with the Navy at this moment, knowing full well that their temperament could lead to an unending feud, a confrontation he was not prepared to face. Moreover, he harbored no interest in the life of a pirate and felt a certain aversion to the notion of piracy itself. Doflamingo, on the other hand, was unwilling to relinquish the advantages that came with his title as a warlord of the sea and would never align himself with the Navy. Thus, Doflamingo turned his attention to Alan. Overheat whip. With a swift motion, Doflamingo extended his right hand backward, from which dozens of nearly transparent threads erupted. These threads intertwined, forming a robust column resembling a mass of hair, which he then propelled backward with force. Doflamingo's opening move was lethal, intending to slice Alan cleanly in two. The range of the overheat whip was extensive. During the Dressrosa arc, it had demonstrated the ability to strike targets several kilometers away. Its formidable power could effortlessly cleave a skyscraper in half within the blink of an eye. Triple slash. Alan wielded the 7-star sword, shattering the obstacles before him, and emerged from the chaos. Boom. As soon as Alan departed, a multitude of seats in his previous location were shattered, leaving deep gashes on the ground. As for the nobles and affluent individuals, Doflamingo was indifferent to their fates. Regardless of how many perish, new ones would inevitably arise to fill those vacancies. The ranks of nobility and wealth would always be replenished. However, this space felt somewhat constricted, prompting Alan to deftly traverse through the fissure he had carved using the moonwalk technique. How intriguing, Doflamingo mused, a signature grin gracing his face as he observed Alan soaring into the air. What remarkable capabilities you possess. Yet, I find great pleasure in eliminating individuals like you. His amusement only grew. This Alan was indeed fascinating, possessing the ability to execute one of the 6 forms. It seemed evident that he harbored numerous secrets. Subsequently, Doflamingo leapt several times, pursuing Alan towards the auction venue. Synopsis: the tale unfolds in the world of pirates, chronicling the journey of an individual who inherits the legacy of a sword spirit, commencing as a bounty hunter. Certain plot elements have been modified to serve the main narrative. The protagonist's initial encounters with the interface, designed for leveling up, appear frequently but will cease thereafter. The narrative follows his evolution as he navigates the treacherous waters between pirates and the Navy, gradually maturing into a formidable figure, ultimately gazing skyward. Is that the path home?